Family. I pointed at Danzo, and he got so angry he looked like he wanted to swallow me whole. This all started when I was shaken awake. I had crossed over into the world of Naruto as Uchiha Dōhō, right in the middle of the Nine Tails chaos. The clan leader was so weak and spineless that I just couldn't take it anymore. I had just teamed up with Danzo and was planning to establish an organization for self-rescue, but my brother Shursui didn't understand. Let me tell you, I couldn't hold back at that moment. I pointed at Danzo's bandaged old face and shouted, "Danzo, I see you." The whole place fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. That old man Danzo was so furious that he started shaking like he had Parkinson's. His one eye was wide open, like a copper bell, and it looked like he was about to explode with anger, probably wanting to devour me alive right then and there. Sigh, this story actually starts from when I was just shaken awake. I was sleeping soundly, dreaming about hugging a cosplayer at a convention, when a big guy suddenly shook me awake, shouting, "Little General, Little General." I opened my eyes and was completely stunned. The tatama mats, the wooden paper sliding doors goodness, this decoration style was way too two-dimensional. I had crossed over into this world. In the next second, memories flooded into my mind like a tide. My name is Uchiha Dōhō, and the second Dinkaman of the clan, nicknamed Little General. Then I heard the deafening roars and explosions outside, along with that deadly line. The clan leader is about to fight Danzo. As soon as I heard Danzo, my CPU burned out. That's it. I'm done, for I've crossed over into the Naruto world, and it's live coverage of the Nine Tails chaos. Who understands? 1 second I was struggling for life, and the next I had to survive in the ninja world. This joke was way too big. Before I could react, a guy named Inahibi grabbed me and ran outside. By the time I got to the scene, it was unreal. On one side was our Uchiha clan's main force, led by our clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, who stood straight with a fan on his back, looking sharp. On the other side was Danzo and his root ninjas, all wearing masks, looking like Grim Reapers. I hid behind Inahibi, peeking out. Our clan leader Fugaku had a strong aura, but his words were a bit weak. He shouted at Danzo, "Danzo, if you dare to stand in my way, don't blame the Uchiha for being rude." It sounded tough, but why didn't he take action? Danzo, that old fox, saw right through Fugaku's bluster and sarcastically retorted, "Uchiha Fugaku, the Nine Tails has Sharingan in its eyes. Who knows if it's your doing?" Hearing that made my blood boil. If Fugaku had just been a bit tougher, the fate of the Uchiha clan would have been different. As I watched this incompetent clan leader about to drag us all down, my temper flared up. I couldn't hold back any longer. If this continued, once the Fourth Hokage died, our Uchiha would be slaughtered like pigs by these people. The clan brothers around me saw me about to charge forward and cheered me on. "Little General, go for it. Don't lose face." The atmosphere was so charged that I couldn't just stand there. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. I pushed through the crowd, walked to the front, pointed at Danzo's nose, and let out all the anger that had been pent up inside me. "You rat hiding in the gutter, how dare you bark here after being dismissed?" After I shouted, Fugaku's face turned pale. He was probably thinking, "Oh no, this kid isn't following the script." He quickly stepped up to pull me back, turning to Danzo, bowing and saying I was young and impetuous and that Danzo should be generous. Ugh, Danzo was not that easy to deal with. He continued to press, insisting that we Uchiha were trying to cause trouble amidst the chaos. Fugaku's face turned ashen, and Shursui was anxiously shouting like a cat on a hot tin roof, "Stop arguing. The Fourth is still fighting the Nine Tails." Our Uchiha brothers were also getting riled up, each one grabbing their weapons and preparing to charge forward. Just as it looked like a fight was about to break out, suddenly an Umbu ninja jumped out, holding a scroll and shouting, "The Third Hokage has ordered all Uchiha to remain on standby in the clan territory." Fugaku took the scroll, and his face went green. It was indeed a personal letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once this order came down, the entire Uchiha was in an uproar. What did it mean? The village was about to be destroyed, and we were being told to stay at home? Were we being quarantined here? Inahibi kicked a big rock in anger, his neck bulging with veins. I stood up and shouted, "We can't listen. The current Hokage is the Fourth. The duty of the security department is to protect Konoha. Why should we listen to a retired old man?" And guess what our so-called clan leader Fugaku said? He frowned and told me, "Dōhō, don't be impulsive. The Third Hokage is wise. We can't disobey his orders." I felt like punching him. I understood now that old Sarutobi was retired, but still held power. Essentially, the supreme ruler of Konoha. Fugaku and the others had clearly been brainwashed by him. I pointed at him and questioned, "The Fourth is still waiting for us to save him. Are you choosing to back down now?" Fugaku, that guy, actually lowered his head, unable to look at me. My heart sank. Relying on him was pointless. I turned to all the clan members and shouted, "Anyone willing to come with me to save the Fourth, step forward." Some were moved, some hesitated. Just then, Danzo's menacing voice cut in, and with a wave of his hand, his root ninjas surrounded me. Uchiha Dōhō, you have quite the audacity. Danzo's voice was laced with venom. The more the enemy opposed me, the more I felt I was doing the right thing. Without a second thought, I charged forward, snatching a kunai from the nearest root ninja and holding it to his neck as a hostage. I shouted at the masked men, I'm working for Konoha. Anyone who dares to step forward will be cut down, and no one will save face. A few elders from our clan shouted in fear, Dōhō, don't be impulsive. My foolish brother Shursui was almost in tears. Bro, this will ruin the whole clan. I wasn't in the mood to listen to any of that. Then came a most outrageous move. Uchiha Fugaku, our esteemed clan leader, actually raised his hand, signaling all the clan members who wanted to help me to stop. Then he spoke to me in an extremely weary voice. Dōhō, come back. Go back to the clan. I couldn't believe my ears, and I shouted back, this is madness. We only have one son in our hearts, and that's the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Fugaku lowered his head, looking like a schoolboy who had made a mistake, mumbling, the third Hokage has governed Konoha for many years. We can't go against his will. That I was so angry, I directly called out his name. Uchiha, Fugaku. He dared to shout back, enough, I'm the clan leader. Fine, you're tough. I saw through it. If I forced my way out, this guy wouldn't help me, and he might even sell me out to Danzo. I kicked the hostage away, slammed the kunai into the ground next to his ear, and walked away without looking back. Fugaku watched me leave, his body swaying. The younger clan members who had initially supported me were filled with disappointment and anger, glaring at Fugaku before silently putting away their weapons and following me. At that moment, I understood that to save the Uchiha, the first step was to seize power from useless people like Fugaku. That night, I called all my buddies over to my house, closed the door, and held a small meeting. I sat in the middle and got straight to the point. Everyone, we all saw what happened today. The clan leader is too soft, and Danzo is too ruthless. If we want to survive, we need to take action ourselves. I propose to establish an organization called One Heart Association with the slogan One Heart for Konoha, One Heart for the clan. We need to unite and save ourselves. Ino was the first to slam the table. Little General, I support you. I've had enough of this crap. A senior named Shanyue also nodded, but more cautiously, reminding me to be careful in our actions. I understood, of course, and immediately assigned tasks. I sent Ina to the security department to recruit people, T to develop members within the clan, and a guy named FH to contact our allies, the Akimichi clan. Everyone was passionate, raising their fists and swearing. One heart for Konoha, one heart for the clan. Just as we were getting fired up, there was suddenly some noise outside the door. Ina went to check and whispered, it's Shursui. Goodness, it finally hit me that in this world setting, I was actually Shizui's older brother. I let him in and went outside first. Under the moonlight, I looked at my younger brother and directly said, my foolish brother, what are you doing here? I didn't dare to look him in the eye. Who knows if some divine being might suddenly act up. Shursui sighed and said he had heard our plan and came to give me some motivational talk, saying I should believe in the third Hokage and the clan leader. I couldn't help but laugh in anger. Believe in them? In a few years, your eyes will end up on Danzo's face, and mine will be turned into collectibles. I told him, Shursui, you're too naive. When have those old dogs in Konoha's upper echelons ever given us peace? But he insisted on his views, saying we should fight for the Uchiha's rights, but not support war. In the end, I urged him to support me. After all, his fighting power was worth an enhanced squad. Yet this kid still said, brother, you should believe in Lord Third. I angrily scolded him away, utterly foolish. Unity achieved through struggle will endure, while unity sought through concession will perish. With your narrow-mindedness, just stay home. Go. Watching him leave, I felt both angry and helpless. Explaining things to a primary school student is exhausting. Once everyone had left, I stood alone by the window. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. That useless Fuyue, with a trump card in his hand, 3 Manjiki Sharingan, including Shursui, Itachi, and himself. He has one in the TV version, yet he was completely wiped out. He is simply the biggest loser in the ninja world. Seizing power, I must seize power. Thinking of this, I remembered to check what kind of body I had now. I ran to the mirror, and to my surprise, I was stunned. The boy in the mirror, around 16 or 17, with black hair and black eyes, had well-defined features, cold and cool, just like the modeling face of my dreams. He looked like a younger version of Sasuke, almost identical, as if carved from the same mold. I cosplayed as Sasuke, and it actually turned me into Sasuke? Do I have a Manjiki? Before I crossed over, I was wearing Sasuke's Manjiki contact lenses. As I thought this, I subconsciously channeled chakra towards my eyes. The next moment, a chilling and domineering aura suddenly erupted, leaving me stunned. In the mirror, a pair of 6-pointed star-shaped Manjiki Sharingan appeared in my eyes. the pattern sharper than Sasuke's. So cool that I wanted to kneel down to myself. Immediately, the names of two ocular techniques popped into my head, Shinryu Sue and Yomi Birazuka. Just listen to those names. They're simply too domineering. With this cheat, what do I have to fear from the Konoha F4? I made up my mind at that moment. Uchiha Fugaku, your time as clan leader is over. This position should be mine. How can we improve the Uchiha clan with such insects around? I must quickly gather my strength and find an opportunity to kick this sheep leading the lion pack down. Defecting? That's so boring. Living as a rogue ninja, hiding every day. If we're going to play, let's go big. If I win, I'll be the king of Konoha. Let me tell you, the first step of this plan is to play a little dirty. Guess what I thought of? Tomb raiding. In October, the leaves of Konoha, the wind blows like knives, chilling my heart. The whole village was taken to the memorial stone for mourning, a sea of black. The atmosphere was so oppressive that I almost went into emo mode right there. Although the incident with the Nine Tails happened a few days ago, the entire village still looked like the sky had fallen. Some people were silently crying. Some children had lost their parents, sobbing uncontrollably. Truly heartbreaking for anyone who heard or saw it. I was dressed in black, standing side by side with Shursui, looking at all this. And I had just one thought in my mind. In this broken ninja world, human life is thinner than paper. I saw that old man from the third generation. Goodness. His hair turned half white overnight, his wife died, and his successor is gone. It's truly tragic. But now he has to hold on, or Konoha will really fall apart. He's holding the child of Minato and Kushina, Naruto, and pretending to be a kind elder. I know exactly what he's thinking. This old man wants to keep Naruto, this nuclear weapon, tightly in his grasp. All that talk about the village and righteousness is just a cover for sacrificing a child to secure his position as Hokage. Then, the old man started his speech, talking about the Nine Tails rampaging, the brave sacrifice of the Minato couple, and how where Konoha flies, fire continues to thrive. I was about to get calluses in my ears from listening. This official rhetoric is only good for fooling those who are brainless. I know very well that with the death of the Fourth Hokage, our Uchiha clan's good days are over. Those old-timers in the upper echelons have always looked down on us, and now, with this incident, we have to bear the blame for Obito's mess. It's ridiculous. I secretly glanced at the third Hokage and the Konoha F4, thinking to myself that the Uchiha clan would definitely be in for a tough time. Relying solely on my Manjiki Sharingan wouldn't be enough. I needed to come up with a plan to break the deadlock. The key to breaking the deadlock is... Wait, the Nine Tails? The Nine Tails. Suddenly, four bold characters popped in my mind. Tomb raiding notes. I looked at the swaddled Naruto, then glanced at the tombstone of Minato Namikaze, and a daring yet crazy idea instantly took shape. Fourth Hokage. Oh, Fourth Hokage, you have a generous heart. You wouldn't want to see the Uchiha clan wiped out, would you? Just pity us a little and lend me your... let me borrow your body for a bit. Just as I was bursting with inspiration, a sarcastic voice floated over. Life is truly fragile. I senti it. Dohwan-kun? I turned my head, and to my shock, it was Orochimaru. This guy looked like a ghost, his face pale, with long black hair and golden snake-like eyes that made me shiver. He occasionally stuck out his long tongue to lick his lips, which was really disgusting. I couldn't believe he hadn't defected yet. I felt a jolt in my heart, but I remained calm on the surface and coldly retorted, Orochimaru, where are you hiding when the Nine Tails was causing trouble? What are you doing here now? He let out a strange laugh, as eerie as it could be, and said, just like you, I'm here to commemorate the hero. It's a pity, though, that Minato died like this. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I realized this was an opportunity. I immediately tested him. Lord Orochimaru, now that Konoha is leaderless, it's the perfect time for you to be re-elected as Hokage. The Uchiha clan will fully support you. And guess what? He actually licked his lips and said, Hokage? I no longer need something like that. I was stunned at the time, not needed. This guy's research has already reached this point. Just as I was pondering, the water-stopping guy next to me patted me and started his set of saintly theories again. Brother, the 3 generations of adults have lost their wives. We should fully cooperate with the village. Who understands this family logic? I couldn't be bothered to deal with him and directly turned to Iron Fire, ordering, Iron Fire, go find Fujiwara for money and supplies. Organize people to comfort the villagers affected by the disaster. Remember, be polite. Look for those familiar old folks in the clan to distribute things. You guys just handle the heavy lifting. Iron Fire looked speechless, probably wondering if he looked that intimidating. But he still took the order and left. I'm telling you, this is the operational thinking that should be present in 2025. First, boost the common people's goodwill. It's better than anything else. Late that night, I made my move. The entire Konoha was as silent as death, and with a few quick movements. I made it to the cemetery. With my Sharingan activated, I scanned for a long time. Hey, not even a guard was around. No wonder Orochimaru was able to dig up the graves of all the Hokage later. I clapped my hands and exclaimed, Earth-style, burrowing underground, and dove right in. After all, I'm the Uchiha heir, and I can freely learn the forbidden techniques of my clan. A C-rank jutsu is a piece of cake. Once I reached the edge of the coffin, I pulled out a sealing scroll. With a smooth series of movements, I swiftly sealed the bodies of the Fourth Hokage and his wife into my scroll. Then, I took out 2 unfortunate corpses that I had prepared earlier from another scroll and placed them back. After finishing all this, I patted my backside and slipped away without anyone noticing. It's all about professionalism. The next day, while I was still on the road, I received a message from my shadow clone. Sure enough, the Konoha F4 had called a meeting. In a conference room, the third Hokage sat in the middle, trying to look profound, while Danzo, that old schemer, was the first to jump up and accuse us Uchiha of being behind the Nine Tails incident. My clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, exploded right on the spot, banging the table and shouting louder than anyone else. Danzo, you slanderer. He looked like he was ready to fight. And what happened? It was useless. Danzo immediately countered with, then why did your security force react so slowly at that time? This left Fugaku speechless. Then Danzo threw out his trump card, suggesting that the entire Uchiha clan be relocated to the most remote corner of the village for easier surveillance. This was it. The Nara clan shook their heads, and Dingswa looked confused, but those 2 old geezers, Mito Gate Yin and Uchiha Kamatsu, actually nodded in agreement. What about the third Hokage? He started to mediate again, saying that for the greater good, some sacrifices needed to be made. Sacrifices? Sacrifice your grandma's leg. Fugaku was left dumbfounded, and in the end, he actually agreed. He actually backed down. He sat down and said something about hoping the village remembers that we did not betray Konoha. The way he said it was so weak that I wanted to rush back and slap him twice. When the news returned to the clan, the members exploded. Iron Fire and the others shouted that they wanted to rebel. They couldn't just let themselves be slaughtered. As a result, Fugaku started again, being calm, deliberating, and saying to trust him. Trust him? What a joke. Placing hope on such a weakling. ISNT that just plain crazy? So I had already run away. Just when I was troubled about how to solve the big problem of the corpse demon sealing technique, suddenly a light bulb went off. Specialization is key. This technique is a sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. So I need to find someone from the Uzumaki clan to unravel it. Others might not know where to look. But how could I not? This is the time to use the benefits of being a time traveler. I headed straight for the border of the Land of Grass. I knew there were people there I needed. I rushed to the border, and just as I arrived, I heard a heart-wrenching roar of insults. I quietly moved closer to take a look, and there was a scoundrel wearing a straw headband, blood flowing continuously from his arm, yelling at a red-haired woman holding a baby. Fool, hurry up and stretch out your hand. I'll tell you, that woman was so thin she was almost falling apart. But her gaze was stubborn. She looked back at the baby in her arms, and in that moment, her eyes softened immediately, so gentle they could almost drip water. The little one seemed to understand, as if knowing what her mother was about to do, and let go of her tiny hand. But that grass ninja was impatient, stomping his foot on the ground, shouting, "What are you stalling for? Are you deaf? Family, who understands?" With that little bit of external injury, on a normal day, a band-aid would be considered a waste. Yet now he had to make such a scene, purely a psychological pervert wanting to bully the former noble of the Land of Waves, seeking a sense of existence. That woman, Rin, was being tortured by these bastards to the point of becoming a shell of herself, with no strength left. That grass ninja cursed and rushed over, not using his hands, but directly biting into Rin's arm. I was furious at that moment. Was he treating her like a portable charger? One with a blood-sucking function. Even more astonishing, the wound on that bastard's arm visibly began to heal. Rin was shivering in pain, her voice hoarse, still pleading with him. "Please, give me something to eat. I have no milk, the baby." Xiangling is almost starving. Guess what happened next? That bastardess injury healed and emboldened, his eyes glinting with greed. He leered, "Food? Just healing ISNT enough? I have other needs." Saying this, he shoved Rin down to the ground. Rin fell with a muffled grunt, but still tightly protected the child in her arms, screaming, "Don't touch my daughter." Tears streamed down her face. I was thinking, what are we waiting for? If we keep waiting, we'll have to pay to watch. just as that beast's hand was about to touch the clothes. I coldly spoke up. You really are a beast. My voice wasn't loud, but that bastard instantly froze, turned around sharply, and saw me standing at the door wearing a mask. He was so scared that his voice trembled. You? Who are you? I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I instantly closed the distance and got right in his face. He didn't even have time to react as I grabbed his throat and lifted him up like a chick, then slammed him hard against the wall with a loud bang. The wall even cracked. Bullying defenseless women and children. And you dare to call yourself a ninja? I stared into his eyes, which were bulging from lack of oxygen, then drew my katana and swiftly slashed at his neck. With a splatter, blood gushed out like a fountain. I let go of him, and he slid down like a pile of mush. Done. I sheathed my knife and turned around, looking at the petrified mother and daughter in the corner. I took off my mask, pulled out some dry rations and milk from the scroll, and handed them over. Don't be afraid. Eat something first. She hesitated for a moment, but still took it. Watching her daughter drink the milk, she herself wolfed down a few bites and finally seemed to recover a bit. She looked up at me, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. Why did you save us? I'll be straightforward. I need you to do something for me. Moreover, I have some connections with the Land of Rivers. With that, I directly activated my 3-Tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan? You're from the Uchiha clan of Konoha? She was surprised. Those eyes are a hallmark in the ninja world. I am Uchiha Dōhō. If you have nowhere to go, come with me. She hesitated a bit since the fall of the Land of Rivers was closely related to Konoha, but then she thought, can it really get any worse than it is now? So she nodded. All right, we'll go with you. But then she immediately added, however, my chakra is sealed, so I can't escape it all. Saying this, she lifted her clothes, revealing a circle of strange purple runes wrapped around her abdomen. Who did this? I asked. It was Yue, an elder from the grass village. All right, the goal is clear. I made them wait and sneaked into the grass ninja village under the cover of night. I casually found a patrolling unlucky guy, cornered him in the restroom, activated my Sharingan, and used a Jinjutsu. Where does the elder live? What does he look like? How many people are in his family? The guy spilled everything like he was reading a menu. Once I got the information I needed, I directly erased his memory. When he came out, he looked completely bewildered, having no idea he had just been a traitor. I thought to myself, what kind of defenses could an elder from a small grass ninja village have? It felt like going home. I easily slipped into his courtyard and made my way to the bedroom. The old man was sleeping soundly. I crouched by his bed, activated my kaleidoscope Sharingan, and whispered, look in my eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he instantly became my puppet. Fire release. Heavenly prison seal technique, release. I commanded. Come on. Even the Mizukage could be toyed with by Obito's single-eyed kaleidoscope. Did this little village elder think he could resist? He immediately divulged all his secrets. This fire release, heavenly prison, was quite insidious. Anyone struck by this technique would be burned alive by the flames inside them as soon as they gathered chakra or left the grass ninja village's range. Adopting the spirit of taking advantage of every opportunity, I downloaded all the ninjutsu he knew from his mind like free Wi-Fi. I couldn't help but scoff at how foolish these grass ninjas were, holding onto a character of SSR level like the Uzumaki clan, yet only using them as a healing package. It was like using a Lamborghini for farming, wasting a treasure. Having obtained what I wanted, I quietly slipped back. As soon as I entered the house, I told Huali the release method. You do it yourself, I said coldly. She was taken aback, probably not expecting me to be so direct. I looked at her. What I needed was a sealing master who could stand on her own, not just a healer who followed behind. My strategy was to cultivate a capable teammate. Huali took a deep breath and began to try. I pulled out a large bucket of water from the scroll, just in case she failed and caught fire, so I could cool her down physically at the first moment. In the tense atmosphere, Huali was sweating profusely. Suddenly, a faint purple light enveloped her. Wow. Her Kagaya's Byakugan had awakened. With this external boost, the structure of the seal became as clear as a construction blueprint in her eyes. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she quickly formed hand seals. A few seconds later, with a crack, the seal shattered. I couldn't help but exclaim in my heart, as expected of the Uzumaki clan, quite impressive. Next, I prepared to make a run for it. I didn't waste any time and immediately created 2 shadow clones, one carrying the flower pair and the other holding the child. My main body stayed behind to cover us. We moved like ghosts in the night, darting across the rooftops, while the sentries of the grass ninja village were as useless as decorations. We quietly slipped out of the village. Standing outside the village, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that I was afraid of those weaklings. It was mainly because my identity was sensitive. If a fight broke out with the grass ninja village and I got caught by that old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen, It would complicate my bid for the Hokage position. Plus, using the Manjiki Sharingan is a one-time deal, and I couldn't waste it on them. A reckless man, without the protagonist's halo, doesn't he live long? Let us go to your hometown first. My plan starts from there. The scene shifted, and we arrived in the land of wind, Sunagakure. Here, the yellow sand was everywhere, and the environment was harsh. A woman named Yakura was walking down the street with her apprentice, and the villagers crowded around them like they were seeing an idol. It was Lady Yakura, the hero of the village. Yakura was the ace of Sunagakure, a wielder of the Scorch-Release bloodline limit, and had made significant contributions during the Third Shinobi World War. She was beautiful, gentle in personality, and strong in power, simply a perfect character. Her apprentice, June, was like a little fangirl, filled with admiration. However, in the Kage Tower, the Fourth Hokage, Arsuna, watched Yakura being adored by the crowd below, his face turning green with jealousy, blatant jealousy. He had become Kazekage thanks to his magnetic release, but in terms of popularity and military achievements, he was overshadowed by Yakura. At that moment, the higher-ups of Sunagakure were holding a meeting in the Kazekage's office. We must end the war as soon as possible. Arsuna set the tone as soon as he spoke. But we are simultaneously fighting a Wagakure and Kirigakure. It's a military taboo. The high-ranking officials argued heatedly, all believing that fighting on two fronts was tantamount to seeking death, but they had no good solutions. Arsuna looked at his trusted aide. Maki, what does Kirigakure say? Maki stood up. They can stay out of our decisive battle with a Wagakure, but they have one condition. What condition? They want Yakura's life. What? The meeting room exploded. No, Yakura is our hero. The officials couldn't comprehend. One moment she was the pride of the village, and the next, she was a bargaining chip. This workplace backstab was textbook level. When Chiyo, the old lady, spoke, the room fell silent. Arsuna slowly said, everyone, make your choice. Sacrifice one Yakura for absolute advantage over a Wagakure, or prepare to be besieged by two major ninja villages and face the destruction of our entire village. Was there even choice? The high-ranking officials, who were just filled with righteous indignation, suddenly changed their tune. For the village, I believe Yakura will understand. This is a necessary sacrifice. So it was decided. After the meeting, Arsuna immediately called for Yakura. Kazekage-sama, did you call for me? Yakura knelt on one knee, looking loyal. Arsuna turned his back to her, putting on a deep expression. Yakura, I have an S-rank secret mission for you. It concerns the outcome of our battle with a Wagakure. Yakura perked up at once. I need you to go to Kirigakure and persuade them to remain neutral. Arsuna's voice was filled with temptation. Without a second thought, Yakura, thinking only of relieving the village's burden, immediately accepted this death mission. Kazekage-sama, I promise to complete the mission. Good, set off immediately, and don't alert anyone, Arsuna urged. Watching Yakura leave without a doubt, his face flashed with a hint of guilt, quickly replaced by coldness. He gazed out at the swirling sandstorm outside and murmured to himself, don't blame me, Yakura. For the village, someone has to make sacrifices. And what about Yakura, the one treated as a sacrifice? Let me tell you, she was blissfully walking right into the trap, completely unaware that she was about to be eliminated. The scene shifted again, and we looked to the other side. Ever since our protagonist Uchiha Dōhō rescued the Uzumaki mother and daughter from the Grass Ninja Village, their lives have been nothing short of delightful. It was as if they had jumped directly from hell difficulty to vacation mode. Back in the Grass Ninja Village, they were like human power banks, constantly drained of energy, with no rights or dignity. But now, everything was handed to them on a silver platter. The child had a dedicated nanny, and she just had to sit back like a queen. However, this lady felt uneasy. After all, she was used to hardship. Sitting in the swaying sedan chair, clutching a ceiling scroll, her palms were sweaty as she cautiously leaned out her head and asked Dōhō, who was walking beside her, Dōhō-sama, don't you think we're being too conspicuous? Let me tell you, this guy wasn't idle either. He was walking while playing with a water ball one-handed, chakra spinning wildly in his palm, and the water ball exploded with a bang. Yes, that's right. He was practicing that ball-rolling technique. Hearing Huwali's question, he didn't even look up and impatiently replied, Sis, stop wasting time and hurry up and study. Your progress in learning is directly related to the lives of my entire clan. Got it? Goodness. In order to make Huwali focus on studying the sealing techniques and the scrolls, Dōhō practically treated her like a revered ancestor. As soon as they entered the city, he bought all kinds of delicious food and supplements, even used a Sharingan to hypnotize a few strong men to carry the palanquin, plus a wet nurse specifically to feed Xiangling. This service was simply at a Heideleo level. now that they had arrived in the land of whirlpools. How is your research on sealing techniques going? Dōhō stopped, his expression serious. Kuwali quickly leaned out of the palanquin and knelt down, filled with gratitude. Lord, your scrolls are amazing. The Uchiha clan truly is the #1 noble family in the ninja world. I've gained so much. All right, stop with the flattery. Dōhō waved his hand. Sister, you're an adult now. You don't think this is charity, do you? I understand. I'm just your best tool. I'll do whatever you ask. Kuwali lowered her head, feeling quite humble. But let me tell you, this guy got distracted for a moment. With an unintentional glance, he happened to see Kuwali kneeling, her kimono's collar wide open, revealing her. TSK, and coupled with the mature charm she had after giving birth. Especially that curve, it was simply breathtaking. Dōhō felt his throat go a bit dry. After all, he was a 16 or 17-year-old lad, full of vigor, who understands family matters, right? He quickly cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and said sternly, Ahem, what I need is your talent, the talent for sealing techniques. Got it. We're almost there. And you'll know what to do then. Where are they going? Back to Kuwali's hometown, the land of whirlpools, to find an Emiya hall of the Uzumaki clan, which stored various evil spirit masks. Dōhō was carrying a big treasure, a scroll sealing the Fourth Hokage and half of the Nine Tails. That was his trump card. Just then, Kuwali suddenly shouted, Lord Dōhō, wait. In the valley ahead, at 11 o'clock, there are ninjas fighting. Damn, the impressive ones are here. Even Dōhō didn't notice the chakra fluctuations, and yet Vortex Hualing discovered it first. This sensing ability is simply a human radar. You all hide well. I'm going to take a look. Dōhō instantly created a shadow clone to protect them, while his main body disappeared in a flash. When he arrived at the valley, good grief, a betrayal drama was unfolding. A group of mist-hidden Umbu was surrounding a woman, and as soon as I looked, isn't that the hero from Sunagakure, Shikuten Yakura? I could hear the mist ninjas whispering, Boss, why not make a move on our turf? Of course, Sunagakure said we had to do it like IWA ninjas. This wave is called the art of shifting blame. Hey, they say we are the blood mist, but those from Sunagakure sell out their own without batting an eye. Trading a hero's life for peace, this business is incredible. As soon as Yakura entered the valley, she felt something was off, and dozens of dark figures instantly surrounded her. She still wanted to salvage the situation and shouted, I'm here to negotiate on the orders of the Fourth Hokage. The mist captain laughed directly. Negotiate? Little sister, are you still half asleep? Your village sold you out. Attack. Countless shurikens rained down. Yakura reacted quickly, clapping her hands. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce wind rose, making the shurikens clang chaotically. But her heart had already sunk. Looking at this situation, how could she not understand? Why are you destroying peace? She was still making her last struggle. Ha ha, Sunagakure's hero. You were sold out by the village you protected with your life. Next year, on this day, will be your death anniversary. As soon as those words came out, Yakura exploded. That beautiful face twisted instantly, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Roshin, you tricked me. Shikuten, oversteam kill. Her rage hit the max. Huge fireballs the size of basins were hurled out like they were free. The temperature in the entire valley skyrocketed in an instant. The mist-side was not to be underestimated either. Water release, water barrier, water and fire clashed, steam engulfing the whole area. In the chaos, a muscular man charged out from the side, bones protruding from his arm like blades. It's from the Kagaya clan. With a clang, Yakura blocked with a shuriken, her arm going numb from the impact. But the girl was really tough, countering with a quick attack, feigning an opening to trick her opponent, and launching a small fireball right to the face, sending that Kagaya flying. At that moment, the most disgusting scene unfolded. Her sand ninja teammate shouted, Lady Yakura, I'm here to help you, and then stabbed her with a shuriken. It pierced straight into her back. At that moment, Yetsong froze. She turned back in disbelief, looking at her own teammate, her eyes filled with shock, anger, and finally despair. Why? The sand ninja turned away, unable to look at her. I'm sorry, Yetsong-sama, this is the village's order. This stab was harsher than all the attacks from Kirigakure combined. Yetsong's legs went weak, blood gushing down her back, but she gritted her teeth and refused to fall. The surrounding Kirigakure shinobi pounced on her like sharks smelling blood. Scorch release, flame control. Yetsong roared, a massive fire barrier erupting around her, roasting several approaching Kirigakure ninjas into jerky. But it was useless. She was too heavily injured, her chakra nearly depleted. Completely at her limit. The Kirigakure captain commanded his subordinates to use the grand waterfall technique to drain her energy, and her movements became slower, her vision starting to darken. One Kirigakure ninja seized the opportunity, slashing a knife across her shoulder, while another kunai opened a wound on her calf. Finally, one Kirigakure ninja kicked her in the stomach, and Yetsong flew out like a broken sack, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. She tried to get up, but her fingers could only claw at the dirt, her consciousness growing fainter. Her mind was like a movie playing, filled with scenes of her fighting desperately for the village, and her disciple Wan's smiling face. But now all of this had become a joke. Unwilling. I really am unwilling, she screamed in her heart. The Kirigakure captain walked over with a cold smile, waving his hand. Prepare, 1,000 blades piercing the heart. Countless shuriken were aimed at the fallen Yetsong, glinting coldly. You all have given me a good show. At this critical moment, a shadow fell from the sky. Uchiha Dōhō stomped heavily on the back of that traitorous sand ninja, and, with a crunch, the guy collapsed without even a scream. Who? The Kirigakure captain was startled. Dead people don't need to know my name. Dōhō's voice was as cold as ice. Crazy. Get him. The Kirigakure captain didn't take him seriously at all, issuing orders for a storm of shuriken to rain down on Dōhō and the fallen Yetsong. Susanoo. Dōhō roared, and I tell you that scene. A towering black-purple skeletal figure suddenly rose up. All the shurikens struck it, as if scratching an itch, ringing out like a cacophony. All the Kirigakure ninjas were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping. What kind of monster is this? Do you all want to dance too? Dōhō stood atop Susanoo's head, his gaze no different from looking at a bunch of ants. You think this is the end? Not yet. This guy continued to ramp up the power. And with a hum, the lower half of Susanoo and its armor emerged, wielding a giant blade several dozen meters long. It was like summoning a giant. Who could withstand that? Sharingan. Uchiha, you're from Konoha. The Kirigakure captain's voice broke in fear. Do you want to provoke a war between Kirigakure and Konoha? War? Do you think anyone from your side will live to return and report today? Dōhō sneered. Taste this. Susanoo swung down a sword, and I tell you, that was not ninjutsu. That was a natural disaster. Wherever the sword energy went, the earth cracked, and trees shattered. Kirigakure's water and earth techniques were like paper in front of this sword, instantly causing heavy casualties. Yetsong on the ground was stunned, murmuring, "Is it a god? Come and save me." Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Dōhō didn't give them a chance to breathe, and Susanoo opened its mouth to unleash a sea of flames, directly evaporating the remaining Kirigakure ninjas along with their water dragon bullet. The Kirigakure captain watched this scene of divine battle, utterly collapsing. Impossible. Why is Konoha intervening? Go to hell with your questions. Dōhō controlled Susanoo, stabbing his sword through the captain's chest. The remaining Kirigakure ninjas were terrified, scattering in all directions. But how could they escape? Susanoo stepped forward, cutting them down like grass. One sword for each, one sword for a group. In the blink of an eye, the entire valley was left with only corpses, not a single survivor. One Kirigakure ninja, fortunate enough to have survived, collapsed on the ground, looking at Dōhō's figure, trembling as he spat out a few words. Devil. This is a devil. Dōhō simply expressionlessly raised his hand, wiping the blood that seeped from the corner of his eye due to exertion, coldly saying, "It's time to clean up." I tell you, the moment the words "clear the field" came out of his mouth, the scene was incredibly clean and decisive. Behind him, that big blue giant, wow, instantly grew 2 more arms, transforming into a 4-armed demon. 2 hands steadily pulled back a large bow exuding black mist, while the other 2 held up 2 massive shields, seamlessly combining offense and defense. It was simply unreasonable. Then, with a whoosh, the arrow trailing a black flame tail shot out like a cruise missile equipped with GPS, piercing through 3 fleeing mist ninjas and stringing them together like candied hawthorns. But that wasn't the end. The force of the arrow didn't diminish at all, and with a bang, it slammed into a distant cliff. Boom! A scorched pit over 10 meters in diameter was born just like that. The entire valley fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, with only the buzzing sound of chakra left from the disappearing blue giant. Yitsong was completely dumbfounded, collapsing into a pool of blood, staring blankly at the bloodstain seeping from Dōhō's eye corner due to excessive force, resembling tears of blood. The scene shifted to that night, when we found a place to camp near the old territory of the Uzumaki clan. Those hired porters and wet nurses had already had their memories wiped and were sent away by Dōhō using the Sharingan. Now only a few core members remained. Do-Hwan, Uzumaki Hwali, and her little Xiangling in her arms, along with me, the newcomer, and that half-dead sand ninja. Do-Hwan sat by the campfire, roasting corn with boredom, and asked Sister Hwali, "Tomorrow we'll reach the Namiya Hall. Are you mentally prepared?" Sister Hwali, holding the child, replied timidly, "I'm ready, but that adult's injury. It's fine as long as he doesn't die," Do-Hwan said, taking a bite of corn, casually glancing at me and the dazed sand ninja beside him. "By the way, I've already formatted that sand ninja over there. Don't let him die, or I'll have to catch another one, which is quite troublesome." He asked the lucky audience for our operation, an important consumable. I couldn't help but feel my eyelids twitch. Wow, he's even mentioning the supplies. This guy is really not putting on any act at all. I'm feeling emo right now. And Hwali handed me some snacks. I don't have much of an appetite, so I asked Do-Hwan, "Why did you save me?" Do-Hwan paused for a moment, then smiled. And that smile made me uneasy. "Why? I can't stand wasting resources. With your strong fire escape technique. It would be such a pity to die out here in the wilderness." "Is that it?" I frowned. This reason sounds too capitalist. "I'm a sand ninja, your enemy." "Enemy?" Do-Hwan stood up directly, walked in front of me, and looked down at me. That sense of oppression was overwhelming. "Who understands? Family? What era are we in? Still clinging to village identity? Don't you realize how your village has treated you? They sold you as a pawn to the Mist Village. Do you really think you deserve to serve such a boss?" Every word he said pierced my heart like a knife. The scenes of betrayal replayed in my mind. My face turned pale, and my lips trembled. "Work with me." His voice suddenly became particularly magnetic, like a midnight radio emotional host. "I'll give you a new platform, a place where you can fully realize your talent. Here, there is no betrayal, only building a career." I was in a mental battle, torn between two choices. What if I refuse? I gritted my teeth and asked, "You've already seen the power of a god, haven't you?" Do-Hwan didn't answer directly, but instead started to ramp up the intensity. The three-tomo in his eyes began to spin, transforming into that eerie six-pointed star kaleidoscope. You saw that giant blue figure during the day, right? In front of it, those mist ninjas are no different than paper. Behind him, the blue Susanu's phantom flickered in and out, the oppressive force making it hard for me to breathe. "Do you smell the burning?" He picked up a burnt corn on the cob, and when the higher-ups of Sand Village treat you like firewood, they don't ask if it's hot or not. "But here with me, you are the one playing with fire." A flame burst from his fingertip, and the corn husk instantly turned to ashes. "We will burn this decaying system of one nation and one village to the ground. Establish a truly fair new order, where heroes no longer bleed or weep." As he spoke, his giant Susanu hand reached out, and the azure chakra flames gently flickered, surprisingly healing the wounds on my arm at a visible speed. He leaned close to my ear and whispered in a voice only we could hear, "See, decaying things should be burned clean like this." The next day, we arrived at the ruined temple of the Uzumaki clan, called the Namiantang. Wow, it was so desolate that you'd need a navigator just to find your way in, and you'd still come out crying for your mom. Sister Hwali held Xiangling in her arms, standing in front of the ruins, deeply moved. Do-Hwan kicked open the creaky door, and a musty smell that had been sealed for who knows how many years rushed out. The walls were adorned with a bunch of grotesque masks that looked like they were drawn by a ghost. Sister Hwali took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and activated a divine vision, scanning the area. A few seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes and pointed at the most twisted smiling mask in the top middle. "Found it. It's the Death God mask." She carefully took down the mask, and as soon as she touched it, her whole body shivered, saying it felt like a bunch of sealing technique knowledge from the Uzumaki clan was being poured in her brain, like downloading a compressed file. "All right, the main event is here." Do-Hwan unsealed the body of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, from the scroll and placed it on the ground. Then, that vacant-eyed sand ninja puppet was pushed forward. Do-Hwan slapped the Death God mask onto the sand ninja's face. "Concentrate chakra, summon the Death God." Sister Hwali shouted from the side. The sand ninja began to mechanically hand sign, and I tell you, when that chilling wind blew, a massive, ghostly figure dressed in tattered clothes, with a short knife in its mouth, emerged from behind him. The Death God had arrived. It directly possessed the sand ninja. "Now open him up," Do-Hwan commanded. The controlled sand ninja trembled as he picked up a kunai and, facing the Death God's phantom on his stomach, made a swift slash. With a sound like a thrilling blind box being opened, a cloud of black smoke erupted, and two glowing souls burst out. One was a handsome blonde guy, and the other, a huge pitch-black fox. The Nine Tails, Minato Namikaze. They both emerged. Of course, That sand ninja puppet was immediately devoured by the death god, collapsing lifelessly on the ground. This was the price. I understood that. Do-Hwan looked at the nine-tailed soul that had been unsealed from Minato's body, his hands trembling with excitement, unable to hide the ecstatic expression on his face. Finally, the first step is complete. He took a breath and turned to Sister Huali, giving her a command with a terrifyingly fervent look in his eyes. Next, seal it into my body. Sister Huali's face turned pale. This is too dangerous. What if? No, what if? Do-Hwan interrupted her directly, the six-pointed star kaleidoscope suddenly lighting up, chakra erupting explosively. I've waited too long for this. Just the nine tails? You think it can compete with my kaleidoscope? We immediately relocated to a spacious valley. Sister Huali sat cross-legged, beginning to the last 8 trigram seal on Minato's body. As soon as the seal broke, with a loud bang, a huge black fox, obscuring the sky, burst forth, howling to the heavens. I have returned. The sound waves shook the entire valley, causing rocks to tumble down. And guess what Do-Hwan said? He still had the mood to complain to me. This fox's fur color is a bit dark. Did it not get its tan right? I wanted to say, bro, what are you still worrying about at a time like this? The nine-tailed saw it was another Uchiha, and got furious. Some might ask, why not use Jinjutsu to control it directly? How naive, my friend. This kind of thing can't be easily handled by just any Sharingan. It has to be of the caliber of Madara. For someone like Do-Hwan, you must first beat him into submission. Only then does the conquered territory taste sweet. In the next moment, Do-Hwan exploded, the Sharingan spinning wildly, and the blue Gundam rose from the ground. Nine Tails, your power is impressive, but now it belongs to me. And then it was a battle of gods. The Nine Tails swung its tail, and Susanoo blocked it with a massive sword. When Susanoo shot arrows, the Nine Tails unleashed tailed beast bombs. The two colossal beings exchanged blows, turning the valley into a scene resembling the surface of the moon. I was hiding behind Sister Hualin, holding Xiangling, feeling dumbfounded, as if the ninjutsu I practiced for half my life was just child's play in front of them. After another earth-shattering clash, the entire world fell silent for a moment. The Nine Tails had several deep wounds, blood flowing profusely. Do-Hwan's Susanoo armor was tattered, and its light had dimmed significantly. Do-Hwan himself was shaken to the core, blood streaming from his eyes. But he became even more excited, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking utterly deranged. He shouted to Sister Hualin, "Get ready. Watch my final move." I saw his blue giant Gundam suddenly bring its hands together, and then pull apart, as 8 glowing blue Magatama appeared out of thin air, forming a string. "Nine Tails!" Do-Hwan roared, controlling Susanoo to violently fling those 8 Magatama out. The 8 Magatama shot through the smoke like blue shooting stars, trailing long light tails, tearing through everything with an overwhelming momentum, and fiercely smashed toward the slightly dazed Nine Tails. I tell you, at that moment, the Nine Tails had a flicker of fear in its eyes, but this guy was stubborn. As a tailed beast, its pride forced it to conjure an even larger tailed beast bomb, preparing for a head-on clash. But our main character, Uchiha Dōhō, would he let you succeed? His left eye's 6-pointed star Sharingan was spinning like a high-speed motor, I tell you. It was so fast that you could barely see the patterns. He let out a roar from his throat and unleashed his ultimate technique, divine passage and reversal. Good heavens. Good heavens. This ocular technique was simply an official cheat, capable of directly manipulating the flow of time. In that instant, a mysterious force slammed into the giant-tailed beast bomb of the Nine Tails. Folks, who understands? One moment the tailed beast bomb was as fast as lightning, and the next moment it was like it had fallen into glue, slowly moving forward, making the whole scene utterly ridiculous. Do-Hwan laughed maniacally at that moment. Seizing the opportunity, the 8 blue Tomo showed no signs of slowing down, piercing through the air with a shriek, boom, boom, boom. All 8 hits landed squarely on the Nine Tails. That scene was something else. The Nine Tails let out a heart-wrenching roar, being blasted away hundreds of meters, crashing into half a mountain, buried under countless rolling stones. But this thing is still the Nine Tails, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Before long, it crawled out from the pile of stones, its amber eyes filled with fire. Its Nine Tails thrashing like steel whips, roaring, "Uchiha brat, your move pales in comparison to Madara's back in the day." Hey, even at this point, it still didn't forget to talk trash. It wanted to gather chakra again, but Do-Hwan's Sharingan glared, casting an illusion that rooted it in place, unable to move. Now's the time. The ever-watching Uzumaki Hualin seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She clapped her hands, and countless golden chakra Chains shot out from her body like a swarm of golden snakes, instantly binding the Nine Tails tightly. This was the Uzumaki clan's signature technique. The adamantine sealing chains, tighter than my credit card bill, and the Nine Tails couldn't struggle at all. Next, Hualin began forming seals. And a huge and complex 8 trigrams sealing pattern slowly appeared above the Nine Tails' head. Yes, the same one as the one on Naruto's belly. The Nine Tails saw this and knew it was finished, letting out one last unwilling roar, but it was useless, as it was gradually drained of energy by the powerful sealing force and absorbed into Dōhō's body. Done and dusted. The entire valley fell eerily silent. Uzumaki Hualin collapsed to the ground, exhausted from chakra depletion, her face pale. As for Uchiha Dōhō, he looked at the seal on his stomach, feeling the earth-shattering power within him, and suddenly burst into wild laughter, filled with satisfaction and madness. Yakura, trembling while holding Xiangling, walked over, and Dōhō turned his head, with a smug expression, saying, "From today on, no one in this world can stop me." Hualin struggled to remind him to take it easy, not to be controlled by the power, but Dōhō interrupted her directly, giving her a promise. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll protect your future." Meanwhile, in Konoha village, the atmosphere was not so good. Late at night, my good brother Uchiha Shursui, dressed in Umbu uniform and wearing a mask, was like a ghost flitting across the rooftops. He had just returned from our Uchiha clan's new settlement, and the anger and despair of the clan members weighed heavily on him. He went straight to the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee to report to the third Hokage. "Lord Third, the emotions of the clan members are very unstable, and their dissatisfaction with the village is growing more serious." The third Hokage looked tired as he raised his head from the pile of documents and asked Shursui if he had any solutions. Shursui's message was simple. The village needed to give some trust, not always treat them like thieves, and let them participate more in village affairs to give them a sense of belonging. The third sighed, saying he understood the reasoning, but that Danzo was always undermining from the shadows, making it difficult for him to handle. After leaving the Hokage's office, Shursui returned to the clan area and heard the sounds of arguing from afar. A group of young clan members were surrounding the clan leader, who was my father, Uchiha Fugaku, arguing about one thing. Should we rebel? Why should we endure this nonsense? My father Fugaku is also in a difficult position. I can only advise everyone to stay calm and say that tearing our relationship with the village won't do any good. Just then, Shursui came over and relayed what the third Hokage had said, mentioning that the Hokage was trying to find a solution. Upon hearing that it was Shursui who had come, everyone reluctantly quieted down. But things were not that simple. Danzo was secretly stirring up trouble, spreading rumors that the Uchiha clan was planning to rebel, making our situation even worse. As a result, more people in the clan couldn't sit still and ran off to join the radical organization led by Dōhō. The One Heart Association. Shursui was extremely anxious and sought out Fugaku to discuss, saying that if this continued, Dōhō and his group would really cause trouble, leading to disaster. He actually had a big move hidden in his heart, Kodo Amitsukami, but he didn't dare to mention it, as the consequences of revealing such a thing would be unimaginable. He could only tell Fugaku that he had a way, but it would take time. To make matters worse, news spread in the village that after the death of the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage planned to return to power without any intention of holding elections. This left the elders in our clan, who had hoped to compete for the position of Hokage and boost our reputation, utterly disheartened. That evening, Shursui found Itachi practicing shurikens alone. At that time, Itachi was only 7 years old, looking very serious. Shursui gently patted his head and earnestly told him that no matter what happened, he should not let hatred blind his eyes. Itachi nodded in understanding, though he seemed only half aware. After Itachi left, Shursui looked up at the night sky, sighed helplessly, and softly said, "Brother, I truly hope that day doesn't come when I'm forced into a corner and have to use Kodo Amitsukami against you." Meanwhile, in a secret room in the Uchiha settlement, Dōhō's One Heart Association was holding a meeting. The room was as noisy as a market, and the vice president, Uchiha Inaho, was shouting at the top of his lungs to restore order. Everyone was chattering away, asking where President Dōhō had gone and why he was absent from such an important meeting. Just as Inaho was about to lose control, the door was slammed open. Uchiha Hakadai, the vice captain of the Konoha security force, walked in. His arrival instantly quieted the room considerably. Hakadai sat down and declared, "Since I have joined the One Heart Association, I will share the same fate as everyone here." This gave everyone a boost of confidence. Hakadai proposed to use his position in the security force to gather intelligence and secretly unite with other dissatisfied factions in the village. As they were discussing, someone suddenly said that the Karasuma clan, which had always had a good relationship with them, had surprisingly sided with Fugaku this time. This news caused an uproar in the room, with various members cursing them as traitors. The topic then shifted to Shursui. Some expressed their confusion about why Dōhō's own brother was constantly speaking on behalf of the village, suggesting that he must have been brainwashed. The more they spoke, the more agitated they became, even starting to question Inaho's leadership capabilities. Just as Inaho was feeling awkward and cornered, the meeting room door was suddenly pushed open again. Uchiha Dōhō entered, exuding a king's return aura, followed by Yakura and Uzumaki Karen. "Looks like everyone is having a heated discussion," he said, and the entire meeting room fell silent. Everyone's eyes lit up, as if they had seen their savior. "Young master, you're finally back." The previously noisy members immediately put on smiles. Dōhō scanned the room, first acknowledging Inaho's hard work, welcoming Hakadai's participation, and then introducing Yakura and Karen as his greatest gains from this trip. When Yakura dispelled his transformation technique and revealed his true form, everyone was stunned. Wasn't he the famous Shikuten user from Sunagakure? How did Dōhō bring him to Konoha? Dōhō didn't explain and directly got to the point. He leaned on the table, exuding a powerful aura. "I just received news that the village is tightening its defenses against us. But that doesn't mean we should back down. Hakadai, your plan is excellent. Let's proceed in that direction and speed up." Finally, he looked sharply at everyone in the room, dropping a heavy bombshell. "Next week, at the South Shrine clan meeting, I will challenge clan leader Fugaku for the position of clan leader. I hope everyone will fully support me." Instantly, everyone stood up in unison, their right hands raised to their foreheads, responding loudly, "Loyalty." Ever since our Uchiha clan was pushed to the corner of the village, even though the area was large, it felt extremely suffocating. That day, Dōhō stood alone in the training ground of the clan, having members of the One Heart Association keeping watch around him, forbidding anyone from approaching. Let me tell you, ever since he crossed over, he had been so busy that he didn't even have time to familiarize himself with the strength of this body. Previously, his fights either ended in a one-hit kill or he directly activated the Manjiki Sharingan. But he knew that when he fought Fugaku next, he absolutely couldn't reveal this trump card. Otherwise, the higher-ups in Konoha would definitely explode. So, he needed to practice his basic skills. He closed his eyes and quickly went through all the jutsu in his mind. Then, he swiftly formed hand seals, Siwei Shun, Haiwuin, fire release, great fireball technique. With a loud boom, a massive fireball shot out from his mouth. The power was sufficient, but Dōhō frowned, noticing a significant problem. The hand seal speed was too slow, half as slow as the original body. That would be fatal in actual combat. It seemed he had to put in some hard work. He thought to himself and began practicing the next technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall rose up. Wind release, great breakthrough. A gust of wind howled out. After practicing these, Dōhō was still not satisfied. He decided to challenge a higher difficulty S-rank jutsu. Fire release, great flame spiral. This technique was Jiraiya's signature move in the game, adding fire attribute chakra to the Rasengan, resulting in explosive power. He focused intently, slowly gathering a rapidly spinning red fireball in his palm, resembling a small sun, buzzing with energy. In the following days, Dōhō locked himself in the training ground, practicing like a madman. You wouldn't believe it, but the Uchiha genes are indeed powerful, combined with his past life experience. In just a few days, he not only completely mastered the strength of his body, but became even stronger than before. On this day, the atmosphere at the Uchiha clan's training ground was tense yet fervent. Let me tell you, this is not just a sparring session. It's like a battle between deities. The opponent is Yetsong, the future hero of Sunagakure, the possessor of the Scorch Release Kekkei Genkai, a ruthless fighter. Without saying a word, she formed a hand seal and came charging at me in an instant. Her speed is like that of a little cheetah, and the kunai in her hand is laced with poison. Oh no, wait, it's infused with fire. Each strike carries Scorch Release chakra, warping the air around us. Wow, she's going all out right from the start, huh? I focus my gaze, lightly tap my toes, and with a cool sideways movement, dodge her fan-shaped fire shuriken. Come on, what kind of scene haven't I seen? I immediately countered with a wind style, great breakthrough, and a gust of wind rushed forward, carrying sand straight into her face. And guess what? She was also a master of wind. Not only did she not dodge, but she also countered with an even larger blaze release fireball, directly colliding passionately with my wind release. The crackling sounds created a scene that, if you didn't know any better, you'd think it was an early fireworks display for the new year. Shortly after, she sent another large fireball my way, but I remained calm, clapped my hands on the ground, and used Earth-style, Earth flow wall. With a rumble, a solid earthen wall shot up from the ground, firmly blocking that fireball. Instantly, a large area of the wall melted, resembling lava, hissing loudly. I have to give her some credit. The power of her fire release is indeed impressive. Taking advantage of the moment when she hadn't caught her breath, I swiftly closed in, my right fist wrapped in wind release chakra, slicing through the air towards her abdomen. Her reaction was absurdly quick, instantly crossing her kunai to block. With a loud thud, the ground beneath us cracked open like a spiderweb. She was pushed back several steps, her arms numb from the impact. But this girl is truly hardcore. Using the momentum from her retreat, she pushed off the ground with her toes and bounced back. She threw 3 shurikens with her left hand, while her right hand sent a kunai straight for my face. This maneuver was simply textbook-level taijutsu. I wasn't idle either. As soon as I drew my katana, we clashed fiercely, creating a cacophony of sounds. Sparks flew, and the air was chaotic. It felt like the entire training ground was about to be torn apart by us. While we were fighting, she suddenly let out a loud shout. Scorch release. Overheating kill. To my surprise, she unleashed a large cloud of high-temperature steam from her mouth, instantly enveloping me. Obstructed vision? Not a chance. My perception is max. I could find her with my eyes closed. I quickly retaliated with fire release, great fire destruction, and a massive fire dragon roared out, colliding with her steam. At that moment, the entire training ground turned into a sea of fire, with waves of heat rolling through, nearly roasting the observing brothers from the One Heart Society. I couldn't keep dragging this out. I took a deep breath, and my chakra exploded. Wind release. Vacuum wave. I unleashed several high-pressure air bullets in rapid succession, shooting them forward. She was also going all out, retreating while infusing her shurikens with scorch release chakra, counter my attack. Amidst the explosive smoke, I formed hand seals again and unleashed earth release. Earth dragon bullet. A giant earthen dragon burst forth, clawing its way toward her. With gritted teeth, she poured all her chakra into her strongest move, scorch release, blazing sun inferno. With a loud bang, my ears buzzed. The earth dragon was instantly melted, but her wave of flames was also dispersed. The immense shockwave knocked her to the ground, while I stood firm like an old dog. I walked over and helped her up. She looked at me, her eyes filled with admiration. Lord Dōhō, I lost. I patted her shoulder. You're already very strong. Let's work hard together. Honestly, this battle was really enjoyable. By nightfall, the Nana's shrine was brightly lit. Let me tell you, the atmosphere was off. It felt suffocating. The Uchiha clan meeting, hosted by that guy Fugaku, was supposed to calm the people, but it turned into a struggle session. Why were we forced into this godforsaken place? An uncle was so angry that he clenched his fists. The police department building has been rebuilt, and we ended up as discarded trash. Why should we bear the blame for the Nine Tails incident? That masked man is the real culprit. As soon as the third Hokage returned, that old man Danzo couldn't even pretend anymore. Who understands our families? The entire venue was filled with resentment, like a pressure cooker ready to explode at any moment. Fugaku stood on the high platform, still talking about how Konoha is our home and the village won't forget us. It almost made me fall asleep. Just then, I stood up, my brothers from the Isen Association behind me. I looked at Fugaku and sneered. Getting better? Clan leader, are you still deceiving yourself? The whole venue instantly fell silent. All eyes focused on me. Fugaku frowned. Dōhō, what do you mean? I took a step forward, my voice echoing throughout the shrine. What do I mean? Look at the Uchiha now, treated like dogs by the village. Our clan members suffering every day, and you just want us to endure. Do you think you're still worthy of being the clan leader? As soon as I said this, the whole place erupted. The Dove's elders pointed at my nose and scolded me, while the Hawkish brothers were like iron fire, standing up to support me. The two sides were arguing fiercely, almost ready to come to blows. Fugaku's face turned green, and he forced himself to ask me, You say I'm unworthy, then what qualifications do you have? Qualifications? I stood tall and proud. What have I been running around for these past few months? It's to find a way out for the Uchiha. I have the determination and the ability to lead everyone out of this predicament. Just as the tension was thick, my good brother Shursui ran out. He first bowed to Fugaku, then looked at me with a troubled expression. Brother, clan leader Fugaku, is trying to maintain peace for the clan and the village. I turned my head to the side, too lazy to pay attention to him. There's no reasoning with him. His mind is full of the ideals of Konoha. and he has long been brainwashed. In the end, it was the elder with the highest rank in the clan who stepped forward and struck his staff. Stop arguing. The Uchiha clan will not allow a split. Since that's the case, you'll fight a match. Whoever wins gets to decide. This is the rule of chaotic times. Well, this proposal was exactly to my liking. Fugaku was silent for a moment, but eventually nodded. All right, I accept the challenge. A flash of brilliance sparked in my eyes as I clasped my fists and said, Chieftain, I apologize for the offense. The night wind howled, and the torches danced wildly. The atmosphere at the Southern Shrine was tense to the extreme. Everyone stepped aside, clearing a space for the two of us. Chieftain Fugaku was at his peak, while Dōhō was only 16, still too young. Indeed, the experience gap was too vast. How could I fight? The crowd murmured, and hardly anyone had faith in me. Even Itachi, who was hiding in the shadows, had a serious look in his eyes. Fugaku launched the first attack, as he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. He gathered strength beneath his feet and shot forward like a cannonball, his hands moving so fast that they left afterimages. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. In the next moment, an overwhelming barrage of fireballs came crashing down on me, the heat rolling in like a rain of flames. Is that it? I scoffed coldly in my heart, activating my 3-tomo Sharingan in an instant. Fugaku's movements appeared to me as if they were in slow motion. I knew he was strong. After all, he was a ruthless survivor of the Third Great Ninja War. But I had a secret weapon. The special sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan meant that even if I drew out the 9-tailed chakra in front of them, the Sharingan wouldn't be able to see it. I quietly channeled the 9-tails chakra, formed hand seals, and shouted, Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. A flame giant dragon, thicker than all his little fireballs combined, roared towards him. With a loud bang, flames shot into the sky, illuminating the entire shrine. Taking advantage of the explosion's smoke, Fujiwara ghosted through, aiming a kunai straight at my throat. Damn, this old man is playing dirty. I leaned back sharply, the kunai grazed my throat, cutting off a few strands of my hair. I quickly drew my katana and clashed with him in a flurry of strikes. This old guy has too much battle experience. Effortlessly using various taijutsu and jinjutsu. Just as I swung my sword, he transformed into a flock of crows, and the next second, he appeared behind me. If it weren't for Tetsuhan shouting a warning, I would have fallen for it. Our 3-tomo Sharingan locked eyes, and we could see the determination in each other's eyes. Today, we must determine a victor. The battle escalated into a frenzy, with fists, feet, and blades moving so fast, it was dazzling. Fujiwara seized an opening and unleashed another big move. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A massive fireball, comparable to a meteor, hurtled towards my face with a world-destroying momentum. Does anyone understand? Although this technique is jokingly referred to online as a zero-kill, zen-like ninjutsu, when it actually comes crashing down on your face, it's no laughing matter. My heart skipped a beat. This old man's mastery of fire techniques is no joke. I rapidly retreated while simultaneously making hand seals. Earth style, Earth barrier. A soil shield etched with runes and glowing orange instantly took shape before me. Boom! The fireball smashed heavily against the earth shield, and the immense impact pushed me, carving 2 deep trenches in the ground. Before I could catch my breath, I completed another seal. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song. Another massive fire dragon, even fiercer than the last, lunged at me with bared fangs and claws. Damn, this is really giving me no way out. I won't hide it anymore. The 9-tails chakra within me surged wildly. I clapped my hands on the ground. Earth style, multiple earth wall. Boom, boom, boom. Several earth walls rose up from the ground, like a fortress, protecting me in the middle. The fire dragon crashed through 2 of my walls before its power slightly weakened. My expression darkened, and I increased my chakra output. Enduring the attack, I blocked it. The onlooking clan members were shocked. Fugaku's gaze at me changed. He must be thinking, how can this kid have chakra like it's free? He hesitated, and I knew he was conflicted about whether to activate his Manjiki Sharingan. But he didn't dare. Once he activated it, it would mean completely tearing apart his relationship with the village. In a battle of skilled fighters, hesitation leads to defeat. I seized this moment of doubt and launched a counterattack. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. An Earth Dragon roared and burst forth from the ground, heading straight for his face. He awkwardly rolled to dodge, but I was already on him, thrusting my katana. His reaction was quick. He instantly cast a jinjutsu on me. Illusion, demon binding technique. In an instant, I felt countless spikes pierce through my body, rendering me immobile. Fugaku thought he had succeeded, just as he was about to counterattack. He saw a smile spread across my face. You lost. The next second, the nine-tails chakra within me broke through the Jinjutsu, and the flaming katana, wrapped in scorching wind, struck fiercely at his chest, sending him flying. Fugaku crashed heavily onto the incense burner, blood splattering everywhere. The arena fell into silence, then erupted with cries of the clan leader. I sheathed my sword and coldly looked at him. It's over, clan leader Fugaku. However, as soon as I finished speaking, the ground beneath my feet suddenly turned into a swamp. My pupils constricted, and I quickly jumped back. The Fugaku I had just struck had transformed into a mass of crow feathers. Another Jinjutsu. I was still in midair when a wave of scorching heat came from behind me. The real Fuji appeared 10 meters away, and a massive fireball was right in front of me. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Damn, this old guy is all about the fake Monkey King. At the critical moment, I slammed my hands on the ground. Earth escape, earth prison technique. A semi-spherical earthen prison instantly enveloped me. The flames crashed against the earthen prison, shaking the entire shrine, and the outer earthen walls turned red and melted in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. Fuyue formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, "Fire escape, heavenly prison flame formation." A towering pillar of fire directly engulfed me along with the earthen prison, turning the area within 100 meters into a sea of flames. It's over. I'm done for. The earthen prison shattered like glass, and I found myself lying in the scalding lava, motionless. President, my people are going crazy with worry. Fuyue was panting heavily, his chakra nearly depleted. But just when he thought he had won, his years of battle instinct sensed something was off. Too late. Earth escape, heart decapitation technique. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ground and dragged him underground, leaving only his head above the surface. The cheers from outside the barrier came to an abrupt halt, and everyone was dumbfounded. The one in the earthen prison was a shadow clone. Someone realized it. You. Before Fuyue could finish his sentence, he saw the me that had been dragged underground also turn into a rapidly dissipating shadow. Good grief, isn't this just a shadow clone? The real me had already flashed behind him. Did you think I was just messing around here? I told you, opportunities come in instant. I swiftly unleashed a top-tier fire release technique from Grass Ninja Village, the Heavenly Prison Fire Sword. A dark, shadowy fire arrow shot straight towards Fugaku's old face. At that moment, he must have felt a jolt in his heart, probably thinking, this madman, is his main body actually hiding in the earth prison? Isn't he afraid of getting himself roasted? Too late. He tried to escape using the body flicker technique, but he was still a beat too slow, and the edge of my fire sword singed him slightly. That was enough. His body tilted, and it looked like he was about to hit the ground hard. Who understands? My friends? How could I let this opportunity slip away? I directly formed a large one with my right hand, the heroic spiral sphere. The purplish-red flames crackled, and it felt like the air was about to burn through. At that moment, I had only one thought. Times have changed, my lord. Fugaku, that old guy, still had some guts, trying to form seals to unleash some Uchiha fire formation at the last moment. But it was useless, my spiral sphere, enhanced with the Nine-Tails experience card. Could he block it with his head? With a loud bang, the fire formation was pierced through like it was made of paper, firmly imprinted on his chest. Fugaku flew away like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground. He lay there looking at the sky, probably realizing that I had held back my strength. Otherwise, he would have already gone to meet the Sage of Six Paths. I tell you, his expression was more one of relief than of defeat. Who wants to take on the burden of being clan leader? It's a lot of pressure, and he could finally take a break. The entire arena was silent. All the clan members had their jaws dropped. After a long while, it finally erupted into chaos. My supporters from the One Heart Association went wild, shouting as if they had already seen me leading the Uchiha to the pinnacle of life. Then, the elder tremblingly walked up, patted my shoulder, and announced that from now on, I was the new leader of the Uchiha clan. In front of everyone, I delivered my inauguration speech with a central message. No one will bully the Uchiha anymore. We will reclaim everything that belongs to us. As soon as I finished speaking, that kid Dawa led the charge, shouting, "Offer our loyalty to the clan leader." Goodness, the scene was something else. Every clan member instantly moved in unison, giving me a standard military salute. Their eyes were filled with fervor, and if someone didn't know better, they might think I had activated some loyalty cheat. Of course, there were always a few unhappy faces in the crowd. That kid Jishue had his fists clenched tightly, his face pale, filled with worry as if the village was about to fall into chaos. And then there was Itachi, hiding in the corner, his young face showing a complex expression as if he were trying to solve a difficult calculus problem, not sure what he was pondering. The next day, as the new official, my first task was to bring gifts to the Fugaka family. When Mikoto opened the door, she was quite polite. Fugaka looked a bit dazed when he saw me, probably not expecting me to have such thick skin, coming to visit right after I just knocked him down the day before. I'll get straight to the point, Uncle Fugaku. We had a fierce fight last night, but it was out of necessity. You know better than I do what the family situation is like right now. As long as we get past this hurdle, I can return the position of clan leader to you at any time. Once I said that, Fugaku's gaze towards me immediately changed. He probably thought I wasn't the kind of headstrong young man without a brain. He sighed and admitted that he indeed wasn't suited to be the clan leader anymore. This mess still had to be cleaned up by us young people. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, I directly slammed the documents onto his desk. Uncle, you are still the captain of the security team, and I have something important to discuss with you. Take a look. How many people have gone missing in the village recently? Fugaku picked it up and immediately furrowed his brow. After all, he was an experienced detective and could tell at a glance. The missing persons were all marginal figures. I nodded, lowered my voice, and dropped the first bomb. I told you, it's the root of Danzo, which Orochimaru took for human experiments. What? Fugaku suddenly stood up. I didn't wait for him to digest it before throwing out the second one, which was the most ruthless. And guess what the experiment is? Would release plus Sharingan. What? Fugaku's face instantly turned green, and he was so angry that he paced back and forth in the room. How dare they touch the bloodline limits of the two founding clans? These people are truly insane. I seized the opportunity. Uncle, this matter cannot be tolerated. I ask you to take the most elite members of the guard and go take down Orochimaru's lair. The villagers need the truth. Fugaku hesitated for a moment. He knew this involved the third Hokage and Danzo, and the risks were enormous, but it was also an opportunity to break the deadlock. Gritting his teeth, he said, all right, I'll do it. I need the 8th Hokage's assistance. No problem. We exchanged a glance, both understanding. I said, Orochimaru is just an appetizer. The real target is Danzo. Fugaku nodded. This old dog, it's time to take him down. I looked at him and asked the crucial question. Uncle, dealing with Orochimaru isn't easy, do you? Have a Mangeki Sharingan? He paused for a moment, then nodded and activated it. Wow, that twisted Tomo looked impressive. I said, what a coincidence, I have one too. Then I revealed my own hexagram. Fugaku was completely convinced now. He turned around and took out an ancient box from a hidden compartment. Inside was half of a key shaped like a Tomo. This is half of the clan leader's key. I'm giving it to you. The other half is with Eldoran. When combined, it can open our Uchiha's treasury of artifacts. I wish you great success in your endeavors. I took the box, feeling heavy in my heart. This move has completely pulled Fugaku onto my side. After leaving the Fugaku household, I sat in the yard, calculating the entire plan. I was clear in my mind that dealing with Orochimaru was just an appetizer. The real target was Danzo, and even more so, the third Hokage behind him. I wanted to pin the blame for the Ninetales incident squarely on Danzo's shoulders. You can't deny, he does have a bit of that cyber echo vibe like that masked man. Both have Sharingan, both possess Hashirama cells, and both are rats in the gutter. Isn't that just the chosen scapegoat? A direct coup would be foolish. I wanted to engage in a battle of wits, completely bringing Sarutobi Hiruzen down politically, ensuring he would never rise again. With this thought, I immediately called out, someone bring Uchiha Shida to see me. After Shida arrived, I entrusted him with the task of investigating Orochimaru, letting him lead the team under Fugaku's command, emphasizing that they must find Orochimaru's lair without alarming him. After arranging all of this, I held the half key that Fugaku had given me, feeling it wasn't enough. I needed to bring out our Uchiha's hidden treasures. So, I went to find Eldoran and obtain the other half of the fan-shaped key. The Elder told me that our Uchiha treasure house was related to the Nico clan. Nico clan? Interesting. Without saying a word, I immediately made the hand seals. Haisu, Yu, Shun, Wei, summoning technique. A blue and white striped ninja cat appeared out of thin air. Goodness, let me tell you, this thing in front of me is simply a walking gas can come to life. With its round body, for short little legs that look like little meat dumplings. It supports its massive frame. Its head is big and round, and its eyes are wide open like copper bells, wearing an expression of arrogance, as if to say, who are you to disturb my sleep? And it actually spoke, its voice lazy and filled with a sense of provocation. Meow, who are you, kid? Why are you summoning me? Cat Taro, meow. I almost burst out laughing. Isn't this just a larger and chubbier version of a British short hair blue and white? I took out my secret weapon from my pocket, a bag of dried fish, waved it in front of it, and said with a smile, "Cat Taro, right? A special product from Konoha. Want to give it a try?" As soon as the aroma wafted out, this little guy's eyes went wide. His nose started sniffing like a vacuum, and he meowed nonstop. That earlier pride was instantly fed to the dogs. Meow. So fragrant. You really giving this to me? Of course, I was just teasing it, asking for a little favor. Meow. What favor? Hurry up and say it. For dried fish. This lord would go all out. It was so anxious that it started running in circles, its tail wagging so fast it looked like it was about to take off. I straightened my expression and said, "Go notify Grandma Cat, saying that Uchiha Dōhō has urgent business with her. Is that it? Simple. Give me the dried fish first." Its paw is already reaching out. I pull my hand back. After the deal is done, this bag is yours, and I'll add another one. Meow. Deal. Goodness. As soon as he heard there was a double reward, this fat cat shot off like a rocket. Its speed was completely inconsistent with its size. And in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. I was just having a good time there, maybe just for a stick of incense's worth of time, when I suddenly felt something was off about the surrounding space. The air started to twist like jelly, the ground beneath my feet was shaking, and the scene before my eyes became blurry. Damn, is this the reverse spirit communication technique? This is the first time I've ever experienced spirit communication. It's quite refreshing. Before I could react, a tremendous pulling force yanked me in. In an instant, I felt weightless, spinning around as if I had been thrown into a washing machine, with the sound of howling wind in my ears. When I finally opened my eyes again, I found myself in a ruin filled with broken walls and remnants. This is the lair of the Nico clan, the empty zone. As soon as I landed, several cats sprang out from the ruins and surrounded me, their gazes incredibly vigilant. Just then, an old woman adorned with cat ears emerged from the shadows. She was short, a bit plump, dressed in a dark kimono. Her face lined with wrinkles, but her eyes were bright, like an eagle's, exuding a wisdom that seemed to see through everything. "Uchiha Dōhō, what are you doing here?" The cat grandmother spoke, her voice hoarse, yet commanding. I slightly bent my body and got straight to the point. "Cat Granny, I'm here to retrieve the artifact of my clan." She squinted her eyes, looked me up and down, and was a bit surprised. "Kid, you've awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan at such a young age? Impressive." My heart skipped a beat. It seems that this cat grandma is indeed a true ally of the Uchiha clan, knowing even the secret that the divine tool requires the Mangeki to use. Just as I was thinking this, a familiar figure squeezed out from the pile of cats. It's Cat Taro. As soon as it saw me, its eyes lit up. "Meow. You're here. Where are my little fish snacks?" I smiled as I took out the dried fish and handed it over. "Here, a promise is a promise." This guy couldn't wait to tear open the package and started showing off, his cheeks puffed up as he ate. It was really delicious. The surrounding cats, drawn by the smell, all gathered around, staring with wide eyes, and a few brave ones even tried to snatch it. Cat Taro instantly fluffed up his fur, growling lowly to protect his food, and it looked like a cat fight was about to break out. I hurriedly shouted, "Stop it," and then took out the remaining dried fish, scattering them like flowers in the sky for everyone to have a share. I even gave a couple of strokes to the cat's head. Now everything was good. The cats each took their dried fish and went to a corner to enjoy, and the world instantly became peaceful. Grandma Cat watched quietly. Her gaze softened a lot, and a slight smile appeared on her lips as she murmured, "This child has a kind heart. No wonder Nico Taro is close to him." Well, obviously, my favorability level just shot up. I seized the opportunity and took out the 2 Magatama keys. "Senior, here are the keys. Please guide me." The old cat lady nodded, turned around, and walked deeper into the ruins, signaling me to follow. As we walked, she suddenly asked, "Aren't you Uchiha the largest clan in the ninja world? Do you still need the power of artifacts?" As soon as I think of the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan in the original work, I can only smile wryly. Yes, Konoha is indeed a deep pool with turbulent undercurrents and too many enemies. The artifact may be our only breakthrough point. Granny Cat led me through a winding path and finally stopped in front of a dark red gate. I touched the key, and the gate opened with a loud rumble. Just as I was about to enter, Granny Cat suddenly pulled me back and said very seriously, "Child, the things inside can determine the rise and fall of your Uchiha clan and even change the entire ninja world, so you must be careful." I solemnly nodded and walked in alone. Inside was a huge space filled with treasures accumulated by the Uchiha clan over hundreds of years. At the deepest part, there was a stone door with our family's fan emblem carved on it. I went up and exerted all my strength to push it, but hey, it didn't budge at all. I was wondering, and suddenly remembered Grandma Cat's surprise at my kaleidoscope, and it clicked in my mind. I took a few steps back, and my chakra exploded instantly. My eyes transformed from the three-tomo pattern spinning rapidly into the six-pointed star kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo, I shouted softly, and a gigantic blue skeletal frame rose from the ground, quickly donning armor. Who understands this, my family? The Gundam is activated. The third stage of Susanoo directly reached the ceiling. The sense of oppression was simply overwhelming. I pressed the giant hand of Susanoo against the stone door, and the entire secret chamber shook violently. The family crest on the door flashed wildly, and then it creaked open forcefully. Behind the door, 3 artifacts floated quietly. In the center was the red glowing Totsuka sword. Beside it was the multicolored Yada mirror, and there was a mirror as deep as a lake, the Yada mirror. Family, ISNT, this the trio of the deity Itachi? I used to think while watching anime that these were just manifestations of Itachi's ocular techniques. But it turns out that the conversation between Snake Uncle and Black Zetsu had already spoiled it. These things actually exist. That old thief Kishimoto just wouldn't give the second pillar this boost. Now, they all belong to me. I directly control Susanoo and perfectly fuse the 3 sacred treasures. With this cheat, I wonder who can stop me in the upcoming coup. It's been several days since I got the sacred treasures, but Konoha village is still in that miserable state. The third Hokage is running around trying to stabilize the situation, and that old 6, Danzo, is jumping around, forming alliances everywhere. The atmosphere in the entire village is extremely tense. But in my home, it's a different story, a peaceful and quiet life. In the tea room, I'm sitting across from Yakumo, drinking tea. She is wearing a bright red kimono, clumsily making tea, clearly not used to it. She used to wear combat gear, but now this fancy outfit is constraining her, making her feel uncomfortable. Lord Dohwan, you don't seem anxious at all, she asked me while pouring the tea. Have you found Orochimaru's laboratory? I took a sip of tea and said slowly soon. What does soon mean? She got anxious. I looked at the tea leaves in the cup and smiled. I mean, you're too anxious. Brewing tea requires patience. Otherwise, the flavor won't come out. Upon hearing this, Itsang got a little annoyed and put down the teapot. I'm asking you about serious matters, and you're here, tasting tea. I'm a ninja, not your tea-serving maid. I shook my head helplessly. See, you're anxious again. I took the teapot and personally brewed her a cup, handing it over. Here, give it a try. She hesitated for a moment, took it, and took a sip. Her eyes brightened, but she still held her ground. I'm not like you rich kids. I can't tell the good from the bad. It feels no different from the black tea from our Sandoran village. I laughed out loud, and the stubborn look on his face was quite cute. All right, let's get down to business. I put away my smile and said, Fuyue and his team have been following Uncle Snake for several days now, but there's been no progress. What do you think? Yitsang frowned and said, how about I give it a try? I'm really good at tracking prey in the desert. I raised my eyebrows. You've only been in Konoha for a few days? Can you compare it to someone who grew up here in the Uchiha clan? Moreover, our team also has Uzumaki Karen, whose Kagura Heart Eye is the strongest sensing technique in the ninja world. Not even a fly flying within dozens of kilometers can escape her gaze. I looked out the window and analyzed. Orochimaru's laboratory is probably in 3 places. First, underground in Konoha or some hidden corner. Second, in the mountains and caves surrounding the village. Third, in the secret base provided to him by Danzo. This place is definitely not far from Konoha, making it convenient for Danzo to control. Yakura listened attentively and asked, which possibility is the greatest? I gave her a mysterious smile and said, do you know the saying about a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows? Actually, snakes are the same. She was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to understand something. I looked at her, lost in thought, and burst out laughing. What significance could I have? I'm just an ordinary villager drinking tea in the death forest. It was eerie and damp. Heirin, filled with excitement, ran over to Fugaku and whispered, Captain Fugaku, we found it. They had been worn out during this time. Fugaku led a team to keep a close watch on Orochimaru, while Hachi and Heirin led another team to search the surrounding area of Konoha thoroughly. Now, they finally had results. What's the situation? Fugaku's eyes sharpened instantly. Heirin quickly reported, there's a cave to the 7 o'clock direction, with a strong chakra response and quite a few people inside. The entrance is completely sealed. If it weren't for my Kagai as Byakugan, we wouldn't have discovered it at all. Fugaku furrowed his brows tightly. He had just tracked Orochimaru to where he disappeared nearby, and now they had a lead. He immediately ordered, Everyone hide and approach slowly. Don't alert them. Everyone crept forward like ghosts and discovered that the cave entrance was perfectly camouflaged with vines and stones. Fugaku observed that the sealing technique at the entrance was extremely complex. Should we go in? Hachi asked quietly, but Fugaku decisively waved his hand, no retreat. It's not the right time yet. The group silently withdrew back to their clan's territory. That night, Hachi came to report to me. I was still awake, reading a scroll. He told me everything about the discovery of the cave in detail. I listened but fell into deep thought. Everything is going too smoothly to be normal. Is Orochimaru really that easy to track? If he were that weak, he would have been crushed by pain long ago after his defection. Suddenly my mind buzzed, and a thought flashed through, instantly connecting everything together. I have been ignoring one point, with Orochimaru being so intelligent. Why does he have to capture people in Konoha for experiments? There are plenty of places and materials outside the village, and with Danzo providing cover for him, the risks would be much lower. This time, Orochimaru is actually playing a very new resignation game. He deliberately wanted the third Hokage to discover his secret base. After failing to compete for the position of the fourth Hokage and watching the third Hokage return to power, he had long lost hope in Konoha. This village only restrains his pursuit of immortality and truth. He just wanted to take this opportunity to sever ties with Konoha, to defect in a legitimate manner, and from then on, have the freedom to leap in the sea and fly high in the sky. And guess what? He actually succeeded, and he did it right in front of all the high-ranking officials of Konoha, putting on a spectacular show of the year. Let me tell you, that day in the Hokage office, the atmosphere was extremely tense. It had only been a month since the Nine-Tails incident. The third Hokage had returned to his position, and he called all the high-ranking officials for a meeting. I took a glance, and to my surprise, the newly appointed Uchiha clan leader, a young man named Dīhan, was also present, exuding a strong aura. The third Hokage, smoking a cigarette, slowly began to speak, roughly saying that he would be going on a business trip to the Daime to handle his reinstatement procedures, and that the affairs of the village would be entrusted to a few elders and the clan leader for now. As soon as those words were said, Danzo's face turned green. He had originally thought that with the fourth Hokage gone, the position of Hokage should naturally fall to him. But the third Hokage had snatched it away. Who wouldn't he be angry in that situation? His hand holding the teacup was shaking, and his gaze was so dark it could drip water. At that moment, Uchiha Dīhan, unfazed, started clapping enthusiastically, showering compliments. I believe that under the leadership of the third Hokage, Konoha will surely achieve new glory. The will of fire will never go out. This directly broke Danzo's defenses. He slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Dīhan's nose, and started to berate him. Uchiha Dīhan, how did a young man like you become a clan leader? Did you use some underhanded means? I tell you, Dōhō was so calm and relaxed, took a sip of tea, and leisurely replied, our Uchiha internal election is none of your business. The village agreed to it. Do you have any objections? Danzo sneered and continued to pick a fight. What about the security team? The captain has always been the Uchiha clan leader. Why aren't you taking that position? You didn't report to the village, did you? Dōhō smiled. I'm not taking it. Elder Fugaku is still the captain. He's just busy with an important matter lately. So I'm here to hold a meeting for him. What important matter? I see it's treason. Danzo pressed on. Who understands the family matters? Dōhō was waiting for this exact phrase. He stood up directly, took out a report, handed it to the third Hokage, and then threw out a bombshell. I was just about to report to Lord Third. Orochimaru is conducting human experiments in the village. He even tampered with the body of the first Hokage. Boom! I tell you, when these words came out, the entire office exploded. The two elders dropped their teacups in shock. Narashikaku was there observing with a calm demeanor, but inside he was probably already playing out an 800-episode palace drama. The third Hokage picked up the report, saw the word Senju cells, and his hand started to shake. Danzo still wanted to be stubborn. Saying something like this is slander. You want to stage a coup, right? Don't think I don't know your security team has been moving frequently lately. As a result, Dōhō directly opened fire, pointing at his nose and scolding. Old dog, what are you barking about? The Hokage hasn't said anything yet, and it's your turn as a guard dog to yap? Are you feeling guilty? That's enough. The third Hokage finally exploded, slamming the table. But when he glanced at Danzo's dark and hollow eyes, his tone immediately softened, and he started to smooth things over. Cough, this matter is serious. Just based on this report isn't enough. We need to deliberate further. The other two elders quickly tried to mediate, emphasizing to minimize the situation. Dōhō sneered in his heart. thinking they could just brush this off? No way. He had already arranged for his subordinate, the deputy captain named Hakadai, to be outside banging on the door, performing a dramatic scene of urgent importance. The Umbu were blocking him, and he was shouting at the top of his lungs, "I have urgent matters. It concerns the safety of Konoha. Orochimaru is conducting human experiments, desecrating the First Hokage's body, and is about to defect." This voice was just loud enough for everyone in the conference room to hear. The third Hokage's face looked like he had eaten a fly. There was no choice but to let him in. As soon as Hakadai entered, he reported again about the security team discovering the laboratory and that Orochimaru might escape at any time, directly placing the third Hokage on the hot seat. I tell you, the third Hokage is well aware of what's going on. How could he not know about Orochimaru's little schemes? There's definitely the shadow of Danzo behind it all. When he initially sent Orochimaru to the root, he intended to counterbalance Danzo, but it turned out to be like inviting a wolf into the house. He regretted it deeply. At this moment, D.H. jumped out to stoke the fire. Hokage-sama, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin. His strength is unfathomable, and our security team can't handle it. This matter requires your personal intervention to ensure nothing goes wrong. This was just publicly putting him on the spot. The third Hokage, forced into a corner, had no choice but to tough it out. He stood up abruptly, took out his battle gear from scroll, and with a tragic expression, shouted, "Everyone, follow me to capture the rogue, ninja, Orochimaru." Thus, the third Hokage led a group of elite Umbu with great momentum towards the laboratory. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had long since packed all his experimental data and was ready to flee. He had already figured it out. This broken village was gloomy and had nothing worth staying for. He wanted to go out and establish his own village, to be called the Sound Village. Just as he was thinking about this, the laboratory door was blown open with a bang, and the third Hokage rushed in with his men. Upon seeing the rows of glass jars containing people, the third Hokage's heart shattered, and his voice trembled. Why? Orochimaru, exuding a wicked charm, licked his lips and replied, "Teacher, I am pursuing the truth. Sacrifices are inevitable on the path to truth." The third Hokage was so furious that he trembled all over, without a word. He summoned Monkey King Enma, transforming it into a golden staff, and charged forward. Orochimaru was not to be outdone. He clasped his hands together, releasing a sharp sound wave attack. Bang, bang, bang. Every glass jar around them exploded, and several Umbu members were instantly silenced. Then the master and disciple engaged in combat. Fists and feet flying, chakra swirling everywhere. Orochimaru gradually found himself at a disadvantage and spat out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, engaging the third Hokage in a weapon battle. Although the third Hokage had overwhelming strength, he could not bring himself to use lethal force against his beloved disciple. Just that moment of hesitation allowed Orochimaru to seize the opportunity, striking him in the chest with his staff, causing only minor injury. Orochimaru sneered, "Teacher, you still have a soft heart." After saying that, he swiftly darted past the third Hokage and fled towards the base's exit. Enma, anxious, shouted, "Hiruzen, kill him. If you don't kill him now, you will surely regret it in the future." The third Hokage simply lowered his head, letting out a long sigh. "I'm sorry. After all, he is my beloved disciple whom I watched grow up." Just as Orochimaru darted out of the cave like a flash of lightning, he collided head-on with Kakashi. Kakashi was also unlucky, having been sent by the third Hokage to guard this area. Upon seeing Orochimaru, without a word, he activated his Raikiri and charged forward. Raikiri. But what happened? Orochimaru dodged with a ghostly movement, swiftly drawing a kunai that sliced through Kakashi's mask, exposing his Sharingan. Orochimaru licked his lips, looking disdainful. "Your eye is quite nice, but unfortunately I don't need a counterfeit." After saying that, he summoned a giant python, and the chilling killing intent instantly immobilized Kakashi, leaving him frozen in place. Those who understand know this is the pressure of a shadow-level powerhouse, a true dimensional suppression. Kakashi's heart sank. He thought he was about to meet Obito and his teacher. At that critical moment, Orochimaru heard the sounds of the main forces approaching and, finding it troublesome, clicked his tongue and vanished into the forest. Kakashi then managed to save his life, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Shortly after, Fugaku arrived with the Uchiha security team. He glanced at Kakashi on the ground, but did not stop his steps, leading his men directly into the laboratory, sternly ordering, "Immediately seal off the area. Not a single fly is allowed to escape." Once inside, they found several severely injured Umbu members in the corner. Fugaku furrowed his brow and immediately said, "Quickly, at all costs, we must save these Umbu brothers. I'm telling you, this is all evidence of the third Hokage's command errors, letting the traitorous ninja escape." Fugaku's actions this time are simply outrageous. It's like he's putting the third Hokage on the grill. Just imagine that scene. The third was originally thinking about quickly destroying the evidence and blowing up Orochimaru's mess. But what happened? As soon as he started to act, Fugaku led the security team to surround the scene like a fortress, taking photos and collecting evidence, preserving all the witnesses and material evidence. The third's face turned green at that moment, but he still had to force himself to act calm, nodding at Fugaku, while probably cursing Orochimaru 1,000 times in his heart. While the third Hokage was scratching his head, the real mastermind, our Dōhō, had already been plotting behind the scenes. Can you guess who he sent as his eyes and ears? A fat orange cat named Cat Taro. No, wait, it was a blue and white fat cat. This cat is no ordinary pet. It's a genuine ninja cat. It witnessed the entire scene of the third Hokage letting loose while Orochimaru beat up Kakashi from a tree. In the next moment, this fat cat was summoned back to Dōhō's side with a bang. Dōhō patted its fat head and offered it some fish jerky. Did you record it all? Cat Taro was so proud, puffing out its little chest. Of course, meow. Let me tell you, this cat has a special skill. Its eyes are like high-definition cameras, capable of recording everything it sees into a crystal ball. Dōhō took out the crystal ball, and as Cat Taro placed its little paw on it and squinted, I would call this the eye technique USB, instantly transferring the high-definition footage of the earlier master-disciple drama into it. Dōhō looked at the crystal ball, which showed the third Hokage acting, Orochimaru fleeing, and Kakashi being beaten, and the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. Next to him, Uzumaki Hina, the girl with extraordinary perception abilities, melted at the sight of Cat Taro eating the fish jerky and rushed over to give it a big hug. Dōhō had no time to pet the cat. He coldly smiled at the crystal ball. This was practically a gift-wrapped handle. Back in the day, Kakashi's father, the leaf-white fan Kataki Sakamo, had chosen to save a mission partner over completing a task, only to be cyberbullied by the higher-ups and ultimately driven to suicide. And now, your own disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is conducting human experiments in the village, defecting and killing people, and you, as the master, personally let him escape. What do you call this? Double standards, clearly treating them differently. And the most critical point? The fourth Hokage has just died, and the third Hokage is merely acting as a placeholder, not yet officially in office. At such a crucial moment, this scandal is like putting a noose around his own neck and handing the end of the rope to Dōhō. Danzo, that old man, wouldn't move with his dirty hands, but what does Dōhō have to fear? This whole plan was orchestrated by him. Now, the good show was just beginning to reach its climax. Dōhō was ready to take the field. He turned to Hina and asked, "Where did Uncle Snake run off to? Can you locate him?" Hina's small face stiffened as she activated her Kagaya clan's insight, responding in an instant. "Found him, Lord Dōhō." Dōhō's lips curled into a smile, full of confidence. "All right, then our snake-catching operation officially begins now." On the other side, Orochimaru was desperately running through the forest of death. However, the more he ran, the more uneasy he felt. Logically, the higher-ups in Konoha should be too busy fighting for the Hokage position to care about his petty affairs. But the Uchiha guards seemed to have eyes in the sky, directly locking onto him without even needing to search, which was absurdly efficient. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. There was an ambush ahead. He abruptly stopped, and in the next moment, several black shadows jumped down from the trees, surrounding him completely. The leader was none other than Dōhō. Behind him stood Yakumo and Uzumaki Hina. Immediately after, 4 Uchiha elite ninjas, Inazuma, Tetsuhan, Hien, and Hayabusa, burst in from all directions, forming a cross formation that trapped him tightly in the center. Seeing this setup, Orochimaru was not surprised but rather amused. Sticking out his long tongue to lick his lips, "Oh, isn't this Dōhō-kun? You really surprised me." The Uchiha girl, Hien, was the first to speak. "Orochimaru, you conduct human experiments, desecrate the first Hokage, and still think you can escape." Orochimaru completely ignored her, disdainfully scanning the group. "Just you few? Huh, I'll gladly take your Sharingan." The pressure from Shadow-level powerhouse was no joke. As soon as he finished speaking, Yakumo, who was from Sunagakure and had a deep-seated grudge against Orochimaru, stepped forward. "The legendary 3 ninjas, huh? I want to see what you can do." Orochimaru finally noticed her. "Yakumo, a Sunagakure ninja? How did you end up with the Uchiha?" Just then, Orochimaru's gaze fell on the trembling Hina. and he suddenly realized, oh, so you're from the Uzumaki clan. No wonder you found me. A truly precious experimental material. Hina's face turned pale at those words, and she quickly hid behind Do-hwan. Do-hwan patted her shoulder, his eyes turning cold as he stared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, stop the nonsense. You're not going anywhere today. Just as he finished speaking, the four Uchiha simultaneously formed hand seals and shouted, Uchiha, fire flame formation. Boom! A towering wall of fire instantly rose up, enclosing Do-hwan, Yakumo, and Orochimaru within, creating a battleground. Orochimaru looked at this and laughed. Do-hwan-kun, is this how you want to challenge me? But Yakumo couldn't wait any longer. Swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing her big move. Scorch release. Overheating kill. Whoosh. 5 small fireballs, resembling suns, shot towards him with searing heat. Orochimaru's body flickered like a ghost, weaving in and out of the fireballs as if dancing, dodging 4 of them. However, the 5th one grazed his arm, instantly charring it. With a bang, the fireball exploded, leaving behind only a charred snake. It was Orochimaru's substitution technique. Just as Yakumo was momentarily distracted, Orochimaru's cold voice echoed from behind her. I'll keep your corpse well preserved. Before the words had even left his mouth, dozens of poisonous snakes shot out from his sleeve. Yakumo reacted quickly, countering with Scorch Release, Sun's Wrath, creating a fiery barrier that incinerated all the snakes into charcoal. But Orochimaru opened his mouth, and poof. The Kusanagi sword shot out like a missile, heading straight for Yakumo's throat. The two instantly closed the distance, clashing fiercely. However, Kunai could never match the divine Kusanagi sword. In just a few exchanges, Yakumo's kunai was filled with cracks. Orochimaru seized an opening and swept his sword. Yakumo executed a perfect bridge maneuver to narrowly avoid it, attempting to backflip and create distance. But Orochimaru wouldn't give her the opportunity, launching into a frenzied series of slashes, his sword energy overwhelming her, leaving Yakumo gasping for breath. Finally, Orochimaru slammed his palm on the ground. Earth release. Earth prison. Boom! Countless earth spikes erupted from the ground, instantly forming a massive cage that trapped the exhausted Yakumo inside. Just as she was struggling to break free from the earth prison, Do-hwan's voice rang out. Enough, Yakumo. Fall back. Let me handle this. In the center of the battlefield, Do-hwan faced Orochimaru directly, his 3-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating as he coldly declared, Orochimaru, warm-up time is over. Next, I will personally arrest you. Orochimaru sneered and immediately launched into his hidden shadow snake hands, unleashing a swarm of poisonous snakes from his sleeves towards Do-hwan. Do-hwan didn't even look. He opened his mouth and unleashed a series of fireballs with fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, igniting all the snakes in midair. Orochimaru retaliated by throwing a shuriken, shouting, Shuriken Shadow, clone technique. With a whoosh, hundreds of shurikens rained down like a storm. Facing this barrage of attacks, Do-hwan calmly formed a hand seal, wind release, great breakthrough. Let me tell you, anyone can use this technique, but the power differs vastly. What spewed from Do-hwan's mouth was not wind. It was a typhoon, a tornado. The overwhelming force of air instantly blew all the shurikens away, then continued unabated, charging straight at Orochimaru himself. This was a complete dimensional assault. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock, unable to dodge in time, and he was blown away like a small boat hit by a giant wave, crashing into a tree as it snapped under the impact with a thunderous roar. He staggered up from the rubble, not afraid at all, but rather trembling with excitement, licking his lips and saying, This is so interesting. This chakra, Uchiha Dōhō, I want to know more about the secrets you hold. But Do-hwan didn't give him a moment to breathe, launching wave after wave of attacks. Before the hurricane had even settled, he formed hand seals again and shouted, Fire style, Dragon Flame Song technique. In an instant, 4 ferocious fire dragons roared out of his mouth, howling as they locked onto Orochimaru from all directions, trapping him completely. Well, now let's see how you dodge this. Orochimaru's face instantly couldn't hold its composure. He knew very well that these 4 fire dragons were locking on from all angles, leaving him nowhere to escape. In the blink of an eye, his hands moved so fast they almost sparked, slamming them down onto the ground as he shouted, Summoning technique, Triple Rashomon. Let me tell you, that scene was like magic. With 3 thunderous booms, a tall building rose up from the ground before him, and instantly, 3 huge, terrifying iron doors appeared. The doors were adorned with dragons and phoenixes, all kinds of ghostly motifs, shrouded in black mist. and just looking at them sent chills down my spine. But this thing was indeed effective. My fire dragon crashed into it with a tremendous force. The first door shattered on the spot, the second door was covered in cracks, and by the time I reached the third door, the fire dragon's power had nearly been depleted. That old snake, Orochimaru, seeing he couldn't match my blue bar bully in a ranged duel, was quite cunning and took the opportunity to slip away while the ghost gate hadn't been completely destroyed. The next moment that cold, eerie energy hit me right in the face. Kid, what good is having a lot of chakra? In close combat, you're just a target. His presence arrived along with that sinister voice. Then he suddenly opened his mouth. No, not to spit, but to directly unleash a small snake. The snake was as fast as a bullet, clutching a gleaming sword in its mouth, heading straight for my throat. Are you kidding me? My Uchiha clan's ninja body technique is not for show. I tilted my body and easily dodged it, instantly wielding katana. I practiced the same set of skills as my brother Shursui. He was fast and used a short blade, while I was powerful and used a standard katana. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. I let out a low roar, and the katana in my hand ignited in blazing flames, slashing toward his broken Kusanagi sword. With a sharp clang, sparks flew. That slippery old snake Orochimaru flicked his wrist, and the sword slipped away like an eel. He grinned sinisterly and began to form seals. Blade of the Void. Family, who understands? That broken sword seemed to have a remote control, curving around from another angle to stab at me again. The nearby Yakura was sweating for me, shouting to be careful. TCH, I had seen this move in the script long ago. Didn't the third Hokage die like this? I sneered, activated the body flicker technique, vanished in place, and reappeared right behind him. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. The massive blade of fire struck down at his back. As a result, this guy's body twisted in such a strange way that he actually dodged it. Then he dropped to the ground, slithering toward me like a venomous snake, trying to bite my leg. Dream on. I kicked off the ground, launching myself into the air, twirling my sword like a whirlwind of fire, roasting all the little snakes that followed him. The moment I landed, I didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. I activated the body flicker technique again, unleashing 3 flame slashes from 3 directions, sealing off all his escape routes. Uchiha style, Sun Halo Dance. Now he couldn't dodge anymore. Boom. With a huge explosion, Orochimaru flew out like a broken sack, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit. I hit him. The onlooking Hanari was so excited she shouted out loud. For an ordinary person, they would have been turned to cinders by now. But I kept my gaze fixed on that pit, my brow never relaxing. Sure enough, the most disgusting scene came next. I saw Orochimaru's corpse in the pit, and suddenly 2 pale arms shot out. Then a brand new Orochimaru, covered in slime, burst through that layer of old skin and crawled out. At that moment, I was really shocked. The stench was so strong that I could smell it from afar, and I was covered in goosebumps. Truly worthy of being Orochimaru's grandson. Orochimaru shook his head that had just emerged, stretched out his long tongue to lick his lips, looking at me as if I were some priceless treasure. You and your brother really have mastered the body flicker technique and the ninja body technique. My clan members beside me were dumbfounded, each one exclaiming, "Is this what an S-rank battle looks like? Just the aftershocks are making me tremble. We can't even get involved." Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh. "I wanted to play with you a bit longer, but right now is not the time to linger in Konoha." My heart sank, knowing he was about to unleash something big. "Orochimaru, you won't get away today. Hihi, Dohwan-kun, don't underestimate me." He laughed more and more crazily, and next, "Don't die on me." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his hand on the ground, and with a loud bang, a massive cloud of white smoke exploded. Amidst the smoke, a gigantic creature slowly emerged, a super giant snake covered in purple stripes, so large it could flatten an entire forest. The boss of the Dragon Cave, Quan Chi, has arrived. As soon as the giant serpent appeared, it bellowed. "Humph. Orochimaru, what is the big idea? Calling me out to work overtime at this time?" That attitude was incredibly arrogant. Orochimaru quickly reassured him. "There will definitely be benefits for you later. Just get to work first." Upon hearing there would be benefits, Quan Chi immediately became excited, its blood-red eyes fixed on us. "Oh, it's a Uchiha brat. I've never tasted Sharingan before. Today's just right for a feast." I looked at the giant in front of me, and my heart was filled with caution. Don't be fooled by those summoning beasts that look like baby bus in the later stages. At this moment, the Great Serpent is a genuine shadow-level combat force. Back in the day, the name of the 3 ninjas was partly built on the strength of these beasts. Even Jiraiya admitted that he couldn't control Gamabunta. A regular summoning giant snake could leave a special jonin like Ibiki helpless, let alone a top-tier creature like the Great Serpent. It seems they are determined to fight to the death. I snorted coldly, and the chakra of the Nine Tails erupted instantly. I quickly formed hand seals, wind release, infinite big breakthrough. The air in front of me was instantly sucked away, creating a massive tornado connecting heaven and earth. Without stopping my assault, I opened my mouth and unleashed an enhanced version of fire release, great fire destruction. The flames mixed with the tornado, turning into a devastating firestorm that rushed toward Orochimaru and the Great Serpent. Orochimaru's expression changed, and he summoned those 3 broken gates again. Taking advantage of the moment when the Rashomon was holding up my attack, he opened his mouth, and thousands of small snakes poured out like a flood. The Great Serpent roared and charged straight at me like a locomotive. As I dodged the onslaught of countless snakes, I tried to clear away those annoying little ones. However, I was caught off guard and got entangled by one snake around my arm. Before I could cut it off, the massive tail of the many snakes swept toward me. I couldn't evade it in time and was struck hard in the chest, instantly sending me flying. Lord Dohwan, Huali, and Yetsong were both frantic. Yetsong immediately shielded me, keeping a vigilant eye on Orochimaru. Huali rushed over, helped me up, and without saying a word, rolled up her sleeves. Lord Dohwan, bite me. In this urgent situation, I didn't hold back and bit down on her shoulder. A surge of pure chakra flooded into my body, and my injuries rapidly healed. On the other side, Orochimaru was practically drooling, his gaze greedily fixated on Huali and Yetsong, as if he were selecting pork at a market, muttering something about the Uzumaki clan's abilities, Scorch Release, and a Sharingan, all of which were his experimental subjects. He was simply a complete pervert. I slowly stood up. My injuries had mostly healed. I smiled at Yetsong and Huali. You guys step back. It's time to apply some intensity. I turned my head and looked at Orochimaru, smiling. Orochimaru, I admit, you are a genius. Your various ninjutsu and your crazy ideas all prove this point. I paused, my gaze suddenly turning icy. However, no matter how talented a genius is, in front of my eyes, they are just mere mortals. As soon as I finished speaking, the 3 tomo in my eyes began to spin wildly, instantly transforming into a 6-pointed star pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. A terrifying power that distorted the very fabric of space erupted from my body. A massive chakra skeleton rose from the ground, Susu, making its entrance. That gigantic skeleton emanated a divine aura, leaving my few clansmen dumbfounded, their mouths agape enough to fit a fist. Orochimaru's smile froze on his face, replaced by a complex expression mixed with shock, fervor, and fear. The massive snake, seeing my towering form, immediately recoiled, its enormous body trembling as it roared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, this monster is not easy to deal with. You figured out yourself. I'm not getting involved. I control the Susanoo, with chakra continuously pouring in, and soon it transforms into the armored 3rd form. A massive chakra longsword gathers and takes shape in my hand. I roar, and Susanoo swings its sword down towards the Orochimaru serpent. Orochimaru stands atop the serpent and summons those 3 broken doors again. But this time, in the face of Susanoo's absolute power, those 3 doors crumble like paper with a loud bang. The long sword pauses for just a moment before striking solidly against the serpent's body. The serpent lets out a roar of excruciating pain, a deep wound exposing its bones, blood gushing out. It can no longer withstand it and roars, Orochimaru, take care of yourself. With a bang, it transforms into smoke and runs back to the dragon cave. Orochimaru, no matter what jutsu you use, it will be ineffective before me. I stand atop Susanoo, looking down at him from a great height. He grits his teeth, his face filled with unwillingness, but more so with a desire for this power. He is still making a final struggle, forming hand seals, using earth release and water release desperately against me. But what does it result in? It's not even worthy of giving Susanoo a tickle. He summons a bunch of big snakes, hoping to use a sea of snakes tactic to hold me back. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. I control Susanoo, swinging the long sword like a whirlwind, and with a few swipes, I send those big snakes back to the summoning realm. It's time, Orochimaru, bowed down to the power of the Sharingan. I injected chakra crazily into Susanoo's right hand, and suddenly, a sake gourd appeared at Susanoo's waist. I reached in with my right hand and slowly pulled out a long sword engulfed in orange-red flames. One of the Uchiha's ultimate power-ups, the Tatsuka blade. I drove Susanoo forward, thrusting my sword straight at Orochimaru. He couldn't dodge at all and was pierced right through by the burning blade. Ah! Orochimaru let out a chilling scream, instinctively trying to escape using his shedding technique. But this time he was horrified to find that his body was completely immobilized. What power is this? How could this happen? He widened his eyes in disbelief. The sealing power of the Tenketsu sword acted like an invisible chain, firmly locking his soul. He could feel his strength rapidly fading away, and fear instantly engulfed him. The Tenketsu sword. This sword is actually in your hands. Orochimaru howled, his voice filled with despair. In the next moment, the sake gourd at Susanu's waist emitted a burst of strong light, and a tremendous pulling force came, dragging Orochimaru's body uncontrollably towards the bottomless gourd. Just as Orochimaru was about to finish his last words, "I will return," he vanished with a whoosh. Good heavens! As the gourd lid snapped shut, the light extinguished, and the world fell silent. Let me tell you, Orochimaru is just stubborn. Susanoo can take care of you snake players. Do you understand? I was thinking this in my heart while my hands didn't stop, and with a cool wave, I dispelled Susanoo. But the next second, the retribution came. As soon as Susanoo disappeared, I just knelt down with a thud. Family, who understands? That feeling was like my body was hollowed out, every bone was cracking, and everything in front of me was as dark as if the lights were turned off. Looking at everyone was like seeing them through a mosaic. This kaleidoscope thing really burns life. Kuwali next to me was scared to death and rushed over to help me. I waved my hand directly. Don't move. I can still show off. Just kidding, in front of so many people. I can't lose face as Uchiha Dōhō, right? I must hold on. I was thinking that I definitely need to arrange for some Hashirama cells later, or if this happens 2 more times, my character will be finished. Just as I was thinking, Yakura picked up a sword and I focused my eyes. Wow, it's an explosive piece of equipment. Isn't this Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword? Looking at the broken blade in my hand, it's like the difference between buyer's show and seller's show. I decisively took it. To be honest, sealing Orochimaru left me a bit stunned. This is Orochimaru, the first resurrection armor of a ninja world, the cockroach that can't be killed. My heart was pounding, afraid he would pop up from some corner tomorrow. But then I thought, why be afraid? My buddy directly used the top configuration this time, the 10 Kusanagi sealing. The same as Itachi's. I just arranged it for him 16 years early. He doesn't even know the 8-headed serpent technique now, and his soul hasn't split yet. He can't turn the tide. Thinking of this, I felt more certain. All right, Orochimaru is dealt with. Next up, it's time for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Those 2 old guys. Just as I just caught my breath, the group of Dōhō surrounded me, looking at me as if I were a god. Tribe leader. Kaleidoscope. Tribe leader. Susanoo. Tribe leader. You took down the 3 ninjas. Their adoring little eyes made me feel a bit embarrassed. I forced myself to remain calm, waved my hand, and asked Suin, "Have you taken care of your business?" I had already made arrangements. Capturing Snake Uncle was just the first step. I needed to stir up public opinion first. He was conducting human experiments, and the third Hokage's failure to capture him 3 times allowed him to escape. Everyone in the village must know about these issues. We can't leave them any room to maneuver. The Falcon immediately nodded. Don't worry, Chief. The 8th Division's vice captain is very efficient. Right now, all the fields in Konoha are ours, and even 3-year-olds know that the 3rd Hokage is ineffective. Well done. I immediately ordered to notify the 8th Division, saying that the hero is back and to quickly organize the villagers for a welcome. You wouldn't believe it, at that time, the south gate of Konoha was packed with people. The news of Orochimaru's defection was more lively than the Nine Tails incident. Various rumors were flying around, like Orochimaru conducting live experiments and the 3rd Hokage deliberately letting him go. The villagers were in an uproar. At first, when they heard I had captured Orochimaru, no one believed it. What a joke. That Uchiha kid? Could he really take on Orochimaru? Exactly, even the 3rd Hokage had failed. Who did he think he was? Let me tell you, those people were practically ready to tattoo disbelief on their faces. The Uchiha clan members couldn't hold back and immediately started arguing with them, rolling up their sleeves. That girl Izumi, usually so gentle, was fierce when confronting others. Itachi was watching from the side. That kid, though small, was sharp and probably realized I was about to stir up some trouble. Just when the argument was at its peak, I arrived with my people, making a grand entrance. I walked at the forefront with my head held high, 5 little brothers behind me, like the 5 tiger generals, carrying the unconscious Orochimaru in the middle, step by step towards the village. The momentum was all about a king's return. The entire scene instantly fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was dumbfounded, jaws dropping to the ground. Immediately after, The crowd erupted like an exploding pot of oil, completely boiling over. Oh my god, it's really Orochimaru. That Uchiha Dōhō. He really did it. We Uchiha people stand tall and proud. Each one of us, so arrogant that it's as if we want to write our clan leader is amazing on our faces. In the distance, the leaders of other clans, such as Hyuga Hizashi and Narashikaku, all have their eyes wide open, their expressions more colorful than a palette, probably already calculating how to realign their alliances in their hearts. I ignored those onlookers and led the people straight into the clan's territory. Just kidding. If we don't hurry and hide Orochimaru now, what if that old dog Danzo intercepts us halfway? I directly threw Orochimaru into the deepest dungeon of our Uchiha clan, having Haruri seal him with hundreds of seals, ensuring he couldn't even let a fly escape. Fugaku quickly arrived, and looking at Orochimaru in the cell, his expression was quite complex. He asked me what my plan was, and I sneered. What to do? Just keep him here. Send him to Konoha prison? I'm afraid I'd send him in with one foot, and Danzo would pull him out with the other. This is my most important bargaining chip, to take down Danzo and the third Hokage. Fugaku immediately understood and patted his chest, assuring me that he would personally take charge of the guards, living there day and night, ensuring absolute security. All right, with his word, I felt at ease. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, it was a scene of gloom and despair. The third Hokage was so worried he was about to pull his hair out. Danzo's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the other two advisors were anxiously pacing around. How outrageous! What does Uchiha Dōhō want? A rebellion? We must bring Orochimaru back. The Uchiha clan must not dominate. After a long argument, the third Hokage slammed the table and issued the order. Send the Umbu. Have Yokoyama Hayato and Kakashi's team go to the Uchiha clan's territory to retrieve him. Remember, resolve it peacefully. Goodness, peacefully resolve it? I don't believe you for a second. Isn't this just a blatant attempt to snatch him away? However, I wasn't too worried at all. That night, I set up tea in the courtyard, waiting for my esteemed guests to arrive. Before long, Aburame Shibi and Inuzuka Kiba showed up. These two were the ones I had previously contacted through the One Heart Association. Now that I had captured Orochimaru, they should show some sincerity. I'll get straight to the point and reveal my cards. Two clan leaders, I am 100% certain that Orochimaru's backer is Danzo. As soon as these words were spoken, Yamanaka Shikaku's eternally icy face showed signs of emotion. How many members of the Yamanaka clan have been taken away by Danzo's route, never to be seen again? This debt has long been overdue. Inuzuka Tsum, known for his hot temper, slammed the table and said, "Damn it. Our Inuzuka clan's resources have been cut year after year. We've had enough. Dōhō, you say how to act. We will follow you." Just as the serious matters were being discussed, the leader of the Akamichi clan, Akamichi Kanjin, also arrived. This guy was previously a staunch supporter of Fugaku, but now that he sees the wind changing, he rushed to pledge allegiance overnight. Of course, I welcomed him warmly. Kanjin, your presence shows that we are all for Konoha, true loyalists. As the few of us sat together, the conversation grew more heated. Inuzuka Tsum said, "Some clans are being suppressed, while others are feasting well." I squinted and interjected, "You're talking about the Sarutobi clan, right? Before the third Hokage took office. Or were they? And now, the number of ninjas in their clan is almost catching up to ours in the Uchiha. I remember clearly during the Fourth Great Ninja War. The Sarutobi clan had 3,000 ninjas collectively using fire release. That scene, TSK. How much blood has Konoha drawn to raise such a family army?" That Arama Songyun was practically slapping his thigh on the spot, with a look that said he had been wanting to say this. Isn't that right? When has that old man from the third Hokage ever been fair? My clan Uncle Dōhō was cracking his knuckles, firmly stating, "The more this happens, the more we need to band together. Why should Sarutobi Hizashi be the only one to decide Konoha's future?" Well, once that was said, the atmosphere was immediately charged. Arama Songyun was the first to stand up and declare, "Clan leader Dōhō, our Arama clan will follow you from now on." Yamanaka Shimi also stood up, adjusting his little sunglasses, looking cool. Our Yamanaka clan supports clan leader Dōhō too. Inuzuka, he was even more straightforward, standing up and shouting, "We've been unhappy with him for a long time. Dōhō, damn him." My uncle Dōhō surveyed the room, filled with vigor, and said solemnly, "Everyone, I will remember this sentiment today. If we can really turn Konoha back on the right path, the credit will definitely belong to all of us." After the meeting, people gradually started to leave. My uncle watched their backs, his mind clear as day. On one hand, we had pulled together a wave of allies. And in future high-level meetings in Konoha, we Uchiha would no longer be fighting alone. But on the other hand, that old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been in power for decades. Trying to overthrow him would be as difficult as reaching the sky. But there was no choice. The blade of extermination was almost at our throats. We had to fight desperately. Let me tell you, that day my uncle was exhausted. First, he fought a life-and-death match with that freak Orochimaru, and his stamina was already depleted. Then, he had to deal with these old foxes, engaging in a battle of wits, which kept him highly tense. He dragged himself home, feeling like his bones were about to fall apart, and just wanted to wash up and sleep. But what happened? Just as he lay down, the pillow not even warm yet, the voice of our guards came from outside. "Chief, the Umbu are here." My uncle sneered at that moment, knowing full well, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, those two old geezers, really couldn't sit still. They couldn't even wait for a night, and sent someone over at night. Doesn't this precisely show that we struck a nerve with them? He sighed, sat up from the bed, put on that stylish black coat of the clan leader, and said in a deep voice, "Let them in." When the door opened, Hayama Hayato and Kakashi stood there, dressed in standard Umbu attire, looking like two black electric poles, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. My uncle didn't even look at them and directly mocked. "Minister Hayama, Captain Kakashi, why are you still wearing that broken mask when you come see me? What are you trying to be mysterious for?" Hayama stiffened, probably cursing in his heart. Of course, in Konoha, who doesn't know who? Especially in front of our Uchiha clan leader, his Umbu identity was pointless to hide. He awkwardly took off his mask, revealing a deadpan face, and said, "Chief Dōhō, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but it is truly unavoidable." Kakashi also took off his mask, his expression complex. "Chief, the Hokage has important matters to discuss." My uncle raised an eyebrow and asked with a half-smile, "Oh, what is it?" Hayama looked directly at my uncle and pulled out a piece of paper with a red stamp from his pocket. "The Hokage has ordered us to bring Orochimaru to Konoha prison." Kakashi stood beside him like a mute, not saying a word, just staring at my uncle's reaction. He knew very well that this person was not easy to take away. My uncle was directly enraged to the point of laughter, his laughter filled with mockery. "Today? Oh no, yesterday. Yesterday, the third generation brought so many of your Umbu. How come you didn't catch Orochimaru? Now you come to me asking for someone? What kind of reasoning is this? Where's your face?" As he spoke, he paced around the room, each step seemingly stepping on the heart of Yokoyama Hayato. "I, Uchiha Dōhō, risked my life and lost my clan members just to capture Orochimaru. And you all think you can just come here and pluck peaches with a piece of scrap paper?" My uncle suddenly stopped, his gaze like a knife scraping against that order. Yokoyama Hayato, aware of his own guilt, struggled to maintain his composure, but still forced himself to say, "Dōhō clan leader, this is the order of the Hokage. We must obey." My uncle, with his full presence, confronted him. "The Hokage's order? I want to ask which Hokage's order. Is it the late Fourth Hokage, Lord Namikaze Minato, who sacrificed himself for Konoha? Or is it the first Hokage, Lord Senju Hashirama, who was experimented on by Orochimaru?" He stepped closer, his momentum overwhelming. "Don't use the Hokage's order to pressure me. A true Hokage who cares for Konoha wouldn't do such ridiculous things. I worked so hard. Doesn't Yokoyama Hayato know? The whole of Konoha is watching. You think you can take someone away with just a piece of paper? Dream on." Kakashi, standing nearby, was almost bowing his head to his chest, not daring to say a word. Yokoyama Hayato, as a staunch supporter of Sarutobi, still insisted, "Dōhō clan leader, I will reiterate, this is the order of the third Hokage. As a Konoha ninja, you must obey." Upon hearing this, my uncle suddenly burst into manic laughter. The sound eerie in the night. "Hokage? Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Didn't he retire long ago?" My uncle's voice was sharp and piercing. "I only recognize our Hokage, Lord Namikaze Minato. He gave up his life to protect the village. That's what it means to be a Hokage." Yokoyama Hayato's face turned a shade of deep red from anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "Dōhō clan leader, watch your words. The third Hokage was appointed in a time of crisis and received the recognition of the entire village." My uncle stared at him intently. "Who recognized him? You? Yokoyama Hayato, as the head of the Umbu, should know this, right? The Hokage's appointment requires the Fire Country's daimyo to give a nod." My uncle squinted, disdain written all over his face, as far as I know. "The third hasn't gone to the daimyo to report, has he? He is not a legitimate Hokage, just a self-proclaimed one, power-hungry. What qualifications does he have to issue orders?" Yokoyama Hayato was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. He never expected my uncle to catch such a critical procedural loophole. Go back. I'm not going to make things difficult for you. Tell the third that tomorrow afternoon, we will hold a village-wide meeting and all clan leaders must be present. Everything will be clarified then. Yokoyama Hayato was taken aback. This was going to publicly tear their faces apart at the meeting. He could only warn. I hope you won't play tricks. My uncle sneered. I am in the right here. It's the third who should give everyone an explanation for the things he has done over the years. Yokoyama Hayato had no choice but to nod, putting on his mask and preparing to leave. Just as they were about to exit, my uncle suddenly spoke. Kakashi, stay behind. I have something to discuss with you privately. Kakashi was stunned. His foot that had stepped out was pulled back. Upon hearing this, Yokoyama Hayato instinctively didn't want to leave, but as he was about to speak, my uncle shot him a glare, his tone brooking no argument. Minister Yokoyama, I have important matters to discuss with Kakashi. You wait outside. It won't take long. Good grief. Yokoyama Hayato's face turned dark. Who in Konoha would dare speak to him like that? But then he recalled my uncle's recent accomplishment of capturing Orochimaru and the third's caution against conflict before his departure. He could only suppress his anger. He forced out a smile that was more painful than crying. Very well, I hope it will be quick. As a result, our Uchiha guards didn't give him any leeway and directly gestured for him to leave, meaning he should hurry up and go. Yokoyama Hayato lost all face, gritting his teeth and storming out, even turning back to glare at the door. Kakashi watched, dumbfounded. He didn't expect my uncle to be so tough, directly throwing out the head of the Umbu in front of him. Once the door closed, only my uncle and Kakashi were left in the room. My uncle looked out the door, a cold smile in his heart. Yokoyama Hayato's wife belonged to the Sarutobi clan, and he became minister purely due to the third's promotion. A loyal supporter. Our Uchiha had been monitored by his Umbu daily since moving to this broken corner. This debt will be settled sooner or later. But Kakashi was different. This guy could be persuaded. My uncle looked at him, feeling quite emotional. Once the #1 genius of Konoha, now tortured by this broken world to the point of resembling an old man, he had lost all vitality. Let me tell you, in the world of Hokage, it looks like a youthful, passionate manga, but it's actually scarier than Northern Myanmar. Little kids, age 6 or 7, have to go to the battlefield and kill. Ninjas aren't even regarded as humans, just high-level tools. Talk about trying to change your fate. The premise is that you have to be a person first. Kakashi is a typical tragic reflection. His father died, teammates died, his teacher died, and he even killed a comrade with his own hands, suffering immensely. My uncle stared at him intently, not saying a word. The atmosphere was stifling. Kakashi finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Just as he was about to speak, my uncle spoke up, dropping a bombshell. Kakashi, do you know the real cause of your father's death? This question directly stunned Kakashi, leaving him dumbfounded. He avoided my uncle's gaze. Of course I know. He gave up his mission to save a comrade, was scorned by the villagers, and committed suicide. Who doesn't know this? My uncle directly countered. Your father was executing top-secret missions. How could it cause such an uproar? Just like this time, with Orochimaru's defection. If I hadn't leaked the news, would ordinary villagers know about the defection of the Sannin? Kakashi's eyes widened in panic. What do you mean? My uncle candidly replied. That's right, the news was leaked by me to make it impossible for the higher-ups to cover it up. Think about it. What was your father's position back then? He was half a foot in the Hokage's office. Who in the village wanted him dead? Who could gain the most from his death? Who had the ability to leak top-secret missions and incite public opinion? Kakashi's pupils constricted suddenly, his lips trembling. A name was on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed it back. My uncle watched his expression and threw out another bomb. Also, do you know who your teacher, the Fourth Hokage, died at the hands of? Kakashi blurted out. The masked man. He has the Sharingan and can use wood release. My uncle pressed on. Do you know who the masked man is? Kakashi shook his head. My uncle took a deep breath, enunciating each word. This person is one of our Konoha's elders, Shimura Danzo. What? Kakashi's voice almost cracked. My uncle continued to add fuel to the fire. This is what I got from interrogating Orochimaru. That old man Danzo is in cahoots with Orochimaru, desecrating the first Hokage's remains to conduct human experiments, and even stole our Uchiha Sharingan for power. This series of shocking revelations completely fried Kakashi's CPU, leaving him in a state of shock. My uncle sighed. Kakashi, I don't expect you to believe it right away, but I will soon clarify the evidence and present it to everyone. I also don't need you to investigate anything. At tomorrow's meeting, I hope you can truthfully recount what you saw yesterday during the day. You mean the matter of Orochimaru's defection? My uncle nodded. Exactly. Think about it. with the third strength. If he really wanted to keep Orochimaru, would he let him escape so easily? When you saw him, did he look like someone who had just fought with the Hokage? Kakashi fell silent, recalling Orochimaru's calm demeanor. Indeed, it didn't seem like it. He left my uncle's house in a daze, his mind a complete mess. Soon, he returned to the Hokage office with Hayato Hashiyama to report. Kakashi knelt before the third Hokage, and when he looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen's familiar face, his mind suddenly echoed with the last words my uncle said before leaving. Kakashi Hitaki's mission failed, so he committed suicide. What about the esteemed third Hokage? On the other side, the Senju clan was in chaos. Back in the day, the Senju and our Uchiha clan were known as the two great powers of Konoha, enjoying great glory. But what about now? The clan was dwindling, and their land was almost overgrown with grass. The current clan leader was Senju Hashirama, and his eldest son, Senju Sho, married a civilian medical ninja and changed his surname to live with her out of love, having a daughter named Haruno Sakura. The younger son, Senju Ryuzu, was the complete opposite. This guy lived in the glory of the past every day, dreaming of restoring the Senju clan's former glory, a pure late-stage Chinibu. Senju Hashirama knew that his younger son was ambitious but lacked talent, and he adamantly opposed him inheriting the clan leadership, constantly urging him to face reality, saying the Senju were remnants of a bygone era, and there was no ship in the new era to carry them. Thus, whenever the father and son met, they would argue like chickens squawking. Sure enough, early in the morning, they started arguing again. Senju Ryuzu shouted with a flushed face, "Dad, have you heard? Someone is using Lord Hashirama's body for human experiments. That bastard Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen even let him get away. What kind of Hokage is he? The second Hokage should never have passed the position to him." Senju Hashirama slammed the table. "Shut up. The third Hokage is not someone you can slander." Ryuzu stubbornly retorted. "He's derelict in his duty. If the Senju were still around, would the village be treated like this?" Hashirama shook his head in anger. "What can you do? Just you? Don't dream. The Senju's era has long passed." When Ryuzu heard this, he exploded. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't stopped me from participating in the Third Shinobi War, I would have made a name for myself like Uchiha Dōhō. The Senju clan wouldn't be in such a dire state." Hearing this naive remark from his son, Senju Hashirama was so angry he almost laughed. With his son's abilities, going to the battlefield, that would purely be sending himself to his death. Just as the father and son were arguing fiercely, a servant came to report. Clan leader, Lord Uchiha Dōhō has come to visit. Senju Hashirama was taken aback and immediately sent Ryuzu to welcome him. Although Senju Ryuzu looked displeased, he still went. My uncle stood at the door holding a delicate wooden box, and, seeing Ryuzu come out, greeted him with a smile. Long time no see. This is Crimson Flame golden tea from the Land of Fire, especially brought to share with clan leader Senju and you." Senju Ryuzu took the tea leaves with a cold expression and stiffly said, "Since you're here, come in." He turned and led the way, and my uncle didn't mind, leisurely following behind. I'll tell you, just walking back and forth like this, my uncle, being sharp as he is, could tell right away that this guy with the 1,000 Hands dragon had unhappy written all over his face, as if someone owed him 8 million. My uncle pretended to casually ask, "Brother, what's going on? Your face is as dark as a pot bottom." That kid was also straightforward and couldn't hold it in, so he spilled everything. How his dad scolded him, how Orochimaru dug up his family's ancestors' corpses, and how the third Hokage messed up and let things slide. He just poured it all out like beans from a bamboo tube. My uncle gave him a good talking to, saying things like Orochimaru deserves to die and the third Hokage is useless, and then he patted him on the shoulder, saying, "The future of the Senju clan relies on you, brother." A few words left that kid stunned, and his gaze towards my uncle changed, as if he was looking at a confidant. Once we entered the tea room, my uncle took out his prized Qiyin Jinming and praised it extravagantly, claiming it was the essence of yang energy from the southern mountains of the Land of Fire, saying it could nourish both body and mind. And guess what? That old man, Senju Hashirama, waved his hand and said, No, I prefer this old Konoha white tea. I've been drinking it for decades. I can't give it up. Who understands our family? This is just a typical stubborn old man, refusing a good thing that is offered to him. My uncle wasn't angry at all. He chuckled and said that guests should follow the host's lead. Then the two old men started reminiscing about the glorious past, from the love-hate relationship between Danzo and Hashirama to the struggles during the early days of Konoha's establishment, yet they didn't discuss any important matters. The dragon next to them couldn't sit still. He was already boiling with anger. Listening to these two old men rambling on, he exploded. What time is it? And you're still here talking about old stories. My ancestor's corpse has been stolen, and the third Hokage let the culprit escape. This is what we should be discussing. Let me tell you, that old man looks at my uncle in a way that's just not right. He must be thinking, look at his son. So young yet so composed and capable. Then look at my foolish son. What else can he do besides lose his temper? It's simply the difference between a buyer's showcase and a seller's showcase. My uncle smoothly took over the conversation, going all out and elevating the issue of Orochimaru to a matter of the entire Konoha's dignity, wildly implying that the third Hokage was a mole, deliberately letting things slide. But that old man was unyielding, just saying, trust the Hokage, trust the organization. There must be a great reason for the third's actions. Oh no, I mean, a great principle. Long Zhao's face turned green with anger. He wanted to argue with his father, but my uncle directly stopped him. He realized that the old man was unreasonable, and continuing the conversation was pointless. So he stood up and politely took his leave. When sending him off, my uncle, the PUA master, began his tactics. He leaned close to Long Zhao's ear and lightly said, "Forgive me for being blunt. Your father is getting old. If the leader of a family loses his sharpness, that could be dangerous." Then he delivered another jab, saying that the Uchiha used to be like this too. Fugaku was also indecisive, but what happened later? I took him down. The implication was painfully obvious. Long Zhao's heart skipped a beat at that moment. His gaze towards my uncle was starry-eyed, probably recalling his regrets of being held back by his father at school and not being able to go to the battlefield. In the end, my uncle left with a remark that if the Senju clan leader were you, it would be great directly roasting this young man's CPU. Long Zhao stood in the courtyard all morning, probably figuring out things he had never understood in his life. He clenched his fist, and his expression changed. Well, it seemed like he was about to stir up some trouble. In the afternoon, at the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The third Hokage sat in the main seat, flanked by two advisors, with Danzo across from them, and below sat the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, along with the Hyuga clan bigwigs. Everyone was there, except for the Uchiha and Senju clans, creating an eerily strange atmosphere. As everyone murmured, the door opened, and my uncle, Uchiha Dōhō, made a dazzling entrance. Let me tell you about that presence. The black and gold-lined haori he wore was said to be custom-made, worth as much as a soma. Goodness, this wasn't a meeting. It was like a boy band walking the red carpet. Even more explosive was that behind him were the oil girl, Inuzuka, and the head of the Kuruma clan, and the most striking was that Senju Long Zhao also followed behind, all of them holding their heads high like bodyguards. Suddenly, the entire room fell silent. The heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans turned green with fear, and Nara Shikaku sighed heavily. This is really troublesome. When my uncle and the other four sat down, the third Hokage cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Close the door." The door creaked shut, and it felt like the future of the entire Hidden Leaf Village was about to be decided in this room. As the tea was just served, Danzo couldn't sit still any longer and slammed the table. "Uchiha Dōhō, what do you mean by this? Forming factions, trying to rebel?" A new member from the Akimichi clan immediately jumped out to defend his leader, saying, "We just ran into him on the road. Chief Dōhō has great merits. Is it wrong for us to respect him?" Danzo shot back, "Did I ask you? Who do you think you are? When did you become a dog of the Uchiha clan?" The Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans quickly joined in, and the scene became chaotic. The third Hokage saw this and hurriedly tried to regain control. "That's enough. We're here today to discuss Orochimaru's defection." Just as he finished speaking, Senju Ryuzo directly grabbed the microphone. This was his first time attending such a high-level meeting, and he was so excited that his voice trembled. But his momentum was not weak. "Report. It's not a defection. It's running away after the desecration of my ancestors' corpses was discovered." Tsubaki Kamachi then asked, "Where's your father? Why are you here?" Ryuzo sneered. "My father is sick, so I'm here in his place." When Mito Gate High endured this, he thought, this reckless kid has come. This matter is definitely going to end badly today. Sure enough, Ryuzo slammed the table, and the room instantly fell silent. He stood up and pointed at the third Hokage's nose, shouting, "Lord Hashirama is the hero of the Hidden Leaf. How can you, as his teacher, allow Orochimaru to do such things?" My uncle watched from the side, chuckling to himself, thinking that my little hints with the Sharingan during the day weren't in vain. This kid has some fighting power. The third Hokage saw this and thought, well, I might as well soften my stance first. He stood up and bowed, saying that he had not disciplined him strictly enough and that he couldn't escape blame. How Orochimaru is dealt with will be decided by the Senju clan. Only then did Long Zhao grunt and sit down. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the matter would come to an end, my uncle leisurely spoke up, breaking the tension with a single question. Then, Lord Third, why didn't you capture him at that time? Our security team had notified you to come at the right moment. I tell you, as soon as these words were spoken, the air in the entire conference room froze. Narashikahise's eyes narrowed. He knew that the main event had arrived. Sandai's face went stiff, and he could only brace himself to explain. The situation is complicated, and Orochimaru has a trap. My uncle directly retorted. The clues our security team worked so hard to uncover and the dead brothers from the Umbu. Just because of a statement that the situation is complicated. Let him escape? What does our effort count for? Mito Gate and hurriedly came out to smooth things over, saying that Orochimaru was too strong and the third Hokage was careless for a moment. My uncle just tilted his head, looking at them, with a smile that was quite meaningful, dragging out his tone and saying, "Oh, is that really the case?" Danzo immediately exploded, slamming the table and shouting, "Uchiha Dōhō! What do you mean? Do you dare to question Lord Hokage?" The two old advisors also chimed in, directly labeling my uncle, saying that he questioned the Hokage based solely on rumors, which is treasonous. My uncle was so calm, as if he were watching a play, sipping from his teacup. After they finished their performance, he leisurely tapped his head and said, "Oh, I just remembered a kind citizen brought us something good last night, a video. I wonder if you all would like to watch it together?" Sarutobi's face turned pale in an instant. What a nonsensical thing. Danzo was still stubborn. "Don't be in a hurry," my uncle said with a smile as he took out a scroll, unrolling it to reveal a crystal ball. Under everyone's gaze, the crystal ball lit up. The image that appeared was that dark laboratory, where the third Hokage confronted Orochimaru with a group of Umbu. When Orochimaru's face appeared, everyone gasped in shock. Then they saw Orochimaru's hands moving rapidly, as if cramping, starting to form seals. The next second, a sharp sonic boom seemed to penetrate the crystal ball, exploding in everyone's ears. I tell you, when that sonic boom went off, those guys from the Umbu looked like they were thrown into a washing machine, all tossed around and flying everywhere, crashing against the walls like dumplings, instantly getting injured. The old folks down below were in an uproar, saying things like is expected of the three ninjas, and Orochimaru really has a backup plan. Just a bunch of mutual flattery. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, was sitting there with a face as dark as a pot bottom. I bet he had already cursed the ancestors of the person who provided the footage 100 times in his heart. Then came the highlight moment. In the footage, Sarutobi Hiruzen swung his staff and hit Orochimaru right in the chest. Ouch, that looked painful. Orochimaru's face twisted in agony. And guess what happened? That old man. He stopped. He just watched as Orochimaru dodged and slipped away. I tell you, the entire venue was as quiet as if the mute button had been pressed. You could hear a pin drop. A second later, it exploded with a bang. The head of the Inuzuka clan shouted, his voice like a loudspeaker. The rumors are true. The third Hokage really let Orochimaru escape. At that moment, everyone's gaze instantly focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen, their eyes like those of people staring at a criminal. The old man's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth for a long time without being able to say a word. The old advisor beside him, Mito Gate Kane, turned beet red and jumped up, shouting, "That's a lie. This is fabricated. The third Hokage has dedicated himself to Konoha. How can you doubt him?" However, Yamanaka Shikaku just sneered and didn't engage. Uchiha Dōhō, who was even more heavyweight, directly said, "Third Hokage? I remember that Kakashi was guarding the cave entrance at that time, right? If you really gave it your all, Kakashi would have sensed something during his battle with Orochimaru. Wouldn't he?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, as if he had been drained of strength, his voice hoarse. "Then let's call Kakashi to inquire." Dōhō's words were like a knife to the heart, folks. Before long, Kakashi entered with dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept well the night before, probably thinking about where to stand in this situation. He knelt on one knee before the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was like a drowning man clutching at a straw, staring intently at Kakashi. Then, Mito Gate Kane jumped in to ask, implying to Kakashi, "Did you sense any injuries on Orochimaru during your fight?" The Inuzuka clan head immediately exploded. That's called leading the witness. Kakashi is an honest ninja. What we need is the truth. The two sides argued fiercely, and in the end, it was Narashikaku who stepped in to mediate, allowing Kakashi to speak for himself. I tell you, Kakashi was so calm, just recounting how he was beaten by Orochimaru at that time. Yamashiro Aoi was staring at him like he was interrogating a criminal, trying to see if he was lying. "Here comes the key point," Kakashi said, Orochimaru had no injuries at that time and was fully charged with chakra. I was no match for him. As soon as he said that, the whole place went silent. The old lady, Tenkai Komatsu, still wanted to struggle, banging on the table and saying, "Kakashi, how dare you speak nonsense?" But Kakashi dropped a bomb. "If you don't believe me, you can have Lord Yamashiro Aoi use his mind-reading technique on me," emphasizing the truth. Now, who would dare to speak up? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked completely deflated, like a punctured ball, grasping the armrest, trembling as he admitted, "I indeed held back in my battle with Orochimaru." After saying that, he seemed to age 10 years, standing up shakily, saying he made a big mistake and was no longer worthy of being Hokage. The new fifth Hokage would be elected by everyone, with the Jonin voting. Wow, Konoha was about to change. Let me tell you, who was the most excited in the whole place at that moment? Danzo. That old guy's eyes were about to pop out, and he was practically drooling. As soon as Sarutobi finished speaking, he jumped up. "Everyone, I believe I can be the Hokage." As soon as he said that, the clan leaders from the Yamanaka and Wai clans, whom he had previously betrayed, looked as black as the bottom of a pot. They were probably cursing in their hearts. "You old fool, you still want to be Hokage?" Inazuka Kiba even directly shouted, "With the dirty things you've done, do you think you're worthy?" The next day, these people held a small meeting again. You know, big matters are often decided in small meetings. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, feeling completely relaxed. Danzo was so arrogant, crossing his legs and almost writing "I want to be Hokage" on his face, while pressing Sarutobi to support him. Sarutobi, being an old fox, smiled without actually smiling and said, "You have so many supporters, you don't need me." Then he turned to our main character, Dekan, and asked, "Dekan, you are strong and have a great opportunity." Unexpectedly, Dekan calmly replied, "I just want to make the Uchiha clan better." Danzo scoffed from the side, still wet behind the ears. As a result, Narashikaku directly stood up to support Dekan, saying that Dekan was talented and had captured Orochimaru. If it were him, he would have been floating by now. The most audacious thing was that Narashikaku openly said in front of everyone that he wanted to team up with Dekan to do some deer antler business in the Land of Lightning. Wasn't this clearly showing his support? Sarutobi's face couldn't hold up at that moment, and in the end, he stared at Dekan with a complex expression. Dekan was unfazed, took a sip of tea, and replied, "It was you who gave me the opportunity." This was simply a showdown between experts. The scene shifted to the memorial stone. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his back hunched, hurried to find Jiraiya. Jiraiya was staring blankly at the tombstones of Minato and Kushina, his eyes red. Sarutobi rushed to call Jiraiya back, as he couldn't become Hokage himself and wanted to pass the position to his disciple. He absolutely couldn't let Danzo or the Uchiha take the position. He eagerly said to Jiraiya, "Konoha needs you now. Please be Hokage." However, Jiraiya completely brushed it off, saying he was a wanderer, couldn't sit still in an office, and was used to drifting around. He couldn't take on the Hokage's job. Moreover, he had a more important task, which was to find the child of prophecy. He said if he wanted to be Hokage, he wouldn't have let Minato take the position back then. Sarutobi became anxious and asked, "What will happen to the village if you don't take it?" After thinking for a moment, Jiraiya directly shifted the responsibility to Tsunade. "If we have to choose a Hokage, I recommend Tsunade." Sarutobi was stunned for a long time after hearing this, and finally sighed, "It can only be like this." Meanwhile, what was Dekan doing? He was in the Uchiha dungeon, having tea with Orochimaru. Can you believe it? That cell was set up like a study, and the treatment was better than mine. Dekan smiled and asked Orochimaru how he was doing and if he needed anything. Orochimaru licked his tongue and said sarcastically, "Dekan-kun, while outside everyone is fighting over the Hokage position, you have the leisure to chat with me, a prisoner." Dekan also smiled and said, "If the third Hokage had passed the position to you back then, there wouldn't be so many problems now." Orochimaru snorted coldly, saying he had long since stopped caring about that broken position. Dekan, however, was a tough guy and directly revealed his intentions. "Oh? So what you've been thinking about is the experiment on merging Hashirama cells with the power of the Sharingan?" Orochimaru's pupils shook at that moment. He had clearly destroyed the data. So how did Dekan know? Seeing his expression, Dekan smiled slightly and threw out a bombshell. "Orochimaru-kun, the fusion of wood release and the Sharingan is, in short, yin-yang release. Haven't you thought about us collaborating? I'll tell you. The girl named Yi-Tsang who was pouring tea next to us accidentally splashed hot water on her hand." Orochimaru, who has seen a lot, was shocked but quickly calmed down. A sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he asked, "Go on, collaboration? Sure, but you need to tell me first what benefits you can bring me." "Let me tell you, The benefits you can bring me are countless. I, Uchiha Dōhō, understand would release and the Sharingan better than anyone else in the entire ninja world. I laid it all on the line for him. I told him, Orochimaru, in the future, when you conduct your research, who else but me can continuously supply you with those strange experimental materials? Now that you've defected, do you still think you can get your hands on Konoha's Sharingan? Dream on. But if you follow me, it'll be different. Once I become Hokage, I'll ensure your funding is limitless, whatever you need. You can just focus on being your scientific madman in the lab. And I'll handle all the fighting and scheming outside. Our partnership, you provide the technology, and I provide the resources. This research is bound to take off, right? Let me tell you, I was clear-headed about this. Orochimaru is a unique research genius in the world of Hokage. Even the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, would have to take a step back in front of him. Tobirama is impressive, having invented a bunch of forbidden jutsu, but Orochimaru, this guy, he S in a biotechnology. That arm of Danzo S and Yamato, the wood-released Jinchuriki, R&T, they both his masterpieces. This ISNT, just ninjutsu. It's genetic engineering. Not to mention in Boruto later, he even starts mass-producing artificial humans, like Kinshiki and Uchiha Shin, as if they were dumplings. If I want to upend this broken ninja world order and even surpass the Sage of Six Paths, it's simply a fantasy without this scientific genius backing me up. After I finished speaking, you know what Orochimaru did? He laughed heartily, and let me tell you, that laugh was sharp and hoarse, like nails scratching a blackboard, echoing in this dungeon and making my hair stand on end. After he laughed, he squinted his snake-like eyes, stuck out his long tongue to lick his lips, and said slowly, interesting, very interesting. Dōhō-kun, you went to such great lengths to capture me, using my hand to bring down the third Hokage. And what is the result? You want to join in on the human experimentation yourself. The game of power really is quite flavorful. I laughed at that moment and said, Orochimaru, children are the ones who distinguish right from wrong. We adults only look at the pros and cons. Besides, as long as the test subjects aren't our villagers from Konoha, I can capture as many of those robbers, bandits, and enemy ninjas as you want. Our goals may be different, but our methods are the same. I'll help you with your research, and you help me with my revolution. What do you call this? It's called a win-win. Orochimaru looked down at the numerous seals drawn all over his body by Uzumaki Karen, and it looked terrible, like a QR code. He let out a cold laugh and said, Dōhō-kun, looking at me like this, do I have the right to refuse? I directly reassured him, saying, don't worry. Once I become Hokage and stabilize my position, I'll immediately arrange for you to escape and give you a brand new identity and laboratory so you can continue your great research. As I spoke, I pulled out a scroll from my pocket and tossed it to him. Orochimaru's eyes lit up instantly. I told him this was a welcome gift. Inside were several pairs of Sharingan soaked in Hashirama's cells, along with a body of a Kagaya clan member that I had managed to obtain with great difficulty. Although you can't leave right now, I moved all the bottles and jars from your old laboratory here to this dungeon for you to use temporarily. Upon seeing those pairs of eyes, Orochimaru immediately smiled, his expression as if he had found an unparalleled treasure. He hoarsely said, it seems Lord Dōhō already knows the secret of yin-yang fusion and the myriad of phenomena. He stared at me for a long time, making me feel uneasy, and finally uttered two words, good, I agree. A heavy stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. I stepped forward and extended my hand. Pleasure to cooperate, Orochimaru. Together, we shall have no rivals ahead. Orochimaru also extended his hand to shake mine. His hand was cold and slippery, as if it had no bones. He said, pleasure to cooperate. Who understands the atmosphere among us family members? With the mood set, I directly made my request. First, you need to record a statement for me, accusing Danzo as your backer, claiming that all the experiments were directed by him. Without a second thought, Orochimaru agreed, picked up a pen, and started writing furiously while cursing. That old bastard Danzo should have died long ago. Goodness, he was selling out his teammate with such ease. I gathered the evidence and looked at Orochimaru, presenting my second request. Orochimaru, I want to sign a summoning contract with the Dragon Cave. As soon as these words left my mouth, Orochimaru's half-closed eyes instantly widened, staring at me like two venomous snakes. He tilted his head, his neck twisting like a snake, which sent a shiver down my spine. He slowly said, oh, the Dragon Cave? That's not a good place. You already have Hashirama cells. Your power is strong enough. Why are you still so eager for more power? It seems, Dōhō-kun, that you have quite a few secrets. I felt a jolt in my heart. Orochimaru was too perceptive. How could I not desire power? Let me tell you, I have the script of Boruto in my mind. The enemies we will face later are all aliens, the Otsutsuki clan. Those guys primarily focus on devouring planets and can live for thousands of years as if it's a game, plus they can resurrect infinitely with their seals. Chakra is originally their thing. If I continue down this path, at best, I'll become the second Uchiha Dōhō, and I won't stand a chance against them. So, I must learn Sage Mode. This is something outside the power system of the Otsutsuki clan. It's their nemesis. In the entire ninja world, there are only 3 major factions of Sage Mode. Mayaboka Mountain is aligned with the Sage of 6 Paths, and I might have to oppose him in the future. So I definitely can't go there. The Sage Mode of the Wetbone Forest is mysterious. Only the first Hokage mastered it, and it's uncertain. That leaves only the Dragon Cave. Think about it. Yakushi Kabuto, a Jonin, learned the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave and could directly go toe-to-toe with Itachi and Sasuke when they teamed up. How ridiculous is that power boost? Moreover, the sages of the Dragon Cave have all transformed into human forms. What do we call that in cultivation novels? It's called a great power. So the Dragon Cave? I'm definitely going there. Orochimaru looked at me with interest for a while, but in the end, he agreed. I immediately called Uzumaki Karen over to unseal Orochimaru. After he restored his chakra, without saying a word, he performed a summoning technique, and with a bang, a large white snake appeared, then opened its mouth and spat out a wet, sticky scroll. I was completely stunned at that moment. The scroll was covered in a mixture of saliva and stomach acid, and it emitted a sour smell. I pinched my nose, looking disgusted. Orochimaru, can't you be a bit more presentable? Next to me, Vortex Hanari was a little clever girl. As soon as she saw my expression, she immediately took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the scroll clean before respectfully handing it to me. I nodded in satisfaction, thinking to myself, good woman, you deserve a promotion. Then I glanced at Yetsong next to me, who had a look of Yuri so dramatic on her face, and I was filled with anger. I picked up the scroll and slapped it on her head. What is wrong, planning a rebellion? She huffed angrily, but didn't dare to say a word. I ignored her, opened the scroll, and signed my name with a flourish. From that moment on, I became a person of the Dragon Cave. After signing the contract, Kuwali was preparing to seal it back for Orochimaru, but I waved my hand and said, no need. Let's leave it as it is. Kuwali and Yakura were anxious, saying it was too careless. I walked over, patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, and looked him in the eye, saying, if you suspect someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't suspect them. Orochimaru, I believe our cooperation won't be so short-lived, right? Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, a mix of surprise and appreciation in that smile. Interesting, Dōhō indeed has a broad mind. Don't worry, the cooperation will continue. After that, I got busy. Every day, I was hosting the major families of Konoha in our clan territory. The Hyuga clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan. The threshold was almost worn out. My clansmen were all as happy as if it were the new year, thinking that our Uchiha clan was about to produce a Hokage, feeling victorious. Only I knew in my heart that these people were like hungry wolves drawn by the scent, wanting to share the pie from me. After sending off Hyuga Hizashi, I coldly told the excited Uchiha and Naka beside me the benefits they want. I will stuff them until their cheeks are bulging. Just then, a guard ran over to report. My lord, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, has come to visit. Inaka was startled. Why is he back? He wouldn't be trying to compete with you for the position of Hokage, would he? I shook my head and said firmly, if he really wants to take it, the position of the 4th generation is his. He is not my opponent. That said, Jiraiya coming back at this time surely wouldn't be simple. I quickly adjusted my clothes and had someone invite him in. Before long, a tall man with white hair wearing an oil-slicked cloak strode in, and before he arrived, his hearty laughter filled the room. Dōhō kid, long time no see. Let me tell you, when Dōhō heard this, he was so clever that he immediately went up with a big smile on his face, saying, oh my, Lord Jiraiya, you're quite the rare guest. Please come in. The person next to him, named Inawo, was completely stunned, staring at Jiraiya, probably wondering why the legendary Sannin came to their home. It was only when Dōhō shot him a glare that he woke up from his daze and hurriedly followed along. Once they entered the living room, the scene was quite something, with tea and snacks being served. Jiraiya was not at all polite. He grabbed a snack and stuffed it into his mouth, eating it with gusto while mumbling something about 5 ants, 5 ants. Goodness, you'd think he hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights. On the other hand, Dōhō maintained his composure, leisurely sipping tea, his gaze never leaving Jiraiya, fully aware that this old brother definitely had ulterior motives for visiting. Sure enough, after Jiraiya had eaten and drunk enough, he began to reminisce. Ah, being young is great. Just look at your face. He touched his own white hair, looking weary, and said, in my day, I was just as spirited as you, but now I'm old. Dōhō, quick with his words, immediately replied, Lord Jiraiya, you're joking. That white hair of yours is naturally handsome. What does it have to do with age? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya burst into laughter. Seeing that the moment was right, Dōhō jumped straight to the point. Lord, you've seen the situation in the village. The Fourth Hokage and his wife are gone, and everyone is panicking. We really need a big shot like you to take charge. As soon as these words left his mouth, Jiraiya's smile vanished, his brows furrowing so tightly they could crush a fly, and he let out a long sigh. That sigh, I tell you, could break a heart, filled with sorrow and helplessness. Dōhō seized the moment, leaning forward earnestly, saying, Lord, as long as you are willing to be the Hokage, I guarantee that the entire Konoha, including our Uchiha clan, will fully support you. Jiraiya shot him a sidelong glance and laughed. Oh, including you? Of course. Dōhō stood tall. Everyone knows your reputation in the ninja world. Our Uchiha clan has always taken it upon ourselves to protect Konoha. If you take the stage, we will be the first to follow. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed again, feeling quite proud, not expecting that I, the Toad Sage, would have such a presence. But as he laughed, he waved his hand, straightened his face, and said sternly, Dōhō, to be honest, I can't take on the position of Hokage. With my temperament, I'd go crazy sitting in an office for 3 days. Besides, there are more suitable candidates for the Hokage position. Who? Dōhō raised an eyebrow, probably having already guessed, but pretending not to know. Jiraiya smiled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. Then, he shifted gears and began to praise Dōhō. You're really impressive, catching Orochimaru even. There are not many who can do that in the ninja world. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Upon hearing this, Dōhō immediately spoke with righteous indignation. Orochimaru is desecrating the first Hokage's remains. He is conducting human experiments. His crimes are unforgivable. I represent the order of Konoha. I stand for justice. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. Goodness, with such a passionate outburst, even Jiraiya was left speechless, unable to ask for details, only managing an awkward smile. Seeing his expression, Dōhō dropped a bombshell. Lord Jiraiya, you must have heard from the third Hokage about Orochimaru's human experiments. But do you know who his accomplices and backers are? Jiraiya sat up straight in an instant. Accomplices? Who? Tell me. Dōhō lowered his voice, enunciating each word. Shimura Danzo. What? Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out, leaning back in disbelief. Danzo was his teacher's old partner. How could this be possible? He murmured. How could it be him? Dōhō wasted no time, pulling out evidence from his pocket. One was a confession signed by Orochimaru, and the other, even more impressive, was a crystal ball recording the scene. He handed the items forward. Lord, the evidence is here. Take a look for yourself. Jiraiya took it, first looking at the confession, his face growing darker. Then he infused chakra into the crystal ball, and after watching the scene where Orochimaru pointed out Danzo, he fell completely silent, sitting there motionless. The atmosphere in the room growing unbearably oppressive. After a long while, he finally spoke. What do you plan to do? Dōhō's gaze turned cold, his killing intent nearly spilling over. The rules of Konoha cannot be broken. Evil must be eradicated. Jiraiya's gaze towards Dōhō changed at that moment. He was probably thinking, this kid is completely different from the ambitious person described in the rumors. But when he thought of Danzo, he felt a headache coming on and sighed. Dōhō, I understand what you mean. However, my teacher is a sentimental person and probably won't easily deal with Danzo. Dōhō nodded, I understand. But Danzo is a tumor. If we don't cut it out, the whole village will be doomed. I believe the third Hokage will make the right choice in the face of righteousness. Jiraiya was persuaded and agreed to persuade the third Hokage, but only if there was more solid evidence. After sending Jiraiya off, Dōhō's expression changed drastically. He turned to Inaho and ordered, first, find out if the Umbu has recently sent anyone to look for Tsunade. Second, send our people to find Tsunade before the Umbu does, and keep a close watch on her. We must not let the Umbu come into contact with her. Hurry. Inaho took his orders and ran off. Dōhō paced alone in the room, his brow furrowed tightly. Who could understand what his family was going through? He had originally planned everything well, slowly cooking Danzo like a frog in warm water. But as soon as Jiraiya mentioned a more suitable person, he immediately panicked. If Tsunade really came back, with her prestige in the village and her status as a Senju descendant, how could he, Uchiha, compete for such immense wealth and power? No, he couldn't wait any longer. Dohwan's gaze instantly turned cold, and he called out, "Inaho, gather all the elites and Uzumaki Karen, and intensify the search for the root base. Notify me immediately if there's any discovery." After saying that, he drew the Kusanagi sword he had confiscated from Orochimaru and slowly wiped it in his hand, muttering to himself, "We must deal with Danzo immediately and force Sarutobi to step down. The position of Hokage is mine for the taking." On the other side, when the news of the third Hokage stepping down broke, Danzo was the most restless of them all. He locked himself in a small dark room, fantasizing about what it would be like to become Hokage every day. But thinking of Orochimaru still in Dohwan's hands, it felt like a sword hanging over his head, and he couldn't sleep at all. The things he had done, researching with First Hokage cells, implanting a bunch of Sharingan into his arm, if any of those were exposed, it would be a death sentence. In endless anxiety, Danzo finally came up with a sinister plan. He called Shursui over. As soon as he entered the room, the eerie atmosphere made Shursui shiver. Danzo immediately accused Dohwan of being ambitious and said that privately imprisoning Orochimaru surely had ill intentions, tricking Shursui into investigating Orochimaru's location, all under the pretext of village intelligence safety. Although Shursui was suspicious, thinking of the village, he still agreed. But this was not an easy task. Dohwan was tight-lipped, and after several days of indirect questioning, Shursui managed to learn nothing. As Dohwan's call to become Hokage grew louder, the village's higher-ups urged him to monitor Dohwan, and Shursui, caught in the middle, was nearly burned out. After much thought, he decided to take a risk. He thought of someone, Uzumaki Karen, the woman Dohwan had brought back. He knew that Dohwan valued her highly, and she must know the secret. "Brother, don't blame me." Shursui touched his eyes, where the powerful Genjutsu Kodoa Mitsukami was hidden. For the peace of the village, Konoha must not split. He made up his mind that even if he bore the blame, he had to obtain the information. Since Karen was brought back by Dohwan, there had been endless gossip in the clan. Many people speculated that the baby girl in her arms, Xiangling, was Dohwan's illegitimate daughter. But Dohwan was now the clan leader, and no one dared to say it to his face. Shursui knew very well that his brother was not so superficial. What he valued was the Uzumaki clan's powerful sealing techniques and reconnaissance abilities. Therefore, Karen was definitely the best candidate to know Orochimaru's whereabouts. One day, Shursui calculated that Dohwan had gone out for a meeting and headed straight to his brother's house. Along the way, looking at the new courtyard that looked exactly like the old one, he felt mixed emotions. Karen opened the door and warmly invited him in, saying, "Lord Shursui, this is also your home. Lord Dohwan has people clean your room every day." The two sat down in the tea room, and Karen even advised him, "Lord Shursui, you should listen to your brother. Everything he does is for the family." Hearing these words, Shursui felt extremely conflicted. But when he saw the reflection of the Konoha forehead protector in the tea, he suddenly became clear-headed, and the thought of being loyal to the village overwhelmed everything. He gritted his teeth, suddenly looked up, and with his 3-Tomo Sharingan activated, he fixed his gaze on Karen and said softly, "Karen, I have a few questions, and I hope you'll answer truthfully." Under the hypnosis of the Sharingan, Karen's eyes became dazed, and she revealed where Orochimaru was imprisoned, what seals were at the entrance, and everything in detail. After questioning, Shursui used a Genjutsu to erase this memory. He looked at the unconscious Karen, sighed with guilt, and turned to disappear into the night. I tell you, in this pitch dark, as soon as I stepped out of the courtyard, I felt that everyone in the clan was looking at me differently. They were suspicious and on guard, as if they were guarding against a thief, making me feel uncomfortable all over. I couldn't be bothered with them. My mind was preoccupied with other matters, and my feet felt like they were coated in oil as I swiftly slipped out of the clan grounds. Outside was bustling with life, children running everywhere, vendors shouting at the top of their lungs, a scene of harmony. But looking at this sight felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on my heart. I knew all too well that this piece was as fragile as a paper lantern, easily punctured. If that time bomb from Orochimaru really fell into my brother Dohwan's hands, good grief, the entire Konoha would be in trouble. No, I had to do something. With that thought, I gritted my teeth and directly dove into a small alley. I looked around to make sure no one was watching, and my hands flew up and down, forming seals so fast that they seemed to blur. In the next second, as the smoke cleared, Uchiha Shursui, had directly transformed into the 2.0 version of Uzumaki Karen, with that red hair and petite figure, looking exactly the same. I swaggered back to the clan territory with a proud look on my face. Hey, guess what? The clan members who had just looked at me with disdain were now looking at me with such warmth, nodding and smiling. Who understands my family? As a true-blooded Uchiha, I still don't have any respect from the women of other surnames in the clan, just because she's the one my brother has taken a liking to. That feeling, TSK. Don't even mention it. No matter how sour it feels inside, business comes first. Relying on the memories I got from Hawaii, I twisted and turned until I found that secluded underground entrance. With both hands forming a seal, I shouted release. And with a rumble, the ground shook. The stone slab moved aside, revealing a dark hole. I took a deep breath and plunged right in. The tunnel was eerie, illuminated only by a few torches, and the sound of my footsteps echoed, sending chills down my spine. At the end, a dungeon appeared. Orochimaru was tied up like a zongzi, unconscious. Sitting next to him was someone, and when I focused, my heart sank. Uchiha Fugaku. My brother actually sent a former clan leader to keep watch. This completely messed up the plan. Fugaku, the old senior, wouldn't be easy to fool. I steeled myself, clear my throat, and greeted him in a voice like Heron's. Lord Fugaku, thank you for your hard work. Fugaku looked up, saw me, and although he seemed a bit puzzled, he nodded. Heron, what brings you here? Does clan leader Dōhō need something? My heart was pounding like a drum, and I had to keep a smile on my face. Lord Dōhō sent me to check on the seal, worried something might go wrong. As I spoke, I tried to move closer to Orochimaru, but Fyake reached out and blocked me, his gaze sharp. The seal is under my watch, it won't go wrong. You just stand aside and watch. Damn it, this old veteran is unyielding. I nodded and bowed while secretly gathering chakra, like crazy. Just when Fyake turned to look at Orochimaru, I made my move. I struck with a knife hand towards the back of his neck. Fyake reacted quickly, dodging in an instant, but I still grazed him, causing him to stumble. He turned around abruptly, shock written all over his face, shouting, "You're not Kariri. Who are you?" My identity was exposed. No more pretending, time to reveal my cards. I widened my eyes, and the blood-red light exploded instantly, 3 tomo spinning wildly in my sockets, finally merging with a snap into a hollow 4-pointed windmill shuriken pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Upon seeing my eyes, Fyake's face turned pale, realizing something was wrong. But he didn't have time to react. I had already finished forming my hand seals. Magical restraint technique. In an instant, Fyake was like he was pinned in midair by invisible nails, writhing in pain, his consciousness fading. To be honest, seeing Fyake-senpai in such agony made my heart ache. Back in the day, we fought alongside him on the battlefield, but now, sigh for the village, I'm sorry. As Fyake's resistance weakened, he finally collapsed to the ground with a thud, completely unconscious. I hurried over, picked up Orochimaru, bowed to the unconscious Fyake, and quietly said, "I'm sorry, Captain Fyake." Then, using a body flicker technique, I disappeared into the darkness with Orochimaru. I don't know how much time passed, but Fyake eventually stirred awake, his head pounding like it had exploded. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw the empty cell, all his drowsiness vanished. Oh no! He let out a howl and scrambled to his feet, his legs weak, stumbling toward the exit. It was a desperate rush, his heart feeling cold. Bursting out of the dungeon, he was like a headless chicken, heading straight for my brother Dōhō's house, maximizing his chakra, sprinting across the rooftops. The clansmen he passed were stunned by his disheveled appearance, but he couldn't care less about his image. Bang, bang, bang. When Fyake reached the door, he knocked loudly. "Dōhō clan leader, something big has happened." The door swung open, and he pushed past the servants, charging inside. My brother Dōhō was handling documents at the time, while Kariri was grinding ink beside him. When Fyake burst in, his face was pale, pointing at Kariri, then looking at my brother, unable to articulate his words. "Dōhō clan leader." Fyake's voice trembled. "Orochimaru has been rescued." My brother was so calm. He picked up his teacup and took a sip before leisurely asking, "What's going on?" "Take your time." Hyuga was panting heavily and recounted everything in detail. It was sure sway. He transformed into Haku and knocked me out with his kaleidoscope Sharingan, then saved Orochimaru. The real Haku, who was nearby, was dumbfounded upon hearing this. He held his head and said, "Lord Shursway came to find me this morning, but after we finished our tea, I can't remember anything at all." Wow, this is just a standard case of one-click memory wipe. My brother listened, walked to the window, looked at the evening glow on the horizon, and said softly, "Jishue, you ultimately chose that path." Fuyue immediately knelt down and said, "Chieftain, I have failed in my duty. Please punish me." My brother turned around, his expression complex. He sighed, probably thinking to himself, this is top-notch electronic charity, completely shifting the blame. He helped Fugaku up. "Get up, this isn't all your fault." No one knew that the still waters had opened a kaleidoscope. After saying that, without another word, he walked over to the coat rack, took down the black haori, and draped it over himself with flair. In an instant, his aura shifted from that of a good husband at home to the decisive leader of the Uchiha clan. Let's go. Fugaka looked confused. Where to? My brother's gaze turned cold as he looked towards the center of the village, and he said slowly and deliberately, Go find our respected third Hokage. We need people. Goodness, is he really going to confront the Hokage directly? Fugaka's heart raced, but seeing my brother's determined figure, he gritted his teeth and followed him. The two of them charged towards the Hokage building, radiating killing intent. When they reached the entrance, my brother's voice was as cold as ice, announced that Uchiha clan leader seeks an audience with the third Hokage. Inside the office, the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen was reviewing documents, with his two old advisors, Mito Gate Kurinai and ToukanRebukes, beside him. Upon hearing the announcement, the expressions of the three changed. As soon as my brother entered, he got straight to the point. Third generation, Orochimaru has been rescued. You need to give us an explanation. Mito Gate, that old man, exploded on the spot. It was you who wanted to imprison him in the first place. And now that he has escaped, you're here to demand an explanation? My brother sneered. The one who saved him is our clan's Shursui. But he's also an Umbu of Konoha. Don't the elders have any idea whose orders he follows? I suspect this is the work of your higher-ups. The air instantly froze. Fugaku added fuel to the fire. Shursui has nothing to do with Orochimaru. If it weren't for someone directing him, would he have gone mad trying to save him? I think it's Shimura Danzo. As soon as this was said, the third Hokage's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. After a long silence, he said, called Danzo in for confrontation. When Danzo, that old schemer, arrived, he still had a deadpan expression. Fugaku immediately exploded. Danzo, did you order Shursui to rescue Orochimaru? Danzo snorted. His disdainful expression nearly screamed, Are you out of your mind? Where's the evidence? Don't talk nonsense without proof. Fugaku was so angry he was trembling. You are the behind-the-scenes financier of Orochimaru's human experiments. Our security team has already found out. Danzo crossed his arms and began his performance. Nonsense. You Uchiha are good at Jinjutsu. Who knows if you coerced him into a confession and forged evidence to frame me? Mito Kazan and Tirun Koharu also chimed in, saying that without evidence, they couldn't make accusations. The third Hokage was there trying to smooth things over, feigning concern. Danzo, you should explain yourself. Danzo, with his stubborn mouth, could be used to build a house. Shursui is one of your Uchiha. What does it have to do with me? As for the human experiments, I was never involved. It's all nonsense you made up to shift responsibility. Fugaku's eyes turned red. Then where's Shursui? Where did you hide him? Danzo lied without changing his expression. Shursui went abroad on an S-rank mission. It's classified. No comment. Just as it seemed like an all-out brawl was about to break out, my brother suddenly smirked. Don't you want evidence? All right, I'll show you something good. He first pulled out a scroll, claiming it was a confession letter written by Orochimaru himself. Then, he took out a crystal ball, formed hand seals, and infused it with chakra. The next second, the crystal ball shone brightly and began playing a video, showing Orochimaru confessing his crimes in detail and identifying Danzo on tape. When the video ended, the office fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Danzo. And guess what? Danzo suddenly burst into laughter, nearly in tears. Is that all? This thing can be forged. To save his life, what lies wouldn't Orochimaru tell? You Uchiha force him to write it with Jinjutsu. Who knows? Fugaku was so furious, he almost activated Susanoo right there. Danzo, you old bastard. Who could force Orochimaru? Danzo scoffed. You Uchiha can. The two elders started working together again, saying that the evidence was indeed unreliable. Fugaku became anxious, insisting on searching Danzo's root base. Of course, Danzo refused, saying that was Konoha's secret. In the end, the third Hokage stepped in again to mediate. All right, there's insufficient evidence, so let's put this matter on hold for now. You continue to look for evidence, and, Danzo, you must cooperate with the investigation. My brother and Fugaku exchanged a glance, knowing that with this old man causing trouble today, it was impossible to deal with Danzo, so they could only take their leave. On the way back, Fugaku was so angry he was about to explode. But as soon as they entered the house, my brother Dōhō suddenly burst into hearty laughter, laughing to his heart's content. Fugaku was confused. Clan leader you. My brother patted his shoulder. You've worked hard. Go back and rest. There are tough battles ahead. In Fugaku's mind, a flash of inspiration struck, and he suddenly understood. What defensive slackness What private meeting with Orochimaru? It all connected. Who understands this? Family members. This round is about using information disparity to crush the opponent. He intentionally let Orochimaru go just to blow things up and force the higher-ups to reveal their true colors. I understand, clan leader. Fugaka nodded earnestly. I'll go prepare right away. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, as soon as my brother and the others left, the face of the third Hokage instantly darkened. He remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Bring Shui here to see me. Goodness. As soon as Danzo finished saying he was out of the country on a mission, the third called him in. Was slap in the face. Soon Uchiha Shui appeared in the office, kneeling on one knee. Lord Third Hokage, you called for me? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at me with a complex gaze and slowly said, Shui. Today DH and Fugaku came, and they suspect that Orochimaru's matters and the human experiments are related to Danzo, and they even mentioned you. Shui's expression showed no sign of disturbance. His gaze was calm and resolute, as if he had anticipated such a question. He replied calmly, It was Lord Danzo who instructed me to abduct Orochimaru, but this is for the sake of Konoha. Orochimaru is too dangerous in DH's hands. Good boy. No wonder you're Mikage's grandson. You've endured much. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a hint of relief in his voice. Then, he waved his hand, signaling Shui to leave. After Shui bowed once more, he turned and left the office. At this point, only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Geidai, Tsunade, and Danzo remained in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first, his voice low and serious. Where's Orochimaru now? In the route. Danzo replied briefly, his tone calm, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened instantly as he questioned. Did you participate in Orochimaru's human experiments? Did you desecrate the first Hokage's body? Danzo snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes, and did not answer directly, instead straightening his back and replying firmly. Everything I do is for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened considerably, his brows tightly furrowed, eyes flashing with anger. He stood up and slammed his hands on the table, shouting, For Konoha? Using such unethical means is harmful to Konoha. The two men's argument echoed in the office, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Seeing them bickering, Mito Geidai and Tsunade quickly stepped in to mediate. Mito Geidai said anxiously, Right now, Uchiha Dōhō is competing for Hokage and has rallied many clans in Konoha. If we old folks continue to fight among ourselves, Konoha will be in danger. We need to unite and stand against external threats. Tsunade also chimed in. Yes, now is not the time for infighting. We need to prioritize the bigger picture. Danzo coldly glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Have you forgotten the teachings of the second Hokage? Uchiha people cannot be trusted. They must not become Hokage. What I'm doing is following his teachings. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh, his eyes revealing helplessness and fatigue. After a long pause, he slowly sat back down, seemingly acquiescing to Danzo's actions. Chapter 72, Brothers and Brothers in the Dead of Night. All was silent, and moonlight spilled through the window onto Uchiha Shui's tatami mat, as if covered with a layer of silver frost. Shui lay quietly on the tatami, hands clasped behind his head, staring at the ceiling, replaying the series of events from earlier in his mind. He clearly remembered the moment he handed Orochimaru over to Danzo. He understood that the bridge between him and the Uchiha clan had quietly been severed. He knew that his clansmen would not understand his actions. In their eyes, he might have already become a traitor. Therefore, he chose not to return to the clan, but instead quietly moved into the room arranged for him by the Umbu. The room was very quiet, so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. Shui's thoughts were a tangled mess as he recalled the time spent growing up with his brother DH. He also reflected on whether he truly did this for Konoha, or whether he had unknowingly become a pawn in Danzo's conspiracy. He thought of his clansmen, those familiar faces constantly surfacing in his mind. He remembered training and laughing together with them. A wave of bitterness surged in his heart. Had he betrayed them? Could he really sacrifice his own clansmen for the so-called future of Konoha? Shui took a deep breath, trying to calm his chaotic thoughts. He knew there was no turning back. From a moment he followed Danzo's orders to abduct Orochimaru, his fate had been sealed. He had to take responsibility for his choices, no matter what awaited him in the future. Suddenly, a gentle breeze came from outside the window, as if someone was softly sighing. Shui sat up alertly, his eyes becoming sharp and cold, vigilantly watching the direction of the window. In this turbulent autumn, He could not afford to let his guard down. He waited quietly, secretly gathering chakra in his hands, ready to respond to any possible danger. However, after a long time, there was no unusual movement outside the window. Shui slowly relaxed, lying back down on the tatami, but his heart could no longer be at peace. He knew that tomorrow would be another day filled with uncertainty. He didn't know what decision the third Hokage would make, nor what tasks Danzo would assign him, but he was clear that he had to face everything with strength. For the peace of Konoha, he was willing to pay any price. My foolish brother, Shui. Just as Shui was lost in his thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in the room, like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the peace within him. Shui's pupils constricted sharply as he instantly realized it was his brother DH's voice. How'd he find me? But before he could voice his confusion, a powerful and mysterious force suddenly enveloped him, and he felt the scene before him twist instantly, his body uncontrollably being pulled into a mysterious space. Shui felt the world spinning around him, and when the surrounding scene gradually stabilized, he found himself in a chaotic and mysterious space. The mist swirled around him, dense as if it could not disperse, silent enough that not a single sound could be heard, with only a faint glow in the distance, seemingly the only light source in this darkness. He steadied himself and quickly looked around, and when his gaze fell upon the familiar figure ahead, Shui's breath caught. The person before him was none other than his brother, Uchiha Dōhō. DH stood tall, but an icy aura familiar to Shui surrounded him. At that moment, DH had activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, and that pair of six-pointed star Mangekyō resembled burning blood flames, exuding endless majesty and oppressive force. However, what made Shui's heart ache was that DH's right eye was constantly oozing blood, the crimson droplets slowly sliding down his cheek, appearing particularly shocking in this dim space. Brother, you've also awakened, Shui murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan is not something you alone possess. Shui, why did you do this? Déche question. Shui slightly raised his head, a hint of determination in his eyes, and slowly replied, Brother, have you forgotten Grandpa Jing's teachings? Grandpa taught us that the way of endurance is to inherit and uphold the will of fire, regarding the protection of Konoha's peace as our own belief. Everything I do is for Konoha, for that peace. Dōhō let out a cold snort, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Huh! Then why is Senju Tobirama's favorite disciple Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the likes of Danzo and others are still alive and well, each in high positions? Have you never thought about these things? Shui's body trembled slightly, a flash of pain in his eyes. Grandpa Jing sacrificed himself to protect Konoha. His dedication and sacrifice should not be questioned. Foolish, you and Grandpa are both foolish. Dōhō's voice suddenly rose, filled with endless anger. Protecting Konoha and safeguarding the Uchiha clan have never been opposing choices. On the contrary, as the founders of Konoha, why can't we Uchiha produce a Hokage? We have the ability and the qualifications. But look at the current situation. Our Uchiha clan's position in Konoha is precarious. And you are still betraying your own clan for the so-called will of fire, for those high-ranking people. A struggle appeared on Shui's face. Brother, I have not betrayed my clan. I just believe that only by maintaining Konoha's peace can the Uchiha clan have a stable environment to survive. I believe that as long as I work hard, I can make my clan and Konoha coexist harmoniously. Dōhō shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. You are too naive, Shui. Over the years, hasn't the Konoha leadership's suspicion and oppression of our Uchiha clan been less? Do you think that by obeying Danzo's orders and rescuing Orochimaru, you can gain their trust and respect? Don't be foolish. You're just a pawn they are using. Brother, why can't you choose to believe in the third Hokage and the others? Shui sighed. Huh. Uchiha Dōhō laughed loudly, his laughter echoing freely in this mysterious space. His shoulders trembled slightly, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan, burning with anger, appeared even more captivating in the darkness. After a long time, he stopped laughing, his gaze like a knife directed at Shui, and spoke slowly. Believe? How can you make me believe? For so many years, our Uchiha clan has fought for Konoha, throwing our heads and shedding our blood on the battlefield. When have we not given our all? But what is the result? The Konoha leadership is constantly suspicious of us, always on guard. The third Hokage seems generous, but how many fair words has he truly spoken for our Uchiha clan on critical issues? Dōhō's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Just take this matter with Orochimaru as an example. You, for the so-called future of Konoha, obeyed that old man Danzo's orders and kidnapped Orochimaru. You think you are contributing to Konoha, but in reality? Why is Danzo so obsessed with Orochimaru? Because he is Orochimaru's accomplice and financier. How much do you know about this? Jishui's lips moved, wanting to refute, but he was momentarily speechless. What Dōhō said, he had also vaguely sensed deep down, but all along, he had chosen to numb himself with a will of fire, unwilling to think deeply about the complex and dark truths behind it. Chapter 73, The Eye of the Soul's Reflection. Jishui, activate your kaleidoscope. Dōhō's voice was low and powerful, echoing in this mysterious space. Jishui took a deep breath, and in an instant, his aura changed dramatically. Then, deep within his pupils, 3 koma appeared abruptly and began to spin rapidly as if they had gone mad. The speed of the rotation was astonishing. In the naked eye could hardly capture anything but blurred light and shadow, flashing wildly in his eyes. The fast-spinning koma intertwined, twisted, and deformed. The originally smooth lines continuously bending and reorganizing, as if undergoing a thrilling transformation. Eventually, it morphed into Jishui's unique kaleidoscope pattern. This pattern was square-shaped, resembling a hollow 4-blade shuriken, steadily suspended in the center of his gaze. Dōhō looked at Jishui's kaleidoscope, sighed lightly, and asked, "Do you really understand the Sharingan?" "Of course." Jishui replied without hesitation, his tone revealing a hint of confidence, as if he was already well-versed in the Sharingan. "No, you do not understand," Dōhō said decisively, his voice filled with undeniable certainty. Jishui looked at Dōhō in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. In his heart, as an elite of the Uchiha clan who had awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan, how could his understanding of the Sharingan not be profound enough? Dōhō's gaze was deep, and he slowly began to explain. The kaleidoscope Sharingan is regarded as the eye that reflects the soul. He paused for a moment, his gaze firmly locked onto Jishui's kaleidoscope Sharingan, then continued. Each person who possesses a kaleidoscope Sharingan has abilities closely tied to their personality, experiences, and inner desires. You see, the forms of the kaleidoscope Sharingan vary from person to person. Mine is a 6-pointed star, while yours is different. Brother, what exactly do you want to say? Jishui couldn't help but ask, his confusion growing deeper. After you activated your kaleidoscope, you awakened a unique ocular technique, right? Dōhō did not respond directly, but posed another question. Jishui nodded, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. My left eye is Shindi Yujuri, and my right eye is Yomi Hirazaka. Dōhō revealed his ocular techniques to Jishui. Shindi Yujuri, Dōhō continued to explain, this ocular technique allows a designated target, whether a person or a jutsu, to freely adjust the flow of time between 1 second to 72 hours. Yomi Hirazaka allows for free traversal of space and can pull others into that space with him. With it, whether for ambush or retreat, it is as easy as pie. Dōhō added, do you know why I awakened these 2 ocular techniques? Dōhō looked at Jishui, his expression calm. Jishui seemed to think of something, biting his lip, hesitating to speak. Because I know that the Uchiha clan's time is running out. Dōhō's voice was low. I want to change the time of the Uchiha clan's extinction. At the very least, I want to be able to escape at any time to prevent my clan from being killed. This concern and unwillingness regarding my clan's fate gave birth to these 2 ocular techniques. Jishui, what about your ocular technique? What is its origin? Jishui instantly fell silent, the surrounding air seemingly freezing at that moment. Your ocular technique can change the will of others, right? Dōhō's words were like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Jishui's heart, effortlessly breaking through his psychological defenses. Jishui trembled all over, uncontrollably retreating repeatedly, fear written all over his face, as if recalling something terrifying enough to destroy his mind. With each step back, it felt as if he were desperately trying to escape the truth he had buried deep within himself. You keep saying you want to make the family and the village understand each other, making me believe in Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. But why did you awaken such an ocular technique? In fact, you know very well in your heart that mutual understanding between people is fundamentally impossible. In this chaotic world of ninja, where interests clash and power struggles ensue, people's hearts have become complex and unpredictable. Even companions who are with you day and night may turn against each other for their own interests at critical moments. Our Uchiha clan has made great contributions to Konoha, yet what we receive in return is suspicion and oppression. In such an environment, deep down, you have long lost trust in others. which is why you awakened an ocular technique capable of rewriting others' thoughts without their notice, attempting to achieve so-called understanding and peace through this extreme method. Jisue, you're actually the one who trusts others the least. Dohwan's voice echoed in this mysterious space, striking Jisue's heart like a heavy hammer. Jisue's face instantly turned pale as paper. His body swayed as if he would collapse at any moment. Brother, He opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found his throat choked as if something was blocking it, unable to produce a single sound. At this moment, the tower of belief in his heart began to sway and crumble under Dohwan's words. The two brothers fell silent for a long time. The air around them seemed to solidify. Only the thick mist swirled silently around them. Suddenly, Jisue's figure swayed, and a look of panic flashed across his face. He keenly sensed that this mysterious space was shaking, as if an invisible giant hand was recklessly toying with it, ready to crush it completely at any moment. No wonder it's Huangquan Biryo. My ocular power is insufficient. Dohwan smiled bitterly, blood gushing from his right eye, sliding down his cheek and staining the dim space with a shocking red. Brother, you. Seeing this, Jisue's heart raced with anxiety, instinctively reaching out his right hand. Wanted to do something for Dohwan, but halfway through, it stopped in midair. Dohwan waved his hand, indicating that he could still hold on, although his body was slightly trembling. His tone remained unyieldingly firm. What I want to do, you cannot stop. Contribute your eyes, and I will use them to see the glory of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Jisue slowly shook his head, his voice light yet filled with an unshakable determination. Brother, I cannot agree to you. In his heart, there was a belief he held steadfastly, which perhaps contradicted Dohwan's ideals, but he could never let go of it. He understood that giving up his eyes would not only mean relinquishing his power, but also abandoning the peace and understanding he had fought for all along. Something he could not accept. Then let's see the truth under our hands. Since childhood, you have been the favorite grandson of Grandpa Jing, and it has been a long time since we fought. Let me see how much of Grandpa's skills you've learned. Dohwan said, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Brother, then come. Jisue took a deep breath, his gaze instantly sharp as an eagle, and without hesitation began to extract chakra. Suddenly, Jisue felt a tumult within his body, as if chakra was flowing out uncontrollably like a flood breaking through a dam. He widened his eyes in terror, instinctively looking around, trying to find the source of this abnormal situation. When his gaze fell on Dohwan, his pupils shrank suddenly. Dohwan held a strange little bug in his hand, entirely black, emanating a cold luster, seemingly surrounded by a layer of elusive and eerie chakra fluctuations. Brother, this is... Jisue struggled to squeeze out a few words from his dry throat, his voice trembling, his body twitching uncontrollably due to the frantic loss of chakra. This is a special parasitic bug cultivated by the Oil Girl clan. What I have in hand is just a mother bug. Dohwan's tone was calm, revealing no hint of a victorious smugness. The offspring is in my body? When? Jisue pressed on, knowing well that the bugs of the Oil Girl clan were well known in Konoha. Let me, as your older brother, give you another lesson. Dohwan stepped closer to Jisue. A ninja must use any means necessary to complete a mission, whether it be deception or seduction, as long as the mission is accomplished. You thought we were going to have a big battle, but in reality, you lost the qualification to fight without even realizing it. Due to the rapid loss of chakra, Jisue's strength was quickly drained, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, his kaleidoscope Sharingan dimming and disappearing due to the lack of chakra. It is important to know that in the world of Naruto, chakra is not just a simple blue bar like in a game. It is the key to sustaining life. As crucial as a health bar, once chakra is exhausted, it may lead to the threat of death. Just like Kakashi during the battle when Pain attacked Konoha, he exhausted his last strength and chakra to activate Kimui, redirecting a deadly tracking missile to another space to protect Choji, ultimately losing his life due to chakra depletion. Damn, when did this happen? Suddenly, an image flashed in Jisue's mind like lightning, of himself carrying Orochimaru in the dungeon. In an instant, all doubts and clues connected in his mind, and he suddenly realized, so that is how it is? Everything was your scheme, brother. Jisue weakly lay on the ground, breathless and powerless, his voice faint like a wisp of smoke. Dohwan nodded slightly, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Thanks to you, even Danzo's lair, which even Orochimaru did not know, has been grasped by me. I see. Then I can be considered to have contributed a bit. Jisue smiled bitterly. That smile distorted and bitter, filled with helplessness and self-mockery. He thought he was fighting for the beliefs in his heart, but unexpectedly, he had always been a pawn in the hands of others, whether it was the higher-ups of Konoha or his brother. Dōhō replied softly, his voice low and vague, making it hard to grasp his emotions at this moment. Brother, I have never won against you since childhood. Jisue murmured, his gaze gradually becoming hazy, as if traversing through time and space, returning to those days when he practiced sweating with his brother on the training ground, sparring with each other. Sleep now. When you wake up, you will see me wearing the Hokage robe, Dōhō said, his tone carrying a hint of unnoticeable tenderness. Is that so? That would be quite good. This was Jisue's last whisper before losing consciousness, his voice growing smaller until it disappeared into the darkness of this mysterious space. Chapter 74. Yakushin-yu, the Konoha orphanage is located in a corner of the village. Though not grand, it is full of life and warmth. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting a patchwork of light and shadow in the orphanage's yard. Yakushi Nanoyu, dressed in simple clothing, weaves through the children. She always wears a gentle smile, but there is a hint of unmissable sorrow in her eyes. A group of caregivers are busy too, some distributing rice balls to the children, while others play simple games with them. Come on, be careful, don't run too fast. Nanoyu gently reminds a few children who are chasing and playing in the yard. A little girl with 2 ponytails runs over, holding a freshly picked flower. Sister Director, is this flower pretty? I'll give it to you. Nanoyu squats down to take the flower, smiling as she says, it's beautiful, thank you. She pats the little girl's head, but her gaze unconsciously drifts towards the orphanage's large gate, secretly worrying about the funding issues of the orphanage. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto is sitting quietly in a corner of the yard, observing all of this. Although he is only 8 years old, he possesses an insight beyond his peers. He notices the worry between Nanoyu's brows and understands that the orphanage must be facing some difficulties again. The caregivers also sensed Nanoyu's unusualness, but did not speak up about it. An older caregiver walked over and said softly, Director, don't worry too much. There will always be a way. Nanoyu nodded slightly, forcing a smile, hoping that the children cannot be without this place. In the afternoon, the children all went for a nap, and Nanoyu sat at her office, looking at the dwindling funding records on the table, her brows furrowing tighter. Yakushi Kabuto quietly pushed open the office door, hesitating for a moment at the entrance before walking in. Kabuto, why are you here? Aren't you going to rest? When Yanoyu saw Do, she quickly put away the frown on her face. Do walked up to Yanoyu and said softly, Director Sister, I know you're worried about the orphanage's funds, but I don't know what to do either. Looking at this sensible child in front of her, Yanoyu felt a warm current surge in her heart. She gently patted Do's head and said, Silly child, it's not your fault. Don't worry, Sister will find a way. Do nodded, but his eyes were filled with helplessness and pain. He wished he could grow up quickly and become strong, so he could help Yanoyu and the other children in the orphanage. Yanoyu looked at Do, her heart filled with helplessness and sorrow. In the past, she worked for the Root, traveling abroad as an outer member, enduring countless hardships. During those days, she had become accustomed to darkness and cruelty. After finally escaping that cold organization, she thought she could start a new life in the orphanage and provide a warm haven for these homeless children. But now, Danzo's threat hung over her and the children like a sharp blade. She knew the ruthlessness of Root, and Danzo was even more cruel and cold-blooded. In his eyes, everyone was just a tool to be used. But looking at the innocent children in front of her and thinking about the fate of the orphanage, Yanoyu felt herself being pushed into a corner. Do looked up at Yanoyu, his eyes filled with worry and concern. Although he was young, he could sense that the director's sister was facing a huge dilemma. Yanoyu patted Do's head, trying to give him a comforting smile. But that smile was filled with deep bitterness. After struggling internally for a long time, Yanoyu sighed deeply, and her gaze gradually became resolute. She knew she had no choice for the children to continue living in this warm orphanage and to give them a stable future. She was prepared to agree to Danzo's request and join Root as a full member. Even if the road ahead was fraught with thorns and she had to return to that dark, cold world, she was willing to endure everything for the children. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks broke the tranquility of the office. Come in, Yanoyu responded, still organizing the files of the orphanage children in her hands. A caregiver hurriedly pushed the door open, looking flustered and speaking rapidly. Director. A group of people came outside, and, judging by their attire and appearance, they seem to be from the Uchiha clan. They're carrying many boxes and say they want to donate supplies to our orphanage. Upon hearing this, Yanoyu's hand suddenly froze, and a look of surprise and confusion flashed across her face. She instinctively stood up, brushed her somewhat messy hair behind her ear, adjusted her clothes, and quickly walked toward the orphanage's entrance. The sun shone warmly at the entrance of the orphanage, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. She saw Uchiha Dōhō leading a few elderly members of the Uchiha clan, steadily carrying boxes filled with supplies, walking towards them. The boxes looked heavy, and the elders had beads of sweat on their foreheads, yet they still wore warm smiles, a stark contrast to the proud demeanor the Uchiha clan was known for. Yano's surprise grew stronger as she observed this scene. The Uchiha clan was famously proud in Konoha, and they usually acted with a sense of detachment. Why would they bring so many supplies to support the orphanage today? Moreover, she had no interactions with the Uchiha clan on a regular basis. So this sudden act of kindness left her at a loss for words, standing there unsure of what to do. Uchiha Dōhō stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Yano, and then handed her an envelope containing money, speaking gently, "Pharmacist Director, this is a small token from our Uchiha clan. From now on, we will provide financial support to the orphanage every month. These elders are also eager to volunteer and help the children." Yano took the envelope, her hand trembling slightly, her eyes filled with gratitude and disbelief. She quickly regained her composure, calling the caregivers to help move the supplies and hurriedly organizing the children to line up and bow in thanks to Uchiha Dōhō and the others. The children's sweet voices of thanks echoed in the courtyard, and the elderly members of the Uchiha clan looked at the children, their smiles growing even brighter, filled with affection. After the donation was completed, Uchiha Dōhō walked over to Yano and lowered his voice, saying, "Pharmacist Director, could I have a moment to speak with you privately? I would like to ask you to come to the Uchiha clan's territory. I have something to trouble you with." Yano's heart skipped a beat. She knew that there were no free benefits in this world. However, since the orphanage's financial issue had just been resolved, she was determined to grit her teeth and accept whatever request was made. So, she nodded slightly and followed Dōhō toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Along the way, Yano felt anxious, constantly pondering what Dōhō wanted to ask of her. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard of Uchiha Dōhō. What came into Yano's view was an elegant wooden gate, its deep brown panels exuding a luster that spoke of years gone by. Adorned with the Uchiha clan's unique fan family crest, simple yet dignified, with flowing lines that seemed to silently narrate the storms and glory the family had endured. Pushing open the door, the scene in the courtyard astonished Yano greatly. The ground was paved with ancient blue stone slabs, and in the center of the courtyard stood a small and exquisite Japanese rock garden. Beside a stone wash basin, several bamboo plants swayed in the wind, their leaves rustling, adding a touch of liveliness to this tranquil courtyard. Yano couldn't help but widen her eyes, filled with shock. She had never imagined that the courtyard of the Uchiha clan would be so elegant and ancient, with every detail showcasing a profound cultural heritage and the family's extraordinary taste, forming a stark contrast to the somewhat humble environment of the orphanage. The unease in her heart intensified, and she grew increasingly curious about what Uchiha Dōhō wanted to ask of her. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself, trying to calm her flustered emotions, and followed Dōhō into the courtyard. With each step, she felt the cool touch of the blue stone slabs beneath her feet, as if reminding her that she was about to face a mysterious and powerful family. Chapter 75. The second eternal Manjiki Sharingan of the ninja world. Birth stepping deeper into the courtyard, Yano's gaze was immediately captured by Uchiha Dōhō. He wore a pure white robe that fit him perfectly, the soft fabric dancing in the wind, outlining his lean yet powerful figure, with the fan family crest at the hem shimmering with a mysterious light. Dōhō's facial features were sharp and defined, with a high and straight nose adding a strong, three-dimensional quality to his appearance. What a handsome man! Yano, who had traveled the world for many years and seen countless people, had to admit that Uchiha Dōhō was the most handsome man she had ever seen. His outstanding looks and unique aura were unforgettable. The walking priestess, Dōhō suddenly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, like thunder ringing in Yano's ears. Yano's expression changed instantly, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This secret she had buried deep within herself had been revealed by Dōhō in a single sentence. Then Dōhō's expression calmed, and he continued, "That damned Danzo has been threatening you again, hasn't he? If you don't join Root, he'll cut off the orphanage's funds." Yano felt a mix of emotions and, after hesitating for a moment, slowly nodded. Remembering her past as an outer member of Root, executing missions abroad for a long time, she was fortunate not to have been marked with the cursed seal of death, But those experiences still haunted her. Do-hwan slightly raised his gaze, his eyes filled with determination and confidence, and said, "From now on, Konoha Village will provide funding for you. So you no longer need to worry about the orphanage's finances. You can boldly adopt those orphans, and for qualified orphans, the village will send them to the ninja school for training." Upon hearing this, Yano-yu's eyes instantly lit up with surprise, and she eagerly asked, "Has the third Hokage finally agreed?" Do-hwan's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he replied, "No, it's the decision of the fifth Hokage." The fifth Hokage? Yano-yu furrowed her brows in confusion, quickly contemplating the current situation in Konoha Village and the potential candidates for the fifth Hokage. Suddenly, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes widened in realization as she stared at Do-hwan, understanding the implication. "However, I need your help with something for the future fifth Hokage." Do-hwan's voice timely broke through Yano-yu's shock, pulling her back to reality. Yano-yu slightly bent her body, her expression respectful, and said, "Lord Do-hwan, you possess great strength, and I am but a novice. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Do-hwan nodded slightly, his gaze intense as he looked at Yano-yu and slowly spoke. "Yes, I know you are skilled in medical ninjutsu." Do-hwan felt helpless. The Uchiha clan has always revered martial power, pouring all their skill points into combat strength, resulting in a severe lack of medical expertise within the family. Finding a clan member proficient in medical ninjutsu was nearly impossible. He silently resolved to replan and reorganize the family's future development direction, ensuring they would not be so one-sided and instead achieve comprehensive development. After pondering, Do-hwan succinctly said, "Follow me." Yano-yu was slightly taken aback, but quickly followed Do-hwan's footsteps. The two walked through the courtyard to a hidden corner where Do-hwan raised his hand to push aside a stone slab, revealing a passage leading underground. Yano-yu followed Do-hwan down the stairs and into the basement. Upon entering, she was astonished to find that the medical equipment was fully equipped, with various instruments neatly arranged, shining with a metallic luster. In the center of the basement lay a medical bed with a young man resting on it. The young man's complexion was as pale as paper, devoid of color, with his eyes tightly closed, as if trapped in a deep slumber. Yano-yu instinctively quickened her pace to check on the young man's condition, increasingly curious about the medical task Do-hwan had brought her here for. "I need you to transplant his eyes for me." Do-hwan pointed to Uchiha Shursui, who lay nearby. Yano-yu was taken aback. During her brief interactions with Do-hwan, she had sensed that his eyesight seemed poor, but she never expected him to make such a request. Do-hwan then created multiple shadow clones, and they quickly sealed off all the entrances and exits of the basement. Following that, Do-hwan slowly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, the six-pointed star radiating an eerie and powerful light as he looked directly at Yano-yu and said seriously, "To ensure everything goes smoothly, I must cast a Jinjutsu on you to guarantee the safety of the surgery." Yano-yu bit her lip, feeling somewhat anxious, but nodded and said softly, "I understand." As soon as she finished speaking, Do-hwan cast the Jinjutsu on her. Yano-yu felt a daze wash over her, her consciousness gradually becoming blurred. Yet her body still followed Do-hwan's instructions and began to act. After that, Yano-yu strictly followed the disinfection procedures and carefully removed Do-hwan's eyes and Shursui's eyes. Soaking them in would release cell fluid. The liquid emitted a faint glow, seemingly possessing magical powers. Next, Yano-yu began the transplant surgery. She concentrated fully, her hands skillfully placing Shursui's eyes into Do-hwan's eye sockets. At the moment of successful installation, Do-hwan felt a powerful chakra surge into his body like a tidal wave. Shursui's chakra rapidly merging with his own, and the power of In release instantly increased. Thus, the second pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan in the ninja world was born. Do-hwan silently felt this power, his eyes closed, a mix of pain and excitement on his face. After a moment, he slowly asked, "How is the pair of eyes that were extracted from me?" Yano-yu wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned to look, only to be taken aback. She widened her eyes, her voice trembling as she said, "Lord Do-hwan, your eyes." The eyes that originally belonged to Do-hwan had now transformed into a form resembling small particles of the Ten Tails. The powerful ocular power that once resided within them vanished without a trace, as if they had lost their life. "Are they useless?" "As expected. Then let us replace them with this pair of eyes." Do-hwan had an expression of "just as I thought" and pointed to the lying Shursui, then indicated another pair of 3-tomo Sharingan, soaking and would release cell fluid. Yano-yu gazed at the pair of 3-tomo Sharingan emanating a faint red glow. her heart filled with mixed feelings. However, under the influence of the genjutsu Dōhō had cast, she did not hesitate much, mustering her spirit to prepare for a new round of surgery. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her trembling hands caused by nervousness, skillfully disinfecting the tools with focused and determined eyes. Then, Yanoyu gently took out the pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, their surface smooth and warm, as if still retaining the essence of their previous owner. She cautiously approached Shursui, looking at the young man lying quietly and precisely operated, implanting the 3 Tomo Sharingan into Shursui's eye sockets. Every movement was meticulous, as if carving a precious piece of art. At the moment the eyes were installed, Shursui's body slightly trembled, and a strange flush appeared on his originally pale face. Dōhō frowned slightly, his eyes turning eagerly to Yanoyu, asking, "How long will it take for me to recover?" Yanoyu was focused on tidying up the surgical tools, her movements agile and orderly. Upon hearing Dōhō's question, she paused her actions, raised her head, and answered seriously, "Lord Dōhō, the recovery time for eye transplant surgery varies greatly among individuals. For eye transplantation, it takes some time for the new host to adapt. If all goes well, it might take a few days, but if it's slow, it could take several weeks. During this time, you must rest well and avoid overusing your eyes, allowing your body to smoothly accept these new eyes. I will prepare some medicine to promote recovery and perform some medical ninjutsu to help you recover faster." How soon at the earliest? Dōhō's tone unintentionally became heavier. This feeling of helplessness tormented him. "A week." After a brief thought, Yanoyu provided her answer. "A week, when will that be?" Dōhō immediately pressed for more details. "Today is December 5th. At the earliest, you will have to wait until December 12th. Yanoyu patiently explained. "December 12th, huh?" Dōhō murmured softly, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. "It's a good day indeed." He nodded gently, his mind already starting to silently plan the next steps. He knew he must race against time, using this period to familiarize himself with and master the newly acquired powerful abilities, preparing thoroughly for everything that was about to come. "This week, I will trouble you to accompany me, Dr. Yanoyu." Dōhō's tone carried an unrefusable meaning. Yanoyu was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized, respectfully nodding in response. "Yes, Lord Dōhō." Chapter 76. The route base not far from the southern part of Konoha village, there lies a little-known valley, which serves as Danzo's old nest and the stronghold of Root. The entrance to the valley appears to be shrouded in an invisible and mysterious veil, where powerful illusions and barriers intertwine. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary forest with nothing special about it. Only the members of Root who know the method to break the illusion can see through this disguise and find the entrance to the stronghold. Upon entering the valley, one can discover a hidden world inside, with a vast and complex cave system laid out before them. After years of careful renovation and expansion by Root, it has transformed into their core base of secret operations. Inside the cave, defensive facilities are scattered throughout, with traps hidden in every possible corner, ready to be triggered at any moment. Hidden weapons are concealed within the mechanisms of the walls and floors, prepared to deliver a fatal blow to any intruder. At the same time, there are well-planned living and working areas. The unique terrain and natural phenomena of the valley have been cleverly utilized by Root to further enhance the base's security and concealment. An underground river flows silently through the cave system, acting as a vibrant link that not only provides a continuous source of life for the base, but also serves as a formidable line of defense. Within the stronghold, there is also a mysterious underground passage that winds its way directly to the depths beneath Konoha village. The terrain within the passage is intricate and complex, with many forks. One could easily lose their way if not careful. Even more troublesome are the illusion traps set in certain areas, where stepping inside would plunge one into a virtual scene, making it difficult to escape, along with various intricate mechanisms. Only those members of Root who are intimately familiar with the routes can safely navigate through. Danzo has always been meticulous and cautious. Before Orochimaru's defection, he never revealed the location of his stronghold to him. In the past, Danzo would only go to the laboratory specially prepared for Orochimaru en route to inspect the research results. This time, it would be Orochimaru's first visit to the Root stronghold. It has been quite a few days. Hasn't the seal on Orochimaru been broken yet? Since Shursui brought Orochimaru here, many days have passed. Yet Orochimaru remains tightly bound by the sealing technique, as if trapped in an endless slumber, showing no signs of awakening. If it weren't for the faint life signs still detectable, everyone would think he was already dead. Danzo stood before the cave where Orochimaru was imprisoned, his brow furrowed deeply, his face filled with anxiety and impatience. Seeing this, a nearby root member quickly knelt on one knee and replied in a flat, emotionless voice, "I am truly sorry, sir. This is a sealing technique unique to the Uzumaki clan, exquisitely crafted and extremely complex. Our sealing team has tried every possible method and exerted all efforts, but we still cannot break the seal on Orochimaru. A bunch of useless fools." Danzo erupted in fury, kicking the stone wall beside him, causing debris to fall. His angry roar echoing throughout the cave, lingering for a long time. 2 days. I will give you 2 more days. Danzo's eyes were cold and menacing as he glared at the kneeling root member, shouting each word with emphasis. "If by then you still cannot break Orochimaru's seal, you know what the consequences will be." His voice was bone-chilling, like the cold wind of December, resonating in the cave, causing everyone present to shiver. "Yes." The root member lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly, but he dared not show any hesitation, responding with a firm tone. He understood well what the consequences Danzo mentioned meant. At this moment, he silently lamented, but could only pray that the sealing team would create a miracle and successfully break the troublesome Uzumaki clan seal on Orochimaru within these 2 days. In the Hokage's office in Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the large desk, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, but his eyes subtly revealed a sense of relief. Previously, Orochimaru had committed the heinous act of desecrating the First Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and conducting inhumane experiments, and had been secretly imprisoned by the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware that someone like Orochimaru was an extremely dangerous ticking time bomb. Once it fell into the hands of the ambitious Uchiha Dōhō, it would undoubtedly pose a huge hidden threat to Konoha village. Uchiha Dōhō was determined to vie for power within Konoha. How could he miss the opportunity to use Orochimaru to create chaos? Previously, because he had softened his heart and let Orochimaru go, Uchiha Dōhō had keenly seized the opportunity, making it difficult for him to regain his former peak of power. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable killing intent surged within Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Orochimaru were to remain under the control of the Uchiha clan, he couldn't imagine what kind of turmoil Uchiha Dōhō would stir up. Therefore, when he heard that Uchiha Shursui had taken Orochimaru and handed him over to Danzo, the heavy stone in his heart finally felt like it had been lifted. Danzo was known for his secretive actions and ruthless methods. However, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, he was merely a piece on his chessboard. Despite some self-interest, he wouldn't be able to create any significant waves. As long as Orochimaru, this ticking bomb, was not in the hands of the ambitious Uchiha clan, the imminent crisis facing Konoha village would surely be alleviated. However, once the position of Hokage was resolved, Orochimaru still could not be handed over to Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, his tone filled with undeniable determination. There was only one thing he urgently needed to push forward, to bring Tsunade back and have her take on the role of the 5th Hokage. Several days ago, he had already given the order to send Umbu Captain Yokoyama Hayato and elite Umbu members to find Tsunade. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked out the window. The streets of Konoha village were still bustling, but he had no heart to enjoy it. He silently calculated in his mind that based on the speed and efficiency of the Umbu, they should have already found Tsunade's whereabouts by now. "Tsunade, I hope you can let go of your burdens this time and return to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, Tsunade's stubborn yet gentle face appearing in his mind. He knew this disciple too well, having lost her brother Nawaki and her lover Kato Dan. Tsunade's heart had been deeply pierced by pain and despair, leading her to harbor resistance against the Hokage position, choosing to wander and numb herself through gambling. But Sarutobi Hiruzen also had his own considerations. He had instructed Yokoyama Hayato that if necessary, he should inform Tsunade that after losing his wife, Sarutobi Bawako, he had become increasingly worried, and his health was deteriorating, with little time left. He was certain that, given Tsunade's strong sense of loyalty and affection, even if she resisted deeply in her heart, she would surely return to Konoha village for one last meeting. Once Tsunade stepped onto the land of Konoha village, things would take a turn for the better. At that time, he would join forces with Mito Gaiden, T-Ka Kobayashi, as well as Jiraiya and the remaining members of the Senju clan, working together to persuade her. He firmly believed that Konoha village was currently in a difficult situation without a leader, with other countries lurking like wolves, watching closely. Under such severe circumstances, Even if Tsunade was filled with resistance, she would ultimately be moved by everyone's sincerity, letting go of her long-held grievances and shouldering the heavy burden of the Fifth Hokage. Once Tsunade became Hokage, no matter what schemes Uchiha Dōhō plot in the shadows, they would all be in vain, and Konoha village would return to peace. Everything would settle down. I hope everything goes smoothly. Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his gaze and looked back at the desk piled high with documents. His eyes filled with expectation and determination. On the night of December 11th, in Konoha village, darkness enveloped the entire village like a heavy curtain. The streets of the Uchiha clan were deserted, with only the occasional cold wind brushing by, carrying a hint of chill and making a whistling sound, as if whispering about the impending changes. In this quiet night, the mansion of Uchiha Dōhō appeared particularly profound. Above the main hall, a plaque inscribed with wind, forest, fire, mountain hung high, casting vague shadows under the dim moonlight. The four characters, written with powerful strokes, seemed to contain endless strength, conveying the rapidity and steadiness of military strategy. And at this moment, they appeared to be building momentum for the significant events about to unfold within the mansion. In a secret room deep within the mansion, Uchiha Dōhō stood quietly. He slowly raised his hand, his fingers gently pinching the bandage covering his eyes, pausing for a moment as if gathering some strength. Then, he suddenly tore off the bandage, and in an instant, two strange glows burst forth from his eyes, the powerful ocular prowess of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, deep and mysterious, radiating a chilling sense of oppression. The air in the secret room seemed to tremble slightly under the influence of this ocular power, and the surrounding light was distorted, forming bizarre shadows. Uchiha Dōhō felt the ocular power surging within him, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting to form a meaningful arc as he murmured softly, "It's time." Chapter 77. The calm before the storm in Konoha village. The South Shrine stood silently, like a mute witness to the many significant moments and historical changes of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. It was not only a sacred place for the Uchiha clan to worship their ancestors, but also a spiritual hall that carried the weighty history and heritage of the family. An anchor deep within the souls of the Uchiha people, and a place where their steadfast beliefs were entrusted. In the past, Uchiha clansmen often gathered on the streets in solemn attire, their expressions serious, orderly making their way to the shrine to sincerely participate in the sacrificial ceremonies. The scene resembling an ancient and sacred painting. Beneath the South Shrine, there lay a vast and mysterious space, an extremely secretive place for the Uchiha clan. Throughout the years in Konoha, aside from those clansmen who were out on missions or bearing heavy responsibilities in the security department, the vast majority of existing nin and above Uchiha ninjas had gathered here for meetings. Inside the shrine, several plaques inscribed with Chinese characters hung on the walls, burning the boats with a strong calligraphy, exuding determination. Though the world is peaceful, forgetting war is dangerous. Upright and solemn, full of warning. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never lose a battle. Hidden wisdom within elegance, seemingly conveying the principles of military strategy. At around 3 a.m. on December 12th, Konoha year 51, core members of the One Heart Association, including Uchiha Inaho, Uchiha Tetsuhira, Uchiha Hanaki, Uchiha Hate, Uchiha Hakadai, and Uchiha Sengaku, gathered here. The atmosphere in the shrine was oppressive, almost stifling, with everyone seemingly bearing a heavy burden. The dim light cast shadows on everyone's faces, further highlighting their grave expressions. Each person was busy, focused on wiping their weapons. Tetsuhira held a kunai tightly, its blade glimmering coldly from his relentless polishing. Yet he mechanically continued the motion, his eyes revealing a hint of panic and confusion. His hands trembled slightly, each wipe appearing somewhat hurried, as if only this action could slightly ease his inner tension. Inaho sat nearby, methodically polishing his long katana, its blade shining fiercely under his care. Resembling a beast about to taste blood, when checking their equipment, everyone's gaze was particularly focused. Sengaku picked up his ninja tool bag, gently tugging at the ropes inside, checking if the buckles were secure. His fingers applied slight pressure, carefully feeling every detail of the buckles, not letting any potential risk slip by. Uchiha Hate was checking his bow and arrows nearby, gently caressing the bow body to look for any cracks, his expression full of caution. Military rations and other items were repeatedly counted and checked. Tetsuhira poured the military rations into his hands, counting them one by one. as if only through this method could he ensure their quantity and quality were sufficient. Tetsuhira raised his eyes, meeting Inaho's gaze, and in that moment, the unease in his eyes was evident, like the dark tides stirring before a storm. He leaned closer to Inaho, lowering his voice with a barely perceptible tremor. "Have all the arrangements been made?" Inaho paused in his polishing of the katana and replied steadily. "Everything has been arranged according to President Dōhō's instructions. All the participating clansmen with open eyes have been organized into 9 battalions and 18 independent squads, plus 3 main squads." Tetsuhira nodded slightly, mumbling, "That's good. That's good." Yet his gaze remained unfocused, his hands unconsciously tightening around the hilt of his sword. After a moment, Tetsuhira seemed to suddenly remember something and leaned closer to Inaho, urgently asking, "Have the clansmen been arranged?" Inaho looked at him, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes, and replied again, "They have all been arranged. The embers have been sent out, and the other clansmen are hidden." Tetsuhira let out a long sigh, repeating, "That's good. That's good." Then he pressed on, "What about the kunai, shuriken, katana weapons, and military rations sealing scrolls?" Hearing this, Hakadai frowned slightly and teased, "Everything has been arranged. Are you scared, asking all these questions?" Tetsuhira straightened up suddenly, retorting loudly, "How could I be scared?" Yet that slightly trembling voice still betrayed his inner tension. In truth, this tension was not unique to Tetsuhira. Looking around, everyone wore similar expressions of seriousness and unease, though some were better at hiding it than others. Just as everyone was nervously busy and speaking in low voices, a very faint whisper suddenly echoed in the shrine. "They're coming, they're coming." Everyone instinctively stopped their actions, raising their eyes towards the entrance of the shrine. They saw Uchiha Dōhō walking in front, his posture tall and step steady. He opened his 3-tomo Sharingan without hesitation, as if he could see through everything, and the immense chakra within him overflowed without reservation, forming an overwhelming aura that was hard to look at. With each step he took, it felt as if he carried a 1,000-pound force, as if proclaiming his powerful position to everyone. Following closely behind was Uchiha Fugaku, his expression grave, yet carrying an air of authority. As the former clan leader of the Uchiha clan, his eyes reflected complex emotions, filled with both worry about the unknown future and a steadfast determination regarding the fate of the family. Then came Leaf Warehouse, Uzumaki Karen, and Orochimaru. As Uchiha Dōhō stepped into the shrine, the atmosphere that had been stifling to the point of suffocation suddenly underwent a subtle change. Everyone's gaze was drawn to him like a magnet. In that instant, everyone seemed to have found their anchor. The previously flustered Tetsuhira unconsciously tightened his grip on the kunai, the hint of confusion in his eyes quietly fading, replaced by a look of determination. What immense power! Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim softly. The voice, though light, rippled through the air like a stone cast into a calm lake. How immense the chakra! Just by looking, it felt shocking. Even the legendary Uchiha Madara ancestor was no more than this, right? With such a powerful President Dōhō leading us, it feels like we can accomplish anything. Dōhō stopped wiping the sword and slightly nodded, his gaze filled with respect, and, on his stern face, there seemed to be a hint of expectation. The hands of the mountain, which had been trembling slightly with tension, gradually stabilized at this moment. Uchiha Hei gently put down the bow and arrow in his hands, stood up, and focused intently on Dōhō, his eyes sparkling with a trace of excitement. Even Uchiha Hanabi, who was usually adept at hiding her emotions, widened her eyes slightly, watching Dōhō's every move, ripples surfacing in her originally calm gaze. Uchiha Fugaku, whose teasing smile had long since disappeared, now wore a serious expression, standing upright and quietly waiting for Dōhō to speak. Behind Dōhō, Orochimaru still wore that ambiguous smile, but a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, as if he were appreciating the subtle changes brought about by Dōhō's arrival. Uchiha Fugaku slightly furrowed his brows, his gaze lingering on Dōhō for a moment before sweeping over the crowd, his expression complex, as if he were pondering something. For a time, the ancestral hall was so quiet that only the faint sounds of everyone's breathing could be heard, as they all waited for Dōhō to break the silence and usher in the glory of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 78. Failure is rebellion. Success is revolution. As everyone's attention was firmly focused on Uchiha Dōhō, Dōhō suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. He lifted his hand, his long fingers pointing towards the door. The crowd followed his direction and saw Uzumaki Kariri preparing to close the heavy wooden door. Even if someone wanted to go home now, they would not be sent off. Once this door was closed, it would mean that they would walk to the end with Uchiha Dōhō. Dōhō's voice was deep yet penetrating, echoing in the ancestral hall. This sudden question left everyone stunned for a moment, and then they quickly came to their senses. No, Tiewa was the first to respond loudly. No, we definitely won't go out. We won't go out. How can we go out? As everyone responded, the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Creak! The heavy wooden door slowly closed with a dull sound. Dōhō raised his hand and gestured, his movements clean and neat, and everyone instantly fell silent. The ancestral hall becoming so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. His gaze was sharp as he slowly scanned the faces of everyone and spoke. Aren't you all the elites who can go to the Umbu? But because of the obstruction from Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, you ended up in the well-fed and house security department. Many people still haven't even made it to Jonin because that group of upper-class families in Konoha who don't need to take exams blocked the way. Why is this happening? Dōhō's gaze burned intensely, and his voice suddenly rose, filled with indignation as he questioned. Our Uchiha clan, after all, is one of the founders of Konoha. Since Konoha was established, we've put our lives on the line and made great contributions. But look at who the Hokage has been throughout the ages. The first Hokage is Senju Hashirama of the Senju clan. The second Hokage is also from the Senju clan, Senju Tobirama. The third Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is Tobirama's disciple, and the fourth Hokage is Namikaze Minato, who is Hiruzen's grand disciple. What about our Uchiha clan? We have contributed so much to Konoha. What have we received in return? His eyes burned with anger as he scanned the crowd, suddenly waving his hand and shouting loudly. A Konoha security team. It sounds glorious, but in reality, this job is just to make us offend everyone in Konoha. During the Nine Tails incident, the first to be suspected was our Uchiha clan. We have worked hard to protect the village, yet what we received in return was endless suspicion and exclusion. Why is that? Everyone, tell me, why is this happening? Dōhō's gaze swept over everyone like a sharp blade, his voice trembling slightly with anger. Our Uchiha clan has given everything for the establishment and development of Konoha, yet we've ended up in this situation. Is this fair? The ancestral hall fell into a dead silence, with only the heavy breathing of the crowd echoing the inner frustration. Everyone's eyes burned with anger, yet they were overshadowed by helplessness and unwillingness, silently seething. After a long while, someone in the crowd could no longer hold back, clenched their fists tightly, and shouted, "It's unfair. This is simply too unfair." This roar was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. Yes, it's too unfair. We can't keep swallowing our anger like this. We must reclaim our justice. The crowd's emotions were completely ignited, and one angry statement after another echoed in the ancestral hall, expressing the long-standing grievances and injustices suffered by the Uchiha clan. Dōhō suddenly clapped his hands together, taking a few steps forward, standing straight, his gaze firm and sharp, looking at the excited clan members around him, and loudly declared, "Today, we are not here to take away someone else's things. We are here to take back what already belongs to us, and nothing more." Dōhō's words were like a raging fire, instantly igniting the suppressed anger and unwillingness in everyone's hearts. "Take it back." Someone in the crowd was the first to raise their arm and shout, the voice filled with power, like thunder echoing in the air. "Take it back! Take it back! Take it back!" The shouts of the crowd gathered together, one wave after another, continuously echoing in the ancestral hall, creating a thunderous momentum. This synchronized shouting carried the long-standing humiliation and yearning of the Uchiha clan. But amidst this passionate atmosphere, Uchiha Fugaku still wore a worried expression, his brows furrowed deeply. His eyes were filled with concern, forming a stark contrast to the furious clan members around him. Fugaku slightly opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but paused, as if weighing his words. Finally, he took a few steps forward and raised his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. The noise gradually subsided, and everyone's gaze focused on him. "Dōhō, this is rebellion. Our Uchiha clan has taken root in Konoha for many years, always working hard for the village." Fugaku's voice was low and heavy, carrying a hint of helplessness and earnestness. "Although we have indeed suffered a lot of injustice over the years, rebellion, once we take this step, there will be no turning back. We need to think carefully about the consequences. Can we really bear it?" Upon hearing this, Dōhō's eyes widened instantly, burning with a fiery flame, as if he wanted to devour everything in front of him. Failure is rebellion. Success is revolution, isn't it? He shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice like a thunderclap, echoing loudly in the ancestral hall, making everyone's ears buzz. At the same time, he moved swiftly, his left hand grabbing the Kusanagi sword at his waist. With a loud bang, the Kusanagi sword, along with its sheath, was slammed heavily onto the nearby table. The sturdy wooden table could not bear the weight and immediately cracked with a sinister sound, with shavings flying and falling. Dohwan's gaze was like a hawk, locking onto Uchiha Fugaku's hesitant face. In the ancestral hall, the atmosphere was so tense it was nearly suffocating, and everyone's breathing unconsciously lightened. No one daring to break this taut atmosphere, their eyes anxiously flickering between the two. Watching Fugaku's hesitant demeanor, Dohwan's inner fire suddenly flared up. He secretly scolded himself. No wonder in the anime, Fugaku did nothing and just watched as the entire clan was slaughtered by Itachi and the Root. Such indecisiveness could never lead to great things. But at this moment, the power of Fugaku's Sharingan was something he needed. In an instant, Dohwan's right hand shot out like lightning, and with a crisp sound, the Kusanagi sword was swiftly drawn from its sheath. The sword gleamed with a cold light, like a chilling bolt of lightning that instantly pierced through the dim shrine. Immediately after, Dohwan stepped forward, extending his arm to present the Kusanagi sword to Fuyue, the hilt steadily falling into Fuyue's hand. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Word by word. If you don't want to command, then draw your sword and kill me." The Kusanagi sword held by Fuyue also swayed gently, the cold light reflecting off the blade flickering on the wall, as if it were a fierce beast ready to pounce. Dohwan's eyes widened, burning with intense flames, staring fixedly at Fuyue, his gaze seemingly proclaiming that if he couldn't make Fuyue resolve to move forward together today, he would willingly spill blood on the spot. Chapter 79. The expedition. As soon as Fuyue's hand grasped the hilt of the sword, it was as if he had been burned, and his hand trembled uncontrollably. The gazes of his clansmen were like searing rays of light, directly aimed at him. Among these looks were the yearning for him to step up, the anxiety over the tense situation, and the sharp scrutiny of his decision, making him feel uneasy, as if he were standing on the edge of a fire pit, his feet burning. In his mind, the injustices suffered by the Uchiha clan flashed by like a revolving lantern. Clansmen unjustly suspected, fighting hard for Konoha, yet always being excluded, unable to approach the center of power. As the clan leader, full of ambition, yet being bound and suppressed by these very issues, unable to accomplish anything significant. Looking at Dohwan's determined and fervent gaze in front of him, it was like an unavoidable bright light, making his heart race. Fuyue bit down on his lower lip, his teeth nearly sinking into flesh, his face contorting in a tangle of emotions. He was torn inside, fearing that a failed rebellion would mean the complete demise of the Uchiha clan. On the other hand, the long-held anger and expectations of his clansmen, along with Dohwan's words about possibly changing the fate of the clan, made him waver. Time seemed to stand still, each second stretching painfully. In this deathly silence, Fuyue slowly lowered his head, his eyes filled with helplessness and unwillingness, as if he were bidding farewell to the ideals he had held on to in the past. In the end, he bent down and handed the Kusanagi sword back to Dohwan with both hands. Seeing this, a meaningful smile appeared on Dohwan's face. He reached out, firmly accepting the Kusanagi sword, and smoothly sheathed it. Then, he stepped forward and gently lifted Fuyue, his actions filled with respect and reassurance. The clansmen around them, witnessing this, immediately relaxed their previously tense expressions and revealed happy smiles. Everyone understood that the former clan leader, who had once led the Uchiha clan through storms, had ultimately chosen to stand shoulder to shoulder with them at this difficult moment. The train is racing forward. Does anyone want to jump off? Dohwan scanned the crowd and spoke. No one. Inahibi's deep and powerful voice suddenly rang out like a bell tolling. Then with a sharp gaze, Inahibi quickly surveyed the area and then shouted with a booming voice, "Troops, stand at attention." In an instant, the sound of synchronized footsteps erupted. Everyone stood like pines, quickly adjusting their posture, including Fuyue, who instantly stood straight, brimming with spirit. The complex emotions that had previously permeated the shrine were now condensed into a solemn and dignified atmosphere by this command. "Salute to the honorable president." Inahibi shouted loudly. With a whoosh, everyone raised their arms powerfully, executing a standard salute in one motion, each person's eyes revealing unprecedented focus and respect, all directed at Do-hwan. Loyalty. The crowd responded in unison, their voices deafening, echoing throughout the shrine. Do-hwan nodded slightly, his expression steady, and said, "Troops at ease." Only then did everyone uniformly lower their arms, feet apart, returning to a relaxed position, yet the fighting spirit in their eyes continued to burn fiercely. Do-hwan's expression grew serious as he turned to Inahibe, his gaze conveying undeniable authority. "Inahibe, take note, I will make the following arrangements." Upon hearing this, Inahibe quickly reached into his jacket pocket and in an instant pulled out a palm-sized notebook and a pen. He then laid the notebook flat in his left palm, holding the pencil steadily in his right hand, the tip hovering above the paper, leaning slightly forward. Do-hwan paused briefly, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone to ensure that they were all fully focused. The first unit will be led by Hyuga, alongside Orochimaru, commanding 2 brigades and 1 main team. Your mission is crucial. You must ensure that the third Hokage signs the arrest order for Danzo. The second unit will be led by Yakura, commanding 2 brigades, 5 independent teams, and 1 main team. You are tasked with intercepting any possible reinforcements from the Umbu. The third unit will be led by Hakadai, with Uzumaki Karen assisting, commanding 1 brigade and 3 independent teams. You are responsible for closely monitoring the movements of other ninja clans in the village. Report immediately if anything unusual occurs. The fourth unit will be led by Inahibe, commanding 1 brigade and 3 independent teams. Your duty is to protect the clansmen in our territory. This is our foundation. If the situation worsens, ensure the clansmen evacuate Konoha at the first opportunity. The fifth unit will be led by me personally, commanding 2 brigades, 7 independent teams, and 1 main team. Our target is the southern region, attacking the root base and arresting Danzo with all our might. The 6th unit will be led by Tetsuhebe, commanding 1 brigade as a general reserve. You will be on standby at all times, following my command, ready to support wherever needed. Additionally, to ensure smooth operations, I will leave a shadow clone with each unit to keep track of their dynamics in real time. Everyone, prepare your walkie-talkies. I will relay urgent messages via Ninja Hawk. After finishing, Do-hwan fixed his sharp gaze on Inahibe and asked, "Did you get it?" Inahibe stood tall, his gaze firm and confident, immediately reciting Do-hwan's orders clearly and accurately. Without missing a word, Do-hwan nodded in satisfaction and said loudly, "All right, that's it, move out." Everyone followed Do-hwan, stepping firmly out of the shrine. Before them, a breathtaking scene suddenly came into view. Surrounding the shrine were not only the Uchiha troops lined up for the expedition, but also ordinary clansmen of the Uchiha clan, layering upon each other, surrounding the shrine tightly. Their faces were filled with complex emotions, for those in the expedition team were their closest relatives, the pillars of their families. Their blood ties. In the front row of the crowd stood an elderly man with white hair, staring intently at Do-hwan and his group, his lips slightly trembling, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only silently moved his lips, his gaze filled with expectation and support for the younger generation. Not far away, several young women stood together, looking at the departing troops, their eyes revealing worry, but more so a firm support, as if they were silently conveying strength to their husbands. Do-hwan paused slightly, his steps halting abruptly. He instinctively raised his hands, about to speak, when he saw Elder Uchiha Ran walking over with steady steps. Behind him, several women dressed in traditional clothing moved gracefully, yet with steady steps, together carrying an ancient and heavy box. The elder approached Do-hwan, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, after which the women gently placed the box on the ground and together reached out to slowly open the lid. In an instant, a vibrant and intense red flashed before everyone's eyes. It was a set of armor exuding an ancient luster, rich with Uchiha characteristics. Do-hwan looked at the armor, feeling an uncontrollable emotion surge within him, ready to put it on himself. However, Elder Uchiha Ran gently reached out a hand to stop him. In a warring states period, when men went to battle, it was their wives who helped them don their armor. This was a blessing and a sign of care. Now that you are not yet married, let your clan members put it on for you, carrying this sentiment as you fight for the family. Do-hwan was momentarily taken aback, but then silently nodded. Several women stepped forward, their movements gentle yet practiced. They first lifted the chest armor, steadily putting it on Do-hwan, adjusting it to ensure a snug and comfortable fit. Then they took the arm guards, carefully sliding them onto his arms and tightening the belts. Next came the leg guards, with the women half squatting to meticulously dress Dōhō. Once dressed, Dōhō straightened his body, instantly exuding a fierce aura. The red armor seemed to merge with him, carrying the glory and hope of the Uchiha clan. It was so similar. Uchiha Ran looked at the imposing Dōhō before him, tears glistening in his murky eyes, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to the distant Warring States period. At that time, the sky was always stained yellow by smoke, and the earth trembled from the fires of war. Every time the Uchiha clan's ninjas went to battle, it felt like they were gambling with death. He remembered his father, also dressed in such fiery red armor, solemnly donned by his wife, who was his mother, as he walked onto the battlefield. Now, seeing Dōhō in the same red armor with Uchiha characteristics, being solemnly dressed by the clan's women, the scene astonishingly overlapped with the memories he had. March out. Dōhō waved his hand decisively and turned to take firm steps forward, leading the way. The troops quickly mobilized, marching in an orderly fashion behind him. Watching the troops set out, the clansmen seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, kneeling down, wishing you great success in battle. Just as the troops gradually moved away, their synchronized footsteps turning into distant drumbeats, someone in the crowd started humming an ancient, rhythmic song. Initially, the sound was weak, like new sprouts breaking through the earth in spring, gently swaying in the breeze. But in just a moment, the song spread rapidly among the kneeling clansmen like a spark igniting a prairie fire. Chapter 80 Order under the Nightfall of Konoha Village. The streets were shrouded in the warm glow of lanterns, enveloped in tranquility. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was reviewing a mountain of documents with Naruto, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and an Umbu ninja burst through the door, kneeling on one knee to urgently report. Uchiha Dōhō and Uchiha Fugaku are leading a large number of Konoha security team members towards the Hokage building. This news was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattering the night's serenity. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tired eyes widened in shock, a surge of unnamed anger rising within him, instinctively slamming his hand on the table in frustration. What does Uchiha Dōhō want? What does the Uchiha clan want? Are they planning a rebellion? His voice trembled with anger, and years of latent worry about the Uchiha clan surged like a flood in his heart. Ever since Uchiha Dōhō became the clan leader, the barrier around the Uchiha territory had been reinforced several layers, and the higher-ups in Konoha could no longer grasp the situation inside the clan. Naruto, beside him, was so shocked that he dropped his brush with a thud. In his calm and composed mind, he found it hard to understand this sudden action. Openly rebelling and confronting the Hokage head-on was simply a reckless act without strategy. Not to mention whether the Uchiha clan's strength could withstand the Hokage and Konoha's counterattack. Even those families that had previously shown intentions to cooperate or verbally agreed to be allies would never support such a radical and hopeless adventure. Naruto furrowed his brow, filled with doubt and unease. In his understanding, Uchiha Dōhō was definitely not such a reckless person. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decisive gesture, quickly issuing orders. Gather the Umbu to assemble at the Hokage building immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the Umbu ninjas waiting nearby vanished like ghosts, swiftly spreading the command and gathering the Umbu members. Then, without hesitation, he shouted, "Release the ninja hawks. Let the Jonin return to the Hokage building quickly." As soon as he finished, ninjas quickly brought trained ninja hawks to the rooftop, their wings flapping, the sharp cries piercing the quiet night sky, then darting in various directions across Konoha Village. In every corner of Konoha Village, many Jonin who were resting or on other missions tightened their expressions upon hearing the familiar sharp cry of the hawk. Without any extra thought or time to explain matters at home or with companions, they immediately reacted. Countless Jonin, like black lightning in the night, leaped across rooftops towards the Hokage building, swiftly gathering. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that the Uchiha clan was coming with great momentum, and the situation had reached a critical point that could not be delayed. He showed no hesitation, quickly donning his combat armor. When the last shoulder guard was secured, his entire demeanor changed abruptly, as if he transformed from a kind old man into a commanding general of the battlefield. At this moment, the assembled Umbu and Jonin were lined up in front of the Hokage building, awaiting the Hokage's orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen strode forward, stepping onto a platform, his gaze sweeping over the troops like a hawk. Konoha Village is now facing a severe challenge. We must understand the intentions behind the Uchiha clan's actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was loud and firm, echoing in the night sky. We are the guardians of Konoha. We cannot retreat. We must defend the peace and dignity of the village. Move out. On the street not far from the Hokage building, the two groups officially met. Uchiha Dōhō. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice boomed like a bell, ringing clearly in the quiet night. What is your intention in bringing so many members of the security team? Are you truly planning to oppose Konoha and rebel? Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Umbu members hid in the shadows like lurking leopards, ready to pounce at a command. The Jonin stood in the light, their sharp gazes fixed on every movement across from them. At this tense moment of confrontation, Dōhō's mind was filled with thoughts. Looking at all the Jonin of the ninja clans gathered before him, Dōhō gained a clearer understanding of the so-called righteousness deep within his heart. This is righteousness, Dōhō silently reflected. He understood that if he chose to rebel directly and overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen, it would not be as simple as just defeating one person. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, represented a complete system of order that had been formed in Konoha village over a long period. This order was built through mutual compromise and cooperation among all the ninja clans over the years. It was the guarantee upon which countless villagers relied to live and work in peace on this land. It was the foundational belief that all ninjas fought for and protected. Dōhō realized that openly challenging this order would be as absurd and dangerous as trying to establish a new alliance like the Great D. If the Uchiha clan recklessly rebelled, it would mean opposing the entire Konoha. Other ninja clans, whether they had close ties with the Uchiha clan or on neutral terms, would stand against them out of consideration for their own interests and the overall stability of Konoha. They will not allow the Uchiha clan to disrupt this hard-won peace and order, because once this order is broken, what follows will surely be chaos and turmoil. At that time, every ninja clan will face a survival crisis. The villagers will also despise rebellious acts. They long for a stable life, not a chaotic situation filled with war. As for those civilian ninjas, most of them have deep feelings for Konoha village and a loyal belief in the Hokage, and they will not easily support such acts that disrupt order. Therefore, DH has been clear from the beginning that direct rebellion is definitely not a way to solve problems. It would only leave the Uchiha clan isolated and helpless, heading towards an abyss of no return. His action this time is not to overturn the order of Konoha, but to hope to win the respect and status the Uchiha clan deserves within this established order. With this in mind, DH stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Third Hokage, why are you still awake so late? Bringing so many people to welcome me? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, his eyes full of vigilance, not relaxing in the slightest due to DH's casual tone. Uchiha DH, stop pretending here. What is your purpose in bringing a large number of security team members here at this late hour? You better confess honestly, or don't blame me for taking action. DH showed a hint of grievance and confusion on his face and retorted, take action? Where does this come from? What has the Uchiha clan done to make the village want to exterminate us? Nearby, Nara Shikaku, with his keen mind, sensed that the situation seemed to be turning. So he asked, DH clan leader, it's so late, and you brought so many members of the Konoha security team to the Hokage building. What is your intention? DH slightly raised the corners of his mouth, as if he had anticipated this question, and calmly said, Oh, you mentioned this. We are escorting a very dangerous prisoner. Come, bring Orochimaru up. With DH's command, Orochimaru slowly took off his straw hat, revealing his iconic face. Orochimaru? Wasn't he captured by Danzo? Oh no. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened at the sight of Orochimaru, his eyes flashing with a hint of panic and shock. DH continued to explain. Didn't you ask me to hand over Orochimaru to the Konoha prison? The thing is, our interrogation of him has now concluded, and we are escorting him to you for custody. Because Orochimaru is indeed too dangerous, so we brought a bit more personnel for the escort. Is this also a reason for Lord Hokage to attack us? As soon as these words were spoken, the originally tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. Numerous Nin lowered their weapons, showing relieved expressions. Many clan leaders who had previously allied with the Uchiha clan also breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that Uchiha DH did not go mad. It seems this crisis has temporarily been resolved. Chapter 81. DH is a bit busy tonight. Everyone disperse. With Lord Hokage here, what trouble can Orochimaru cause? Uchiha DH raised the corners of his mouth slightly, wearing a meaningful smile, loudly urging the accompanying security team members to leave. He patted his Haori, and at that moment, Everyone was surprised to find that DH was not carrying any weapons. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flushed slightly, becoming awkward in an instant. He understood that DH was subtly mocking him for previously allowing Orochimaru to escape, now being brought up by DH. He couldn't help but feel a bit angry, but had no way to vent it. Although the security team members obediently retreated on the surface, they did not truly disperse. Instead, they hid in 2s and 3s in the shadows, watching their surroundings with vigilant eyes, seemingly waiting for some command. Seeing this, DH affectionately wrapped his arm around Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder and said, "Fugaku, let us go in and report to Lord Hokage about the recent interrogation situation." Upon hearing this, Fugaku immediately followed behind DH. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot a glance at DH, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but he still suppressed his anger. He slightly nodded, then signaled for the Umbu to stay behind and keep an eye on the Uchiha security team members hiding in the shadows. The Umbu understood and quietly dispersed, hiding in the shadows, closely monitoring every move of those security team members. After arranging the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen took some of them, escorting Orochimaru into the Hokage building. Orochimaru wore a smile that seemed to be neither a smile nor a frown, with a strange light flickering in his eyes, making it hard to fathom what he was thinking. Once inside the Hokage building, the atmosphere in the room was still somewhat oppressive. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the desk, his sharp gaze fixed on DH and Fugaku, saying, "Then speak, what are the results of your interrogation of Orochimaru?" DH and Fugaku exchanged glances, both showing a strong, tacit understanding, quickly bringing their feet together, standing tall like pines, their movements perfectly synchronized. "Salute." Then, in unison, they shouted to Lord Third Hokage, "Loyalty." Their voices were loud and powerful, echoing throughout the Hokage building. As soon as they finished speaking, they raised their right arms firmly, fingers together, neatly performing a standard military salute. DH's gaze was resolute, staring directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes filled with reverence, as if at that moment they truly were just Konoha ninjas devoted to the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen closely watched DH and Fugaku, his gaze seeming to penetrate their hearts, clearly seeing the thoughts buried deep within. "Loyalty?" he murmured, his voice low and hoarse, filled with an undeniable meaning. DH's expression was stern, unafraid as he stared back at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He solemnly held a document in both hands, steadily walking to the desk, slightly bowing, and calmly placing the document in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The paper was smooth, and the words "arrest warrant" on the cover were particularly eye-catching. DH straightened up and clearly and firmly said, "Lord Third Hokage, this is the arrest warrant for Shimura Danzo. Please sign it." In an instant, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze suddenly sharpened as it touched the document, his expression instantly becoming serious and complex. "DH clan leader, do you know what you're doing?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was deep and authoritative, with a hint of subtle displeasure. "Elder Danzo has contributed much to Konoha. You want me to arrest him based merely on a warrant? You must explain the reasons." DH replied methodically, "You have already carefully reviewed the confession letter from Orochimaru that was submitted to you, as well as the related video footage. However, written records and preserved images can never compare to hearing in person. Now, please listen to Orochimaru's own testimony." Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed, filled with internal conflict and helplessness. He glanced at the Umbu members standing ready beside him, fully aware that they only follow his orders. At this moment, Orochimaru's testimony seemed to have become a key point that could not be bypassed. "Forget it." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily, his voice filled with fatigue and reluctance. "Orochimaru, you may speak, but if you dare utter a single falsehood or attempt to confuse the situation, don't blame me for being ungrateful." DH slightly nodded, a hint of imperceptible emotion flashing in his eyes. He took a few steps back, standing aside to give Orochimaru space to speak. The Umbu members, who had been waiting in the corner, immediately understood and pushed Orochimaru a few steps forward. Orochimaru still had that cynical demeanor, a strange smile lingering at the corner of his mouth, showing no signs of panic despite being escorted. He slightly raised his head and scanned the people in the room with his narrow, cold eyes, finally landing his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Third Hokage, you shouldn't be so serious," he rasped, his voice echoing in the quiet room. "Since you want to hear, I'll speak about it properly. That guy Danzo, to achieve his own goals, has secretly colluded with me quite a bit. We conducted a series of interesting experiments. If those experiments were to be known by the ordinary ninjas and villagers of Konoha, they'd probably be shocked. The members of the Anbu listened, frowning slightly and exchanging glances. They knew Orochimaru was cunning, but if what he said was true, then Konoha's internal situation might already be fraught with danger. As Orochimaru spoke, there was a hint of mockery and provocation in his eyes, fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then he suddenly changed his tone. And, you truly don't know anything about these matters? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. The Anbu members instinctively shifted their gazes between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. DH also looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with great interest, seemingly waiting for the Hokage's response. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly became extremely grim, his already furrowed brows now twisted into a deep frown. Orochimaru, don't speak nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted sternly. I have been closely monitoring Danzo's actions. How could I condone those that go against Konoha's principles? Seeing this, Orochimaru let out a non-committal laugh, which echoed in the silent room, adding an even more eerie atmosphere. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the room, like a thunderclap exploding beside the Hokage building. The sound came without warning, shaking the window glass violently. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted quickly, his expression suddenly serious, his gaze shooting towards the window like a sharp bolt of lightning. That direction is, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The root. He silently shouted a warning in his mind. Almost simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura changed instantly, a killing intent radiating from his eyes. He turned to DH, his voice deep yet resolute. DH. We have a bit of business tonight. Chapter 81. The target is Danzo. A quarter of an hour earlier, in the southern part of Konoha, at the root base shrouded in heavy mist. In the dimly lit secret room, the atmosphere was stifling. Shimura Danzo sat behind a rustic long table, his face still covered by a half-bandage, with his one visible eye flickering with a cold and vigilant light. Lord Danzo, there are numerous chakra signatures approaching outside the valley, suspected to be from the Uchiha clan. Yamashiro Erasure knelt on one knee, his voice trembling slightly. He was a ninja pulled from the mountain clan by Danzo, and with the mountain clan's unique sensory abilities, he had keenly detected that many barriers near the valley had been triggered. At this moment, he dared not delay and immediately reported to Danzo. Upon hearing this, Danzo's brows furrowed sharply, as if the bandage on his face twitched slightly. The Uchiha clan? How did they know about this place? He muttered to himself, a hint of barely detectable panic in his voice. However, almost instantaneously, Danzo seemed to recall something, his eagle-like sharp gaze immediately fixating on the bound and immobile Orochimaru. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he drew the blade at his waist and lunged at Orochimaru. With a swift motion, Orochimaru's form suddenly shifted, instantly transforming into an unfamiliar ninja. Body replacement technique. Danzo's eyes widened in anger, his teeth grinding, as his fury erupted like a volcano. Damn Uchiha clan, Danzo cursed through gritted teeth, convinced that this was all a scheme by Shursui to deceive him. Outside the valley, the thick night enveloped the earth like ink. The Uchiha clan's ninjas stood in formation, their postures tall, weapons glinting coldly. DH stood at the forefront of the team, donned in a magnificent red battle armor. The armor was engraved with mysterious patterns, shimmering oddly under the moonlight, as if recounting the glorious history of the Uchiha clan. He was tall and upright, with long black hair flowing in the wind, making him appear even more heroic. Clansman, DH suddenly spoke, his voice deep and powerful, echoing through the night sky. Danzo, that thief, has stolen the power of the Senju and Uchiha clans, harming Konoha and orchestrating the Nine Tails incident that endangered the Fourth Hokage and his wife. Such wicked deeds are intolerable. DH's words were impassioned, and he swiftly drew his long knife, his movements decisive and without hesitation. We must uphold justice for Konoha, shattering his dark schemes with the force of thunder, and let the truth be known to the world. His eyes were as steadfast as iron. Scanning the clansmen before him, the night of revolution may be brief, but the glory it brings will endure forever. And this glory I, Uchiha DH, will not share alone. For justice, for Konoha. The clansmen were ignited by DH's words, their emotions soaring to a peak as they raised their arms in unison. Action. The target is Danzo. At that moment, Uchiha Dōhō rushed over to report there are sealing techniques at the entrance. It will take a little more time to break them. DH's gaze was resolute, and without hesitation, he replied, "No need, let me handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly formed hand seals, creating countless shadow clones, each one gathering a heroic Rasengan in their hands. "Go!" DH shouted, and countless heroic Rasengans, powered by strong chakra, were hurled towards the entrance like cannonballs. With a loud bang, the powerful impact smashed the doors open, sending debris flying. DH's main body charged in like a bolt of red lightning, followed closely by the Uchiha clan's ninjas, who quickly surged into the base. Witnessing DH's shockingly powerful offensive, Uchiha Dōhō couldn't help but tremble slightly, her eyes filled with awe and admiration. "How reckless, how powerful," she murmured, her voice trembling involuntarily. At the first entrance, someone was moving towards Lord Danzo, their chakra immense. Everyone hurried to intercept. A sensing ninja exclaimed. Instantly, all the root ninjas in the underground base became aware of the invasion, with some rushing towards DH's position while others gathered towards Shimura Danzo. "You few, guard all the exits. We cannot let anyone leave here," DH said coldly. "Yes." Several members of the security team responded and then dispersed. "There's an intruder." Several masked root ninjas suddenly burst out from the corner. They moved agilely, their actions swift, weapons whistling as they fiercely attacked the Uchiha clan's ninjas. And an intense battle erupted in the dimly lit corridor. Uchiha DH glanced at the battle scene, pushing the surrounding chaos out of his mind. He knew in his heart that the path of revolution would inevitably involve sacrifice. Tonight, his goal was unwavering, singular, Shimura Danzo. Without hesitation, he surged through the intricate, dimly lit passages of the root base. "Stop him!" Dōhō's reckless charge was quickly noticed by the root ninjas, and soon someone began to block his path. "Do you want to dance too?" The three Tomo and Dōhō's eyes spun rapidly. A root ninja sprang from the shadows, kunai in hand, launching the first attack while shouting fiercely, "Uchiha traitor, today is your death date." Dōhō smirked coldly, swinging his Kusanagi sword with force and shouting, "Uchiha style." Sword leap flame. In an instant, a blazing fire surged from the Kusanagi sword, extending outward in a blade-like shape, accompanied by searing heat and a howling wind. There's no escaping. The root ninja's face flashed with panic at the sight, but he gritted his teeth and swung his kunai in an attempt to block. However, the power of the flame blade was beyond his capability to withstand. The kunai was instantly engulfed in flames, and the ninja's arm was burned. He let out a cry of despair and staggered back. But Dōhō would not give him a moment's respite. The flame blade descended upon him, engulfing him entirely. And with a piercing scream, only a charred corpse remained. After eliminating the immediate threat, Dōhō's gaze sharpened, locking onto the next target. He vanished in a flash, using the body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind another root ninja, raising his Kusanagi sword high and shouting, "Uchiha style, Gale Sword." With tremendous force, he slashed down at the enemy. The ninja reacted quickly, turning around and positioning his long sword in front of him, attempting to take the blow head-on, while shouting, "Humph, don't think you can succeed so easily." Boom! The root ninja ultimately could not withstand the attack, being struck by the flame blade and sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily against the wall, lifeless. Dōhō seized the momentum, continuing to sprint forward. At this moment, three more root ninjas positioned themselves ahead, ready for battle. The leading ninja coldly regarded Dōhō and said, "Uchiha Dōhō, you have entered here today, seeking your own death." Seeing this, Dōhō used the body flicker technique, his figure moving like a ghost among the enemies. Uchiha style, Solar Halo Dance. In an instant, he unleashed a three-hit combo between the three ninjas. Earth Release, Earth Barrier. The three ninjas used Earth Release to defend, but were instantly pierced through by Dōhō's fiery sword energy. The earth wall shattered, and the ninjas were sent flying. Before Dōhō could pause, another root ninja charged out from the shadows, throwing several shuriken at him before rushing in with a kunai. Dōhō's eyes narrowed, his left hand deflecting the shuriken while quickly gathering chakra in his right hand, shouting, "Heavenly Prison Fire Sword." In an instant, a long sword made of fire chakra formed in his hand, radiating waves of scorching heat. Dōhō thrust the fire sword forward, piercing through the root ninja's body. The ninja looked down in disbelief at the flames burning in his chest. Before he could utter a sound, he was consumed by the raging fire, reduced to ashes. Dōhō sheathed his Kusanagi sword, not bothering to glance back at these insignificant characters, and continued to sprint towards Danzo's location with all his strength. Chapter 82. Kunai pierces Susanoo moved like the Grim Reaper in the night, steadily approaching the location of Shimura Danzo. Along the way, those from Root surged forward like moths to a flame, attempting to block his path. However, in front of Dōhō, their resistance appeared utterly powerless. With each swing of his Kusanagi sword, which glinted with cold light, he effortlessly claimed the lives of more than a dozen Root members. As bodies fell, a strong smell of blood filled the passage, yet Dōhō's gaze remained resolute, showing no signs of wavering. Gradually, no enemy dared to emerge to obstruct him, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Dōhō pondered inwardly, realizing that these guys had completed their task of stalling for time. But he felt no fear. Instead, he quickened his pace, determination shining in his eyes. Minutes later, Dōhō arrived at the room where Shimura Danzo was located. The tightly shut iron door appeared as flimsy as paper to him. He casually raised his hand and lightly tapped the iron door. What seemed like a gentle strike contained immense power. Bang! With a loud crash, the iron door flew out like a cannonball, smashing against the wall inside the room with a heavy thud. Inside, Shimura Danzo, who had been hidden in the shadows, was exposed. The bandages on his face trembled slightly with the violent movement, revealing his one eye that flickered with a sinister light. "Evil Uchiha brat! Old man Will!" Danzo shouted angrily, and at the moment Dōhō broke through the door, he flashed forward, attempting a surprise attack. "Wind release! Vacuum blade!" he shouted, extending his right hand fiercely. His kunai enveloped in a howling wind, the blade tip glinting with a chilling light, aiming straight for Dōhō's throat. This attack was incredibly fast, creating a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, quiet yet deadly, clearly trying to catch Dōhō off guard while he was still unsteady. As Dōhō stepped into the room, he keenly sensed the deadly intent approaching. His expression remained calm. The spinning three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes suddenly began to whirl frantically. The tomo intertwined and collided, their forms gradually blurring, followed by a remarkable transformation. In an instant, the unique, eternal Mangeki Sharingan revealed its true form. Within the pupils, the lines of the six-pointed star and the windmill shape intertwined perfectly, forming a mysterious and complex pattern. The second eternal Mangeki in the ninja world finally unveiled its brilliance at this critical moment, releasing a terrifying deterrent force. At the same time, Dōhō's chakra surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Susanoo!" he roared, the sound echoing like thunder in the confined room, shaking the air around him. In the blink of an eye, a skeletal frame emanating a black-purple glow rapidly formed around him. The black-purple light seemed to come from the depths of endless darkness, radiating a chilling aura. In a moment, this skeletal structure built an indestructible defense, the first stage of Susanoo. Danzo's kunai viciously stabbed into the Susanoo's skeletal frame, producing a loud crash and sparks flying. Although wind release, Vacuum Blade was incredibly sharp. It merely left a shallow mark on the black-purple skeleton, which quickly restored itself, unable to harm Dōhō in the slightest. Seeing this, Danzo was filled with shock and unwillingness, his exposed eye widening in disbelief. He never expected Dōhō to activate the Mangeki Sharingan so quickly and manifest Susanoo. This reaction speed and powerful defense were beyond his expectations. "Humph! Kunai piercing Susanoo, Danzo, your ambush technique is nothing but this." Dōhō's cold laugh echoed from within the Susanoo's skeletal frame. Enhanced by Susanoo, his figure grew several times taller, the black-purple skeleton radiating a bone-chilling light in the dim, oppressive room, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that was suffocating. Danzo gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage, quickly stepping back a few paces to create distance from Dōhō, while his hands moved like lightning, forming seals at high speed. "Don't get too smug, Uchiha brat. Today is your death date," he shouted furiously. As the sealing technique was completed, the eye of Danzo, peeking out from beneath the bandages, flashed with a hint of greed upon seeing Dōhō's eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This glimmer was mixed with desire and madness, as if he were plotting how to possess this immense power for himself. Wind release, Vacuum Great Sphere, a massive sphere made of high-density wind blades, accompanied by a piercing whistle, rushed towards Dōhō's and trying to stop a chariot. A trace of disdain flashed in Dōhō's eyes as he snorted coldly. Chakra surged wildly around him, pouring into Susanoo, while the ocular power from his eternal Manjiki Sharingan continuously infused into it. With these powerful eyes, Do felt as if he had been injected with endless strength, each cell celebrating with boundless energy. In an instant, Susanoo rapidly evolved to its third form. The original skeletal frame was covered with thick muscles and indestructible armor, becoming even more magnificent. A huge long sword appeared in its hand, glimmering with black and purple light. Susanoo swung the long sword with the force to split the heavens, meeting the incoming wind release, vacuum great sphere head-on. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the sword collided with the wind sphere. The powerful shockwave caused the entire room to shake violently, and stones fell from the walls like rain. The wind sphere was instantly cleaved apart by Susanoo's full force strike, scattering into countless wind blades that flew in all directions. Yet, Susanoo's assault did not diminish. Continuing to slash fiercely at Danzo, determined to cut him in two, several Hidden Root members instantly sprang into action. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a resolute determination to face death, and quickly formed a half-circle to protect Danzo behind them. Combine, Earth Release, Multiple Stone Prison Technique. In an instant, the once solid ground surged violently like boiling waves, with countless massive rocks erupting from below. In the blink of an eye, these rocks interlocked and fused, rapidly constructing a massive stone prison that completely encased Danzo at its core. Susanoo's long sword struck heavily against the stone prison, the powerful impact causing the entire room to shake. Seizing this precious moment, Danzo immediately activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from his original spot. Oh, it seems Danzo currently has a limited number of Sharingan at his disposal. Do pondered silently as he slowly scanned his surroundings. Just then, a faint sound came from the corner of the room. Do instantly became alert, his gaze shooting toward the source of the sound, ready to respond to any potential changes. Suddenly, Danzo's deep and hoarse voice rang out amidst the chaos. Summoning technique. He quickly formed hand seals, moving like lightning, and with the completion of the final seal, the ground trembled violently. A glaring and strange light flashed, and a massive dream eater, the dream taper, appeared out of thin air in the midst of the ruins. Danzo's gaze locked tightly onto Do-hwan's Susanoo, a sinister smile creeping across his face, and he commanded, "Dream Taper, attack." The Dream Taper let out a deep, thunderous roar, its voice reverberating like rolling thunder throughout the space. Then, it opened its mouth wide, and a powerful and violent wind release surged forth. The wind, like a tornado, swept through, uprooting stones and debris from the ground, all being sucked into its eye. Meanwhile, a fierce glint flashed in Danzo's eyes as he unhesitatingly unraveled the bandages on his right arm. The arm hidden beneath was covered in bizarre, cursed seals and implanted Sharingan. Exudinga Shirinyoha. He then shouted, "Would release, Violent Spear Tree." As soon as he finished speaking, a thick wooden branch burst forth from the palm of his right hand, growing at an astonishing speed. This branch was as hard as iron, with a rough surface covered in sharp barbs. Each branch resembled a sharp spear, stabbing straight toward Do-hwan's Susanoo. The wind harnessed the power of the wood, and the wood rode the wind's might, forming a powerful joint attack that surged towards Susanoo like a tsunami, determined to completely destroy Do-hwan and his Susanoo. "Hey, Danzo, your true intentions have finally been revealed." Do-hwan looked at the clawing wood release, Violent Spear Tree extending from Danzo's right arm, feeling delighted rather than alarmed. "Without wood release, how could you bear the blame for the murder of the Fourth Hokage and the chaos caused by the Nine Tails? Do you think this half-baked wood release can stop me?" Too naive, Do-hwan's voice echoed in the chaotic space, filled with undeniable confidence and determination. As he controlled Susanoo to charge forward against the violent joint attack of wood release and wind release without retreating. "Your ninjutsu is nothing but childish play in the eyes of the Manjiki Sharingan. Let me show you the power of the Uchiha." Susanoo's lower body rapidly solidified, its sturdy legs firmly rooted to the ground, each muscle seemingly containing world-destroying power. Its size dramatically expanded in an instant, rising like a towering mountain, delivering a strong visual impact. Do-hwan's figure slowly ascended, finally settling atop Susanoo's head as if he were a god controlling everything. Susanoo's fourth form, finally reappearing in the ninja world after decades. Facing the incoming attacks from the Dream Taper and wood release, Do-hwan controlled Susanoo, wielding the Susanoo's sword to meet the onslaught. The giant sword sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, as if the space itself were being torn apart. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as the sword clashed violently with the wind release power spewed forth by the dream taper and the wood release's violent spear tree. The immense shockwave made the entire space tremble violently, and the ground was instantly cracked with huge fissures, debris flying everywhere. Under the impact of this powerful force, the giant body of the dream taper was directly sent flying, crashing heavily into a distant wall with a dull thud. The wall collapsed instantly, raising a cloud of dust. "Stay right there. Illusion, chakra technique." Dōhō seized this golden opportunity and shouted. In an instant, the light of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan surged. With the six-pointed star and windmill patterns spinning wildly in his blood-red eyes, the ocular power flowing like a surging tide. A tremendously powerful illusionary force surged toward the dream taper, enveloping it completely. Since acquiring the Eye of Sure Sway, Dōhō's illusionary power had undergone a qualitative leap. This powerful illusionary force, like an invisible yet unstoppable tide, instantly engulfed the already injured and weak dream taper. Its gaze gradually became dazed and confused under the influence of this powerful illusion, the fierce light in its eyes disappearing, replaced by emptiness and bewilderment. Soon, it completely lost its autonomous consciousness, its body stiffening in place, entirely under Dōhō's control, no longer able to participate in the battle. "Dream taper! Dream taper!" Danzo frantically called out, his voice tinged with an unprecedented panic, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, receiving no response. Danzo instinctively raised his hand to touch his right eye, the one hidden beneath the bandages, containing the last hope to turn the tide of battle. He pondered internally that at this point, it seemed he could only resort to that forbidden technique, Izanagi. Izanagi, the ultimate forbidden technique originating from the Uchiha clan, possesses the ability to rewrite reality. But using it comes at a great cost. Once cast, the eye used to perform the forbidden technique will lose its light forever, becoming an ordinary eyeball. At the time when the Uchiha clan had not yet perished, Danzo did not have many Sharingan left in his possession. However now, facing the powerful Dōhō, who had already taken control of the Dream Eater, Danzo felt he had no other way out. In a life-and-death moment, Danzo decided to gamble everything and unleash the terrifying ninjutsu that could change the course of the battle. He shouted loudly, his chakra surging wildly, and the cells implanted from the First Hokage, Hashirama, in his right arm seemed to be infused with boundless vitality, starting to tremble violently. In this life-and-death moment, Danzo was determined to use the killing move that could turn the tide. His face twisted in a grimace. Chakra surged around him like a raging tsunami, and the cells from Hashirama in his right arm trembled violently, emitting a strange and powerful aura. Wood release, tree roots explosion. Accompanied by this roar, Danzo's right arm underwent an astonishing transformation. His muscles and bones twisted and expanded rapidly, and in an instant, a thick, unimaginable tree root grew wildly from his right arm. The tree root's surface was rough, covered in fierce patterns, and as soon as it appeared, it spread outwards in an extremely domineering manner. In the blink of an eye, it geometrically multiplied, transforming into a gigantic tree that blocked out the sky, its frenzied growth seeming as if it wanted to encompass the entire world. The branches of the tree were like enormous, twisted arms, reaching fiercely towards Dōhō's Susu, with the sharp whistling of the branches cutting through the air echoing. Even Danzo himself was enveloped in this frantic growth momentum. However, Danzo had already planned for this. His right eye narrowed slightly, and the Sharingan hidden beneath the bandages quietly activated Izanagi in his eyes, as long as he could deal a heavy blow to Dōhō with this technique. Even the cost of losing one eye would be completely worth it. Facing this overwhelming and terrifying offensive, Dōhō remained seated atop the head of his Susanoo, his gaze as cold as frost, swiftly maneuvering Susanoo to respond. He quickly formed hand seals, and Susanoo's hands instantly manifested two divine tools, the Tatsuka blade and the Yada mirror. This Yada mirror, when deployed by Susanoo, resembled an extension of its arm, radiating a gentle and mysterious light, appearing semi-transparent, with no specific frame or border, its overall edges rounded, both ethereal and sacred. Dōhō controlled Susanoo to horizontally present the Yada mirror, and in an instant, an invisible yet indestructible defensive barrier rapidly expanded outward from the center of the mirror. The incoming thick branches crashed heavily against this barrier, producing a dull roar, as if a massive hammer were striking the steel wall. Due to the wood release containing the power of the wood element, The mirror's surface glowed with a faint green light, completely offsetting the force of the attack. The branches shattered and disintegrated into countless fragments that flew in all directions. Originally about to be engulfed by the giant tree, Susanoo now stood firmly in place, emanating a powerful and stable aura, forming a stark contrast with the frenzied Danzo. Chapter 84. Capturing Danzo, is it over? Dōhō murmured as he looked at Danzo, who had been completely enveloped by the tree and would release. However, he did not relax his guard in the slightest, silently counting the time for Izanagi. 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55. In ninja battles, intelligence is the most crucial factor. He was well aware of Danzo's abilities, while Danzo knew nothing about him. From the very beginning, the odds of this battle had already been determined. As a non-Uchiha, Danzo attempted to grasp the powerful forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan, resorting to any means necessary. In the anime, he had implanted 10 Sharingan and used Hashirama cells to forcibly perform Izanagi. However, this non-standard method of usage had significant limitations, as each Sharingan could only grant him 1 minute of invincibility, meaning the total effective time of Izanagi was only 10 minutes. Just like in the fierce battle against Sasuke, Danzo repeatedly used Izanagi to cheat death, but the cost was that each eye would become permanently blind after use. Ultimately, he exhausted his chakra and could no longer sustain Izanagi, leading to his successful counterkill by Sasuke. In contrast, Uchiha Bito, due to his Uchiha bloodline, could maintain the effect of Izanagi for up to 10 minutes with a single Sharingan. Konin's terrifying explosion of 600 billion explosive tags was powerful enough to level a city, yet Obito survived unscathed, perfectly covering the entire explosive process with his invincible state, which was astonishing. As for Uchiha Madara, as the pinnacle powerhouse of the Uchiha clan, his use of Izanagi was even more powerful than imagined. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Madara used this technique to fake his death and hid for many years. Although the exact duration was not specified, the fact that he needed to maintain a clone to disguise his corpse after revival suggests that the duration of his Izanagi could last for several hours or even longer. Even more astonishingly, after using Izanagi at the Valley of the End, Madara's eyes remained perfectly intact. It was unclear how he managed that. "It seems you are nothing special," Uchiha Dōhō shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the chaotic space. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he deliberately deactivated the fourth stage of Susanoo. The towering and imposing fourth stage, Susanoo, quickly retracted its light and shrank drastically, devolving into the second stage in the blink of an eye, retrieving the Yada mirror. However, the Tatsuka blade in Susanoo's hand remained tightly gripped, its blade radiating a cold glimmer, silently declaring its readiness to drink the blood of its enemies at any moment. At this moment, Dōhō appeared to relax his vigilance, but in reality, every nerve was taut. Who was the prey and who was the hunter? Until the end. Who would know? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Almost simultaneously, a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind the previously empty Dōhō. "Evil Uchiha Brat, D. I will take your eyes." Danzo's hoarse, hate-filled voice suddenly rang out. Seizing the last moment before the invincibility effect of Izanagi ended, Danzo stealthily approached Dōhō from behind, right where Dōhō's defense was vulnerable. With a flip of his hand, a kunai wrapped in wind chakra instantly appeared in his grip, the blade shimmering with a chilling light. The wind chakra swirling around it, producing a sharp whistling sound. At this moment, Danzo was full of confidence. He plunged forward without hesitation. This full force strike containing all his hatred for Dōhō, vowing to put this hated enemy to death. At the same time, he whispered, "Wind release. Vacuum blade." In an instant, the wind chakra surrounding the kunai condensed into an incredibly sharp vacuum blade, rushing towards Dōhō's vital points with a piercing whistle. Just as Danzo's kunai, infused with wind release power, was about to strike Dōhō, a cold light flashed in Dōhō's eyes, and his left eye's kaleidoscope Sharingan suddenly erupted with intense light. Divine power. Time reversal. He softly recited the name of the ocular technique. The activation of Uchiha Dōhō's left eye kaleidoscope technique instantly unleashed a mysterious and powerful force that spread outward from him towards Danzo. Danzo felt as if the space around him had suddenly frozen. His previously swift action was immediately slowed down under the influence of this power. He widened his eyes, his face filled with shock and unwillingness. He tried to struggle and speed up, only to find that his body was as if trapped in a sticky quagmire, every movement becoming exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, the originally second stage, Susanoo, quickly reacted. Susanu's right hand steadily picked up the red Tensigen, which emitted a blazing flame aura. The flames on the sword surged and danced as if alive. With a swing of its arm, Susanoo thrust the Tensigen with a fierce momentum and indomitable power towards Danzo's body. Thud! The Tensigen easily pierced through Danzo's body, the tip emerging from his back and leaving a splash of bright blood. Danzo's body trembled violently, as if struck by an electric shock. His face instantly contorted in agony. His features twisted in excruciating pain. Blood uncontrollably spewed from his mouth, creating a mist that spread in the air and dripped onto the cracked ground. He was filled with disbelief, his eyes wide open, full of shock and unwillingness. He could never have imagined that Dīhan was hiding such a powerful ocular technique, capable of completely turning the tide of battle at this critical moment. He had originally thought victory was within his grasp, but now he found himself in a desperate situation. You came for the Uchiha name, didn't you? To be frank, you are truly ignorant. Do you know what the surname means? Dīhan's voice was cold and filled with mockery as he looked down at Danzo, his eyes full of disdain. However, even in this life-and-death situation, Danzo's deeply rooted desire to survive and greed for power made him still hold onto a glimmer of hope. His hands quickly formed seals like a phantom, chanting, "You hi, me," attempting to once again cast the reality-altering Izanagi to escape the imminent death crisis. But the sealing effect of the Tensigen had already been activated. The Tensigen, this mysterious and powerful weapon, had as its core ability the power to permanently seal the pierced target in a dreamlike illusion world. At the moment it pierced the target, the opponent's soul and body would be forcibly thrust into a drunken dreamlike illusion space by an invisible force, making it impossible to escape. That mysterious and powerful sealing force firmly locked Danzo's chakra within his body, rendering him immobile as if sealed in ice, unable to successfully cast Izanagi. It's over. Danzo let out a desperate sigh, his voice filled with endless fear and despair. A look of complete hopelessness appeared on his face, and the light in his originally sinister eyes gradually dimmed until it was entirely extinguished. He finally realized that this time, he had truly reached the end of the road, with no chance of turning the tables. Chapter 85. Jiraiya. Here I come. As Danzo's body slowly sank into the sake gourd, Dīhan gently shook his wrist, and the Tensigen returned to its place, its light slightly dimmed but still emanating a chilling aura. He slowly turned around, his gaze sharp, surveying the surroundings. At this moment, the battlefield was in ruins, with remnants of walls scattered everywhere, filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood. The members of Root, some injured and lying on the ground, others standing in shock, were filled with confusion and fear, their eyes turned towards Dīhan, but not daring to meet his gaze. Dīhan spoke loudly. Danzo stole the power of Wood Release and Sharingan, causing the Nine-Tails disturbance, leading to the suffering of Konoha and even plotting against the Fourth Hokage. Such crimes are unforgivable. Now that he's captured by me, do you still wish to remain obstinate and continue his rebellion? The members of Root exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. For many years within the Root system, they had become accustomed to obeying Danzo's orders. Seeing this, Dīhan suddenly pointed his sword forward and shouted, "By the order of the future Fifth Hokage, I command you to lay down your weapons." This command rang out like a heavy hammer, stirring waves in everyone's hearts. Just as they were still hesitating, a crisp clatter suddenly broke the tense silence. Everyone turned to the sound and saw a Root ninja slowly loosening his grip on his weapon, the blade that had accompanied him for many years falling heavily to the ground, kicking up some dust. This sound seemed to be a silent signal, instantly breaking the chains that bound everyone. Immediately, a series of continuous clattering sounds followed, like a drumbeat echoing. Countless Root ninjas followed suit, their weapons, long swords, short blades, hidden weapons, one after another thrown down, scattered at their feet. Dīhan quietly watched this scene, smiling. As the soon-to-be Fifth Hokage, these people were also his subordinates. He slightly nodded, sheathing his sword, and said solemnly, "To know the way back from the wrong path is a great virtue. Konoha needs those who will protect it, not puppets consumed by darkness." Just as Dīhan finished calming the Root ninjas and the atmosphere on the scene gradually eased, Uchiha Dōhō hurriedly approached. "Lord Dian." Dōhō ran to Dīhan, slightly out of breath, urgently reporting, "Lord Jiraiya has arrived. He has broken through the second division of Yakura, and we can't stop him at all." However, upon hearing Dōhō's report, Dīhan merely frowned slightly, showing no signs of panic on his face. He seemed unconcerned about Jiraiya's arrival, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Have those pieces of evidence been prepared? Have the witnesses been found?" Upon hearing Di-Han's question, Fenghua quickly composed himself, organized his thoughts, and replied, "All set, Lord Di-Han. The evidence has been prepared as you instructed, and the witnesses are arranged and ready to testify at any time." Di-Han nodded, a subtle satisfaction appearing on his face. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep and seemingly contemplating the next plan. "Very well, I will handle Jiraiya." Before his words fell, a figure swiftly swept in front of everyone like a whirlwind. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Jiraiya. Ninjutsu, Needle Hell. This ninjutsu was Jiraiya's signature technique. Once hit by these needles, one would instantly be turned into a sieve. Uchiha Di-Han's expression changed, not daring to slack off for a moment. He immediately activated his chakra. In an instant, Susanu's light surged, rapidly ascending from the second stage to the third stage. That massive body resembled a moving fortress, firmly protecting Di-Han within. Susanoo extended its arms, forming a solid defensive barrier with immense power to meet Jiraiya's attack. Clang, clang, the needles struck against Susanoo's armor, sparking and creating a dense sound. Yet, Susanoo's defense was as solid as a rock. The steel needles were deflected, causing no harm to Di-Han. "Lord Jiraiya, you shouldn't have come to stir up this trouble." Di-Han's voice came from within Susanoo. At this moment, Jiraiya, with his white hair flying, furrowed brow, and eyes burning with fierce anger, radiated a chilling pressure as he furiously questioned, "Di-Han, you are so bold. Why do you strike so ruthlessly at Danzo? As a high-ranking member of Konoha, even if he is guilty, it should be judged by Konoha's laws. How can you dispose of him privately?" Di-Han, however, remained calm, meeting Jiraiya's gaze without flinching, and replied solemnly, "Lord Jiraiya, you are unaware. Danzo has committed numerous crimes. He secretly stole the powers of Wood Release and the Sharingan, orchestrated the Nine Tails incident, leading to the sacrifice of the Fourth Hokage and his wife, causing great suffering in Konoha." Dōhō paused slightly, a flicker of pain and indignation flashing in his eyes. Such a grave sin, if not dealt with promptly, how can we comfort the innocent souls who have died? And how can we explain this to the people of Konoha? But you cannot be so brutal. These are all ninjas of Konoha. Yet they died at the hands of your Uchiha clan. Jiraiya's anger did not diminish as he pointed at the fallen root ninjas around. Hearing this, Dōhō's voice suddenly rose a few notches as he retorted, "Lord Jiraiya, you are mistaken. They are no longer ninjas of Konoha. They are Danzo's private army. Over the years, under Danzo's manipulation, they have committed countless dark deeds. For the sake of Konoha's justice, to thoroughly expose Danzo's heinous acts, their collusion with evil is indeed deserving of death. If we do not uproot this darkness today, Konoha will never know peace." As Dōhō spoke, he extended his hand, pointing at the scattered weapons on the ground, his expression serious and resolute. Today's actions are not the unilateral decision of the Uchiha clan, but for the future of Konoha, to restore this land to a bright and clear sky. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's brows furrowed deeper, his anger flaring even more as he replied loudly, "Uchiha Dōhō, do not speak with flowery words. Even if they were once used by Danzo, they are still ninjas of Konoha. You acted without trial and dealt a lethal blow. How is this different from Danzo's dark methods? Konoha's justice cannot be trampled on at your whim." After saying this, Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, and with a puff of smoke, a large toad appeared beside him, Frog Bunta. Chapter 86. Jiraiya's Sage Mode. Frog Bunta croaked loudly, shaking the air around him. "Jiraiya, what do you want from me?" Jiraiya patted Frog Bunta's thigh and said solemnly, "Bunta, today we must deal with this reckless guy. Lend me your strength." Seeing this, Uchiha Dōhō's eyes narrowed, his chakra becoming increasingly violent, and the body of Susanoo expanded once more. The third stage of Susanoo exuded a more powerful aura, and the ten-fist sword in his hand shone brightly, resembling a burning flame. "Jiraiya, since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for being rude." Dōhō roared. Jiraiya did not hesitate, taking the initiative to attack, quickly forming hand seals and shouting, "Fire release, Toad, oil bomb." Following the command, Frog Bunta opened his massive mouth, and a thick column of oil shot forth like a raging torrent towards Susanoo. At the same time, Jiraiya took a deep breath and spewed forth intense flames, which instantly merged with the oil column, transforming it into a powerful oil flame bomb, carrying a wave of scorching heat and acrid smoke, crashing towards Susanoo like a mountain. Where the oil flame bomb went, the air was distorted by the high temperature, producing a hissing sound, as if it would swallow everything in its path. Facing the incoming oil flame bomb, Uchiha Dōhō's eyes were filled with disdain. The corners of his mouth slightly raised as he coldly snorted, manipulating fire release in front of the Uchiha clan. "Jiraiya, you truly are arrogant." Before his words fell, he quickly formed hand seals, his movements fluid, and shouted, "Fire release, great fire annihilation." In an instant, a massive and scorching column of flame erupted from Dōhō's mouth, which was deeper in color and seemingly higher in temperature than Jiraiya's fire release, charging straight towards the oil flame bomb with an unstoppable momentum. When the great fire annihilation collided with the toad oil bomb, it was as if two burning stars had collided, producing a deafening roar. The originally surging oil flame bomb was actually pushed back by the impact of the great fire annihilation, with some of the oil flames instantly evaporating into wisps of blue smoke due to the high temperature. The surrounding ground was scorched by the intense heat, rapidly cracking with hideous fissures, and the scorching air spread wildly from the point of impact, knocking the nearby root members off balance as they shielded their eyes with their arms to withstand the oncoming heat wave. In this fiery battlefield, filled with flames and heat, Dōhō and Jiraiya exchanged fierce glances through the sea of flames, both their eyes burning with intense battle intent, signaling that a more intense battle was about to erupt. Watching this scene, Jiraiya was inwardly shocked. What a powerful fire release, and what immense chakra. This Uchiha Dōhō possesses such terrifying strength, far beyond my previous expectations. A flash of seriousness crossed his gaze as he realized that today's battle would be much more difficult than he had imagined. But as a legendary ninja of Konoha, the indomitable spirit within him was ignited in an instant. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Even so, I cannot back down. I must stop him and protect Konoha's justice. Bunta, I leave the rest to you." Frog Bunta nodded heavily, his massive body slightly crouching, ready to spring into action for the more intense battle ahead. "Haisu Yushan Wei." Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, finally pressing his right hand against the ground to complete the technique. Sumaning technique, with a roll of smoke quickly spreading, two relatively smaller toads, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura, suddenly appeared before everyone. One was Fukasaku Sage, with vibrant green skin, striking white beard and eyebrows, and black pupils set in yellow sclera, exuding wisdom and depth. Around its neck hung a prominent oil character necklace, and it wore a black cloak adorned with red cloud patterns, adding a touch of mystery. The other was Shima Sage, similarly dressed in a black cloak with red cloud patterns, with a physique similar to Fukasaku. It had purple hair and lips, and the combination of black pupils and yellow sclera gave it a unique aura. They gracefully leaped onto Jiraiya's shoulders and settled firmly in place. Jiraiya slightly tilted his head, sharing a tacit glance with the two sages, then fully immersed himself in the process of guiding natural energy into himself. A faint green glow began to emerge from his skin, soft yet containing immense power. The surrounding air also experienced slight fluctuations, as natural energy seemed to be drawn in by some mysterious force, continuously converging towards Jiraiya, which was then transformed in a powerful sage chakra. Just as Jiraiya focused on accumulating natural energy and Frog Bunta remained vigilant against Uchiha Dōhō, the situation on the scene suddenly fell into an eerie calm. Everyone was astonished to find that Uchiha Dōhō maintained the third stage of Susanoo and did not take the opportunity to attack, while Jiraiya was gathering sage chakra with all his might. He stood tall at the head of Susanoo, arms crossed, looking down at Jiraiya, who was accumulating natural energy with a proud expression on his face. The members of Root exchanged puzzled glances, whispering to one another. "What is Uchiha Dōhō up to? Why isn't he making a move?" A wounded ninja said softly. Another ninja shook his head, confusion etched on his face. "Who knows? Maybe he has some more terrifying plans." The Uchiha clan has always been mysterious and unpredictable. The Uchiha clansman nearby was also puzzled. Why isn't the clan leader making a move? Frog Bunta sensed something was off as well. Its massive body trembled slightly, warily watching Dōhō in Susanoo, letting out a low growl from its throat. Shimaku Sanin and Shima Sanin both wore grave expressions, their eyes fixed tightly on Dōhō, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. Time passed quietly, and after a full 5 minutes, the natural energy surrounding Jiraiya reached its peak state. His skin glowed with a faint green light that grew increasingly intense, and as it flickered, strange changes began to occur. Red shadow-like patterns gradually appeared at the corners of his eyes, and the horizontal red stripes on his face emerged one by one. At the same time, his pupils slowly transformed from their original round shape into a line. Jiraiya's entire being exhibited obvious frog-like characteristics. His facial changes were particularly pronounced, with his nose growing larger and his face shape slightly altering, increasingly resembling that of a toad. His aura became even more powerful and mysterious, seemingly merging with the natural forces of Myobo Kuzan. "Oh, are you ready?" Uchiha Dōhō asked loudly, his tone arrogant, directed at Jiraiya, who had already entered sage mode, carrying a hint of provocation. Shima Sanin, perched on Jiraiya's shoulder, looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you attacking?" Just now was the perfect opportunity. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Dōhō threw his head back and laughed wildly. The laughter was unrestrained and arrogant. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" Shimaku Sanin furrowed his white brows and asked in a deep voice. "Humph, no matter how desperately mortals struggle, even if they rely on this so-called sage power, how could they compare to the power of the Uchiha?" As he spoke, he slowly spread his arms, and the chakra surrounding his Susanoo surged like a raging tide, responding to its master's formidable will. "In my eyes, you are nothing but ants. Even if you gather your strength with all your might at this moment, it will only serve to make me laugh. I just need to wait for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow, so you can understand the true terror of the Uchiha clan." At this moment, Dōhō resembled a king looking down upon the world, firmly believing that his power was unmatched. His words were not only a provocation to Jiraiya and the others, but also a supreme display of the Uchiha clan strength. Arrogant brat. And upon hearing this arrogant speech, Shinmaku Sanin, Shima Sanin, Gamabunta, and everyone present felt a surge of anger and resentment in their eyes. A more intense battle was about to unfold. Chapter 87. Sage Mode versus Susanoo. Jiraiya knew in his heart that his Sage Mode was not fully perfected and that he could not engage in a prolonged battle. He had to launch an attack immediately. In an instant, his hands moved like lightning, forming seals at a rapid pace, his movements fluid and seamless. Then, a thunderous roar erupted from his mouth. "Sage Art. Hair Needle 1000. As soon as the words fell, his iconic white hair suddenly seemed to be infused with unyielding strength, each strand transforming into sharp steel needles, standing upright. Under the sunlight, these needles shimmered with a chilling cold light, sending shivers down the spine. In the blink of an eye, his long hair turned into a torrential downpour of needles, rapidly shooting towards Uchiha Dōhō's Susanoo. Each needle let out a sharp, piercing whistle as it cut through the air, covering the upper half of Susanoo in a dense and lethal net of needles. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Dōhō's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Let us see the power of the Uchiha. He leisurely controlled Susanoo to raise its thick arms, and at that moment, a mystical spirit shield, Yada Mirror, suddenly appeared without warning. The Yada Mirror appeared ethereal, yet contained unimaginable power, as if it possessed its own consciousness. When the incoming needles touched the Yada Mirror, it was as if they had collided with an indestructible invisible wall. The surface of the Yada Mirror shimmered with light, and then a powerful force rebounded the needles back, sending them flying towards Jiraiya and the surrounding toads at a speed faster than when they came. "Oomph, is that all you've got?" The mocking voice of Dōhō echoed from within Susanoo, dripping with contempt. At the same time, he again controlled Susanoo, preparing to unleash the earth-shattering power of the Yasaka no Magatama. Susanoo's massive hand slowly opened, and in the palm, a blinding light began to coalesce. Within the light, the enormous outline of the Magatama slowly emerged. The surface of the Magatama was engulfed in roaring flames, presenting a strange, deep red color, as if it were the infernal fire from the depths of hell, carrying a terrifying momentum that seemed to want to reduce everything in the world to ashes. With the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the Yasaka no Magatama had increased in both quantity and power. 14 Magatama gradually took shape, and Susanoo suddenly hurled them forward with great force. The Magatama traced a dazzling trajectory through the air, like a meteor trailing flames, hurtling towards Jiraiya. As it passed, the air seemed to ignite in an instant, producing a hissing sound, while the ground was scorched, leaving deep and long furrows. The earth quaked violently under the impact of this terrifying force. Seeing this, Jiraiya's expression turned extremely serious, and a hint of tension flickered in his eyes. He understood the terrifying power of the Yasaka no Magatama and dared not slack off in the slightest. He quickly exchanged a glance with Shimaka Sanin and Shima Sanin. The three were completely in sync. Sajar Gomen. Jiraiya's firm voice resonated throughout the battlefield. Shimaku Sanin reacted swiftly, first unleashing a wind release. A powerful whirlwind roared from its mouth, lifting sand and stones high into the air, with the surrounding air swirling wildly. Immediately afterward, Shima Sanin spat out a fire release, and the blazing flames fused with the wind, instantly becoming even more ferocious, as if to engulf the entire world. At this moment, Jiraiya forcefully sprayed the oil he had stored in his mouth into the air. The oil quickly spread under the dual influence of wind and fire, mixing with the flames to form a massive wave of fire. This wave surged like an enraged fire dragon, claws bared, charging towards the Yasaka no Magatama. When the wave of fire collided with the Yasaka no Magatama, it was as if two stars had violently collided, producing a deafening roar. The sound seemed to shatter the very world, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact. The surrounding buildings were instantly reduced to dust, raising clouds of debris. Flames and Magatama clashed, sparks flying, and heat waves rolling, as the entire battlefield transformed into a sea of fire. However, Uchiha Dōhō's Yasaka no Magatama was simply too powerful. Despite the overwhelming momentum of Jiraiya's sage art, Gomen, the Yasaka no Magatama forcefully broke through the flames and continued to charge towards Jiraiya. In this critical moment, Gamabunta stepped forward without hesitation. He understood that his master was in extreme danger at this moment and acted without a moment's hesitation. His massive body crouched slightly to gather strength. Then he opened his huge mouth wide, unleashing a powerful torrent of water that surged forth like a raging flood. The water, carrying the force of a mountain, rushed towards the Yasaka no Magatama, attempting to halt its advance. As the water made contact with the Yasaka no Magatama, it splashed in all directions, slightly slowing the speed of the Magatama. But the power contained in the Magatama is simply too strong. The water flow merely slows its speed a bit, but cannot completely stop its advance. Want to block me? Not that easy, Dōhō shouted loudly, his voice full of confidence and arrogance. Susanoo swung the dual blades in his hands, unleashing Susanoo, dance of the twin swords. The twin blades sliced through the air rapidly, producing sharp whistling sounds, and the blade aura crisscrossed fiercely toward Jiraiya and the others. Wherever the blade aura passed, the ground was marked with deep, long cracks, and the surrounding air seemed to be cut into countless fragments. The Magatama of Yotsuka combined with the blade aura, forming a deadly pincer attack that forced Jiraiya and the others into a desperate situation. Jiraiya knew that the situation was extremely urgent. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead, but his eyes remained resolutely firm. He quickly coordinated with the two sages again and shouted loudly, "Illusion! Summoning of the Toad!" Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima immediately understood and began to chant in unison. A strange chorus of toad croaks instantly rang out, as if the sound possessed magical power, intertwining and echoing in the air, forming an invisible illusionary force rushing toward Uchiha Dōhō. Wherever the illusionary power reached, the surrounding space seemed to twist and deform, attempting to interfere with Uchiha Dōhō's actions. This thing is indeed powerful. In the anime, even Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, fell for it. However, Uchiha Dōhō is, after all, an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan user, and he quickly regained clarity, resisting the invasion of this illusion. At that moment, Dōhō's eyes suddenly sharpened, a strong killing intent surged in his heart, and he decided to deliver a fatal blow to Jiraiya. Susanoo, Great Flame Spiral Sphere. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Susanoo placed the Great Flame Spiral Sphere on the bow, pulling the bowstring tight. The Great Flame Spiral Sphere in Susanoo's hand glimmered with an extremely dazzling light, containing a high temperature and a terrifyingly powerful energy, like a blazing meteor. Susanoo suddenly released the bowstring, and the Great Flame Spiral Sphere shot toward Jiraiya like an arrow released from a bow. It carried endless power, charging directly at Jiraiya, igniting the air in its path and leaving a long trail of flames. Jiraiya was unable to dodge and was struck directly by the Great Flame Spiral Sphere. The immense impact force instantly sent him flying, his body resembling a kite with a broken string, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily into a distant mountain. A dull, crashing sound echoed, and a huge cloud of dust rose instantly from the mountain, blocking out the sun. Fukusaku, Sage Shima, and the toad, Wanta, seeing this, were anxious. Wanta let out a painful roar and flew desperately toward Jiraiya's direction. Sage Fukusaku and Sage Shima, filled with worry, quickly flew toward the dust-filled area. Their figures flickered in and out of the dust, as if desperately searching for a glimmer of hope for survival. Uchiha Dōhō stood atop Susanoo, looking at the dust-filled area, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. I said, mortals can never compete with Uchiha. Chapter 88. A public display of Danzo. Uchiha Dōhō felt elated, his chakra slightly retracting, as Susanoo's massive form instantly dissipated like sand, transforming into specks of light that vanished into the air. Uchiha Hōkage ran over with an excited expression, his gaze fixed on the direction where Jiraiya had been knocked away, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He then looked at Uchiha Dōhō and asked, Chief, should we take people to hunt down Jiraiya? This is an excellent opportunity to eliminate him. If we let him recover, it could lead to many troubles in the future. Uchiha Dōhō shook his head slightly. In fact, he had held back in that last attack. He gazed deeply at the still swirling dust and said slowly, no need. Jiraiya is different from Orochimaru. He has a very high reputation in Konoha, especially among the common ninja. Killing him would completely sever the already tense relationship between our clan and Konoha, isolating us. Uchiha Hōkage frowned slightly, clenching his fists unwillingly. But Chief, letting him go like this is truly a pity. He just fought with you and must be seriously injured now. It is the perfect time to strike. Dōhō patted Hōkage's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Hōkage, you must understand, our goal is to restore the Uchiha clan's glory and status in Konoha, not to become enemies with all of Konoha. If we kill Jiraiya, making the whole of Konoha our enemy, no matter how strong we are, how can we stand in this surrounded situation? What we want is to reign over Konoha, leading it towards glory under the Uchiha clan's guidance, not to become despised and isolated. Hōkage was slightly taken aback, his previously excited expression gradually calming down. He nodded thoughtfully, Chief, I understand. I was too impulsive, only thinking about removing the threat without considering the far-reaching impact behind it. Dōhō narrowed his eyes slightly. We have more important things to do next. Although Danzo has been subdued, he has secretly operated in Konoha for many years. The root organization is deeply rooted, and the remnants are not eliminated. We must take this opportunity to completely clean up the root forces, exposing Danzo's crimes to the public, so that everyone in Konoha knows that our Uchiha clan fights for justice, not for personal gain. Hōkage nodded thoughtfully. The chief is far-sighted. I was thinking too simply. So how should we act next? Dōhō smiled confidently. You take people to control the root members of the scene, interrogate them rigorously, and extract information about the remaining strongholds and unexposed members of the root organization. At the same time, arrange personnel to gather ironclad evidence of Danzo's crimes. Hōkage accepted the order and left. Uchiha Dōhō once again looked in the direction where Jiraiya had disappeared, silently pondering. Jiraiya, today's battle is just the beginning. I hope you understand that the Uchiha clan is not a threat to Konoha, but an indispensable force. Once I cleanse the remnants of Danzo and restore the Uchiha's reputation, perhaps we can work together to create a glorious Konoha. After everything was settled, Dōhō summoned the sake gourd. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and with a flash of strange light, the gourd's lid slowly opened, and Danzo's lifeless body rolled out. Although he had escaped the gourd's confinement, he remained trapped in the dream abyss created by the Tensigen, unable to extricate himself. With a strange and distorted smile on his face, as if immersed in some unspeakable, beautiful dream, Dōhō's gaze was cold as he unhesitatingly grabbed Danzo by the collar, lifting him up like a dead dog, and walked toward the main street of Konoha village, determined to display this heinous person to the public. On the way, two figures rushed toward him like shooting stars. As they got closer, it turned out to be Uzumaki Karin and Yezakura. Uzumaki Karin's cheeks were flushed, breathing slightly heavy, with strands of hair on her forehead dampened by sweat sticking to her face. Yezakura appeared slightly fatigued, with a hint of disappointment and shame in her eyes. Lord Dōhō, is everything all right? Uzumaki Karin asked with concern. Dōhō nodded slightly, about to speak. Yezakura stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, her tone carrying a hint of self-blame as she said, Lord Dōhō, I couldn't stop Jiraiya and let him break through the second unit's defense line, causing you trouble. Dōhō looked at Yezakura, his expression softening a bit, bending down to help her up and comforting her. Yezakura, Jiraiya, as a legendary ninja of Konoha, is inherently strong. You have done well to hold the line this long. This is not your fault. Don't be too hard on yourself. Yitsong raised his head, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes as he nodded slightly, his expression gradually regaining its firmness. Do-hwan then looked at Xian Wahua Li with a serious expression and asked, "Have all the notifications been sent out?" Xian Wahua Li replied succinctly, "Yes. All notifications have been sent. All the clan leaders of the ninja clans are present." "Good," Do-hwan said tersely. At this time, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning, but Konoha village was brightly lit. Countless villagers seemed to share a sense of foreboding, unable to sleep, as if they sensed something significant was about to happen. When they saw the Konoha guard escorting Danzo towards the Hokage building, the streets were instantly filled with people. Among the crowd, many sharp-eyed villagers immediately noticed the numerous Sharingan on Danzo's right arm, and gasps of astonishment erupted. "Oh my god, what is that? How can he have so many Sharingan on his arm? This is terrifying. What has Lord Danzo done? Could it really be him?" The villagers whispered among themselves, their faces filled with shock and anger, their gazes towards Danzo filled with disgust and contempt. Do-hwan dragged the dazed Danzo forward step by step towards the Hokage building. Along the way, members of the guard were neatly arranged on both sides, maintaining order. The crowd on the street grew denser, and the villagers' emotions became increasingly agitated, with angry murmurs intertwining to form an invisible wave of sound. As Do-hwan was about to reach the Hokage building, he saw the clan leaders of various ninja clans had already gathered there. Their expressions varied, some serious, some indignant, waiting quietly downstairs. All present were seasoned ninjas who had sensed the eerie abnormality of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm from a distance. Do-hwan brought Danzo downstairs, his sharp gaze sweeping over the reactions of the clan leaders. Amat Songyun was flushed with excitement, nearly jumping up, his hands waving in the air as he shouted, "Great! That old thief Danzo has finally been taken down. Konoha is saved." Yamanaka Shikaku, although maintaining his usual calm demeanor, could not hide the slight tremor in his hands and the gleam in his glasses, revealing his inner excitement. Inuzuka was grinning widely, showing his sharp teeth, roaring with excitement. Let us see how that guy stirs up trouble now." However, Hyuga Hizashi wore a serious expression, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes revealing deep concern. Other clan leaders also showed worry on their faces. Uchiha Dōhō was too strong, and if he took the stage, it might not be good news. Do-hwan took in everyone's reactions, but did not say a word. At this moment, he had something more important to do. Chapter 89, Loyalty to the Third Hokage. Do-hwan tightened his grip on Danzo's collar and dragged him straight into the Hokage building. His only goal was the Hokage's office, where Danzo's crimes would be judged, and also the starting point for Konoha's new future. The clan leaders exchanged glances. Despite their individual thoughts, they tacitly followed Do-hwan. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense, as if a storm was approaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the Hokage desk, his expression complex, although he tried hard to maintain calm. His slightly trembling hands revealed his inner unease. His gaze occasionally fell on the door, as if he were waiting for something, or perhaps fearing something. Tsunade sat beside him, her brows tightly knitted, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Thinking of the upcoming situation ignited a surge of unnamed fury within her. Mito Gate Kurenai had a gloomy expression, deeply worried about what was about to happen, but feeling powerless to stop it. Uchiha Fugaku, however, was beaming with joy. Clan leader Do-hwan had finally succeeded. At this moment, Orochimaru had been successfully escorted to Konoha prison by the Umbu. A heavy knock on the door, like a hammer blow, shattered the oppressive silence in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others turned their gazes like spotlights to the door. The door slowly opened, and Do-hwan's tall figure appeared before everyone. At this moment, he was tightly gripping Danzo's collar, as if holding a lifeless doll. Do-hwan strode into the office, each step steady and powerful. He walked straight to the center of the room, swung his arm violently, and with a loud thud, Danzo's disheveled body was thrown heavily onto the floor. This sudden action made the atmosphere in the office tense to the extreme. The clan leaders filed in, and the originally spacious Hokage office suddenly felt cramped. "Attention!" Do-hwan shouted loudly, his voice booming throughout the office. The previously noisy scene fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned by the unexpected command, instinctively straightening their bodies, quickly forming an orderly line. "Present loyalty to the third Hokage." Do-hwan elongated his tone. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the walls and echoing in every corner of the office. Once the shout ended, everyone raised their right hands in unison, performing a standard ninja salute, their arms straight and their gazes firmly fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku held a document steadily in both hands, his expression grim. It was the arrest consent form for Elder Shimura Danzo, forged through years of ninja training. Looking at the now powerless Third Hokage, Fugaku's eyes revealed a hint of complex emotions that others might not easily perceive. He stepped forward steadily, standing tall, and solemnly handed the document to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice deep yet clear and strong. Third Hokage, this is the arrest consent form for Elder Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be pulled back from a long train of thought, slowly raising his head. His gaze did not immediately fall on the document, but pierced through it, looking out of the tightly closed window, as if recalling the bits and pieces of Konoha's past and envisioning the difficult road ahead. His eyes were filled with exhaustion, as if bearing the weight of the entire Konoha, along with deep struggles. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze finally fell slowly on the consent form, which clearly listed Danzo's numerous heinous acts. First, instigating Orochimaru to desecrate the remains of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Such behavior is simply intolerable. Second, ordering Root to capture villagers for human experiments, with methods so cruel they are appalling. Third, stealing the Uchiha bloodline limit, a serious violation of the families with bloodline limits in the village. Fourth, orchestrating the Nine Tails incident, plotting against the Fourth Hokage and his wife. Now all the evidence pointed to Danzo, indicating that he was likely the mastermind behind this disaster. In pursuit of his unspeakable ambitions, he did not hesitate to create such chaos, plotting against the Fourth Hokage and his wife, who had achieved great deeds for Konoha. His malicious intent was simply despicable. Fifth, plotting rebellion, which is a direct threat to Konoha's regime. Danzo had secretly planned a series of conspiracies, attempting to overthrow the existing regime of Konoha, undermining the peace and order that had been painstakingly established over the years. His actions severely threatened Konoha's stability and security, putting the entire village in danger. In the lower left corner of the consent form was Uchiha Fugaku's bold signature as the captain of the Konoha Guard. On the right, there was a blank space waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's signature, like a wheel of fate waiting to be filled, as if about to open a new chapter for Konoha. The Third Hokage has instructed our Konoha Guard to collect evidence. Now that the evidence is conclusive, please review it. Third Hokage Dōhō stepped forward, his voice steady and powerful with righteous indignation. As soon as the words were spoken, Arima Tsongyun and oil woman Shimi tacitly stepped aside to help the collapsed Shimura Danzo back up. Arima Tsongyun extended his hand, carefully pulling open Danzo's right eyelid, revealing a blood-red three-tomo Sharingan. Once an outsider has transplanted a Sharingan, it cannot be closed. Oil woman Shimi then lifted Danzo's right arm, and there, on the arm modified with Hashirama cells, were four Sharingan arranged prominently, one of which was tightly shut. That was the Sharingan that had already used Izanagi. In an instant, the office was in an uproar among the clan leaders. Hyuga Hizashi frowned deeply, his expression grave, shaking his head slightly as he sighed softly. This Danzo has committed such an outrageous act. Yonshiro Kaichi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with incredulity, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth as he said, stealing bloodline limits. Such behavior is a blatant trampling on the order of Konoha. Akimichi Chose's face turned red with anger, his eyes wide open as he shouted, "We can't let him go so easily. He must be severely punished. Today, both the Senju and Uchiha clan's bloodline limits have been stolen. In the future, what one T Danzo dare do?" Inazuka Kiba, seeing that he had not reacted in time and let Arima and the oil woman clan steal the spotlight, immediately spoke up to remedy the situation. "Damn Shimura Danzo!" Senju Rizu glared at Danzo's arm, furious, wishing he could immediately snatch Danzo away and give him a good beating to relieve his hatred. At this moment, Mito Gate-in frowned, stepping forward with a face full of skepticism, saying, regarding the matter of plotting against the Fourth Hokage and his wife, "While there is now evidence pointing to Danzo, such a major issue cannot be hastily concluded." As soon as he spoke, the office fell into a slight silence, and everyone's eyes turned to him. Some showed thoughtful expressions, while others shook their heads slightly, disagreeing with his viewpoint. Oh, how many people witnessed with their own eyes that the masked man's right eye with a Sharingan, and his right arm could use would release ninjutsu? Mito-sama, what are your intentions in defending Danzo? Dōhō's gaze was sharp, his tone icy, pressing closer. No, it's not a defense, Upon hearing this, Minato Gateon's face turned pale instantly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue. After all, defending against such a grave crime as plotting against the Fourth Hokage was too heavy a burden. He couldn't bear it, nor dared to. Meanwhile, Tsunari Koharu, sensing the situation was dire, hurriedly reached out to grab Minato Gateon's arm, pulling him back forcefully. She shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with helplessness, conveying a clear meaning. Danzo's fate is sealed. He can't be saved anymore. Stop the futile struggle and give up. Chapter 90 Konoha, December 12th, year 51, 510. With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence present, Third Hokage, what do you intend to do? Dōhō spoke again, his gaze firmly fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Good strategy, well done. The younger generation is formidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, then extended his hand, trembling slightly. After much difficulty grasping the pen, the tip hesitated in the air, as if bearing an immense weight, unable to fall. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Tsunari Koharu sat nearby, unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes, her brows knitted tightly. Minato Gateon's expression was as dark as ink, his gaze fixed intently on the pen in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, as if resisting the impending result. Everyone held their breath, the silence allowing them to hear each other's racing hearts. Time seemed to freeze. Each second stretched infinitely, as if the entire world awaited Sarutobi Hiruzen's difficult decision. After a long while, it seemed Sarutobi Hiruzen was engaged in an internal struggle and finally made up his mind, using all his strength to laboriously sign his name on the consent form. Consent given by Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Dōhō saw this, a flash of urgency in his eyes as he reached for the consent form. Just as his fingertips touched the paper, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly extended his other hand, firmly pressing down on the consent form. Third Hokage, Dōhō called out as a reminder. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, his expression grave, the hand pressing down on the document trembling slightly. After a long time, he slowly relaxed his grip a little, and in the signature area, each stroke seemed to consume his entire strength, laboriously writing, Konoha, December 12th, year 51, 510. Sarutobi Hiruzen released his hold on the document, his entire being seeming to lose all support, slumping against the chair back, his gaze hollow and vacant, as if his soul had been completely extracted with that signature. His voice was deep inside, as if squeezing out a few words from the depths of his soul. First strike, then report. Upon hearing this, Tsunari Koharu jolted, a flicker of sympathy crossing her eyes, slightly turning her head away, unwilling to witness this scene. This date and time felt like a heavy hammer, striking forcefully at the hearts of everyone present, announcing the end of an era and foretelling that Konoha was about to face a monumental upheaval. Suddenly, a beam of light broke through the horizon. The sun, previously shrouded by clouds, struggled to emerge, its golden rays pouring down, gradually illuminating every corner of Konoha. The sunlight streamed through the windows of the Hokage's office, casting bright spots of light on the floor, heralding a new day for Konoha. Everyone instinctively looked out the window at the rising sun, its brilliance dazzling yet warm. This sunlight seemed to carry a different meaning, dispelling the gloom of the previous night, yet also shining into the complex thoughts of everyone's hearts. They quietly watched, filled with emotion. Some recalled the storms Konoha had weathered, while others worried about the changes the village was about to face. The newly risen sun seemed to symbolize a brand new beginning. It was Arima Songyun who first broke the silence, his gaze sweeping over the collapsed Danzo, his tone filled with indignation. I never expected Shimura Danzo to commit such acts. Colluding with Orochimaru, stealing Wood Release and Sharingan, and plotting against the Fourth Hokage, such evil deeds deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Immediately following, Arima Songyun suddenly shifted his tone, a look of reverence on his face as he turned to Dōhō and said, Originally, Danzo coveted the position of Hokage, trying to continue manipulating Konoha. Fortunately, Lord Dōhō is wise and powerful, uncovering his crimes in time. Otherwise, Konoha would not know what disaster he would have brought upon us. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a fuse had been lit. The various clan leaders nodded in agreement, responding to Arima Songyun's words. Inazuka Kiba nodded vigorously, echoing that that's right. Lord Dōhō has truly saved Konoha this time. If it weren't for Lord Dōhō, we would still be in the dark. Oil woman Shimi also chimed in loudly, Indeed, Lord Dōhō has identified this major hidden danger for us. His contributions are invaluable. In an instant, praises for Dōhō fill the office. Following this, Inuzuka Kiba cleared his throat and said loudly, "Now that Shimura Danzo has been captured, when considering candidates for Hokage, it seems that only Lord Dōhō is the most suitable." His voice echoed in the office, and Dōhō's supporters were initially taken aback, then seemed to be awakened. Yes. Arima Songyun nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "Lord Dōhō is young and promising. He has made many contributions to Konoha over the years, whether in combating external enemies or handling internal affairs, demonstrating extraordinary capability and responsibility." Oil woman Shimi stroked her chin, pondering and saying, "With Lord Dōhō's strength and wisdom, he will surely lead Konoha towards a more glorious future." The supporters of Dōhō were increasingly enthusiastic about the discussion of promoting him to Hokage, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade Koharu, and Mito Gate's expressions darkened instantly. Tsunade Koharu bluntly stated, "Although Dōhō has made achievements in exposing Danzo's crimes this time, his qualifications are far from enough to take on the role of Hokage. The position of Hokage carries immense responsibility and requires rich experience and prestige to stabilize the situation. How can Dōhō's limited qualifications bear such a heavy responsibility?" Fugaku, feeling agitated, saw the Uchiha clan finally having a chance to become Hokage, and immediately spoke up. Clan head Dōhō is exceptionally talented, and he, along with his brother Shursui, displayed extraordinary strength and courage during the Third Shinobi World War. On the battlefields against the Mist and Cloud Ninja, they were like two sharp blades, striking directly at the enemy's vital points. Dōhō, with his outstanding ninjutsu skills and brilliant tactical arrangements, has led his team to turn the tide of battles multiple times, achieving great military merit and establishing a significant reputation in the ninja world. Now, he has also captured Orochimaru, who desecrated the first Hokage, and Danzo, who instigated the Nine Tails incident. With his remarkable courage and wisdom, with such achievements and abilities, who in Konoha can compare?" Mito Gate raised his hand in opposition. "I support Elder Tsunade's words. Clan head Dōhō is too young. Konoha has never had such a young Hokage. The position of Hokage requires maturity and stability, and someone who can handle various complex situations. Dōhō is too young, and it is indeed difficult to entrust Konoha to him." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, but his expression showed agreement. Dōhō's gaze swept over Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade Koharu, and Mito Gaten, and a hint of a cold smile appeared in his heart. The reactions of these three were already within his expectations. But what about the other clans? Why were they silent and not voicing their support? Dōhō's gaze, like a probing sword, kept an eye on the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, and other clans he had previously negotiated with. At this moment, he noticed that the clan heads of these families were all silent, some deep in thought, others avoiding eye contact, with no one stepping forward to speak for him. In that instant, Dōhō's heart suddenly became clear, and he understood his situation. The current situation in Konoha was as delicate as dancing on a knife's edge, with intricate and tangled interests and power balances among the various clans. The Uchiha clan was now too dominant, so dominant that it felt like a towering mountain, suffocating the other clans and filling them with fear. He had made two moves, one capturing the infamous and ruthless Orochimaru, and the other meticulously planning to take down Danzo, who had been running rampant in Konoha for many years and wielded great power. Many ninja clans were hoping for the third Hokage to step down and for Danzo to fall. They longed for change in the village, but they did not want to see such a powerful Hokage rise to power, one who might disrupt the existing balance. It is not by becoming Hokage that one is recognized, but rather it is by being recognized that one can become Hokage. Dōhō silently recited this in his heart, and at that moment, he gained a deeper and more thorough understanding of this statement. Relying solely on brute force and fighting is definitely not the way to become Hokage. In the past, even someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara, a person of extraordinary talent and unmatched dominance, fell at the Valley of the End, didn't he? Yes. There is currently no one like Senju Hashirama to fight against him, but he is still far from being comparable to Uchiha Madara himself. If he were to force his way through, how many opponents could he kill? How many clans could he intimidate? Not to mention the kind of internal turmoil this would provoke. How much loss would the Uchiha clan suffer? And how much damage would Konoha's strength endure? In the end, how would a wounded and broken Konoha face the wolves surrounding it, in a ninja world rife with crises? Before crossing over, Dōhō was already very familiar with history. During the Western Han Dynasty, in the chaos of the L clan. Liu Zhang and his brother King Liu Xiang were undoubtedly the mainstays in the effort to eliminate the L faction, but ultimately, it was Liu Hong who made no contributions that ascended to the throne. Why? The Liu brothers were too dominant. If they had risen to power, the ministers would fear they could not control such a powerful emperor, and their own power and status would be precarious. Thus, in the power struggle, they chose the more manageable Liu Hong. The wheels of history roll on, and the current situation in Konoha bears some subtle similarities to that long-ago story. Now, Uchiha Dōhō is like the king of Chi, having the first great noble clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan, as his base, which is fundamentally different from the common-born Minato, who is left with no support. And the various noble clans of Konoha are like Zhou and Chunping. How can he gain their support? Since ancient times, the winner on the battlefield is not necessarily the political winner. With that thought, Uchiha Dōhō finally spoke. Chapter 91, Palace Coup Lord Third. There are still many doubts about today's events. As soon as Dōhō said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The evil root organization of Danzo had secretly captured innocent villagers to serve as sacrifices for Orochimaru's human experiments. What kind of crazed organization was this? And who had approved its establishment? Where did their funding come from? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and he immediately lowered his head, gripping the armrest tightly. Tsunade Koharu's face turned pale, and Mito Gaten broke out in a cold sweat. The reactions of the clan heads of Konoha varied. Kurama Soman was filled with indignation. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white as he shouted, "This is simply intolerable. We must investigate this matter thoroughly and give Konoha's citizens an explanation." Inazuka Kiba thought of his clan members who had been drafted by Danzo and were missing, his eyes turning red as if he were about to spit fire. "I've always felt that Danzo's actions were suspicious. When was the root organization established?" Yamanaka Shikaku pushed up his glasses, his eyes glinting sharply as he stared directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hyuga Hizashi's expression was grave. He squinted slightly, his eyes revealing worry and vigilance as he said softly, "If this matter is not clarified, Konoha may fall into a greater crisis." Yamanaka Kai's expression was dark as he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and then at Dōhō, hesitating to speak. Everyone present was a core member of Konoha. How could they not know that root was Sarutobi Hiruzen's white glove? Without the Hokage's approval, how could such a large organization take root and grow in Konoha? Where did their personnel come from, and where did their funds come from? After Dōhō finished speaking, his eyes blazed with anger as he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Let me ask you, with such a large-scale and long-term evil conduct by the root organization, if there were no high-level directives, how could it remain undetected for so long? Who is really opening the door for them and granting approval?" Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head to meet Dōhō's gaze, his eyes filled with pain and struggle. "Dōhō, Konoha's situation is complex. The root organization. Third Hokage, please take a moment to rest. I will speak with them." Mito Gaten interjected, stepping forward and trying to keep his tone calm. "Clan head Dōhō, don't make baseless accusations. Although the root organization is directly under the Hokage, they have always acted independently. That guy Danzo is cunning. How could the third Hokage possibly scrutinize everything he does? Usually, the third Hokage works tirelessly for Konoha. How could he have imagined that Danzo would do such heinous things behind his back?" Tsunade Koharu quickly echoed, "That's right. Konoha's affairs are numerous and complex, with constant battles. The third Hokage needs to oversee the overall situation while also dealing with external enemies. It's simply impossible to manage everything. That scoundrel Danzo has ulterior motives, privately misappropriating funds and secretly engaging in those shameful activities. We were also kept in the dark. Now you are aggressively accusing and throwing dirt on the third Hokage. What exactly is your intention?" Dōhō let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp as he scanned the faces of the two people. "Humph. What a good excuse. Acting independently? Does the Hokage have no responsibility to supervise the direct organizations? Misappropriation of funds and the whereabouts of such a large sum, and the higher-ups actually know nothing? This kind of explanation, esteemed clan leaders, can you trust it?" Dōhō said, turning to the clan leaders present, seeking their support. The atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense, and everyone fell silent again, understanding that Uchiha Dōhō could no longer wait. There was a lion in his eyes. The old lion had aged, and the young, strong lion was eager to take his place. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stood up under the gaze of everyone. He sighed heavily, his voice hoarse and weighty. "Esteemed clan leaders, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility in this matter. Although the root organization is controlled by Danzo, it is ultimately under the Hokage's direct supervision. As the third Hokage, my lack of oversight has led to innocent villagers suffering at the hands of malice, committing an unforgivable mistake. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly lowered his head, as if repenting to everyone. For many years, I have devoted myself to the affairs of Konoha, protecting the village's stability, but I neglected to restrain Root. I thought that although Danzo acted ruthlessly, he was still devoted to Konoha. I never imagined that he would collude with Orochimaru to commit such heinous acts. After Sarutobi Hiruzen admitted his mistakes, the atmosphere in the office remained heavy, suffocating. Uchiha Dōhō's gaze remained sharp, showing no signs of loosening due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement. He coldly spoke, "Third Hokage, this matter is far from over. The crimes committed by Shimura Danzo are not limited to manipulating the root organization to harm villagers." Dōhō paused slightly. There's also the heartbreaking Nine Tails incident, and the conspiracy to murder the fourth Hokage and his wife. Wait, there is no evidence proving that this was Danzo's doing. Mitarashi Anko was the first to jump out to refute, wanting to deny this terrifying accusation. Tino Komatsu quickly echoed, Yeah. Such a major matter cannot be recklessly speculated upon or spoken without evidence. Although Danzo has acted improperly, such a serious charge cannot be placed on him without conclusive evidence. The capture of villagers, the desecration of the first Hokage's remains, and even the theft of Uchiha Sharingan, while significant, pale in comparison to the murder of the fourth Hokage and his wife. This kind of accusation cannot be casually placed upon Uchiha Dōhō. Uchiha Dōhō surveyed the surroundings, his expression fierce and indignant, and spoke loudly. "Oh, just because the masked man had a Sharingan. Our Uchiha clan was unjustly suspected and labeled as the instigators of the Nine Tails incident. Because of this unfounded accusation, we were forced to move our clan's territory from the center of the village to the remote south, and were monitored day and night by the Umbu. Our clansmen's lives became limited and filled with suspicion and grievances. Now, with witnesses and evidence present, do you still want to deny it?" Dōhō said, suddenly grabbing the limp Danzo from the ground. He raised Danzo's right arm, which contained Sharingan cells, high above, and at that moment, that arm seemed to symbolize evil, waving in front of everyone. Hearing Dōhō's words, Uchiha Fugaku understood, quickly stepping forward to pull open Danzo's right eyelid, revealing a blood-red three-tomo Sharingan to everyone. Emitting a strange glow, "Everyone, please look." Dōhō's gaze swept over every person present. Danzo, as a high-ranking official in Konoha, actually privately stole the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan and fused it with would-release cells. Such behavior has violated the ethics of a ninja and crossed Konoha's bottom line. And this is just the tip of the iceberg in his many crimes. Chapter 92. Loyalty offered to the fifth Hokage Mitarashi Anko, and Tino Komatsu wanted to refute again, exchanging glances. Mitarashi Anko cleared his throat, just about to speak. Uchiha Fugaku, however, interjected loudly. On that day, all the Umbu personnel present knew that the masked man's right eye was a Sharingan, and his right arm could use would-release, which perfectly matches Danzo. Then, with a piercing gaze, Fugaku scanned the surroundings and continued to question loudly. "Is there anyone else in this world who simultaneously stole the powers of the Uchiha and Senju?" After hearing this, Dōhō glanced at Fugaku, pursed his lips, and remained silent. Kurama's filled with indignation, pointed at Danzo's right arm and Sharingan, saying, "The facts are right in front of us. This arm and Sharingan are irrefutable evidence. Danzo has always been ambitious and unscrupulous to achieve his goals. Now that the truth is gradually surfacing, why are you still obstructing the investigation? What is your intention?" Inuzuka Kiba also roared. Many of my clan's members participated in that battle and clearly remembered the masked man's features. We must clarify this matter today and give the fourth Hokage and his wife justice, as well as an explanation to the citizens of Konoha. Yamanaka Shirori pushed up her glasses, her gaze sharp behind the lenses. "Elders, the evidence chain is now complete. If you continue to forcefully refute it, it will be difficult to convince the public." Seeing that the evidence chain was complete, other ninja clans began to speak up as well. Hyuga Hizashi frowned slightly, his expression stern. This matter is serious and concerns the justice and future of Konoha. If what clan leader Dōhō said is true, we must give the village an explanation. Elder Mitarashi Anko and Elder Tino Komatsu, your attitude is truly puzzling. Yamanaka, Ihei, and Nara Shikaku exchanged glances and silently nodded. Although they did not speak, their eyes were filled with recognition of the evidence presented by Uchiha and doubt towards the attitudes of Mitarashi Anko and Tino Komatsu. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office had reached a boiling point, as if the air had been ignited, ready to explode at any moment. At that moment, Uchiha Dōhō's lips curled into a meaningful arc, and he leisurely took out a yellowed scroll from his robe. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it, and the office fell silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Dōhō slowly unrolled the scroll, revealing neatly written characters, which were unmistakably the handwriting of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, from back then. He held up the handwritten order high, his voice loud and carrying an undeniable authority. Everyone, please look. This is the handwritten order from the third Hokage during the Nine Tails incident, clearly stating that my Uchiha clan was to remain on standby in our clan territory. It's over, completely over. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly turned pale, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. That handwritten order from back then had now become a sharp blade, piercing his heart. Tino Komatsu and Mitarashi Anko were also flustered, exchanging fearful and uneasy glances. All the clan leaders were perceptive, sharp-minded, and good at reading the room. At this moment, they rapidly connected the dots between Danzo's theft of wood release and Uchiha powers. The unfortunate demise of the fourth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's return to power, and the Uchiha clan's unjust suspicion. These events seemed independent, but were intricately linked, making it hard not to think that there was a huge conspiracy hidden behind them, a conspiracy capable of shaking the very foundations of Konoha. In an instant, a chilling hypothesis emerged in everyone's minds. The third Hokage instructed Danzo to conspire against the fourth Hokage, then framed the Uchiha. This hypothesis detonated like a heavy bomb, instantly exploding in the Hokage's office. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone's breathing became rapid and heavy. Even the smartest and usually calm Nara Shikaku was flustered, his eyes wide, his face filled with disbelief, as shock and fear replaced his previously composed expression. No, it can't be like this. Minato is my proud successor. I watched him grow up and have high hopes for him. I would never conspire against him. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table with great force, causing the table to break apart with a loud crack, with splinters flying everywhere. The tiger may be old, but it is still a tiger, and its might remains, especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen has held the reins of Konoha for decades, establishing a tremendous reputation. For a moment, everyone was too afraid to speak, and a suffocating atmosphere filled the office. Arama Sojin was startled by the sudden noise, his body involuntarily shivering. Dahan, noticing this, patted his shoulder, and instantly, a warm current surged in Sojin's heart, giving strength back to his previously weak legs, as if infused with courage. He steeled himself to question. Third Hokage, how do you explain this series of events? Danzo was promoted by you. Are you completely unaware of the things he did? Uchiha Fugaku followed up with a question. Yes, the evidence is right before us today. How can we trust you? The fourth Hokage and his wife died without clarity. Someone must give us an explanation. Yamanaka Shimi adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses flickering with complex emotions. Third Hokage, it is a fact that your oversight of Danzo was lacking. Now that things have come to this point, you certainly cannot escape responsibility. If you want to prove your innocence, you must provide stronger evidence and explanations. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, his face filled with exhaustion and helplessness, as if he had aged significantly in an instant. He trembled slightly, his voice low yet resolute as he said, I am willing to accept any investigation. Over the years, my lack of oversight of Danzo has led Konoha into such a crisis, has brought injustice to the Uchiha clan, and has caused the Minato couple to die with grievances. I bear undeniable responsibility. However, I absolutely did not participate in the conspiracy against Minato, and I am willing to cooperate with everyone to uncover the truth. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Dōhō quickly made a concluding statement. Third Hokage, I choose to trust your character and believe you would not conspire against the fourth Hokage. But now the evidence is before us, and many doubts point to your negligence regarding Danzo's matters. Konoha needs a clear explanation. Therefore, at this moment, you indeed need to cooperate with our Konoha security force to conduct an investigation. He surveyed the people around him and continued. The Konoha security force will conduct the investigation with fairness and rigor, leaving no detail overlooked and not wronging any good person. This is not only to give the fourth Hokage and his wife justice, but also to uphold Konoha's dignity and order. Minato Namikaze's face changed instantly upon hearing Uchiha Dōhō's words, panic showing on his face as he blurted out, "Then what will happen to Konoha while the third Hokage is under investigation?" He originally wanted to emphasize Sarutobi Hiruzen's importance to Konoha as the third Hokage, trying to make everyone reconsider the investigation, but unexpectedly, in his rush, he blurted out a big mistake. Arama Sojin, upon hearing Minato Namikaze's ill-timed words, was moved, and his eyes instantly lit up. He immediately raised his voice and said loudly, "Now that Danzo has committed heinous crimes and lost his eligibility to compete for Hokage, the third Hokage needs to be investigated. Konoha cannot be without a Hokage for even a day. Clan head Dōhō has done such a great deed to expose Danzo's evil acts and restore the truth of Konoha. In my opinion, we should nominate clan head Dōhō as the new fifth Hokage." Tsubaki Koharu's face immediately showed shock and reluctance, instinctively wanting to oppose. But as she opened her mouth, she met Uchiha Dōhō's cold gaze. That gaze seemed to penetrate her innermost thoughts, causing a chill in her heart. And the words on the tip of her tongue were scared back, leaving her gaping in place. The others present knew that Uchiha Dōhō's rise to power was now unstoppable, and they nodded in agreement. Yamanaka Kaichi and Nara Shikaku exchanged glances, both silently nodding. Nara Shikaku spoke. "Clan head Dōhō has both strength and responsibility at this critical moment. He is indeed a suitable candidate for the fifth Hokage." Thus, the decision for Konoha's Hokage position for the next several decades was concluded at this moment. Everyone's gaze focused on Uchiha Dōhō, as if waiting for his response. Uchiha Dōhō, with a determined gaze, scanned the crowd, and, without decline, said loudly, "Since you all trust me so much, I will not disappoint this expectation. From now on, I will spare no effort to lead Konoha back to the top of the ninja world." After a brief pause, he continued, "Wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire will never die. And I will make Konoha's will of fire burn even more vigorously, filling this land with vitality and hope once again. Here, I assure you all, I will make Konoha great again." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were filled with pride and solemnity. He stood tall and shouted, "Attention, troops!" Everyone present, whether clan heads or accompanying ninjas, quickly reacted and stood at attention in unison, their postures straight and expression serious. Fugaku then spoke again, his voice even more elevated and passionate. "Salute to the fifth Hokage." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone unhesitatingly raised their right hands, arms bent, palms together, presenting a standard salute, their gazes firmly fixed on Uchiha Dōhō, filled with respect and loyalty. He felt the trust and expectations in their eyes, and a strong sense of mission surged in his heart. He slightly nodded in response to their salute. "Loyalty! Loyalty!" Everyone responded in unison, their voices synchronized and loud, filled with strength. Chapter 93 Group Photo Yaya. Look who has graced us with their presence. Uchiha Tetsuhiko's exaggerated voice instantly broke the original commotion in the courtyard. He raised both arms high, his face beaming with extreme excitement, loudly calling out to Uchiha Dōhō, who had just stepped into his home, "Our main character has made a dazzling entrance." At this moment, Uchiha Dōhō had just returned to the Uchiha clan's territory, pushing open the door to his courtyard, and the scene before him made him pause slightly. The courtyard was packed with members of the One Heart Association, all clapping in unison, the applause thunderous, and the warm atmosphere seemed ready to overturn the entire courtyard. Every face was filled with excitement and joy, their eyes all focused on him. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and come in." Uchiha Nahiko had somehow come over, steadily holding a bottle of sake in one hand and extending a cup with the other, a bright smile on his face, his eyes full of enthusiasm. "You finally did it." As Inahiko expressed his feelings, he skillfully poured sake for Dōhō, the liquid joyfully jumping in the cup, emitting a rich aroma. Dōhō said nothing and took the cup, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, instantly igniting a warm sensation in his stomach. Seeing this, Inahiko threw an arm around Dōhō's shoulder, slightly bending down, his tone filled with urgency and expectation as he repeated, "We are one family, right? We are one family, right?" Dōhō turned his head, meeting Inahiko's gaze, swallowing the lingering taste of alcohol in his throat, and pretended to be angry as he said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You brat. Isn't it obvious?" After saying this, Dōhō gently returned the cup to Inahiko and turned to walk deeper into the courtyard. "Where are you going?" Inahiko asked curiously, following behind. Dōhō continued walking without stopping, waving his hand without looking back, and shouted, "To take a piss, you brat." Entering the restroom, Dōhō gently closed the door. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and then took out a match, striking it with a soft sound, the weak flame flickering in the darkness, illuminating his face. After lighting a cigarette, he took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and then laughter erupted from his mouth. At first, it was just a low chuckle, tinged with a subtle sense of relief. Soon, the laughter grew louder, gradually turning into hearty laughter. By the end, it became wild, echoing in the spacious restroom, releasing the long-suppressed emotions deep within him. After a while, Dōhō slowly calmed down, extinguished the cigarette, and began to handle the matters at hand. After resolving his physiological needs, Uchiha Dōhō tidied his clothes, his expression filled with composure and confidence, striding out of the restroom. At this moment, the courtyard was bustling with excitement. Members of the One Heart Association were all in high spirits, their cheerful chatter intertwining and echoing. As soon as Dōhō appeared, Uchiha Tahiro's distinctive loud voice instantly rang out. "Wow, our protagonist has returned." Everyone's gaze converged, filled with respect and eagerness. Dōhō's lips curled into a slight smile as he walked towards the main seat of the banquet. On the banquet table, a variety of delicacies were spread out, and the drinks shimmered in the cups, exuding a charming luster. Uchiha Inao, with a beaming smile, had long been waiting on the side, respectfully guiding Dōhō to the main seat. Once Dōhō was seated, Inao swiftly grabbed a wine jug and skillfully filled Dōhō's cup, the liquid flowing smoothly into the cup with a crisp and pleasant sound. Dōhō slowly stood up, his gaze solemnly sweeping over every clan member present. Clearing his throat, he spoke loudly and firmly. "Everyone, today, we gather here to celebrate a victory of great significance. For a long time, our Uchiha clan has faced hardships in Konoha, suffering misunderstandings and exclusion. But today, everything is different." He paused slightly, his eyes burning with fervent light, his voice passionate and powerful. "We have successfully launched a revolution, and Konoha is back on track, and I have finally become the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan, as well as the fifth Hokage of Konoha. This is not only my personal glory, but also the supreme honor of all members of the One Heart Association and the entire Uchiha clan. We are one heart, one mind, one heart, one mind." Yakura suddenly clenched her fist, raised her arm high, and shouted loudly. Her wheat-colored face flushed with excitement, her eyes filled with fervent light, as if burning with an everlasting flame. At this moment, she felt that the man before her was incredibly charismatic. One heart, one mind. Uchiha Fugako followed suit. As the former clan leader, he witnessed the hardships and struggles of his clansmen, and now seeing Dōhō ascend to the Hokage position, he felt a surge of emotion and pride as the Uchiha clan welcomed a new dawn. One heart, one mind. The other members of the One Heart Association echoed one after another, the waves of sound rising and falling, their unified shouts seeming to break through the clouds, conveying this unity and joy far and wide. "Cheers!" Dōhō raised his cup high, calling out loudly. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm, standing up, raising their cups high, and chanting in unison. The cups clinked together, producing a crisp and loud sound, the liquid splashing slightly, as if celebrating this hard-won victory. Dōhō tilted his head back and drank the contents of his cup in one go, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat but transforming into endless passion in his heart. Seeing this, everyone also downed their drinks with great spirit. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with cheers and applause. Everyone was excitedly discussing the current situation, their words filled with beautiful hopes for the future of the Uchiha clan. And Dōhō, immersed in this sea of joy with his clansmen, deeply felt the powerful force of unity, while secretly vowing to lead the Uchiha clan and Konoha towards a brighter and more glorious tomorrow. After several rounds of drinks, hearing the sounds of revelry, Shursui slowly walked out from the courtyard. Looking up, he saw the joyous scene. Everyone was immersed in a warm atmosphere of celebration, laughter and chatter intertwining. But this liveliness made him feel somewhat out of place, and a hint of awkwardness appeared on his face. "Shursui, you rascal!" Taihoyo, with sharp eyes, immediately spotted Shursui. His loud voice instantly broke the noise, and he quickly rushed over, wrapping his arms around Shursui's neck, half jokingly and with a hint of emotion, exclaimed, "You've really fooled us all." Shursui was taken aback by this sudden action, his face full of confusion, his eyes wide open, completely not understanding what Taihyo meant. Just staring blankly at him. What's wrong? Still mad at us? I'm really sorry, Shursui. We shouldn't have misunderstood you like that. Inawo, filled with guilt, stepped up to Shursui, slightly leaned forward and bowed deeply, sincerely saying, if you still feel uncomfortable, feel free to punch me a few times to vent your anger. Oh dear. Shursui hurriedly waved his hands, still wearing a bewildered expression, his eyes filled with confusion, his mouth slightly open, but he didn't know what to say. At this moment, Hanabi also walked over. She reached out her hand, gently helping Inawo up, then turned to Shursui, her face carrying a gentle smile, explaining, you can't blame us. It's just that your acting was too superb. Even the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were completely fooled by you. How could we see through it? If it weren't for Lord Dōhō explaining this to us, we would still be in the dark. Completely unaware that you were the undercover agent sent by Lord Dōhō to the Third Hokage. Exactly, Shursui, if it weren't for your infiltration into the enemy camp. How could we have known where Danzo's lair was? And how could we have so smoothly exposed their crimes? The life of an undercover agent must be tough. You've worked hard. Other clansmen chimed in, each expressing admiration and apologies toward Shursui. I knew Shursui wasn't the kind of person who would betray us. After all, he's Lord Dōhō's own brother. Someone in the crowd exclaimed loudly. Listening to these words, Shursui was initially taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. His eyes instantly became complex, filled with surprise, guilt, and deep gratitude. His eyes grew warm, tears uncontrollably welling up, and his vision became blurry. He blinked hard, looking through the misty tears at Dōhō not far away, his lips trembling slightly. Brother. Ha ha ha. This is my little brother. The Uchiha clan is truly remarkable. Dōhō, with a beaming smile, strode over holding his wine cup. He extended his arms, embraced Shursui, and turned to face everyone, shouting loudly, his tone brimming with pride. Uchiha Fugaku, as someone who knew the inside story, also slowly approached. He walked to Shursui's side, gently patted his shoulder, and nodded at him, his eyes conveying understanding and encouragement. Uzumaki Karen also walked over, holding a cup. She approached Shursui, her face adorned with a sweet smile, handed the cup to Shursui, and softly said, Shursman is still young, so you can't drink alcohol. This is juice. Having once been hypnotized by Shursui, she now held no resentment towards him, but rather warmth and friendliness. Everyone. Shursui's throat felt choked, his voice clearly trembling, and for a moment, a flood of words surged in his heart, but he didn't know where to begin. Welcome home. Dōhō raised his wine cup toward Shursui, revealing a gentle smile. Shursui blinked hard, holding back tears, and finished the juice in his cup in one go. He tilted his head slightly, a smile of relief blooming on his face as he slowly closed his eyes. Tears could no longer be controlled, quietly sliding down from the corners of his eyes, flowing gently down his cheeks. I'm back. In the open area of the courtyard, the clan members had already carefully arranged a row of photo chairs, and an old-fashioned camera was steadily set up in front, its lens aimed at the chairs and the lively crowd around them. Dōhō's gaze swept over the scene, and a strong sense of mission surged within him. He knew that he must leave an eternal witness for this historically significant moment. Everyone come over, let's take a group photo. Let future generations remember today. Dōhō shouted loudly, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement and passion. Upon hearing the call, the crowd instantly put down their cups and quickly gathered around Dōhō like a tide. Soon, the first row of seats was arranged properly. Uchiha Dōhō strode confidently to the middle chair, sat down steadily with his hands resting on his knees, his posture straight, and his resolute gaze fixed on the camera. To his left and right sat core members of the Ihue, such as Fujikaze, Inaka, and Yadai, while Yakura and Uzumaki Karen also took their places in this row. In the second row stood the young Uchiha backbone, including Hanaki, Hayabusa, and Shursui, who quickly positioned themselves, leaning slightly forward with their hands resting on the back of the front chairs, their faces displaying confident smiles, showcasing their fighting spirit. In the third row, other team leaders and backbones of the Ihue who participated in the revolution stood in a line, shoulder to shoulder, their eyes filled with pride of being part of the Uchiha. Ready, 1, 2. The clan member responsible for taking the photo elongated his voice, carefully adjusting the focus. Just as everyone shouted 3 in unison, the flash went off with a click, illuminating the entire courtyard with a blinding light. Each person in the picture stood tall, their expressions solemn and proud, with the courtyard adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem appearing particularly majestic under the light. This photo would become a precious witness to the successful revolution of the Hyuga. Chapter 94. The Fifth Konoha. On the morning of December 18th, 51 years after the founding of Konoha, the sun had already pierced through the thin clouds early, pouring down without reservation, illuminating every corner of Konoha. The sky was a clear blue, devoid of any clouds, and the warm sunlight added a touch of vitality to the village, making Konoha seem to awaken from slumber, exuding life everywhere. As soon as dawn broke, Konoha became lively. In the streets and alleys, figures dressed in ninja attire hurried past, their strides vigorous, with the ninja tool bags at their waists swaying slightly with their movements, clearly trained guardians of Konoha. Nearby, plain-clothed civilians also began their day as busyness, some carrying burdens to the market to sell their homegrown products, while others opened their shop doors to prepare for business. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. The breakfast stalls were steaming, with freshly made buns and shawarma exuding delightful aromas, enticing passers-by to stop. The vendors, full of enthusiasm, deftly served the customers while loudly shouting, "Freshly made, come and try." Children laughed and ran in the crowd, tightly holding bright flags bearing the Konoha emblem, waving happily in the wind, just like their cheerful spirits at that moment. Before 7 in the morning, the area outside the Hokage building was crowded with villagers, including many ninjas, creating a scene so packed it was hard to squeeze through. During this time, the major ninja clans of Konoha had been energetically promoting the event, and now everyone in the village, from the elderly to toddlers just learning to walk and talk, knew that Konoha was about to welcome a highly anticipated fifth Hokage. This Hokage was devoted to Konoha, young and capable, just and brave, earning everyone as praise. Reflecting back, it had already been 51 years since the founding of Konoha by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. In these 51 years, Konoha had seen 4 Hokages, each a remarkable hero in the ninja world. The first Hokage was powerful and visionary, laying the foundation for Konoha, allowing it to stand firm in the ninja world. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was intelligent, establishing the ninja school and training a large number of talents for Konoha, setting many important systems. And then there was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who stood up at a crucial moment, sacrificing his life to protect Konoha and its villagers, becoming an eternal hero in everyone's hearts. They all made tremendous contributions to the village, leaving significant marks in Konoha's history. Now, Uchiha Dōhō, who was about to take over the Hokage position, had become the focal point of everyone's attention. During the Third Great Ninja War, and his brother Shursui performed outstandingly on the battlefield against Mist and Cloud ninjas, making remarkable achievements with their exceptional strength and decisive decisions. Recently, he had excelled even further, facing evil without retreat, initiating a campaign against crime in Konoha. Confronted with the treachery of the rogue ninja Orochimaru, he did not flinch, using his extraordinary courage and clever tactics to successfully capture Orochimaru, bringing punishment to this villain who endangered Konoha and restoring justice for countless victims. After that, he turned his attention to the darkness within Konoha, Danzo. Danzo harbored ill intentions, secretly plotting many unspeakable schemes, inciting the Nine-Tails disturbance, attempting to harm the fourth Hokage and his wife, and trying to seize control of Konoha. Uchiha Dōhō acted decisively, exposing Danzo's conspiracies and capturing him. This action freed Konoha from long-standing shadows, restoring justice and peace, and revitalizing the village. On the high platform in front of the Hokage building, Naruto stood tall in a dark robe before the crowd. His gaze was steady as he slowly surveyed the eager faces below, then cleared his throat and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. "Fellow villagers of Konoha, think back to our past days. The first Hokage established this village, which carries countless dreams, with his powerful strength and long-term vision. The second Hokage worked hard to establish the ninja school, nurturing batch after batch of talents, laying the foundation for Konoha's prosperity. The third Hokage has protected Konoha for so many years, ensuring stable development despite numerous difficulties. The fourth Hokage, at the moment of life and death, sacrificed himself to build a solid defense for Konoha and its villagers. We remember their achievements, which illuminate the path of Konoha's development." At this point, Naruto paused slightly, his eyes filled with admiration, before continuing, "Now, we welcome a new hope, Lord Uchiha Dōhō. In the Third Ninja War, he fought bravely against the enemy, earning honor for Konoha. He captured Orochimaru, ensuring that the villain was punished. He exposed Danzo's schemes, bringing Konoha back into the light. The strength and responsibility he has shown make every Konoha citizen proud. Narashikaku's eyes sparkled with longing as he continued. I believe that under Lord Uchiha Dōhō's leadership, Konoha will embark on a new journey and become even more prosperous. The strength of the ninjas will grow stronger, and the power to protect Konoha will become more solid. The peace and tranquility of Konoha will continue, and the will of fire will forever be passed down in this land. He spoke passionately, as if already envisioning Konoha shining brilliantly under Uchiha Dōhō's leadership. The crowd below was stirred, cheers erupting continuously. Under Narashikaku's passionate and laudatory speech, the villagers' enthusiasm ignited like a roaring fire, growing ever more fervent. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, and the conversations among them grew increasingly animated, transforming the square in front of the Hokage building into a sea of joy and longing. Children bounced around while adults wore smiles, occasionally exclaiming in amazement and sentiment, filled with curiosity and trust towards the soon-to-debut Uchiha Dōhō. As the atmosphere was perfectly set, Narashikaku slightly nodded, a hint of satisfaction on his face, and then naturally stepped aside to give way to the main seat. At this moment, everyone's gaze seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, all focusing on the entrance of the Hokage building. Uchiha Dōhō, dressed in a brand new and solemn ceremonial robe, walked out slowly with steady and powerful steps. His posture was as upright as a pine tree, his eyes firm and bright, exuding a reassuring aura of authority. Sunlight fell upon him, illuminating the intricate patterns on his attire, and the red emblem of the Fifth Hokage shone brightly behind him, adding to the solemnity. He walked steadily onto the high platform, and after standing firm, his calm gaze swept over the dense crowd below. Fellow citizens of Konoha, Uchiha Dōhō began, his voice clear and resonant, carrying a power that penetrated the noise, instantly quieting the square. Everyone held their breath, afraid to miss a single word he said. Today, standing here, taking on the heavy responsibility of Hokage, I feel a great weight of responsibility. In the past years, Konoha has weathered storms, relying on the hard work of our predecessors to achieve the current situation. And now, this burden has fallen onto my shoulders. He paused slightly, determination evident in his gaze. I assure you, I will do my utmost to lead Konoha back to the position of the strongest in the ninja world. At the same time, we must carry forward the will of fire, letting the spirit of Konoha take root and grow in the hearts of everyone. In the days to come, no matter what difficulties and obstacles we encounter, we will advance hand in hand and surely make Konoha's tomorrow even more brilliant. His words were firm and powerful, filled with infinite expectations for Konoha's future, each word seeming to strike a chord in the hearts of the people, stirring waves of resonance. Wherever Konoha flies, the fire shall burn eternally. The villagers below erupted in a thunderous applause and cheers, the sound deafening, echoing in the skies above Konoha, as if announcing the arrival of a new era for the village. Chapter 95, Contribution Points System. Damn it. How did Konoha end up like this? Not being in charge. One does not know the cost of essentials. This simple saying now resonated deeply with Uchiha Dōhō, the Fifth Hokage. At this moment, the Third Great Ninja War had just concluded, and the entire ninja world resembled a war-torn wasteland. Each ninja village was like a wounded beast, helplessly curling up in their corners, quietly licking their wounds. Konoha was no exception. On the surface, it appeared calm, but internally it was riddled with wounds, in dire need of revival. Walking through the streets of Konoha, the scars of war were everywhere. In this difficult time of rebuilding, every reconstruction project and every livelihood matter urgently required funding, as if there were countless mouths waiting to be fed, eagerly hoping for nourishment. Uchiha Dōhō sat at the desk in the Hokage office, his brows tightly furrowed, flipping through financial statements and budget applications submitted by various departments. Looking at the heart-wrenching data, his expression became increasingly grave. No wonder the orphanage run by Yakushi Nanoyu has no funding. He couldn't help but murmur, his voice full of helplessness and emotion. The orphanage, as an important place for cultivating the future hopes of Konoha, carried the dreams and expectations of countless children. If funds are not so severely lacking, how could the Konoha leadership be unable to allocate even this little funding to sustain hope? Damn it, how did Konoha become this poor? How can the Hokage be so strapped for cash? Do-hwan couldn't help but curse under his breath, his frustration reaching its peak as he slammed the report he was holding onto the table. The reports scattered across the floor, resembling Konoha's shattered economic state at that moment. He leaned back in his chair, slowly closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down. Various countermeasures flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Now, it was his turn to be the head of Konoha. As Hokage, he could not only engage in fighting, but also needed to lead the villagers to prosperity. However, faced with this dire financial situation, he had to quickly come up with practical solutions to lead Konoha out of this economic quagmire and rejuvenate the village with vitality. Just as Uchiha Dōhō was racking his brains in the Hokage office over Konoha's financial difficulties, preparing to find some people to brainstorm, the door to the office was gently knocked on. "Come in." Dōhō rubbed his throbbing temples. The door slowly opened, revealing Nara Shikaku's tall figure at the entrance. Nara Shikaku slightly bowed and respectfully said, "Hokage-sama, the meeting time has arrived, and the clan leaders and department heads from the village are already waiting in the conference room." Upon hearing this, Dōhō took a deep breath, trying to temporarily set aside his anxiety and adjust his emotions. He slowly straightened up from his chair, reached for the ceremonial robe hanging on the coat rack, the symbol of Hokage's authority, shook it gently, and put it on with steady movements. "All right, I'll head over now." After saying this, he stood up and walked towards the door with a steady and powerful stride. The two walked side by side down the corridor, Nara Shikaku's gaze slightly lowered, seemingly pondering the words he was about to speak. After a moment, he slightly turned his head and softly spoke, "Hokage-sama, this meeting is your first major meeting since taking office, and many key positions need your reallocation. The various clans are paying close attention to this, as it concerns the personnel layout and division of labor for Konoha's future development." Dōhō nodded slightly, a knowing look in his eyes, without saying much. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the door of the conference room. Dōhō raised his hand, grasped the heavy wooden door handle, and with a slight effort, pushed the door open, revealing the scene inside the conference room. Inside, the clan leaders had already taken their seats in an orderly manner. Upon seeing the Hokage's arrival, everyone quickly reacted. They stood up like well-trained soldiers, standing straight with respect on their faces. Immediately afterward, everyone swiftly raised their right arms, palms together, performing the standard Konoha ninja salute, while simultaneously calling out in unison, "Loyalty." "Seat." Dōhō strode into the conference room, his gaze quickly sweeping over everyone present. Once everyone was seated, he picked up a notebook and opened it, saying, "Everyone, I have gathered you here today to discuss the future development plans for Konoha. Before that, I would like to share my preliminary thoughts, and then we can discuss them together." The conference room fell silent. Everyone held their breath, intently listening. Dōhō cleared his throat and solemnly said, "I have decided to implement a series of reforms in Konoha, the first of which is to introduce a contribution point system." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur among themselves, their faces showing confusion. A clan leader couldn't help but ask Hokage-sama, "What is the purpose of these contribution points, and how can they be obtained?" Dōhō looked at everyone with a determined gaze and patiently explained, "Contribution points can only be awarded to Konoha ninjas who complete tasks assigned by Konoha of B rank or higher. The contribution points awarded vary for S, A, and B rank tasks. Naturally, the higher the task rank, the more contribution points one receives. And these contribution points can be used for various purposes, including exchanging for money, ninja tools, and even ninjutsu." "What? Ninjutsu?" Upon hearing that contribution points could be exchanged for ninjutsu, the clan leaders present were instantly taken aback. For them, monopolizing high-level ninjutsu had always been a key means of maintaining their family status. For a long time, high-level ninjutsu had been firmly controlled within the various ninja clans, serving as an important reliance that distinguished them from ordinary ninjas and consolidated their power. Now that Dōhō has proposed such reforms, it means that civilian ninjas will also have the opportunity to learn high-level ninjutsu, which undoubtedly poses a huge threat to their family status. In stark contrast, the eyes of those present who came from civilian ninja backgrounds suddenly brightened. They were all too aware of the difficult situation of civilian ninjas, without a background and resources, and without a good jounin leading them closely. They might spend their entire lives limited to mastering basic ninjutsu like the body replacement technique. The contribution point system proposed by Dōhō has opened a door for them to a higher level world of ninjutsu, allowing them to see the hope of self-improvement and changing their fate. The contribution point system, a setting frequently seen in many web novels and fantasy stories. actually contains unimaginable advanced and innovative qualities. It breaks the traditional models of master-disciple and family inheritance, establishing a new value measurement and incentive system for Konoha. In fantasy novels, cultivation resources have always been the focal point of competition among various parties. Sects, families, and individuals often engage in endless disputes to obtain precious elixirs, secret techniques, and magical artifacts. The emergence of the contribution point system closely ties the acquisition of resources to an individual's contributions to the collective in a fair, just, and transparent manner, whether they come from prestigious families or ordinary practitioners from a lower class. Everyone can accumulate contribution points through their own efforts by completing tasks assigned by their sect or family, participating in important battles, and making outstanding contributions to the collective. This system cleverly stimulates the enthusiasm and creativity of everyone. In the past, lower-tier practitioners might have found it difficult to access advanced cultivation resources due to their poor backgrounds and lack of connections, making their cultivation path arduous. But with the contribution point system, they see a glimmer of hope. As long as they work hard, they can exchange contribution points for the resources they dream of, achieving a leap in their own strength. For the offspring of prestigious families, the contribution point system no longer allows them to rely solely on their family as protection to enjoy the benefits. Instead, it encourages them to actively engage in collective affairs, utilize their talents, create value for their family or sect, thereby solidifying their status and obtaining more resources. From the perspective of collective development, the contribution point system greatly enhances the cohesion and centripetal force of the sect or family. Members, in order to accumulate contribution points, will take on responsibilities more proactively and participate in collective activities, during which they collaborate and communicate, promoting the healthy operation and development of the entire collective. Practitioners from different classes and backgrounds strive for a common goal, rapidly increasing the collective strength and making it more competitive in the complex and ever-changing fantasy world. This is also the reason why Uchiha Dōhō placed the contribution point system as the top reform goal. Chapter 96. Konoha Hollywood for a moment. The atmosphere in the conference room was complex. It was initially thought that Dōhō, coming from a noble family, would propose policies that favored the Konoha families. However, unexpectedly, the first reform he proposed aimed to enhance the strength of civilian ninjas. This decision was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing an uproar in the conference room. Everyone exchanged glances, and some clan leaders who had been eagerly anticipating family benefits from the new Hokage's policies now wore expressions of shock and confusion. Before anyone could step forward to clearly express their opposition, Dōhō, with a calm demeanor but firm voice, continued. Moreover, I will contribute all A rank and below ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. As soon as this was said, the room erupted again, with everyone staring in disbelief, then collectively turning their gaze to Fugaku. After all, Dōhō had resigned from the position of clan leader after becoming Hokage, and Fugaku had now resumed his role as the leader of the Uchiha clan. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Fugaku steadily stood up, nodded slightly, and solemnly said, "The Uchiha clan has always taken the prosperity of Konoha as its own responsibility. Now, with the Hokage's decision, it is greatly beneficial for Konoha's future development. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I express my support for Lord Dōhō's decision." Seeing Fugaku's stance, even though other ninja clan leaders still had doubts in their hearts, they had no words of rebuttal at this moment. After all, since the Uchiha clan, as a prestigious family in Konoha, could set such an example, raising objections would only seem narrow-minded. Thus, Dōhō's proposals regarding the contribution point system and the Uchiha clan's contribution of A rank and below ninjutsu were smoothly passed. Immediately after, Dōhō methodically threw out the subsequent reform systems. Each of his proposals embodied a deep integration of memories from his past life and experiences from this life, reflecting the sparks of wisdom generated from the collision of two lifetimes of thought. During the explanation, the atmosphere in the conference room fluctuated. Everyone was immersed in his reform ideas, sometimes falling into thoughtful silence, as if envisioning the scenes of Konoha flourishing after these systems were implemented. At other times, intense discussions erupted, with differing viewpoints clashing vigorously. Some nodded repeatedly, expressing genuine agreement with those highly forward-looking proposals. Others furrowed their brows, raising sharp questions from their family or professional perspectives. The road to reform was destined to be fraught with thorns. Some reform measures, due to their involvement in complex and intertwined interests, or facing tricky issues such as resource allocation and manpower arrangements and implementation, sparked huge controversies among various parties. Despite Do patiently explaining the original intentions and expected effects of the reforms time and again, arguing logically and trying to persuade everyone, the positions of various parties remained firm, and their viewpoints were at an impasse. Ultimately, these proposals could only be regrettably shelved, awaiting the formation of a dedicated team to further study, weigh the pros and cons, and find more appropriate solutions. However, Uchiha Dōhō did not retreat in the slightest due to the difficulties of the reform journey. He knew well that throughout history, reform has always been fraught with difficulties and obstacles, and it is impossible to proceed smoothly. In history, reform inevitably touches the cake of vested interests. From Xiangyang's reforms facing strong resistance from old nobles to Wang Ongxi's reforms moving forward amid various interest games. Every successful transformation has been backed by countless setbacks and perseverance. Now, bearing the future of Konoha, how could he falter due to temporary difficulties? After discussing multiple reforms, the meeting quietly reached the final agenda. Do-Hwan's gaze slowly swept across everyone again, and the originally calm expression in his eyes now showed a hint of sharpness. He raised his voice and firmly announced, "Next, I will announce several personnel appointments." As soon as these words were spoken, the people who had been whispering and discussing the reform matters instantly fell silent. All eyes focused on Do-Hwan. Do-Hwan leisurely picked up a notebook from the table, his movements steady as if he were conducting a solemn ceremony. Then, he lifted a teacup beside him, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves, and slowly took a sip. The steaming aroma of tea wafted around him, adding a touch of unusual tranquility to the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing that the key moment had arrived, everyone perked up, leaning forward in their seats, fearing they might miss a single word. However, watching Do-Hwan leisurely drink tea, showing no signs of announcing the appointments immediately, they couldn't help but start to complain internally. Some clan leaders frowned slightly, their eyes flashing with urgency, secretly muttering, "What time is it? Why isn't he hurrying to announce it? This is so frustrating." Younger ninja representatives couldn't help but lightly tap their feet, their faces full of curiosity, whispering, "Hokage-sama, hurry up and say it. Who are the new appointments?" But even though they felt anxious in front of the Hokage, everyone could only hold back and wait quietly for Do-Hwan to speak. Watching the anxious expressions of everyone, Uchiha Dōhō couldn't help but chuckle inwardly while maintaining a calm demeanor on the surface. He gently set down the teacup in his hand, producing a faint, crisp sound that stood out clearly in the quiet conference room. After a brief pause, Do-Hwan cleared his throat and spoke. "This personnel appointment has been carefully considered for a long time, with the development and stability of Konoha as the top priority. I hope everyone can focus on the bigger picture and fully support the new personnel arrangements." His voice was steady and unhurried, and everyone sat up straight, preparing to listen to what he was about to announce. "The first item, I appoint Inuzuka Kiba as the captain of the Konoha Guard. The Konoha Guard will retain only 1/3 of Uchiha members, while the other 2/3 will be reassigned to other departments such as the Umbu. Additionally, the Konoha Guard will open recruitment slots to all ninjas from Konoha Village." As soon as these words were spoken, a slight commotion erupted in the conference room. After all, the Konoha Guard had always been an important stronghold for the Uchiha clan, and such adjustments would significantly impact Konoha's layout. Inuzuka Kiba himself sat up straight, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise and excitement. Undoubtedly, as a reward for his contributions, he was very pleased with this significant opportunity. Ninjas from other clans showed various expressions. Some had excitement flickering in their eyes, as the open recruitment for the Konoha Guard meant new opportunities and platforms to showcase their abilities. Meanwhile, those already in the Umbu and other departments felt both anticipation and a hint of worry about the upcoming new members, unsure if these newcomers would quickly adapt to the new work environment and task requirements. Do-Hwan silently observed everyone's reactions without speaking immediately, allowing them time to digest the news. After a while, he spoke again. "Due to the previous Umbu leader, Yokoyama Hayato, being missing, I hereby relieve Yokoyama Hayato of his duties as Umbu leader, appointing Uchiha Fugaku to take over. The root leader will be Oil Woman Shirwei. The interrogation department and prison warden will be concurrently held by Kurama Songyun. The administrative department will be headed by Nara Shikaku. The medical minister will be. The education minister will be. The publicity minister will be Uchiha Ina." This was clearly a division of the pie, After Dōhō took office, he shared the glory with his supporting subordinates, which was not surprising to everyone. However, the newly formed publicity department's purpose was met with confusion. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Dōhō patiently explained, "In the future, Konoha will develop a new landscape. And the newly established publicity department will publish our own weekly newspapers, magazines, and more. Not only that, but we will also venture into the film and television industry, producing dramas and movies." Huh? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, their faces filled with confusion. In their long-held, traditional views as ninjas, their mission was to remain in the shadows, silently completing various dangerous tasks for their employers in exchange for commissions. That was their way of survival and earning a living. But now, the Hokage suggested that ninjas should make movies, which felt utterly absurd to them, completely deviating from their understanding of what a ninja should be, even hinting at a sense of idleness. The room buzzed with discussion. Hinata Hizashi couldn't help but stand up, his tone filled with confusion and concern. "Hokage-sama, we ninjas are busy training and executing missions. That's our duty. Isn't it a bit too ridiculous to make movies? We can't abandon our responsibilities as ninjas." As soon as he spoke, low murmurs of agreement arose in the conference room, clearly indicating that many shared his sentiments. Younger ninjas remained silent, but their confusion was evident on their faces. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Throughout their training, they had undergone rigorous ninja training, solely focused on surviving in the brutal ninja world and completing missions. Suddenly being told to engage in seemingly entertainment-oriented work like filmmaking was hard to accept, as if the beliefs and understandings they had adhered to for years had been shattered in an instant. However, Dōhō didn't see it that way. In his mind, soft power was a crucial part of a country's strength. His gaze was deep, and images of Hollywood from his past life flashed through his mind. One Hollywood is worth 10 aircraft carriers. The blockbuster films from Hollywood spread widely across the globe, subtly embedding country's culture and values in people's hearts, making countless individuals unknowingly embrace its ideology. Dōhō understood that his goal was to unify the ninja world, and the first step was to achieve ideological unity, ensuring that the majority in the ninja world recognized and embraced Konoha's values. As long as they believed in Konoha's values, there might be many foreign ninjas willing to ally with Konoha in the future. Thus, Dōhō was determined that this newly established publicity department would become a focal point for him. He planned for Konoha to publish numerous materials promoting the will of fire, using various channels to spread these publications worldwide. He wanted ninjas from other villages to see just how wonderful Konoha was, filled with freedom, democracy, unity, and friendliness, so that they would yearn for Konoha upon hearing its name. Not only that, but Konoha would also vigorously develop its film and television industry, producing more dramas and movies. After all, for ninjas, those stunning special effects could easily be achieved using their own ninjutsu for free. Dōhō even mapped out an annual film and television plan in his mind, intending to release several blockbusters each year. The protagonists of the films would undoubtedly be Konoha ninjas, while the antagonists would be set as Cloud ninjas. The story would revolve around Konoha ninjas, with their strong beliefs and powerful abilities defeating the evil Cloud ninjas and ultimately saving the world. There could even be a plot involving Mist ninjas, where Konoha ninjas rescue a poor, persecuted Mist ninja girl, restoring a beautiful and harmonious environment to the Mist village. Through these films, Dōhō aimed to continually reinforce Konoha's image of justice in the hearts of the ninja world, gradually embedding Konoha's values deep within everyone's hearts, laying a solid ideological foundation for achieving unity in the ninja world. Chapter 97. Western Ice House? No. South Huchuan Grand Hotel. Dōhō methodically announced each appointment, with each name eliciting different reactions and discussions. Some appointments felt well-deserved, while others brought new expectations and speculations. After finishing the announcements, Dōhō picked up his teacup, took a sip, and calmly gazed at everyone in the conference room. He was not Minato Namikaze, who had a vast base of supporters allowing him to adjust Konoha's personnel right upon taking office. Then, Dōhō gently set down his teacup, producing a crisp sound that successfully captured everyone's attention. He straightened his back, his gaze intense, and slowly spoke. "Next, I want to announce something crucial for Konoha's future development, the establishment of a cabinet." A cabinet? As soon as he said this, whispers erupted in the conference room, and everyone wore puzzled expressions. For them, this was not only a new institution, but also an unfamiliar term, leading to various guesses swirling in their minds. Hinata Hizashi was the first to speak, confusion etched on his face. Hokage-sama, what exactly is this cabinet? What are its responsibilities? Dōhō slightly nodded and patiently explained. The cabinet is a core institution that assists me in managing various affairs of Konoha. It is composed of important leaders from various departments, and many of Konoha's future decisions will be discussed and formulated in cabinet meetings. In simple terms, the cabinet members will collaboratively brainstorm and share responsibilities for the development of Konoha, allowing our village to operate more efficiently. Hearing Dōhō's explanation, everyone furrowed their brows slightly. Falling into contemplation, the cabinet members will be selected from the heads of the various departments appointed this time. They must not only possess outstanding abilities, but also be loyal to Konoha, taking the village's prosperity as their own responsibility. Dōhō continued, his gaze steadily sweeping over everyone. I hope you all understand that the formation of the cabinet is not to centralize power, but to make Konoha's management more scientific and reasonable, enabling us to better respond to various challenges. Dōhō did not want to be like Tsunade, Kakashi, or Naruto, buried in paperwork every day as Hokage. He was well aware that being trapped in tedious documents and trivial affairs could ensure the basic operation of the village. But it would be difficult to truly lead Konoha toward new glory, and his focus still needed to be on improving his own strength. In his view, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Naruto had an unmatched sincerity toward the village and their comrades. But due to being too hands-on, they were often bogged down by endless paperwork, making it hard to respond promptly and foresightly to the changing dynamics of the ninja world. Dōhō was determined to break this traditional model. He established the cabinet to create an efficient decision-making and execution team, allowing elites from various fields to share responsibilities together. In this way, he could free himself from the cumbersome daily affairs and devote more energy to grasping the direction of Konoha's development and formulating long-term strategies, such as paying attention to changes in the ninja world, laying out diplomatic strategies in advance, promoting Konoha's economic reforms, opening up new trade routes, and strengthening the training of the younger generation of ninjas to ensure the inheritance of the will of fire. Now, I announced the list of cabinet members. After the meeting, Uchiha Dōhō returned to his office. He had a simple lunch to replenish the energy he consumed in the morning. After eating, he lay down on the simple resting bed in the office and took a deep nap, allowing his tense nerves to relax temporarily. In the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window into the office, bringing a touch of warmth to the room. However, this tranquil atmosphere was soon disrupted as the newly appointed ministers from various departments entered the office one after another, all coming to Dōhō to request funding. Hokage-sama, the number of injured and sick in the village has recently increased, and the reserves of medicinal materials are running low. We need a large sum of money to purchase new medicinal materials. Moreover, the medical equipment is also severely outdated and urgently needs to be updated. Otherwise, it will affect the efficiency of treatment. So I implore you to allocate some funds. Hokage-sama, the textbooks at the ninja school are outdated and cannot meet the current teaching needs. To cultivate better ninjas, we need to introduce new teaching resources and also increase the salaries of the teachers. Otherwise, we won't be able to retain talent. But we are currently facing a severe shortage of funds. The minister of the Uchiha Fugaku said with a serious expression, Hokage-sama, the tasks executed by the Uchiha are highly dangerous and require strong confidentiality, necessitating special ninja tools and advanced communication equipment. Currently, these equipments are outdated and urgently need replacement. And the intelligence gathering work also requires substantial financial support. I hope you can consider the situation of our Uchiha. The administrative minister, Nara Shikaku, quietly stood aside. Watching his colleagues voice their complaints, his expression calm, seemingly contemplating countermeasures. The captain of the guard, Inazuka Kiba, scratched his head and said, Hokage-sama, the guard is responsible for the village's daily security, and the patrol range is extensive, resulting in significant wear and tear on the team members' equipment. To ensure the safety of the village, we need sufficient funds to purchase new equipment. The head of the interrogation department and prison warden, Kuruma Konyun, quickly added, Sir, the interrogation work requires some special tools and methods, and maintaining the prison also requires funding. If the budget is insufficient, it may affect the supervision of prisoners and the acquisition of intelligence. The root minister, Yamanaka Inoichi, slightly raised his head, the eyes under his hood flashing with a dim light. Hokage-sama, the root is currently executing many secret missions that require reconstruction. All the ministers chimed in. emphasizing the difficulties faced by their respective departments and the importance of funding for normal operations. For a time, the office was filled with complaints. Dōhō listened to everyone's requests, his brow gradually furrowing, feeling somewhat helpless. He knew that what each department said was true, but Konoha's financial situation was indeed tight and unable to meet everyone's demands. At this moment, he turned his gaze to Nara Shikaku, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation, and said, "Shikaku, you understand the village's financial situation best. What do you think should be done about the funding arrangements?" Nara Shikaku waved his hand, his expression grave as he said, "Hokage-sama, colleagues, Konoha's current financial situation is indeed not optimistic and cannot support so many demands. We must be clear that the village's financial income is limited, mainly relying on task rewards and trade with other ninja villages. At the same time, the village's daily operational expenses, such as infrastructure maintenance and ensuring the livelihood of villagers, are essential fixed costs that already occupy a significant portion of our funds. This morning I want to say, why is Konoha so poor? Who has taken all the money?" Dōhō knocked on the desk. Nara Shikaku sighed slightly and continued to explain. The root of Konoha's financial dilemma is actually multifaceted. The primary reason is that the war has ended. In the past, during the war, the daimyo, due to their reliance on Konoha's military strength and considerations for their own safety, would allocate relatively ample funding to support our military operations and village operations. But now that the war has calmed down, the daimyo feel the threat has diminished, so they have cut back on their financial support for us, which undoubtedly has significantly reduced our income. He paused, his brows furrowed, and continued. Another point is that the death of the fourth Hokage in the village has had an extremely negative impact, raising doubts about Konoha's strength and security from the outside. Many merchants who originally cooperated with Konoha, fearing a decline in Konoha's protective capabilities, have shifted their focus to seek tasks from other forces such as the Cloud Ninja Village for their own interests. Nara Shikaku looked around at the ministers present, revealing a helpless expression, and slowly proposed, "Hokage-sama, colleagues, given the current tight financial situation in Konoha, unless we find new sources of funding or get the daimyo to restore financial allocations, we can only tighten our belts and get through this difficult period together. Alas, it can only be this way." Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. Uchiha Dōhō, however, did not agree with Nara Shikaku's proposal. Instead, his expression hardened, and he suddenly slapped the table, resolutely stating his opposition. "No, Shikaku, we not only cannot cut funding, but on the contrary, I will not reduce a single cent of your funding. Furthermore, from now on, the price for our Konoha ninjas to take on tasks will be doubled. We must improve the treatment of Konoha ninjas." As soon as these words were spoken, the office was immediately filled with an uproar. Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of surprise and confusion. Nara Shikaku was taken aback and couldn't help but advise, "Konoha's reputation has been damaged. Many merchants and nobles have shifted their investments elsewhere, and our task volume has decreased significantly compared to before. At this time, raising the project funding would probably scare away more clients, resulting in even less work, and wouldn't that lead to even lower income? This is simply adding insult to injury." Nara Shikaku looked worried and earnestly advised. Uchiha Dōhō's gaze sharpened, and he said decisively, "I want to see who doesn't believe in the abilities of our Konoha ninjas. Minister Shirwei, isn't there a ninja en route who can use with release? What's his name? I can't remember for the moment." Yamanaka Shirwei hurriedly replied respectfully, "Lord Fifth Hokage, that ninja's name is K. From now on, you'll be called Yamato. You pick a few more ninjas skilled in earth release to form a Konoha construction team. I've even thought of a name for it. Konoha Construction Company, Limited, specializing in construction projects in the Land of Fire, generating revenue for Konoha. All right, I'll go notify that kid Yamato right away." Yamanaka Shirwei responded. Let the first project he takes on be to build a large hotel by the Naga River, specifically to host those so-called generous merchants and nobles. The hotel decor must be luxurious. Got it? All kinds of facilities must be complete, and a large bathtub is a must. These wealthy people love to enjoy themselves. I've heard that swimming in a bathtub is child's play for them. They might even want to show off their skills in our Naga River," Dōhō said as he gestured, seemingly envisioning the lively scene after the hotel is completed. Understood. Everyone listened, but they couldn't help but doubt why those merchants and nobles would have such a fondness for swimming. However, since the Hokage has arranged it this way, we shall proceed accordingly. The matter was settled just like that. Dōhō slammed the table, stood up, and looked at Nara Shikaku. "Shikaku, After the public trial of Danzo next week, I will lead a team to propose this matter to the daimyo and ask him to allocate more funding for Konoha. Yes, Nara Shikaku straightened his posture and responded loudly. Everyone left one after another, and only Uchiha Dōhō and Nara Shikaku remained in the office. Dōhō's expression was serious as he looked at Nara Shikaku and slowly spoke, his voice low yet undeniably firm. Shikaku, remember this. The villagers are the hard-working eldest sons of Konoha. We cannot let them suffer. The ninja clan is the rebellious younger son. If they do not listen, we must discipline them. As for those merchants and nobles, letting them live is the greatest mercy. After saying this, Dōhō fixed his gaze tightly on Nara Shikaku and emphasized again, remember this principle. It is the guiding ideology for any plans made by the administrative department. Chapter 98, Public Trial of Danzo Konoha, 51st year, December 22nd, 3 p.m. The square of Konoha village was packed with layers of people, and the scorching sunlight poured down without any cover, yet it failed to dispel the heavy and oppressive atmosphere lingering here. This public trial, which had attracted widespread attention, had long spread throughout Konoha. At the front of the square, the makeshift judgment platform, though simple, bore the weight of justice in the eyes of the crowd. Uchiha Dōhō, dressed in the Fifth Hokage's ceremonial robe, sat upright in the main seat, flanked by Nara Shikaku and other cabinet members who wore solemn expressions. Two sturdy ninjas, moving with steady steps like they were escorting a criminal, brought Danzo up to the judgment platform. Once a powerful figure in Konoha, capable of stirring up storms, Danzo now appeared like a stray dog in a wretched state. His usually meticulously arranged hair was now a tangled mess, as if ravaged by a wild wind. And his right eye's Sharingan and would-release arm had long been withdrawn. Dōhō suddenly slammed the table, the loud bang echoing like thunder on a clear day, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Danzo, today is the time for you to account for your numerous crimes. Dōhō's voice amplified through chakra, reverberating in the air above the square. For a long time, you have stirred up chaos within Konoha to satisfy your selfish desires, secretly manipulating those shady dealings, leading Konoha into a quagmire of confusion and crisis. Is this true? Danzo snorted coldly, turning his head away in disdain, ignoring Dōhō's questioning. However, the villagers below could no longer contain their long-suppressed anger, and curses erupted like a tidal wave, crashing towards Danzo one after another, threatening to engulf him. The evidence is irrefutable. How can you deny it? Nara Shikaku stood up steadily, cleared his throat, and spoke clearly and firmly. First, creating the Nine Tails incident and plotting against the Fourth Hokage and his wife. As soon as Nara Shikaku's voice fell, the crowd erupted in chaos, gasps and angry shouts intertwining. A root ninja who had undergone education and transformation stepped forward with heavy steps, pointing directly at Danzo. I used to belong to the Umbu Intelligence Division. In order to reach the pinnacle of power in Konoha, Danzo crazily colluded with mysterious forces in secret and meticulously planned the release of the Nine Tails. That disaster allowed the Nine Tails to wreak havoc in Konoha, leading to the deaths of the Fourth Hokage and his wife while fighting to protect the village. The source of all this tragedy is Danzo's filthy desire for power. After saying this, he knelt on the ground, his body trembling violently, gripping his hair tightly with both hands, sobbing in pain, and was then supported away by the guards. Second, cultivating a private armed force and attempting to rebel. Nara Shikaku's voice rang out again, firm and resolute. Several former root ninjas walked forward unsteadily, collectively pointing their fingers at Danzo with wide eyes. We were forcibly conscripted into root by Danzo, where he trained us with almost cruel methods, aiming to form a private armed force loyal only to him. He often mentioned in front of us about controlling Konoha and, if necessary, launching a coup to kill the Third Hokage. Third, capturing innocent villagers to provide materials and money for Orochimaru's human experiments. An old man, haggard and hunched, struggled to carry a body wrapped in white cloth, walking unsteadily onto the platform, crying uncontrollably. My son was just an ordinary villager, but one night he suddenly disappeared. Later, it was the Konoha guard who found my son's body, and I learned that he had been captured by Danzo to provide materials for Orochimaru's human experiments. Upon hearing this, the emotions of the crowd were ignited like a raging fire, shouts and curses rising and falling. The crowd began to surge. If it weren't for the ninjas maintaining order, they might have rushed onto the platform. Fourth, forcibly extracting ninjas from the ninja clan, leaving them unknown after entering the Umbu. Hearing this, Yamanaka Shirwei's face was filled with rage, his eyes seemed to spew fire, and he stepped onto the platform. Danzo used various ostensible excuses to forcibly extract a large number of ninjas from the ninja clan into route. After these ninjas left, they vanished without a trace. Some were used as cruel experimental subjects, while others were deliberately abandoned by Danzo during dangerous missions, their fates unknown. We have compiled a detailed list of clan members. After entering the Umbu, their fates have been tragic, and they remain missing to this day. He held up a list filled with names high, the paper rustling in the wind, each name representing a shattered family and their pain. Fifth, framing fellow village ninjas. Hatake Tsukumo was driven to death by him. The crowd recognized this person as Hatake Tsukumo's teammate, Hashige Nan. He stepped onto the platform, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees, his face filled with regret and pain. Danzo has always been jealous of Tsukumo's prestige and exceptional abilities in the village. Lord Tsukumo failed the mission to save me. That despicable man Danzo deliberately spread rumors, misled public opinion, and put immense pressure on Tsukumo, unable to bear the burden. Tsukumo struggled in pain and ultimately took his own life in injustice. Danzo, he is the culprit behind Tsukumo's death, and his hands are stained with the blood of fellow village ninjas. After finishing his words, he suddenly drew a knife from his bosom and without hesitation stabbed it into his abdomen. The crowd gasped in shock, and Nara Shikahise's eyes widened as he wanted to rush forward to stop it, but was already too late. Hachibura Kazu slowly fell down, blood flowing on the judgment platform. He used his last bit of strength to say to Kakashi Hatake below, "I'm sorry, Kakashi, I'm a coward. Danzo threatened me with my family, and I was scared at that time." Kakashi stood there as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his eyes full of shock and complex emotions beneath his mask. His body trembled slightly, and tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. All along, he had been searching for the truth behind his father's death, but he never expected to find out in such a tragic way. The surrounding crowd instantly fell into chaos. Some screamed in terror. Others covered their eyes in fear to look away, and some roared in anger, their hatred for Danzo reaching its peak. The ninjas of Konoha quickly gathered to try to maintain order, while the other witnesses and judges on the platform were also at a loss due to this sudden turn of events, plunging the entire square into an atmosphere of extreme repression and indignation. Danzo, upon hearing these accusations, closed his eyes, unable to say a word. This public trial held significant meaning for Uchiha Dōhō. It was a powerful signal for Dōhō to declare his power over Konoha and the entire ninja world, indicating that he was by no means a puppet Hokage. At the same time, he needed this public trial to characterize the coup d'etat of December 12th, declaring it not a coup but a righteous act to restore order. On the platform, the Konoha F3, who had been imprisoned in the Nanjechuan Hotel, were also invited to witness the execution. Sarutobi Hizashi's body suddenly shook, his eyes filled with complex emotions. His lips trembled slightly. He stammered but ultimately said nothing, only slowly lowering his head as if he aged 10 years in an instant. Mito Gate-in and Uchiha Keiharu, two old figures who had fallen from power, were equally pale with fear. Originally, Dōhō planned to treat the two as Danzo's accomplices and execute them together. If it weren't for Nara Shikahise, Yamanaka, Shikako, and other ministers vehemently opposing and arguing, these two wouldn't just be trembling on the platform at this moment. Although they could avoid the death penalty, they couldn't escape the punishment for their crimes. As elders of Konoha, they failed to notice Danzo's various misdeeds, and their dereliction of duty was undeniable. Their punishment was to be dismissed from their elder positions, and their assets would be confiscated. Sarutobi Hizashi also couldn't escape the same fate. Dōhō remembered clearly that the so-called 3,000 Sarutobi ninja army boasted that their fire techniques were not inferior to the Uchiha clan during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Since that's the case, let us see what their foundation is by confiscating their assets. Finally, Uchiha Dōhō stood up and pronounced, "Danzo, your crimes are heinous and unforgivable. You shall be executed in public." With Dōhō's command, Uchiha Tanjiro, known for his swift blade, stepped forward steadily. Tanjiro was tall and stern, the executioner's sword in his hand gleaming with a cold light under the sun. He stood behind Danzo, gripping the hilt of the sword firmly, revealing a look of satisfaction. At that moment, the square was dead silent. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the judgment platform, as if their hearts had stopped beating. Tanjiro suddenly raised the large sword high, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Before anyone could react, the sword, carrying immense force, swiftly fell. A flash of cold light passed, and Danzo's head was instantly severed from his body. The head, once filled with schemes and plots, rolled to the ground, eyes wide open, seemingly still filled with endless unwillingness. Blood gushed from the neck, spreading across the judgment platform, the bright red stains shocking to behold. After a brief silence, thunderous applause and cheers erupted in the square, the sound deafening, reaching the sky. The villagers clapped and cheered, their faces filled with relief and satisfaction. Justice had finally been served, and the sky of Konoha seemed to clear up at that moment, welcoming a brand new and bright spring. Chapter 99. The Gwangju Incident. Since Uchiha Dōhō's coup on December 12th, Konoha village appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, turbulent undercurrents were flowing, and the situation was unpredictable. Mito Gate Inn, Uchiha, Haru, and Sarutobi Hiruzen were firmly detained by the Konoha guard at the Nanjechuan Hotel, undergoing thorough and meticulous investigations. Although the evidence of their collusion with Danzo to murder the Fourth Hokage remained elusive and difficult to verify, their crimes of corruption and dereliction of duty were undeniable. As these charges were posted throughout Konoha village, the villagers' anger was instantly ignited, like a barrel of gunpowder splashed with sparks, just waiting for an opportunity to explode. The high-ranking officials of Konoha acted decisively, quickly making a ruling and imposing severe penalties on the three by confiscating their assets. Meanwhile, Danzo's residence and the Shimura clan had already been thoroughly searched, and the involved Shimura clan members were also punished accordingly. This ruling was like a bombshell, causing waves of shock among the Mito, Uchiha, and Sarutobi clans. In the past, they had acted recklessly in Konoha village, relying on the great power of Konoha F3, taking advantage of their influence and behaving arrogantly. But now, having lost power in an instant, their former glory shattered like bubbles. How could they accept this? However, helplessly, the current situation was under Uchiha Dōhō's control, and he was worried about Konoha's financial shortage. The confiscated assets were just in time to relieve his urgent needs. Now it was time for the Sarutobi and other clans to gather together and discuss in private. In the spacious, deep, and ancient ancestral home of the Sarutobi clan, everyone was passionately discussing. An elderly man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles slammed the table and shouted loudly, "We absolutely cannot swallow this humiliation. Our Sarutobi clan has rooted in Konoha for so many years, and the third Hokage dedicated more than half of his life to the village. Yet now we have ended up like this. I really cannot accept it." Once these words were spoken, everyone echoed in agreement, and complaints and curses rose one after another. At that moment, a young Sarutobi clan member rushed in, looking panicked. He leaned close to the elders and whispered, "Elders, representatives from the Mito Gate and Uchiha clans have arrived and are currently waiting in the side hall." The elders exchanged glances, a glimmer of expectation flashing in their eyes. And then they stood up, tidied their clothes, and walked toward the side hall. The heads of the Mito Gate and Uchiha clans, Mito Gate Inn and Uchiha Masayoshi, have been waiting in the side hall for a long time. Upon seeing the elders of the Sarutobi clan enter, both men quickly stood up and bowed slightly. Mito Gate Inn spoke first, his voice deep and powerful. "We are here to discuss the predicament we face together. Now, all three of our families are facing the disaster of asset confiscation. If we don't find a solution, the foundation of our families might be completely destroyed." Uchiha Masayoshi nodded repeatedly in agreement. "That's right, we absolutely cannot just sit and wait for death. I have heard that there are still many villagers who remember the third Hokage. We can find a way to organize them to put pressure on the new Hokage." An elder from the Sarutobi clan frowned, showing a worried expression. "I'm afraid these villagers will be hard to control. If we're not careful, it might backfire and cause even greater trouble." Mito Gate Un's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of cunning. "How will we know if we don't try? Moreover, we can find some villagers who have a say in the village to lead, and that will make things much easier." People looked at each other, and, after some discussion, they decided to take separate actions to contact the influential villagers. After several days of intense and secretive operations, they successfully recruited a few merchants who had significant influence in the Konoha marketplace, as well as some branches of prominent families. These individuals were already dissatisfied with some of the reforms being implemented by the new Hokage, so when someone led the charge to create trouble, they naturally agreed eagerly. At the same time, their ambitions continued to swell, and they began to plot to imitate Uchiha Dōhō's coup and attempt to reclaim the power they had lost. A young Sarutobi clan member, filled with indignation, clenched his fists and said, "If Uchiha Dōhō can do it, why can't our Sarutobi clan? We have so many clan members, and with the support of those villagers, as long as our plan is thorough, we might really succeed." Just as they were fervently preparing, Minato Namikaze suddenly thought of someone, Jiraiya. As Jiraiya was a prized disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he might be able to persuade him to join their side. So, he immediately sent someone with generous gifts to hurry to Jiraiya's residence. At this time, Jiraiya had just experienced a fierce battle with Uchiha Dōhō and had recently been discharged from the Konoha hospital. He was covered in bandages, looking like a mummy, and was weakly lying on the tatami mat to recuperate. Seeing the messenger from the Minato clan enter, he frowned slightly and said weakly, "In my current state, I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you." The messenger hurriedly explained the entire situation to Jiraiya, and eventually pleaded with him to assist the three clans in launching a coup. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face instantly turned pale, and he sat up in shock, saying urgently, "Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Take me there quickly." When Jiraiya appeared at the Sarutobi ancestral home, everyone who was discussing stood up in surprise and anticipation. Jiraiya scanned the crowd and shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Don't get confused." He slowly walked to the main seat and sat down, his expression becoming unusually serious. He said, "I, Jiraiya, have been through many hardships in the ninja world for so many years and have some reputation, but in front of Uchiha Dōhō, I'm nothing worth mentioning. He easily defeated me. How could you all possibly be his opponents?" Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Even you're not his opponent?" Jiraiya's expression darkened as he sighed and said, "It's a huge gap. If it were a real fight, I estimate I wouldn't last even a quarter of an hour." He recalled that night when Uchiha Dōhō summoned Susanoo, which was like an invincible deity, powerful enough to instill despair, and he still felt a lingering fear. Everyone was shocked. They knew Jiraiya's strength, as he was a well-known shadow-level powerhouse in the ninja world. Yet he was so easily defeated by Uchiha Dōhō. Just how strong was Uchiha Dōhō? It was almost unimaginable. Was Uchiha Dōhō training since he was in the womb? Jiraiya continued earnestly. "Uchiha Dōhō is meticulous and ruthless. Even Danzo and my teacher were defeated by him. How could we be his opponents? He must be hoping for your rebellion to take this opportunity to wipe you out." An elder from the Minato clan couldn't help but ask, "Then what do you think we should do?" Jiraiya was silent for a moment and slowly said, "I know you can't swallow this anger, but given the current situation, being aggressive is definitely not the answer. You could try to appeal to the new Hokage through proper channels to seek a reduction of punishment." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, clearly dissatisfied with the suggestion. Teimura Masao snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Appeal? Will they listen to us?" Jiraiya helplessly waved his hand and said, "It's better than launching a coup. If you really rebel, you'll become enemies of Konoha, and Uchiha Dōhō will have a good reason to eliminate all of you." After a heated debate, although everyone still felt unconvinced, they had to admit that Jiraiya made sense, and the idea of a coup had to be shelved for now. However, they did not intend to let the matter rest. After some discussion, they decided to incite the villagers to march in protest, creating public pressure on the new Hokage. In the following days, the influential villagers they had recruited began to spread rumors throughout the village, claiming that the new Hokage was being unfair to the old generation of meritocrats, and that the confiscation of properties was destroying Konoha's traditions. The villagers became increasingly uneasy, and many uninformed villagers began to develop dissatisfaction with the new Hokage. Finally, on a sunny morning filled with a stifling atmosphere, a group of villagers, under the covert instigation of the Minato clan, the Teimura clan, and the Sarutobi clan, gradually gathered in the central square of Konoha village. They held up banners demanding the new Hokage revoke the punishments against Minato Kage, Teimura Haru, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, while loudly chanting slogans. The crowd grew larger, particularly near a place called KZ Street, and the situation gradually spiraled out of control, plunging Konoha village's previously orderly environment into chaos. Chapter 100. Martial law in the Hokage's office. Soft sunlight poured through the window, quietly falling on the spacious desk, adding warmth to the entire space. Uchiha Dōhō sat leisurely in the comfortable Hokage chair, holding a steaming cup of tea, gently blowing away the steam, and taking a sip, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Naruto sat with a few secretaries at a long table nearby, focused on reviewing the mountain of documents. Naruto was concentrated, occasionally annotating key points on the documents with a brush, adjusting his glasses, and whispering to the secretary beside him. At that moment, members of the Umbu swiftly entered like ghosts, kneeling on one knee with serious and anxious expressions, reporting to Uchiha Dōhō, who sat behind the Hokage desk. Hokage-sama, the villagers incited by the Mito clan, Timura clan, and Sarutobi clan are currently gathering and marching in large numbers on KZ Street. The situation is already out of control. They are chanting slogans demanding the withdrawal of punishments against Mito Kage, Timura K. Haru, and Sarutobi Hizashi. Upon hearing this, DH's previously calm expression instantly turned cold, and he slammed the teacup heavily onto the table, causing some tea to splash out. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous aura, and just as he was about to give the order for strong measures, Naruto quickly put down his brush and hurried to DH's side. Naruto frowned slightly, worry etched on his face, and sincerely advised, Hokage-sama, we must not act impulsively. We need to consider this carefully. Most of these villagers are being manipulated by those few unscrupulous families, and their emotions are currently extremely agitated. If we recklessly take extreme measures, it will not only fail to calm the situation, but may also make it even harder to manage, and it could dishearten some villagers who originally supported the new regime. At this moment, Fugaku hurriedly walked in, looking anxious with beads of sweat on his forehead, and said urgently, Hokage-sama, what Lord Shikahisa said is absolutely right. The villagers are currently in a state of panic, and if we are not careful, it could lead to even greater chaos. Those with ulterior motives are waiting for us to make a mistake to create trouble. We must act cautiously and stabilize the situation first. Immediately after, Shimizu Sure also entered, clasping his hands respectfully and saying, Lord, the village has just undergone many changes, and the lives of the people need stability. If a major conflict erupts with the villagers at this moment, subsequent logistics and facility maintenance will be thrown into chaos, and the village is likely to descend into disorder. Dōhō took a deep breath, slowly turning his gaze to the window, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice low yet firm. I understand your concerns. But if we allow them to act recklessly like this, the order that Konoha has maintained for many years will be completely shattered. What will happen to the authority of the Hokage? If this matter is not handled properly, there will surely be more ill-intentioned individuals who will be emboldened to imitate their actions in the future. Naruto slightly nodded and said, What you say is indeed correct, sir. However, in the current situation, perhaps we can first implement martial law to control the situation and then discuss further solutions. Dōhō firmly nodded in agreement and then loudly ordered, Relay my command. Konoha is to enter a state of martial law immediately. Have Inuzuka Kiba lead the Konoha Guard to swiftly head to Guangzhou Street to control the situation as quickly as possible. Soon, Inuzuka Kiba received the order and quickly gathered the troops at the guard station. He stood tall and shouted to the neatly arranged guard members. All members, listen up. The Hokage has ordered that Konoha is to enter a state of martial law. We are to head to Guangzhou Street immediately to maintain order. This mission requires us to remain calm and restrained. We must not use force unless absolutely necessary. Understood? The members responded in unison, their voices echoing, and then they swiftly set off towards Guangzhou Street. When the guard team arrived at Guangzhou Street, the scene before them made everyone gasp. The crowd of protesters was dense and surging like a tide, stretching as far as the eye could see. They held various banners with phrases such as restore the reputation of the heroes and revoke the unjust punishment. The shouting among the crowd rose and fell, their emotions intensely charged, like a barrel of gunpowder ready to ignite. Inuzuka Kiba stood at the front of the team, took a deep breath, and shouted with all his might. By order of the Fifth Hokage, Konoha is in a state of martial law. Please disperse immediately and do not obstruct official duties. However, the agitated crowd was already overwhelmed by fervent emotions and refused to listen to the admonition. A tall man with a flushed face shouted at the top of his lungs, Our demands have not been addressed. We will not disperse. If we don't get a response today, we won't leave. Soon after, someone picked up a stick from the ground and threw it forcefully at the guard team. In an instant, the situation spiraled completely out of control. The demonstrators picked up anything they could use as weapons, some grab knives and clubs, while others hoisted benches and folding chairs, charging at the Konoha Guard team amidst a cacophony of curses like a surging tide. At this moment, the Konoha Guard team, lacking two-thirds of the Uchiha ninjas, found themselves at a disadvantage despite the presence of several other foreign and civilian ninjas filling in the gaps. The lack of teamwork and the reluctance of many civilian ninjas to inflict harm left them struggling to withstand the sudden ferocious attack. The guards widened their eyes, revealing tension and determination. They quickly formed a defensive formation, gripping their weapons tightly in an attempt to fend off the oncoming crowd. Some members shouted for the public to calm down while using shields to block incoming debris. Others stumbled under the crowd's impact, but gritted their teeth to maintain a line. Inuzuka Kiba observed the chaotic scene, his brows furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He waved his weapon, blocking the advancing crowd while shouting orders to his team. Hold the formation, don't panic. Try not to injure anyone. However, under the overwhelming tide of people, the guard team's defense gradually began to falter. Among the crowd, some ordinary villagers, blinded by anger and confusion, were caught in the tumult. An elderly man with graying hair showed a hint of hesitation in his eyes, while a young man beside him was filled with righteous indignation, shouting, "How can the fifth Hokage treat the old Hokage like this? We need an explanation." The old man shook his head slightly and whispered, "But if this continues, it could become a real problem." His voice was quickly drowned out by the noise of the crowd. Nearby, a woman tightly clutched her child. Her eyes filled with worry, yet swept along by the surrounding atmosphere. She felt at a loss. Not far away, representatives from the Mito family, the Nara family, and the Sarutobi clan were hiding at the back of the crowd, their eyes glinting with excitement and anticipation. An elder from the Mito family, with a barely perceptible smirk, whispered, "Let them make even more noise. Let's see what that Uchiha Dōhō can do." The head of the Nara family, Nara Masao, nodded slightly, his eyes full of pride. "That's right, we must make the new regime aware of our strength this time." A young member of the Sarutobi clan clenched his fists, a look of excitement on his face. "Our opportunity has come. We must reclaim everything we've lost." After a fierce clash, the guard team, under the continuous impact of the crowd, was forced to retreat. This round of confrontation ended with the demonstrators on Guangzhou Street temporarily gaining the upper hand. Chapter 101. Sanshin Education Team Inuzuka Kiba returned to the Hokage's office, looking disheveled, with dirt still on him, and his once pristine guard uniform now wrinkled. He walked heavily to Dōhō's front, kneeling on one knee with a thud, his head bowed, so low it nearly touched the ground, not daring to breathe. Dōhō sat behind the Hokage's desk, staring intently at Inuzuka Kiba, as if trying to see through him. "Inuzuka Kiba, do you know your crime?" Dōhō's voice was low and cold. He thought to himself that if this guy hadn't helped him during his power grab and become a loyal subordinate, he would have already dismissed him and sent him home to retire based on today's disgraceful performance. Inuzuka Kiba trembled, stuttering, "Hokage-sama, I have failed in my duties and am willing to accept punishment." At that moment, he was filled with regret and fear, fully aware that he had messed up this mission, and in the face of the Hokage's fury, he had no grounds for rebuttal. Dōhō slammed the table, producing a loud bang from the solid surface. He glared angrily and shouted, "You are utterly weak. The Konoha guard team has been beaten back by a bunch of rabble. As the captain, what face do you have left? Where's the authority of Konoha?" Inuzuka Kiba lowered his head, biting his lip tightly, not daring to retort a single word. In fact, he had a lot of grievances, having just taken office as the captain of the Konoha guard team. The situation was far more challenging than he had imagined. The Uchiha clan members, who originally made up a significant portion of his team, had suddenly been reassigned en masse. Those who remained, owing to his status as an outsider suddenly becoming captain, held little respect for him. The newly added ninjas from other clans and civilian ninjas were completely unfamiliar with each other, their abilities still in the stage of adjustment, lacking any coordination. His authority within the team had yet to be established, and several times in the chaotic battlefield, he had shouted orders for the members to suppress the crowd. Yet some members hesitated, while others ignored his commands entirely, each calculating their own interests, leading to a disorganized and chaotic team that could not coalesce into effective combat power, resulting in their defeat in the confrontation with the demonstrators. Dōhō took a deep breath and continued, "To have injured the Konoha guard team, these are no ordinary villagers. They are clearly rioters. We must not show mercy to rioters. We must strike back hard." After finishing his words, Dōhō paused for a moment, thought for a while, and then commanded loudly, "Minister Fugaku, immediately bring the elite of the Umbu and temporarily form a Sanshin education team. Inform them that this operation will be conducted openly and without masks. to suppress those rioters and let them know the consequences of provoking the order of Konoha. At this time, Aburame Shibi, Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Kaichi, and Uchiha Fugaku were all present in the office. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikahisa's brows furrowed into a shape, and he was about to speak out in persuasion, but when he caught sight of Dōhō's resolute gaze, the words were swallowed back. Dōhō had made up his mind. He decided to trust the strength of the Uchiha clan and let Fugaku step forward to stabilize the chaotic situation at this critical moment. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, his expression solemn, and his voice steady and powerful. "Hokage-sama, Fugaku will not disgrace the mission." After saying this, he turned and strode out, preparing to form the Sanshin education team and head to the front lines of the chaos. Fukuda Toru, a Konoha ninja who emerged from the smoke of the Third Shinobi World War, relied on his exceptional skills and tenacious would have successfully joined the Umbu after the war, growing into an elite chunin. The newly appointed Umbu Minister Uchiha Fugaku recognized the fighting spirit and loyalty in Fukuda Toru and waved his hand to assign him to the Sanshin education team. Fugaku held a respected position within the Uchiha clan, and the current 5th Hokage, Uchiha Dōhō, also hailed from the Uchiha main family. The path to the position of the 5th Hokage has sparked various discussions among the villagers of Konoha. Some praise Dōhō as the hero who unveiled Konoha's dark side, breaking the old and decaying order. Others privately speculate, questioning whether he seized the Hokage position through a coup. And there are those who nostalgically miss the rule of the 3rd Hokage. However, Fukuda Toru paid little attention to these discussions. He was just an ordinary civilian ninja, and the changes in the Hokage were too distant for someone of his level to discuss. After the war, he joyfully started his own family and was now welcoming a lovely child, as angelic as could be. This should have been a happy and fulfilling life. But the burdens of reality weighed down like a mountain. The meager income of a ninja was hardly enough to support the family. After completing a C-rank mission with great effort, the reward was barely enough for a few bowls of steaming ramen at Ichiraku Ramen. Yet he still had to pay off his mortgage every month, and the financial pressure loomed over him like a dark cloud, making it hard to breathe. Even someone like Haruno Sakura has to pay off a mortgage for decades. I can't imagine how miserable the lower-level ninjas are. Why don't they revolt and overthrow the daimyos? Until Uchiha Dōhō took office, everything welcomed a turning point. As soon as Dōhō assumed the role of Hokage, he issued 3-month salary to all Umbu members and solemnly announced that salaries would be raised by 50 in the future, with even greater potential for increases. This move filled Fukuda Toru with gratitude. With this income, he could buy milk powder for his child and supplements for his wife, giving life a glimmer of hope. Therefore, whenever he heard someone speak ill of the 5th Hokage, he would stand up and refute them. Perhaps it was this sincerity that led Minister Fugaku to select him for the Sanshin education team. Today, Fukuda Toru was conducting his routine training at the Umbu base when he suddenly received an urgent mission. A large-scale protest had erupted on Guangzhou Street, and the situation was out of control. The Umbu needed to collaborate with the Konoha Guard to quell the unrest. He quickly organized his gear, pulled out the baton issued by the Sanshin education team, a weapon specially prepared for such emergencies, feeling its reassuring weight. Fukuda Toru's mood was exceptionally heavy, but he knew that as a member of the Umbu, he had to fulfill his duty and rush to the scene with his teammates. Upon arriving at Guangzhou Street, the scene was chaotic. A dense crowd held up banners, shouting slogans calling for the revocation of the punishments against Mito Gate Flame, Tika Haru, and Sarutobi Hizashi, their emotions running high to the point of near chaos. Fukuda Toru's keen eyes quickly spotted representatives from the Mito, Tika, and Sarutobi families in the back of the crowd, their expressions of glee and anticipation indicating they were the masterminds behind this riot. The Konoha Guard was already on site maintaining order. Captain Inuzuka Tsum had returned to the front lines, loudly calling for the crowd to disperse. But the incited masses were deaf to his pleas. Just as the situation grew increasingly tense, Uchiha Fugaku's figure appeared on the scene. His expression was grim as he surveyed the chaotic scene with authority, and then he decisively announced, "Relay my orders. Those rioters must be dealt with a heavy hand." From start to finish, Fugaku claimed this decision was his own. He knew that this suppression operation would undoubtedly face immense public pressure. But he had already made up his mind that if the pressure became unbearable, he would resign in disgrace. In his heart, he believed that the 5th Hokage Dōhō was the key to leading Konoha toward a new future, and he was willing to make sacrifices to protect this gem. As soon as the order was given, Fukuda Toru moved like an arrow released from a bow, charging into the crowd. His movements were swift and powerful, every muscle tense, as if he were condensing all his strength into that seemingly ordinary baton. However, the protesters did not sit idly by. Among them were many strong and robust individuals, as well as some family members harboring personal grievances, such as those from the Mito, Tika, and Sarutobi clans, all of whom were ninjas. At this moment, their eyes were red with rage as they picked up sticks, chairs, and even makeshift weapons to fiercely confront the Umbu members. Fukuda Toru encountered a member of the Mito clan armed with a long stick head on. This man, named Mito Ryo, was a taijutsu ninja, built like a small mountain with arms as thick as tree trunks. When he swung his stick, it created a whooshing sound, showcasing his formidable strength. However, these ninjas from the three clans had not participated in the Third Shinobi World War and lacked practical combat experience. Fukuda Toru's eyes sharpened, and he agilely sidestepped, like a nimble leopard, easily and skillfully dodging this thunderous strike. At the same time, he exerted force in his arm, swinging the baton back with tremendous power, striking the opponent in the abdomen. With a loud thud, the man was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling in pain and groaning. Almost simultaneously, a member of the Tika clan seized the opportunity and stealthily attacked Fukuda Toru from the side. This person tightly gripped a short blade, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, attempting to deliver a fatal blow amid the chaos. However, Fukuda Toru, who had survived the Third Shinobi World War, was rich in combat experience and had long since sensed the opponent's intent. He remained calm and suddenly delivered a side kick, swift as lightning, accurately kicking the short blade out of the man's hand. Following this, he swept the baton horizontally, and with a whoosh, the man had no time to react before being knocked to the ground, landing in a heap. The Sarutobi clan members appeared even more cunning. Relying on their familiarity with the surrounding terrain and a slight numerical advantage, they acted like a group of sly foxes, attempting to distract the members of the Umbu to fish in troubled waters. However, Fukuda Toru and the Umbu members were well-trained and coordinated, working together seamlessly as if they were one person. They quickly formed small groups based on the situation, responding to each other and surrounding and attacking the Sarutobi clan members. For a moment, the sounds of shouting and weapons clashing intertwined, with both sides engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to back down. But as time passed, the Umbu members gradually showcased their training advantages and slowly gained the upper hand. They were all elite members carefully selected from the Umbu, and their ninjutsu and combat skills were far superior to those of this rabble. On the side of the demonstrators, due to a lack of unified command, their tactical coordination was a complete mess, and they gradually fell into a passive position of being beaten. Fukuda Toru, leading the fight, was like an incredibly sharp blade, unstoppable wherever he went. The baton in his hand seemed to come alive, flying up and down, with every strike precise and deadly, leaving many demonstrators bloodied and on the ground. Under his leadership, the morale of the Umbu members soared, gradually forcing the demonstrators into a desperate situation. Finally, amidst the cries of agony and desperate wails, the psychological defenses of the demonstrators completely collapsed, and they began to scatter like headless flies. It dawned on them that continuing to resist blindly was merely a path to certain death, utterly meaningless. Thus, they dropped their weapons and fled in all directions in a panic. Eventually, the noise and chaos gradually subsided, and the streets of Gwangju returned to calm. However, as far as the eye could see, the streets were in disarray, littered with discarded weapons, broken banners, and the wreckage of overturned stalls. A chaotic scene silently recounting the aftermath of the intense conflict. Fukuda Toru and the Umbu members stood quietly on the street, their bodies covered in blood and sweat. Their clothes tattered, yet their figures appeared particularly tall and imposing in the blood-red glow of the setting sun. Their eyes were filled with determination and confidence, for they knew they had successfully maintained the peace and stability of Konoha and gained valuable security for their own and their family's stable lives. As the sun set, painting the horizon in brilliant red, Fukuda Toru dragged his weary body back step by step to the Umbu headquarters. He understood that this incident was merely a small interlude on the road to maintaining peace in Konoha, but he also knew that his actions today had sparked considerable controversy and doubt in many people's hearts. However, looking at his bloodstained hands, there was not a trace of regret in his eyes. In his view, as long as it was for the peace of Konoha and for his family to live a stable life, he was willing to pay any price. Although some might see his actions as excessive in that chaotic moment, He had to show enough determination and strength to intimidate those who attempted to disrupt the peace of Konoha. He believed that as long as the Fifth Hokage led in the right direction, he would charge forward without hesitation to protect Konoha. Fukada Toru returned to his residence, dragging his heavy steps into the room. He felt as if all his bones were about to fall apart. After a simple wash to clean off the blood and dust, he collapsed onto the bed. But as soon as he lay down, he felt something was off. Why was the pillow so high? Confused, he lifted the pillow and found a thick, red envelope underneath. Curious, he opened the envelope to find a thick stack of money and a letter of commendation. His hands trembled slightly as he picked up the letter, reading the praise for his brave performance, and his heart suddenly warmed. Damn, I actually questioned the Fifth Hokage's decision and even felt sympathy for those rioters. Fukada Toru silently blamed himself. He raised his head and looked at his teammates, who were also holding thick envelopes, all of them wearing complex expressions. Fukada Toru took a deep breath and said loudly, "Everyone listen. We must not let down the Fifth Hokage's kindness. That's right. The Fifth Hokage has been really good to us. We still owe the Fifth Hokage a debt of gratitude." His teammates echoed, their eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. Thus, they picked up their batons again, walked out of the room, and continued to maintain order in Konoha. Chapter 103. The Light and Dark of the Hokage. Following that, the raid operation was carried out in an orderly manner with the cooperation of the Konoha Guard and the Umbu. In front of the Mito clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the Sarutobi clan's residences, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. The ninjas, following orders, meticulously counted and packed the properties of the three clans, loading box after box of gold, silver, treasures, and precious antiques onto carts, preparing to transport them to the Konoha warehouse for storage. The family heirloom ninjutsu scrolls were also solemnly confiscated and placed under unified custody, and all involved criminals were taken away. At that moment, Jiraiya arrived at the Hokage's office. He stood at the door, looking somewhat uneasy, raising his hand to knock, but hesitating for a moment, his hand hovering in mid-air. Remembering how he had impulsively stepped forward to fight DH when he captured Danzo, only to be easily defeated, he now had to shamelessly plead for the three clans. A strong sense of embarrassment washed over him, making his face slightly flush. But after much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and knocked on the door. DH was slightly taken aback upon seeing Jiraiya, but quickly regained his composure and gestured to the chair across from him, indicating for him to sit down. "Jiraiya-senpai, what brings you here today?" DH spoke calmly. After awkwardly sitting down, Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, cleared his throat, and said with difficulty, "Fifth Hokage, I'm here to plead for the Mito, Uzumaki, and Sarutobi clans. After all, they have been part of Konoha for many years, and there are many innocent people and their families." DH did not respond immediately, but signaled to Yamashiro Manai, one of the administrative department secretaries. Yamashiro Manai stood up, walked to a nearby cabinet, took out several thick ledgers, gently placed them on the table, and pushed them in front of Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, please take a look at this first." Jiraiya, confused, opened the ledger, and as his gaze moved, his expression gradually became serious, shock filling his eyes. The ledger detailed the various misdeeds of the Mito clan, Uzumaki clan, and Sarutobi clan over the years, exploiting the conveniences of their high-ranking positions, especially the Sarutobi clan, which had brazenly plundered the village's wealth using the power of their teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the amount being staggering. "Is this all true?" Jiraiya looked up at DH, disbelief in his voice. DH's expression was serious as he nodded slightly. "Absolutely true. Jiraiya-senpai, do you still believe they shouldn't be punished? The confiscated properties have now all been appropriated for the construction and development of Konoha. If you're not at ease, you can go and verify it yourself." Jiraiya fell silent, his gaze returning to the ledger, brow furrowed tightly. After a long while, he sighed, seemingly struggling internally. DH continued, "Jiraiya-senpai, everything I do is for Konoha. The earlier capture of Danzo was the same. You were also present on the day of Danzo's execution. Do you think, with all the heinous crimes he committed, he didn't deserve to die?" Jiraiya slowly shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. "Danzo indeed got what he deserved." Dōhō slightly nodded and continued, "I'm not someone who seeks to exterminate entirely. The territories of the three clans are still preserved, and the ninja registrations within the clans remain intact. They can continue to work and survive." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but re-evaluate Dōhō before him. At this moment, he sensed a regal aura emanating from Dōhō, a sense of magnanimity. Given Dōhō's current power, If he truly wanted to wage war against the Mito, the Nara, and the Sarutobi clans, it would be as easy as pie. He could easily seize hold of some family members who incited the villagers to cause trouble, delve deep into the matter, and create a huge fuss, thoroughly suppressing the three clans and ensuring they would never rise again. However, Dōhō did not act in such a manner. He only accurately captured the main instigators behind the scenes and did not indiscriminately punish the entire families. Not only that, he also specifically preserved the territories of the three clans, allowing them a place to stand. He maintained the household registrations of the ninjas within the clans, providing them with opportunities to continue working and to live, leaving a glimmer of hope for the survival and continuation of the three clans. This way of acting not only demonstrated control over power, but also showcased a ruler's demeanor that is broad-minded and inclusive, earning Jiraiya's respect for Dōhō. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya raised his head, looking sincerely at Dōhō, and slowly said, "Fifth Hokage, this time I was overly narrow-minded. I mistakenly thought you were targeting these three clans, neglecting their wrongdoings. Now that I hear you say this and see these accounts, I understand that you are clearing obstacles for the future of Konoha." He sighed softly and continued, "Rest assured, I will go persuade the members of the three clans." At this point, Jiraiya's eyes were filled with expectation. "I hope that in the future, Konoha can thrive under your leadership. Konoha needs a Hokage like you, who has the courage, responsibility, and compassion." Upon hearing this, Dōhō's eyes flashed with a hint of comfort. This is the way of the king. The so-called way of the king is not to oppress everyone with absolute military force, but to demonstrate great strength and determination while also having a heart that is inclusive, just, and considers the greater good. This combination of firmness and softness not only highlights the inviolability of rules, but also respects life and the inheritance of families, winning people's heartfelt recognition and following, which is the way of the king in conquering hearts. Senior Jiraiya, to have your understanding and support is indeed a blessing for Konoha. After going through many storms, Konoha needs every insightful person to work together to return to its peak. He paused slightly, looking intently at Jiraiya, and continued, "Senior Jiraiya, with your prestige and abilities, if you can contribute to Konoha, it will surely help Konoha develop faster and better. I wonder if you would be willing to take a position in Konoha?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya threw his head back and laughed heartily, his laughter bright and somewhat carefree. "Fifth Hokage, you don't know, but I, Jiraiya, have always been a free spirit, accustomed to a carefree life. I know nothing about politics. If I were to really get involved, I would probably just mess things up and accomplish nothing." Dōhō looked at Jiraiya's demeanor, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a mysterious smile as if hiding some unknown brilliant plan. "No, you're mistaken, Senior Jiraiya." He looked firmly at Jiraiya, his tone resolute. "I have a position in mind, and there is no one more suitable than you in all of Konoha." As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly piqued Jiraiya's curiosity. He put away his smile, his eyes filled with confusion, looking back at Dōhō. Waiting for him to elaborate on what kind of special job would make Dōhō feel it could only be him. "Minister Inohara, come in." After a while, the office door was gently pushed open, and Uchiha Inohara walked in. As soon as Inohara entered, he quickly approached Dōhō, slightly bowed, and immediately began to vent his frustrations. "Lord Hokage, if you ask me to wield a knife and charge in a battle, I will absolutely not hesitate. I am definitely skilled at that. But this job, as the Minister of the Publicity Department, is really giving me a hard time. I've never done anything like this before, and I truly don't know where to start. You should find someone else for this." Dōhō smiled, raised his hand, pointed at Inohara, and turned to Jiraiya. "This is the expert I'm bringing you." Jiraiya was taken aback, his gaze shifting between Dōhō and Inohara, filled with confusion, not understanding what Dōhō meant at the moment. "Senior Jiraiya, you are a renowned author in the ninja world. Inohara can seek your guidance and cultivate a group of writers." Dōhō paused slightly, a playful smile on his face. "Moreover, the publicity department produces movies and TV shows, can go out to various places for filming, and has beautiful actresses accompanying them. In all of Konoha, who is more suitable for this job than you, Lord Jiraiya?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes, which had previously been filled with confusion, instantly lit up, his expression changing from contemplation to surprise, and he couldn't help but smile broadly. He began to envision himself traversing different beautiful landscapes, laughing and chatting with many beautiful actresses. "Ha! Fifth Hokage, you really understand me too well." Jiraiya laughed heartily, slapping his thigh, his spirit invigorated. "How could I miss such an interesting opportunity? All right, I'll take this job." After the two left, after a while, Dōhō summoned Aburame Shirui. Not long after, Aburame Shirui walked in with steady and powerful steps, kneeling on one knee. Lord Hokage, what do you wish to discuss? Dōhō looked at him and asked, Minister Shirui, how is the reconstruction work of the route progressing now? Aburame Shirui slightly lowered his head and honestly replied, since Danzo's death, the cursed seal of absolute silence has also disappeared. Previously, you allowed the root ninjas to decide whether to stay or leave, and as a result, most of them left. Now, recruiting new members for the root is extremely difficult. Most of Konoha's ninjas are unwilling to join. Dōhō nodded gently, seemingly deep in thought. This is not unexpected. During Danzo's reign, the root acted too ruthlessly, using underhanded means, which left a bad reputation in the hearts of Konoha's ninjas. Aburame Shirui agreed, nodding slightly, and added, Yes, Lord Hokage. Moreover, the tasks the root undertook in the past were mostly secretive and dangerous, which also scared off quite a few people. Dōhō stood up, slowly walking to the window, looking out at the bustling scene of Konoha village, his expression becoming serious. The root cannot just disband like this. Konoha needs such a special force to handle matters that regular ninja teams find inconvenient to intervene in. At this point, he changed his tone. I will give you a batch of people, all of them elite. From now on, the root will recruit from their families. Elite? Aburame Shirui couldn't help but repeat in confusion. That's right, I will hand over the ninjas from the Mito clan, the Sarutobi clan, the Nara clan, and the Aburame clan to you. These families have been passed down for generations, and the ninjas within are all well-educated. Aren't they elites? As soon as these words left his mouth, it was like a thunderclap that exploded in Aburame Shirui's ears. He instinctively gasped sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. His gaze uncontrollably fell upon Dōhō, who stood by the window, with sunlight slanting in from one side, dividing his figure into two distinctly contrasting halves. One half was enveloped in golden sunlight, exuding warmth and kindness. The other half was shrouded in shadow, radiating coldness and ruthlessness. As Aburame Shirui watched this scene, he felt a chill rush up from the soles of his feet straight to his heart. Naruto, Yamanaka Shirui pondered carefully over his words and said cautiously, These family ninjas are used to their own way of doing things. Suddenly asking them to join the root, it might be hard for them to obediently follow orders. If something goes wrong, Dōhō interrupted him, his expression stern. Sometimes, you might as well learn from Danzo's way of managing his subordinates. Back then, he pulled so many people from your ninja clan and managed to keep them in line, didn't he? These 4 family ninjas, marked them with the root of tongue calamity seal. Yamanaka Shirui's heart sank, but he didn't show any expression on his face and replied, understood. Chapter 104. The Big Fool of Konoha. In the vast and ever-changing ninja world, Konoha Village stands as a pillar, long sitting in the strongest position in the ninja world. It seems to be favored by the Sage of 6 Paths, serving as a cradle for talented ninjas. In the past, the legendary figures Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara joined forces, using their extraordinary strength and ambition to end the long-standing chaos in the ninja world, jointly founding Konoha Village and opening a glorious chapter for this land. Since then, Konoha Village has produced many geniuses. Konoha White Fang Hatake Sakumo, the legendary 3 Sannin Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade, the Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, and the brothers Dōhō and Shursui. Konoha Village possesses the most fertile land in the ninja world, allowing the common people to live and work in peace, while abundant resources provide for the training of ninjas, solidifying the village's development. Such brilliance naturally makes it the focus of attention in the ninja world, with every move drawing scrutiny. Each country, driven by its own interests and strategic needs, has been scheming to secretly place spies in Konoha Village. These spies are meticulously selected and trained intelligence experts. They act like hidden tentacles, silently reaching into every corner of Konoha Village. On ordinary days, some disguise themselves as common folk selling goods on the street, shouting about their businesses while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Others blend into Konoha's ninja teams, discreetly gathering intelligence during missions. Once they acquire valuable information, they use their unique and covert methods to relay it back to their home countries, some relying on summoning beasts to secretly deliver messages, others using special ninjutsu to encrypt and transmit information remotely, continuously sending intelligence back to provide critical references for high-level decision-making. As an established stronghold in the ninja world, Konoha Village is also not lacking in intelligence warfare. The Anbu sends numerous strong and meticulous ninjas to infiltrate other ninja villages. These hidden pawns silently take root in foreign lands, staying vigilant and not missing any signs of movement. They might be a taciturn bartender in a ninja village tavern, listening to the casual conversations of passing ninjas and sifting through useful clues. Or they could be inconspicuous attendants beside high-ranking officials, catching glimpses of important documents. Various factions are subtly competing in this invisible battlefield of intelligence warfare, with the situation being complex and ever-changing, hiding many secrets. A slight misstep may lead to total defeat. Because of this, every move made by Konoha is like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Seemingly insignificant, yet capable of creating ripples that are quickly captured by the intelligence networks of other ninja villages. Recently, several major events in Konoha have stirred up waves in the ninja world, attracting the attention of various countries' leaders, who are discussing them privately. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage Inoki sat in a large stone chair, with his son Kuratsuchi standing beside him. Inoki scoffed and spoke first. Look at the mess Konoha has been in lately. The fourth Hokage and his wife actually died in their own village. What a laugh. Konoha is bound to decline. Kuratsuchi frowned slightly and interjected. Father, Namikaze Minato, is powerful and gained fame during the Third Shinobi World War. For him and his wife to die, the circumstances behind it must be complicated. Inoki snorted, what's so complicated? It's just their internal chaos. And that Uchiha Dōhō, a young kid, managed to take down all the old ninjas of Konoha. Those old folks are useless, completely at the mercy of a kid. He shook his head lightly, a look of disdain for Konoha's older generation on his face. At that moment, an informant hurried in, presenting a new piece of intelligence. Inoki unfolded it, initially stunned, then burst into laughter. This Uchiha Dōhō is simply daydreaming. After becoming Hokage, he announced he would raise Konoha's commission and plans to organize ninjas to shoot movies and TV dramas. Isn't this nonsense? Konoha is bound to fall into chaos. Kuratsuchi couldn't help but smile wryly. This way of doing things is indeed hard to grasp. A glint of calculation flashed in Inoki's eyes. Konoha is now too busy to take care of itself, and their recent mission shares must have decreased significantly. We Iwagakure must seize the opportunity to take on more business and strengthen ourselves. Such foolishness can truly be called Konoha's big fool, Kuratsuchi commented. In the land of lightning, Hyuga, the fourth Hokage, was furious, slamming his fist on the table, causing the documents on it to shake. That Namikaze Minato actually died in his own village? How is that possible? His secretary Mabui cautiously said, Hokage-sama, according to the intelligence, the situation is true. Moreover, many changes have occurred within Konoha. Danzo was publicly executed, and now Uchiha Dōhō is the Hokage, having imprisoned the third Hokage and other older generations. I stood up, pacing back and forth, shouting angrily, this is simply a golden opportunity. We can invade Konoha now and take them down in one fell swoop. Mabui quickly advised, Hokage-sama, please calm down. The Third Shinobi World War has just ended, and all countries are recuperating. If we act, other countries will definitely not sit idly by. Stopped, his brows furrowed tightly, breathing heavily. Konoha must be in chaos now, and their mission volume must have dropped significantly. Our Hyuga must take action to snatch those businesses that originally belonged to Konoha. We cannot miss this opportunity. At this moment, more intelligence arrived regarding Dōhō's plans to raise Konoha's commissions and to shoot movies and TV dramas. After hearing this, it was first taken aback, then exchanged glances with Mabui, and both couldn't help but burst into laughter. What is this new Hokage doing? He's such a big fool, completely unprofessional to this extent. Konoha is truly hopeless. A laughed and shook his head, his contempt for Konoha evident. In the land of wind, Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage Raza sat together with Chiyo and Eyes. In front of them laid out the intelligence regarding the changes in Konoha. Raza's expression was grave, with the fourth Hokage couple dead, Danzo deceased, and Uchiha Dōhō in power while imprisoning the older generation. This series of changes would have a huge impact on the ninja world structure. Granny Chiyo snorted coldly. Those old guys from Konoha, usually so arrogant, at a critical moment, they were actually toyed with by Junior. What a disgrace. Eyes nodded slightly. However, this also brings opportunities for our Sunagakure. Konoha is in turmoil now, and their mission shares will inevitably decrease. We could take this opportunity to expand our business and strengthen our village. Raza pondered for a moment. That's true. But we can't let our guard down. We need to closely monitor Konoha's movements. Just then, new intelligence arrived, revealing Dōhō's plans to raise Konoha's commissions and develop movies and TV dramas. Raza read it and couldn't help but chuckle sarcastically, passing the information to Chiyo and Eyes. After reading, all three looked astonished, then burst into laughter. Chiyo mocked. This Uchiha Dōhō, instead of fulfilling his responsibilities as Hokage, is busy with some nonsensical things. Konoha is likely heading toward decline. Aobazuki also echoed, such dereliction of duty. This Hokage is truly a fool. Konoha's status in the ninja world is bound to plummet. We must seize the opportunities brought by this change in the situation. In the land of water, at Kirigakure, the fourth Hokage, Kishizuru, sat in the main seat, his expression cold, yet his eyes revealed a hint of imperceptible emptiness. Jinshur, Ao, and Terumi Mei stood in a fan shape. Jinshur slightly bowed, holding a stack of intelligence, ready to report Konoha's latest developments to the fourth Hokage. Jinshur cleared his throat, his tone respectful yet cautious. Lord Fourth Hokage, there have been many significant changes in Konoha recently. He started and Ao continued. The fourth Hokage couple has unfortunately perished, causing a huge uproar in the ninja world. Moreover, Danzo, the figure who had long controlled the route in Konoha, was killed during the internal strife. Now, Uchiha Dōhō has ascended to the Hokage position, and he has even imprisoned the older generation of ninjas, including the third Hokage. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at the fourth Mizukage's reaction, only to see his expressionless face like a statue devoid of emotion. Terumi Mei raised her eyebrows slightly. Unable to resist interjecting, Konoha is truly in chaos. In such a short time, the power transition is so drastic, and the internal strife is so brutal. The fourth Hokage couple died in battle. Danzo was executed by the village, and Uchiha Dōhō's imprisonment of the older generation is undoubtedly a major reshuffling of power. Ao nodded, adding, not only that, according to the latest intelligence, since Uchiha Dōhō became Hokage, he seems like a fool, making a series of incomprehensible decisions. He announced an increase in the commission for Konoha ninjas on missions, which will undoubtedly reduce Konoha's share of missions. Even more absurdly, he wants to organize ninjas to shoot movies and TV shows, which is simply dereliction of duty, completely deviating from the ninja's primary role. Upon hearing this, the controlled fourth Hokage, Kishizuru's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a strange smile. As he spoke in a mechanical and cold voice, Konoha is now too busy taking care of itself, in utter chaos, and its strength will inevitably decrease. This is a good opportunity for us in Kirigakure. After the three finished their report, they exchanged glances and took their leave. After a while, Uchiha Obito slowly emerged from the shadows, wearing his iconic vortex mask, revealing only one Sharingan eye that emitted a strange red light. He let out a low, cold laugh. Konoha is truly lively this time. With the fourth Hokage couple's death, the village instantly became leaderless, and the internal power struggle has completely erupted. How interesting. As for Uchiha Dōhō, raising commissions, organizing ninjas to shoot movies and TV shows. Obito tilted his head slightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. These actions are simply extremely foolish. Raising commissions will only lead merchants and nobles to commission tasks from other villages, and a decrease in task share is inevitable. Shooting movies and TV shows is a complete waste of ninjas' time and energy, pulling them away from real combat. However, this is the best thing for me. Obito crossed his arms, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The more chaotic Konoha becomes, the faster its strength diminishes, making it easier for me to capture the Nine Tails. This grand drama of the ninja world has just begun, and I will be the director, controlling everything to achieve the ending I desire. With that, Obito's figure flickered and disappeared into the darkness again, leaving behind an empty room, as if he had never been there at all. Chapter 105. Wolves and Dogs. A day later, as the morning light just began to shine on the ground of Konoha, Uchiha Dōhō was already dressed, wearing the hat symbolizing Hokage's authority and a ceremonial robe fluttering in the wind. Beside him, members of the Shadow Guard were dressed in uniform, their figures strong and their eyes sharp, quietly waiting for the command to depart. For this journey, Dōhō also brought his secretary, Yamanaka Mina. At the entrance of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shikaku, and other core personnel of Konoha were already waiting. Fugaku, during my absence, I will rely on you to take care of the Umbu's work. Be sure to strengthen intelligence gathering around the village. No slight movement should be overlooked. Pay particular attention to the movements of other ninja villages. If anything unusual occurs, report immediately. Fugaku nodded slightly, responding with a serious expression. Lord Hokage, rest assured, the Umbu will certainly fulfill their duties. Shikaku, the daily affairs of the village are complex. You are meticulous and have strong coordination skills, so ensure the various departments work well together. In the case of major decisions, consult with Fugaku and others. If it is truly hard to decide, you can send a message to me through a summoning beast. Shikaku crossed his arms, respectfully replying, I will follow the Hokage's orders and do my utmost to maintain the stability and operation of the village. Dōhō then reminded other core personnel one by one, outlining the key points and precautions for their work. After everything was arranged, he turned and walked toward the direction of the Land of Fire's capital. Kakashi Hitaki Might Guy and Hinata Hizashi, 3 members of the Shadow Guard, quickly followed, ensuring Dōhō's safety throughout the journey. With Uchiha Dōhō's strength, if he were to travel at full speed as a ninja, he could reach the capital of the Land of Fire in a day with his exceptional body technique and chakra control. If he used the Yellow Springs Hiruzen, he could even tear through space and arrive at his destination directly. However, Uchiha Dōhō had deeper considerations in mind. He knew that to fundamentally reform the ninja world was not something that could be accomplished overnight. He needed to thoroughly understand the true state of the ninja world. The suffering hidden behind the prosperity, the truths obscured by power, all needed him to witness and experience firsthand. So he chose to take it slow, stepping onto this journey one step at a time, observing with his own eyes to accumulate the most authentic and valuable experiences for future reforms. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Land of Fire, in an extremely luxurious mansion, it seemed like another world. The mansion's master, the ceremonial minister of the Land of Fire, Sato Ken, sat leisurely on a soft tatami mat. 2 graceful maids served him on either side. The maid on the left skillfully massaged his shoulders and legs, each movement precisely hitting his acupoints, bringing him a delightful sensation. The maid on the right held a string of translucent grapes, resembling rubies, feeding them to Sato Ken mouth to mouth. He leaned back slightly, enjoying it all with a satisfied expression on his face. The room was lavishly decorated, with precious silk carpets spread across the floor, so soft it felt like walking on clouds, muffling all footsteps. The air within was filled with a delicate fragrance that wafted in every inch, soothing one's body and mind, intoxicating them in this extravagant atmosphere. Opposite him sat one of the 12 Guardians of the Mist, Hama, sitting rigidly, his posture tense, contrasting sharply with the luxurious environment. Hama wore a simple yet tidy ninja outfit, the patches on his clothes telling tales of hardship and struggle. His eyes held a hint of awkwardness, as if he were a beast trapped in a lavish cage. Despite his efforts to remain calm, he couldn't hide the unease in his heart. Sato Ken lightly stroked his meticulously trimmed beard and seemingly casually said, Hima, I heard that the new Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Dōhō, is coming to meet the daimyo soon to seek recognition. This new Hokage style of doing things is quite aggressive. I wonder what changes it will bring to the relationship between the Land of Fire and Konoha. When Sato Ken said this, he didn't even look directly at Hima. In his eyes, Hima was just an insignificant minor character. He treated this as idle chatter and, after finishing, opened his mouth to signal the maid to feed him another grape. Hima nodded respectfully on the surface, maintaining a humble smile, but his heart sank, feeling alert. He was well aware of the influence of Konoha in the Land of Fire and even the entire ninja world. The strong combat power of Konoha ninjas was an important reliance for the Land of Fire in diplomatic and military games. Judging by Uchiha Dōhō's recent bold and aggressive moves, he was undoubtedly an ambitious and capable hawkish figure. His rise to the position of the 5th Hokage was definitely not a good thing for some conservative forces in the Land of Fire, including the interest network that Hima secretly maintained. Hima secretly calculated that if he could prevent Uchiha Dōhō from successfully reaching the capital of the Land of Fire and cause him to fail before meeting the daimyo, not only could he win favor with those nobles dissatisfied with Konoha's reforms, but he might also become a guest of the daimyo, breaking the current awkward low status. With this thought, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Hima's eyes, but was quickly replaced by a submissive appearance. What you say is very true. This new Hokage has announced several reform measures and increased Konoha's commissions. I just wonder what insights you have on this, my lord. Hima slightly leaned forward and respectfully asked, trying to extract more information from Sato Ken, his tone carrying just the right amount of humility. Sato Ken squinted slightly, leaned back in his chair, spat out the grape skin, and coldly laughed. What insights can there be? Ninjas are just dogs we race. His voice was filled with disdain. as if ninjas were merely insignificant tools in his eyes. Although he was also a ninja, Hima did not feel insulted at all. Instead, he kept nodding and bowing, agreeing that his lord was right, his face filled with flattering smiles, with a hint of imperceptible flattery in that smile. Sarutobi glanced at Hima with contempt and continued. Those guys in Konoha have always been restless. As soon as Uchiha Dōhō took office, he started making these moves. Wanted to gain more benefits. Increasing commissions. Does he really think our land of fire's money comes from the wind? As he spoke, he waved his hand, signaling the maid to feed him another grape, his dissatisfaction becoming more apparent. Hima wore a flattering smile on his face and echoed, Your lord's insight is indeed sharp. Uchiha Dōhō is indeed acting recklessly. However, the strength of Konoha's ninjas is formidable, and the Land of Fire has cooperated with them for many years. Now, to rashly. He deliberately paused, observing Sarutobi's reaction, his eyes revealing a hint of cunning. Chapter 106. The underground bounty office of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi frowned and impatiently interrupted. So what if they're strong? Our Land of Fire supports them, so they must obey. If they dare to act recklessly, the daimyo's authority is not just for show. Hima's heart stirred, feeling that the time was right, and cautiously probed. My lord, now that Uchiha Dōhō is coming to meet the daimyo, if he makes some excessive demands during the meeting or threatens the daimyo with the strength of Konoha, what should we do? Sarutobi squinted slightly, pondering for a moment, and said, That would indeed be a troublesome matter. However, the daimyo has the 12 guardian ninja and many elite warriors by his side. He wouldn't dare to go too far. Hima quickly nodded and continued. Your lord is absolutely correct. However, while the 12 guardian ninja are strong, Uchiha Dōhō is after all the Hokage and must have experts by his side. If a conflict occurs within the capital, it may disturb the citizens and damage the reputation of a Land of Fire. Sarutobi's expression slightly changed. He understood the meaning behind Hima's words. In your opinion, how should we respond? Hima felt secretly pleased but maintained an extremely respectful demeanor as he said, My lord, I have an idea, but I wonder if it should be shared. He deliberately left a suspense, piquing Sarutobi's interest. Sarutobi waved his hand, signaling him to continue, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Hima took a deep breath and said, We might arrange some accidents on Uchiha Dōhō's way to the capital. This way, he won't be able to reach smoothly, which would neither cause a conflict in the capital nor give Konoha a warning. A trace of surprise flashed in Sarutobi's eyes. He did not expect Hima to propose such a suggestion. He looked Hima up and down and said, This idea of yours is quite bold, but if Konoha finds out it was our doing, it may lead to a conflict. Hima quickly responded, My lord, rest assured, we can keep it discreet. We can find some forces unrelated to us to take action. Even if Konoha's suspects, they will have no evidence. Sarutobi remained silent for a long time, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Finally, he slightly nodded and said, You prepare for this matter first, and we will plan the specific details later. Remember, there must be no mistakes. Hima felt a surge of joy in his heart, quickly got up, knelt on one knee, and said, My lord, rest assured. I will do my utmost and not fail your expectations. Sarutobi waved his hand, signaling Hima to withdraw. Hima stood up respectfully and exited the door. Once outside the mansion, a subtle smile appeared on Hima's face. He knew his opportunity had come, as long as this plan succeeded. His status in the Land of Fire would surely rise significantly. After leaving Sarutobi's mansion, Hima hurriedly returned to his small dwelling. It was a simple room, starkly contrasting with Sarutobi's luxurious mansion. The interior was sparsely furnished, with only a worn bed, a table, and a few boxes. Hima paced back and forth in the cramped space, the sound of his hurried footsteps echoing. His eyes were filled with anxiety and determination, as if he was making a difficult decision. After a long contemplation, he gritted his teeth and resolved, no matter what, Uchiha Dōhō must not succeed. Hima thought of his son, who was currently residing at the Fire Temple, Kong. A few months ago, during the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha, he had transplanted a portion of the Nine-Tails' remaining chakra into his son, making Kong a pseudo-Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. He understood that now was not the time for him to take action. His son still lacked proficiency in controlling the Nine-Tails chakra. He turned his gaze to an old box in the room, which contained all his savings accumulated over the years, including valuable ninja tools, several rare gems, and some savings earned from hard work on missions. Hima picked up the box and resolutely left, weaving through the streets of the capital, deliberately avoiding crowds and choosing remote paths. In the darkest corners of the city, there was a mysterious underground bounty office, a hub for various dark transactions. Hima found the entrance to the bounty office with ease. It was an inconspicuous small door hidden behind an abandoned warehouse. He gently knocked on a stone at the door in a specific rhythm, and then the door slowly opened. The bounty office was dimly lit, filled with a pungent smell of alcohol and smoke, almost suffocating. The yellowish light barely illuminated the surrounding environment. Various dangerous individuals lingered there, some with brutish faces and a bloody aura. Others had cold eyes, as if ready to kill at any moment. Hima walked straight to the counter, behind which sat a woman, Ayako, the manager of the underground bounty office of the Land of Fire. Ayako wore a boldly tailored kimono with a wide-open collar, the elegant lines of her collarbone and deep cleavage faintly visible, making it hard to look away. The hem of the kimono was split up to the thigh, and as she moved, her long, straight legs were faintly visible, exuding a captivating charm with every gesture. Her slender waist was tightly cinched by a narrow belt, accentuating her graceful figure, making her stand out starkly from the surrounding rough and rugged individuals. Dangling from her earlobes were a pair of delicate pearl earrings that swayed gently with her movements, emitting a soft yet elegant sheen under the dim light, creating a striking contrast to her overall allure. As soon as Hama approached, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to Ayako, but after just a second of eye contact, he hurriedly averted his gaze. He knew full well that this woman, seemingly just a manager at the underground bounty office, was in fact a white glove for a certain noble in the Land of Fire, with a tangled web of power behind her. In this underground trading post of the Land of Fire, anyone who offended her met with a bad end. Therefore, even though Ayako's beauty was like a deadly poison, Hama dared not covet it, only hoping to quickly conclude the business and escape this dangerous presence. Hama heavily placed the box on the counter and opened it, instantly attracting Ayako's attention to the valuables inside. Ayako raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. Then a meaningful smile curled at the corners of her mouth, as if to say she was very interested in this deal. I want to issue a task to assassinate the new Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Dōhō. This is the deposit, and there will be a generous reward upon completion. Ayako raised her eyebrows again, a hint of surprise crossing her eyes. Assassinating the Hokage? This is no small matter. Are you sure you want to do this? The deposit is 100 million ryo, and it's non-negotiable. Hama took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and nodded slightly, saying, "The silver and jewels here add up to over 100 million ryo." As he spoke, he pushed the box forward again, his eyes filled with a determined resolution. Ayako did not respond immediately. She elegantly raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. Instantly, two graceful maids emerged from the shadows, clad in identical plain, short outfits, their hair tied high. They looked respectful. At Ayako's gesture, the two maids stepped forward to carefully count the valuables in the box. One focused on counting the gold and silver, while the other diligently assessed the jewels, moving swiftly and professionally. Ayako leaned back in her chair, her gaze shifting back and forth between Hama and the maids, her eyes filled with scrutiny and amusement. After a moment, once the counting was complete, the two maids leaned in to whisper their report to Ayako. Upon hearing it, a cold smile crept onto her lips. "Considering your determination, I will take the task. I will arrange for a suitable bounty hunter to take action as soon as possible. Just wait for the news." Her eyes held a hint of mockery, as if toying with a pitiful ant. Hema's heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you." With that, he turned and rushed out of the bounty office. His steps quickened, as if something terrifying were chasing him from behind. Chapter 107. Inspection of farmers in the Land of Fire. Uchiha Dōhō and his party of 5 set off on their journey to the capital of the Land of Fire, Unto City, at a leisurely pace. Dōhō did not rush the journey. His gaze remained attentive to the lives of the people along the way. He knew that to thoroughly reform the ninja world, he had to delve into every corner of society and understand the true circumstances of each class. They entered a tranquil village, where dilapidated houses made of mud bricks and wood came into view. In the center of the village was an old well, where several villagers were gathered to draw water. Dōhō approached with a warm smile, using a friendly tone to chat with them. "How are you all doing?" His tone was so gentle that it was hard to believe he was the Hokage, devoid of any arrogance. Kakashi and Yamashiro Meinai, who were accompanying him, exchanged glances, silently questioning. This Hokage's demeanor is nothing like the Uchiha clan's impression at all. An elderly man with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles sighed. "Ah, life is tough. This year there has been plenty of rain, and the crops look good, but a large portion of the harvest has to be given to those noble lords. The rest barely suffices for a family to get by." a young villager nearby, chimed in with grievances. Yeah, we're always being dragged off for labor, and we can't even take care of our own farming at home. I really don't know when this hard life will end. Dōhō's brow furrowed slightly as he continued to inquire in detail about the villagers' daily struggles, such as the size of their farmland, how much tax they had to pay each year, and whether they had any side businesses. Initially, the villagers were somewhat reserved and hesitant to speak, but under Dōhō's sincere and enthusiastic attitude, they gradually opened their hearts and poured out their hardships. After leaving the village, they arrived at a field. It was now afternoon. The sun was high, and the scorching rays poured down unabated as farmers worked tirelessly in the fields, sweating profusely. Dōhō looked out and saw a few farmers resting in the shade of a large tree, their faces weary and their clothes soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies. Feeling a pang of compassion, Dōhō took out some dried food and water from his sealing scroll and approached the farmers. "Brothers, you've worked hard. Come have some food and drink some water." Dōhō wore a warm smile as he distributed the provisions. The farmers were initially taken aback, their eyes filled with surprise. But soon that surprise was replaced by joy. In these tough times, receiving free food was indeed a rare blessing. "Oh, thank you so much, young master," an older farmer said gratefully as he took the food. "No need for thanks. I just see everyone working so hard," Dōhō replied, sitting down beside them. "I'm quite curious about the tax system in the Land of Fire. Could you tell me about it?" A middle-aged farmer took a bite of the food, sipped some water, and gathered his thoughts, saying, "In the Land of Fire, we classify the farmland into 4 grades: upper, middle, lower, and lower. The output of the land is calculated by shurs, and based on the height of the shurs on the land, our taxes are determined. For instance, the annual tribute is the main tax for us farmers. The Land of Fire implements A6 for the lords and 4 for the people system, meaning that 60% of our harvest must go to those noble lords. That is so much. Are there any other taxes besides the annual tribute?" Dōhō pressed further. "There are plenty." Another younger farmer eagerly chimed in. "There is the house tax, which is based on the number of houses one has. The more houses, the higher the tax. There is also the land tax, which is based on the area of land." A slightly plump farmer added later, "This became a pretext for the daimyo to impose military service taxes. It's so hard for us common folks. Additionally, there are various miscellaneous taxes like the suspension tax." The older farmer continued, "Not only do we have to pay taxes and grain, but every year we also have to do free labor for the Lord, called public service. When working, we have to bring our own food to help with their construction projects, and it takes many days each year. So we can't even manage our own farming at home." Dōhō listened intently, gaining a clear understanding of the tax system in the Land of Fire. With such heavy burdens, how could the common people not suffer? In his past life, he was like a beast of burden, and he couldn't just cross over and immediately distance himself from that fate. They continued on their way, passing through a small town. The town had a few makeshift shops scattered about, selling some daily necessities and simple farming tools. Dōhō entered a grocery store, where the items were haphazardly arranged, and the variety was pitifully small. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged woman, her eyes reflecting deep exhaustion and helplessness. Dōhō chatted with her for a while and learned that most of the goods here were transported from distant places with high transportation costs. Coupled with the layers of exploitation by the nobles, the prices in the hands of the common people were astonishingly high. Although Dōhō's thoughts on future reform were still unclear, as his understanding of the Land of Fire and the entire ninja world deepened, those originally vague ideas were slowly taking shape. For instance, based on what he had seen and heard during his travels, he found that the Land of Fire had fertile land and exceptional natural conditions. Logically, most commoners should be living well. However, the reality was quite the opposite, as not every place could be like Konoha village. No matter which world, the behavior of the nobles and bureaucrats was consistent. The more prosperous the place, the more ruthless their methods of squeezing the common people became. The villagers of Konoha could enjoy some conveniences brought by technology, but these commoners in the Land of Fire were truly living in a backward feudal era. This huge gap made it hard to believe they were on the same continent. Yamashiro Maina, who had been quietly observing Dōhō's actions, felt deeply puzzled. She really couldn't understand why a dignified Hokage would inquire about these trivial matters with ordinary commoners of the Land of Fire. "Lord Fifth Hokage, you don't understand why I'm doing this? In this world, because of the existence of chakra, everyone's ignored the power and needs of the lower-class commoners. When they can't survive and start to resist, we ninjas are sent to suppress them. Over time, the daimyo won't take them seriously." Kakashi interjected, "Indeed, a considerable part of our tasks in Konoha is to deal with those bandits. But many of those bandits were originally farmers who couldn't survive. But we must be clear, if this world wants to progress and not become a stagnant pool, it cannot do without these people who are regarded as ants by the powerful. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. As long as exploitation and class disparity exist, the spark of resistance will continue to burn. The noble privileges in the ninja world and the unreasonable systems will eventually need to change. Yamashiro Maina listened quietly, her eyes filled with confusion and contemplation. Growing up in the ninja circle, she was exposed only to the conflicts between ninjas, the diplomatic maneuvering of various countries, and the power struggles of noble daimyo. Although she had heard about the power of the lower-class commoners that Dōhō mentioned, she had never seriously thought about it. Lord Hokage, while that may be true, isn't our top priority right now to solidify Konoha's position in the ninja world and negotiate with other great nations? What role can focusing on these commoners play in our current situation? Dōhō gently shook his head, his gaze directed towards the distant farmland, where several farmers were bending over to work, their clothes tattered and soaked with sweat. Maina, you must understand that Konoha does not exist in isolation within the ninja world. The Land of Fire is the foundation of Konoha. If the commoners in the Land of Fire are living in misery and harbor resentment towards Konoha's ninjas, how can Konoha be stable? His voice was low but carried a convincing strength. When we negotiate with other great nations, we rely not only on powerful ninjas, but also on the continuous support of resources from the Land of Fire. Where do these resources come from? Isn't it from the hard work of these commoners? The power of the commoners. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. If Konoha had the support of the common people in the Land of Fire, would they still need the nobles and daimyo of the Land of Fire? Dōhō's shocking words instantly stunned everyone present. Hinata Hayashi was the first to react, his expression tightening as he quickly activated his Byakugan and scanned the surroundings warily. Then urgently said, "Fifth Hokage, please be cautious with your words." I was just joking." Dōhō looked at the expressions of the crowd and laughed heartily, knowing that it wasn't the right time to say such things. Chapter 108. Assassination of the Fifth Hokage. After inspecting the farmers, Dōhō and his group of 5 continued along the winding road, with the surrounding scenery gradually transitioning from farmland and small towns to a lush green forest. Tall trees blocked out the sun, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, forming beams of golden light. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if whispering the mysteries of the forest. Just as they delved deeper into the woods, Hinata Hayashi suddenly stiffened, activating his Byakugan, his face grim, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, and loudly warned, "Be careful, there's an ambush." Almost at the same moment, a slightly hoarse voice came from deep within the woods. "Indeed, there are reconnaissance ninjas. I was hoping to catch you off guard and set up a perfect ambush." As the voice fell, a group of cold-faced bounty ninjas dressed in peculiar outfits slowly emerged from all directions. Some wielded sharp blades, glinting coldly in the dim light. Others carried ninja tool bags, ready to attack at any moment. Kakashi quickly drew the kunai from his waist. Guy assumed his signature energetic fighting stance, and Hinata Hayashi immediately entered battle mode. The 3 of them tacitly surrounded Uchiha Dōhō, forming a solid defensive line, as their duty as the Shadow Guard was to protect the Hokage's safety under any circumstances, except for Sarutobi Hiruzen and a few others. The Shadow Guard's duty was the same. Uchiha Dōhō maintained a calm expression, coolly surveying the unexpected guest before decisively ordering, "Kakashi Guy, Hinata Hayashi, you go engage them. There's no need to protect me." Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi couldn't help but frown slightly, wanting to object, but Hokage. Uchiha Dōhō slightly raised his head and interrupted assertively, "Do I still need protection from others? Go quickly. Resolve them as fast as you can." Receiving the order, Kakashi, Guy, and Hinata Hayashi exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and then their figures flashed like arrows released from a bow, charging towards the bounty ninjas. The battle erupted instantly. Kakashi, utilizing his ghostly speed, was the first to dive into the enemy ranks, wielding his kunai to force the enemies back, creating space for Guy and Hinata Hayashi to attack. Guy followed closely behind, opening the first gate of the 8 gates, unleashing a powerful airflow around him as he crashed directly into the cluster of bounty ninjas. His punches and kicks were fierce, each attack causing the surrounding air to tremble. A bounty ninja seized the opportunity during Guy's assault and lunged at his back with a knife. At that critical moment, Hinata Hayashi, using his Byakugan, detected the impending danger and swiftly executed the gentle fist technique, quickly closing in and striking the bounty ninja's pressure points. instantly paralyzing his arm and causing the long knife to drop. Meanwhile, Kakashi took advantage of the chaos in the enemy ranks, rapidly forming hand seals, Raikiri. His arm was enveloped in blue lightning, darting through the enemy crowd and accurately striking down one enemy after another. Guy, with Hinata Hayashi support, seized the moment to unleash a flying kick that sent several enemies flying. Yamashiro Meina quickly utilized her family's psychic technique from the back, closing her eyes to concentrate, establishing a mental link among her teammates. Kakashi, 3 enemies are flanking you from the right rear. Kakashi, upon hearing this, instantly vanished from his spot, cleverly avoiding enemy attacks using the trees as cover, and threw his kunai at one of the enemies, hitting his arm. Hayashi, the person in the left front, is preparing to release ninjutsu. Hinata Hayashi received the warning and immediately changed his attack direction, quickly forming hand seals to counter the enemy's ninjutsu preparation with his gentle fist, disrupting their chakra flow. In the intense battle, the cooperation among Kakashi, Guy, and Hinata Hayashi grew increasingly seamless. Guy launched powerful frontal assaults to disrupt the enemy formation. Kakashi employed his agile movements and powerful ninjutsu to strike the enemy's vital points accurately. And Hinata Hayashi, leveraging the insights of his Byakugan and the gentle fist, assisted his teammates and diffused the crisis. They echoed each other, using their smaller numbers to take on the larger group, gradually gaining the upper hand among the bounty ninjas. Uchiha Dōhō stood at a distance, calmly observing the battle. With his arms crossed, he watched the impressive performances of the members of the Shadow Guard and nodded secretly in his heart. The quality of the Konoha ninjas is indeed not bad. As the battle intensified, the bounty ninjas refused to back down and began to showcase their true strength. One of them laughed maniacally and said, "Konoha ninjas, today is your death day. We have heard of Uchiha Dōhō's great name in the Mist Village. As long as we kill him, we can make a name for ourselves in this underground world, and wealth will flow in." Among the crowd, a tall ninja with a grotesque scar on his face suddenly shouted, quickly forming hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon formed from surging water surged up from the riverbank, clawing its way toward Guy and Hyuga Hayashi. Seeing this, Guy showed no fear and instead laughed excitedly. "Come on." He stepped forward, his muscles tensed, and delivered a powerful leaf hurricane kick at the incoming water dragon. This kick, carrying a strong airflow, shattered the water dragon into pieces, sending splashes everywhere. "Haha, what water dragon? Under my burning youthful feet, it's just a puddle." Just as the four were engaged in a heated battle, a raucous laugh suddenly rang out. "Huh, the Hokage's head is mine." Immediately, the ground trembled violently, and a burly rogue ninja from the rock village, Oishi, suddenly burst out from the ground, thrusting a gleaming blade directly at Uchiha Dōhō. "Be careful, sir. Fifth Hokage. Watch out. I will take the Sharingan of the Hokage," he roared as he charged at Uchiha Dōhō, the blade piercing through Dōhō's body without obstruction, and Dōhō slowly fell, blood spreading beneath him. Oishi let out a frenzied laugh, then dug out Dōhō's Sharingan, clenching it tightly in his hand. He then rushed straight to the underground bounty office. The moment he pushed open the door, all eyes in the room turned to him, first in shock, then in awe. He held Dōhō's eye high, loudly declaring the mission accomplished. Ayako swayed over, her eyes full of admiration, her alluring gaze seeming to say he was the greatest hero in the world. A huge bounty was laid before him, with gold coins piled high, radiating an enticing glow. Soon after, his wedding with Ayako was held in the most luxurious venue in the underground world. Ayako wore a magnificent wedding dress, looking stunning, nestled beside him. Guests offered their most heartfelt blessings, and fine food and wine filled the long tables. In the days after the wedding, Ayako treated him with utmost tenderness, and the two were inseparable. With this bounty, he began to make a name for himself in the underground world. He recruited the fiercest henchmen, purchased the finest weapons, and swallowed one power after another. Wherever he went, people trembled in fear, obediently bowing to him. Gradually, he became the undisputed emperor of the underground world. We traveled. A luxurious palanquin was carried by 8 strong men, surrounded by fully armed guards. On both sides of the streets, people knelt, not daring to look directly at his imposing figure. He sat on the throne in the palace, overlooking his empire, enjoying the supreme glory brought by power and wealth, living the life of a winner he had always dreamed of. In reality, "Hey, Kakashi, what's up with that rock ninja? The battle has been over for a while." And he's still standing there laughing like a madman. Guy scratched his head, asking Kakashi with a puzzled expression, Kakashi shook his head helplessly and said he, from the beginning, was caught in the Hokage-sama's illusion, and he's still lost in his beautiful dream. After dealing with the other bounty ninjas, the four approached Uchiha Dōhō to report. Hyuga Hayashi spoke first. Reporting to the Fifth Hokage, all the bounty ninjas on site have been cleared. Dōhō nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the four reporting to him. Then, Dōhō leisurely walked toward the rock ninja, illusion technique, release. An invisible chakra wave spread out from his Sharingan, precisely enveloping the rock ninja. The rock ninja's laughter abruptly stopped, his body jolting as his eyes instantly regained clarity, replaced by sheer terror and confusion. Before the rock ninja could react, Dōhō's Sharingan shone brightly, locking onto his gaze once more. The rock ninja felt a powerful force pulling at his consciousness, involuntarily falling into a dark space. In this darkness, only Dōhō's eyes, glowing with a blood-red light, resembled two high-hanging blood moons, staring at him and sending chills down his spine. "Tell me, who sent you here?" The rock ninja tried to resist, but under the powerful mental pressure of the Sharingan, he felt his will gradually crumbling. I don't know. Don't try to lie. Under my Sharingan, your every thought is laid bare. It's a mysterious force from the land of fire, issuing tasks through the underground bounty office. What about the bounty office's location and the person in charge? The person in charge is Ayako. After hearing this, Dōhō's Sharingan flashed with a hint of killing intent. A rat in the gutter, daring to covet the sun of the day. Chapter 109. Taking office at Anzu Castle after eliminating the bounty ninjas, Dōhō and his group continued their journey towards the capital of the Land of Fire, Anzu Castle. As they got closer to the capital, the roads became wider and smoother, and the number of pedestrians and merchant caravans gradually increased. The expressions of the pedestrians varied. The hurried merchants carried heavy loads, their faces showing some fatigue and anxiety. The nobles in luxurious attire sat in beautifully decorated carriages, curiously observing Dōhō and his group through the windows, exuding a unique aura, their steps steady and their gazes sharp, clearly not ordinary travelers. The shouts of street vendors echoed, adding a bit of liveliness to the approaching capital. Finally, the majestic and grand Anzu Castle came into view. Dōhō signaled for the team to stop. He solemnly took out the ceremonial robe, symbolizing the identity of the Fifth Hokage of Konoha from the accompanying package, draping it over himself, and then picked up the Hokage hat, placing it gently on his head. Once they resumed their journey, the team continued forward. At the city gate, Baiyun Zhaochen, dressed in a black combat uniform with green Jonin armor, stood upright. He had a ponytail, and the scar by his right lip was particularly prominent in the sunlight. Beside him, Minister Lin Jinxing of the Land of Fire was dressed in splendid court attire, his robes fluttering in the wind, and the two were eagerly looking forward. The moment Dōhō and his group appeared, Baiyun Zhaochen's eyes sharpened. He immediately recognized Uchiha Dōhō and quickly turned to Lin Jinxing, saying, "Minister Lin, that is our Fifth Hokage of Konoha, Lord Uchiha Dōhō." Lin Jinxing nodded slightly, a warm smile spreading across his face. As Dōhō and the others approached, Baiyun Zhaochen quickly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his voice loud and respectful. "Hokage-sama, Zhaochen has been waiting to welcome you for a long time." Lin Jinxing hurriedly followed suit, saying, "Minister of the Land of Fire, Lin Jinxing, welcomes Hokage-sama to Anzu Castle." Dōhō raised his hand, signaling Zhaochen to rise, saying, "Get up, Zhaochen. The journey here has been quite smooth." He then turned to Lin Jinxing, smiling, "Minister Lin, you are too polite. I hope to successfully achieve many cooperations with the daimyo during this visit to Anzu Castle." Lin Jinxing straightened up, his face full of smiles. "The Fifth Hokage is young and promising. You will surely be able to alleviate concerns for the Land of Fire and the daimyo." Dōhō slightly nodded to express his gratitude. At this moment, Hinata subtly activated his Byakugan, quickly scanning the city gates and surrounding areas. And after confirming that there were no abnormalities, he discreetly relaxed. After entering the city, the streets were bustling with activity, and passers-by cast curious glances. While Dōhō engaged in small talk with Lin Jinxing and Baiyun Zhao, he also paid attention to the sights in the city. When they reached a fork in the road, Dōhō spoke. "Lord Lin, after this long journey, my accompanying Shadow Guard team and I are quite exhausted. We would like to rest at the Konoha ninja's residence today and report to the daimyo tomorrow. What do you think, Lord Lin?" Lin Jinxing showed an understanding expression and cupped his hands, saying, "The Hokage has worked hard along the way and should indeed rest well first." I will return to inform the daimyo and await your arrival tomorrow." After saying that, he left with his attendants. Upon arriving at the Konoha station in the Land of Fire, Do-hwan met with and warmly greeted the local Konoha ninjas. And then he went to the tea room with Bai Yunzao and others. The tea room was filled with the fragrance of tea. And Bai Yunzao informed Do-hwan about the recent situation in the Land of Fire in detail. Overall, the Third Ninja World War had just ended, and the ninja world was temporarily calm, with no large-scale wars expected in the short term. Regarding the relationship between the Land of Fire and Konoha, Do-hwan's primary task in meeting the daimyo was, of course, to report his election as Hokage, and, secondly, to seek financial support. Not only to apply for more daily funding for Konoha, but also to increase the remuneration for Konoha ninjas when executing missions. Bai Yunzao frowned slightly and said helplessly, "Hokage." After the news of Konoha wanting to increase the remuneration for ninjas spread, many nobles opposed the increase in funding. Do-hwan showed a smirk and said, "Humph. As expected, those nobles have always valued money above all else. It's not easy to take a cut from them." Bai Yunzao's expression grew serious as he continued. "They not only strongly oppose the increase in funding, but even speak ill of us, saying that Konoha ninjas are merely dogs raised by the Land of Fire, and we have no right to make further demands." Do-hwan's eyes suddenly sharpened, a cold glint flashing as he said in a deep voice, "Who are the most vocal ones?" Bai Yunzao quickly replied, "The ceremonial minister Sato Ken is leading the outcry. Also, the finance minister Kiro Higawa, who holds the financial power and should understand the importance of ninjas for the stability of the Land of Fire, has also echoed that increasing expenditures is unnecessary." Additionally, several influential old nobles in the Noble Council, such as Watanabe Yuichi from the Watanabe family and Suzuki Jiro from the Suzuki family, have also expressed opposing views on various occasions, inciting other nobles to resist our reasonable demands. Do-hwan turned to Yamashiro Mina, his murderous intent unmasked. "Mina, write down all these names. They are being so short-sighted and disrespectful to Konoha today. In the future, they will understand that Konoha ninjas are not to be belittled. The contributions we make to the Land of Fire cannot be disputed or slandered." Yamashiro Mina felt a jolt in her heart, quickly took out paper and pen, and diligently recorded the names for future handling. Then, Bai Yunzao continued, "Also, among the 12 guardians of the daimyo, there has recently been a spread of an unfavorable ideology towards Konoha. They believe that the position of Hokage should not exist and that all power should belong to the daimyo." Do-hwan slammed the table. "This is utterly absurd. Without the guardianship of Konoha ninjas, how could the Land of Fire enjoy its current stability? They seem to have forgotten their roots." Upon hearing Do-hwan slam the table, the atmosphere in the tea room instantly solidified. Bai Yunzao glanced at Kakashi and the others accompanying him. This was his first time reporting to Do-hwan face-to-face, but the news from Konoha indicated that this man was undoubtedly a hawkish figure. Do-hwan took a sip of tea, contemplating how to deal with these opposing factions. "Yaozhan, during this trip to Ungshu City, besides discussing cooperation with the daimyo, there's also a small problem. We encountered an attack from a group of bounty ninjas on the way, and the employer behind them is likely connected to an underground bounty organization in the city. Have you heard about this during your time in the capital?" Bai Yunzao's brow furrowed, his expression serious as he said, "Hokage, this underground bounty organization has a complex background, with several noble families from the Land of Fire secretly backing them. Their operations are extremely secretive, although we have sensed something before. We have not been able to grasp their exact location and core situation." After a moment of thought, Do-hwan calmly ordered, "All right, tomorrow Mina and I will meet with the daimyo. Kakashi, Guy, Hinata, you three collaborate with Yaozhan to investigate the situation of the bounty organization. Remember, the operation must be cautious, and do not alert the other party." Upon hearing this, Kakashi, Guy, and Hinata quickly stepped forward and replied in unison, "Yes, Hokage." Bai Yunzao also nodded earnestly, saying, "Hokage, rest assured, I will definitely coordinate closely with the Shadow Guard members, not to betray your trust, and will quickly clarify the situation of the bounty organization." Do-hwan looked at them, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. "Good, then thank you for your hard work. Everyone, go prepare, rest well tonight, and act according to plan tomorrow." After receiving their orders, everyone left to discuss the details of the reconnaissance mission for the next day. Do-hwan and Yamashiro Mina then remained in the room to carefully discuss the details of the meeting with the daimyo for tomorrow. weighing everything from the etiquette of the meeting to the possible negotiation contents, striving for perfection. In the tea room, Do-Hwan leaned back in his chair and slowly spoke. Mina, let me ask you, how do you as Konoha ninjas view the relationship between Konoha and the Land of Fire? Yamashiro Mina was slightly taken aback, and after thinking for a moment, she replied seriously, Hokage, for many years, we Konoha ninjas have done a lot of work for the Land of Fire, whether it be dirty work or hard labor. But some nobles in the Land of Fire treat us as their tools. The Land of Fire provides resources to Konoha, but what we receive is far from enough. And we still have to look at those nobles' faces. Do-Hwan's brows furrowed tightly, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. We Konoha ninjas guard the Land of Fire. Yet we have to endure and flatter the nobles while executing dangerous missions. When the nobles give orders, we have to comply, and after completing our tasks, the rewards are pitifully small. Most of the resources provided by the Land of Fire are embezzled by the nobles, leaving us with only a few scraps. Yamashiro Mina gently nodded. Indeed, my lord. Now we are putting in so much of the Land of Fire, but the treatment is unsatisfactory. Many lower ninjas in the village are living in hardship. Do-Hwan, feeling agitated, slammed the table. I have finally become Hokage, wholeheartedly seeking benefits for Konoha ninjas. Yet, I still have to flatter those nobles, tolerate their pointing fingers, and bear their despicable expressions. Am I not living like a beggar? Yamashiro Mina looked helpless. My lord, if you put it that way, the current relationship between Konoha and the Land of Fire does indeed seem like we are begging for a living. Yet, many people still think this is taken for granted. Do-Hwan's gaze was resolute. Let me ask you, why did I work so hard to become strong in the first place? It's because I don't want to bend over and bow down. I refuse to kneel. Yamashiro Mina sighed lightly. So you want to stand tall and fight for Konoha's rightful interests. But given the current situation, it seems too difficult to change. And perhaps we can only maintain the status quo. Do-Hwan looked at her in confusion. Sigh, I don't understand. I'm already Hokage, leading the Konoha ninjas. Why do I still seem to be less than a lowly pawn in the eyes of those noble families in the Land of Fire? Yamashiro Mina replied seriously. In the eyes of the common people of the Land of Fire, you are the respected Hokage. However, in the eyes of those nobles, we Konoha ninjas are merely their vassals, serving them on our knees. Working for the Land of Fire and receiving a meager return, they think this is perfectly normal. Do-Hwan said angrily, It's frustrating. It's so damn frustrating. Yamashiro Mina. So do you want to stand tall? Or do you want to fight for more resources for Konoha? Do-Hwan's gaze was resolute. I want to stand and earn back what we deserve. Yamashiro Mina, shaking her head lightly. Seriously, that's difficult to achieve. Do-Hwan, difficult? Yamashiro Mina, difficult. Do-Hwan, suddenly drawing the Kusanagi sword from his waist and slamming it on the table. Rolling up his sleeves, can this help Konoha fight for its rights? Yamashiro Mina, it can fight for it, but it will provoke war. The daimyo will hire other ninja villages to attack us. Do-Hwan, taking out the Hokage's hat and slamming it on the table, can this help fight for rights? Yamashiro Mina, it can fight for it, but we still have to bow to the Land of Fire. Do-Hwan, with this and this, can we stand and take back what belongs to Konoha? Yamashiro Mina, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Respectfully, may I ask how you plan to act, Hokage-sama? Do-Hwan, watch my performance tomorrow. Chapter 110. Standing to demand money the next day. Early in the morning, at the entrance of the Konoha ninja camp, Lin Zhengsheng, a minister of the Land of Fire, dressed in a brand new luxurious court robe with exquisite patterns embroidered on it, fluttered gently in the breeze. He looked respectful and was already waiting here with a group of minor officials in official attire. Do-Hwan still wore the ceremonial robe that showcased his identity as Hokage, standing tall and walking steadily, with Yamashiro Mina following closely behind in her kimono. Lin Zhengsheng hurriedly stepped forward, slightly bowing, his face full of smiles. Hokage-sama, good morning. I brought my colleagues to welcome you early today. The daimyo has prepared a grand feast at his residence, waiting for your esteemed presence. The minor officials behind him also bowed and greeted Do-Hwan in unison. Do-Hwan nodded slightly, his expression calm. Thank you, Lord Lin. After speaking, he stepped forward with Yamashiro Mina. As they walked along the street, a beautifully decorated palanquin caught their eyes. The palanquin was being carried steadily by 4 strong bearers, adorned with exquisite silk and embroidered with the emblem of the Land of Fire, showcasing its luxury. Lin Zhengsheng gestured and said, Hokage-sama, this palanquin is specially prepared for you. The journey from the camp to the daimyo's residence is a bit long. Riding in the palanquin will make it easier for you. Do-Hwan's gaze fell on the palanquin. a slight smile appearing on his lips as he politely declined. I appreciate Lord Lin's kindness, but as a ninja, I am accustomed to walking and traveling. The training of a ninja lies in the tempering of body and mind. This short distance does not require such extravagance. Lin Zhengsheng was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing across his face, but he quickly regained his smile, nodding. Hokage-sama indeed possesses the unique tenacity of a ninja. I did not consider this well. Then we shall walk to the daimyo's residence, as you wish. On the way to the daimyo's residence, passers-by on both sides of the street cast curious glances. Lin Zhengsheng walked while introducing today's arrangements to Dōhō. Hokage-sama, during today's meeting, in addition to discussing the cooperation between Konoha and the Land of Fire, the daimyo has also invited several noble representatives to participate. Everyone can speak freely and enhance mutual understanding. Upon hearing this, Dōhō's eyes flickered with a hint of vigilance. Responding lightly, "Oh, noble representatives will also participate? This arrangement is quite thoughtful." Yamashiro Minai, meanwhile, discreetly observed the surrounding environment, paying attention to every move in the crowd. She understood that this meeting was crucial, not only concerning the future cooperation between Konoha and the Land of Fire, but also relating to the status and rights of Konoha ninjas in the Land of Fire. There could be no mistakes. The group continued to make steady progress toward the daimyo's residence, and soon, the majestic daimyo's residence appeared before them. The grand entrance was imposing, built from massive logs, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, showcasing the esteemed status of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. On both sides of the entrance stood guards in heavy armor, holding long spears, standing straight. Lin Zhengsheng led Dōhō and the others to the front of the gate, which slowly opened. Entering the daimyo's residence, the courtyard was spacious and tidy, with a flat stone floor, trimmed flowers and trees on both sides, and the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air. Following the small path of the courtyard, a magnificent palace came into view. The doors of the palace were wide open, and Lin Zhengsheng gestured for Dōhō to enter first. Dōhō stepped in steadily, and at the end of the hall, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Tokugawa Mitsusada, was sitting on a luxurious throne. He was a middle-aged man with long black hair usually tied back, a round face, a short beard, and deep-set eyes. At this moment, he was wearing a long robe embroidered with gold thread and a tall crown, showcasing his unparalleled noble status. To the sides of the daimyo stood several noble representatives in splendid attire. Their expressions varied, some filled with curiosity, others revealing a hint of disdain. Dōhō stepped into the hall, and it instantly fell silent, the only sound being his steady footsteps echoing in the spacious hall. According to the customs of paying respect to the daimyo, the Hokage should kneel before the daimyo, but Dōhō merely bent slightly to pay his respects. This action immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding ministers. What kind of decorum is this? How can the Hokage be so disrespectful? Indeed, such behavior is simply looking down on the daimyo. Truly a rude ninja. The minister's reproaches rose and fell, and Yamashiro Minai, following behind Dōhō, felt her heart tighten, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. She instinctively clenched her fists, looking worriedly at Dōhō. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, Tokugawa Mitsusada, sat on his luxurious throne without immediately speaking, instead narrowing his deep-set eyes to scrutinize Dōhō from head to toe, as if his gaze was a sharp hook trying to see through Dōhō. For a moment, the hall was silent, and the air seemed to freeze. The noble representatives kneeling on both sides whispered to each other, their eyes filled with the anticipation of watching a show. Yamashiro Minai sensed the unusual atmosphere, her posture becoming increasingly stiff as an invisible sense of oppression enveloped the hall. After a long while, the daimyo's lips curled slightly, forming a barely noticeable smile, and he slowly spoke. The fifth Hokage, truly a young talent, promising and capable. His tone seemed to praise, yet it subtly carried a sense of superiority, as if declaring that he was the absolute ruler in this Land of Fire. Dōhō calmly responded, "Your Excellency, you flatter me." Dōhō is merely fulfilling his duties as Hokage, doing his utmost for the stable relationship between Konoha and the Land of Fire. I do not dare to accept such high praise. He stood tall, meeting the daimyo's gaze directly, his ceremonial robe fluttering gently in the breeze of the hall, thinking to himself that he would stand and demand what was rightfully Konoha's. The daimyo, Tokugawa Mitsusada, raised his hand to signal, and immediately a minor official stepped forward, reading from a scroll edged with gold thread. "Today, I hereby appoint Uchiha Dōhō as the fifth Hokage of Konoha Village. hoping he will shoulder this heavy responsibility, protect Konoha, and safeguard the Land of Fire. Dōhō stood up, took the scroll with both hands, his expression solemn, voice firm. Dōhō will not fail the daimyo's trust and will guard Konoha and the Land of Fire with my life. Yamashiro Minai, as the representative of Konoha ninjas, knelt on one knee, calling out, "I am willing to follow Hokage-sama." After the ceremony concluded, everyone took their seats again. The daimyo picked up a teacup, took a sip, and through the rising fragrance of the tea, looked at Dōhō again, slowly saying, "Fifth Hokage, Konoha has cooperated with our Land of Fire for a long time, and I have always valued this friendship. However, the situation in the country is complex now, and with many affairs at hand, I am indeed quite stretched in resource allocation. The funding request made by Konoha this time, although I, the daimyo, am inclined to support it, must also weigh the pros and cons." At this moment, the Minister of Finance, Kurohigawa, who was sitting in the first seat on the left, leaned slightly forward, smiling broadly in agreement. What the daimyo says is very true. Currently, in the Land of Fire, investments in infrastructure and livelihood protection are urgently needed. If we significantly increase the funding support for Konoha, it may affect the progress of other important domestic affairs. Dōhō's expression remained calm as he scanned the crowd and slowly spoke. "Lords, the ninjas of Konoha have fought for the peace and stability of the Land of Fire, risking their lives and repeatedly achieving military merits. In past wars, countless Konoha ninjas have shed their blood on the soil of the Land of Fire. Although the ninja world seems calm now, there are actually undercurrents and many potential threats have not been eliminated. Increasing funding for Konoha to enhance the strength and equipment of ninjas is undoubtedly creating a stronger defense line for the Land of Fire. In the long run, this not only ensures the safety of the Land of Fire, but also promotes domestic prosperity and development." The Minister of Etiquette, Sato Ken, snorted coldly and said in a sarcastic tone, "Lord Hokage speaks so easily, but if it comes to implementation, where will the white silver come from? Are we supposed to tighten our belts to support the Konoha ninjas?" Upon hearing this, Yamashiro Mina felt a surge of anger, her hands unconsciously clenching. But she did not have a right to speak at this moment. Dōhō's expression did not change as he glanced at Sato Ken. "Lord Sato, the Konoha ninjas have never seen themselves as dependents. Everything we do is to fulfill our duty to protect. The reasonable financial support that the Land of Fire provides to Konoha is a respect and recognition for this duty of protection. Moreover, the strength of Konoha ultimately benefits every citizen of the Land of Fire, including the nobles present here. If we neglect future potential crises due to temporary stinginess, it may lead to greater losses." Chapter 111. Logically, a ninja of your level. Upon hearing Dōhō's words, some in the hall nodded slightly, falling into deep thought. Others still showed dissatisfaction and whispered among themselves. At this moment, Kazama suddenly stood up. He was dressed in an extravagant kimono that was colorful yet mismatched, with exaggerated golden patterns embroidered on the wide sleeves, and his hakama skirt appeared too long, making his movements cumbersome. As one of the 12 guardians, his flamboyant white hair flew wildly, contrasting sharply with the kimono. At this moment, he glared fiercely at Dōhō, arms crossed, and arrogantly retorted, "Humph. I don't like what the Hokage just said. Why should the guardian daimyo trouble Konoha? We 12 guardians are all elites among elites. And have we not ensured the daimyo's safety time and again? The Land of Fire has been stable for many years. Talk of building a defense line is merely an excuse for Konoha to seek more benefits." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Dōhō, his face full of disdain. The hall immediately erupted in commotion, with some nobles whispering to each other, seemingly in agreement with Kazama's words. Uchiha Dōhō glanced at Kazama, a meaningful smile appearing on his face as he leisurely asked, "And who might this be?" Minister of Etiquette Sato Ken slightly leaned forward, seemingly filled with helplessness. Yet a hint of concealed pride flashed in his eyes as he introduced, "Lord Hokage, this is Kazama, one of the 12 guardians. He is straightforward by nature, and his words may be a bit harsh, so I hope you won't take offense." Although it sounded like an apology, his tone conveyed a sense of, this is just his temperament. What can you do about it? Kazama stared provocatively at Dōhō, as if trying to see through him, declaring that he would not back down an inch in this confrontation. He deliberately crossed his arms and straightened his posture, adopting an imposing attitude. The surrounding ministers noticed this, some smirking slightly, with barely concealed amusement, while openly saying pleasantries. "Lord Kazama is just straightforward. Hokage, please don't take it to heart. We all want the best for the Land of Fire, so let us speak nicely." However, there was not a hint of genuine reconciliation in these words. They were clearly looking forward to how this drama would unfold, secretly hoping Kazama would further disrupt the situation, ensuring Konoha's funding plan would fall through completely. This display infuriated Yamashiro Mina, who glared fiercely at Kazama and stood up to angrily reprimand. Kazama, don't speak nonsense here. The contributions of Konoha ninjas to the land of fire cannot be casually slandered by you. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in an uproar. The surrounding ministers changed color, and Watanabe Yuichi immediately jumped up, pointing at Yamashiro Mina and shouting, "Bold! What occasion is this? How can a mere ninja speak so freely?" Other ministers chimed in, with accusations rising and drowning Yamashiro Mina amidst the noise. Dōhō remained unfazed and said, "Everyone, do not be angry. Yamashiro Mina is thinking of the friendship between Konoha and the land of fire. She is just a bit too straightforward." Saying this, Dōhō stood up and gently patted Yamashiro Mina's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Yamashiro Mina secretly glanced at Dōhō beside her. Seeing his calm demeanor, she realized that this was indeed not the time for her to speak freely, and thus sat back down. Dōhō stood up, slowly pacing, and said, "I suddenly remembered a bedtime story my mother told me when I was a child to help me sleep." Everyone looked at each other, puzzled. In this tense atmosphere, discussing important matters, the Hokage mentioning a childhood bedtime story was truly perplexing, leaving them unsure of what he was trying to convey. However, Dōhō paid no mind to the gazes of others and continued speaking. Once upon a time, there were 3 little pigs who left home to build their own houses. The first little pig was very lazy. It hastily built a house of straw, thinking it would suffice to keep out the wind and rain. The second little pig was somewhat more diligent. It built a wooden house, believing that such a house was both sturdy and comfortable. The third little pig spent a lot of time and effort building a solid house brick by brick. One day, a big bad wolf appeared. It came to the straw house of the first little pig and huffed and puffed, and that seemingly simple straw house collapsed instantly, causing the first little pig to run quickly to the wooden house of the second little pig. The big bad wolf chased to the wooden house, and with a strong shove, although the wooden house was sturdier than the straw house, it could not withstand the blow and quickly fell as well. The 2 little pigs, in a panic, could only desperately run to the stone house of the third little pig. The big bad wolf arrived at the stone house, huffing and puffing and banging against it, but the stone house stood firm and unyielding, forcing the wolf to flee in defeat. The nobles and ministers listened, exchanging glances, their expressions varying. Daimyo Mitsuda leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, his gaze deep and inscrutable. He slightly squinted, his eyes lingering on Dōhō for a moment, then scanning Kazama, as if weighing something. Kazama's face was flushed, his eyes wide open, glaring fiercely at Dōhō, shouting, "Who is the straw house? Who is the stone house? Hokage, don't spout nonsense here. The 4th Hokage of Konoha actually died in his own village, and yet you dare to claim to be an indestructible stone house? In my opinion, Konoha is nothing special." The ministers present opposing Dōhō's proposal for increased funding seemed to have found their rallying point, immediately engaging in heated discussions. Among them, a tall and thin minister piped up, voice sharp, "Yes, how could the Hokage die in his own village? If this gets out, what face will Konoha have left? And they still want to increase funding? It's simply a joke." Another plump minister echoed, That's right. The money of our fire country cannot be spent so ambiguously. It must be spent with value." For a moment, opposing voices rose and fell in the great hall, seemingly drowning out Dōhō's proposal. Dōhō's expression darkened, and he suddenly emanated a powerful aura that silenced the whispers in the hall. He stepped forward and said, "According to protocol, a ninja of your level is not qualified to question matters of Konoha. Some things are not as simple as you think." He was about to rebut, but Dōhō raised a hand to stop him. The 4th Hokage did not perish due to incompetence. He bravely sacrificed himself to protect the village. Faced with ruthless villains, the 4th disregarded his life, wholly focused on defending every inch of Konoha and protecting every villager. Dōhō's eyes sparkled with respect and determination, his words growing more impassioned. His feats are a shining example of the Konoha spirit, a goal for all ninjas to strive for, and not something that petty clowns who only know how to boast can casually comment on. These people are like frogs at the bottom of a well, narrow-minded and completely ignorant of what it means to protect. How could they possibly safeguard anyone? Upon hearing Dōhō's words, Hima was infuriated, his face turning crimson as he opened his mouth to angrily shout, "You say?" At this moment, Dōhō's eyes suddenly burst with a crimson light, and his Sharingan spun rapidly. An invisible sense of oppression surged toward Hima like a tide. Ignorant fool. Hima felt as if an invisible giant hand was tightly gripping him. The words that had reached the tip of his tongue were stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, not expecting Dōhō to dare to act directly in this situation. In a moment of carelessness, he had met the gaze of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. He instinctively wanted to look away to escape this terrifying gaze, but his eyeballs felt as if glued in place, unresponsive to his will. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. In the face of this powerful ocular ability, he completely lost the ability to resist. Chapter 112. The path to death has been taken. Hima was already seething with anger at Dōhō's earlier remarks, and now, under the control of the Sharingan, his thoughts plunged into a chaotic illusion. His eyes became dazed and fanatical, trapped in his own fantasies. Suddenly, Hima swayed and, without warning, lunged violently at a nearby guard. The guard, focused on maintaining order in the hall, was caught off guard by this sudden change of events. And since Hima was an elite Genin, the guard could not react in time. Hima seized the opportunity and snatched the long sword from the guard's hand at an astonishing speed. In an instant, a sharp sound echoed through the solemn hall, particularly jarring. At this moment, a bizarre and insane smile appeared on Hima's face as he muttered, "Ha! I killed the Hokage. I did it. The daimyo will surely see me in a new light." Immediately, he gripped the long sword tightly with both hands and began to swing it wildly. Without any technique, the blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp and mournful howl, each swing stirring up a rush of wind. His steps were unsteady, his body swaying uncontrollably, turning without any pattern, causing everyone present to gasp in shock. The ministers looked terrified, frantically trying to distance themselves from him. The crowd quickly descended into chaos, with some ministers getting knocked down by the panicked fleeing crowd. "Protect the daimyo!" A sharp shout suddenly erupted from an unknown corner of the hall. In an instant, the guards, who had been standing tall throughout the hall, entered a state of high alert. They moved swiftly and orderly, rushing toward Daimyo Tokugawa Mitsuwari. The trained guards quickly formed a tight circle, firmly protecting the daimyo at the center. What is going on? A ninja is openly causing chaos in this hall. This is simply lawless. That's right. This is a blatant affront to the Fire Country. Such behavior puts the dignity of our Fire Country at stake. Has he gone mad? Does he have no regard for laws, for the daimyo? This kind of madman must be severely punished. "Hima, you bastard, have you gone insane?" Just as everyone was angrily accusing Hima of his reckless behavior, Daimyo Tokugawa Mitsuwari slightly squinted his eyes, glancing at the calm Uchiha Dōhō. He gently raised his hand and said, "Fifth Hokage, release your control." As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent for a moment, with everyone looking at each other in confusion. Dōhō's lips curled into a faint smile as he slowly retracted the power of the Sharingan. Hima seemed to awaken suddenly from a nightmare, his body jolting as his eyes regained clarity. Looking at the long sword in his hand and the chaotic scene around him, he was filled with confusion and shock. The ministers then realized that Hima had been controlled by Dōhō. Instantly, accusations surged again like a tide, but this time, the pointed fingers all directed at Dōhō. "Lord Hokage, how could you act this way? This is a desecration of the Fire Country's court, an abuse of ninjutsu. If all Konoha ninjas acted this way, where would the safety of our Fire Country be?" The voices of the crowd intertwined, making the already chaotic hall even more uproarious. Uchiha Dōhō said with a playful expression, "This ninja keeps claiming that he can defend the Fire Country and the daimyo with the power of the 12 guardians. But I'm merely exposed his lies in public." He slightly raised his eyes, surveying the crowd in the hall, his gaze holding a trace of disdain and contempt. A thin, wrinkled old minister, trembling with rage, stepped forward and shouted, "Even so, you should not use such despicable means to openly cast illusions and control others in this solemn court. What kind of conduct is that?" Dōhō chuckled coldly and replied, "Despicable means? If I hadn't tried today, you would still be immersed in the beautiful dream he weaved. The 12 guardians? Merely empty names. As the Hokage, I, Uchiha Dōhō, bear the responsibility for the safety of Konoha and the Fire Country, and it is my duty to reveal the truth. Stop your excuses." Another hot-headed young minister flushed red and retorted loudly, "You are clearly provoking and damaging the relationship between the Fire Country and Konoha." Dōhō crossed his arms, looking calm. Relationship? If the Fire Country still relies on such unreliable powers to protect it, then the so-called relationship is merely a castle in the air. I want to ask, if a strong enemy truly invades, can Hima and the so-called 12 guardians defend against them? Hima had completely awakened from the illusion at this point, and listening to Do-hwan's words, his expression shifted between red and white, filled with shame and anger. He clenched his fists, glaring at Do-hwan with hatred. You. Do-hwan did not respond to this insignificant person, but instead stared directly at the daimyo. I merely made you see your own incompetence. What the Fire Country needs is true strength to protect the homeland, not those who live by boasting. Daimyo, what do you say? Daimyo Tokugawa Mitsuri was already boiling with anger. Uchiha Dōhō's encroachment burned like fire, making him restless inside. Do-hwan's wanton behavior in the court made him lose face. Yet this guy was indeed strong, and the daimyo had to be wary, suppressing his anger deep within. Then there was Hima, who had spent so much money nurturing the 12 guardians, yet so easily fell under Do-hwan's Sharingan control, causing such chaos in the hall. He was truly of no use. The daimyo silently blamed Hima for his incompetence, feeling that he was simply a worthless piece of clay that could not be molded, having wasted his trust. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his emotions, forcing a semblance of a dignified yet somewhat stiff expression on his face, and slowly spoke. Hima, before the solemn hall, your behavior is improper and your actions are unbecoming, which is indeed against the etiquette of the court. Guards, expel him from the palace to correct the court's order. As soon as he finished speaking, guards had already stepped forward to take Hima away without allowing him to say a word. Do-hwan watched Hima being taken away by the guards, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, then turned his gaze to the daimyo Tokugawa Mitsusada and said, the daimyo handles matters fairly, making decisive judgments, which is admirable. Upon hearing this, Tokugawa Mitsusada nearly lost his composure. The anger in his heart surged again, but he could not express it, so he could only grind his teeth in silence, his expression stiffening slightly as he forced a smile and said, Hokage's praise is misplaced. It is merely acting according to the rules. Do-hwan then scanned the ministers in the hall and continued, Daimyo, you have keen insight. However, within the court, there are not a few treacherous ministers at work. They collude with such incompetent ninjas, deceiving you. Just like Hima, if it weren't for the instigation of someone behind him. How dare he boast about his protective power in front of you? As soon as these words were spoken, the ministers exchanged glances, especially Sato Ken and others who had been the most enthusiastic, feeling uneasy in their hearts. The expression on Daimyo Tokugawa Mitsusada's face became increasingly grim. What the Hokage has said is of great importance. From now on, this daimyo will send people to investigate carefully and will not show leniency. Do-hwan nodded slightly and then changed the subject. In that case, regarding the funding for the defense of the Hidden Leaf Village, Tokugawa Mitsusada did not want to relent so quickly. He only wanted to delay this tricky matter. So he hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt Do-hwan, saying, Hokage, this matter is of great significance, involving a wide range of interests, and it is difficult to make a decision at once. Please allow this daimyo to discuss it further with the ministers. Do-hwan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a seemingly gentle smile, and he readily replied, Good. However, behind this smile, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He secretly thought to himself that Tokugawa Mitsusada was truly ungrateful. This old man was merely evading responsibility, preoccupied with playing power games in the court, and still wanted to form a group of protective ninjas to compete with the Leaf. This old fellow was on the path to destruction. It seemed that it was time to consider replacing him as the daimyo. Chapter 113. Actions from all sides. Daimyo Tokugawa Mitsusada stormed back to the castle. And as soon as he stepped into that familiar room, the pent-up anger within him erupted like a volcano. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a frenzied beast, and he began to smash the furnishings in the room in a fit of rage. Exquisite porcelain was swept to the ground, shattering into pieces. Expensive paintings and calligraphy were torn apart mercilessly. The servants, who usually trembled before the daimyo, were now even more terrified, shaking in fear. The daimyo seized the nearest servant, glaring fiercely, and roared, You useless bunch! What have you been doing all this time? You can't even handle this little matter. As he spoke, he drew his sword from his waist, and with a flash of cold light, the servant let out a scream and collapsed in a pool of blood. The other servants, witnessing this, were terrified and knelt down, pleading for mercy, their cries and shouts creating an even more terrifying atmosphere in the castle. After venting his anger, the daimyo still felt unsatisfied. his gaze sweeping over the pale-faced Sato-ken and several other ministers. These people had always praised the 12 guardians of the ninja before the daimyo, singing the praises of Heima and others to the heavens. But now they had been publicly humiliated by Dōhō, leaving him utterly disgraced. The daimyo rushed forward in 3 steps, raising his folding fan high and striking down hard on Sato-ken's head, shouting, "You bastards! It was your brilliant idea. You brought forth this useless bunch, making me lose face in front of the ninjas." Sato-ken was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe, covering his head and allowing the daimyo to hit and scold him. Hyuga was also so frightened that his legs went weak and he felt his knees, crying out, "Daimyo, spare us. We were deceived by that Heima. We never expected him to be so useless." But the daimyo was in a fit of rage and did not listen to their explanations, swinging his fan continuously, causing the ministers to scurry about in panic, creating chaos in the room. When daimyo Tokugawa Mitsusuda's anger finally subsided, the room was still in disarray and the air was filled with the smell of blood. He gasped for breath, his gaze gradually shifting from madness back to gloom, slowly sitting back in his main seat, his cold eyes scanning Sato-ken, Hyuga, and the other ministers, his voice low and suppressed as he asked, "What do you think can suppress the arrogance of Uchiha Dōhō? Should we just let him run rampant in our fire country's court?" Sato-ken trembled as he raised his head, his face still bearing the red marks for being struck, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "When the first, second, third, and fourth Hokages were in power, Konoha and our fire country were like one family, working hand in hand, always in harmony. But now, this fifth Hokage completely disregards past friendships, violating the friendly system established by our ancestors, and demands exorbitant funding from us, inserting a thorn into the traditionally close relationship between Konoha and the fire country. His actions are simply a great sin against both Konoha and the fire country." Hyuga quickly agreed, a fierce glint in his eyes. "What Lord Sato said is absolutely right, for the dignity of the fire country, and for Konoha to return to the right track and not be misled by this madman. This sinner must be eradicated." In an instant, the other ministers in the room began to whisper among themselves, their voices filled with dissatisfaction and murderous intent towards Dōhō, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense and dangerous. Hearing the call for the punishment of Uchiha Dōhō, a fierce glint flashed in Daimyo Tokugawa Mitsusuda's eyes, and he leaned forward, questioning, "But Uchiha Dōhō is exceptionally powerful. How should we kill him?" Sato-ken licked his dry lips, a crazed determination evident in his eyes, and said, "First, no matter how strong he is ultimately just one person. Our fire country has plenty of warriors. Although most of those ninjas may not match Konoha's, their numbers are vast. If we gather all our elite warriors and ninjas to charge at him, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to escape." Hyuga frowned, pondering for a moment before adding, "I've heard that sealing techniques are very effective against these powerful ninjas if we invest heavily to find a master skilled in this technique. We can certainly trap Uchiha Dōhō." For a time, the ministers exchanged ideas, various strategies emerging one after another. In the Hidden Leaf Village's base within the fire country, Uchiha Dōhō sat in the main seat, quietly listening to the reports of Bayun and the others regarding their actions. "Hokage, the situation of the underground bounty organization in the fire country is extremely complex, widely distributed across various cities. The forces behind it are intricate, with many ministers in the fire country's court deeply involved, using this underground bounty organization to satisfy their personal desires, eliminate political rivals, and seek illicit profits. Doing anything and everything." Dōhō nodded slightly, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, "I am already aware." Bayun observed the situation in the morning and then said, "In addition, we focused our investigation on the underground bounty office in Anju City, whose head is a woman named Ayako. Upon further investigation, we discovered that her identity is quite special. She is actually the illegitimate daughter of the current daimyo." "Oh, a flamboyant daimyo. Interesting." Dōhō's lips curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Hinata added from the side, "Not only that, Ayako also has a brother who is raised in the palace. Due to their mother's lowly status, he is not valued in the palace and often faces exclusion from other princes and the powerful within, making his situation quite difficult." Upon hearing this, Dōhō's eyes flashed with interest as he pinched his chin and slowly said, "A prince who is not valued? You all continue to closely monitor Ayako and her brother's every move. Don't miss any subtle clues and report back to me promptly." The ninjas responded in unison, their voices firm and powerful, and then left the room one after another. Dōhō looked out at the darkening sky, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Pondering the next plan, like a chess player laying out a crucial game, he quickly formed hand seals and murmured, "Dragon and snake communication technique." With a puff of smoke, a completely black snake with golden eyes emerged from a mist, flicking its tongue and respectfully bowing before Dōhō. Dōhō took out a sealed letter, which the snake swallowed whole, and quietly instructed, "Quickly go to Konoha, find oil woman Shirui, and deliver this letter to him without fail." The snake twisted its body, nodded in acknowledgement, and then disappeared in a puff of smoke. At this moment, in a secret base of the root, the dim light flickered. Oil woman Shirui, dressed in a ninja vest, stood tall on the training ground, intently supervising the training of root ninjas. The ninjas were paired off, engaging in intense training in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Suddenly, a shadow darted into the base like lightning. It was the snake sent by Dōhō. It slithered straight to oil woman Shirui, once again spitting out the sealed letter. Oil woman Shirui slightly bent down, took the letter, and quickly unfolded it to read. After finishing, he pondered to himself, "Now that the families of Shimura, Sarutobi, Uchiha, and Mito have all been incorporated into the root, and after this period of training and seal implantation, the strength of the root has greatly increased. The Hokage summons at this time is quite timely. It is indeed time to prove the value of the root to the Hokage and to all of Konoha." Chapter 114. Tokugawa Ayako One night. Ayako stood at the trading platform of the underground bounty office in Unju City, her expression full of laziness and fatigue. The dim yellow light flickered like a candle in the wind, elongating her tall shadow, further highlighting the boredom in her eyes. As if the world's hustle and bustle had nothing to do with her. The bounty office was noisy, as if it might blow off the roof. The strong, pungent smell of alcohol, the nauseating odor of sweat, and a faint, chilling scent of blood intermingled, permeating every corner, invading people's nostrils and refusing to dissipate. Surrounding the room were several dilapidated wooden tables, their surfaces pockmarked and covered in scratches and stains, clearly bearing the marks of countless intense discussions, transactions, and even fights, silently narrating the cruelty and vicissitudes of this underground world. A group of bounty ninjas were gathered around one of the tables, their attire varying greatly, showcasing their individual experiences and styles. Some were ragged, with patches upon patches, and their clothes still bore unsightly bloodstains, clearly having roamed the world, teetering on the brink of life and death, enduring many hardships, while others wore specially made combat uniforms, with exquisite patterns and unique accessories, exuding professionalism and confidence, evidently having full confidence in their own strength. Regardless of their attire, they all radiated a fierce and ruthless aura, as if they had killed before and seen blood. Their gazes icy, as if everything in the world was merely prey to them, ready to strike at any moment. A ninja with a grotesque scar on his face was passionately recounting his last mission, animatedly gesturing with his hands, as if he had become an invincible hero. That guy even wanted to resist. I used body flicker technique to rush in, and with a swift stroke his head fell off like slicing a watermelon. Crack. As he spoke, he vigorously waved his wine glass, causing the liquid to splash uncontrollably, spilling on the table, the floor, and even splattering onto others. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter, with some cheering loudly, as if he had indeed accomplished something remarkable, completely disregarding the cruelty behind this bloody tale. Just as the atmosphere heated up, a guy with a scratched mist ninja forehead protector suddenly interjected. "Did you all know? The hottest topic in Unju City recently is that the fifth Hokage has arrived." As soon as these words came out, it was like adding a drop of water to hot oil, instantly igniting the crowd's attention. The movements of such a prominent figure were always a topic of fascination, and being able to know and discuss these matters seemed to bring them a bit of joy in their otherwise mundane and harsh lives. "Isn't that right?" Another person chimed in. The bounty office even issued a task to assassinate the fifth Hokage with a deposit of 100 million. This caused an even bigger uproar, and everyone began to chatter excitedly. Some widened their eyes in shock, their eyeballs nearly popping out, exclaiming how high the bounty was, as if they saw a mountain of gold before them. Others furrowed their brows, murmuring that the task was too dangerous. Everyone speculated that those strong bounty ninjas and rogue ninjas who usually hung around here had recently disappeared. They probably took on the task of assassinating the Hokage and lost their lives. Their words mixed with regret for the missing and relief and regret for not seizing this opportunity. A purple-haired man sneakingly lowered his voice and said, "Have you heard? This fifth Hokage isn't simple. He's from the Uchiha clan." "What? The Uchiha clan? The one with the powerful Sharingan?" "That's right. And guess how old he is?" "Only 16 years old. 16 years old and already the Hokage, while we are all getting old." Upon hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. A scruffy middle-aged ninja shook his head with a bitter smile, the wrinkles on his face deepening. At 16, he's controlling Konoha, while I was still learning basic ninjutsu from a jounin in the village. Ayako, upon hearing the age of the fifth Hokage, felt a stir of surprise in her otherwise calm heart, and her action of wiping the wine glass paused slightly. In her perception, 16 was still the age of apprenticeship. Yet this Hokage had already reached such a high position, controlling the fates of many ninjas. Exactly, a short, sharp-nosed ninja echoed, "I'm still fighting for a few bounties," while he's already at the pinnacle of the ninja world. During the Third Shinobi World War, he had already made a name for himself in the land of lightning and a land of water alongside his brother, Uchiha Shursui. Unlike us, and as soon as he arrived in Unju City, he stirred up a big incident. "What's that about? You haven't heard? The court in the land of fire is quite lively. The fifth Hokage actually dared to openly disrespect the daimyo." "What? The Hokage doesn't want to mix anymore? What's going on?" "I have reliable information. As soon as the fifth Hokage arrived in Unju City, he clashed with the daimyo in the court. You all know about the horse, right? In the land of fire, it is also a prominent and powerful figure, only to be taken down by the fifth Hokage in an instant, with the horse not even having a chance to react." Upon hearing this, Ayako's originally indifferent gaze flickered with curiosity, followed by a surge of pleasure in her heart. She had been crawling through the underground world of the land of fire for many years, witnessing the arrogance and hypocrisy of the powerful. The daimyo, high above, has always looked down on people like them. Remembering her mother, who was once adored by the daimyo, often meeting him with a beaming smile, she felt a pang of bitterness. But as time went on, the daimyo lost interest and neglected her mother, even when she was gravely ill, never once inquiring about her, let alone taking her to the palace for care. Ultimately, her mother passed away in poverty and illness, filled with resentment. While Ayako was still young and could only helplessly stand by her mother's side with her brother, watching her take her last breath. Since then, Ayako had harbored deep resentment towards the daimyo. Now, hearing about someone who could bring the daimyo down a peg, she couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity and anticipation towards the fifth Hokage, whom she had never met. She even had a faint feeling that perhaps his arrival would bring some different changes to the oppressive land of fire. And these changes might bring a turning point for the fate of herself and her brother. "Hello, should I call you Miss H.K. Ayako, or Tokugawa Ayako?" Ayako's nerves instantly tensed at the sudden voice. She turned her head sharply and saw a tall man standing behind her, clad in a black trench coat, wearing a dark red mask intricately carved with peculiar patterns, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes that were fixed intently on her. Beside him stood a slightly taller figure, also dressed in black, with a simple black mask obscuring their face, exuding a calm aura that was completely at odds with the noisy bounty office atmosphere. Chapter 115. Unable to refuse, Ayako suppressed her inner turmoil, her gaze piercing as she stared at the two in front of her, her voice cold and devoid of fear. "No matter how you address me, who exactly are you? Why do you know so much about my background?" As she spoke, she subtly adjusted her stance, her feet slightly apart and her knees slightly bent, ready to launch an attack or defend at any moment. Her right hand, seemingly casually hanging by her side, was actually stealthily inching towards the hidden weapon at her waist, ready to strike at a moment's notice. "Oh, Miss Ayako has received ninja training?" Dōhō asked with interest. The maid, who had been busy organizing the clutter on the trading table, finally sensed that something was off in the atmosphere. She widened her eyes and looked warily at Dōhō and Baiyun Zhaochen, just as she was about to speak. However, before she could finish her words, Baiyun Zhaochen moved like a flash, and before the maid could react, he had instantly subdued her. He firmly covered the maid's mouth with one hand and held her shoulder with the other, rendering her immobile. As a Konoha elite Jonin, Baiyun Zhaochen's strength was not to be underestimated. In this underground bounty office, with Dōhō not making a move, he was fully confident in being able to abduct Ayako and retreat unscathed. He exerted a slight force, pulling the maid behind him, his gaze steady as he looked at Ayako, seemingly indicating that resistance was futile. Seeing the maid being subdued, Ayako felt increasingly anxious, but she fought to maintain her composure. Her expression still cold. She knew she couldn't panic now, Otherwise, the situation would become even more difficult to handle. She fixed her gaze on Dōhō, trying to find a way to respond based on his next move, quickly contemplating various possibilities in her mind, calculating how to resolve the current crisis and protect herself and those around her. Miss Ayako, there's no need to be so vigilant. We are not here to be enemies today, but for a mutually beneficial deal. Can we talk somewhere else? I don't like the smell of smoke and alcohol. Upon hearing this, Ayako snorted coldly. Do I have the right to refuse? She glanced at the subdued maid and, with no other choice, turned and walked down a passage behind her. Her footsteps were hurried, seemingly with a special rhythm. Dōhō followed with an indifferent expression, while Bayun Zhaochen closely trailed behind, keeping a grip on the maid. The passage was dimly lit, the torches on the walls flickering, casting distorted and elongated shadows. Soon, Ayako led them to what appeared to be an ordinary wall. She reached out and gently pressed on a concealed spot on the wall. With a faint mechanical sound, the wall slowly rotated, revealing a mysterious room behind it. Bayun Zhaochen's expression tightened. As a Konoha elite Genin, he knew that such hidden spaces often concealed secrets. He immediately pushed the maid in front of him, his muscles tense, his gaze sharp as he began to meticulously search every corner of the room, not letting any potentially dangerous detail escape his notice. His hand stealthily moved toward his ninja tool pouch, ready to strike at a moment's notice. In contrast, Dōhō appeared completely unconcerned. He strolled into the room leisurely, hands clasped behind his back as if he were a leader inspecting the premises, casually surveying the room's layout, as if nothing around him could cause him any worry. Ayako stepped into the room, standing still, her cold gaze fixed on the two, and slightly raised her hand. In an instant, numerous guard ninjas surged from the shadows of the room. Dressed in uniform dark clothing, their weapons glinting coldly, they surrounded Dōhō, Bayun Zhaochen, and the maid. Bayun Zhaochen's eyes narrowed, the chakra around him beginning to surge quietly as he prepared for battle. Ha 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 ha. Dōhō slightly tilted his head back and began to laugh wildly, looking at the surrounding guard ninjas, saying, "Forgive my bluntness, but with just these few rotten tomatoes and stinky eggs, do you really think you can stop me? That's rather wishful thinking. Arrogant." One of the guard ninjas couldn't help but shout angrily, his long knife trembling slightly in his hand. The other guard ninjas also began to stir, gripping their weapons tightly and exchanging glances with each other. Suddenly, an overwhelming and almost terrifying aura emanated from Dōhō. The once restless guard ninjas froze in place, as if wild beasts had encountered their natural enemy. They widened their eyes, their faces filled with terror, their breathing becoming rapid and labored. Although Bayun Zhaochen was an elite Genin of Konoha, his expression changed slightly at this moment, instinctively taking half a step back. Ayako was also deeply affected. She felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on her chest, her legs trembling slightly, almost unable to stand. She struggled to hold herself up, bracing her hands on the table to barely maintain her stance. "Now, can we talk properly?" Dōhō retracted his imposing aura, his expression casual as he asked. Ayako took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and waved her hand. Everyone, step back. The guard ninjas, as if granted amnesty, quickly sheathed their weapons, carrying the unconscious maid, and hurriedly exited the room. Dōhō boldly walked to the main seat, leisurely sitting down, leaning back in the chair with his legs crossed, his hands resting on the armrests, looking completely at ease, as if this were his own living room. Bayun Zhaochen stood behind Dōhō, remaining on guard. The famous Fifth Hokage isn't discussing national affairs with the daimyo. Instead, he's come to bully a weak woman like me. Ayako resumed her usual teasing tone, directly revealing Dōhō's identity. Dōhō's lips curled slightly as he slowly removed the mask from his face. "You are not some weak woman. You actually dared to accept the assassination commission for the Hokage. How should I punish you?" Lingzi chuckled lightly and gracefully walked over to Dōhō, elegantly pulling out a chair to sit down. She raised her eyes, her gaze directly landing on the young and handsome face before her. "Haven't I already become the meat on your chopping board? You can deal with me however you want." Dōhō shook his head. "Not only will I not deal with you, but I will also give you and your brother a huge fortune." Upon hearing her brother's name, Lingzi's expression instantly turned serious, and a hint of vigilance appeared in her eyes. Her voice carried a sense of helplessness and unwillingness. "What do you want us siblings to do? We are just illegitimate children, with no inheritance rights." Dōhō scoffed, his smile exuding an aura of control. "Whether you have inheritance rights or not, I decide. Do you want your brother to become a daimyo?" Lingzi suddenly felt a chill run from her feet to her head, and the hairs on her body stood on end. She stared at Do in disbelief, her eyes wide open, fixated on him. This man before her was bolder and more arrogant than she had imagined. The position of daimyo was the pinnacle of power in the land of fire. How many people would go to any lengths for this position? How could the two of them, as illegitimate children, seize such a high position? They would merely be puppets of this man before her. Lingzi's chest heaved violently. Her eyes filled with panic and struggle. Her lips trembled as she replied, "See, can I refuse?" Do-hwan's lips curled into a strange arc, his tongue slowly licking his lips. He stood up slowly, each step heavy and deliberate, exuding a strong sense of oppression as he approached Lingzi. When he was close, he reached out, gently yet irresistibly caressing Lingzi's beautiful cheek, his voice deep. "No, you can't." Chapter 116. The Slaughter of the Lord Dammit. At this moment, Sato Ken was filled with raging anger. The daimyo's scolding had left him humiliated in front of everyone, and the wound on his forehead from being struck by a folding fan seemed to still recount his humiliation. After finally enduring until he could leave that disgraceful place, he staggered home with a very disheveled demeanor. As soon as he stepped through the door, the emotions he had bottled up exploded. He suddenly turned around and kicked the door with a loud bang. He stumbled straight into the living room, and upon seeing the neatly arranged tea set on the table, he instantly ignited like a powder keg, violently sweeping his arm and sending the tea set crashing to the ground. With a loud crash, the exquisite porcelain collided with the hard floor, instantly shattering into countless pieces scattered everywhere. "Someone!" Sato Ken shouted hoarsely, filled with endless malice. Soon, a servant, hearing the call, trembled and rushed over. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he was terrified by Sato Ken's furious and twisted expression, as if he were a raging bull ready to attack. The servant hurriedly lowered his head, slightly hunching over, not daring to breathe, afraid that a slight misstep would make him the target of Sato Ken's fury. "Go, immediately call Hama to me." Sato Ken glared with bloodshot eyes, roaring hoarsely at the servant. "Why, yes, my lord," the servant replied, his voice trembling violently, stuttering as he turned and ran out. Moments later, Hama received the summons and hurried over. As he pushed open the door and saw Sato Ken's distorted and terrifying face, his heart sank, realizing something was wrong. Before he could even greet him, Sato Ken charged forward like a raging bull, raising his right hand high, accompanied by a whoosh of wind, and delivered a hard slap to Hama's face. Hama dared not dodge, his head instantly turning to the side, nearly losing his balance. "You useless piece of trash!" Sato Ken exploded, veins bulging on his forehead, his finger nearly poking Hama's nose. "In the court, such a good opportunity, and you were controlled by the Hokage in one glance. Do you know how much face I lost because of you? How many beatings I took?" He raged while flailing his arms. Hama lowered his head, his body trembling slightly, not daring to breathe. He stammered, his lips parting slightly, trying to explain, "My lord, that Uchiha Sharingan was too strange. I really couldn't defend against it." "Couldn't defend against it?" Sato Ken laughed in anger. "As the head of the 12 Guardian Ninja, you lack even this bit of ability. What use are you to me? This plan has been ruined by you, and the daimyo is utterly disappointed in me. How are we going to survive in the court from now on?" Saying this, he kicked a chair to the side, sending it crashing to the ground with a loud thud, causing Hama to tremble again, nearly falling to the ground. However, at this moment, Hama's expression suddenly grew blank. Sato Ken was oblivious, continuing to vent his anger, cursing, "You useless thing! After raising you for so long, you dropped the ball at the critical moment. Today's embarrassment is all thanks to you. How am I supposed to survive in the court from now on?" Hama lowered his head, initially behaving like a puppet with no resistance, allowing Sato Ken's spittle to splash onto his face. Amid Sato Ken's continuous tirade, Hama's gaze gradually became distant, his mind swirling, and the distorted face of Sato Ken, due to anger, gradually overlapped with Do-hwan's detestable face. The flames of hatred ignited in Hama's heart, and the murderous intent triggered by the illusion surged like a tidal wave that could not be suppressed. Suddenly, Hama slowly raised his hand, his gaze cold without a hint of warmth. Sato Ken was still immersed in his own curses, completely unaware of the impending danger. Still shouting, "I think you did it on purpose. Didn't you accept the Hokage's benefits and deliberately sabotage my plan?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hama suddenly struck back, his right hand accurately grabbing Sato Ken's cursing hand, the strength so great that Sato Ken's arm was instantly immobilized. Then, Hama's left hand swiftly reached out, his fingers clamping down on Sato Ken's throat like steel pincers, lifting him up. Sato Ken's eyes widened in terror, and he struggled desperately, his legs kicking wildly, his hands trying to break free, making muffled sound from his throat, yet he could not escape Hama's control. The nearby servant, seeing this, screamed in horror and rushed over, trying to intervene. But the servant's strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot before Hama, an elite jonin. Hama's body did not even budge, his gaze coldly fixed on Sato Ken, as if he were not facing his former master, but a sworn enemy. Sato Ken used all his strength to force out a few words. Hama, you've gone mad. However, Hama was deaf to his words, his consciousness under the control of the illusion, viewing Sato Ken as Dōhō. The thought of revenge consumed his entire mind, and he tightened his grip around Sato Ken's neck. Sato Ken's face gradually turned purple, his eyes bulging, and after a few weak kicks, his legs finally went limp. Just as Sato Ken lost consciousness, in the moment Hama strangled him to death, the illusion controlling Hama dissipated like smoke. Hama suddenly came back to his senses, looking at the lifeless Sato Ken in his hands, completely stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock, his lips trembled, yet he could not utter a word, unable to believe that he had just killed Sato Ken with his own hands. At this moment, the servant finally regained his senses and shouted frantically, "Homa has killed Lord Sato, you treacherous servant." The shout echoed throughout the mansion. Upon hearing the call, the guards quickly assembled, weapons in hand, surrounding Homa with expressions filled with rage. Their master had been killed, and they were finished. Homa looked around at the guards, who were like wolves and tigers, and felt a surge of panic in his heart. He suddenly realized that he had been under Dōhō's illusion all along. "Damn, Uchiha Dōhō, I will definitely take revenge on you." Homa roared in his heart. He didn't want to die here. He still wanted to seek revenge on Dōhō. So, Homa gritted his teeth, mobilized the chakra in his body, and shouted, "Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet." As the leader of the 12 Guardian Ninja, sealing techniques and Earth Release ninjutsu were his specialties. The ground trembled rapidly, and a massive Earth Dragon burst forth from the ground, carrying a cloud of dust and charging towards the guards. The guards, upon seeing this, showed expressions of terror. Some hurriedly dodged, while others tried to defend with their weapons. But in the face of such powerful ninjutsu, their resistance seemed utterly powerless. Chapter 117, Heavenly Deity. Late at night, in Azuchi Castle, the Lord's Mansion. That night, Tokugawa Mitsusuda lay in bed with his beloved concubine, Oda Haruko. During the day, Dōhō's tough and arrogant attitude had made him furious, and he had nowhere to vent his feelings of resentment. After returning to the mansion, he vented this anger entirely on his concubine, Oda Haruko. At this moment, he lay exhausted on the bed, his eyelids growing heavier, ready to fall into a deep sleep. Oda Haruko nestled beside him, her eyes filled with laziness and charm, her slender fingers gently tracing his chest, calming him completely. Just then, a sudden hurried and chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside the chamber, which stood out starkly in the quiet night, instantly breaking the romantic atmosphere within. The footsteps abruptly stopped at the door of the chamber, followed by a low and authoritative voice from the guards. "Stop. It is too late. Do not disturb the Lord's rest. My lord, please. I beg you to make an exception. I have urgent news to report. Lord Sato Ken is dead." Inside the chamber, Tokugawa Mitsusuda's eyelids, which were about to close, instantly shot open, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to get angry, he heard the name Sato Ken, and a shock ran through him, causing his drowsiness to dissipate somewhat. He gently pushed Oda Haruko beside him, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Let him in." The chamber door slowly opened, and the official rushed in a panic, nearly stumbling to the floor. He was pale as a ghost, not even bothering to bow, and gasped, "My lord, something terrible has happened. Lord Sato Ken. He was killed by Homa." Tokugawa Mitsusuda's previously half-closed eyes widened in shock. The weariness and lingering feelings he had just moments ago vanished without a trace. He suddenly sat up in bed, his movements so swift that the blanket fell aside. In an instant, Haruko's beautiful body was fully exposed to the air. Haruko gasped like a startled fawn, quickly covering her body with her hands, her face flushing, eyes filled with embarrassment and panic, instinctively shrinking back into the bed. The official had just finished reporting, and his gaze unintentionally caught this scene, causing his throat to involuntarily swallow. His eyes lingered briefly on Haruko before he realized his gaffe, hurriedly lowering his head. Filled with fear, his legs trembling slightly, afraid that the Lord would notice his offense, beads of sweat instantly appearing on his forehead. "What did you say? Explain it clearly." The official stammered and recounted the events in detail. From Sato, Ken returning home in a rage, summoning Homa, to Homa suddenly attacking and killing him. And then the ensuing battle between Homa and the guards, during which Homa seized the chance to escape, leaving nothing out. After hearing this, Tokugawa Mitsusuda's expression instantly darkened. He stood up without saying a word, randomly grabbing an outer robe to put on, and began pacing barefoot around the room. Although Sato Ken was not his most trusted confidant, he was still an important minister in the court. And now he had been killed by a Fire Country guardian ninja in his own mansion. If this news got out, it would surely cause a huge uproar, and Konoha would likely become even more arrogant. This Homa is simply audacious. And Sato Ken, what a fool. He couldn't even manage his own subordinate. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Was there more to this matter? Was Konoha behind the scenes manipulating it? Someone. Immediately send someone to track down Homa's whereabouts. We must see him alive or dead. After a pause, he continued to order. The situation is urgent. Mobilize the Fire Country ninja forces to capture Homa at all costs. He must not escape from the Fire Country. Also, lock down the information. Until we clarify the truth, not a word must leak out. The official quickly complied and hurriedly left. Tokugawa Mitsusuda watched the official's departing figure, lost in thought. Oda Haruko sat quietly on the bed, tightly wrapping herself in the blanket, watching Tokugawa Mitsusuda's anxious back. "Your Highness, please calm down." Upon hearing this, Tokugawa Mitsusuda stopped and returned to the bed, only sighing softly. "Haruko, this matter is far from simple on the surface. Perhaps Homa just acted out of confusion." Oda Haruko carefully speculated, trying to find an explanation for this sudden change from a woman's perspective. Tokugawa Mitsusuda slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on Oda Haruko, and said with certainty, "No, I won't misjudge people. Homa has always acted like a loyal dog. He wouldn't dare to bite the hand that feeds him. There must be something else behind this. Perhaps." He paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Perhaps it is related to Konoha, that Dōhō possesses extremely powerful illusion techniques." Thinking of Dōhō, a wave of anger surged in Tokugawa Mitsusuda's eyes again. The humiliation he suffered in the court was still fresh in his mind. And now this bizarre murder case made him feel as if Konoha was laying a grand scheme behind the scenes. Suddenly, a series of clapping sounds echoed from the shadows of the chamber, reverberating in the quiet space with a somewhat eerie quality. Following that, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness, moving lightly, yet exuding an invisible pressure. When it stepped into the light, the face revealed was none other than Uchiha Dōhō. A faint smile lingered on his lips, but his eyes were icy, surveying everything in the room as if assessing his territory. Upon seeing Dōhō, Tokugawa Mitsusuda's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "How did you get in here? When did you come in?" Oda Haruko was even more frightened. Her face losing color, she clutched the blanket tightly, wrapping her body securely, trembling all over. Dōhō tilted his head slightly, as if he had heard an amusing joke. "As expected of a lord, you guessed it right. It was indeed me manipulating Homa." His tone carried an air of casual arrogance, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. "How dare you? My lord, there is nowhere in this world I, Uchiha Dōhō, cannot go. As for daring, aren't you seeing it for yourself now? What do you want?" Tokugawa Mitsusuda suppressed the anger in his heart, trying to make his voice sound steadier, while subtly attempting to trigger the mechanism hidden by the bed to draw the attention of the guards at the door and the hidden ninja sentinels. "What I want to do?" Dōhō laughed, as if he had heard the most ridiculous question in the world, throwing his head back in wild laughter. After laughing for a while, he finally stopped, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. "My lord, there's no need for you to waste your effort. Do you really think the guards at the door and the hidden ninja sentinels could perceive my arrival? Since I dared to appear here openly, I naturally have enough confidence to make them blind and deaf." As he spoke, Dōhō casually waved his hand, as if shooing away a swarm of insignificant ants. Hearing Dōhō's confident words, a glimmer of despair flashed in Tokugawa's eyes. "Do you know the technique of the other heavens? Forget it, you definitely don't know. With your knowledge, how could you understand this Uchiha's divine skill? But you just need to know that this is the first time this technique has been used in this world. You should feel honored." Tokugawa Mitsusuda gritted his teeth. wanting to say something to try to salvage this extremely unfavorable situation, even if it was just to buy some time. However, Do-hwan didn't give him a chance to speak at all. In an instant, Do-hwan's eyes underwent a shocking transformation. The originally pitch-black pupils were rapidly overtaken by a blood-red hue. The pupils constricted sharply, and then transformed into a kaleidoscope pattern. My lord, next. Just feel the power of my Uchiha clan. I have found a good heir for you. Chapter 118. The Dead End of Hamura, Gifu City. The second largest city in the Land of Fire was bustling with activity. Street vendors shouted loudly to sell their goods, with stalls full of a dazzling array of items. And pedestrians moved continuously, some in groups laughing and chatting, while others hurried along to their destinations. 3 days ago, Hamura and his subordinates fled here in a panic. Like startled birds from the capital of Unju Castle, the soldiers and ninja forces of the Land of Fire pursued them relentlessly like fierce, hungry wolves. Each time they evaded capture felt like a narrow escape from the gates of hell. Along the way, they encountered ambushes and blockades, and fierce battles ensued one after another. After the fierce fighting, Hamura's subordinates suffered heavy casualties, and now only a few remained. Since that night of upheaval, the gradually lifeless face of Sarutobi before his death had become a nightmare that Hamura could not shake off. Every time night fell into silence, that scene would emerge in his mind, and fear and guilt would wash over him like a tidal wave. Hamura understood that he could not show weakness at this moment. Only by surviving could he have the chance to uncover the truth and clear his name of the charge of regicide. Damn, Uchiha Dōhō. Every time he recalled that terrifying night, Hamura gritted his teeth in hatred. During their escape, they hid in various dark and remote places in the city. Dilapidated warehouses and long-abandoned temples became their temporary shelters. Now, only 3 survivors remained among his subordinates, each battered and weary, their eyes filled with exhaustion and confusion. After settling them down, Hamura decided to go alone to the underground bounty office in Gifu City to gather information. Hamura carefully disguised himself, wearing a tattered hemp robe, tying his hair up casually and wrapping bandages around his face, looking like a fog ninja. As soon as he stepped into the bounty office, a strong odor of alcohol, sweat, and low-quality tobacco assaulted him. Under the dim light, various people were gathered here. Hamura took a deep breath and approached a thin man who seemed to be an information dealer. He lowered his voice and hoarsely asked, "Brother, have you heard any news about Hamura lately? The bounty is quite tempting." The thin man glanced at Hamura warily, sizing him up before sneering. "Do you want to get in on the action too? That guy Hamura is being hunted all over the Land of Fire. I heard he fled to Gifu City, but who knows if it's true." Hamura's heart tightened, but he maintained a calm facade and continued to inquire, "Does anyone know why he suddenly killed Lord Sarutobi?" The thin man scoffed, "Who knows? Maybe he was bought off, or maybe he just lost his mind. But if you can catch him, you'll be set for life." Hamura forced a smile and slipped a few silver bills to the thin man, continuing to pry for information. "Has anything big happened in the Land of Fire recently?" "Yes. Did you know? The Lord recently acknowledged a pair of illegitimate children." "Oh, is that so? Tell me more." "Hey, you'll be shocked when you hear this. The daughter is actually a Yako from the underground bounty office in Unju Castle, and her brother is already in his teens. They were raised outside until now, and suddenly they've been brought back to the Lord's residence." When this news came out, the Lord's wife nearly caused a riot. The household is in an uproar. "What?" Hamura couldn't help but exclaim, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Also recently, the Lord significantly increased the treatment for Konoha village and executed a batch of opposing ministers. The thin man continued to chatter on, but Hamura did not listen seriously afterward, because at this point he realized that this must be the work of Uchiha Dōhō. From what he knew of Dōhō and his unpredictable Sharingan abilities, Uchiha Dōhō must have used illusion techniques to control the Lord, leading to this series of bizarre events. As he thought about this, Hamura unconsciously clenched his fists, a surge of uncontrollable anger rising in his heart. But then, a glimmer of thought crossed his eyes. If he could expose the truth of the Lord being controlled by an illusion, perhaps he could also uncover the mystery of his own wrongful accusation. As long as he could prove that he had also been manipulated against his will by that evil Sharingan illusion, becoming a tool for murder in Dōhō's hands, then the charge of regicide hanging over him could be cleared. At that time, not only would he restore his innocence, but he could also reveal the truth to the world, making everyone see Uchiha Dōhō's treacherous true nature, causing Dōhō to pay the proper price for his crimes. Hamura took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited emotions. He knew that achieving all of this would not be easy. after leaving the bounty office. His steps were heavy yet urgent. Along the way, the surrounding noise seemed irrelevant to him, as his mind was racing with thoughts on how to act. Just as he stepped into the wooden house, still immersed in thoughts about how to reveal the truth, a sudden chill surged from his feet, piercing up his spine and instantly alerting him. This was a sharp intuition honed through countless life-threatening experiences and narrow escapes from the gates of hell. Hamura's footsteps suddenly halted. His muscles tensed, and his gaze quickly scanned the dimly lit wooden house. Suddenly, a group of ninjas wearing strange masks appeared. Their masks were adorned with various animals and landscape patterns, and in the dim wooden house, those patterns appeared particularly eerie under the faint light. "Who are you? What happened to Fudo?" Just then, the originally neatly standing ninjas seemed to have received some silent command and began to disperse in perfect unison. A ninja wearing an insect mask stepped forward from the back of the group. It was the leader of the route, Yamanaka Shimi. Yamanaka Shimi stood firm, his eyes behind the mask gleaming with a cold light. "You don't need to know so much. Just obediently come with us. The Fifth Hokage has tasked me with capturing you alive for interrogation. If not, then kill you." "No way." As soon as he spoke, Hama swiftly drew the kunai from his waist like an arrow leaving the bow, attempting to take the initiative. He knew that, facing this aggressive group of enemies, only by striking first could he possibly find a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. However, what awaited him was the encirclement of several root ninjas. These ninjas coordinated seamlessly like a well-trained pack of wolves, instantly trapping Hama in the center. Hama looked around and inwardly cursed, realizing the enemy's encirclement was impenetrable, and each one was formidable. The battle was extremely unfavorable for him from the start. Among them, a small but fierce ninja was particularly eye-catching. He held two uniquely shaped short blades in his hands, with wind chakra swirling around the blades, emitting a sharp whistling sound. It was Fian. The Fian ninja took the lead, launching a fierce attack aimed at Hama's throat. The strike came too quickly and fiercely, leaving Hama little time to react. He instinctively dodged to the side. The wind blade grazed his cheek, instantly leaving a trail of blood. At the same time, the other root ninjas also attacked. On the left, a ninja wielding dual blades swung down towards Hama's legs, attempting to cut off his escape route. On the right, another ninja quickly formed hand seals and chanted incantations, preparing to unleash a deadly ninjutsu on Hama. Under this relentless assault, Hama found himself in an extremely passive position, struggling to defend himself. Before long, he had accumulated several wounds, blood seeping from them. Hama knew that if this continued, he would surely die here. He steeled his resolve and decided to fight back with his fierce taijutsu. Suddenly, he spun like a top, gaining speed and creating a small vortex of air around him. Debris was drawn into the vortex, colliding with the incoming attacks, causing sparks to fly everywhere. With this move, Hama temporarily fended off all the enemy's attacks. Then, seizing the opportunity created by the Fian ninja's brief pause, Hama quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Doton, Dori Heki." In an instant, the ground trembled as if stirred by a giant hand. A thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, rising rapidly and separating him from the root ninjas in the blink of an eye. Behind the earthen wall, Hama gasped for breath, feeling a slight relief. He knew he had to escape quickly. However, before he could take a step, he suddenly felt weak, his body swaying uncontrollably. It dawned on him that, unbeknownst to him, he had already been affected by the parasitic insect. "Yamanaka clan, you're ninjas from Konoha." Hama gritted his teeth and shouted, his voice filled with anger and resentment. "Katan, ji keiki no jutsu." Yamanaka Shiwi, with a calm demeanor, quickly formed hand seals and softly chanted the technique. A dark flame ignited in his palm, and as it approached Hama, it suddenly exploded into countless fiery chains, tightly wrapping around him. This was an enhanced sealing technique of the fire prison, modified by the Vortex Haru, and at this moment, it deeply imprinted itself on Hama, completely severing his hope of escape. Chapter 119. Dohwan's fortune-telling the Temple of Fire was located in a tranquil and peaceful area of the Land of Fire, surrounded by mountains, with lush trees providing shade, as if loyal guardians protecting the temple. The overall layout of the temple was rigorous, divided into the front courtyard, middle courtyard, back courtyard, and the Zen rooms and pagodas on both sides. The main gate of the Temple of Fire was tall and heavy, made of sturdy wood, with exquisite bronze decorations embedded in its surface, carved with various Buddhist patterns and symbols. On each side of the gate stood a massive stone statue, collectively forming a great barrier known as the Sealing Iron Wall, which could only be passed by those possessing the unique chakra of the temple's monks, giving a solemn and mysterious feeling. One day, under a clear blue sky, the stone square of the Temple of Fire was brightly illuminated. In the distance, a winding path led a few figures steadily toward the temple. Leading the way was Uchiha Dōhō, draped in a ceremonial robe and wearing a conical hat. Following Uchiha Dōhō were Kakashi, Guy, and Yamanaka Minai. As the group approached, the monks in the front courtyard quickly sensed the movement. Head monk Jilu, along with a number of monks, had long awaited their arrival in the front courtyard. Jilu pressed his palms together, slightly leaning forward, and respectfully said, "It is an honor for our humble temple to receive the Fifth Hokage's presence." Uchiha Dōhō returned the courtesy, saying, "Head monk Jilu, I apologize for the disturbance." Jilu smiled and gestured for them to enter the temple. The group passed through the front courtyard, walked by the solemn Great Buddha Hall in the middle courtyard, and headed straight for the tea room in the back courtyard. Upon entering the tea room, Uchiha Dōhō scanned the room and unceremoniously walked to the main seat, sitting down leisurely. Seeing this, Jilu maintained a calm expression, slowly sitting down opposite him and gesturing for a nearby monk to brew tea. The aroma of tea gradually filled the room, rising gently, seeming to ease the subtle atmosphere of their first meeting. Jilu took a sip of tea, the warm liquid sliding down his throat, but it couldn't dispel the unease he felt deep inside due to the young Hokage before him. Recently, the turmoil stirred up by Uchiha Dōhō in the capital of the Land of Fire, Anju City, had already spread widely. The various overt and covert means involved, and the vast forces entangled, made it difficult for even the secluded Temple of Fire to remain uninvolved. Jilu put down the teacup and looked up at Uchiha Dōhō, his expression calm, but with a hint of caution. "Hokage-sama, to be frank, I have recently heard of many important matters happening throughout the Land of Fire. Your visit must be for an urgent discussion, correct? Let's not rush into the main topic. I heard that the Temple of Fire has considerable expertise in physiognomy. I would like to ask the head monk to take a look at my fortune." Uchiha Dōhō leaned back slightly, his expression relaxed, with a casual tone. Jilu was momentarily taken aback, genuinely not expecting the Hokage to make such a request, and he paused for a moment. "Since Hokage-sama has this intention, I will certainly do my best. However, physiognomy is vast and profound. I only understand some basics, so I fear it may not satisfy you." "Oh, then help me see if I have the face of a feudal lord." As soon as these words were spoken, the tea room erupted in a stir. This notion was too shocking, breaking the long-standing division of roles between ninjas and feudal lords. Jilu pressed his palms together, shaking his head seriously. The position of feudal lord concerns the rise and fall of the Land of Fire, and must be held by someone of great virtue and capability. Although I observe that Hokage-sama possesses great spirit, there is also a heavy aura of bloodshed, which does not align with the benevolence and kindness expected of a feudal lord. Furthermore, the situation in the Land of Fire is complex. Without extraordinary political wisdom and a broad-minded disposition, it is difficult to bear such a heavy responsibility. You are probably not suited for this role. Not suited? The smile on Dōhō's face gradually faded, replaced by a chill. Not suited, Jilu repeated emphatically, with undeniable certainty. Haha. Dōhō threw his head back and laughed. "Look at how tense you all are. I was just joking. How could a ninja become a feudal lord? That would be breaking the rules." With this remark, the tense atmosphere in the tea room finally eased. Jilu secretly let out a sigh of relief, forcing a smile on his face, but inwardly he muttered to himself that this Hokage's way of doing things was truly difficult to grasp. However, before everyone could fully recover from the shock, Dōhō suddenly changed the subject and casually threw out a remark. As a guardian ninja, Hama actually dared to openly kill a minister in the Land of Fire. The daimyo is very angry. So I've come to the Fire Temple to test your loyalty as guardian ninjas. Dōhō's tone was relaxed, and there was even a faint smile on his face. But his words fell like a stone, dropping into a calm lake and instantly stirring up waves of shock. Dilu's expression changed slightly, and his hand trembled as he held the teacup, nearly spilling the tea inside. The name Hama had recently become notorious. The entire Land of Fire was hunting him down, with posters of him plastered on every street corner and a jaw-dropping bounty on his head. In Dilu's impression, Hama was by no means impulsive or reckless, and for him to commit such a heinous act as killing a minister was truly abnormal, revealing an inexplicable oddity. Dilu pondered silently. Did the Hokage come here specifically for this matter, using the pretext of testing the loyalty of the guardian ninjas at the Fire Temple? Was this a directive from the daimyo, or was it Do-hwan's own initiative? If it was the former, it indicated that the daimyo's trust in the guardian ninjas had wavered. If it was the latter, then the thoughts of this young Hokage were even more inscrutable. Hokage-sama, I am truly surprised that Hama would do such a thing. However, the Fire Temple has always been loyal to the Land of Fire. It is our duty to protect this land. If you have any arrangements, please do not hesitate to command us. Oh, is that so? Then what if I want you to hand over the cultivation methods of the Senjutsu talent? The Senjutsu talent was a unique ability that had been passed down in the Fire Temple for 1,000 years, always kept secret. His request was undoubtedly very impolite. What? An impudent person. The high monks of the Fire Temple, Di Yang and Di Chun, who were seated nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Their faces were filled with anger, and their eyes looked at Do-hwan with indignation and disbelief. In their hearts, the Senjutsu talent was the sacred heritage of the Fire Temple, and outsiders should not be allowed to pry into or demand it. Di Lu suppressed the surging dissatisfaction in his heart and tried to maintain a calm demeanor, slightly bowing, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. Hokage-sama, Konoha village has always been renowned, producing many talents, and the ninjutsu it possesses is vast and profound, with many varieties and strengths that command admiration throughout the ninja world. With Konoha's foundation and strength, how could we possibly covet your Fire Temple's mere Senjutsu talent? What you say truly embarrasses me. Surely you are joking. As he spoke, he slightly raised his hand in a humble gesture, trying to alleviate the tense atmosphere. He knew very well that Do-hwan, as the Hokage, held a noble status and great power. Although the Fire Temple had its own heritage and foundation, it was not the right time to completely fall out with Konoha. Di Yang and Di Chun, still filled with anger, slightly calmed their hearts upon hearing Di Lu's words. But they continued to glare at Do-hwan with vigilant eyes. The air in the tea room seemed to solidify, filled with a stifling atmosphere, as everyone awaited Do-hwan's response. However, Do-hwan had no intention of letting him off the hook. He was determined to obtain the Fire Temple's Senjutsu talent. To confront the potential future threat from the Otsutsuki clan and the Sage of Six Paths, mastering Senjutsu was essential, and he was unwilling to miss any opportunity to enhance his Senjutsu power. Within the Hokage's office, the origin of Senjutsu used by Senju Hashirama had always been a mystery, with various speculations. Some guessed that it might have intricate ties to the Fire Temple's heritage, and this theory was not baseless. After all, many of the techniques used by Senju Hashirama bore a strong Buddhist influence, seemingly aligning subtly with the doctrines and practices upheld by the Fire Temple. The Senjutsu talent of the Fire Temple encompassed a series of powerful ninjutsu. For example, the technique Reigai, Senju Slaughter, which Di Lu excelled at using. When cast, it could condense chakra to form the thousand-hand cannon, solemnly appearing behind the caster. Even more astonishingly, this thousand-hand cannon could transform into the aspect of the wrathful king, instantly forming golden or red chakra fists in front, launching attacks at incredible speed with power capable of catching opponents off guard. Moreover, this technique could provide absolute defense, serving as an indestructible barrier to protect the caster. The Reigai, Senju Slaughter was strikingly similar to the true thousand hands used by Senju Hashirama in Sage Mode, both in the form of the thousand hands and in their formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. This further solidified Do-hwan's belief that the Fire Temple's Senjutsu talent must hide important secrets about Senjutsu power, serving as a key to enhance his strength and confront future formidable foes. With this thought in mind, Do-hwan's lips curled into an undeniable smile. What? Are you only allowed to covet the power of the Nine Tails from Konoha, while we from Konoha are not permitted to learn about your Senjutsu talent? Chapter 120. The greater good is with me, Fifth Hokage-sama. I have fulfilled my mission. A fleeting shadow flashed, and Hinata Hayashi's figure appeared like a ghost. He was holding a baby, smoothly kneeling on one knee, reporting to Do-hwan. Not good. The monks of the Fire Temple present instantly changed their expressions, gasping in shock. Everyone's gaze fell on the baby in Hinata Hayashi's arms. This baby was Sora, the son of Hama, one of the 12 guardian ninjas. During the tragic incident when the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, a portion of the Nine Tails' remaining chakra was implanted into him by Hama, thus turning him into a pseudo-Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. And he had been fostered in the Fire Temple ever since. The monks of the Fire Temple took great care of Sora, treating him as one of their own and pouring their efforts into him. However, when Sora was 10 years old, he lost control of the Nine Tails' power, destroying the so-called indestructible door of the Fire Temple, the ceiling iron wall, and nearly obliterating the Fire Temple and surrounding villages, which led to him being treated coldly by the temple monks. Dōhō looked at Sora in Hinata Hayashi's arms with a smile of determination. He slightly raised his hand, signaling Hinata Hayashi to stand up. Dilu silently lowered his head, and his originally steady hands began to fidget faster and faster with the prayer beads hidden in his wide monk robe sleeves. The beads clashed against each other, producing a faint yet hurried sound, as if expressing his inner turmoil and struggle. "This is the appointment letter issued to me by the daimyo of the Land of Fire," Dōhō said, handing over a document. Dilu took the appointment letter, and upon reading it, his pupils constricted sharply, his face filled with incredulity. Dōhō, in addition to his title as Hokage, had actually been granted the position of General of the Land of Fire, responsible for commanding all military forces of the Land of Fire. This meant that, in name, Dōhō had the authority to oversee the Fire Temple. How is this possible? How could the daimyo make such an unwise decision? Dilu could no longer contain his astonishment, raising his head abruptly, his eyes wide open, exclaiming. In his understanding, no ruler would easily relinquish crucial military power, which was core to the safety of the nation and the stability of the regime. The daimyo's decision was simply unfathomable. However, Dōhō showed no concern for Dilu's shock and continued in an undeniable tone. "The daimyo has assigned me a task. The former guardian ninja Hama assassinated the Minister Sato-kan of the Land of Fire. All of you remaining guardian ninjas must undergo a test, and those who fail will be stripped of their positions. It seems that you have harbored Hama's son, which is a serious disqualification." Just as Dilu was about to speak in defense, his mouth barely opened a crack. However, Dōhō seemed to deliberately deny him the chance to speak, abruptly changing the topic and raising his voice. "And if I'm not mistaken, there is also the chakra of the Nine Tails within the empty body, right?" As soon as these words were uttered, the Konoha ninjas present were instantly filled with shock, exchanging glances with one another. Kakashi, usually calm, couldn't help but frown slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his deep-set eyes. Guy's iconic wide-eyed expression was filled with surprise and disbelief. Dilu felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat tightly, making it dry and painful. He opened his mouth futilely, unable to squeeze out even a syllable. He knew better than anyone that if the presence of the Nine Tails chakra within the empty body were confirmed, the Fire Temple would be like a cornered beast, completely losing its power to resist and facing imminent disaster. "What? Stealing the chakra of the Nine Tails? Are you trying to rebel against us, Fire Temple?" Dōhō pressed on, his killing intent growing stronger. This was the advantage of having a righteous cause. With the appointment he received from the daimyo, Dōhō held the banner of justice to protect the Land of Fire and thoroughly investigate the remnants of the Horse Clan. Firmly standing at the pinnacle of morality and power, he could boldly launch an offensive against any opponent he wished to target, just like he was doing now against the Fire Temple. Although Dilu was filled with resentment and unwillingness, he found it hard to come up with a strong rebuttal in the face of this so-called righteousness. Dōhō only needed to casually throw out accusations, such as harboring the child of the Horse Clan and stealing the chakra of the Nine Tails with ulterior motives, to put the Fire Temple in an indefensible position. To outsiders, Dōhō's actions were all for the sake of maintaining the stability of the Land of Fire, fulfilling his duties as Hokage and general. Meanwhile, the Fire Temple, despite having loyally protected this land for many years, was now accused of harboring the child of a criminal and stealing the chakra of the Nine Tails. Undoubtedly pushed to the forefront of controversy, becoming labeled as rebels in the eyes of the public. Dōhō's lips curled into an almost imperceptible cold smile, a glint of triumph flashing in his eyes. This was the cruel and intricate nature of politics. If one were to rely solely on violence to destroy an opponent, they might gain an advantage for a moment, but what would follow would be the opponent's desperate resistance and the dissatisfaction and vigilance of various forces, ultimately leading to unpredictable backlash. However, using the name of righteousness made the situation entirely different. The name of righteousness acted like an indestructible weapon. It allowed one to act against their adversaries with justification, occupying the moral and public opinion high ground. In this way, one could systematically suppress their opponents while leaving no room for others to criticize. Even if someone felt discontent, they could only silently endure, afraid to voice their doubts. Wasn't the current predicament of the Fire Temple the best proof of the power of this righteousness? Dilu opened his mouth, just about to speak up in defense of the Fire Temple, when the old monk Zhongjue, who had been observing coldly from the side, slowly stepped forward. He quietly walked to Dilu's side, extending his calloused and slightly trembling hand to gently grasp Dilu's fidgeting hand that was turning the prayer beads. Zhongjue looked deeply at Dilu, his gaze filled with helplessness and understanding. He knew that in front of the Hokage, who wielded the name of righteousness and powerful strength, the fire temple was like fish on a chopping board, utterly incapable of resistance. They had already lost this game completely. Zhongjue shook his head slightly, signaling Dilu not to continue. Then, he turned to face Dōhō, straightening his slightly stooped body and speaking. Hokage-sama, or rather, General-sama, the fire temple has always been loyal to the land of fire, and I'm sure you are aware of this. There may be many misunderstandings in this matter. I hope General-sama can investigate further and not misjudge the sincere hearts of the people of the fire temple. Zhongjue clasped his hands together, bowing slightly, his face full of sincerity. Then, he paused, as if making a difficult decision, and continued. As for the talent of the Senju that General-sama mentioned, the fire temple is willing to hand it over to you. We only hope that General-sama can take into account our years of guarding the land of fire and give the fire temple a chance. After saying this, Zhongjue bowed deeply again and did not straighten up for a long time. The tea room fell into a brief silence. Dilu looked at Zhongjue's back, feeling a mix of emotions. Dōhō squinted slightly, a hint of concealed satisfaction flashing in his eyes, and then reached out to gently support the old monk, displaying a sincere demeanor. Very well, since Master Zhongjue is so sincere, I will trust you once more. I will accept this talent of the Senju, and I hope the fire temple will not disappoint me in the future. As for the matter concerning the horse clan, I will investigate further myself. Dilu felt extremely frustrated, but he understood that in the face of Dōhō's immense power, the fire temple was utterly defenseless. Despite his resentment and anger, he could only helplessly swallow it down. He slightly lowered his head to conceal the emotions in his eyes, unconsciously clenching his clothing. Chapter 121. Cultivating the talent of the Senju. Dilu and Zhongjue walked heavily ahead, with Dōhō following behind, as the three of them made their way to the back mountain of the fire temple. The atmosphere along the way felt particularly tense, with only the sound of footsteps echoing quietly through the forest. After passing through layers of dense vegetation and winding paths, they finally arrived at the hidden training ground in the back mountain of the fire temple. This place was surrounded by lush trees and jagged rocks, resembling a forgotten Pure Land. As soon as Dōhō stepped into this area, he keenly sensed the unusually active natural energy in the air. That energy flowed freely around, invigorating him. He slightly squinted his eyes, unable to suppress the joy on his face. Indeed, it was related to Senjutsu. Seeing Dōhō's reaction, Dilu couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions, both unwilling to let the legacy leak out and feeling helpless about the current situation. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him, and said, General-sama, this is the core area where our fire temple cultivates the talent of the Senju. For a long time, the monks have diligently practiced here, coexisting harmoniously with the natural energy. Zhongjue nodded slightly and added, the natural energy in this place is unique and rich, which is key to cultivating the talent of the Senju. Now, we are revealing it to you out of necessity. Dōhō nodded slightly, his gaze wandering around, greedily feeling every flow of natural energy. At this moment, Dilu's expression turned serious as he stepped forward, looking directly into Dōhō's eyes and solemnly saying, Hokage-sama, today our fire temple will fully disclose the secrets of cultivating the talent of the Senju. And I hope you can guarantee that this method of cultivation is to be kept in your hands alone and must not be shared with others. This is the lifeblood of our fire temple's 1,000-year legacy, and I hope you can understand. Zhongjue also cast a sincere look at Dōhō, closely watching for his response. Dōhō pondered for a moment, revealing a confident and composed smile as he patted Dilu's shoulder and said firmly, Dilu, there is no need to worry. Once I, the Hokage, make a promise, it's as unbreakable as a horse cannot turn back. I will keep the cultivation method of the talent of the Senju secret, never allowing it to be leaked. Dilu and Zhongjue exchanged glances, their worries slightly easing. Dilu clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and said, Thank you, General-sama, for your understanding. Our fire temple will remain obedient and contribute our modest efforts to the land of fire in the future. At this moment, in this tranquil place of cultivation, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches and leaves, casting dappled shadows. Lu let out a faint sigh, retrieving a scroll from his wide monk robe. The scroll had an ancient hue, seemingly carrying the marks of time. He slowly handed the scroll to Dōhō, his eyes filled with a hint of reluctance and seriousness, and said, "General, this is the cultivation method of the talent of the immortal clan. I hope you'll keep it safe." Subsequently, the two exchanged a deep glance at this familiar place of cultivation before slowly turning around, their steps heavy as they made their way toward the exit. Their figures gradually became blurred under the dense foliage until they disappeared from sight. Dōhō looked in the direction the two had left, shook his head, and thought, "They didn't even stay to teach me a bit. How small-minded." His gaze then fell upon the scroll in his hand, which bore ancient and vigorous characters, with mysterious patterns that exuded a unique, soul-stirring allure. Since signing the contract with the Dragon Cave, although he had been entangled in numerous affairs with no time to cultivate the immortal arts of the Dragon Cave, he had already gathered quite a bit of information about this aspect of practice. Indeed, this talent of the immortal clan is the cultivation method that has been passed down in the ninja world. In the world of Naruto, aside from the chakra system brought by the Otsutsuki clan, there are various other powers, such as the immortal arts from the Dragon Cave and Mayaboka Mountain, the Yukai and priestesses from the land of demons, Haiden's evil god, and the Shinigami from the corpse demon ceiling. The techniques exhibited by the talent of the immortal clan differ from conventional ninjutsu and immortal arts. It does not simply rely on one's own chakra for release like ordinary ninjutsu, nor does it require standing still to absorb natural energy and undergo a complex fusion process like the immortal arts practiced by Naruto and others. The Temple of Fire refers to the energy of the talent of the immortal clan as power derived from. It is the wisdom of the Tathagata that realizes true reality, able to reach all realms, solid and supreme, with nothing that can destroy or surpass it, hence named power. When natural energy begins to gather, the monks must guide this energy to circulate along the unique meridians within their bodies. This unique meridian system covers the 8 extraordinary meridians of the human body, allowing natural energy to flow through, gradually transforming into powerful energy stored in the Dantian. The biggest difference between the talent of the immortal clan and the chakra system lies in the essence and application of energy. Fundamentally, it is external energy, with the divine tree being the root of all chakra. The divine tree grows by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, as well as the life energy of the Otsutsuki clan, while also converting this energy into chakra. All the chakra possessed by ninjas in the ninja world originates from the divine tree. Chakra needs to be temporarily extracted from the cells and meridians of the body when used, requiring ninjas to constantly maintain control over their chakra levels. Once chakra is exhausted, they fall into a highly passive situation. Anyone who has watched Naruto knows that the chakra extracted by ordinary ninjas is very scarce, and battles often rely heavily on taijutsu and weapons. Only shadow-level powerhouses can engage in grand battles using ninjutsu. In contrast, power is entirely different. It is energy born from the ninja world, akin to the earth giving rise to all things, and can be stored within the monks. Through long-term cultivation and accumulation, their bodies become like a treasure trove of energy, storing vast amounts of power. At critical moments, they can quickly mobilize this power without the rush of extracting chakra to unleash powerful techniques, delivering a fatal blow to their enemies. Dōhō knows well that there is still room for deep exploration of this talent of the immortal clan. If he continues to refine it in the future, he will have a powerful trump card against the Otsutsuki clan. Dōhō sat cross-legged, placing the scroll on his lap, studying it word by word, not missing any detail. Finally, after confirming that he had memorized the scroll, Dōhō carefully put it away and raised his eyes to look around at this secret place full of natural energy. Although Lu and Zhongju seemed to have compromised and surrendered by handing over the cultivation scroll of the talent of the immortal clan, one must always be wary. Ninjas are like glass cannons, and with the chaotic array of secret techniques and sealing techniques in the ninja world, one wrong move could lead to disaster. Just look at those foolish remarks. If it were true that having a pair of eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan would lead one astray, only relying on brute force to solve problems, one could easily end up dead in some unknown corner. Take the future Sasuke, for instance. His strength is considerable, right? With the Rinnegan, he stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world, but even so, his Rinnegan was still stabbed out by a mere kunai. Do you think all ninjas are indestructible? With a mortal body, there are countless ways to bring you to your end. In this world, there has never been an invincible existence. Even Kaguya, Otsutsuki could be sealed, let alone Uchiha. This bloody lesson constantly reminds Do-hwan to never let his guard down and to always prepare thoroughly for unknown dangers. Shadow Clone Technique. Shadows separated from his main body. In an instant, dozens of Do-hwans appeared in the cultivation area. These shadow clones quickly sprang into action, each finding a flat area to sit cross-legged and begin their cultivation. Meanwhile, the main body, Do-hwan, stood to the side, activating the kaleidoscope to quietly observe the cultivation process of the shadow clones. Chapter 122. Returning to the village and other matters a week later, Do-hwan, filled with ambition, returned to his loyal Konoha village. Along the way, he continuously reflected on his experiences cultivating the talent of the immortal clan in the back mountain of the Temple of Fire. Those arduous attempts and moments of breakthroughs only strengthened his conviction that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. At this moment, he eagerly anticipated encountering a worthy opponent to showcase his skills. He hadn't even had time to return home for a brief rest when Do-hwan hurried directly to the Hokage building. Stepping into the familiar Hokage office, he had just sat down behind a large desk, his bottom barely settling, when Naruto hurried in. Hokage-sama, due to our recent need to raise Konoha's hiring fees, many merchants in the Fire Country have united to boycott us. They say they would rather hire foreign ninjas than us. Upon hearing this, Do-hwan's earlier excitement about mastering the talent of the immortal clan vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. He unconsciously tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound, a habitual action when he was deep in thought. Who were the main instigators? Naruto cleared his throat slightly and quickly organized his thoughts. Hokage-sama, the main instigator of this boycott is Mitsui Corporation's president, Mitsui Masao. His business empire in the Fire Country is vast, covering important sectors such as food and silk. Then there's Suzuki Ichiro from the Suzuki family, which has long controlled the mineral resources of the Fire Country and wields considerable influence in the business world. Additionally, Watanabe Yuta from the Watanabe conglomerate is also involved. Their business spans various industries with substantial financial strength. These three hold significant prestige among merchants, and when they raise their arms, many merchants respond. After listening, Do-hwan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in them. All major financial groups. Huh? Good, very good. Have them send representatives to the Hokage building for a meeting the day after tomorrow. I want to hear what their demands are and why they so easily want to abandon the long-standing partnership with Konoha. Understood, Naruto replied, bowing slightly before quickly exiting the office. He was well aware of the urgency and importance of this matter and needed to hurry and arrange for someone to notify the representatives of each conglomerate. At the same time, he silently prayed in his heart that these conglomerates would be sensible. Otherwise, this young Hokage would not be easy to deal with. After meeting with Naruto, Do-hwan leaned back in his chair, rubbed his temples, and his mind raced with thoughts. Numerous complicated matters intertwined like a tangled mess. But the situation in Unju Castle, the power core of the Land of Fire, remained the most important. The direction of Unju Castle's situation would have a profound impact on the future development of Konoha Village. Thus, he quickly dispatched orders for the Umbu minister, Uchiha Fugaku, to come to the Hokage's office. Before long, the office door was silently pushed open, and Fugaku walked in with a tall posture. He approached Do-hwan, knelt on one knee, bowed his head in respect, and spoke in a steady and powerful voice. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Fugaku has come as ordered. Get up, Minister Fugaku. I called you here regarding our strategy in Unju Castle, the capital of the Land of Fire. I previously sent you a message through the family ninja eagle. I have used my Sharingan to control the daimyo, granting his two illegitimate sons, Tokugawa Ayako and Tokugawa Shimoki, formal identities. This move is part of our future strategy in the power center of the Land of Fire. I plan to support Tokugawa Shimoki in ascending to the position of daimyo. He has no maternal family influence and a weak foundation in the noble circles of Unju Castle, while Konoha Village is his only support. Fugaku had already learned this through the message, but hearing Do-hwan say it in person was still shocking. In Do-hwan's eyes, there was no distinction between the ninja world and the secular world. He had broken the centuries-old model of interaction between ninjas and daimyo. The established order that had persisted for countless years seemed as fragile as paper in Do-hwan's view, easily torn apart. As long as he believed it was right, he dared to act. This fearless courage and resolute action made Fugaku look at him with admiration. He knew that the Hokage's move was undoubtedly a gamble. If successful, Konoha would gain immense benefits and influence in the Land of Fire and the entire ninja world, rapidly enhancing its combat power. If it failed, Konoha would become an enemy of the secular world, and any daimyo from other countries would view Konoha as a threat, joining forces to attack, plunging Konoha village into an irretrievable situation, controlling the daimyo with the Sharingan and granting the illegitimate son formal identity. This series of bold and meticulous plans was beyond what an ordinary person could imagine or implement. Especially the decision to support Tokugawa Shimoki in ascending to the position of daimyo directly pushed Konoha village to the forefront of the power struggle in the Land of Fire. Fugaku stood up, pondered for a long time, and pressed his lips together. Hokage-sama, your plans are far-reaching, and your strategies are admirable. However, the risks involved cannot be underestimated. Although Tokugawa Shimoki relies on us, human hearts are unpredictable, and we cannot guarantee that he won't develop ulterior motives in the future. Moreover, other forces will certainly not sit idly by while we support a newcomer, and they will try to obstruct us, potentially leading to intense conflict. Dōhō narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of sternness and determination. I certainly know this. There is no wall in the world that does not let the wind through. The daimyo's drastic change in personality will definitely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Moreover, Tokugawa Shimoki needs us now, once he grows up and strengthens his wings. He will also want to eliminate us. But we cannot shrink back simply because there are risks. The decaying order of the ninja world has existed for too long. It needs reform. Fugaku nodded. He knew he could not sway Dōhō. Once Dōhō made a decision, he only needed to execute it. Just like on the night of the coup, the room fell into a brief silence, only broken by the occasional chirping of birds outside the window. Earlier, I had Yakushi Nanoyu inject you with Hashirama cells. How do you feel now? His gaze fell on Fugaku, filled with concern. After all, the fusion of Hashirama cells was not an easy matter, and he did not have Uchiha Madara by his side to teach him. Fugaku was somewhat of a test subject for him. Fugaku recalled the recent changes in his body. I feel great now. After unlocking the Manjiki Sharingan, the burden has indeed lightened a lot, and my chakra has increased. Dōhō nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his hands over his chest, and narrowed his eyes as if envisioning a future scenario. That's good. The power of Hashirama cells should not be underestimated. In the future, once matured, all Uchiha clan members will receive Hashirama cells. Fugaku was shaken, fully aware of the significance of this decision. Hokage-sama, what about the village? It was clear that Senju Hashirama held great significance in Konoha, and researching Hashirama cells was no small matter. Dōhō smiled, seemingly having anticipated Fugaku's question. I plan to make it public and let Yakushi Nanoyu's Konoha Hospital conduct the research. At the same time, I will inform the ninjas of Konoha Village that once the technology matures, we will provide affordable prosthetics for disabled ninjas. Fugaku's spirits lifted. Excellent. For ninjas, risking their lives is commonplace, and injuries are common. Who can guarantee that they won't become disabled on their next mission? Moreover, Konoha has just experienced the Third Shinobi World War, and many disabled ninjas are struggling to get by. Dōhō's actions will undoubtedly garner the support of the majority of ninjas. Hokage-sama is wise. This plan will not only enhance the strength of the Uchiha clan, but also unite the hearts of all ninjas in the village, allowing everyone to see the village's concern for them. Dōhō nodded. Since your fusion with Hashirama cells went so smoothly, I plan to assign you to Anju Castle. Currently, Oil Girl Shiho and most of the root forces have already stationed there, but we are still lacking in shadow-level power. I hope you can use your Sharingan to continue controlling the daimyo and Tokugawa Shimoki, while also being on guard for any potential changes. The Umbu will be temporarily overseen by Deputy Minister Tetsukage. Yes, Hokage-sama. Fugaku once again bowed respectfully and then turned to stride out of the office. Chapter 123. My power as Hokage is limitless. The day after tomorrow morning, in front of Konoha Village's Hokage building, an unusual commotion broke the usual tranquility. Normally, this place was bustling with ninjas hurrying to execute missions, but today, the square in front of the Hokage building was filled with lavishly decorated carriages. These carriages were intricately carved with exquisite designs, and the emblems representing various financial magnates glimmered in the sunlight, while the majestic horses pulling the carriages shone with a sleek coat. Representatives from several financial magnates of the Land of Fire arrived one after another, sitting in their luxurious carriages, surrounded by strong and vigilant guards, presenting a starkly different demeanor. The heir of the Mitsui Trading Company Mitsui Kazuo, wore a meticulously tailored black silk robe, with intricate gold thread embroidery at the collar and cuffs, and a delicate black top hat, exuding an air of nobility. The heir of the Suzuki family, Suzuki Masami, donned a bright and flamboyant red brocade robe, embroidered with the family's unique Suzuki emblem, and wore a belt inlaid with colorful gemstones. Her previously lifted head slightly faltered the moment she entered the conference room and caught sight of Uchiha Dōhō. The habitual arrogance in Masami's eyes faded a few degrees, replaced by a hint of astonishment. She scrutinized Dōhō, noting his fifth-generation god robe, tall stature, cold yet handsome face, and the unique aura he exuded. Masami couldn't help but secretly marvel in her heart, realizing that there were such handsome individuals among ninjas. At that moment, her previously dismissive attitude towards the ninja world quietly shifted, no longer brazen, but instead slightly shy as she gently bit her lip and quietly walked to her seat, occasionally stealing glances at Dōhō. Yuji Watanabe, the heir of the Watanabe conglomerate, stood tall and robust, dressed in a well-tailored dark gray suit that showcased his composed and reserved demeanor. In the conference room of the Hokage building, Dihon sat upright in the main seat, dressed in the Fifth Hokage's ceremonial robes, calmly welcoming the representatives of the conglomerates. Beside him, Nara Shikaku, dressed neatly and appropriately, wore a serious expression. As the strategist for Konoha village, he clearly understood the significance of this meeting and was tasked with reconciling the conflicts between Konoha and the conglomerates. In recent days, he had been working tirelessly to address the challenges posed by the conglomerate's resistance, pondering strategies day and night, mentally rehearsing every detail countless times. As the representatives entered the conference room one by one, Shikaku slightly inclined his body, politely gesturing for everyone to take their seats. Mitsui Kazuo, upon sitting down, couldn't help but fix his gaze on Dihon, curiosity and expectation evident in his eyes as he wondered how capable this young Hokage truly was. Suzuki Yoshimi, usually boisterous, sat down gently, occasionally glancing at Dihon with a slight blush, completely shedding her previous arrogant demeanor. Watanabe Yuji, on the other hand, sat down leisurely, arms crossed over his chest, his calm and focused gaze fixed intently on Dihon, trying to extract useful information from his expressions and gestures. The conference room fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard, as everyone silently speculated about the young Hokage. Shikaku cleared his throat and spoke first. "Thank you all for making the long journey here. I believe you all understand the purpose of today's meeting. For a long time, Konoha Village has maintained a close and cooperative relationship with the various conglomerates of the Land of Fire, but this time, due to adjustments in the hiring fees, some differences have arisen. The Hokage places great importance on this matter and has called everyone here to discuss a proper solution together." As soon as he finished speaking, Mitsui Kazuo suddenly stood up, his face showing signs of barely contained anger. "Minister Nara, look at this. The hiring fees keep rising, and us merchants are already struggling to maintain our businesses with those meager profits. We simply can't bear this burden. Recently, I've heard that the ninjas from Sunagakure and Kirigakure charge reasonable fees, and for our own interests, we really have to reconsider our partners." Other representatives began to murmur among themselves, expressing their agreement, and the discussions grew louder. Kato from the Land of Wave shouted, "Exactly. There are ninjas everywhere. Why should we hang ourselves on one tree?" Watanabe Yuji remained silent, slightly furrowing his brows, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. His words acted as a trigger, instantly igniting the tense atmosphere in the conference room, and the other representatives continued to whisper and agree with one another. Shikaku glanced at Dihon, who sat calmly in his seat, neither stopping the outburst nor showing any emotion, making it difficult to discern what he was contemplating. Taking a deep breath, Shikaku continued to patiently explain, "Everyone, the strength and credibility of Konoha ninjas are not just words. They have been proven through countless difficult and dangerous missions. The increase in hiring fees aims to provide better treatment for Konoha's ninjas, motivating them to continuously improve their skills, so they can offer more comprehensive and effective protection for your merchant caravans. Consider this. If your caravans encounter powerful and fierce enemies on the road, can those cheaper foreign ninjas truly protect you at all costs like Konoha ninjas? The loyalty and protection Konoha provides to the Land of Fire are invaluable and cannot be simply measured by money." Despite Shikaku's heartfelt persuasion, the representatives of the conglomerates remained unmoved. "Minister Nara, we understand what you're saying, but in business, Costs are a matter of life and death. Our Mitsui firm has dealings throughout the Land of Fire, and every time we hire ninjas, it costs a fortune. With the prices going up like this, our profit margins are severely squeezed. We really can't sustain it. While the ninjas from Sunagakure and Kirigakure may be slightly weaker overall, their price advantage is clear, and cost effectiveness is what we need to consider right now. As soon as personal interests were mentioned, Suzuki Yoshimi also reverted to her previous arrogant demeanor, saying, in the end, it's just about wanting more money. Ninjas are everywhere. Konoha isn't the only one that can provide protection. Our Suzuki family has long transportation routes for mining resources. With high risks, the fees we used to pay Konoha ninjas were almost equivalent to our mining costs. Now that we have better options, why should we hang ourselves on Konoha? Kato from the Land of Waves, with his round belly, stood up with his hands on his hips, blocking the light behind him with his hefty frame. We run a small business and can't afford this kind of turmoil. Those rogue ninjas charge reasonable fees. Even if their protection is a bit lacking, we can just hire more of them. No matter how you calculate it, it's cheaper than hiring Konoha ninjas. Even Watanabe Yuji, who had been silently pondering, slowly shook his head and spoke. Mr. Nara, I understand Konoha's intention to improve the treatment of ninjas, but from a business perspective, balancing cost and benefit is crucial. Our Watanabe conglomerate is involved in multiple industries, and every expense must be meticulously calculated. At this point, Konoha Ninja's new prices indeed force us to re-evaluate the feasibility of our collaboration. Shikaku's brows furrowed deeply, and he turned his gaze back to Dihan, realizing that since Dihan had summoned everyone here, he must have a solution. Finally, Dihan slowly stood up, his movements deliberate, yet exuding an invisible aura that instantly silenced the conference room. All eyes were drawn to him as if pulled by a magnet. Calmly, he reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a letter of appointment from the daimyo, displaying it to everyone. Everyone, the purpose of gathering you here today is to hear your opinions, but whether or not I accept them is up to me. If I do not accept, you will not pay a single penny less. And why is that? Because my power as Hokage is limitless. Chapter 124. Supporting the enterprises, how could this be? The rumors were true. Suzuki Yoshimi was stunned, recalling the rumor she had heard in her family about the Hokage's powers, which she had dismissed as nonsense. Now, witnessing it firsthand, she realized that reality was far more shocking than the rumors. How could the daimyo grant such power to the Hokage? She kept questioning herself, her thoughts in disarray, completely unable to sort them out. Kato from the Land of Waves swayed slightly, as if he had been suddenly pushed. His eyes widened, and his chubby cheeks trembled with surprise. What? What do we do now? Watanabe Yuji's expression also turned grave. He slowly lowered his arms, which had been crossed over his chest, leaning slightly forward, fixated on Dihan, his eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny and contemplation. In an instant, the conference room erupted in discussion, with representatives whispering to each other. Their expressions varied. Dihan quietly waited, sipping from his teacup at a leisurely pace. And when the murmurs subsided slightly, he slowly spoke. Everyone, the daimyo has granted me the power to oversee all military actions in the Land of Fire, as well as the authority to investigate foreign spies. Not only that, Dōhō paused slightly, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the crowd, observing their varying expressions due to nervousness, and continued at a leisurely pace. Moreover, the appointment letter clearly states that the Hokage has the authority to send Konoha ninjas to bypass the usual judicial institutions of the Land of Fire, directly arrest and interrogate criminals, especially in cases designated by the Hokage. Konoha has its own independent prison and can directly carry out convictions. As soon as this was said, the conference room erupted. Mitsui Kazuo suddenly stood up, slamming his hands heavily on the table, scattering the documents across the floor. His face turned purple with rage as he shouted, "This is utterly ridiculous. Is Konoha not becoming a country within a country? How? How can this be? Why did the daimyo make such a decision? Can our safety and rights still be guaranteed? We're just a small business living within our means, and we do not want to be dragged into these disputes. Now, you can arrest whoever you want and judge however you want. Do we even have a way to survive?" Although Watanabe Yuji did not lose control like the others, his expression also darkened significantly. He crossed his arms over his chest, furrowing his brow, revealing deep concern in his eyes. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, fully aware that Konoha's immense power posed a significant challenge to the financial conglomerates. On one hand, they needed to consider how to re-establish balance with Konoha to protect their interests. On the other hand, They had to be wary of the potential risks that could arise from such concentrated power. Dōhō glanced at the panicking crowd, his lips curling into a disdainful smile. In his eyes, if the daimyo of the Land of Fire still required his effort to devise countermeasures, these financial magnates were hardly worth his time. To an individual like him, who held Konoha's power, these conglomerates were merely cash machines. He couldn't help but recall Elder Yan's famous saying, "Those who rebel have always been farmers." There's no record of merchants causing upheaval. These financial tycoons, who usually commanded power in the business world, were now helpless in the face of absolute power and military might. Naruto saw the situation reaching a stalemate and hurriedly stepped in to mediate. As the backbone of the military force of the Land of Fire, enhancing the treatment of Konoha ninjas to strengthen their capabilities is a necessary measure to ensure the safety and prosperity of the Land of Fire. This not only concerns the development of Konoha, but is also closely related to the vital interests of the financial magnates. When the Land of Fire is stable and peaceful, everyone's businesses can thrive, right? Mr. Nara, we all understand the reasoning, but the increase in hiring fees is simply too steep. Our Mitsui Chamber of Commerce has businesses in various locations, and the cost pressure is unbearable. Yes, our Suzuki family already faces many difficulties in transporting mineral resources, with significant risks. The commissions previously paid to Konoha ninjas have already taken up a considerable portion of our costs. Now, with another substantial increase, we really can't bear it. We are a small business, relying on meticulous budgeting to get by. With this price hike, we might not even be able to keep our capital. Mr. Nara, you must think of a way for us. Yes, that's right. You need to consider our survival. The representatives of the financial conglomerates echoed, their voices rising and falling. Anxiety and dissatisfaction spreading throughout the conference room. Naruto listened to the complaints, secretly lamenting how difficult it was to extract money from businessmen. Dōhō, sitting in the main seat, gradually turned his calm gaze cold and stern. The stubbornness of these financial magnates completely drained his patience. He cursed inwardly. This group of worthless scoundrels will eventually find themselves hanging from streetlights. He then raised his hand and lightly beckoned for Uchiha Dōhō, who was waiting outside. Uchiha Dōhō walked into the conference room with steady steps, holding a thick roster in his hands. He stood tall, his gaze sharp, and after bowing slightly to Dōhō, he opened the roster and began to read aloud. Mitsui Chamber of Commerce last month held a luxurious banquet in Kyoto, spending 3,000 ryo in gold just to win a smile from a few songstresses. The extravagance is astonishing. Suzuki family, multiple luxurious residences under your name. Just the repair cost for one villa could sustain an ordinary family for years. And Mr. Kato from the Land of Waves. Your shops have repeatedly sold inferior goods as quality products, deceiving consumers. Last year, you even privately raised prices, making a fortune during a food shortage, causing many common people to struggle to make ends meet. Uchiha Dōhō's voice was clear and loud, and with each line he read, gasps of shock echoed throughout the conference room. The representatives of the financial conglomerates suddenly realized that their usual underhanded dealings were entirely known to Konoha ninjas. Every action was under their control. They exchanged uneasy glances, filled with anxiety and worry. Dōhō sneered, "You all say you're poor, that profits are low. Yet each one of you is more generous than the last." Mitsui Kazuo's lips trembled as he attempted to defend himself. "Lord Hokage, this is all part of business dealings, necessary to expand our networks." Suzuki Yoshimi also regained her composure and said in a feigned calm manner, "The family industry is vast. Maintaining our family's face and status does require some necessary expenditures. As for the unpaid wages, that was due to the incompetence of our subordinates. We were unaware." Dōhō's gaze was piercing as he coldly surveyed the representatives of the financial conglomerates and said decisively, "Enough. To be frank, I am not here to negotiate with you. I am here to inform you. From now on, you no longer need to curry favor with other officials. Konoha will take a stake in your businesses. I will tell you one thing. As Hokage, my power is limitless. If I extend a hand to help a business, it can survive, but it is equally not difficult to destroy it." As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room erupted once again. Mitsui Kazuo suddenly stood up, slamming his hands on the table, causing the teacups to jump and spill tea everywhere. "Lord Hokage, this is extortion. How can you say our family's hard-earned business can just be taken over?" Before anyone else could speak, Dōhō unhesitatingly ordered, "Arrest him and take him to the Nange River Grand Hotel for investigation." Uchiha Dōhō immediately stepped forward, swiftly subduing Mitsui Kazuo. As he struggled, Uchiha Dōhō coldly stated. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Mitsui conglomerate sold rice, ironware, and other wartime embargoed goods to the Land of Lightning and other countries. Upon hearing this, the representatives of the other financial conglomerates realized that this situation was far more serious than they had imagined. Konoha seemed determined to rectify the financial conglomerates, and they were facing an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 125, Konoha Ironman Triathlon, Part 1. The interior of the Nange River Grand Hotel includes 5 offices and 4 rooms. With ordinary rooms furnished like high-end hotels, featuring air conditioning, large beds, and curtains, there is also a V-room, simply decorated with only an iron chair placed under a bright light. This is the actual interrogation room. Mitsui Kazuo, Kato, Kobayashi Hideko, and several other representatives of the financial conglomerates were brought in. This is outrageous, truly outrageous. You lowly ninjas. Mitsui Kazuo's face turned red as he roared, trying to use his momentum to overpower the situation. Do you even know who we are? How dare you treat us like this? Kato's plump body trembled slightly in anger as he glared fiercely at the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Once I get out of here, I will definitely hire bounty ninjas to teach you a lesson. Hideo Kobayashi was not to be underestimated either, shouting with a sharp voice, his eyes filled with threats. Boldly, do you know who I represent? Lord Kobayashi, the left minister of the Land of Fire. A short but imposing representative of a financial conglomerate waved his arms, tried to invoke the power behind him. And me, do you know which minister is backing me? We are not to be trifled with. You Leaf Village better think twice before offending us. If you dare lay a finger on us, the entire Land of Fire will not spare you. Another financial representative shouted, his face full of arrogance and disdain. The financial representatives, when they were first captured, felt no fear, but instead shouted loudly, with some even reprimanding and threatening the Leaf Ninjas. Uchiha Dōhō sneered, "Good, very good, you all have quite the spirit." He then ordered, "You are all big shots, and I'm sure you are usually quite busy, so your bodies might inevitably have some issues. As we all know, our Leaf Ninjas possess the best medical ninjutsu in the world, so let us serve you well." Team leader Tiger Che grinned savagely. "The arrangements made by the Lord are excellent. I will ensure that you all enjoy the Konoha bone-setting massage technique. Then I'll leave it to you." Uchiha Dōhō nodded slightly. "Understood," Tiger Che replied, a cruel smile on his face. "What do you want to do?" Mitsui Kazuo felt a surge of fear as he saw Tiger Che and others approaching, his voice trembling involuntarily. "Let me tell you, if you dare to act recklessly, I will not let you off the hook. Our influence in the Land of Fire is deeply rooted. Everything you do to me today will have consequences." Kato also began to panic, threatening weakly. "You ignorant fools, if you dare to harm us, the entire Leaf Village will never know peace. The daimyo of the Land of Fire will not stand idly by." Kobayashi Hideo shouted hoarsely, trying to intimidate them with the name of the daimyo. However, Tiger Che and the Leaf Ninjas paid no heed to their threats, exchanged glances, and without hesitation charged forward, using Leaf Taijutsu to serve these financial representatives well. "Konoha Great Whirlwind!" Tiger Che shouted, his legs spinning rapidly, creating a strong airflow that swept towards Mitsui Kazuo like a small tornado, directly knocking him to the ground. Konoha Iron Fist. A ninja leaped high, twisting in midair, gathering all his strength in his right fist and smashing it into Kato's plump body, causing Kato to scream and crash down like a wall. Konoha Rising Dragon Fist. Another ninja moved like lightning, rushing forward, delivering a powerful upward punch to Kobayashi Hideo's abdomen, making him double over in pain. Konoha Gale Leg. A ninja quickly moved behind a financial representative, raised his leg high, and slashed down like a sharp blade, hitting the representative's back, causing him to tumble forward and fall into the dirt. Konoha Throat Grip. Another ninja struck, flashing next to a fleeing financial representative, and swiftly grabbed his throat, dragging him back and throwing him down. The shouts of the financial representatives quickly turned into painful wails, echoing in the eerie interrogation room. Many of the financial representatives, used to a life of luxury, were unable to withstand such torture and soon collapsed. Mitsui Kazuo, blood at the corner of his mouth, weakly shouted, "Stop hitting me, I was wrong, please, just stop." Kato lay on the ground, his plump body twitching uncontrollably, begging with a crying tone, "I can't take it anymore, spare me." Those who were slightly better off only took a few punches before fainting. As for the representatives who had been knocked unconscious, the medical ninjas responsible for monitoring immediately stepped forward, quickly forming hand seals, green chakra light flickering in their palms. enveloping the unconscious representatives. With the infusion of chakra, those who were knocked out slowly regained consciousness, only to fall back into a new round of fear and pain as soon as they opened their eyes. The sounds of begging and crying intertwined in the interrogation room, creating a harmonious scene that was quite striking. Looking at the miserable state of these people, Hokage, who had previously conducted in-depth investigations into these financial representatives, felt no sympathy whatsoever, even thinking deep down that their punishment was still far too light. There is no need to feel sorry for these people. They should have long been sent to the depths of hell. They have exploited their workers and the common people. Their actions are utterly heinous, Hokage explained to his subordinates. Lord Kato, you lend money at exorbitant interest rates, employing the most ruthless methods. How many families have been shattered by your actions, left with no way out? The common people who borrowed money from you sold their children just to repay their debts. But you indulge in lavish excess in your mansion, carelessly squandering the blood and tears of your ill-gotten wealth. And you, Mitsui Kazuo, you are addicted to pleasure, abusing your power as a financial magnate. Those young and beautiful girls have perished because of your vile acts. You treat them as playthings, discarding them like trash once your novelty wears off. And you resort to violence at the slightest disobedience. How many girls, unable to bear the humiliation, chose to end their young lives? Kobayashi Hideo, relying on the power of the left minister, you suppress your competitors, causing countless merchants to go bankrupt. All of this is merely the punishment you deserve. Your existence has brought suffering to countless people. Do not expect to receive pity. You must pay a heavy price for your actions. After in-depth investigations, he regarded these financial representatives as a pile of foul-smelling, unforgivable garbage. Their sins must be settled. It is only fitting that Konoha retakes the justice and fairness that they have usurped from these evil capitalists, seeking justice for the common people who have suffered greatly because of them. At this moment, another financial representative began to argue, a sharp voice ringing out, "We are merely conducting business. The market is inherently cruel. How can it all be blamed on us?" Kato chimed in, "Exactly. Those common people are the ones who lack the ability to earn money, so they borrow at high interest. How can you blame me? Yes, those women are just vain, still hoping to climb the social ladder. What businessman doesn't collude with officials?" Hokage's gaze swept over these unrepentant financial representatives as he coldly spoke. "There is plenty of time. Soon you will experience the next item, Nangi River Grand Hotel Bathtub Diving One-Day Tour. By then, I hope you will still have the energy to continue being stubborn." Chapter 126, Konoha Ironman Triathlon, Part 2, after a pleasant afternoon and evening, just as dawn broke. The financial representatives were kindly escorted by Konoha ninjas from the luxurious suites of the Nangi River Grand Hotel for some early morning exercise. Dōhō even kindly instructed Hokage to provide them with breakfast, calling it, "After all, breakfast is half of life. Let us start the day full of energy." After all, Uchiha Dōhō was not a bad person, and Konoha was a village that loved peace and friendship. The financial representatives looked at the breakfast laid out before them, finding it hard to swallow. In their hearts, this food was no different from pig slop. But in order to accumulate some strength to face the unknown hardships ahead, they endured their disgust and finished this special breakfast with mixed feelings. Afterward, one by one, they looked haggard, their eyes filled with fatigue and fear, and were taken to the banks of the Nangi River, unaware that what awaited them was the third event of the Konoha Ironman Triathlon, Nangi River Swimming. It was winter, and the biting cold wind cut against everyone's faces like a sharp blade, causing pain. The river was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, and the cold wind stirred up icy ripples in the water, sending chills down one's spine. "Why have you brought us here?" Mitsui Kazuo asked, his voice trembling. He huddled his body and wrapped his arms tightly around himself, trying to fend off the cold while also masking his extreme anxiety. "I can't swim, I tell you," Kato shouted hoarsely, terror written all over his plump face, his bulky body shaking involuntarily in the cold wind, as if he would collapse at any moment. "It's so cold in the river, what do you want?" Kobayashi Hidiko's voice trembled with a hint of tears, his body shaking continuously, and his teeth began to chatter. He had already sensed that something terrible was about to happen, his eyes filled with despair, and he involuntarily took a few steps back, only to be shoved back by a nearby Konoha ninja. "This is going to cost us our lives. Oh God, save us. What have we done to deserve this torment? Are we being treated like Japanese people?" The once high and mighty tycoons were filled with fear of the unknown. Some held their heads in their hands, crouching on the ground and trembling. Others stared blankly at the river, as if they had already given up resisting. You're here for winter swimming. Hakadai crossed his arms. Wearing only a light garment, ninjas aren't afraid of the cold. Don't joke around. Mitsui Kazuo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hakadai, his voice involuntarily rising an octave. He couldn't believe his ears. This so-called winter swimming in such cold weather was clearly a death sentence. Sir, my body can't take it. Another tycoon representative dropped to his knees, hands clasped together, pleading continuously, tears welling up in his eyes. He knew that his pampered body would suffer unimaginable consequences once it hit the icy river. A nearby tycoon representative also knelt down, grabbing Hakadai's clothing, crying out, "Sir, please, spare us. We promise to be obedient and will never defy the Hokage's orders again." Other tycoon representatives, though not kneeling, also wore pleading expressions, their lips trembling. Just as the tycoon representatives were desperately pleading with Hakadai, a shadow darted like lightning. A ninja appeared before Hakadai in an instant, kneeling on one knee, reporting, "Captain Hakadai, the people have been brought. Good, let them join in the training." The tycoon representatives were stunned, exchanging confused glances. There were still more unlucky souls? Before they could ponder further, a group of people was being driven toward the riverbank by Konoha ninjas. The crowd was noisy, with someone shouting loudly, "Let go of me, you filthy ninjas, bastards." A tall man turned red in the face, struggling desperately to break free from the ninja holding him. "Do you know who I am?" Another middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire was also shouting, kicking wildly, but his resistance was futile against the trained Konoha ninjas. Is Konoha trying to rebel? The daimyo will definitely not spare you if he finds out. I have countless connections in the land of fire. Everything you do to me today will have severe consequences in the future. As this group was brought closer, the tycoon representatives realized with shock that it was the heads of various conglomerates, figures who usually commanded respect in the ninja world. "Father," Mitsui Kazuo exclaimed, recognizing one of them as his dad, the head of the Mitsui group, known as the Shadow Empire in the Land of Fire. Although Mitsui Misao was being escorted by ninjas, he still tried to maintain his old authority, glaring at the surrounding Konoha ninjas and shouting, "If you dare touch a hair on my head, the entire Mitsui group will not let this go." Hakadai slightly raised his chin and said to the ninjas, "Now that everyone is here, let's begin." His voice was calm, but felt like a death warrant, tightening the hearts of the tycoons present. The Konoha ninjas immediately took action, pushing the tycoons toward the riverbank, their cries and curses echoing in the cold air. "No, please. It's so cold. I don't want to go in. I'm going to die. Help." The crowd was mercilessly thrust into the bone-chilling Nanha River, which was like a natural ice prison. The river's surface was not completely frozen, but it was filled with an unbearable chill. The cold wind ravaged the river, and the icy mist stung everyone's faces like needles. The river water appeared deep gray, as if containing endless icy power, ready to mercilessly swallow any life in its presence. As soon as the tycoons touched the water, they let out blood-curdling screams. The water was colder than they could ever imagine, as if thousands of ice needles had pierced their bones. Mitsui Kazuo's teeth chattered uncontrollably, his body shook violently, and his limbs felt as if they had instantly lost all sensation, making every struggle feel immensely difficult. Kato's plump body did not bring any warmth in the river. Instead, his size meant he came into contact with even more icy water. As Kobayashi Hideko struggled in the water, his body twisted into strange shapes. He hugged his chest, trying to retain some body heat, but the surrounding water felt like a giant ice cellar, with cold seeping in everywhere. The other tycoons also struggled for survival in the chaotic river, creating a scene of turmoil. To their surprise, the Konoha ninjas were able to stand on the water. In the biting cold wind, the Konoha ninjas stood tall and steady on the water's surface, as if the raging river beneath them was solid ground. Whenever someone submerged for too long, the ninjas would use water-style ninjutsu to fish them out and throw them back onto the shore. On the shore, medical ninjas were already on high alert, their hands glowing with gentle green chakra, ready to treat those nearly frozen to death. Fire-style ninjas were responsible for drying them off. And once the tycoons regained consciousness, they were thrown back into the Nanha River to swim again, repeating the process. Just as Mitsui Kazuo was thrown into the Nanha River for the second time, the bone-chilling cold engulfed him like a surging tide. His limbs were numb, and every stroke felt like dragging a 1,000-pound stone. Breathing was rapid and difficult, and icy river water kept choking him, making him feel like he could no longer hold on. Scanning his surroundings, he saw that the other tycoons also looked close to death. Some were pale, eyes tightly shut, floating helplessly in the water. Others gasped for air, only to be repeatedly choked by the water, their bodies shaking violently with each cough. Mitsui Kazuo thought to himself that these people around him surely couldn't hold on much longer either. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice struggling to break through the howling cold wind and rushing river. I was wrong. The Mitsui conglomerate is willing to obey the Hokage's arrangements. Mitsui Kazuo shuddered all over, instinctively turning his head to look, and not far away was his father, Mitsui Masao, the head of the Mitsui conglomerate, who had always looked down on ninjas as a lowly profession. Chapter 127. Hiring the Cloud Ninja Village under the influence of Konoha's triathlon. These tycoons reluctantly signed the equity transfer agreement, filled with resentment and unwillingness as they headed for Azuchi Castle together. Upon entering Azuchi Castle, they were like ants on a hot pan, moving in all directions, quickly contacting ministers in the court with their accumulated connections and wealth over the years. After a flurry of intense operations, the tycoons finally received a summons from the daimyo Tokugawa Mitsusuda. The moment they received the news, a flame of hope ignited in their eyes, believing that the scales of victory were about to tip in their favor. They each carefully tidied their attire, clutching their well-prepared speeches, and confidently walked into the Lord's palace. Inside the palace, the Lord Tokugawa Mitsusuda sat high on his throne, with a stern expression and deep-set eyes. The wealthy merchants approached one by one, passionately recounting their experiences in the Hidden Leaf Village, trying to infect the Lord with their indignation. However, they were completely unaware that Lord Tokugawa Mitsusuda had already been brainwashed by Uchiha Dōhō's Kodoe Mitsukami technique beforehand. After the merchants finished their accounts, the hall fell into a brief silence. The Lord slowly stood up, coldly scanning the group of merchants before rebutting. What you speak of is utterly absurd. Uchiha Dōhō is the Hokage I personally appointed, and he's also the general of the Land of Fire, tasked with safeguarding the peace and prosperity of the Land of Fire. Everything he does is for the long-term interests of the Land of Fire. How could you selfish individuals slander him at will? Upon hearing the Lord's words, the merchants were struck as if by a bolt from the blue. Their smiles instantly frozen on their faces, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Mitsui Masao's legs trembled slightly as he took a step forward, attempting to argue. Lord, you must have been blinded by the Hidden Leaf Village, Shut up. The Lord slammed his armrest, the sound echoing in the hall, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. I have made my decision. If you dare to speak nonsense again and slander the Hokage and the Hidden Leaf, do not blame me for being ruthless. Kato's plump body shook slightly, nearly losing his balance. His lips trembled, but he could not utter a word. Kobayashi Hidesada's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, secretly lamenting, as he had originally thought he could leverage the Lord's power to turn the tide. But unexpectedly, the result was so disastrous. The hall fell into a dead silence. The merchant stood frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. They never expected that this meticulously planned complaint would end in such a disheveled manner. They left the hall in disgrace like stray dogs or lambs awaiting slaughter. The arrogance they once held as the privileged had been shattered, and all that remained in their hearts was confusion and fear. The next day, in a secluded courtyard in the city, the merchants gathered once again. The trees in the courtyard trembled in the cold wind. Everyone sat around the stone table, looking at each other, and no one spoke for a long time, the atmosphere oppressive to the point of being suffocating. Finally, Mitsui Masao broke the silence, his voice low and hoarse. Are we just going to let this go? Watch as the wealth and power we struggled to accumulate are so easily taken away by the Hidden Leaf Village? Of course not. Kato slammed the table, his facial fat shaking. But now that the Lord doesn't stand with us, what can we do? Kobayashi Hidesada frowned, a hint of doubt in his eyes. How could Lord Tokugawa Mitsusuda, who has valued power as life for over a decade, allow Uchiha Dōhō to act recklessly? Exactly. What's wrong with the Lord? Someone whispered in agreement. At this moment, Sasaki Ichii, the leader of Mitsui's ninja team, slightly leaned forward, a serious expression on his face, and slowly said, Gentlemen, forgive my bluntness, but I suspect the Lord may have been hypnotized by the Uchiha clan using Jinjutsu. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. This speculation was like a heavy bomb, stirring up waves in their hearts. In fact, this thought had crossed some minds, but the matter was too significant. If true, it would change the rules and structure between ninjas and the secular world that had been in place for thousands of years. The Uchiha clan is known for their Jinjutsu, and what Sasaki Ichii said is not without possibility. Kobayashi Hidesada narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "If the Lord has indeed been controlled by Uchiha Dōhō's Genjutsu, then we cannot just sit and wait." Mitsui Misao clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "We must find a way to expose the truth. Otherwise, our future will be dark. But how can we expose it? Uchiha Dōhō is not only the Hokage, but also the general of the Land of Fire appointed by the Lord. He holds immense power in the Land of Fire, and we cannot do anything to him." Kato's face was filled with worry as he sighed heavily. The group fell silent again, each person racking their brains for a countermeasure. The wind in the courtyard grew stronger, blowing the fallen leaves around, mirroring their chaotic feelings of the moment. Just as the atmosphere became suffocating, Kobayashi Hiruzen, who had been silent, suddenly brightened his eyes, slapped the table, stood up, and said eagerly, "I have an idea." After the Third Shinobi World War ended, the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning rapidly developed and has now become the strongest village in the ninja world. Why don't we hire the Cloud Ninja? They are powerful and not under the control of the Hidden Leaf. Perhaps they can help us expose Uchiha Dōhō's conspiracy. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was initially stunned, then began to whisper and discuss. Mitsui Misao turned his gaze to Sasaki Ichii, his expression serious, seemingly seeking a more professional judgment. Sasaki Ichii understood and nodded, adding with a serious expression, "The current Raikage, possesses extremely strong physical abilities and ninjutsu capabilities. He uses lightning release. His chakra envelopes him like a surging current, making him seem like a god of thunder in battle. His brother, Killer Bee, is also extraordinarily powerful. As a perfect Jinchuriki, he has mastered the power of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, excellently. Moreover, the Cloud Village has many strong elite ninjas, skilled in various ninjutsu, and coordinated with each other. Therefore, hiring Cloud Ninja to deal with the Hidden Leaf from a strength perspective is indeed very feasible." Mitsui Misao stroked his chin, frowning deeply, and after a moment of thought, he said, "This is indeed a new idea, but the Cloud Ninja has always prioritized profit. We need to present them with attractive enough conditions for them to take action. As long as we can bring down Uchiha Dōhō, what does it matter if we pay a price? We can't just give our shares to the Hidden Leaf for nothing." At this moment, Kobayashi Hiruzen, who had been quietly listening to the discussion, his eyes flickered and, after some thought, said, "Gentlemen, there's one more point we must consider. A few months ago, the Hidden Leaf experienced the Nine Tails incident, and the Fourth Hokage died in the Hidden Leaf. The current Hidden Leaf is weak on the outside and empty on the inside. Perhaps the Cloud Village is just waiting for an opportunity to attack." Hearing Kobayashi Hiruzen's words, everyone showed thoughtful expressions. Originally, they were only focused on their own hatred and interests, neglecting the impact of this significant change within the Hidden Leaf. Now, prompted by Kobayashi Hiruzen, they realized that the Cloud Village might be in perfect alignment with them. Everyone began to speak one after another, gradually feeling that this proposal was feasible. A glimmer of determination flashed in Mitsui Misao's eyes as he nodded heavily. "In that case, this matter is worth pursuing. We will immediately begin preparations to contact the Cloud Village and ensure that we present them with conditions they cannot refuse, bringing this powerful ally to our side, and reclaiming everything that belongs to us from the Hidden Leaf." Chapter 128. The Cloud Ninja takes the stage in the 52nd year of the Hidden Leaf on February 8th. In the Land of Lightning, Cloud Village. Cloud Village stood atop a high mountain, like a mysterious fortress protected by clouds and mist. The surrounding high mountains rose and fell, forming a natural, majestic barrier that tightly guarded the village. The clouds that never dissipated swirled among the mountains, sometimes drifting gently, sometimes heavily enveloping the area, making the entire village appear hazy and adding a touch of mystery. In such a perilous terrain, Yunnan Village undoubtedly becomes a place that is easy to defend but hard to attack. Any enemy attempting to invade will lose their way amidst the complex landscape and shifting clouds, retreating in fear. The village's buildings are not concentrated in one area, but are cleverly scattered according to the contours of the mountains and the distribution of valleys, forming several relatively independent yet closely connected zones. Along the winding mountain paths, one can see houses built in a staggered manner against the slopes, combining wooden and stone architectural styles that are both sturdy and in harmony with the surrounding natural environment. In the Raikage Tower at the peak of the mountain in Yunnan Village, the fourth Raikage sits at his desk, reviewing a mountain of documents. His brow occasionally furrows and then relaxes as a serious atmosphere fills the office. Portraits of past Raikages hang on the walls, silently watching over everything and witnessing the rise and fall of Yunin village. The chief secretary, Mabui, rushes in holding a sealed letter, her expression slightly grave. Reikage-sama, this is an urgent letter from the Land of Fire, and it seems quite important. Her voice breaks the silence of the room, echoing in the spacious office. Stops writing, takes the letter, tears open the envelope, and unfolds the paper, quickly scanning its contents. As he reads further, his expression gradually changes. His eyes sharpen, and a slight smile appears on his lips, revealing a meaningful grin. Interesting. The financial magnates of the Land of Fire have actually united to commission us to deal with Uchiha Dōhō of Konoha. Konoha? The financial magnates of the Land of Fire want to take down Konoha? This is quite strange. Darui frowns slightly, his arms crossed, deep in thought. Dressed in the special ninja attire of Yunin village, with a sharp ninja sword at his waist, he exudes a capable aura. Earlier this year, he had just been promoted to Jonin, becoming one of the most promising young men in Yunin village. At this moment, T-Dai, who had been standing quietly to the side, spoke up. He is tall and robust, emanating a calm demeanor that comes from years of experience in battle. As the head of Yunin village's Umbu and a minister to past Reikages, he has extensive experience in the ninja world and deep insights into the situation. Reikage-sama, there may be hidden complexities behind this matter. Konoha and the financial magnates of the Land of Fire have always been entangled, and now that they are making such a big move, it involves a lot. Mabui picks up the intelligence scroll and reads the contents aloud. Recently, in the Land of Fire, Konoha wants to acquire shares from the major financial magnates, and they also want to raise the hiring fees, etc. The magnates are unwilling, but they cannot withstand Konoha's tough methods, so they have turned to us. Moreover, the magnates have revealed a shocking speculation. They suspect that Uchiha Dōhō may be using Genjutsu to control the daimyo Tokugawa Mitsunari. What? Darui exclaims, his face filled with shock. He also suddenly turns around, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Snorts coldly, stands up, and walks to the window, gazing at the mountains shrouded in clouds and mist. After the Nine Tails incident, with the sacrifice of the Fourth Hokage, it was thought that Konoha would take a low profile to recuperate. However, since Uchiha Dōhō came to power, his actions have been so aggressive. The financial magnates of the Land of Fire are desperate, if what they say is true, and Uchiha Dōhō is controlling the daimyo with Genjutsu. Then his ambition is simply outrageous, making him the greatest villain in the ninja world. You are absolutely right, Reikage-sama. However, Konoha is still the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages, and even after the Nine Tails incident, its foundation remains deep. If we rashly get involved, any misstep could backfire and potentially lead to a great ninja war. T-Dai Sr. speaks wisely. While this may be an opportunity for us, we cannot underestimate Konoha's strength. Moreover, intervening in their internal affairs, even slightly careless, could lead to war. We must consider this carefully, especially since it involves a matter that could change the power structure of the Land of Fire. He turns around, pondering for a moment. People often think he is reckless, but a fool cannot become a leader. I understand the stakes involved. However, the conditions offered by the financial magnates of the Land of Fire are indeed tempting. A large amount of gold could fill our treasury, and their years of accumulated business intelligence could help us expand our influence in the economic realm. If we can use this to weaken Konoha and elevate Yunin village's status in the ninja world, then this risk is worth taking. Furthermore, if Uchiha Dōhō really is controlling the daimyo with Genjutsu, this act of undermining the order of the ninja world cannot be ignored. Mabui shows concern. Reikage-sama, how should we respond? Directly sending troops to assist the magnates may raise the alarm of other ninja villages. Thinks for a moment, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Let us not rush into sending troops. First, send someone to Ancho City in the Land of Fire to investigate the truth. We must ascertain whether Uchiha Dōhō is controlling the daimyo, Konoha's current true strength, and the attitudes of various factions within the Land of Fire. T-Dai, this mission is crucial, so you will lead the team. Select the most elite intelligence ninjas. Remember, do not expose your identities. If discovered, not only will the mission fail, but it may also provoke conflict between the two countries. T-Dai kneels on one knee, accepting the task. Reikage-sama, rest assured, I will do my utmost to complete the mission successfully. A nods, and then gives instructions to Mabui. You go and reply to the financial magnates of the Land of Fire, telling them we have accepted the commission, but that actions need to be considered carefully. Let them stabilize the situation first and refrain from acting rashly. All actions will follow our command. At the same time, closely monitor the movements at the borders of the Land of Fire. If there are any abnormalities, report to me immediately. The group leaves to carry out their orders, and in the office, falls back in a deep thought. The possibility that Uchiha Dōhō might be using Jinjutsu to control the daimyo has greatly impacted him. In his established mindset, the relationship between ninjas and the daimyo has always operated on a predetermined track, hasn't it? For a long time, in the perception of ninjas, the daimyo radiated a sacred and inviolable aura, firmly positioned on a pedestal. The daimyo controls the resources and power of the state, while the ninja villages are responsible for protection and warfare, both relying on each other. However, if Uchiha Dōhō truly controls the daimyo, this delicate balance will be completely shattered. Konoha is already powerful, and if they gain absolute control over the daimyo, without the intervention of other ninja villages, they will undoubtedly dominate the ninja world. A's brow furrows tightly, a chill rising in his heart. Uchiha Dōhō actually dares to challenge the established order by controlling the daimyo. This act is undoubtedly a blatant challenge to the traditional order. This also forces the Raikage to ponder deeply and seriously for the first time about what the daimyo truly represents for ninjas. Once, the halo of the daimyo in the hearts of ninjas was based on the resources they controlled and the representation of legitimate power. Ninjas would risk their lives on the battlefield to protect this trust, doing all sorts of dirty work for the country's elites in the shadows, suppressing revolts among the common people. But now, if the financial magnates of the Land of Fire's intelligence is accurate, then Uchiha Dōhō is undoubtedly ruthlessly tearing this halo down and trampling it underfoot. The daimyo is no longer that lofty and awe-inspiring existence, but has become a tool exploited by the ambitious. This transformation makes her realize that the relationship between ninjas and the daimyo may be far more complex and fragile than he had imagined. Chapter 129. Mission accomplished 2 days later, T-Dai leads Darui and a Yunin team, enduring hardships along the way, and finally arrives at Onsho City in the Land of Fire. The towering city walls cast a huge shadow under the sunlight. T-Dai looks up, marveling at the bustling Onsho City. The Land of Fire is indeed wealthy. After entering the city, they quickly contacted the financial magnates of the Land of Fire, according to their prearranged plan. In a hidden and lavishly decorated courtyard, the envoy met secretly with the magnates. The magnates were dressed in splendid attire, but their expressions betrayed anxiety and anticipation. The envoys slightly bowed and stated their purpose directly. Ladies and gentlemen, we from the Cloud Hidden Village have accepted a commission. We are here to conduct an in-depth investigation and seek an opportunity to overthrow Uchiha Dōhō. Mitsui Masao, as the representative of the magnates, stepped forward and said, Lord Envoy, we have prepared all necessary support for you. The urgent matter now is to arrange a meeting with a minister of the Land of Fire who is on good terms with us. He holds significant influence in the court and may provide you with crucial assistance. Under the careful arrangements of the magnates, the envoy and his team quickly met with the minister. The minister, Fujiwara Nobushige, held the position of left minister and wielded considerable power in the court of the Land of Fire. He sat in a spacious study, flanked by several guards. With an examining gaze, the envoy respectfully presented the token of the Cloud Hidden Village and the letter of recommendation from the magnates, detailing the purpose and importance of their visit. After listening, Fujiwara Nobushige frowned slightly and after a moment of contemplation said, This matter is of great importance. Any misstep could cause a major uproar. However, for Mitsui's sake, I can arrange for you to meet the daimyo, but you must act with caution and avoid causing any trouble. Subsequently, under Fujiwara Nobushige's introduction, the envoy, along with their team, cautiously made their way toward the daimyo's residence. Just as they were about to step through the gates of the residence, a tall and stern figure suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. Halt! So it turns out you couldn't hide it, after all? The envoy internally lamented, as he had hoped to avoid the ninjas of Konoha and investigate the daimyo situation unnoticed. What brings you, Cloud Ninjas, to the Land of Fire? Upon closer inspection, they realized the newcomer was Uchiha Fugaku. He was now the captain of the ninja forces guarding the daimyo's residence and held a significant responsibility. The envoy and his companion recognized him at once. During the Third Great Ninja War, Uchiha Fugaku had led the Uchiha clan in active engagements against the Cloud and Mist ninjas, leaving a deep impression on the Cloud ninjas with his formidable strength and exceptional command skills. The daimyo does not meet with foreign ninjas, Uchiha Fugaku stated. Captain Fugaku, we come with the recommendation of Fujiwara Nobushige, the left minister of the Land of Fire. This is of utmost importance. We must meet with the daimyo. The envoy then presented the letter of recommendation issued by Fujiwara Nobushige, which bore a clear seal that shimmered in the sunlight. Uchiha Fugaku took the document and quickly scanned it, but his brow did not relax. He had recently learned that this group of magnates had been restless since participating in the Konoha Ironman Triathlon, engaging in secretive activities, and now they had attracted the Cloud Ninjas, which was clearly suspicious. Fugaku's gaze shifted from the document to the figure behind the envoy, who had been concealing his face and not revealing his true identity. Doubts arose in his mind, and in an instant he moved, his right hand shooting to his waist, drawing a kunai with a swift motion, aiming it directly at the figure's face. The envoy was startled and instinctively reached out to block, but Fugaku's movements were too quick for him to react. The figure, sensing danger, instinctively dodged to the side to avoid the fierce strike. However, Fugaku's lips curled into a slight smirk, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, precisely tracking the figure's movements. With a flick of his wrist, the kunai arced through the air, severing the bandages wrapped around the figure's face, revealing his true identity. Indeed, it is UD, Fugaku stated. The captain of the Cloud Hidden Village's perception unit has come to the capital of the Land of Fire. For what purpose? He had a son named Kishi, who was seen as the left hand of the future Fourth Hokage. The envoy took out a prepared document, maintaining a calm demeanor and looking directly at Uchiha Fugaku. Captain Fugaku, to be frank, the Land of Fire had secretly commissioned our Cloud Hidden Village to complete a highly confidential mission. Now that the mission has been successfully completed, we have come to report back. This document contains detailed records of the mission and its completion. I hope you will review it. After saying this, he extended the document towards Uchiha Fugaku, his demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were filled with suspicion as he shifted his gaze from the envoy's face to the document. After a moment of hesitation, he finally reached out to take it. He unfolded the document, his eyes scanning the contents with lightning speed, confirming that the mission was indeed recorded. However, from the moment he laid eyes on D, he had already deduced the true purpose of this group's visit to the capital. He could not allow them to meet the daimyo. The mission is indeed recorded. Fugaku snorted coldly, closing the document and fixing a sharp gaze on the envoy. However, there is no need for you to personally report to the daimyo. Just hand the document to me, and I will present it to him. You may leave now. The envoy understood fully. Both sides were now clear about each other's intentions. The Cloud Ninjas had brought D along to check whether the daimyo had been ensnared by Uchiha's Genjutsu. As a key figure protecting the daimyo, Fugaku would naturally do everything in his power to prevent them from uncovering the secrets of the daimyo's residence and to safeguard D-Kan's plans in the Land of Fire. Captain Fugaku, this may not be appropriate. The envoy replied. This mission is of great importance, and many details must be presented to the daimyo in person. We traveled a long way, and if we return just like this, we cannot explain ourselves to Lord Hokage back in the village. I hope you can make an exception. D, standing behind the envoy, had remained silent, but at this moment he slightly raised his head, calmly meeting Uchiha Fugaku's gaze. The other members of the Cloud Ninja team, though silent, all wore serious expressions, their bodies tense, unconsciously moving their hands closer to their waist where their ninja tools were kept. They spread out around, forming a tight combat formation, clearly prepared to respond to various situations. Oh, do you intend to fight? Fugaku said nonchalantly, waving his hand. In an instant, groups of Konoha ninjas and the Land of Fire's guard ninjas surged from all directions. These ninjas were well-trained and quickly surrounded the Cloud Ninja team, wielding weapons and exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, the envoy realized that Konoha had the home field advantage. If they fought here, their side would have no chance of victory and would only incur unnecessary casualties. Weighing the pros and cons, the envoy ultimately lowered his head slowly and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, Captain Fugaku, we apologize for the offense today. It was our oversight. We will take our leave now. After saying this, he exchanged glances with his team and led them to slowly retreat and turn to leave. Upon returning to their quarters, the envoy kicked open the door, his face filled with anger. His subordinates, following closely behind, looked tense, cautiously watching their captain, not daring to breathe. Among them, a female ninja named Nina looked worriedly at her companion Aiken, and both shook their heads slightly, feeling bewildered by their captain's sudden outburst of anger. However, just as everyone was still immersed in this oppressive atmosphere, once inside, the envoy seemed to transform into a different person. The anger on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by calmness, with a deep and composed gaze, as if the earlier fury had been nothing but an illusion. This sudden change left his subordinates even more confused. Gathering her courage, Nina softly asked, "Captain Envoy, what should we do now?" The envoy did not answer immediately, but walked to the window, looking toward the daimyo's residence. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a calm, yet firm tone. "We leave immediately for the land of fire. But our mission isn't complete yet." Aegeon couldn't help but exclaim, his face filled with surprise and confusion. The other team members also showed puzzled expressions, looking at each other. "No, it has been completed." Suddenly, Du, who had been standing in the corner, spoke up. His voice was low but clear, breaking the confusion in the room. "What's going on?" the crowd asked. Du took 2 steps forward, scanning the crowd with his gaze, and slowly said, "Fugaku won't allow us to meet the daimyo, which has already proven that the tycoon's suspicions are very likely to be true. If the daimyo is not under the control of an illusion, with the recommendation documents we hold, Fugaku has no reason to block us so harshly. His strict defense indicates that the current state of the daimyo is probably very suspicious. Our purpose here is to confirm this matter, and now we have the answer." "I see." Everyone suddenly realized, nodding in understanding. Sukadai turned around to look at the team members and issued an order. "That's right. Du is right. Since the mission has been accomplished, we should not linger here. Uchiha Fugaku must have anticipated that we would not give up easily, and he may already be planning how to deal with us. We must evacuate immediately to avoid danger. Move quickly." The team members quickly sprang into action, and the room was soon bustling with activity. Before long, everyone was ready. Sukadai took a deep breath, glanced at their temporary base, and led the team out in a line, heading towards the border of the Land of Fire. They knew that although this operation was a hasty retreat, the intelligence they brought back would have a crucial impact on the decisions of the Cloud Ninja Village going forward. Chapter 130. Intercepting Cloud Ninja, Here They Come. As the Cloud Ninja team hurriedly retreated from Unta City towards the Fire Thunder border, the sensing ninja, Du, suddenly stopped and closed his eyes in concentration. His chakra spread out like a spider web, and the veins on his forehead bulged slightly due to the intense focus. Everyone instantly heightened their alertness. The sound of metal scraping echoed. Everyone began to draw chakra, take out weapons, and prepare for battle. A sudden, unusual whirlwind swept through the forest, swirling dry leaves into a vortex. Uchiha Fugaku, wearing a Konoha vest, with the crimson 3-tomo Sharingan swirling in the shadows, tore through the air and appeared before everyone in an instant. A guest from the Cloud Ninja Village. In such a hurry to leave? Before Fugaku finished speaking, over 20 shadowy figures emerged simultaneously from the treetops, the ground, and the bushes. "The task assigned by the daimyo has been completed. Naturally, we must leave. I wonder why Captain Fugaku is blocking our way. The deaths of Mitsui Masao and others today are suspected to be related to you, so please come back with us for investigation." Sukadai was taken aback at first, then laughed in anger, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Captain Fugaku, that's quite interesting. How Mitsui Masao and the others died. Konoha probably knows better than anyone else. Why pretend to be confused when you know the truth and insist on framing us? Our Cloud Ninja Village is above board. We came here only to fulfill a commission and plan to leave after reporting back. Yet your village, with its overwhelming power in the capital of the Land of Fire, after the bizarre deaths of the tycoons, who benefits the most is self-evident." Du stood behind Sukadai, his sensing chakra always outward, vigilant of the movements of the Konoha ninjas around them. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as he stared at Fugaku. "Captain Fugaku, if you really want to talk about evidence, why not investigate your own people first? The political situation in the Land of Fire is complex, and certain forces will resort to any means to control the situation." Fugaku's expression darkened, shaking the fallen leaves around him. "Cloud Ninja Village, don't try to quibble. They died mysteriously after contacting you, and you can't escape responsibility." He waved his hand, and the Konoha ninjas behind him tightened their grips on their weapons and advanced a step forward. "Now come back to Unta City with us. Or don't blame me for being rude." Nani tightened her grip on the short knife in her hand, the blade glinting with a cold blue light, and retorted without backing down. "You think you can make us surrender just like that? We'd rather perish together. Captain Fugaku, is Konoha trying to instigate a war with the Cloud Ninja? To cover up some unspeakable dealings, you casually frame us. Do you think you can bear the responsibility for that?" Sukadai paused, taking a step forward, his gaze sharp as a knife. "At that time, Lord Raikage will never let it go, and the entire Konoha will pay the price for your recklessness. You don't need to worry about that. Capturing you is my duty." Seeing that nothing could be resolved through discussion, Tsukadai quickly made a decision, yellow slime suddenly bursting from his sleeves, tracing an eerie arc in the air. In that case, he quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Dissolution, sticky waterfall." A large amount of corrosive slime surged toward Fugaku like a flood, instantly corroding the ground into charred marks. And the bushes along the way made sizzling sounds as they turned into a pool of dark green liquid upon contact with the slime. "Dodge!" Fugaku ordered sharply, simultaneously retreating rapidly. He quickly formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. A huge fireball, accompanied by scorching air currents, collided head-on with the torrent of slime. And the fierce clash of fire and acid produced a thick cloud of white mist. In a moment the white mist enveloped the area. The Konoha ninjas launched their surprise attacks from different directions, the sounds of shuriken whistling through the air and ninjutsu exploding in succession. Nani swung her knife, cutting the incoming shuriken in half, while Aegeon quickly formed hand seals. Lightning release, lightning serpent. Before the white mist could dissipate, Fugaku's figure had already penetrated through the smoke like a ghost, facing Tsukadai head-on. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and his three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, accurately capturing the slight tension in Tsukadai's shoulder muscles, a sign of ninjutsu being activated. Fugaku instantly changed his trajectory, sidestepping the yellow slime whip that Tsukadai swung back, and threw a kunai that grazed past Tsukadai's ear, leaving a sharp sound in the air. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Countless fireballs streaked through the forest like meteors. Tsukadai crossed his arms, and the viscous yellow slime formed a protective layer around his body like a living creature. Under the intense heat, the gelatinous wall emitted sizzling sounds, continuously melting and quickly reconstituting. Seizing the moment Fugaku was forming seals, Tsukadai suddenly leaped up, his legs bending like springs, using the stickiness from his dissolution technique to bounce between the tree trunks, launching an incredible kick from an angle. Fugaku's Sharingan accurately predicted the trajectory, and his figure instantly vanished from his original spot. As Tsukadai kicked at the empty space, a chilling killing intent approached from behind. He reflexively rolled away, and Fugaku's kunai grazed past his back, leaving a scorched mark on the bark smoking. Before Tsukadai could get up, Fugaku had already closed in, his kunai striking like a venomous snake, aiming for Tsukadai's throat. Tsukadai shouted loudly, and golden slime burst forth from the ground, forming a spherical shield. When Fugaku's kunai stabbed into the sphere, it sunk deeper and deeper, no matter how hard he tried to pull out. Fugaku made a quick decision, abandoning the kunai, rapidly forming hand seals, and shouted, "Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb." A roaring fire dragon charged toward Tsukadai, but was blocked by Tsukadai's timely use of dissolution, sticky wall. The slime and flames collided, producing a deafening roar, with sparks and slime fragments flying everywhere. Fugaku cursed inwardly, thinking how troublesome this old turtle was. The moment the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb was blocked by the slime wall, the steaming acidic mist and sparks splattered all over his face. A scorching wave, accompanied by corrosive slime, rushed towards Fugaku, who instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Feeling a stinging pain in his palm, he quickly wiped away the slime stuck to his face, and as his fingertip brushed across the Sharingan, a wave of sourness surged through him. The three-tomo still firmly locked onto the earth platform. His opponent's dissolution technique was indeed like a persistent bone in his throat. No matter how fierce his fire techniques were, they could always be buffered and dissipated by that strange layer of goo. The splattering slime corroded countless holes into Fugaku's Konoha vest, the dark pattern clan emblem becoming mottled and unclear. "I underestimated you." Fugaku tugged at the sleeve of his garment that had been burned through by the slime, the fabric making a weak, tearing sound. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing his white teeth, and the Sharingan glimmered with a bloody glow in the shadows. "Fugaku, Captain, you're losing your composure?" The earth platform taunted, "Those fire techniques of yours are merely fuel for my dissolution." As he spoke, he quickly formed hand seals, and more slime erupted from the ground, forming sharp cones in midair. "Come on, let's see if your fire burns through my shield first, or if my slime corrodes you into pus first." Before his words fell, dozens of slime spikes shot toward Fugaku, the air thick with a pungent, sour smell. Just as Fugaku and the earth platform were locked in a fierce struggle, another battlefield had already fallen into desperation. The first to fall was the eastern side. Nanai's short blade was in a perilous situation under the wind techniques of several root ninjas from the Uchiha clan. The wind blades, like invisible blades, sliced through the air around her with a piercing shriek. As she dodged to the side, her sleeve was cut open by the wind blades, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone, blood instantly soaking the fabric. Nanai gritted her teeth and threw a smoke bomb, but saw her opponents raise their hands to form seals, shouting in unison, "Wind release! Vacuum great sphere!" A hurricane swept in, carrying debris and not only dispersing the smoke, but also forcing her to retreat repeatedly, her back crashing heavily against a tree. On the western side, Akini was not faring any better. His newly formed lightning serpent was instantly scattered by the Sarutobi clan's fire techniques, the heat wave hitting him hard, making it impossible to open his eyes. Before he could regain his senses, several ninjas from the Minato clan surrounded him. The chains they threw were laden with spinning gears, intent on shredding him to pieces. Akini could only keep retreating, the speed of his hand seals slowing down, sweat dripping down his forehead, blurring his vision. The most distressing was he curled up in a corner of the battlefield, gripping his kunai tightly, trying to block the poisoned shurikens continuously thrown by the Nara clan. Although he barely blocked the vital points, the toxic mist had long seeped into his skin, the dark blue color spreading along his veins. Du's breathing became rapid. His consciousness started to blur, and the kunai in his hand slipped further and further. The earth platform looked at the gradually collapsing battlefield, a chill rising in his heart. These root ninjas not only had deep foundational knowledge, but also coordinated seamlessly. The defeat of the Cloud Ninja team was expanding irreversibly. Chapter 131. Dihan's ambition, damn it. The earth platform caught a glimpse of his companion's plight, anxiety consuming him. He suppressed the urge to distract himself and threw a slime lance towards Fugaku. Fugaku sidestepped to avoid it, but took the opportunity to throw out a smoke bomb, instantly filling the forest with thick smoke. The earth platform immediately held his breath, the slime forming a protective shield around him, cautiously sensing the movements around him. Fugaku's voice came from the left, his 3 Tomo Sharingan glowing like crimson ghost fire in the smoke. Earth platform, you're flustered. This is bad. Due to his subordinates falling into danger. The earth platform inadvertently met the gaze of Uchiha's Sharingan. His pupils constricted suddenly, and before he could react, an invisible force pierced into his consciousness. The smoke before him twisted into a bizarre vortex, and he saw his teammates' bodies corroded by slime into white bones, the face of the wreckage shattering in the void. No! The earth platform bit his tongue, the metallic taste of blood briefly waking him up. He forced himself to tear through the illusion, but due to mental exhaustion, he fell to one knee. The slime shield had long since dissipated, and the forest was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The air was thick with the stench of blood mixed with the sour slime and the burnt flesh. Looking up, he saw Nanai lying in a pool of blood from the wind blades, her blood-stained short blades still gripped in her stiff fingers. Akini was impaled through the chest by gears, half a chain gently swaying on his tattered clothing. Du's skin had turned completely purple, with only a glimmer of survival left in his eyes, like a candle flame about to extinguish. The remaining Cloud ninjas were either curled up with severed limbs or coughing up blood, scattered blades and ninja tools littering the ground. Lord Earth platform, hurry and go. Du suddenly struggled to raise his head, his blue-purple lips moving, each word seeming to take all his strength to tell. Breakage about this. Other Cloud ninjas, still clinging to life, also managed to raise their heads with great difficulty, waving their bloodied hands toward the earth platform. Some tried to stand but fell heavily, while others could only weakly move their lips, silently speaking the same words. The earth platform trembled as he extended his hand, his fingertips hovering above Du's gradually cooling face. He felt the hot tears rolling from the corners of his eyes, mixed with the dried blood on his face, leaving burning traces on his skin. His throat convulsed violently as he bent down to pick up the short blade on the ground, the handle still warm with his comrade's body heat. I will bring the wreckage back. We Cloud ninjas will definitely make Konoha pay for this. Just as his words fell, a cold command from Fugaku came from behind. Not a single one gets away. The earth platform turned and ran wildly, but he heard the sound of chains being dragged behind him. He turned around sharply, only to see the remaining Cloud ninjas had tied explosive tags to themselves. Du swaying unsteadily at the front, gathering the last of his lightning chakra in his palm. Avenge us! A thunderous explosion tore through the air, lightning and flames engulfing the figures of the pursuers. The shockwave toppled the surrounding trees, the scorching blast throwing the earth platform to the ground. He staggered to hold onto a charred tree trunk, watching the towering flames illuminate half the sky, finally unable to hold back. Collapsing to the ground and letting out a beast-like howl. Tears mixed with blood dripped onto the scorched earth as he clenched the short blade, his nails digging deep into his palm. Wait, I will definitely come back. His vow dissipated with the night wind in the forest, but it planted the seeds of revenge in his heart. Fugaku stood amidst the smoke, the Sharingan losing its crimson hue. Watching the tragic end forged by the lies of the Cloud Ninjas, his throat tightened slightly. The determination of these enemies in their final moments moved even an opponent. Different stances, he whispered, bending down to pick up a blood-stained Cloud Ninja forehead protector. I'm sorry. Then, Fugaku slowly placed the bloodied forehead protector down. The Crimson Sharingan once again glowing coldly. He scanned the still-smoking battlefield, with severed limbs and broken ninja tools scattered everywhere. The air thick with the acrid smell of smoke and blood. Continue the pursuit. His voice was deep and cold. Not a single Cloud Ninja could be allowed to return alive. The Konoha ninjas immediately regrouped and started the pursuit in the direction the earth platform fled. As the footsteps gradually faded away, Fugaku remained alone at the spot. He stared at the bloodstains on the scorched earth until the moonlight completely engulfed the battlefield. Before turning and walking toward Konoha, the hem of his clothing brushing against a piece of corroded wood, making a slight sizzling sound. Once the footsteps of the pursuing root ninjas completely disappeared in the forest, the silent battlefield suddenly rippled with fine, spatial waves. The air twisted and folded as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, and Uchiha Dōhō, dressed in a ceremonial robe embroidered with red clouds, slowly appeared. The hem of the ceremonial robe swept over the scorched earth, crushing a few unextinguished sparks into powder. Dōhō stood with his hands behind his back, the crimson kaleidoscope silently surveying the chaos around him, bending down to pick up a broken Cloud Ninja forehead protector. What a pity for these elites. Dōhō's voice wrapped in the night wind carried the unique sigh and scrutiny of a superior. His fingertips rubbed the blood-stained forehead protector, and the fabric embroidered with thunder patterns made a faint friction sound in his palm. How great it would be if it could be used by me. Fujiwara gazed in the direction of the departing Tsukikage, shaking his head. The defectors from the Cloud Village have always been the fewest in the ninja world. Their ninjas are very loyal. Dōhō slightly narrowed his Sharingan, his gaze penetrating the darkness, as if he could see the towering mountains and strict defenses of the Cloud Village. Yes, a terrifying village. He whispered, a hint of barely perceptible apprehension in his tone. Their worship of power and loyalty to the village made the Cloud Ninjas like unsheathed blades, ready to tear apart enemies at Raikage's command. Is it really alright to let the Tsukikage go back to report? Fujiwara still felt a bit worried. Even if he were not allowed to return, the Cloud Ninjas would not give up easily. The changes in the daime are so great that those with ulterior motives have long seen through it. Our use of Genjutsu to control the daime can be concealed for a time, but not for a lifetime. So I prepared a baseless heir for the daime. Didn't I? After all, this world relies on strength. It doesn't matter if others doubt. As long as we can crush all doubts, those rumors will naturally dissipate. Moreover, after the Third Great Ninja War, the strength of the Cloud Ninjas expanded too rapidly. After the death of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, many in the ninja world actually believed that the Cloud Ninjas were the strongest in the ninja world. Indeed, this is the case. The Raikage brothers are exceptionally talented, and if this continues, Konoha's position will be precarious. Therefore, we must interrupt the momentum of the Cloud Ninjas. Dōhō raised his hand and drew the Kusanagi sword, the blade illuminating the murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The Cloud Village is restless. My sword is not without advantage. Next, we will let the entire ninja world see. Konoha is the eternal peak. The night wind swept across the scorched earth, pulling the last wisps of smoke into the clouds. Dōhō looked at the clouds and fell into deep thought. Some secret plans need not be known even by Fujiwara. For example, when Hinata was 3 years old, the Cloud Ninjas entered Konoha under the pretext of signing a peace treaty, which represented that between the years 51 to 54 of Konoha, there must have been a war between Konoha and the Cloud, and Konoha was still in a disadvantaged position. The scale and duration of this war were not explained in Naruto, and Dōhō disliked things he could not control. So he decided to take charge of the war's direction himself. The Fifth Hokage? Fujiwara's voice interrupted his thoughts. Dōhō withdrew his gaze. Pinching the forehead protector heavily with his fingertips, the sound of tearing fabric mixed with the wind. He wanted to use war as a furnace to forge the ambitions of the Cloud and the hidden dangers of Konoha together. This game he personally laid out would ultimately reshape the rules of the ninja world. Over 50 years, the will of fire sown by Senju Hashirama had long taken root and sprouted in Konoha. Those doctrines about love and peace were merely honey to numb the ninjas in Dōhō's eyes. Peace will make people forget pain. Dōhō looked at the dimming flames in the distance, his throat rolling out cold and hard words. Only blood and fire can make them see the truth of the world. When the smoke obscures the moonlight, when the corpses of dear friends lie before them, those empty preachings of universal love will naturally be reduced to dust. He understood the nature of ninjas too well. Pain can breed the hottest hatred, and hatred is the best fuel for manipulating people's hearts. Thinking of the peace in the ninja world after the Fourth Great Ninja War in Naruto, Dōhō scoffed. The so-called peace is merely a projection of the strong's will, if it were not for Naruto Uzumaki's overwhelming power intimidating the nations. How could those long-held grudges easily dissipate? This kind of peace built on individual strength is like building a tower on sand. A gust of wind will cause it to collapse. He casually threw away the Cloud forehead protector. I want every village to become an unquenchable bonfire. When the flames of revenge burn through all hypocritical masks, Konoha can step forth as a savior and achieve true unity on scorched earth. The ceremonial robe rustled in the wind, and Dōhō looked up at the starry sky, as if seeing the phantoms of Indra and Madara shattering in the clouds. You can only prove power through destruction, his eternal kaleidoscope spinning rapidly in his eyes. But I want the whole world to crawl in pain and submit. After all, no matter how powerful the dojutsu, it cannot kill all resistors, and no matter how strong an individual is, one cannot rule a nation alone. Only by turning all of Konoha into the gears of war, making every ninja a pawn in this game, can this chess game of conquering the world truly begin to turn. Unity may not bring everlasting peace, but the peace maintained by unity is the longest lasting. Chapter 132. 8,000 versus 6,000 bang. Too much bullying. In the Cloud Village, in the Raikage's office, accompanied by a loud sound. The furious roar of the Fourth Hokage filled with endless rage. The office was in disarray. The newly replaced desk had turned into fragments under the Fourth Hokage's anger. A's body was surrounded by violent lightning chakra, and the crackling sound of electricity caused the paintings on the walls to fall off due to the shockwave. Sachikage knelt among the wooden debris, bandages on his body, seeping blood, still forcing himself to hold the blood-stained forehead protector high above his head. Raikage-sama, Nina, and the others. When he used explosive tags to perish together, they were still shouting long, "Live the Cloud." His voice choked, his forehead heavily knocking on the floor. "Please take revenge for our fallen comrades." Revenge? A's scarlet pupils suddenly contracted, grabbing a piece of the broken desk's remains. The metal frame twisted and deformed in his palm. "I want Konoha to know the price of provoking the Cloud." Before his words could finish, the office door burst open, and Kurabi entered with rhythmical dance steps, his sunglasses reflecting cold light. "Vo, brother, this commotion shook the earth and mountains. I heard that those guys from Konoha dare to mess with us brothers." He spun 7 blades with his fingers, the tailed beast chakra flaring up like dark red flames. "Watch me use the 8-blade style freestyle to slice their village into a rhythm." I took a deep breath, the lightning storm around him slightly calming. But the dangerous electric light still danced at his fingertips. "Gather the troops. Assemble at the training ground in 3 hours. Linen clothes. Notify the border troops to go into first-level combat readiness." He rubbed the bloodstains soaked into the forehead protector, suddenly clipping it at his waist. "This time, I will personally lead the team to completely crush Konoha's arrogance." 3 hours later, at the Cloud Village training ground, thousands of ninjas tightened their vests, weapons gleaming coldly in their hands. A leaped onto the high platform, the armor of lightning bursting with blinding blue light, illuminating his figure like a war god from mythology. "Cloud ninjas!" His roar, mixed with the sound of electricity, echoed through the valley. Our comrades fell on the land of the Fire Nation. We must make Konoha pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted with deafening battle cries. Kurabi jumped into the air to the beat, 7 blades tracing brilliant light trails. "Listen up. The lightning storm is our rhythm, and the blade's edge is the footnote of revenge. No matter how high Konoha's walls are, they cannot block the wrath of the Cloud." The tailed beast chakra surrounding him transformed into a massive red phantom, igniting the crowd of ninjas below. With A's command, Thousands of figures shot out like arrows, charging towards Konoha in a fierce wave. In the Hokage office of Konoha village, Akimichi Takuma knelt on one knee. He is one of the captains of the border ninja forces responsible for the Fire and Thunder border. Report: Hyuga has declared war on Konoha in the ninja world, and Raikage is personally leading a large army towards the Fire and Thunder border. Dihan sat upright in the Hokage's chair, slightly raising his hand to signal the visitor to withdraw, then turned his gaze to Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, tell me about the troop deployment of the Cloud Ninja. Shikaku pushed up his glasses and unfolded the scroll in his hand, which was filled with intelligence. According to urgent messages from a border, the Cloud Ninja has deployed about 6,000 troops this time. Among them, there are 300 Jonin, personally led by Raikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Nearly 2,000 Chunin, many of whom are skilled in lightning techniques and ambush tactics, and nearly 4,000 Genin, all fully equipped with ninja tools. Additionally, there are 2,000 troops at the border on standby, serving as the second echelon. He paused, pointing to the mountains at the junction of Kumogakure and Konoha on the map. The most troublesome part is that the Raikage has avoided the conventional route and chosen to advance through the Thunder Fong Valley. The terrain there is treacherous, easy to defend, and hard to attack, and it is only 3 days' journey from Konoha's defensive fortifications. 6,000 troops. Dihan stroked his chin, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The sunlight outside the window just illuminated the dark gleam swirling in his eyes. The Raikage does seem anxious. However, this is just what I want. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the bustling streets of Konoha, the calls of vendors and the laughter of children faintly reaching his ears, creating a stark contrast with the impending war. Send the order to gather all the ministers and clan leaders. We will meet in the conference room in half an hour. Dihan's voice suddenly turned cold, and at the same time, he instructed Dingzhua to lead the Umbu to strengthen border reconnaissance and closely monitor the movements of the Cloud Ninja. Shikaku bowed to accept the order, but hesitated to withdraw. He looked at the cloud pattern fluttering on Dihan's cloak, and his throat moved. Hokage-sama, the Cloud Ninja's approach is fierce. Should we invite the third Hokage and the others? No need. The old bones should stay in the nursing home. This war, I am invincible. Half an hour later, Dihan stroked the hilt of the Kusanagi sword at his waist and turned to his secretary Yamashiro Minai, who stood with her hands at her sides. Is everyone here? Lord Fugaku has important matters to attend to, but Umbu Deputy Minister Uchiha Taika has arrived, and the Uchiha clan is represented by Shui. Additionally, Root's oil woman Shimi has also been absent for some reason. Dihan nodded, acknowledging this. He had arranged for these two to be stationed at the capital of the Land of Fire, Azuchi. Since everyone is here, let's discuss how to break the fangs of Kumogakure. Dihan said, looking at the map just hung on the wall. Shikaku, please. Shikaku stood up, picked up a ruler, pointed to the location of Thunder Fong Valley on the map, and said in a deep voice, Hokage-sama, everyone. The Cloud Ninja has deployed about 6,000 troops this time, with Raikage and Killer Bee personally leading 300 elite Jonin, nearly 2,000 Shunin, and nearly 4,000 Genin, all fully equipped with ninja tools. They are bypassing the conventional route and advancing through Thunder Fong Valley, where the terrain is steep and easy to defend but hard to attack. At their marching speed, they will reach Kawanaka in less than 3 days. He paused, moved the ruler, and pointed to Konoha's defensive fortifications. Continuing, Kawanaka is a basin surrounded by Mount Ibuki to the north, Mount Sasao to the west, Mount Tenman, Mount Matsu to the southwest, and Mount Nangong to the southeast, covering 4 kilometers east-west and 2 kilometers north-south. It is a vital thoroughfare connecting the northwestern Hokuriku Road and the southeastern ISC, making it an excellent battlefield for field operations. Once the Cloud Ninja army reaches Kawanaka, we will have no defenses to hold and can only confront them head-on. Moreover, there are still 2,000 troops at the border on standby as the second echelon. Their strategic intention is clear, to achieve a swift victory. After Shikaku finished speaking, the conference room fell into a brief silence. Hinata Hayashi was the first to break the silence. Hokage-sama, must this war be fought? The Cloud Ninja is on the rise. Can we? Yes. The fourth Hokage just sacrificed himself not long ago. Tsunade-sama has left the village, and Orochimaru has defected. Konoha needs to recover right now. After the third great ninja war, the Cloud Ninja is on the rise. What do we have to confront them head on? Why not send an envoy to seek peace first? Delay time to regroup our defenses. For a moment, the voices of discussion rose and fell, with worries and fears spreading throughout the room. Dihan listened to the hesitant words of the crowd, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No wonder in the original story, when the Cloud Ninja proposed peace, they took Hinata away, and Konoha still obediently handed her over. It turns out these guys are so afraid of the Cloud Ninja now. Are we done? Dīhan spoke, instantly cutting through all the noise. The crowd fell silent and turned to look at the young Hokage. Shikaku, how much combat power can Konoha muster? Reporting to Hokage, including reserves, we can mobilize 8,000 troops. But that's enough. Dīhan suddenly stood up, the ceremonial robe rustling loudly. Kawanaka has been the site of large-scale battles more than 50 times throughout history, with twists and turns that are hard to recount. But historians have noted that it is in this ancient battlefield that the rise and fall of many ninja clans were determined, with this rise and that fall, which is why there has been a saying of dominating the world since ancient times. He paced to the front of the map, his fingertip pressing heavily on the mark of Kawanaka, where remnants of the old battle scars from the Third Hokage's era still remain. Back then, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, divided his forces into 3 routes to converge at Kawanaka, marching north to recover Kawanaka. The day after the recovery, the second Hokage, seeing the situation was dire, sent someone to negotiate peace. In April of the 47th year of Konoha, it was also at Kawanaka that I had the honor of following the Fourth Hokage and Captain Fugaku to campaign against the Fourth Hokage A and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Achieving a great victory, he suddenly turned around, his 3-tomo Sharingan, swallowing the reflections of everyone present. I don't understand why everyone is talking about negotiations. As if this ancient battlefield of the ninja world is destined to bring us disaster. The sunlight slanted through the window, cutting across his profile and casting sharp shadows on the ground. More than 30 years ago, the second Hokage set out from Kawanaka to begin the first great ninja war, defeating enemies 1 against 4. Wherever the troops went, the people welcomed them wholeheartedly, truly seizing the moment. That vibrant, flourishing realm is still vivid in my mind. In just 30 years, has this place become our burial ground? His voice suddenly rose, shaking the portraits of past Hokages on the wall. No matter what, the battle strength will be 8,000 against 6,000. The advantage is ours. Fifth Hokage, high view. Narashikaku was the first to react, clapping his hands. The other clan leaders looked at each other and finally erupted in a thunderous chorus of agreement. Chapter 133. Obito's scheme. The rain curtain of the land of rain enveloped the entire spire in a gray mist. Uchiha Obito's wooden clogs splashed through the puddles, and his spiral mask flickered in the rain, while droplets fell from his clothing into the ground puddles, creating small ripples. Konoha is at war with the Cloud Ninja. He deliberately elongated his tone, observing Pain's calm expression. Pain's Rinnegan glimmered with a strange purple light in the rain, as if it could penetrate all illusions. He slightly nodded, his body beneath the black robe remaining motionless. Let them go. The Akatsuki is not ready. The sound of raindrops hitting the glass window made his voice even colder. Obito turned his back, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. The intelligence previously reported by White Zetsu surged in his mind. Uchiha Dōhō had activated the Manjiki Sharingan and might have even fused it with Shirsue's eyes. This news was like a thorn stabbing at his heart. He understood that if White Zetsu's information was true, then the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had fallen. And the strength of Konoha under Uchiha Dōhō was not only intact, but had even grown stronger. Nagato, perhaps it's time to ignite a fire in Konoha. Obito's fingertips grazed the window frame, freezing the raindrops the moment he touched them. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was now completely under my control, with slight guidance. You want to provoke a war between the land of water and Konoha? Pain finally turned around, the pattern of his Rinnegan slightly contracting. But now is not the time to disperse their forces. This is not dispersing, it's weakening. Obito stepped closer, his mask nearly touching Pain's face. If Uchiha Dōhō truly possesses the Manjiki Sharingan, once this news is confirmed, he will be our strongest opponent. The land of water dispatching troops can both exhaust Konoha and test the depth of this new Hokage. Lightning tore through the rain, reflecting the maniacal crimson in Obito's single eye. Mr. Madara, as the ancestor of the Uchiha, how would you evaluate the Manjiki Sharingan compared to Pain's Rinnegan? Conan asked cautiously. Don't worry. Even the infamous Sharingan of the ninja world can only bow before the Rinnegan. Uchiha Dōhō is definitely not my opponent. The black rods surrounding Pain trembled slightly, a purple glow coalescing into substance within his Rinnegan. These eyes inherited the power of the Sage of Six Paths. How could a mere Sharingan compare to the power of a sage? Of course, pain is chosen by the sage of six paths, a person destined to pacify the chaotic ninja world. Obito chuckled lowly, but the gaze beneath his mask was as cold as frost. He certainly knew the power of the Rinnegan, but the secret of the eternal Mangeki was not something Pain could easily perceive. Those eyes, fused with the power of close ones, had forbidden techniques capable of rewriting reality, and a complete body, Susanoo, strong enough to contend with tailed beasts. Pain fell silent for a moment, and the sound of rain hitting the eaves suddenly became exceptionally clear. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Do as you wish. Letting them fight is fine. But remember, the Akatsuki's goal must not deviate. Obito burst into laughter, his laughter echoing within the spire, mingling with the sound of rain. He could hardly wait to imagine the expression on that clan member's face when Konoha faced the combined assault of the cloud and mist. And this chaos was merely the prologue to his remaking of the world. Wait for me, Rin. I will soon establish a world without war, without pain, without parting, where everyone can live happily. Obito murmured softly, his voice drowned out by the rain, yet it was crystal clear in his heart. Divider, in a land of water at the Sekigahara, the leaden clouds hung low, heavy and dark, pressing down on the ancient battlefield, as if foreshadowing the impending bloodshed. The Hokage has arrived. The fifth Hokage has come. With the Hokage here, victory is assured. The passionate shouts pierced through the smoke and dust, and 3 days after the declaration of war by the Cloud Ninjas, Dōhō, clad in red battle armor, led his troops to Sekigahara, joining the border forces. The presence of the Hokage on the battlefield lifted the spirits of the border guards, who had previously been tense due to the aggressive approach of the Cloud Ninjas, showing excitement and exhilaration. The previously low morale ignited like a flame. It was quite common for a village's shadow to personally head to the battlefield in other ninja villages, as their shadows often did so. Even though many shadows had perished on the battlefield, such as the third Hokage being surrounded and killed by thousands of IWA ninjas, the fourth Hokage still maintained this approach. However, for Konoha, it had become rare for the Hokage to take action. The second Hokage had indeed led the charge, personally facing 4 opponents and winning the first great ninja war. But afterward, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, never went to the front lines again. Now, the young fifth Hokage Dōhō's presence on the battlefield undoubtedly reassured the Konoha ninjas, instilling in them an unprecedented sense of confidence and courage. After reaching the camp, Dōhō quickly summoned Commander Yuhike, who was the father of Yuhi Kurenai. How is the situation? Yuhike immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully replied. Report to the Hokage. The Cloud Ninja Army, led by the fourth Hokage, arrived at Sekigahara yesterday. They launched a probing attack yesterday, causing mutual damage. Get up. You've worked hard. What is the specific damage situation? Are our ninja casualties severe? Hokage, we have 51 injured and 13 dead. The casualties are still within a controllable range. The Cloud Ninja's probing attack was mainly to gauge our defenses and strength. They did not go all out. What about the reconnaissance situation? The strength of the Cloud Ninja scouts cannot be underestimated. Their tracking and counter-tracking abilities are strong, causing considerable trouble for our scouts. We must strengthen our reconnaissance efforts to ensure we can grasp the movements of the Cloud Ninjas in a timely manner. Additionally, how many shadow-level powerhouses does the Cloud have? According to current intelligence, in addition to the fourth Hokage, the Cloud also has the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and Commander T-Dai. What about the 2 Tails Jinchuriki? Not yet discovered. Though the 2 Tails Jinchuriki had not been located, they could not let their guard down. The Cloud was known for its cunning, and they might bring them into battle at a critical moment. Pass the order down. Let the Umbu closely monitor any movements of the 2 Tails. If there are any signs, report to me immediately. Dōhō stood up and walked out of the tent, gazing into the distance as if he could penetrate the thick clouds and see the Cloud Ninjas camp. Although T-Dai could not be considered a true shadow-level powerhouse, his command ability was not to be underestimated, and that 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, working in tandem with the Hokage, would surely be a formidable opponent. Yes, Hokage. I have arranged elite scouts to strengthen the reconnaissance of the Cloud Ninjas camp. The Umbu have also set up a trap around the area, and we will be able to detect any new situations immediately. However, the interference from the Cloud Ninja scouts has slowed our reconnaissance efforts. Dōhō turned and patted Yuhike's shoulder, his eyes revealing trust. Senior K, I believe in your abilities. Please break through the Cloud Ninja's interference as soon as possible and obtain more accurate intelligence. This battle with the Cloud Ninjas concerns Konoha's safety and glory. We must not be the slightest bit negligent. Uchiha straightened his chest, his eyes firm. Please rest assured. Hokage, I will not let you down. I will do my utmost to provide you with accurate and reliable intelligence and assist you in achieving victory in this battle. Dōhō nodded, then turned his gaze back to the battlefield, his momentum suddenly rising. Let the Cloud know that there is only one sun in the ninja world, and that is Konoha. Chapter 134. The mist ninjas turned the cold wind was like a knife, slicing the sky above Sekigahara into a grim lead gray color. The blizzard, accompanied by ice shards, rampaged, piling up a snow layer knee-deep on the ground. Uchiha Dōhō tightened the dark green Konoha vest around him, snow accumulating on his shoulders, and tiny ice crystals clinging to his eyelashes. Behind him, Guy, Inuzuka Hana, and Nara Shikamaru followed in his footsteps, Hana's ninja dog running joyfully beside them, kicking up snowflakes that mingled with the white mist of their breath, forming frost flowers in the biting air. 5 miles ahead, the supply line of the Cloud Ninja lay in the valley. Dōhō lowered his voice, the ice crystals on his eyelashes falling off. We have disrupted the Cloud Ninja supply line multiple times, and they are sure to be heavily guarded, so everyone must be cautious. Inuzuka Hana gently stroked her ninja dog's fur. Rest assured, Captain Dōhō, my partners can't wait any longer. Saying this, she flipped her wrist and attached a special ninja tool to her dog's neck. As they spoke, the small team approached the valley. The howling wind swept snowflakes across the cliff, revealing a supply convoy at the valley's bottom. Dozens of carts covered in animal hides, deeply embedded in the snow, with logs placed beneath the wheels to prevent slipping. The Cloud Ninjas, wrapped in thick furs, patrolled back and forth with long swords crackling with lightning, their breath forming ice crystals around the chakra blades. Dōhō suddenly raised his hand, attracting several Cloud Ninjas on the periphery. His three-tomo Sharingan erupted with blinding red light amidst the snowfall. The cold wind suddenly stilled, and the 3 outermost Cloud Ninjas froze in place, their pupils overtaken by the scarlet Sharingan Genjutsu. They mechanically twisted their necks, stabbing the throats of their companions behind them with their long swords. Warm blood splattering onto the snow, creating billows of white mist. Attack! Dōhō's voice was wrapped in coldness, his figure vanishing into the wind and snow like a ghost. A short blade danced between his fingers, accurately slicing through an enemy's carotid artery, warm blood mist crystallizing in the frigid air. Inuzuka Hana whistled, and her ninja dog darted out like an arrow, its sharp claws carving grooves in the snow as it lunged at the Cloud Ninja's face. She followed closely behind, kunai in hand, coordinating with her dog's assault to take down the enemy in the snow. Guy's body emitted azure steam, transforming into curling white smoke in the bitter cold, as his powerful nunchaku shattered the snow-covered ground, sending enemies and snow chunks crashing against the cliff. Nara Shikamaru stood at a high point, his hands moving like phantoms, unleashing a torrential downpour of special shuriken. The shuriken pierced through the swirling snowflakes, precisely nailing the joints and throats of the Cloud Ninjas, causing them to emit muffled groans as they instantaneously lost their ability to move. The Cloud Ninjas hurriedly formed seals to unleash lightning release. Purple lightning intertwining with a white snow curtain, but was instantly dispersed by the heated shockwave from Guy's powerful whirlwind. A burly Cloud Ninja rushed in with a roar, a massive lightning ball crackling in his hands amidst the wind and snow. Dōhō leaped into the air, avoiding the lightning striking the ground, and as he landed, he threw out a smoke bomb. The blizzard enveloped the battlefield in thick fog, and he seized the opportunity to close in on the enemy. The red light of his Sharingan flashing as the Genjutsu slithered into the opponent's pupils. The elite ninja froze in place, the lightning ball exploding in his palm and consuming him into charred remains. The battle intensified, the snow soaked with blood, and broken weapons and corpses scattered across the muddy snow. Dōhō's Genjutsu continuously dismantled the enemy formation, while Inuzuka Hana and her ninja dog nimbly weaved through, restraining the enemy's movements. Guy's taijutsu harvested lives like cutting down withered plants, while Shikamaru suppressed the enemies with shuriken, stifling the Cloud Ninjas' counterattacks in their infancy. When the last Cloud Ninja fell, Dōhō wiped the blood from his face and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A fire dragon erupted from his mouth, engulfing the supply carts and their contents. The soaring flames illuminated the snow, reflecting the bloodied faces of the 4 and 1 dog. "Withdraw," he called out, and the 4 of them, along with the dog, shot into the vast snowfield like arrows, leaving behind the burning supply line swaying in the wind and snow, resembling a bleeding wound on the land of the Valley of the End. On the way back to camp, the distant snowfield occasionally erupted with flames, the sounds of battle torn apart by the wind and snow. In these few days, the White Valley of the End had turned into a boiling furnace. Every snow pit could become an ambush point, and every ancient tree hid deadly traps, with sporadic battles raging like an unquenchable wildfire, burning across every inch of the Valley of the End. When the group trudged into the camp, they saw Nara Shikaku frowning at the sand table, tapping the position of the southeastern coast of the Land of Fire on the map with a folding fan. Shursui stepped forward, snow falling off him, straightening his back, his voice still tinged with the scent of gunpowder. "Lord Shikaku, the Cloud Ninja supply line has been successfully destroyed, and our side has suffered no casualties." "Well done." Shikaku forced a smile, but his eyes concealed an unshakable gloom. With Shursui's involvement, the Cloud Ninja supply line must be in dire straits. Shursui keenly caught the unnatural expression on his face, his Sharingan slightly constricting. "Lord Shikaku, what has happened?" Shikaku sighed heavily, slamming the folding fan onto the sand table, scattering snowflakes everywhere. "It's no harm to tell you. The Mist Ninja has declared war on Konoha. Half an hour ago, their vanguard has already landed on the southeastern coast of the Land of Fire." "What? Are we now facing enemies on 2 fronts? What does Lord Hokage say?" Guy's nunchaku clattered to the ground. Inuzuka, Hana's ninja dog, perked up its ears in shock, and Shikamaru nearly dropped the shuriken box in his hands. The wind and snow suddenly turned exceptionally biting, and the flames from the distant burning supply line dimmed in their eyes like a candle flame. "Konoha, under attack from 2 fronts. Does Lord Hokage have a good solution?" Split line. Deep within the cloud-hidden camp, the cold wind whipped snowflakes against the tents, creating a muffled, rustling sound. The 4th Hokage, sat firmly in the main seat, his voice booming. "Cooperation?" He scoffed, nostrils flaring. "It's only a matter of time before the iron hooves of the cloud hidden flatten Konoha. Why bother to share the spoils with you?" Terumi Mei, dressed in the standard deep purple mist-hidden vest, had her red-brown hair intricately braided down to her shoulders. She elegantly brushed her hair aside, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Lord Hokage is so confident. I presume you are unaware of the new Hokage's true capabilities. According to our 4th Mizuki's intelligence, Uchiha Dōhō has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, and his power is unfathomable." The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the tent suddenly froze. "Mangeki? What kind of ninjutsu is that?" Killer Bee paused his knife play, his gaze behind the sunglasses growing serious. However, suddenly slammed his hand on the table, causing the maps to fly up. "So what if it's Mangeki? Back in the day, my father, the 3rd Hokage, fought against tens of thousands of IWA ninjas alone. Am I supposed to fear a wet-behind-the-ears kid?" T-Dai hurriedly stepped forward, his bandaged arm trembling slightly. "Lord Hokage, Uchiha Madara was able to change the world with just a pair of Mangeki. Now that Konoha has a shadow with awakened Mangeki, we must be on guard." His voice carried a sense of awe, as if recalling the bloody storm stirred up by the legendary Uchiha ancestor. A cloth-clad figure looked anxious, quickly picking up a yellowed parchment scroll. Under the candlelight, the faded writing recorded past accounts of Konoha. "My lord, please look. This is a battle report from the time of the 1st Hokage. Uchiha defeated the Cloud Ninja army with Mangeki." Even the 1st Hokage, her voice cut off abruptly. And in the tent, only A's heavy breathing mixed with the crackling of electricity could be heard. A paced back and forth, the lightning around him growing more violent, casting an eerie blue-purple light across the canvas tent. With each step he took, the ground trembled and fine cracks appeared. After a long moment, he suddenly grabbed the Thunder Shadow Great Seal on the desk and heavily stamped it on the Alliance Agreement scroll. "Oomph. Consider yourselves lucky. But let me be clear. After the war, the Fire Country's territory will be primarily taken by Yunin." Terumi Mei smiled with relief, her carefully maintained fingertips brushing over the edge of the scroll. "Naturally. The Mist Village only seeks a share of the coastal 5 cities," and her gaze swept over Karabi, pausing meaningfully, "and also, the assistance of your village in helping us Mist Shinobi complete the perfect Jinchuriki training." Chapter 135, Amnesty for Orochimaru within the Konoha camp. The voices of Konoha ninjas were noisy and chaotic, like a pot of boiling water, various sounds intermingling, rising and falling. Today, news spread rapidly through the camp as if it had grown wings. Many had already heard of the missed shinobi's news, but the higher-ups in Konoha had yet to explain. Everyone felt as if they had a small rabbit in their hearts, anxious and restless, both looking forward to the official statement and fearing bad news. "It's coming," someone shouted, a hint of tension and anticipation in their voice. "The Hokage has arrived. Is that news true? Did the mist really declare war on us? No way. How could the mist suddenly intervene?" Amidst the noisy discussions, Uchiha Dōhō confidently stepped onto the high platform. The ceremonial robe, symbolizing identity and honor, billowed wildly behind him, rustling like it was telling of the impending fierce battle. Silence. Nara Shikaku's steady and powerful voice, wrapped in a rich chakra, resonated like a bell, instantly suppressing all the noise and chatter. The previously chaotic camp fell silent in an instant, and everyone's gaze turned in unison to the high platform. Yesterday, urgent intelligence came from the village. The Mist Shinobi have declared war on our Konoha, and their troops have successfully landed on the eastern coast of the Fire Country. Uchiha Dōhō wasted no time, diving straight into the topic with an undeniable firmness in his tone. As soon as his words fell, the crowd erupted in chaos, various voices rising like a tide. How is that possible? Are we going to fight on two fronts? How could the Mist declare war on Konoha out of nowhere? Did the Cloud and Mist Shinobi have plans all along? What do we do now? We're already struggling against one Cloud ninja. Silence. Nara Shikaku spoke again to calm the crowd, and gradually everyone quieted down, waiting for a guiding answer. Once the crowd was completely silent, Uchiha Dōhō spread his arms, his voice booming and impassioned. What glory we Konoha once had, how invincible we were. That was a glorious time that made the entire shinobi world take notice. Back then, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, side by side, swept through the shinobi world with an invincible force, and wherever they went, no one dared to challenge them. At that time, which village would dare to declare war on Konoha? Dōhō's voice rose high, seemingly taking everyone back to that golden age of Konoha's glory. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, single-handedly led Konoha to defend against 4 opponents in the First Shinobi World War, not only securing Konoha's foundation, but also winning Konoha's illustrious glory. Have you all forgotten these glorious deeds? There was a hint of heartfelt reproach in Dōhō's voice, as if scolding the ninjas before him, who seemed frightened by the current predicament. Just a mere alliance of Cloud and Mist, and you're this panicked? Are you still Konoha ninjas? Where has your pride gone? I have made up my mind. At dawn tomorrow, the entire army will launch a full-scale attack on the Cloud Shinobi. I want to make the Cloud the first stepping stone for Konoha's return to its peak. Among the crowd, Might Guy was the first to be ignited by Dōhō's impassioned words. His signature thick eyebrows raised slightly, his eyes shining with fervent light, as if 2 flames were burning within. Youth is about constantly challenging oneself and surpassing limits. He raised his fist high and shouted loudly, "The Hokage is right. How can we Konoha ninjas be intimidated by such difficulties? Let's use the fiery blood of youth to ignite our will of fire." Might Guy's shout stirred the blood and battle spirit of the crowd. The ninjas who were originally confused and worried were inspired by his enthusiasm, and their fighting spirit was instantly ignited. That's right, we Konoha ninjas never back down. No matter what Cloud or Mist Shinobi, bring 1 and we will fight 1. Bring 2 and we will fight 2. For the glory of Konoha, we vow to fight to the death. At this moment, the entire Konoha camp was immersed in a fervent atmosphere, and the troops were ready to fight with their backs against the wall. Dōhō stood on the high platform, watching the Konoha ninjas whose emotions had been ignited. His thoughts surged like a tide. The Konoha lion pack had weakened under the lead of sheep. Once, Konoha was so glorious, the undisputed overlord of the shinobi world, like a majestic lion looking down on the world, making other villages tremble in fear. But what about now? Under the seemingly gentle yet slightly indecisive governance of the third Hokage, Konoha gradually lost its former brilliance, like a lion whose edges have been worn down by time. Merely a shell, lacking the domineering aura that overlooked the world. He remembered those years when Konoha roamed freely in the shinobi world. Whether it was the impressive reputation built by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, or the courageous feat of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, fighting 4 opponents alone. Both made Konoha a legend in the shinobi world. However, during the third Hokage's era, Konoha began to become conservative and timid, always hesitating when facing external threats, losing the decisiveness and resolution of the past. I can no longer watch Konoha continue to decline. He understood that he bore the heavy responsibility of revitalizing Konoha. This was his unshakable mission as Hokage. He wanted Konoha to regain that pride and bloodiness belonging to the Lion King. To let those who attempted to covet Konoha's position know that Konoha was still a powerful and inviolable existence. After returning to the tent, Dōhō looked at Nara Shikaku, concerned about the situation with the Mist Shinobi. Shikaku, what is the situation on the Mist side now? Where are they? Nara Shikaku unfolded a fresh map, his finger heavily tracing the eastern coastal defense line. After landing, the Mist Shinobi fleet split into 3 paths, with the 4th Mizukage, Kagaya Shiraishi, personally leading the main force along the ancient trade route, having now crossed the Qingxiu Pass, leaving only 2 days' journey to the heart of the Fire Country. Dōhō looked at the map, a murderous intent rising in his heart. I should have anticipated this. That guy Obito would never miss any opportunity to disrupt the shinobi world. Yakura's Scorch release can counter the Mist Shinobi's water release. He grabbed the Hokage seal and heavily stamped it on a letter of amnesty. Relay my orders. Grant amnesty to Orochimaru, and send him to organize troops with Yakura to build a defense line at the Kikyo River. Sir, granting amnesty to Orochimaru. Sir, are you considering this? Yes. Orochimaru is still too dangerous. Dōhō looked around at everyone. Releasing Orochimaru was part of his deal with him. Now that the opportunity had arisen, he would naturally fulfill his promise. I know better than anyone the danger of Orochimaru. But now, we need his experience as a commander to resist the Mist Shinobi. This is not trust, this is a deal. The Umbu will monitor him throughout. If he dares to make any moves, he will be killed without mercy. The tent fell into a heavy silence as everyone pondered for a long time. Indeed, with the great enemy at hand, there was no better solution now. A long time later, Nara Shikaku bowed. I will arrange it immediately. Chapter 136. The Final Battle with Cloud Ninja. The next morning, the sun slowly rose from the east, and Uchiha Dōhō knelt on the frozen ground. Si, Wei, Shin, I, Wu, Yin. As the last hand seal was formed, Dōhō suddenly slammed his palm against the ground. As the smoke cleared, a massive snake head burst forth from the earth, its dark red scales glinting coldly, with corrosive slime dripping from its sharp fangs. Amidst the swirling white mist, a dark red giant head emerged from the ground, its scales shimmering in the morning sun, and a fierce scar over its right eye like an unhealed wound. Sinya, Dōhō murmured softly. This one-eyed giant snake with reverse scales was avoided even by its kin in the dragon cave. At this moment, it was staring intently at him with its vertical pupils, the slime dripping from its fangs corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. Interesting. Sinya's deep voice shook the ground, causing snow to fall. Your chakra, Uchiha clan? Dōhō's mouth curled into a slight smile, revealing a confident grin as he met Sinya's gaze firmly and said, I need your power. As soon as he finished speaking, the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes suddenly brightened, the crimson light burning like a flame, reflecting against Sinya's cold vertical pupils, as if they were colliding with invisible sparks in the air. Help me defeat the Cloud Ninja, and you shall receive great rewards in the future. Sinya let out a roar that shook the heavens, its massive body fully emerging from the ground, its long tail sweeping across, turning the snow into powder. Sinya bent down, its foul breath spraying onto Dōhō's face. Interesting, you remind me of those fools who dare to pull the reverse scales. It lowered its head, its snake tongue almost touching Dōhō's face. You're sent, you are quite powerful. Come up and let me see if you have the qualifications to become a contractee of the Dragon Cave. When Dōhō leaped up to stand on Sinya's head, good, truly worthy of the Hokage. What a powerful summoning beast. Just looking from a distance is overwhelming. Thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd, the Leaf Ninja brandishing their weapons, their shouts reaching the sky. This terrifying summoning beast did not instill fear in them. Instead, it ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Nara Shikaku looked at Sinya, recalling Dōhō's special pardon of Orochimaru, and suddenly had an idea. But he shook his head. This was not the time to think about that. He raised his folding fan and shouted loudly, Troops advance. In the distance, the Cloud Ninja's lightning release troops had already gathered. The final battle was at hand. The morning glow filled the sky as Dōhō held the Kusanagi sword, standing proudly atop Sinya's head. He gazed at the flickering lightning in the cloud camp, the sound of Sinya's excited roar in his ears. This final battle would be the starting point for the Leaf to regain its reputation. And it was also his declaration to the entire ninja world. The era of Uchiha Dōhō has arrived. On the other side, The Kinyu Valley stirred up a storm of snow dust as the Cloud Army marched in perfect formation. When the two armies were 1,000 meters apart, the orderly footsteps abruptly stopped. In front of the cloud formation, Raikage raised his hand in signal, and over 6,000 ninjas behind him instantly stood still. The sound of metal weapons clashing intermingling with heavy breathing, creating a chilling atmosphere. On the Leaf Camp side, Naruto swung his folding fan vigorously, and the Leaf Army simultaneously gripped their weapons, the blades reflecting the morning sun, alongside the white mist rising from Sinya's dripping acidic liquid, casting a cold light. Surprisingly, neither commander ordered an attack. Raikage's body crackled with lightning as he stepped forward. Uchiha Dōhō lightly patted Sinya's massive snake head and nimbly jumped down. 800 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters. When the two sides were only 100 steps apart, they finally stopped. Raikage's body erupted with lightning, and the frozen ground beneath him cracked into a spiderweb pattern. Uchiha brat, does the Leaf really have no one left that you think you deserve to be Hokage? Before his words fell, Killer Bee stepped behind his brother, shaking his chain blade and muttering. Don't be impulsive, bro. Dōhō, clad in red battle armor, with golden whorl patterns shining in the morning light, gently stroked the guard of the Kusanagi sword, his brows sharp with determination. When you kneel in the snow, begging for mercy, you'll know whether I am worthy or not. Sinya let out a timely roar, its corrosive slime dripping to the ground, rising into puffs of white smoke. Arrogant. Raikage's fist suddenly tightened, the lightning swelling 3 feet. You dare to send someone to assassinate my Cloud Ninja. Today, I will avenge them. Dōhō's gaze seemed tangible, sweeping past Raikage and landing on the bandaged face on the platform behind. He suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with unmasked ridicule. The Cloud Ninja sent assassins to infiltrate the Land of Fire, with knives to the throats of ministers, and yet, you dare to complain first? Terumi May stepped forward slowly, her gaze irresistibly drawn to Dōhō. The red battle armor made him look strikingly heroic, his brows and eyes sharp as blades, every move exuding a commanding presence, especially those crimson Sharingan, radiating a dangerous and alluring glow. A fleeting admiration crossed her mind. This young Hokage was indeed the most handsome man she had ever seen. If it weren't for their opposing stances, he would truly be a good candidate for romance. Why must the two of you argue? She elegantly brushed her hair aside. The Leaf was besieged, and the heart of the Land of Fire was already under the mist's feet. Hokage, it is still not too late to surrender. Dōhō glanced sideways, the corners of his mouth curling into a disdainful arc. Even the Mist Ninja, this clown, dared to join in, seeking death. This remark was like a sharp blade, instantly cutting through the surface calm. The Byakugan of Ao bulged with veins, his hands quickly forming seals. Terumi May's liquid release surged violently, her beautiful face tinged with frost. Raikage could no longer contain himself, and his body erupted with lightning, coalescing into a giant lightning beast that roared at Dōhō. Die. Come well. Dōhō's chakra suddenly boiled, and at the moment the lightning beast lunged at him, he crouched like a leopard and leaped up, his right hand forming a swirling blue orb. Rasengan. As both side shadows clashed, the platform roared, raising an arm. Warriors of the cloud, let the lightning pierce their throats. Naruto swung down his folding fan. Leaf Ninja, listen up. The will of fire will burn everything that invades. In an instant, the Cloud Ninja forces charged forward amidst the lightning. Lightning chakra leaping on weapons like a black tidal wave. The Leaf Army leaped up, their blades reflecting the morning sun, transforming into a green torrent. The two waves of people collided with a thunderous sound, the clash of metal and roars shaking the snow to fall. On the battlefield, everyone was giving their all. Lightning Cutter. Kakashi's palm exploded with electric light, the blue chakra blade grazing Samui's neck, severing a few strands of hair. Darui's storm release, Lightning Fong, followed closely, the sharp sound tearing through the air as Kakashi rolled into a snow pit, 3 explosive tags smoking in his hands. At the same time, he rapidly formed hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. 5 rock walls surged into the sky, crashing down to block the lightning Fong. The explosive shockwave enveloping snowflakes and obscuring Samui's vision. Just as the snow curtains surged, Samui's short blade darted out like a venomous snake, aiming directly for Kakashi's throat. In a critical moment, a green afterimage tore through the smoke. Guy's bandages burst apart, all 8 gates opened, the boiling chakra coalescing into scorching steam around him. Taijutsu is not your strong suit. he shouted, launching a punch towards Darui, forcing the latter to retreat repeatedly. Samui roared as she turned to swing her blade, only to see Guy's figure flash, the bandages of the high ton already wrapping around her ankle. The victor lifted her into the air, and the immense centrifugal force traced an arc in the sky, sending Samui crashing heavily into the snow, carving a trench 10 zhang long, with snowflakes mixed with blood flying everywhere. On the other side of the battlefield, Shizumi's body flicker technique drew a crimson trajectory through the smoke. His kunai aimed directly at Ao's throat. Ao's Byakugan glowed with a ghostly blue light, sensing danger in an instant. And the water release. Water gun technique poured out like a torrential rain. Shizumi quickly turned, using the snow mist as cover to change direction, unleashing the fire release. Phoenix fire technique, with fireballs suddenly shooting out, grazing Kuratsuchi's ear and startling her hair to flutter. Hinata Hayashi seized the opportunity. The gust from his 8 trigrams palm sealing Kuratsuchi's retreat, while the shockwave from his gentle fist technique shattered her boil release, acid mist. However, Ao's water prison technique suddenly rose from the ground, attempting to trap the two of them inside. The water prison rapidly constricted, and Kuratsuchi sneered, gathering orange lava release in her mouth. Hinata, are you ready to die? Hinata Hayashi's Byakugan shone with piercing blue light, fixated on Ao's equally flickering Byakugan. A surge of killing intent swelling within him. Today, I will take back the Byakugan you stole from the Hyuga. Before Kuratsuchi's lava release could fully form, the water prison that trapped the two suddenly exploded, sending water splashing. Ao's pupils constricted sharply before he could react. Hayashi had already stepped forward with the 8 trigrams 64 palms footwork, the gust of wind wrapped in bone-chilling killing intent. Bastard. Return what belongs to the Hyuga. Chapter 137. Fierce battle with the Fourth Hokage. The Hokage, it was surrounded by crackling lightning, the ground instantly cracking with spiderweb-like patterns. The lightning release chakra mode he unleashed was the pinnacle of the Cloud Village's forbidden techniques, by injecting lightning release chakra throughout his body like liquid lightning. Not only did it cover his body with a crackling lightning armor, but it also maximized his physical vitality. The Book of Formation once recorded, this armor can enhance physical hardness and speed, making nerve conduction as swift as thunder. At this moment, the electric light swirling around intensified, indicating that both defense and speed had reached their peak. This B-rank secret technique, known as the lightning release armor, exhibited astonishing power in A's hands. He slightly bent his legs, and the purple afterimages created by the lightning body flicker technique pierced through the acidic mist spat out by Sinyen. Coupled with the ninja body technique formed by the lightning release armor, his elbow, enveloped in enough lightning to shatter rock, crashed down towards Dohwan's face. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. Dohwan spun in midair, the Kusanagi sword leaping like a dragon out of the abyss. The red flames igniting along the blade colliding with the oncoming lightning. In the blinding light, the forces clashing between the two carved a trench half a person deep into the frozen ground, the splattered snowflakes being burned into vapor by the thunder and fire. Thanks to the astonishing speed brought by the lightning release chakra mode, it could actually adjust his attack in an instant during the clash. His iron grip suddenly clutching Dohwan's collar, the raging lightning release chakra burrowing into his veins. The burning sensation akin to thousands of steel needles wandering through flesh. A mere trick. Before the words fell, the elbow strike enveloped in lightning surged violently, but it directly dispersed the shadow before him. Dohwan had already used the moment of their swords intersecting to create a shadow clone with his Sharingan Jinjutsu. His real body soared into the sky, stepping on Sinyan scales, his hands forming seals like a butterfly. Fire release. Great fire. Annihilation. The red flames transformed into a roaring dragon diving down, but A's body surged with lightning, activating the lightning release. Lightning beast dance. Thousands of silver snakes of lightning erupted from his armor, weaving into an impenetrable electric net in the air. The moment the fire and lightning clashed, the explosive sound was deafening, and the entire sky was dyed a blinding white-purple. Dohwan used the force to fly backward, the Kusanagi sword drawing a floral pattern, scattering the residual electricity. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Sharp wind blades swept out in a fan shape, but A's lightning release armor shone with an overwhelming brilliance. With speed comparable to Minato Namikaze, he shouted and unleashed the lightning release. Thunder ninja technique, his arm wrapped in lightning swirling like a whirlwind, shredding the vacuum wave into dust. It was precisely the extreme speed granted by the lightning release chakra mode that allowed him to complete defense and counterattack in an instant. Do-Hwan gazed at the golden figure approaching through the residual shadows, his expression serious. This lightning release armor not only elevated A's speed to a level comparable to Minato, but also made every attack carry currents that could paralyze nerves. The moment the heavy explosive strike grazed his shoulder, his entire arm had been trembling uncontrollably since then. This is troublesome. Speed, attack power, defense, the Raikage lacks nothing. Every time the Raikage charged, he precisely predicted Do-Hwan's evasion route. Currently, whether in speed or reaction speed, Do-Hwan fell short compared to him. He truly was the first existence in the ninja world's physical techniques. Just then, Sinyan's roar pierced through the battlefield's rumble. Do-Hwan caught a glimpse of the new wounds on the giant snake, and Kairabi was wielding 8 blades, reminding him that the attack from the other battlefield was equally fierce. It seemed he could no longer afford to drag this out. He needed to end the fight quickly. Observing the battlefield situation, Do-Hwan made a rapid decision. His pupils suddenly constricting as the 3-tomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly. Outside the battlefield, Kuro and Obito were watching the battle between Do-Hwan and the Raikage. Seeing Do-Hwan finally activate his Manjiki, the two spirits perked up. Here it comes. What is this? It really is the Eternal Manjiki. The Eternal Manjiki Sharingan is activated after transplanting the Manjiki Sharingan of a close relative. Its pattern is a combination of the patterns of both the donor and the recipient's Manjiki. Taking Sasuke as an example, after transplanting his brother Itachi's Manjiki, the resulting Eternal Manjiki pattern is a new form created by merging his original 6-pointed star pattern with Itachi's Manjiki pattern. Uchiha's Eternal Manjiki pattern was also formed by combining his and his brother's Manjiki patterns, so the two immediately recognized that Do-Hwan's Sharingan was not an ordinary Manjiki. This is troublesome. I didn't expect a second pair of Eternal Manjiki to appear in the ninja world. What could his abilities be? Although the fourth Raikage did not know what powers Do-Hwan's eyes possessed, the cold chakra emanating from the Manjiki still made his pupils constrict. A instinctively clenched his fist, the lightning crackling in his palm, his instincts telling him that the Uchiha brat before him had completely transformed into a completely different existence. Interesting. The Raikage licked his lips, the lightning release chakra mode around him surging again, the lightning casting a fluctuating light on his face. No matter what kind of supernatural technique it would be nothing but a fleeting strike in the face of absolute power. He stomped hard on the ground, his entire being shooting forth like an arrow. This time the speed of his lightning technique was several times faster than before, leaving a twisted purple light trail in the air. In A's understanding, only by putting forth all his strength could he completely eliminate this dangerous variable before it erupted. Divine passage, retrogression. Do-Hwan roared, the pattern of the Eternal Manjiki in his left eye swirling as if alive, his time-based ocular technique boldly activating. In an instant, the world viewed by his left eye seemed to be pressed on the slow-motion button. The flow of time throughout the entire space abruptly slowed down. The Raikage A, rushing in with his lightning technique, suddenly froze, ripples forming in the air like spiderwebs. The originally lightning-fast purple afterimage now resembled an insect trapped in thick resin. Even the lightning flickering on his body, trailing long tails. His shocked expression stretched infinitely, his open mouth remaining in a roar, but the sound was caught in his throat, unable to be expressed fully. What the hell is this? The Raikage's furious roar became muffled and slow, each syllable elongated into a strange, quivering tone. He could clearly feel every detail of his muscles contracting, and the vibrations of his lightning armor became particularly sluggish. This completely contrary sensation made even this battle-hardened Raikage feel a chill in his heart. Curse the misfortune of not having the Sharingan. Do-Hwan seized this fleeting opportunity, his figure rising like a ghost. His right palm gathered S-rank ninja art, the heroic Rasengan, enveloped in the high temperature of fire release. The scorching energy ball distorted the surrounding air, emitting a piercing shriek. Break for me! With a loud shout, the Rasengan struck the Raikage's chest like a small sun. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the Raikage flew backward like a kite with a broken string, plowing a trench dozens of feet long in the snow. Knowing that a single Rasengan attack would not be enough to defeat the Raikage, Do-Hwan immediately formed the seal for the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Multiple shadow clones. With a low shout from Do-Hwan, countless figures rapidly emerged around his body, quickly filling the entire battlefield. Each shadow clone rushed towards Raikage AI at high speed. Right palms gathering the terrifying energy of the heroic Rasengan. Multiple heroic Rasengan. The shadow clones shouted in unison, smashing the heroic Rasengan towards the Raikage. The explosions boomed one after another, shaking the entire snowfield violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. The Raikage was completely engulfed by the explosion's light and smoke, making it impossible to see his condition. Dōhō shadow clones showed no signs of stopping, continuously launching attacks. Wave after wave of heroic Rasengan rained down on the Raikage's position, determined to completely bury him in this terrifying assault. Chapter 138. Fierce Battle with Killer Bee, Big Brother. Killer Bee's roar seemed to tear through the rumbling battlefield, as 7 ninja blades fell from his hands, striking the snow with a crisp sound. His pupils trembled violently as he witnessed AI being bombarded by dozens of heroic Rasengan. The fierce flames exploding in the snow mixed with lightning, completely swallowing the towering figure of the Raikage. The seemingly invincible lightning release armor of the Raikage appeared so fragile under such a violent attack. Even the 4th Raikage could not remain unscathed under the bombardment of such S-rank heroic Rasengan. Injury was inevitable. Raikage-sama! The Cloud Ninjas erupted in exclamations, their voices filled with fear and unease. Your brother is a powerful man. Hundreds of meters away, Terumi Mei, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Sure Sui, frowned tightly. A hint of barely perceptible worry flashed in her lively eyes. This Uchiha Dōhō, of similar age to her, possessed such astonishing strength that he could defeat the Raikage. The direction of this battle had now become unpredictable. If Konoha successfully defeated the Cloud Ninjas, the Mist Ninjas alone would not be able to face Konoha. Seeing the Raikage knocked down, Killer Bee felt a rush of blood surge to his head, the veins on his neck bulging like coiling dragons. Dark red-tailed beast chakra surged violently from within him, resembling boiling lava, rapidly forming a layer of fierce-tailed beast armor on his surface, exuding a chilling aura. Get out of my way. Just as Shinya was about to take the opportunity to spray acid mist, Killer Bee's elbow suddenly erupted with a white bone blade, glinting coldly in the sunlight. He swung back, the bone blade accompanied by a sharp wind, striking fiercely against the giant snake. Shinya yelped in pain, his enormous body rolling backward and crashing heavily into the snow, sending up a cloud of snow dust. Killer Bee's tail beast ball was only half formed when he suddenly narrowed his eyes and changed his technique. Lightning chakra surged around him, as if countless blue electric snakes were madly dancing. Lightning release, lightning plow heat blade. He roared, the combined force of the tailed beast and lightning intertwining, turning into a red-blue streak of a meteor, dragging a long tail of flames and charging straight at Dōhō. At this moment, the battlefield on both sides presented a scene of ice and fire. The Konoha ninjas cheered as they saw the Raikage being blasted into the snow pit, their morale soaring and their cheers echoing over the battlefield like a surging tide. Someone excitedly shouted, "The Raikage is nothing special. Our Hokage is invincible. We won, we won." Their faces beamed with the joy of victory, as if the scales of triumph had completely tipped in their favor. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninjas wore anxious expressions, watching Killer Bee charge towards Dōhō, their hearts filled with tension. Medical ninjas wasted no time and rushed towards the Raikage AI's direction, preparing to provide him with emergency treatment. In the distance, Obito's single eye trembled violently as he fixed his gaze on the figure of Dōhō in battle. This technique can actually forcefully change the flow of time. Black Zetsu also looked serious, slowly speaking. This Uchiha Dōhō has awakened this eye technique, God's Passage. This is recorded in the forbidden scrolls of the Uchiha from 1,000 years ago, rumored to be able to. Before he finished speaking, White Zetsu suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost, clutching his neck tightly with both hands, exclaiming, "What a terrifying eye technique. If one gets dragged into the time mire by this technique, even Lord Obito would." Obito, furious, scolded White Zetsu, "Idiot." But the palm hidden under his robe was already drenched in cold sweat. He knew better than anyone that the phasing ability he relied on for survival also needed time to support it. Ever since awakening Kamui, he had felt fearless in this world, but now, for the first time, he felt a heavy pressure from someone else, making this underachiever slightly gasp for breath. On the other side, the battle continued. Dark red-tailed beast chakra enveloped Killer Bee, with white bone blades extending from his elbows gleaming with a ghostly light. He was surrounded by lightning chakra, transforming into a red bolt of lightning, appearing before Dōhō in the blink of an eye. "Take this." accompanied by a loud shout. The lightning plow heat blade, with a momentum to split mountains and crack rocks, swung down at Do-Hwan. Do-Hwan's pupils constricted, the kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning wildly. God's passage. A strange red light flickered in his left eye, and the laws of time and space twisted between the two. Killer Bee's attack suddenly slowed, every movement feeling like it was stuck in thick resin. Even the lightning in the air was stretched. However, this Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, with his indomitable will, forced his way through the pressure of time. Don't think this move will work on me. Killer Bee's neck veins bulged, and the tailed beast chakra surged like a tide. He forcibly broke through the time constraint, the bone blade grazing past Do-Hwan's shoulder, leaving a trench over 10 feet long in the rock wall behind him. Do-Hwan used the force to fly backward while forming seals. Fire release. Great fire destruction. The crimson flames roared out like a giant dragon. But Killer Bee waved his hand, and the shield formed by the tailed beast chakra completely blocked the flames. Havoc of the cursed blade. Killer Bee's figure flickered, instantly splitting into 7 afterimages, with a bone blade and 7 appearing blades attacking Do-Hwan simultaneously. Heavenly Prison Fire Sword. Do-Hwan spun and danced with his sword. The sword energy from the Kusanagi clashing with the blades, erupting with a deafening roar. The shockwaves from their battle spread out, toppling trees and shattering rocks along their path. Seizing the momentary flaw, Killer Bee gathered a tailed beast ball in his mouth. Disappear for me. The black-purple energy ball, carrying a sense of destruction, smashed towards the ground. Do-Hwan immediately formed seals, boar dog, rooster, monkey goat, triple Rashomon. 3 gigantic gates, carved with menacing demon faces, rose from the ground but groaned under the impact of the tailed beast ball, unable to bear the weight. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Killer Bee's aura suddenly vanished. Just as Do-Hwan was about to be on guard, a sound of wind breaking came from above. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki had appeared right above him, the protruding white bone blade gleaming coldly, aiming straight at his face, with murderous intent burning like a tangible flame. Karabi's roar, infused with the power of the tailed beast, tore through the air with a bone-chilling blade, slicing Do-Hwan's body in half. The blood mist exploded in the wind and snow, and he stood in the center of the battlefield, drenched in blood, looking at the gradually cooling corpse. His tense back finally relaxed. Big brother, I avenged you. Just as the words left his mouth, Karabi, who was about to disperse the tailed beast cloak, suddenly froze in place. The mighty roar of the Eight-Tails surged in his consciousness like a thunderclap, and a refreshing chakra flooded into his mind. Idiot, you've fallen for Uchiha's Genjutsu. Wake up. His pupils trembled violently, and the snow beneath his feet twisted like boiling asphalt. The cheers of the cloud ninjas in the distance turned into a deafening buzz, and even the snow pit where Raikage AI had fallen transformed into an illusory shadow. When the world refocused, a bone-chilling cold shot up his spine. The cold light of the Kusanagi sword was already closing in on his back, and the eternal kaleidoscope in Do-Hwan's left eye swirled with an eerie red light. In a critical moment, the Eight-Tails forcibly controlled the katana to block, and the black lightning blade collided with the flaming Kusanagi sword, sending sparks flying like meteors to the ground. Karabi staggered and turned around. He had unknowingly fallen into Do-Hwan's Genjutsu. Do-Hwan, missing his strike, retreated using the rebound force. His voice mixed with the wind and snow carried a hint of mockery. Truly terrifying, perfect Jinchuriki. Chapter 139. 5 against 1. The terrifying part was yet to come. Uchiha Dōhō, you dare. This deep and powerful voice sounded like a thunderclap, cutting through the deafening noise on the battlefield. Everyone instinctively stopped fighting and turned toward the sound, only to see the fourth Raikage, AI, dragging his heavy steps, slowly approaching. With each step he took, it felt as if he was imprinting a deep and heavy mark on the ground, proclaiming an unstoppable momentum. The lightning chakra mode on him, though noticeably weaker than before, still crackled with a chilling blue light, emanating an intimidating presence that could not be underestimated, as if showcasing its formidable defensive power. Reflecting on the previous moment, when the relentless barrage of the hero spiral shuriken was raining down like a storm, AI decisively unleashed his strongest lightning armor without hesitation. The armor shone with blinding blue light, both offensive and defensive, firmly protecting him and withstanding most of the fierce attacks, as if it were an insurmountable line of defense. However, even though this armor was indestructible, some terrifying energy still broke through the defense, and the residual waves of the hero spiral shuriken severely injured AI. Fortunately, the medical ninjas of the Cloud Village reacted swiftly and rushed to AI's side for emergency treatment. Utilizing their superb medical skills and precious medications, they quickly stabilized AI's injuries. Under normal circumstances, a ninja suffering such severe wounds would retreat from the battlefield to recuperate. But who is AI? He is the Fourth Hokage, the iron-blooded leader of the Cloud Village. Who would have thought that he could stand up again in such a short time and recover to continue fighting? Truly a monster. No wonder he can wrestle with the Eight Tails. On the battlefield, someone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. AI clenched his fists, his joints cracking from the force, as if expressing his internal anger and defiance. As Hokage, he had just lost to a Hokage who was a generation younger than him, which was hard for him to accept. But this battle was far from over. Victory would surely belong to the Cloud Ninjas. Seeing his big brother stand up again, Kurabi was instantly filled with ecstatic joy. The morale that had dipped due to the Jinjutsu surged like a raging flame, as if infused with powerful energy. Big brother, he shouted excitedly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Dōhō, upon seeing the Hokage recover so quickly, couldn't help but show a hint of barely noticeable surprise in his eyes. In the world of ninjas, most were like glass cannons, seemingly powerful in attack, but weak in defense, as fragile as paper. But the Hokage clan was different. They were terrifyingly tough, like a wall of iron, indestructible. He even muttered to himself, "Is it that all the dark-skinned people are this resilient?" Dōhō cherished every opportunity to battle, honing his skills and awareness. He didn't want to become like Kagaya Otsutsuki, someone with stats, but no skills. Dōhō caressed the hilt of the Kusanagi sword, the red light swirling in the eternal kaleidoscope reflecting AI and Kurabi's figures. Right now, it's 2 against 1, no, 3 against 1. Before his words fell, a gust of wind carrying snowflakes suddenly rushed toward him, mixed with a piercing cold and sharp chakra fluctuations. No, it's 5 against 1. A black shadow tore through the sky, a single ponytail cutting through the wind and snow like a sharp arc, resembling a black lightning bolt. Yuki, the two-tailed Jinchuriki, landed steadily using the body flicker technique, with ice crystals still clinging to her rice-colored hair, shimmering with a crystalline glow. The kunai at her waist clinked lightly with her movements, producing a crisp and pleasant sound, yet carrying a hint of chill. The cold light in her eyes intertwined with the battle intent flickering within. This Jinchuriki, who was supposed to guard the borders, ultimately couldn't suppress her bloodthirsty nature and arrived on the battlefield. AI's brows furrowed tightly, and the lightning armor crackled with dissatisfaction, as if reproaching Yuki for her reckless actions. Aren't you supposed to be on standby at the border? Why are you here? Hokage-sama, I also want to contribute to the Cloud Ninjas. Yuki suddenly tore open the collar of her windbreaker, her tight ninja outfit outlining her youthful figure. She initially thought AI and Kurabi would easily defeat their opponent, but she didn't expect this Hokage, only a few years older than her, to be so strong. If big brother Kurabi can fight on the front lines, as the two-tailed Jinchuriki, how can I hide behind? Today, let me show you that no Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village fears your eyes. The tailed beast chakra surged through her veins like a raging tide, causing eerie blue patterns to rise on her skin, resembling a slumbering beast about to awaken, emanating a chilling aura. Even if it's 5 against 1, we must win. Don't say we're despicable. You're the Hokage. Ha 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 ha. Dōhō threw his head back and laughed wildly, the crimson eternal kaleidoscope spinning frantically, his laughter piercing the sky with an almost obsessive madness. Little kitty, so cute. He casually swung the Kusanagi sword. I won't say you're despicable. 5 against 1 is just right for me to have some fun. Before his words fell, hurried footsteps sounded from a distance. Jiku and the support team rushed over, just about to form hand seals, but saw Dōhō casually wave his hand at them, back facing them. Step back. His voice was nonchalant, but carried an undeniable pressure. I can handle this show by myself. As his words fell, a cold chakra suddenly spread from him like a black tide, rapidly enveloping the area and casting a huge and twisted shadow on the snow. The air thickened with a suffocating sense of oppression, as if an invisible giant hand was tightly gripping everyone's throats. Be careful. He's very dangerous now. Almost at the same moment, the Eight Tails Gyuki within Killer Bee and the Two Tails Matatabi within the Jinchuriki Waimuri both issued warnings simultaneously. The deep voice of the Eight Tails Gyuki echoed in Killer Bee's consciousness, tinged with tension. This power is not simple. Be extremely careful. The sharp voice of the Two Tails Matatabi also resonated in Mori's mind. Get ready quickly. That guy's about to unleash a terrifying technique. To be honest, you have no idea what the name Uchiha signifies. Dōhō's voice was low and hoarse, as if coming from a distant abyss. Now, let you see the divine power of the Uchiha clan. Susanoo, with a deep roar, blue-purple chakra erupted from Dōhō's body like a surging flood, quickly condensing into a massive skeletal form. The skeleton was tall and majestic, exuding a chilling aura, as if it were an ancient demon god, slowly opening its crimson eyes and coldly looking down upon everything before it. Chapter 140. Susanoo fourth form on the battlefield filled with smoke and murderous intent. The atmosphere was tense, like a bowstring pulled taut, ready to snap at any moment. Uchiha Dōhō stood with his arms crossed, a scornful smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as his crimson pupils scanned the wreckage and his companions. This world is so small that there's barely enough land to expand. It's just enough for me to stir up trouble. As his thoughts turned, immense ocular power surged from his eyes like a tidal wave, while the vast chakra within him flooded into Susanoo like a bursting dam. Susanoo, the forbidden and powerful ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, slowly revealed itself to everyone. Initially, the Susanoo that appeared before all was merely in its initial form. Its massive body only outlined the contours of arms and ribs, appearing incomplete, yet already emanating a chilling aura. Although Dōhō's body was not completely enveloped by Susanoo, leaving significant gaps, this seemingly fragile defense was already enough to withstand most enemy attacks, like a barrier that appeared thin yet was unbreakable. The ninjas of Konoha watched this scene, their eyes filled with shock and delight. A young Konoha ninja couldn't help but exclaim, What power is this? So strong. An older ninja beside him was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. This is the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. I never expected to see it in my lifetime. The Uchiha clansmen were even more proud, with one member excitedly shouting, Lord Dōhō is magnificent. The Uchiha clan will surely win. As Dōhō continued to pour in ocular power and chakra, Susanoo began its first evolution, entering its first form. At this time, Susanoo had transformed into a formidable skeletal giant. Chakra wrapped around the skeleton like a layer of transparent gauze, significantly enhancing its defensive power. The situation on the battlefield grew more tense with the evolution of Susanoo. Raikage's eyes widened, his pupils constricting in shock. The dazzlingly glowing lightning armor around him temporarily halted its crackling sounds due to the sudden pressure. The lightning, which should never extinguish, dimmed for a moment under Susanoo's might, as if even the lightning seemed somewhat overshadowed by this mysterious power. Mori instinctively took half a step back, her light brown hair whipped by the gusts of wind created by Susanoo, as if bowing in reverence to this powerful force. Although Killer Bee was protected by the tail bee's cloak, the muscles beneath it tightened involuntarily like bowstrings, and even the tail fins formed by the Eight Tails chakra trembled slightly. Sensing the immense threat from Susanoo, the deep voice of the Eight Tails Gyuki echoed in Killer Bee's consciousness. Be careful. This technique is called Susanoo. Uchiha Madara once used this technique to subdue all the tail beasts. Before the words could finish, the sharp roar of the Two Tails Matatabi simultaneously pierced Mori's mind. Quickly retreat. This is the divine power of the Uchiha Mangeki Susanoo. The frantic warnings from the two-tailed beasts made cold sweat instantly bead on their backs, and chills ran up their spines. At this moment, Susanoo did not stop its evolution. On the basis of the skeleton, it began to fill with muscles and veins, wrapped tightly in a layer of chakra like a cloak. This was the second form of Susanoo. Upon entering this form, it possessed a more complete and powerful strength. Not only could it dispel the seals on its body, but it could also use its own exclusive weapons and techniques, such as the Yata mirror, bows, and arrows. This form of Susanoo was considered the best in terms of balance. Before obtaining the power of the six paths, Madara and Sasuke often used this form to fight. At the same time, this state of Susanoo could also perform the universal long-range attack technique, Yasaka Magatama, shooting toward the enemy with tremendous destructive power. However, the evolution of Susanoo did not stop there. Building on its original foundation, it donned the Tengu armor, entering its third form. This layer of armor greatly enhanced its defensive power, as if it were wearing an impenetrable suit of armor. Ultimately, Susanoo evolved into its fourth form. Based on the second form, it added its lower body and legs, while also significantly increasing in size. The caster, Dōhō, was situated at the head of Susanoo. resembling a king commanding a deity. In terms of weaponry, it could not only wield the original weapons unique to Susanoo, but also swing the Susanoo sword, which had an enormous attack range. This form lay between the second form and the complete form, retaining the balance and full capabilities of the second form while enhancing mobility, filling in the original gaps in defense. This form of Susanoo could also be equipped as armor on the tailed beast, unleashing the mighty armored Susanoo, whose power was unimaginable. However, no one in the entire ninja world could force Dōhō to use this trump card, known as Armored Susanoo. Upon seeing this towering war god, the Cloud Ninja's eyes were filled with fear, and waves of exclamations echoed across the battlefield. What power is this? Are we fighting against a deity? Is this still ninjutsu? How does the Uchiha have such power? Can Lord Raikage and Lord Killer Bee win? Fear spread among the Cloud Ninja like a plague. Some had their legs give way and sat on the ground, while others unconsciously stepped back. Even seasoned veterans with weapons in hand trembled slightly. In contrast, the Konoha ninjas' eyes sparkled with admiration and awe. They looked at the Susanoo, which represented the Uchiha clan, as formidable strength, and a surge of pride welled up in their hearts. A Konoha ninja shouted excitedly, "This is the power of Konoha! Long live the Uchiha clan!" The Uchiha clansmen cheered, one member excitedly shouting, "Lord Dōhō is invincible. Let these Cloud Ninjas see our might." Meanwhile, the allied mist ninja, Terumi Mei, gazed at the imposing Susanoo, her expression grave. She quietly said, "This power is probably not something we can easily contend with. It seems that Kumogakure has run into serious trouble this time." Next to her, Ao asked worriedly, "Lady Terumi Mei, what if Raikage loses?" Terumi Mei pondered for a moment and shook her head. Allying with Raikage to declare war on Konoha may have been an unwise decision by Lord Mizukage. In the distance, White Zetsu's head suddenly split in two, letting out a sharp cry. "It's Susanoo! Lord Obito, run!" Kuroge stared at the chakra torrent capable of destroying the world, his tone unusually serious. "This is the power you are missing. With your current Kamui, you can't even touch the edge of that skeleton. Retrieve your left eye, or else our plan." "Shut up." Obito's single eye spun wildly, the Kamui space behind him twisting into a vortex. But his body, hidden beneath the black cloak, trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat sliding down his spine, memories flooding back like a tide, the excruciating pain of the kaleidoscope tearing his soul when Rin fell. Chapter 141. Susanoo vs. Killer Bee Gyuki. Just as the Cloud Ninja were gasping under the mountain-like pressure of Susanoo, Killer Bee was dancing a strange dance, the swords hanging from him clanging. He suddenly swung his dirty braids, the chakra of the eight tails erupting from his body like boiling lava, leaving a long red trail on the snowy ground. "Vol, listen to this rhythm. Don't be scared. If you want to surrender, just choke on those words. The tidal wave of the eight tails hasn't even begun yet, and the Raikage is waiting to split you in half. So what if it's Susanoo? It's just a big pile of junk." He jumped into the air with the beat, swinging his nunchaku, chakra condensing into sharp blades at the tips. "Watch me take down this purple giant with rap. There's no retreat in a ninja's dictionary. The glory of the cloud is ignited by us now." The tailed beast's cloak instantly expanded threefold. 8 giant arms covered in suction cups extended from his back, merging the roar of the eight tails with his rap. "Uchiha brat. Let me show you what a real Jinchuriki is." The fully transformed red Gyuki crashed to the ground, shaking the earth slightly, while the chakra storm unleashed by uprooted trees in the distance. "Oh, you dare to resist against the complete Susanoo? Your courage is commendable." Uchiha Dōhō stood at the center of Susanoo's forehead, the kaleidoscope reflecting Killer Bee's tailed beast form, the curve of his lips full of mockery. He casually swung the Susanoo long sword formed from chakra, and wherever the sword energy passed, the ground cracked like a spider's web. "But your ignorance will make you and your companions pay a painful price." Before he finished speaking, Susanoo suddenly swung its sword. The gust of wind it created like an apocalyptic hurricane, mountains crumbled, and the earth wailed. "You think you can make us bow down? First, ask my nunchaku and the tail of the eight tails." Killer Bee's voice mixed with the roar of the eight tails, and his fully transformed body suddenly expanded, swinging out all 8 giant arms, the swirling chakra storm shredding the flying snow. "Tail Beast Bomb." The eight tails Gyuki opened its massive mouth, and an energy bomb containing tailed beast power whistled out. "Ha, just in time." Uchiha Dōhō laughed maniacally, the giant sword of Susanoo slashing down, colliding with the eight tails energy bomb, creating a shockwave that violently shook the ground. Amidst the roar, Nara Shikaku gripped his forehead protector tightly, watching as the clash between Susanoo and the tailed beast's energy tore the sky in half. He suddenly realized that those carefully arranged shadow binding techniques and shuriken formations were just sandcastles built by children in front of these two world-destroying forces. All Konoha ninjas form a defensive formation and retreat. Shikaku roared, his voice shredded by the chakra storm. He saw a few young ninjas still stunned in place and rushed over to drag them backward by their collars. This is not a battlefield we can intervene in. Surviving and going back is more important than anything. Retreat immediately. The single eye of the Earth platform reflected the terrifying scene in the center of the battlefield, and the weapons in the hands of the Cloud ninjas were already trembling like leaves. This old ninja suddenly plunged his lightning blade into the ground, amplifying his voice with chakra. Cloud ninjas, listen up. Group into threes for alternating cover. Retreat to the back of the mountains. Lord Killer Bee's battle must not be interfered with. As the retreat order was given, the previously confronting Konoha and Cloud allied forces quickly dispersed like receding tides. Only messy footprints and broken weapons remained on the snowy ground, while in the center of the battlefield, the giant sword of Susanoo and the aftershock of the tailed beast bomb continued to rampage, turning the surrounding area into scorched earth. Eight Tails, we can't lose to him. In the center of the battlefield, the Eight Tails' eight crimson tentacles waved frantically, but they appeared pale and powerless under the giant sword of Susanoo. Uchiha Dōhō's maniacal laughter mixed with the sound of metal clashing echoed across the battlefield, with each slash of Susanoo creating blue-purple afterimages that blotted out the sun. The Eight Tails Gyuki tried to block with its eight tentacles but was shredded by the giant sword, thick-tailed beast blood raining down like a storm. Is that all you've got? Dōhō sneered, and before he finished speaking, Susanoo suddenly smashed down with a fist. The Eight Tails lurched backward, the ground instantly creating a bottomless pit, and the splintering rocks pierced through the body of the Eight Tails like cannonballs. Killer Bee roared, controlling the Eight Tails to counterattack. Two tentacles transforming into spikes aimed at Susanoo's eyes. Uchiha Dōhō was laughing with a twisted expression, the eternal kaleidoscope spinning wildly, the overflowing chakra wrapping around Susanoo's armor. You fool, do you think this little trick can hurt me? He formed hand seals with both hands, summoning the three artifacts of the Uchiha clan. Let me show you what true divine power of the Uchiha is. With a roar that tore through the sky, a blinding blue light erupted from Susanoo. A mirror glowing with a soft halo appeared in the palm of its left hand, the legendary Yada mirror. The right hand slowly drew out a long sword wrapped in red flames, the sealing power of the tank sword swirling on the blade, while the Yada no Kagami around its neck emitted a buzzing vibration, dyeing the entire sky a strange purple. Eight Tails, be careful of that mirror. Killer Bee's warning voice had not yet fallen when the spikes shot by the Eight Tails collided with the Yada mirror. A blinding white light flashed, and the spikes rebounded back at an even faster speed, tearing new wounds on the Eight Tails' body. Ha ha ha! This is the divine mirror that can reflect all attacks. Dōhō controlled Susanoo to swing the tank's sword hard, and wherever the sword energy passed, the earth was sliced into pieces. Your attacks are just tickling me. The Eight Tails Gyuki roared in anger, continuously spitting out three-tailed beast bombs. However, Susanoo raised its left hand lightly, and the surface of the Yada mirror rippled, nullifying all attacks. Dōhō licked his lips, a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. Compared to Kurama, you're nothing but an ant. How dare you consider yourself my opponent? No wonder Uchiha Madara chose the Nine Tails back then. He looked down on you. Can you handle this move? Yada no Kagami. He suddenly yanked at the Yada no Kagami around his neck, and countless light blades poured down like a torrential rain of chakra. The Eight Tails tried to block with its tentacles, but was easily pierced by the light blades, crimson blood splattering into the air mixed with scorched earth. Eight Tails! Killer Bee's roar was tinged with a cry. The Eight Tails Gyuki struggled to rise, but was stomped into the ground by Susanoo's giant foot. It looked up in anger, locking eyes with Susanoo's red ones beneath the mask. Give up, beast. Dōhō looked down at the Eight Tails from above, with Susanoo stepping on Gyuki, declaring that your resistance was meaningless in front of the Uchiha artifacts. The Eight Tails let out a reluctant roar, chakra surging wildly around it as it struggled desperately. However, Susanoo increased the pressure beneath its foot, causing the ground to crack, the immense pressure making it difficult for the Eight Tails to breathe. Killer Bee gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand up. Eight Tails, we haven't lost yet. We absolutely cannot fall here, struggling to the death. Let me send you to hell. Susanoo raised the tank sword, the flames on the blade growing stronger, determined to slay the Eight Tails here. Chapter 142. Susanoo. Azura King amidst the trembling of scorched earth, a sharp cat screech tore through the smoke. The two-tailed beast, Minato, ignited with eerie blue flames, its two fiery tails dancing like chains. The fully tailed beast form of the giant cat leaped through the scorching air, deflecting the Tenketsu sword. The glory of the hidden cloud cannot be trampled upon. Uchiha Dōhō's cold laughter resonated from beneath the Susanoo mask. Another traveler? Even the Eight Tails cannot handle me, let alone you small fries. Before his words finished, the eight-span mirror of Susanoo suddenly rippled, rebounding all the fireballs. It is worth mentioning that the two-tailed beast, Minato, within the Jinchuriki, is not a perfect Jinchuriki. In Naruto, a perfect Jinchuriki must not only reconcile with their tailed beast, eliminating any hostility, allowing them to freely use the tailed beast's chakra, but also be able to control the output of the tailed beast's chakra effectively. Although the Jinchuriki can reach a reconciliation with Minato and achieve full-tailed beast transformation while controlling her actions, she lacks in controlling the output of the tailed beast chakra. Similar to Killer Bee, she needs to transform into the tailed beast form during combat, completely replacing her chakra with that of the tailed beast. Unable to control chakra output as precisely as Naruto, nor freely switch between tailed beast forms and levels. In Naruto, only Killer Bee and Naruto are perfect Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, through unique training methods, has formed a deep rapport and fusion with the Eight Tails. He can skillfully utilize the Eight Tails chakra and switch between different stages of tailed beast transformation during battle. For instance, in a partially tailed beast state, parts of his body exhibit the characteristics of the Eight Tails while still maintaining his consciousness and sanity, using the Eight Tails tentacles for attacks and various abilities, such as launching tailed beast balls, achieving a high level of chakra control, thus being regarded as a perfect Jinchuriki. After enduring numerous hardships and training, Naruto successfully achieved mutual understanding and trust with the Nine Tails. He can summon the Nine Tails chakra at will and precisely control the chakra output, realizing various different forms of tailed beast transformation. For example, in the Nine Tails chakra mode, he is enveloped in golden flames, able to enhance his speed and strength using the Nine Tails chakra, and can perceive the situation of enemies and allies through others' malice and goodwill. In the Kurama mode, Naruto becomes the complete perfect Jinchuriki, fully controlling the Nine Tails power, with more Sage of Six Paths marks appearing on his body. The Nine Tails can also gather chakra for Naruto, allowing him to almost not worry about chakra consumption and even share Nine Tails chakra with others to make them stronger. You fool. You actually let Uchiha's brat push you this far. At the same time, Raikage A's armor burst forth with dazzling blue light, the power of thunder enveloping him into a rolling thunderball. As he stomped the ground, the entire earth sank half a foot amidst the rumbling. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky as the fourth Raikage A transformed into blue lightning and leaped up. The lightning chakra coiling around his right arm had solidified, every muscle fiber crackling with electric sparks. Thunder Fury, Chidori Dance. A's right fist, enveloped in a storm of thunder capable of tearing apart space, crashed heavily against Susanoo's chest armor. Amidst the thunderous clashing of metal, Susanoo was actually pushed back half a step by this immense force. Oh, are you all coming at once? Dōhō licked his lips as Susanoo's Tenketsu sword suddenly turned, but you don't think that will be enough to. Little Eight, now's your chance. Killer Bee's voice came from beneath the ground. The Eight Tails, Gyuki, seized the moment when Susanoo was distracted, thrusting 8 tentacles into the ground simultaneously. The earth surged like a living creature, countless rock pillars rising from the ground, forcibly lifting Susanoo's giant foot. Minato, Fire Barrier. The two-tailed beast's foxtail suddenly contracted, and eerie blue flames formed a swirling ring of fire around Susanoo. A seized the opportunity to leap into the air, forming a lightning release hand sign. Lightning release, thunder plow hot knife. His right arm transformed into a golden lightning bolt, piercing through the weak point of the fire barrier, aiming directly for Dōhō's position on Susanoo's face. This move was immensely powerful. In the original anime, even when Sasuke activated Susanoo, he was pierced through the chest by this attack. The combined assault of the two-tailed beasts and the Raikage finally exposed a flaw in Dōhō's Susanoo. Though they're just a bunch of brutes, they do possess some fighting wisdom. The moment A's thunder plow hot knife tore through the fire barrier, Susanoo's mask suddenly erupted with blinding purple light. Uchiha Dōhō's laughter mixed with the cracking sounds of Susanu's bones. Blue-purple chakra boiling like magma on the surface of the giant figure. While it was uncertain if Raikage it could break through the defenses of the complete Susanu, Dōhō was not willing to gamble. Want to break through my defenses? Too naive. Amidst the laughter, blue-purple chakra surged into the sky like a tsunami, and Susanu's body emitted a bone-restructuring sound that made one's teeth ache, splitting into a second head and 6 arms before the eyes of everyone. What? What kind of monster is this? Run, run. We're no match for him. The two-tailed Matatabi's flames suddenly stiffened, and the two-tailed beast Matatabi emitted a fearful howl in the sea of consciousness. The never-before-seen 3-headed, 6-armed Susanu slowly took shape, each head adorned with a fierce demon mask, and its 6 arms wielding the Tenketsu sword, the 8-span mirror, the 8-span jewels, a bow, a spear, and other weapons. As chakra flowed, it outlined the image of the 3-headed, 6-armed Ajura deity in the void. Feel honored, for this is a Susanu form that has never appeared in the ninja world. This is Susanu, Ajura King. 1,000 years ago, Indra's power fell to Ajura's compassion. Today, I will use Uchiha's power to let this world understand what true eternity is. A's pupils constricted. He did not realize that the patterns flowing on Susanu's fists were identical to the chakra cultivated in the Temple of Fire, the talent of the Sage Clan recorded in the Temple of Fire's secret scrolls. Now revealing its true power. Boom! The air exploded with a thunderous roar, shattering the clouds. The moment A's golden lightning collided with Susanu's fist, A's armor shattered inch by inch, and he flew back like a kite with its string cut, plowing a 100-meter-long trench in the scorched earth. Big brother. Killer Bee's roar mixed with the 8-tails' furious roar. The 2-tailed Matatabi's 9 tails surged, but Susanu's chakra fist changed direction, smashing toward the 8-tails with earth-shattering might. Amidst the flying debris, the 8-tails met the attack with 4 tentacles, while the other 4 were swept aside by the punch's wind, spraying crimson blood into the mist. The so-called talent of the Sage Clan is to transform the power of nature into one's own, condensing divine techniques. In the presence of Susanu, Ajura King, tremble. You ants. Today, I will let you know that Konoha is the true ruler of this world. As he spoke, the 3 heads of Susanu, Ajura King simultaneously opened their massive mouths, unleashing 3 beams of energy containing world-destroying power, like the scythes of death, directly targeting the 8-tails and the 2-tailed beast. Chapter 143. The world under Susanu, Ajura King, the 3 heads of Susanu, Ajura King simultaneously let out deafening roars, and as its 6 arms waved, the space rippled with distortion. The energy beams, carrying the high temperature capable of melting gold and smashing jade, rushed forth, and the 8-tails' 4 severed tentacles exploded into blood mist in the void, while the 2-tailed beast's eerie blue flames were forcibly pushed back into its body by the shockwave. Matatabi, quickly break free from this oppression. This chakra, it's mixed with the pain that can burn even-tailed beasts. This is not an ordinary Susanu. This Uchiha chakra is mixed with natural energy. The ink condenses in the air into tentacles that bind the energy beam, but vaporizes upon contact. Damn it, he even knows celestial techniques. The 8-tails Gyuki desperately swings its remaining 4 tentacles, trying to block the incoming torrent of energy. But as soon as the tentacles touch the purple pillar mixed with natural energy, they rise in puffs of green smoke. Karabi, run away. This power. Its roar suddenly turns into a shrill scream, as the arm of Susanu, Ashura King, wielding the 10 Kusanagi, pierces its abdomen, the sealing power spreading like a venomous snake through the wound, pinning the massive body to the scorched earth. The 2-tails Nibi swings its 2 tails wildly, the azure flames twisting violently under the pressure of Susanu. No, I can't fall here. She transforms into a fiery meteor rushing towards Susanu, but is easily cut off by a light blade swung by the arm holding the 8-span jewel. In her sea of consciousness, the traveler lets out a desperate scream. It's useless. This is a power beyond the tailed beast. Before the words fall, 3 massive jewels coalesce from the 3 heads of Susanu, Ashura King. Feel the wrath of the gods. 3 beams of light crash together, creating a bottomless pit in the ground. The figures of the 8-tails and the 2-tails flicker in the strong light, their bodies covered in gruesome wounds. The flowing blood of the tailed beasts staining the scorched earth a strange purple. As the dust settles, Karabi and the 2-tails lie weakly on the ground, Kurabi's dreadlocks are soaked in blood, his chest rising and falling weakly, the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth winding into a dark red stream among the gravel. The Two Tails curls its body, the pale face still bearing the fiery patterns from its transformation, now dim like a dying candle, fingers twitching unconsciously. Blood-soaked, nails deeply embedded in the ground. Susanoo Ashura King slowly raises his foot, the huge shadow completely enveloping the two. Dōhō looks down from above. This is the fate of those who oppose the Uchiha. How dare you, mere cloud ninja, covet the throne of the ninja world? Who gave you the courage? The pressure of Susanoo Ashura King has not yet dissipated, and seeing the Two Tails and Eight Tails knocked to the ground, a thunderous cheer erupts from the Konoha ninja ranks. Hua! This is the spirit a Hokage should have. Might Guy, with blood boiling, tears open the collar of his green jumpsuit, the veins on his neck bulging in the sunlight. Nara Shikaku slaps his own cheeks. This rarely calm strategist is losing his composure. Lightning release, tailed beast bomb, flame barrier. These carefully laid offensive strategies are like a child swinging a stick in the face of Uchiha Susanoo's divine might. His hand, stroking his chin, trembles slightly, recalling the top-secret documents about the Uchiha in the Konoha archives, finally understanding why the higher-ups were so wary of this clan, and why Danzo coveted the Uchiha's power. The swarm of insect from Aburame Shibi stirs restlessly in his sleeve, but cannot hide the excitement in his voice. As expected, only Lord Dōhō's power can protect Konoha. Uchiha Shurswain kneels on one knee, the Sharingan under his forehead protector reflecting the dissipating purple giant, swallowing down his excitement. Brother. So you have become this powerful. He touches the Uchiha clan emblem on his chest, recalling the legends told by the clan elders in his childhood, now witnessing firsthand how the power of his clan surpasses the tailed beasts. Hatake Kakashi repeatedly removes and puts on his Sharingan eye patch, his complex gaze fixed on the blue-purple giant. Memories of fighting alongside Uchiha Obito violently collide with Dōhō's figure. On the other side, at the edge of the scorched earth, the Cloud Ninja are like startled birds. The Earth-style lightning blade falls to the ground with a clatter. This veteran who has seen life and death kneels on one knee, his one eye reflecting Kurabi's blood-soaked dreadlocks. Lord Eight Tails, the younger brother of Lord Raikage. Impossible. Lord Kurabi is the perfect Jinchuriki. A Cloud Ninja clutches a broken kunai, his knuckles bleeding profusely. What on earth is that purple monster? Even the Two Tails, Lord Kurabi and Lord YM have both been defeated. How can this be? How could he be so powerful? Is Uchiha Dōhō still human? Why does heaven favor Konoha so much that the Uchiha clan possesses such powerful divine might? Mabui supports the severely injured Raikage. A's armor is shattered, the lightning dim like a dying candle. He has just been sent flying by Susanoo and is gravely injured, now unable to fight again. He looks at the cheering Konoha ninja in the distance, his bloodied fist slamming heavily into the ground. Susanoo, talent of the Celestial Clan. This is a power we cannot contend with. At this moment, as an ally of the Cloud Ninja, Terumi Mei's brown hair is blown by the gust. Water release, chakra gathering and dissipating in her palm. Facing such an enemy, her proud bloodline limit seems so pale and powerless. Ao, holding his ninja sword, has a serious expression behind his glasses. Terumi Mei, before he can finish, Terumi Mei slowly shakes her head, her face showing a hint of panic. Retreat. Immediately. We must relay the information back to Kirigakure as quickly as possible. Tell the Fourth Hokage to temporarily abandon any schemes against the Land of Fire. Uchiha Dōhō's power is not something we missed ninjas can contend with. The ninja world has returned to the era when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara dominated, with Konoha standing alone at the top. In the shadow of the mountain peak, Obito's Sharingan spins wildly beneath his mask. Black Zetsu's voice seeps from the ground. I didn't expect Uchiha Susanoo to have such a change. Stronger than we anticipated. White Zetsu, terrified, covers his backside. This power is so frightening, it almost makes me want to poop. Obito remains silent for a long time, his voice hoarse and dangerous beneath the mask. Closely monitor Uchiha Dōhō. His power may become the greatest variable in the plan, or the sharpest blade. The wind carries the sweet, bloody scent of the tailed beasts across the battlefield. Konoha's cheers, Cloud Ninja's cries, and Mist Ninja's panic all seem small as dust in the residual power of Susanoo dissipating. This battle not only shattered the pride of the two great tailed beasts, but also cast a shocking boulder into the ninja world. From now on, Uchiha Dōhō's name will be placed alongside gods and Buddhas. Chapter 144. The Mist Ninja assault the eastern border of the Land of Fire. The Kaiki River stretches like a silver chain across the plain, serving as both a vital transportation artery connecting the interior and the last natural barrier guarding the core of the Land of Fire. This river is over 100 feet wide, several feet deep, with cliffs on both sides that are steep as if cut by a knife. Only 3 stone bridges connect the north and south. If this place falls, the Mist Army can march straight in, directly attacking Konoha village and the capital of the Land of Fire. The damp morning mist wraps around the salty and fishy vapor, swirling along the banks of the Kaiki River. Orochimaru lowers his gaze, wiping the blade of the Kusanagi sword, the metal surface reflecting the distant, stirring Mist Army formation. Yakumo leans against the charred camp wall, the flickering flames of his fire release burning through the thick fog. Orochimaru commands. The Mist Ninja's water formation has advanced to 3 miles downstream. In fact, Dōhō's order to organize the defense line on the north side of the Kaiki River seems unreasonable at first glance. Confronting the enemy in the river's winding paths undoubtedly gives the Mist Ninja an advantage in their mastery of water techniques. However, no one in Konoha's upper echelons raises an objection, because everyone knows that beyond the Kaiki River lies the most prosperous trade routes and settlements of the Land of Fire, with rice fields, workshops, and towns scattered everywhere. If the Mist Ninja breaks through, the entire core area will become a battlefield. This is absolutely unacceptable for Konoha. Orochimaru sticks out his long tongue, licking his lips. Without a doubt, Dōhō has fulfilled his earlier promise and really granted him freedom. The feeling of returning to represent Konoha and command the battle after defecting is very strange. No hurry, the Hyuga clan's ninjas are monitoring the entire battlefield. No matter where they land, they cannot escape our control. The sound of orderly footsteps comes from below the city wall. As the ninjas of the Hyuga clan pass through in a line, Hinata Hizashi's wooden sandals crunch over the gravel. Lord Orochimaru, the 360-degree surveillance is complete. His Byakugan reflects the swirling undercurrents beneath the river, and even the subtle ripples stirred by the Mist Ninja's diving unit are clearly visible. Yakura suddenly presses down on the explosive tag scroll at his waist, and the blazing chakra condenses into sharp sparks at his fingertips. They're coming. Just as the words leave his mouth, the water surface 3 miles downstream erupts violently, and dozens of water dragons burst forth, entwined with ice spikes. The Mist Ninja unit rides the waves, and the head ninja's forehead protector glimmers coldly in the rain. Yamanaka clan, release the insects. Orochimaru's voice is calm. A dark swarm of parasitic insects descends like a thundercloud, burrowing into the water dragons and instantly devouring their chakra structures, leaving them riddled with holes. The Nara clan's shadow technique spreads across the damp ground, causing the frontline Mist Ninjas to suddenly be unable to move, their incomplete water release jutsu splashing into the air. Realizing the situation is dire, the ninjas at the back quickly form hand seals and shout in unison. Water release. Water barrier. A towering transparent water wall rises from the ground, isolating the parasitic insects from the shadow technique. The surface of the water wall ripples strangely, reflecting the Nara clan's shadow binding technique back, trapping several Konoha ninjas who couldn't dodge in time. What a cunning trick! Yakura grits his teeth, quickly forming hand seals, blazing release, overheating kill. A fan-shaped stream of high-temperature airflow sweeps out, instantly evaporating the moisture around it, and the water barrier emits a piercing, sizzling sound as it rapidly melts away. However, at this moment, several ninjas in specially made waterproof gear suddenly leap out from the Mist Ninja ranks, spraying thick ink that mixes with the high temperature of the blazing release, creating a rolling black smoke that obscures the battlefield. Watch out! It's a feint. Hinata Hizashi's roar pierces through the smoke. Sure enough, faint chakra fluctuations can be felt underwater, and dozens of Mist Ninjas break through the water, their water blades aimed directly at the weak points of the city wall. The Hyuga clan's ninjas react quickly, their Byakugan glowing brightly, and they unleash a flurry of gentle fist strikes. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The powerful air pressure shatters the water blades, but the Mist Ninjas, undeterred, continue their relentless assault. Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword slices through the thick fog, each swing accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. He suddenly narrows his pupils, sensing a powerful chakra gathering. Scatter. They're about to launch a large-scale water release. Before the words leave his mouth, a deafening roar erupts from the Mist Ninja ranks. Water release. 5 shark bombs. 5 massive water sharks with gaping mouths lunge towards the city wall from different directions, flooding the ground with waves. Yakura ignites in fierce flames, blazing release, light release strike. The ultra-high temperature beam strikes one of the water sharks, but several others take the opportunity to close in. In a critical moment, Inuzuka Kiba bursts forth like lightning, his ninja dog at his side. Fong over Fong. Man and dog become a whirlwind, crashing into the belly of the water shark, scattering it into a spray of water. However, more mist ninjas, using the cover of the waves, successfully land on the northern shore. Close combat unit, engage. Orochimaru throws 3 shuriken, accurately hitting the throats of 3 mist ninjas. The branch members of the Hyuga clan form a defensive line, using gentle fist techniques to repel the charging enemies one by one. But the mist ninjas keep coming, and the situation on the battlefield grows increasingly tense. Just then, a sharp horn sound from the back of the mist ninja ranks, and the figure of the fourth Mizukage, Yakura, rises slowly atop a massive water dragon. Is the Mizukage joining the fight? Yakura's voice carries a hint of unease, the blazing release sparks flickering around her. Orochimaru, however, smirks, a bloodthirsty light flashing in his snake-like eyes as he throws a cursed shuriken, drawing a strange summoning circle on the ground, just in time. As the ground trembles violently, a massive shadow emerges from the summoning circle. The colossal snake, Manda, bursts forth from the earth, its crimson-slit pupils surveying the battlefield, hissing as venom drips from its fangs, corroding the ground and producing billowing white smoke. Orochimaru, who are you fighting this time? If it's still the Uchiha, don't summon me. Otherwise, hold off Yakura for me, and I'll let you hunt in the land of water afterwards. Orochimaru's voice is laced with persuasion, and Manda looks at the battlefield, somewhat confused as to why Orochimaru is again standing with Konoha. Nonetheless, it begrudgingly follows orders, swatting away several mist ninjas that have landed, then opening its gaping maw and lunging at the water dragon ridden by the Mizukage. How dare you, lowly humans, act so arrogantly before me? If you can't defeat the Hokage, can you bully the Mizukage? Yakura snorts coldly, gathering a massive water cannon with his tailed beast transformation. Beast, be obliterated. The water cannon collides with Manda's poisonous mist, the explosion sending shockwaves that knock ninjas on both shores to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Orochimaru flashes into position behind the mist ninjas, his Kusanagi sword wrapped in strange chakra, secret technique, snake formation. Countless white snakes burst from the ground, slicing the mist ninja unit into several segments. Blazing release, meteor fire rain. Yakura seizes the chance to launch her strongest attack. A giant fireball formed from the blazing release, crashing down on the center of the battlefield like a meteor. Yakura has no choice but to abandon the attack on Manda. His tailed beast form expands several times, forcibly withstanding the blow, but the water dragon beneath him is shattered into pieces. Konoha's rabble, prepare to face the wrath of the tailed beast. Yakura's voice distorts, the chakra of the three-tailed Isabu surging wildly, causing the temperature of the entire battlefield to plummet. Manda senses the pressure from the tailed beast and can't help but take a step back, turning to Orochimaru with a hiss. This scent, the chakra of a tailed beast. Orochimaru, why do you always provoke these beings? Orochimaru, however, remains unfazed, quickly forming hand seals. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. 3 massive gates rise from the ground, barely blocking Yakura's water iron cannon. He looks across the river at the mist ninja army, which is on high alert, and among them are several familiar and renowned ninjas. He licks his lips. Lord Hokage, you need to defeat the Cloud Ninja quickly. Chapter 145. The Cloud Ninja wishes to negotiate the battlefield in the land of water, still retains the warmth of scorched earth. And in the conference hall of the hidden cloud village, the flickering light of the bronze candlestick distorts the shadows of those present. Raikage A's fist slams heavily onto the cracked table, shaking the miniature mountain models in the sand table. Konoha's battle flag has been planted at our doorstep. Do these Konoha brats really think the Cloud Ninja are lambs for slaughter? The single eye of the Tsuchikage reflects the wavering candlelight, and his calloused fingers unconsciously rub the hilt of the Raijin sword. He has just rushed back from the capital of the Land of Lightning, and there is still dust from the journey in the seams of his armor. The daimyo has promised to send envoys to negotiate peace, but the old man's voice carries a sigh. I fear that the daimyo of the Land of Fire has long been a puppet of the Sharingan, and the success of this negotiation depends entirely on that fifth Hokage's opinion. Suddenly turns around, lightning crackling around his bandaged arm. Negotiate? The Two Tails and Eight Tails are still trapped in Konoha's dungeon, and the blood of 6,000 brothers has been shed in vain. His voice reverberates, causing the ninja tools on the wall to clatter, and the ninjas on guard outside the conference hall can't help but shrink back. In the corner, several young ninjas clench their fists, the rising chorus of "We will never submit" crashing against the stone wall. But the Tsuchikage notices that more people's gazes are evasive. Their brothers, fathers, should currently be captured by Konoha. Strides to the sand table, crushing the model representing the hidden cloud village beneath his iron boots. Break it down. We in the land of lightning have thousands of mountains, and I want every valley to become Konoha's grave. His fingers traced the winding mountains on the map, and in our territory. Even if it came down to the last person, we must let Uchiha Dōhō know that the stones of the land of lightning are all thorny. That's right. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain intact like tiles. Fight to the last soldier. We will clash with Konoha. The young ninjas responded with a roar that made the tiles on the roof tremble slightly. But T-Dai stared at AI's tense jawline. There was a new scar there, glinting pale under the lightning. As someone who watched AI grow up, he understood all too well the self-blame and pain hidden beneath the man's forced anger. In the Battle of Sekigahara, 6,000 elite ninjas were nearly wiped out while covering the Raikage retreat, and the powerful Two Tails and Eight Tails were captured by Konoha, their fates still unknown. There's also the abandonment of the Land of Water, which allowed Konoha to bring the flames of war to the Land of Lightning for the first time. Such events had never happened to the village of Kumogakure before. And as the leader of the Cloud Ninjas and the one bearing the greatest responsibility for the defeat, the Fourth Raikage AI couldn't be unaffected. At this moment, he was merely holding on. Raikage-sama. T-Dai's voice was rough, like sandpaper. You have seen the battlefield of Senju Tobarama and experienced the dire situation of the Third Raikage's death. But this time, he paused, his one eye sweeping over the red-eyed young faces in the room. Uchiha Dōhō from Konoha is determined to exterminate us. The hall suddenly fell silent. The sound of the candle wicks popping could be heard. AI's lightning dimmed for a moment, then suddenly surged. So should we wag our tails and beg for mercy? His question made the air smell burnt. When the Third Raikage single-handedly held off 10,000 IWA ninjas, he never thought of seeking peace. It was precisely because he remembered the sacrifice of the Third Raikage that he could not allow Kumogakure to be completely destroyed in this inevitable war. T-Dai suddenly unsheathed the Raikiri at his waist, the hilt crashing heavily onto the ground with a dull roar. I would willingly trade my old life for a chance for the entire village to survive. The young ninjas gasped in shock, and AI's roar exploded simultaneously. But T-Dai merely hunchbacked in the flickering firelight. His shadow resembled a broken, withered leaf. Raikage-sama, you know better than anyone that we are not facing ordinary enemies. He raised his head, his one eye locking onto AI's bloodshot eyes. This is a war we are destined to lose, and sometimes surrender requires more courage than death. In fact, the strength of our Cloud Ninjas is not much different from that of other ninjas in Konoha. But the strength of the Fifth Hokage, Uchiha Dōhō, is truly beyond imagination, which is the main reason for the failure of the Cloud Ninjas in this Sekigahara battle. He is no less than Uchiha Madara back then. Now that we know this, we should choose to lie low. For now, let us regard the Fifth Hokage as Uchiha Madara, and in the subsequent war, the Cloud Ninjas must absolutely avoid direct confrontation with Konoha. Even if Kumogakure is abandoned, it is of no consequence. Abandon Kumogakure? An older ninja shook his head in disbelief. That is the place guarded with our lives by generations of Raikages. Do you want us to give it up? The accusation from the young ninjas grew louder, as if they were going to tear apart the oppressive atmosphere. T-Dai, you old man, are you scared by Konoha? You broken-back dog? Yes, a coward like you doesn't deserve to be a Cloud Ninja. Take off your forehead protector and get out. Yes, get out, we don't need an advisor like you. T-Dai's single eye quivered slightly as he looked at the young faces with bulging neck veins. They still had the blood and mud from Sekigahara on their forehead protectors. Yet their youthful faces burned with blind fury. He suddenly remembered himself 10 years ago, when he too had stood before the grave of the Third Raikage, clenching his fists and shouting to flatten Iwagakure. AI's tense jawline trembled slightly, his bandaged arm flickering with unstable lightning. He looked at T-Dai's hunched back. This elder who had taught him to wield a sword in his childhood was now being engulfed by a wave of anger. Under the cracked armor of the old ninja, a faded half-sleeve of Raikage could be seen, an honor personally bestowed by the Third Raikage. Silence. AI's roar shook the dust from the ceiling, and the lightning pressed everyone as shadows to the ground, distorting them. He stepped in front of T-Dai, but did not look back at those behind him. T-Dai was the elder who had watched him grow, and also the wisest strategist of Kyumogakure. Every word he said was hotter than your blood. AI's lightning gradually dimmed, and he turned around, looking at T-Dai's wrinkled face as if examining a stranger. The air in the conference hall seemed to freeze. The shouts of the young ninjas abruptly stopped, leaving only heavy breathing echoing in the corners. Then tell me, what should we do next? AI's voice was low and hoarse. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from his chest. His gaze was burning, staring straight at T-Dai with unwillingness, anger, and a hint of imperceptible confusion in his eyes. T-Dai slowly raised his head, his single eye meeting AI's gaze. His figure hunched even more in the flickering candlelight. It seemed as if he could be crushed by the heavy situation at any moment. If the envoy from a land of lightning is rejected, he paused, his Adam's apple rolling up and down with difficulty. Then we will propose peace talks with Konoha. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted. Peace talks? What a joke. When did we cloud ninjas learn to beg for mercy? The young ninjas turned red in the face, waving their fists, their voices filled with disbelief and anger. T-Dai, however, turned a deaf ear and continued. In the Battle of Sekihara, we lost 6,000 elite ninjas. The Two Tails and Eight Tails were captured, and now Konoha's army is pressing in. His voice trembled slightly. The land of lightning cannot afford such losses. Peace talks are not surrender, but a way to accumulate strength and wait for the right moment. AI remained silent for a long time, tightening and then loosening his fists, finally letting out a heavy sigh. He knew that T-Dai was speaking the truth. This war is one that Kyumogakure cannot afford to lose. All right, let us do as you say. His voice was weary yet resolute. But if Konoha refuses to negotiate, then we will prepare for the worst. T-Dai interjected, his single eye flashing with determination. Even if it comes down to the last person, we must let Konoha know that the bones of the Cloud Ninjas are always hard. Chapter 146. The land of hot springs, the land of hot water, lies in the northeastern part of the land of fire, renowned for its picturesque natural beauty and rich tourism resources. It is known as the country that forgot war, overflowing with a peaceful atmosphere. Contrasting sharply with the war-torn ninja world, the land of hot water gave birth to the Hot Spring Ninja Village. The village's origin is quite legendary. Founded by a couple who stumbled upon a mysterious scroll. After decades of research, they developed unique ninjutsu and established the unique ninja system of the Hot Spring Ninja Village. Over the following years, a steady stream of outstanding Hot Spring ninjas emerged from here. However, as time passed and the Third Great Ninja War ended, the world order underwent significant changes. Originally a combat ninja village, the Hot Spring Ninja Village gradually began to shrink, primarily due to the daimyo cutting the village's funding. Yet, the Hot Spring Ninja Village did not succumb. Leveraging its unique hot spring resources, it successfully transformed. The hot springs here not only help people relax, but also possess miraculous effects, attracting visitors from all over. Winter was originally the time when the land of hot water made a fortune from its hot springs, but unexpectedly, the war between the land of fire and the land of lightning at Sekihara caused a sharp decline in tourism revenue this winter. The land of hot water, near the Hot Spring Ninja Village, is home to the most famous hot spring in the entire land of hot water. The hot spring pool is carved from a single piece of jade, with luminous pearls embedded in the pool's bottom, reflecting the spring water into a flowing galaxy of stars. Cherry blossoms float in the mist rising from the water, shimmering with beautiful halos as they sway gently with the ripples. Uchiha Dōhō leans casually against the edge of the pool, his angular face glistening with fine droplets of vapor. Samui kneels on the bluestone slab, holding a silk handkerchief soaked in icy water, her gaze lowered as she waits to wipe his forehead at any moment. Waimura holds a glass liquor jug, filling a cup with amber fruit wine, his movements stiff as if he were a marionette. Once the proud Two Tails Jinchuriki, he is now bound by the prison of the heavens and the fire release. The maids of Yuyan Village wear plain white kimonos, barefoot on the warm jade path, carefully holding silver basins filled with flower petals and fresh fruit. Fear is hidden in their lowered eyes, their fingertips trembling slightly as they sprinkle petals into the hot spring, too afraid to look up at the man who controls their fates. The temperature of the spring water is indeed pleasant, living up to its reputation. Dōhō suddenly speaks, startling the maids into bowing down. He casually stirs the water's surface, causing the floating cherry blossoms to gather into sharp shapes. Have a leader of Yuyan village come over. How are the people and organizations I asked you to find? Meanwhile, Narashikahiza stands on the watchtower of Yuyan village, the map unfurling in the mountain wind. The marching route of 6,000 Konoha ninjas winds beneath his fingertips, ultimately pointing towards the towering mountains of the land of lightning. From afar, faint sounds of laughter can be heard by the hot spring pool. He gazes at the mist-covered area, letting out a soft sigh. Though the land of water is known as the country that forgets war, what is reflected in this idyllic hot spring pool is, in fact, the most dangerous figure in the entire ninja world. Dōhō did not lead a team to the land of lightning, but instead brought 2,000 Konoha ninjas to escort the captives of the Cloud Village to Yuyan Village. As a strategist, Shikahiza knows better than anyone that Dōhō's presence in Yuyan Village is not merely for its supplies. There must be something here that interests him, something even more important than eliminating the Cloud Ninjas. The copper bells at the eaves jingle in the cold wind, the clear sound piercing through the mist. Chick and Yuki, descendants of the couple who founded Yuyan Village, currently serve as the fourth Yuyan Shadow. Dressed in the leader's unique attire, the mysterious scroll emblem embroidered with silver thread faintly appears at the collar. And a ninja tool scroll is tied around her waist as she walks steadily along the warm jade path. She lowers her eyes to hide the worry within. Kneeling by the hot spring pool, the golden scroll-shaped hairpin made of red gold sways with her movements, reflecting in the jade water, sending ripples across its surface. The Hokage has summoned me. I wonder what orders there are? What about the people and organizations I asked you to find? Uchiha Dōhō leans against the white jade couch at the pool's edge, allowing a maid to feed him peeled grapes. He has his back to Chick and Yuki, his eyes half closed, casually stirring the water's surface, not realizing that behind him stands a ninja, a leader of a ninja village. Chick and Yuki kneels in the mist, feeling belittled, her nails digging deeply into her palm. She is usually the one who has the final say in Yuyan Village. But now she faces the most powerful figure in the ninja world, and she must honestly report. We are still investigating. The ninja named Haiden killed his partner and defected. As for the monk named Jigen and the Kekai organization, we have already sent someone to look for them, but there is still no news. Dōhō suddenly turns around, looking directly at her, and Chick and Yuki feels a chill at the back of her neck. The young Hokage before her has the most oppressive aura of anyone she has ever seen. Starting tomorrow, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan will assist you in your search. Hearing the name Hyuga, Chick and Yuki instinctively wants to refuse, but she forces herself to remain calm. Hokage-sama, the terrain of the land of water is complex, outsiders. Complex? Dōhō's laughter frightens the resting egrets at the pool's edge. The Hyuga clan's 360-degree vision can even see a mouse hole 3 feet underground. He suddenly leans down, his warm breath brushing past her ear. Or is it that Yuyan Village hides some unspeakable secret? The infamous Byakugan, who in the ninja world does not know of it. If the Hyuga clan were to search everywhere, what secrets could the land of water and Yuyan Village possibly hold for Konoha? Naturally, Chick and Yuki would not agree to this request. Yuyan Village is willing to spare all its manpower and resources. She lowers her head, avoiding his burning gaze, her black brocade robe rippling in the cold wind. But the Hyuga clan's ninjutsu is special. It may disturb the common people. Disturb? Dōhō once again grabs a handful of cherry blossoms and throws them into the air, the pink petals falling like snowflakes. He stands up, allowing the maid to dry his body with a soft towel, splashing water that dampens the hem of Chick and Yuki's robe. After changing into a clean and expensive kimono, he looks down at her from a height. If you can't find anyone, a fully organized team from Konoha will be stationed in Yuyan Village. By then, it may not just be the common people who will be disturbed. As the fifth Hokage, with the urgency of war and the Cloud Ninjas still resisting stubbornly, why is he leading 2,000 Konoha ninjas to escort over 4,000 Cloud Ninjas in Yuyan Village? Is he really after the meager supplies of Yuyan Village? Or is he here to soak in hot springs for recuperation? Does he really need to lead the team himself? Isn't it because there are people and organizations that he is most concerned about? To him, Jigen and the Kekai organization are what he should focus on. As for the mist ninjas invading, just bones in a grave. Ding, ding, ding. The copper bells at the eaves ring sharply in the cold wind. And Chick and Hiyori rush through the obstructing servants, her thin figure like an arrow released from a bow, darting straight to the edge of the hot spring pool. The action of Chick and Yuki reaching out to stop her comes a moment too late, only catching a pearl ornament that fell from her daughter's hair. Let go of me. She points at Uchiha Dōhō, who is leisurely drying his hair by the poolside, her glass-like eyes burning with anger. What right do you Konoha people have to act tyrannically in the land of water? Chick in Yuki's face turns pale in an instant. Her legs almost unable to support her body beneath the black brocade robe, her voice tinged with a sob. Hiyori, why haven't you apologized to the Hokage-sama yet? Apologize? Hiyori defiantly lifts her head, the pearl hairpin among her hair swaying violently, reflecting the shimmering waves of the hot spring. Our two great nations are at war. Leaving the land of water without income this winter, making my mother restless day and night. Why should we apologize? She suddenly grabs the cherry blossoms floating at the pool's edge and throws them fiercely onto the water's surface. The pink and white petals shatter in the whirlpool. Your so-called search is just an attempt to steal the secrets of Yuan Village, right? The scroll my grandfather protected with his life. Shut up. Chick and Yuki's reprimand causes the wisteria flowers at the pool's edge to fall. It's all right. The girl's feelings are understandable. Uchiha Dōhō steps barefoot over the fallen cherry blossoms, leaving wet footprints on the warm jade as the rising mist wraps around his lean, yet powerful body. Droplets of water dripping from his hair down into the open collar of his robe. When he leans down, Hiyori's breath catches, even with her heart full of disdain. She cannot help but admit that the angular face of the man before her looks like a deity in the misty vapor, his eyes shining brighter than the luminous pearls at the bottom of the hot spring. The girl's ears turn red, and she belatedly realizes her cheeks have flushed. Dōhō catches the subtle change in her expression, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Little girl, you have a lot of courage. He reaches out and gently squeezes Hiyori's flushed cheek, the warmth of his fingertip burning against her skin. But unfortunately, courage alone is not enough. Before her words fell, Qianquan and In suddenly rushed over to protect their daughter behind them, the hem of the dark robe sweeping away the tease set by the pond. The jade stone on her belt pressed painfully against her knee, but she held tightly onto her daughter's trembling wrist. Lord Hokage, please calm your anger. She is young and doesn't understand. What did I say wrong? Hayu struggled in her mother's embrace, half of her pearl hairpin falling out, and she shouted, He's about my age. How am I young? Dōhō laughed loudly, his eyes crescent-shaped. Interesting, really interesting. No wonder they say the ignorant are fearless. With those fierce gestures, he suddenly turned around, his wet black hair flinging off tiny water droplets, pointing at the kneeling Samui and Yuki. Do you know who these two are? Without waiting for an answer, his long fingers grabbed Hayu by the back of her neck, turning her face towards the two ninjas. This one on the left is the young prodigy from the Cloud Village, Samui. Both her parents are high-ranking Cloud ninjas. As for the one on the right, he deliberately elongated the last syllable, watching as the girl's pupils slightly contracted in shock. She is the Jinchuriki of the two tails, and now she has become my maid. Hayu struggled violently in his palm, but Dōhō laughed even more wantonly, allowing her pearl hairpin to sweep across his hand. Little girl, you can't even compare to them, yet you dare to act fierce in front of me? Remember, without power, your so-called resistance is nothing but a cute farce. Dōhō believed he had treated these little ninja villages quite well. After all, how did the later generations treat his little brothers? The Tang village was once a little brother to the Cloud village. If he didn't teach them a lesson, how could he manage them in the future? Chapter 147. The Land of Thunder, envoy from the Cloud village visits on the mountain path outside Tang Hidden Village. The cold wind wrapped around the mist rising from the hot springs, making the figures of the two ninjas appear hazy. The envoy from the Land of Thunder, Lei, wore a dark purple robe with lightning patterns. With every step he took, the metal pieces on his boots clashed crisply against the ground. The envoy from the Cloud village, Mist, draped in a gray-blue cloak and wearing a Cloud ninja forehead protector, scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes hidden beneath the hood. Who comes to block the way? State your names. Several members of the Konoha Umbu suddenly leaped down from the treetops, kunai glinting coldly in their hands, blocking the two's path. Lei clasped his fists in greeting, his voice steady and powerful. I am Lei, sent by the daimyo of the Land of Thunder and the Fourth Hokage to negotiate peace with Lord Fifth Hokage. I hope for your understanding. Mist also bowed, adding, the Cloud Hidden Village is equally sincere and wishes to use this meeting as an opportunity to end the disputes between our two villages. The Umbu ninja hesitated for a moment, then put away their kunai. Follow me. However, let me make it clear, if you anger the Lord, your lives, he didn't finish. Only casting a meaningful glance at the two before turning to walk toward the village. In a training ground of Tang Hidden Village, Qianquan Hyu's long sword just barely thrust out, but was deftly deflected by a dry branch casually picked up by Uchiha Dōhō. The girl staggered back a step, her pearl hairpins swaying violently, and her glass-like eyes swirled with unwillingness and frustration. Too slow, Dōhō stepped barefoot over the fallen cherry blossoms, the dry branch precisely tapping her shoulder's acupoint. Your attack path is like a child's doodle. Even a newly enrolled Konoha ninja could predict it. He flipped his wrist, the dry branch slicing through the air with a glimmering arc, creating a gust that shredded the falling petals in a fine snow. Watch closely when you draw your sword. It should be like a snake striking, quick, accurate, and fierce. Samui knelt on the blue stone bricks, a wet handkerchief on her lap. Yuki held a glass cup filled with icy fruit. Once elite ninjas had now become maids, anger and humiliation were difficult to conceal in their lowered brows and eyes. When the Umbu knelt to report that the envoys from the land of Thunder and Cloud-hidden village wished to see him, Samui and Yuki almost simultaneously raised their heads, hope igniting fleetingly in their eyes. Samui tightened her grip on the handkerchief, and the glass cup in Yuki's hand made a slight sound. This might be their chance to break free from control. However, Dōhō's cold response instantly extinguished that hope. Send them away. Dōhō used the dry branch to flick Hyu's scattered hair, his eyes full of disdain, telling AI that unconditional surrender was her only way out. Hyu bit her lip, her heart racing violently from the man's domineering presence. During these days of interaction, Dōhō's immense strength, reckless demeanor, and handsome face had long planted feelings in the girl's heart. She turned her head away, her voice unconsciously softening. Who asked you to take care of me? I'm not that bad. I'm one of the best in the village. Do you think everyone is as strong as you? Despite saying that, her fingers unconsciously twisted the hair that was lifted by the dry branch, a suspicious blush creeping to her ears. Just as the Konoha Umbu was about to clasp their fists and withdraw, Samui suddenly straightened up. Lord Hokage would rather play house with a little girl than meet the envoys who have traveled from afar. Is this the hospitality of the newly established Konoha? Guests? You Cloud ninjas are hardly guests. Who in a ninja world doesn't know that you Cloud ninjas are the most domineering and unreasonable village? Dōhō chuckled softly, casually tossing the dry branch aside, then walked towards Samui. He stepped barefoot over the fallen cherry blossoms, took the towel from Samui's hand, and wiped his hands. Now, peace talks? Guests? Do the Cloud ninjas even qualify as guests? Dōhō sneered, tossing the dry branch aside and slowly walking towards Samui. He stepped barefoot over the fallen cherry blossoms, took the towel from Samui's hand to wipe his palms, his warm breath brushing against her taut cheek. Now peace talks? What can you offer? If it's too low, I won't be interested. If it's too high, you won't be willing. According to what I know, the Cloud-hidden village still has nearly 10,000 warriors who can fight. So it's far from a desperate situation. Right now, peace talks are merely a waste of time. He suddenly straightened, whistling to summon a ninja hawk circling in the sky. The huge shadow covered half the sky, and Dōhō's gaze swept over Samui and Yuki, a playful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Though I won't meet the envoys from the cloud, you can go. Go and discuss what chips you should use to exchange for your and Killer Bee's chance at freedom. The Umbu ninja raised a hand expressionlessly to signal, and Samui and Yuki exchanged a glance, putting down their items and getting up to follow. After the two left, a shadow suddenly darted across the training ground. Uchiha Hakadai, kneeling on one knee. Lord Hokage, the envoy from the land of thunder, Laze, insists on seeing you and claims. He lowered his voice, sharing secrets related to the survival of the Uchiha clan. Ha! These negotiators, have they been using the same tricks for hundreds of years? First, they create a sense of crisis with alarming words, then assert their own views. I'm not interested in hearing it. As for peace talks, I've already instructed the daimyo of the land of fire to refuse. You should still meet him. After all, our relationship with the land of thunder is close, and we need to maintain that relationship. Dōhō then slapped his forehead, recalling the connection between the Uchiha clan and the land of thunder. The Uchiha clan was originally aristocrats from the land of thunder, but had lowered their status to become ninjas due to political reasons. They migrated to the land of fire because of its unique geographical location and rich conditions. The Uchiha Flame Fan was a weapon passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, just like the six left by the Sage of Six Paths, except that the Flame Fan was obtained by Indra and passed down in the Uchiha clan, while the six was passed down in the land of thunder. Oh, I remember. Isn't that Blood Pool clan the one the aristocrats of the land of thunder had imprisoned us? Dōhō slightly squinted his eyes, a hint of reminiscence in his tone. Precisely. Uchiha Hakadai nodded, his expression serious. During the Warring States period, the Blood Pool clan resided in the Land of Thunder, and their blood dragon eyes illusion techniques were extremely powerful, famous for a time. A woman from their clan married into the family of the Land of Thunder's daimyo as a concubine. That woman was gentle and beautiful, but she drew the jealousy of the main wife. Dōhō listened with great interest, reaching for a nearby wine cup and taking a sip. Continue. Shortly after the daimyo married that woman, he passed away due to illness. Hakadai continued, a hint of regret in his eyes. The daimyo's wife took the opportunity to slander the daughter of the Blood Pool clan, claiming she was involved in the daimyo's death. As a result, the Blood Pool clan was wronged and exiled to the harsh Hell Valley. Because both the Blood Pool clan's Blood Dragon Eye and our Uchiha clan Sharingan can cast illusions, and only the Sharingan can counteract them, the nobility of the Land of Lightning ordered our Uchiha clan to be responsible for imprisoning and guarding the Blood Pool clan. Are they still imprisoned? Yes, the Blood Pool clan is still confined in Hell Valley by our Uchiha Fire Flame Array Barrier. Damn, what a huge grudge. They've been locked up for decades, and they still want to be released? Those damn nobles. Dōhō frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. The Blood Dragon Eye is also a good bloodline limit. How about this? Let's give them a chance to join us in Konoha. Huh? What if they hate our Uchiha clan? Hakadai asked worriedly. After all, the Uchiha clan has been responsible for guarding them for so many years, and the resentment has deepened. There's a head to every grievance. The daimyo's wife of the Land of Lightning is the instigator. We are now magnanimously releasing them. If they don't thank us and dare to harbor resentment, we will kill them all and take their eyes to experiment on for Orochimaru. Hakadai was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama, I will arrange it right away. Saying this, he knelt on one knee, then turned and left. Chapter 148. A's decision in the mountainous regions of the Land of Lightning. Dark clouds hung low like lead. The cloud shinobi hid in the interlocking ravines and caves, intending to use this defensible terrain to wear down the Konoha army through guerrilla warfare. They planted explosive tags on essential routes, set up rope net traps on cliffs, and arranged sound shinobi illusion barriers deep in the forest, hoping to trap the Konoha ninjas in an inescapable predicament. However, the arrival of Konoha's sensory troops broke the cloud shinobi's plan. The Hyuga clan's ninjas activated their Byakugan, their pale blue chakra swirling in their eyes, providing a 360-degree view that left the hidden cloud shinobi nowhere to hide. The Inuzuka clan moved through the forest with their ninja dogs, whose keen sense of smell and tracking abilities accurately detected the sweat and chakra residue of the cloud shinobi. The Yamanaka clan controlled their mind insects, small creatures acting like mobile sensors, infiltrating every gap and continuously relaying information about the cloud shinobi's layout. In a certain valley, just as a cloud shinobi team was about to launch a surprise attack, they found that Konoha's sensory ninjas were already prepared. The Inuzuka's ninja dogs barked and charged in, scattering the cloud shinobi's formation. The Yamanaka's mind insects transformed into blades, cutting the ropes the cloud shinobi had set up for ambush. The Hyuga's gentle fist technique was unleashed, accurately hitting the vital points of the cloud shinobi. Before the cloud shinobi could even cast their ninjutsu, they were quickly subdued by the Konoha ninjas. In another dense forest, the illusion barrier carefully set up by the cloud shinobi was rendered useless in front of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. They easily spotted the flaws in the illusion, guiding the main Konoha forces to advance straight in. The surprise attacks launched by the cloud shinobi were consistently detected in advance by the sensory ninjas before they could even approach the Konoha camp, resulting in the cloud shinobi falling into Konoha's counter-encirclement. After several battles, the cloud shinobi suffered heavy losses. Their once advantageous geographical position vanished under Konoha's powerful sensory capabilities. In the Land of Lightning, the ground was littered with cloud shinobi headbands and equipment. Injured cloud shinobi were escorted back to the Konoha camp, and more cloud shinobi began to feel despair about the prospects of this war. In the Raikage's office in the cloud shinobi village, the air pressure was suffocating. Raikage slammed his fist on the battered table, with chips flying as the red flag representing Konoha in the sand table shook violently like bloody fangs. We have suffered defeats on the front lines, and the guerrilla warfare has also failed. Those Konoha sensory troops seem to have eyes and ears everywhere. The one-eyed, aged Tsukadai reflected the flickering candlelight, his calloused fingers gripping the handle of the lightning blade tightly, the metal guard creaking under pressure. Konoha is truly blessed. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can see through 360 degrees. The Inuzuka's ninja dogs can catch even the residual chakra for breaths. And the Yamanaka's mind insects are everywhere. His voice sounded like it was squeezed from deep within his chest. Every carefully laid trap and surprise attack we set up are like child's play in front of them. What is even more hateful is that Uchiha Dōhō's veins bulged and the lightning beneath the wrapped bandages crackled, casting shadows on the wall. They demand we surrender unconditionally, hand over all ninjutsu above B rank, and require the Cloud Shinobi Village to open all intelligence networks. This is not peace talks. It is clearly a demand to strip us of our flesh and skin. In a corner, Darui suddenly stood up, the headband at his waist gleaming silver blue in the firelight. Reikage-sama, we cannot let Konoha bully us like this. Even if we fight to the last man, we must maintain the dignity of the Cloud Shinobi. Dignity? With what do we protect it? Sukadai suddenly let out a hoarse, cold laugh, his laughter scraping against everyone's eardrums like a rusty knife. Konoha's battle line has pushed to the Thunder Gorge, just 50 miles away from the core area of the Land of Lightning. The urgent documents from the daimyo arrive every 3 days, demanding we immediately humiliate ourselves to seek peace. Silence enveloped the entire hall, with only the sound of the candle wicks bursting echoing against the stone walls. For the Cloud Shinobi, known for their toughness, to proactively seek peace is already a painful, heart-wrenching experience. In the past, the Cloud Shinobi either obtained benefits without bloodshed or maintained a facade of equality. But now, with Konoha's army pressing down, the peace terms from the Fifth Hokage, Uchiha Dōhō, are 100 times harsher than the conditions set during Uchiha Madara's defeat of the Cloud Shinobi when the borders were drawn. Some instinctively reached for the Cloud Shinobi headband on their foreheads, the fabric's lightning patterns already wrinkled from sweat. The events when the Second Reikage advocated for an equal treaty with Senju Tobarama, only to be overthrown by a coup from the martial faction, still lingered in their minds. And now, if they truly seek peace, the price will far exceed any compromise in history. Uchiha Dōhō even looked down on this opportunity, tearing the Cloud Shinobi's peace proposal to shreds in public, which undoubtedly trampled their proud dignity into the mud repeatedly. Reikage-A's fist slammed heavily against the wall, sending fragments of stone flying. I will personally lead a team to ambush Konoha's sensory troops. As long as we can tear apart their reconnaissance net, we can regain the initiative in guerrilla warfare. Sukadai suddenly stood up, his one eye flashing with fear. Absolutely not. Reikage-sama, you're the pillar of the Cloud Shinobi. He trembled, pointing at the advancing Konoha battle line on the map. Once you make an appearance, with Uchiha Dōhō's ambition, he will definitely lead a team to encircle you. If you are defeated by him again, the old man's voice choked, the Cloud Shinobi village will truly be finished. Are we just going to sit and wait for death? As they turned, the lightning beneath the bandages surged violently, distorting and grimacing his shadow. Watching those sensory ninjas prying into our every move like flies? Hidden ninjas are meant to counterattack better. Sukadai gripped the lightning blade tightly, the marks on the handle digging painfully into his palm. We must preserve our fighting strength and wait for the right moment. If even you fall on the battlefield, the Cloud Shinobi will truly be done for. A's fists tightened and then relaxed, ultimately slamming down on the position of Konoha's battle flag on the map. The dust that fell swirling like blood mist before everyone's eyes. After a long silence, Sachikage slowly spoke. Perhaps we should consider seeking new allies. Iwagakure, Sunagakure, even former enemies. Are you suggesting we unite with other ninja villages against Konoha? This is our only chance. Sachikage stood up, his figure appearing increasingly hunched in the flickering shadows. Fighting alone, we have no chance of victory. But if we can unite with other ninja villages, perhaps we can contend with Konoha. Will they agree? They will. Sachikage's single eye flashed with a cold glint. Onoki is a wise man. He experienced the era when Uchiha Madara rampaged through the ninja world. He knows that now Konoha has a second Uchiha Madara, and there is no longer a Senju Hashirama to balance this ambition. If we, the Cloud Ninja, are eliminated by Konoha, the balance of the 5 great ninja villages will completely collapse. Or raised his eyes, recalling the former glory of Kumogakure, those warriors who shouted battle cries amidst thunderstorms. Those lands protected with their lives. He never imagined that one day, Kumogakure would have to seek assistance from former foes. However, he sighed heavily, immediately sent someone to contact Iwagakure and Sunagakure. At the same time, continue to strengthen defensive works and prepare for Konoha's next offensive. As everyone exited the conference hall, the night had swallowed the last rays of sunset. I stood alone on the top floor of the Raikage building, gazing at the distant bonfires on the Konoha front line, flickering like ghostly flames, and the bandaged arm once again sparked with lightning. This time, there was an unprecedented heaviness and restraint in that light. Chapter 149. Onoki's Decision Land of Earth. Iwagakure, the village, is surrounded by towering mountains, possessing solid defenses that make it difficult for enemies to breach its interior. However, similarly, their communication with the outside world has also become relatively difficult. In order to ensure the inheritance of their will, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, imitated the second Hokage, Tobirama, and established the Iwagakure Ninja Academy to pass on the will of stone, contributing greatly to the development of Iwagakure. He transmitted the will of stone to all members of Iwagakure, deeply influencing the growth and development of the entire Iwagakure's descendants. During his tenure, he cultivated students represented by Onoki. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, is a direct disciple of the first and second Tsuchikage, possessing formidable strength and earning the title of Onoki of the two scales. He is proficient in earth release jutsu and can use the unique nature transformation of dust release, surpassing the limits of bloodline limits, and is one of the few flying ninjas among the 5 great nations. Onoki is the Tsuchikage who has held the highest power in the land of Earth for the longest time in ninja history and is also the longest-lived Tsuchikage, ushering in the heyday of Iwagakure. The messenger from Kyomogakure, Mizu, knelt on one knee and presented a sealed letter marked with the emblem of lightning. Onoki's bony fingers trembled slightly as he unfolded the letter, his murky eyes quickly scanning the plea for help. After a long while, he hoarsely spoke, "You have worked hard. Go and rest." Mizu wanted to say more, but was taken away by the Iwagakure Ayenbiyu, who restrained his arms. The stone door of the conference hall slammed shut, shaking the fine sand from the cracks in the doorframe. Tsuchikage broke the silence first, the heavy armor rustling. "I didn't expect the Cloud Ninja to be forced into such a situation. That Raikage actually took the initiative to seek our assistance, showing how great the pressure from Konoha is." He crossed his arms, the protruding stone patterns on his armor slightly deforming with the movement of his muscles. And his sharp gaze, honed through Onoki's rigorous training, was now fixed on the operational sand table on the wall. "The Cloud Ninja has deep-seated grievances against us. Let Konoha crush the Cloud Ninja." Akatsuchi suddenly slammed his palm on the table, the giant axe at his waist ringing with a clang. This so-called shield of Iwagakure still bore the scar from being burned by Kyomogakure's lightning release during the Third Great Ninja War, preventing those thunderstorm maniacs from constantly eyeing our borders. Before he finished speaking, Onoki's bony palm had already formed an earth hammer, accurately striking Akatsuchi on the head. "Fool, is your vision so narrow?" During the first 5 Kage summit, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, dominated the era with a compassionate heart, allocating tailed beasts to the 5 great ninja villages, maintaining the balance among the 5 great nations. Onoki placed one hand on his waist while the other heavily knocked on the table, but now, this Uchiha Dōhō, he reached out and tore open the secret scroll presented by the ANBU. And on the yellowed pages was recorded the life experiences of Uchiha Dōhō. The ANBU already had detailed files on him, all indicating that this person is another Uchiha Madara. Wonio observed Onoki's contemplative expression and whispered, "It seems the third Tsuchikage has made a decision." Wonio was stocky, wearing a deep brown ninja outfit embroidered with the Iwagakure emblem. He carried a huge earth-release ninja tool pack, covered with complex runes. This man had a resolute gaze and a calm demeanor. As the captain of the sealing team, he possessed keen insight and excellent adaptability, quietly standing to the side, silently pondering the deeper meaning of Onoki's words. Onoki's gaze pierced through the mottled rock walls, looking towards the land of thunder far away. "Even if those muscle-headed brutes of the Cloud Ninja do not seek help, we cannot sit idly by. Indeed, we cannot watch Konoha eliminate the Cloud Ninja." Tsuchik nodded. When the ANBU reported the results of the Battle of Kawanaka, all the high-ranking Iwagakure ninjas present were shocked. Uchiha Dōhō's achievements were too remarkable. He dominated a battlefield of tens of thousands with his own strength, defeating Raikage, and capturing the Two Tails and Eight Tails Jinchuriki, among which the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was also known as the only perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world. Such strength and achievements, who wouldn't be afraid? Moreover, what is even more frightening is that this person is not yet 17 years old, meaning that for the entire ninja world now and for decades to come, they will live in his shadow. The old man's withered palm brushed over the map marking Kumobikure, suddenly trembling violently. You have not seen the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. Memories surged like lava, the nightmare from over 40 years ago resurfacing. Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo crushed the mountains of the land of Earth. And Iwagakure ninjas were as weak as ants beneath its feet. And now, Uchiha Dōhō is even more reckless than Madara. Back then, Uchiha Madara was only thinking of conquering the world. If it weren't for Senju Hashirama's interference, perhaps the other 4 great ninja villages would have long since ceased to exist. Anoki grabbed the teacup, but found that the tea had already spilled onto the plea for help, secretly reflecting. So I tremble at the mere mention of Susanoo? But now, Senju Hashirama has long turned to dust, and Uchiha Dōhō is even more unscrupulous than Madara. The successive Hokages of Konoha, whether it be Hashirama's benevolence, Tobirama's iron-bloodedness, or Sarutobi Hiruzen's gentleness, have never thought of breaking the balance of the 5 great nations. But this Uchiha Dōhō, his wrinkled fingers pointed to the ever-expanding territory of Konoha on the map. What he desires is not peace, but the subjugation of the entire ninja world. Under Anoki's impassioned speech, the high-ranking Iwagakure ninjas reached a consensus. Listen up. Anoki's voice resonated through the hall like a great bell. First, send an envoy to Takigakure to find the Hokage, saying that I, Anoki, am willing to mediate the war between both sides. Second, immediately mobilize 10,000 elite Iwagakure ninjas to depart for the land of Waterfall within 3 days. Tuchik was the first to clasp his fists in salute. I will prepare the army at once and ensure that 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas gather within 3 days. Wait. Anoki slowly rose, his small stature exuding an aura of unspoken authority. He leaned on his cane, walking step by step to the map, his bony fingers gliding over the position of the land of Waterfall. The cracks in the rock wall appeared particularly clear under his calloused palm. This time, I will lead the team personally. As soon as these words were spoken, a commotion erupted in the conference hall. Chitu widened his eyes and rushed forward in 3 steps. Third Hokage, you are getting older, and IWA Shinobi Village cannot be without your presence. The situation on the front lines is dangerous. Let me lead the vanguard. Third Hokage, you are the pillar of IWA. This battle concerns the overall situation, so please think twice. However, Ohyuki waved his hand, and a sharp light suddenly burst forth from his murky eyes. He raised his head to look at the portrait of the second Tsuchikage hanging on the rock wall, as if returning to that war-torn era, over 40 years ago. I was powerless under Uchiha Madara's feet. His voice gradually rose, the veins on the back of his hand pulsing, but now, I will let the Hokage know that the will of the Earth Country will not be easily crushed by the Uchiha again. Chapter 150. Obito's actions in the southeastern part of the Land of Lightning. A canyon shaped like a giant python was spewing purple lightning amidst the heavy rain. Known locally as Thunder Valley, the valley was filled with grotesque rocks, with sharp rock spikes resembling the fangs of death, and charred dead trees lay scattered in the mud. The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur and blood. Since Konoha pushed the front lines into the Land of Lightning, the Lightning Country's ninjas, under the immense pressure from Uchiha Dōhō, had to break their forces into smaller units. They took advantage of the mountainous terrain to rely on guerrilla tactics against the Konoha ninjas. Stop. Hyuga Hayate's temples throbbed, and the curse mark on his forehead clearly indicated his branch family status. His 359-degree vision pierced through the rain, capturing even the slightest changes in the terrain ahead. 50 meters ahead, there were explosive tag traps, and a wind-style barrier was hidden in the right rock wall. Once triggered, the explosive impact would be multiplied. Before he finished speaking, chakra arrows had already formed at his fingertips, precisely aimed at a hidden explosive tag's fuse. With a soft hiss, an unactivated explosive tag detonated in the rain, and the rising smoke vaguely revealed more tag outlines. Kakashi's Sharingan spun quickly, capturing the unnatural earth mounds and the chakra traces left in the rock wall cracks. Split into 3 groups, he bit down on a kunai and quickly formed hand seals. I, Chuanhua, and you will flank from the left. Hyuga Hayate will lead 2 others to support from the front. 2 will make noise on the right to draw fire, and the rest prepare to assist. Lightning exploded in his palm, illuminating the serious faces of the group. At the moment the right side team member deliberately stepped on the rotten wood, the entire canyon was engulfed in flames. Dozens of explosive tags detonated in succession. and the shockwave wrapped in the wind-style barrier turned into massive fireballs, shattering the rocks in their path. Earth-style, earth flow wall. The two responsible for drawing fire shouted in unison, and a heavy earthen wall rose with a roar, but it was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks under the double impact. With a muffled sound, one of them was hurled away by the residual wave, crashing heavily against the rock wall, blood spilling from his mouth and staining the rain. The other didn't have time to react before being struck in the head by flying debris, dying on the spot. Kill! With a roar, more than 20 cloud ninjas leaped out from the rock crevices. The leading blue-armored ninja swung a lightning-flashing ninjato, splitting raindrops into mist with a lightning chakra coiling around the blade. The cloud ninjas surrounded them in a fan shape, their formation tight, completely unrecognizable as scattered guerrilla fighters. Kakashi's Raikiri tore through the rain curtain, the blue-white current colliding with the cloud ninjas' lightning blades, producing blinding sparks. He moved like a phantom through the enemy ranks, his Raikiri precisely slicing through the enemy's throats and carotid arteries, warm blood misting in the rain. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chuanhua formed seals. Water-style, water dragon bullet technique. The roaring water dragon slammed 3 cloud ninjas against the rock wall. However, the enemy reacted quickly. Lightning-style, lightning strike. Thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, instantly evaporating the water dragon into white mist. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Kakashi's clothing was scorched by the currents that grazed him, and he leaned back to dodge a bolt of lightning, only to see the supporting team member, Ayu, struck in the chest by lightning, collapsing into a pool of blood. Hyuga Hyade's arm was cut by a kunai, but his Byakugan remained fixed on the enemy's movements. Kakashi's clothing was already soaked in blood. Watching as Chuanhua used his last chakra to unleash fire style, colliding with the enemy's water style to create a steam barrier, he bit down hard on his fingertip. Lightning style, Chidori, Kakashi shouted, leading the remaining team members into the enemy formation. And the cloud ninja struck by Chidori was instantly pierced through the heart and fell to the ground. Full attack. When the last cloud ninja fell, the heavy rain had unknowingly stopped. Kakashi's team members were drenched in blood, sitting on the muddy ground filled with corpses, gazing at their fallen comrades. Their eyes filled with exhaustion and numbness. The torrential rain suddenly froze mid-air, millions of raindrops eerily suspended in a vortex. Hyuga Hyade's Byakugan widened, the curse mark on his forehead burning. Something's wrong. Right above us. Before he could finish, Uchiha Dōhō's figure hung upside down, emerging from the twisted space crack. The orange spiral mask reflecting in Kakashi's Sharingan. Who are you? Kakashi's Sharingan trembled violently, Chidori crackling in his palm. The scene of the Nine-Tails rampaging through Konoha last year, stabbing into his mind like a blade. The mysterious person who controlled the Nine-Tails and caused the death of the Fourth Hokage was now right before him. The one who will take your eye. A distorted voice came from the masked man, who stared at Kakashi's left eye in a trance. Under the terrifying pressure of Uchiha Dōhō, he ultimately chose to retrieve the Sharingan after being persuaded by Black Zetsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Realizing he was facing an enemy, the team members reacted quickly, sending a scorching orange fireball hurtling towards the masked man. However, the fireball passed straight through his translucent body, creating a charred pit on the rock wall. Hyuga Hyade's Byakugan was bloodshot, his chakra sensing enveloped in fog. This is impossible. His chakra isn't even in this world. Before he could finish, the masked man's figure flashed behind Chuanhua. Black chains shot out like venomous snakes, instantly piercing through Chuanhua's chest. Warm blood gushed out, blooming like a tragic blood flower in the rain, and Chuanhua died with a look of astonishment. Another team member's kunai had just been thrust forward when a suddenly appearing black vortex swallowed his arm. His piercing scream cut off abruptly as he was dragged into the space-time crack. Kakashi's Raikiri tore through the air, but only struck a dissipating afterimage. Amidst the roaring thunder, the masked man's voice echoed from all directions. After all these years, you still haven't changed at all. You can't even save your own comrades. You incompetent fool. Shut up. Kakashi roared, his lightning chakra erupting. His Sharingan spun rapidly, trying to capture the masked man's trajectory. However, the masked man's figure moved like a specter, freely traversing between reality and the other space, each appearance accompanied by the screams of his comrades. In an instant, only Kakashi and Hyuga Hyade remained of the 7-man team. Hyuga Hyade's Byakugan was filled with blood vessels, his expression full of fear. Captain, his abilities are too strange. We simply. Before he finished speaking, the masked man's chains pierced through his left chest. Blood vessels appeared in Kakashi's eyes as he looked at his dying comrade, his guilt and anger exploding completely. He bit down on his tongue, gathering all his chakra into Raikiri, the blue-white current surging wildly. I will not let you succeed again. Just because of you? I told you. You can't protect anyone. The masked man's voice, wrapped in a mechanical distortion, held a cold laugh. The orange-red mask gleaming with an eerie light amidst the lightning. His figure suddenly appeared directly above Kakashi, the Kimui vortex spinning rapidly like a black hole. Kakashi's Raikiri had yet to touch the edge of the opponent's clothing when he was already sucked into the distorted space crack. In the broken rocks and twisted architectural ruins floated around. Kakashi had just stabilized his stance when the attack from the masked man was already upon him like a shadow. Black chains wrapped around his limbs, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. The masked man approached slowly, his crimson Sharingan glowing like a burning ghost flame in the darkness. I will take this eye. Kakashi struggled with all his might, lightning flickering from Raikiri as he shouted. Why? Why are you doing this? The answer is something you don't need to know. The masked man's palm pierced through Kakashi's defense, gripping his left eye directly. A violent tearing sensation swept over his body, and Kakashi felt his eyeball being forcefully pulled from its socket. Memories surged like a tide. Obito entrusting him with the Sharingan on that snowy night, Rin's despair at the moment of sacrifice. Countless moments of wiping his eyes alone in the dark night. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Kakashi saw the blood-soaked Sharingan in the masked man's hand, flashing with a familiar yet strange red light in the glow of his own world was gradually consumed by boundless darkness. Chapter 151. Encirclement. The rain in Thunder Valley poured down again, washing away the chaos on the ground. Obito stepped out from the twisted space crack, holding the still, bleeding Sharingan in his hand, heavy breaths escaping from beneath the orange mask. He casually tossed Kakashi's unconscious body into the mud, splattering mud mixed with blood, creating a grotesque pattern on the ground. The damp soil suddenly surged, and a pitch-black body of Black Zetsu slowly emerged, its faceless expression twisted with a smile. Why not just kill him? Keeping this hindrance alive will inevitably cause trouble in the future. A waste like him, who can't even protect his comrades, deserves to die too easily. Letting him live, rotting in guilt, is worse than killing him. Obito casually ripped off his mask, revealing half of his scarred face, trembling as he embedded Kakashi's Sharingan into his empty left eye socket. In an instant, the powerful ocular power surging from his left eye brought him an unprecedented sense of smoothness. Fragments of broken memories flashed wildly in his mind. Rin's despair at her death, the collapse of the Kamui Bridge, and Uchiha Dōhō's overwhelming Susanoo. At that moment, he finally understood Madara's words. The Sharingan needs to be paired to unleash its true ocular power. The moment the eye was embedded in the socket, he felt the third power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo, Obito shouted hoarsely. The azure chakra surged from his body like a tide, condensing into a massive skeletal outline in the torrential rain. Although it was only a prototype, the oppressive feeling that blocked out the sky was identical to the terrifying power displayed by Uchiha Dōhō that day. Lightning exploded on the frame of Susanoo, illuminating his face with a maniacal smile. No one can stop me from creating a world with Rin. No one. Wonderful. With this kaleidoscope Sharingan, you can also activate Susanoo. Plus, with the power of White Zetsu, your ocular power might not be inferior to Uchiha Dōhō. Black Zetsu paused, his tone becoming eerie. But that guy's strength is unfathomable. We still haven't figured out the ocular techniques of his right eye. And those legendary artifacts, the Tensigen and the Yada Mirror, in his hands, are like adding wings to a tiger. Obito's Sharingan slightly rotated, recalling the overwhelming Susanoo displayed by Uchiha Dōhō that day. The power of the eternal kaleidoscope surged a sense of fear within him. Seeing this, Black Zetsu continued to tempt him. We need Nagato. The Akatsuki's plan to collect the tailed beasts cannot stop. As long as we gather all 9 tailed beasts and create the 10 tails, Uchiha Dōhō will no longer be a threat. Obito pondered for a moment, recalling the tortured Rinnegan puppet whose body was deteriorating, and the power of Pain's 6 paths was also declining. Black Zetsu suggested, inject White Zetsu into his body. Otherwise, with his current strength, he might not be a match for Uchiha Dōhō, and he won't be able to complete the plan to capture the 9 tails. Obito gazed at the gradually dissipating remnants of Susanoo in the void and nodded. Use White Zetsu's cells to repair his body, and then seal a curse mark into him for insurance. In the hidden hot water village, the conference room, which was originally a place for the higher-ups to discuss important matters, was now filled with large maps of the ninja world hanging on the walls, densely marked with various flags, indicating the current situation of the ninja world war. Narashikaku stood in front of the map, holding a stack of intelligence scrolls. His expression grave. Everyone, his gaze swept over the people present, and he slowly spoke with a deep and powerful voice. Urgent reports from the borders. The land of earth and the land of wind have finally joined the fray. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, has personally led 10,000 elite IWA shinobi to the borders of the land of waterfall. Gasps filled the conference room, and some unconsciously tightened their grip on their pens. Inoki was well known, reputed as a wise general, and now he had entered the battlefield. The fourth great ninja war could break out at any moment. What is more troublesome is Sunagakure. Shikaku slammed the bamboo ruler heavily on the oasis marker of the land of river. The fourth Kazekage is using the excuse of extraditing the rogue ninja, Yakura, to mobilize 10,000 troops. Now Sunagakure's puppet army has encircled the land of river tightly. Absurd. Inuzuka Kiba suddenly slammed the table, causing the teacups to jump. The land of river has always been our ally. Sunagakure clearly has ulterior motives. They have long coveted the oasis of the land of river. With this excuse, they probably want to swallow the entire land of river. Captain Inuzuka is right. Uchiha Hakuda's eyes were filled with anger, rather than saving the Cloud Shinobi. It's more about wanting to take advantage of the chaos to grab a piece of the pie. We cannot ignore the safety of the land of river. Yamashiro Aoi frowned tightly. That is our important barrier on the western front. If it falls into Sunagakure's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. The crowd debated, voices growing louder, tearing an opening in the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone quiet down. Dihon finally raised his head. His voice was not loud, but carried a reassuring steadiness. The current backbone of Konoha was looking down at the battle report in his hands, his expression not appearing flustered. Continue. Shikaku. Shikaku, hearing this, pointed heavily at the junction between the land of waterfall and the land of river on the map, continuing, currently, IWA Shinobi in the north, Suna Shinobi in the west, could launch an attack at any time. Although the Kirigakure army has retreated after learning of the Cloud Shinobi's defeat, their forces are still lingering along the southeastern coastline. They will not hesitate to re-land if given the chance. The Hokage's display of Susanoo last time indeed intimidated the Miss Shinobi, but now facing 3 enemies. Shikaku's voice suddenly lowered. Even gods can tire. We must find a way to break the deadlock before the IWA Suna coalition surrounds us. The conference room fell silent instantly. Although Konoha had the strong combat power of the Hokage, no one dared to guarantee they could retreat unscathed against the coalition of 3 countries. Moreover, Konoha's 6,000 shinobi were currently deeply entangled in the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, playing hide and seek in the mountains. Outside the window, a rumble of distant thunder echoed, and dark clouds seemed to be gathering on the horizon, as if heralding a greater storm quietly brewing in the shadows. Inuzuka Kiba suddenly stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. Damn it, the Mist Shadow is going to invade us, and the Rock Ninja is coming to join in the fun. Then let's fight. Chapter 152. Agreement to talk. As soon as Kiba's words left his mouth, the meeting room erupted in chaos, with everyone's emotions ignited and a flurry of discussions breaking out, each holding their own opinion. Fight! What are we afraid of? When have we Leaf Ninja ever feared anyone? Even if the 3 Kingdoms coalition comes, we have Lord Dihon and our seniors. We can definitely wipe them out. Don't be impulsive. The situation is complicated now. The Rock Ninja, Sand Ninja, and Mist Ninja are coming on strong. If we rashly go to war, we might find ourselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, we are fighting on multiple fronts, our forces are dispersed, and supply chains will become a major issue. But we can't just sit and wait for death. Watching our allies in the land of rivers fall into crisis while we remain indifferent, what face do we have left as the Leaf Village? We must take action. We can't let the enemy underestimate us. That said, how to act still required careful consideration. We need to come up with a comprehensive strategy that can alleviate our allies' plight while ensuring our own safety. Otherwise, a blind attack will only land us in a more dangerous situation. The crowd continued to argue, each with their own reasoning, unable to persuade one another. At this moment, many people's gazes turned towards Uchiha Dōhō. Ever since Dihon had showcased his might in the Battle of Sekigahara, his prestige had been on the rise, and many had become accustomed to looking to his attitude before speaking. Dihon sat quietly, his gaze calm, seemingly deep in thought. He slightly raised his head and scanned the room, and immediately, the meeting room fell silent as everyone awaited his decision. Dihon's voice was steady and powerful, resonating in the meeting room. The Leaf has never feared war. Back in the day, the second Hokage, Lord Senju Tobirama, led the Leaf to defeat the other 4 great ninja villages single-handedly, restoring peace to the ninja world. Though I may be lacking, I am confident I can achieve the same great feat as the second Hokage. His words infused the previously anxious crowd with immense confidence, replacing it with a burning fighting spirit. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, the Hokage is so powerful. Even if the other ninja villages join forces, we cannot lose our composure now. Shikaku, please share your thoughts. With all due respect, 5th Hokage, the strategy we previously devised to eliminate the Cloud Ninja now seems outdated. Shikaku's words stunned everyone. The air instantly froze. While there were those who had thought about negotiations after hearing about the Rock Ninja and Sand Ninja's movements, the timing was different now. After the great victory at Sekigahara, many who had proposed negotiations were rebuffed by Dihon. It was precisely Dihon who, against the majority's opinion, insisted on completely wiping out the Cloud Ninja, leading the Leaf to invade the Land of Lightning. At this moment, Shikaku daring to propose a strategic shift in public was akin to pouring cold water on a volcano. However, Shikaku remained composed, tapping his bamboo ruler heavily on the map. The sand is meddling in the land of rivers under the pretext of extraditing defectors. The Rock is building defenses in the land of waterfalls, and the Mist has stationed troops along the coast. If we continue to stubbornly fight the Cloud Ninja, the Leaf will surely find itself besieged on all sides. Akito Dingzwa looked worriedly at his friend and then at Uchiha Dōhō, who was seated in the main position, feeling a cold sweat for Shikaku. Dōhō slightly squinted, discreetly scanning the faces of the crowd, keenly noticing that most displayed expressions of agreement with Shikaku's viewpoint. What about the ninjas on the front lines? Dōhō did not respond to Shikaku, but instead asked the frontline commander, Uchiha Hakadai. Uchiha Hakadai stood up to report. To the Hokage, the morale on the front lines is concerning. Most ninjas do not understand why we are pushing the front line into the Land of Lightning. He swallowed hard. They are even privately discussing what significance there is in us Leaf ninjas risking our lives in the wilds of the Land of Lightning. Upon hearing this, Dōhō slowly shook his head, unconsciously rubbing the golden patterns on his Hokage cloak. Even with powerful strength as support, achieving true unity in the ninja world is far from as simple as wielding Susanoo to crush the enemy. The Leaf is not yet prepared to unify the ninja world. The unstoppable Susanoo might instill fear in the Cloud Ninja, but it cannot ensure that the ninjas under his command firmly follow the unified goal. Without enough support from the lower ninjas, even if Dōhō used Susanoo to destroy other ninja villages, it would hold no meaning. After all, actual occupation and assimilation of territory require the lower ninjas to implement. At this stage, destroying other ninja villages would only lead to a chaotic and disordered ninja world, a scenario that the Hokage of the Leaf does not desire. Moreover, there is the Akatsuki organization lurking in the shadows. Once chaos ensues in the ninja world, it would bring no benefits to the Leaf, a vested interest in the ninja world, but rather serve as a stepping stone for ambitious and scheming individuals. The road to unification is already fraught with thorns. Military power can intimidate temporarily, but cannot win over hearts. The unification of the 6 states by the Qin state came after years of accumulation and preparation, achieving the ultimate in both ideological and military strength. And what about himself? He had been in office for less than a year, taking over a village that had just emerged from the Third Great Ninja War, with depleted resources, lost elite forces. And even the children from a ninja academy had to go to the battlefield, all during the weakest period in the history of the Leaf, with internal and external troubles and numerous difficulties. The strength to unify the ninja world simply did not exist. Moreover, there were ideological issues as well. For 50 years, the Leaf ninjas had been receiving the will of fire passed down from Senju Hashirama, with most ninjas leaning towards a moderate stance, yearning for peace, not wanting to push the front lines into other countries or to unify the entire ninja world. Originally, this war was merely a warm-up for Dōhō to prepare for the future unification of the ninja world, to identify the problems the Leaf village needed to improve upon from this war. Therefore, moving forward, Dōhō not only needed to strengthen the Leaf's power, but also to spread his will of fire, preparing for future unification. Shikaku was right. Starting a war is easy, but ending one is difficult. Dīhan recalled the quagmire the U.S. had found itself in Afghanistan and Iraq. Those seemingly glorious victories ultimately turned into bottomless pits, like being trapped in a swamp. The more one struggles, the deeper one sinks. He abruptly stood up, his Hokage robe billowing behind him. Since the preliminary goal of defeating the Cloud Ninja had been achieved, it was time to negotiate. Hearing that the Hokage finally agreed to negotiations, the tense atmosphere in the meeting room dissipated instantly. The Hokage is wise. Narashikaku revealed a relieved smile. Rest assured, Lord, the leaf holds the two tails. The 8 tails Jinchuriki and 3,872 Cloud Ninja captives. Even if the treasury of the Land of Lightning is emptied, they will have to pay for this defeat, not just in terms of finances. There are also jutsu. The Cloud Ninja have plundered many jutsu from other smaller ninja villages over the years, right? Now, it's our turn to plunder from them. Chapter 153. The Iron Country talks on the map of the ninja world. The Iron Country stands like an isolated pearl, a realm exclusive to samurai. It possesses a unique culture independent of the ninja world system, resembling a secluded yet undeniable island, maintaining a neutral stance amidst the ongoing disputes in the ninja world. Geographically, the Iron Country borders the Earth Country and the Lightning Country, while also bordering the Fire Country, the Waterfall Country, and the Rise Country. The special geographical location has made it the focus of attention for various forces in the ninja world. Long ago, the ninjas reached an unspoken agreement not to take action against this country, which is centered around the protection of samurai. It is precisely this agreement that has allowed the Land of Iron to remain safe amidst the smoke of multiple ninja world wars. Like a relatively calm harbor in a storm, when the clouds of the Fourth Ninja World War quietly enveloped the ninja world, the meeting place for the 5 Kage was chosen in the Land of Iron. The leader of the samurai in the Land of Iron, with a neutral attitude and a long-standing agreement with the ninjas, took on the important role of presiding over the Kage meeting. It is worth noting that the Land of Iron itself has no ninjas. It is protected by a group known as samurai, who defend the dignity and peace of a nation with their superb swordsmanship and steadfast beliefs. The year 52 in the era of Konoha was a year full of uncertainties for the Land of Iron. At the age of 30, Mifune had just taken over the position of general from his master, Usuji Nabukatsu, at the beginning of the year. He was full of ambition, eager to write his own legend in this land of samurai. However, fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks, and, shortly after he took office, a great war broke out in the ninja world, the Battle of Sekigahara between the Fire and Lightning countries. This war was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples that could even redefine the order of the ninja world after the Third Ninja World War. With its victory in this war, Konoha subtly showed signs of returning to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Originally, this war had no direct connection to the Land of Iron, but that cunning and scheming old man, Inoki, chose to intervene and mediate the war between the Fire and Lightning countries. The venue for the negotiations was set in the Land of Iron. This decision undoubtedly placed the Land of Iron at the center of the storm in the ninja world. Mifune stood quietly in the conference hall, gently stroking the hilt of his beloved sword, Take Gain. The dark green sharkskin wrapped around the scabbard was soaked with his nervous sweat. Outside the conference hall, the unique bluish-gray stone lanterns of the Land of Iron swayed in the biting wind, casting mottled shadows on the screen painted with famous generals from the Warring States period. In a daze, those shadows overlapped with the scene of his master practicing Aijutsu in his memories, causing him to immerse himself in the past. General, the Reikage of Kumogakure has arrived at the gate. The guard's announcement broke his reverie. Mifune took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and slowly pushed open the intricately carved wooden door. In an instant, the biting cold wind, carrying snowflakes, hit him in the face. 100 meters away, the Kumogakure envoy group was slowly crossing the frozen moat, making their way over. Mifune knew very well that this was the first diplomatic hard battle since he took over as general. Any misstep could trigger greater turmoil in the ninja world. Reports of the war between the Fire Country and the Lightning Country flew to the Land of Iron like snowflakes, with Konoha in the posture of the victors, demanding huge reparations and taking a tough stance. Meanwhile, Iwagakure and Sunagakure had also gathered tens of thousands of ninjas at the border, and the situation was on the verge of exploding. If negotiations failed, the Fourth Ninja World War could break out at any time, plunging the entire ninja world back into blood and chaos. Mifune tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, the coldness of the metal guard spreading through his palm to his entire body. The ink of the Iron Pact sign between the 5 Kage and the samurai had not yet dried, But now Uchiha Dōhō's ambitions made him deeply worried. He knew that the peace of the ninja world was hard-won and could not be easily broken. Inside the conference hall, the copper brazier crackled. Reikage, wrapped in a heavy Kumogakure cloak, stepped over the threshold. The lightning chakra on his shoulder instantly evaporated the falling snowflakes, and behind him, the earth platform and Darui's lightning blade glimmered coldly in the firelight, revealing a sense of murderous intent. A's deliberately slowed footsteps concealed his restraint and reluctance, the weight of having lost 30% of Kumogakure's elite weighing heavily upon him. Thanks for this, Inoki. A's voice rumbled like muffled thunder, his Adam's apple moving unnaturally, and the usually tense jawline relaxed for once. This gratitude came out like sparks struck from a rusty anvil, rough and awkward, yet revealing his inner helplessness. Inoki's wrinkled face cracked into a smile full of crevices, but his murky eyes were observing A's expression changes, astonished by A's transformation. You arrogant brat, usually so domineering. Now you've encountered someone even tougher. Huh? Konoha actually wants to break the balance of the ninja world. This is something I absolutely cannot agree to. The fourth Hokage, Raza, rubbed the teacup with his fingertips and looked at A. Reikage, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure also do not wish to see an imbalance in the ninja world. Konoha is currently too powerful. If Kumogakure is destroyed, who will be next? He tilted his head and drank all the tea, letting out a meaningful sigh. Remembering that Yakura was now serving Konoha, this news was like a thorn, piercing his heart day and night, making him restless. Just as the few were talking, a guard outside announced loudly, "The Mist Ninja envoy has arrived." Mifune instinctively straightened his back, and everyone's gaze turned towards the door. As the wooden door slowly opened, in walked Terumi, Mei, and others. "Where is Yakura?" A's eyes widened, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction and confusion. Terumi Mei forced a smile and took out the commission bearing the Mist's emblem from her sleeve, handing it to Mifune. The commission clearly stated that the task of this negotiation was fully entrusted to Terumi Mei as the proxy for Yakura. Clearly, Obito had not yet caused enough trouble in the Mist, so he refused to let Yakura appear before the Eternal Mangeki, for fear that Dōhō would see through the Mist's ongoing Jinjutsu. But the others were unaware of this hidden truth. Inoki frowned and said discontentedly, "What is this kid doing? Not showing up for such an important occasion. I am here on behalf of the Fourth Hokage to handle the matters of this negotiation." Terumi Mei shook her head, her expression calm. She knew well that the current situation in the Blood Mist was not suitable for outsiders, as the Mist was experiencing tremendous internal turmoil. Yakura's policies had plunged the Mist Village into an unprecedented crisis. A glared at the commission that slipped from Terumi Mei's water sleeves, and the chakra of lightning on his shoulder suddenly crackled. He kicked over the small stool in front of him, causing the teacups to shatter into blue porcelain snow, and roared, "What kind of joke is this? For such an important meeting, the Mizukage doesn't he come and sends a woman instead?" Before his words fell, Darui had already pressed down on the furious Reikage's shoulder, cold sweat seeping from under his metal forehead protector. He knew that Kumogakure was already gravely weakened. They could not afford to create more enemies at this moment, lest they fall into an even more passive situation. Raza also said discontentedly, "This meeting is extremely important. The fourth Mizukage is underestimating it." Terumi Mei looked at the doubts of the crowd with a helpless expression. She knew her mission well. Despite facing tremendous pressure, she had to represent the Mist Village in this negotiation. "Everyone," Mifune suddenly stood up, slamming the scabbard heavily on the sandalwood table, his voice loud and firm. "The Land of Iron only recognizes documents. Since this senior Terumi Mei has the commission from the Fourth Mizukage, she is qualified to represent the Mist Village in the negotiations." Thus, the samurai below received the order and brought Terumi Mei to the position of the Mizukage. At this point, after Terumi Mei took her seat, Inoki suddenly struck the ground heavily with his cane, his murky eyes scanning back and forth between Terumi Mei and A. "You are both participants in the Battle of Sekigahara. Tell me, is this Uchiha Dōhō really as powerful as rumored? Did he defeat two Jinchuriki and you, A, in collaboration? Could it be that he is really the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara?" Chapter 154. Dōhō arrives. Upon hearing this, A's expression suddenly darkened, colder than the weathered bluish-gray walls of the Land of Iron. The Fourth Hokage has always been known for his iron-fisted methods to suppress the enemy's courage. But the figure of Uchiha Dōhō from the Battle of Kanei has haunted him like a nightmare, refusing to fade away. Under the blue-purple light of Susanoo, all beings were like ants. Dōhō commanded the battlefield, ruling over life and death. AI bit his lip tightly, the smell of blood spreading between his lips and teeth. Yet he remained oblivious. Memories surged like a tide. On that day, when Susanoo appeared, the two tails before him was like a docile kitten, and the tailed beast bomb released with all of Killer Bee's might couldn't even penetrate his armor. I can't think of any way to defeat Uchiha Dōhō. His power seems to exist in a different dimension from ours. Noki and Rashi exchanged glances, both reading shock in each other's eyes. This Raikage, who was always known for his strength, now wore a complex expression of anger, unwillingness, and fear, a look they had never seen on the face of this Iron Man before. Meitarumi lightly pursed her lips, her fingertips twisting a strand of hair, her emerald eyes rippling with emotion. I once heard my grandfather mention that when Susanoo fully manifested, even the sea had to retreat. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of apprehension. But that Uchiha is even more terrifying than the legendary evil gods. Before her words fell, her tone suddenly deepened. That is a power that mere mortals cannot contend with. Upon hearing this, Noki forced a bitter smile on his lined face. The god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju, the Azura of the ninja world, Madara Uchiha. Now, there's another Uchiha Dōhō. He stroked the village emblem on the top of his cane, his tone carrying a hint of nostalgia and helplessness. Recalling the time when Hashirama and Madara joined forces to end a Warring States period and usher in the era of ninja villages. Rashi tilted his head back and finished the remaining tea, letting out a long sigh. But now, both of those predecessors have passed, leaving only Uchiha Dōhō. As soon as these words were spoken, the discussion hall fell into dead silence. The light sound of the teacup clinking against the table was particularly jarring in the quiet space, as if it were the alarm bell for a new era in the ninja world. Just then, a guard outside called out loudly, "The Fifth Hokage has arrived." Everyone's expressions tightened, and they quickly put away their casual demeanor. The intricately carved wooden door slowly opened, and a cold wind carrying snowflakes rushed into the hall. Everyone turned to look, only to see Uchiha Dōhō dressed in a dark cloud-patterned kimono, the gold-threaded maple leaves on his hem fluttering in the wind, reflecting a fragmented cold light. He held a ukiyo-e folding fan, with a nine-tailed fox walking on waves depicted on its surface, exuding a magnificent aura. This new Hokage was not wearing armor, and the sheath of his Kusanagi sword was wrapped in black shark skin, with a golden tassel swaying in the wind. Luxurious, yet sharp. The forehead protector was casually tied around his waist, adding a touch of elegance to his outfit. Dōhō leisurely waved the folding fan, his eyes sweeping over everyone in the hall, his lips curling into a playful smile, exuding an air of nobility and arrogance, as if he were not a ninja, but the heir of a feudal lord from the land of fire. Behind him, Samui and Waimuri lowered their heads, dressed in plain undergarments, following closely behind, their fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edges of their clothes, cursing Dōhō countless times in their hearts. It was one thing for him to act like this on ordinary days, but to bring them along for such an important occasion was unacceptable. Narashikaku followed closely behind with documents in hand, watching the Hokage's noble demeanor and feeling a bitter smile rise in his heart. Dōhō walked slowly, the wooden clogs tapping rhythmically on the blue bricks, then elegantly took his seat at the head of the table. He exuded no trace of a ninja's murderous aura, yet he evoked more awe than anyone present. His noble demeanor and inherent arrogance formed a stark contrast that was suffocating. Seeing this, AI suddenly slammed the table, the metallic shoulder armor creating an ear-piercing friction sound. Uchiha Dōhō, what do you take Samui and Waimuri for? His neck veins bulged like coiling dragons. Lightning chakra exploded around him, scorching the edges of the table. And when did the elite of the cloud become your playthings? Before he could finish, Darui hastily grabbed the furious Raikage, but was thrown back unsteadily. Dōhō, however, remained indifferent, lightly tapping his palm with a folding fan, his gaze passing over the enraged AI and directly landing on Mifune. "Lord General, please start presiding over the meeting." His tone was as casual as if he were chatting about daily life, not even casting a glance at the out-of-control AI. His calmness and elegance starkly contrasting with the tense atmosphere in the hall. Mifune's grip on the hilt of his sword tightened slightly, the touch of the shark skin sheath reminding him of his master's teachings before his death. Though this Hokage bore no murderous intent, he was more intimidating than any battlefield. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner unease, and said loudly, "Raikage, please temper your thunderous anger." Beads of sweat trickled down beneath the metal forehead protector. He forced a stiff smile, turning to survey everyone. The land of iron stands by its swords and treaties. Today's negotiations officially begin. Although Nara Shikaku often criticized the Hokage's demeanor in his heart and frequently advised him, he still needed to maintain Konoha's face in public. Samui and Waimori are both captives from the Battle of Kaniai. Konoha has never kept idle people. It is only natural for captives to fulfill their duties. It should be so. You Yanin are all rough men. I, Uchiha Dōhō, have always cherished women, not wanting them to do heavy labor, which is why I arranged for them an easier task. Dōhō lazily responded, suddenly snapping his fingers. Samui's body stiffened slightly, cursing Dōhō inwardly, but she still lowered her gaze and stepped forward, her fingertips gently resting on Dōhō's shoulder, applying just the right amount of pressure. AI trembled with anger, wanting to say something further, but was firmly held down by Tsuchikage. Naka's cane struck heavily against the blue bricks, splashing the remnants of tea in the cups. Enough, enough. What are you making such a racket for? The old Tsuchikage's murky eyes darted back and forth between Dōhō and AI, a smirk forming on his rugged face. How the captives are used is a matter for the victors. If the Raikage is dissatisfied, he can just take them back on the battlefield next time. Before he finished speaking, Rashi chuckled lightly. The Tsuchikage speaks wisely. Instead of getting angry over 2 captives, the Raikage might as well worry about the reparations from the cloud. I've heard Konoha is asking for quite a lot this time. The atmosphere in the discussion hall grew increasingly tense, with only Samui's fingers still making slight sounds. Dōhō reclined comfortably against the cushion, lightly tapping his chin with the fan. It's good to see both of you understand the situation. I wonder what price the Raikage is prepared to pay to redeem those nearly 4,000 Yanin, as well as your brother, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Lord Killer Bee. Upon hearing Killer Bee's name, AI felt as if struck by lightning, all his anger instantly deflating. The significance of the Eight Tails to the cloud was clear to everyone present. As the only perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world, and also AI's brother who grew up together with him, AI could not give up Killer Bee, whether in terms of emotion or value. Konoha had seized the lifeline of the cloud, firmly grasping the initiative in the negotiations. The discussion hall fell into a dead silence, with only Samui's fingers continuing to knead, producing faint sounds. Chapter 155. A battle of words. Naka's cane struck heavily against the ground, glancing at AI as if subtly reminding him of the difficult situation the Yunin village was in. Enough, old man. Stop shouting endlessly. If this continues, the reparations bill for your Yunin village might just add another 0, and you can't blame me for not warning you later. After saying this, he slowly turned to Dōhō, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, the 5th Hokage style of doing things certainly hasn't learned the kindness of the 1st Hokage at all. Dōhō heard this, and with a sharp snap, he closed the folding fan in his hand. His gaze, like lightning, swept over Anoki, and he coldly replied, Senior Tsuchikage, you jest. Mercy is only for those who know gratitude. Senior Anoki, you must remember, when the 1st Hokage had just passed away, the 4 great nations conspired together to invade the borders of our land of fire. As he spoke, he suddenly leaned forward slightly, glancing at the shadows present. If it weren't for Lord Tobarama's wisdom and bravery, single-handedly battling the 4 nations and achieving a great victory, you all would have long since divided our Konoha's territory among yourselves. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously noisy atmosphere fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Samui instinctively increased the pressure of her massage, and, at that moment, Dōhō's deep yet intimidating voice rang in her ears. Don't be nervous. You're shaking so much that I can barely hold my fan. The warm breath gently brushed against Samui's ear, sending a shiver through her body, causing her to instinctively lower her eyelashes. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of her own trembling reflection clearly mirrored in those beautiful eyes. Speaking of which, shouldn't we also seek revenge for the 2nd Hokage's grudge against the Cloud Shinobi? Dōhō shifted the topic, the tip of his folding fan pointing directly at A's throat. Narrowing his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. After the First Shinobi World War concluded, during the alliance ceremony between the Raikage and the Hokage, Kin and Jin, leading the militant faction of the Cloud Shinobi, suddenly staged a coup. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically. The 2nd Raikage was brutally killed, and Tobarama was severely injured. Subsequently, Tobarama, along with his subordinates Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Tamanari, Tsunade, Shimura Danzo, Akimichi Torafu, and Uchiha Kagami, was relentlessly pursued by Kin's team of about 20 men. To allow his subordinates enough time to escape, Tobirama resolutely decided to act as bait and formally entrusted Sarutobi Hiruzen to become the next Hokage. He then faced Kin's forces alone, but ultimately sacrificed himself due to being outnumbered. However, the Cloud Shinobi refused to acknowledge this debt. Suddenly erupted, roaring like an enraged beast. What nonsense! My grandfather, the second Hokage, also died in that chaos. That was the work of traitors from the Cloud. It has nothing to do with the Cloud Shinobi village. Narashikaku, with a cunning glint in his eyes, quickly retorted, "Isn't it because your village failed to restrain its subordinates? Kin's forces acted under the banner of the Cloud, consuming the Cloud's resources. And now you want to wash your hands of it with a simple "it was the traitor's fault." Onoki and Rashi exchanged glances, understanding Konoha's calculations. This was not a peace negotiation. It was clearly an attempt to lay old blood debts and new grudges squarely before the Cloud Shinobi for a complete reckoning. Narashikaku's light-hearted questioning was like a dull knife, slowly yet accurately slicing open the facade of loyalty that the Cloud had painstakingly built. It was widely known in the shinobi world that the Cloud Shinobi were fierce and that there were rarely any traitors from their village. Yet little did they know that when a traitor emerged from the Cloud, they would be a heavyweight like Kin and Jin, taking down two Kage at once. Pursuing well-known ninjas such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Tamanari, Tsunade, Shimura Danzo, Akimichi Torafu, and Uchiha Kagami, such impressive feats indeed left many of the Akatsuki's traitors feeling ashamed. Narashikaku saw the opportunity and seized it, slowly pushing the peace treaty proposal on parchment in front of the Tsuchikage. The flickering candlelight illuminated the cold ink on the paper. Iwagakure, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and the Land of Iron are all witnesses. We hope your side can sign soon to prevent further suffering. Slammed his hand on the table, the metal shoulder guard harshly colliding with the edge, creating a piercing sound. Utterly ridiculous. You Konoha want the Cloud to cede land and pay reparations, and you want to treat our captives like livestock, demanding all our A rank and above jutsu? Is this what you call peace? The veins on his neck bulged like twisted vines, and the lightning chakra in his palm exploded, flickering with a ghostly blue arc. These conditions clearly aim to make us Cloud Shinobi kneel and lick your boots. What does Lord Hokage want? Shikaku asked calmly, unhurriedly. An unconditional ceasefire, Konoha withdraw from the Land of Lightning. Furthermore, all captured Cloud Shinobi, including Killer Bee and YN, must be returned unharmed. A's eyes widened in fury as he spoke loudly. An unconditional ceasefire, and you expect us to hand over our captives? Shikaku suddenly burst into laughter. Stepping forward, his eyes locked onto A. Hasn't Lord Hokage woken up from the dream of the Cloud Shinobi after the battlefield at Kanei? The conditions you proposed show no sincerity for peace at all. The Tsuchikage also angrily interjected, "Want peace? First, remove the knife from the Cloud's throat." Shikaku took a half-step back, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Has the Hokage lost sight of the situation after suffering defeat? You are not the one who needs peace right now. It's your Cloud Shinobi. Without this agreement, you won't even have a chance to survive. As both sides glared at each other, Mifune knocked on the table, signaling everyone to calm down. Onoki's cane struck the blue bricks with a crisp sound. Everyone, let's tone it down a bit. The old Tsuchikage's murky eyes darted back and forth between Dohwan and A. A smile that seemed more like a sneer creased his weathered face. The Hokage's ability to bring up old grievances was indeed remarkable. But this negotiation was not a market quarrel. He paused, then turned to A, his tone softening. The Hokage should carefully consider how much the Cloud is left. How many hard battles can you withstand? Yes, both of you should calm down. The shinobi world needs peace now. Tsunade, participating in such an important meeting for the first time, stood up to call for calm. Rashi also stepped forward to mediate. In my opinion, both sides should take a step back. He slowly scanned the tense expressions of the crowd. Konoha should ease the reparations, and the Cloud should show some sincerity, after all. He deliberately paused, his gaze landing on the parchment in Shikaku's hand. Pushing people too hard benefits no one. Onoki lifted his teacup, took a sip, and slowly said, when the first Hokage and Madara created peace in the shinobi world, it was not based on temporary gains. He glanced at Dohwan. The Konoha that Tobirama protected with his life surely has the breadth of mind for this, right? Seeing this, Narashikaku looked at Dohwan, who nodded slightly, prompting Shikaku to propose the second set of plans. Chapter 156. The End of War in the Negotiation Room. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable, as both sides engaged in a war of words for the benefit of their villages, fighting for every inch of ground. On one side sat the Konoha envoys, Narashikaku, Yamenka Inoichi Yamanaka Shiki, and Uchiha Hakadai, while on the other side were the Cloud Shinobi representatives, Tsuchikage, Omoi, and Darui. First, the Cloud Shinobi must acknowledge that it was your envoy who assassinated the leaders of the Mitsui Zaibatsu and other ministers of the Land of Fire, including Kirahawk. At the same time, you must retract the false information previously spread about Konoha plotting against the financial magnates and ministers of the Land of Fire. Additionally, you must hand over the culprits for their due punishment and to confess their crimes. Nonsense. This is clearly your Konoha's conspiracy. Yet you want to impose blame on us, Cloud Shinobi. You Konoha love to play these despicable and shameless tricks. The facts speak for themselves. We Konoha have irrefutable evidence proving that this was the doing of your Cloud Shinobi. Our attack was a righteous act, aimed at maintaining the peace and stability of the Land of Fire. Hypocritical scoundrels. You Konoha always likes to glorify yourselves. Who in this place doesn't know that those guys were killed by you Konoha? Why pretend to be righteous? We Konoha have always acted openly and above board, never engaging in such despicable activities like you Cloud Ninja. If you don't acknowledge these crimes, don't even think about negotiating. This war will only continue. To expect us Cloud Ninja to admit to these baseless charges is simply unreasonable. You Konoha are being too overbearing. The evidence is conclusive, and you cannot deny it. If you Cloud Ninja want to end this war, you must confront your mistakes and take responsibility. Otherwise, this war will go on endlessly. Both sides insisted on their positions, refusing to give in. After a heated exchange of words, the topic gradually shifted to territorial issues. The Land of Soup and the Land of Frost will belong to Konoha in the future. No, your appetite is too big. That's absolutely unacceptable. The Land of Soup and the Land of Frost have always been within our sphere of influence. This is blatant invasion. Why can't it be done? The Soup Ninja Village was a subordinate of Konoha during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. It was only after the end of the Third Shinobi World War that you Cloud Ninja forcibly occupied it. Well, the Land of Soup can be given to you, but not the Land of Frost. I'm sorry, but the Frost Ninja Village and the Soup Ninja Village have already submitted a subordination agreement to Konoha. They are now subordinate villages of Konoha. If you attack them, it will be tantamount to declaring war on Konoha. This is too much. Who told you to be the defeated side? Following that, both sides engaged in a heated debate over war reparations. 30 billion Ryo? You want to scrape the land off Yunin to sell for money. 10 years in installments for billion Ryo per year. This is already Konoha's biggest concession. 1 billion Ryo to be paid off in 5 years. Yunin doesn't have many gold mines. You can't let the villagers starve. 1 billion Ryo? That is not even enough to rebuild the Fire Country's post station. 15 billion to be paid off in 6 years. If you dare to default, Lord Hokage's Susanoo will personally go to Yunin's treasury to collect money. It is time to talk about the captives. What will Yunin offer in exchange for those people? Release all captives. This is the bottom line for negotiations. No, the captives must serve as guarantee for Yunin to fulfill the treaty. Otherwise, how can you ensure there won't be any defaults? As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Yunin Village doesn't need any guarantee. Our credibility is the biggest guarantee. Yunin Village's credibility? Sorry, but your village has lost the credibility of a great ninja village due to its behavior of raiding small ninja villages for secret techniques. As negotiations reached a point of outrageous demands and counteroffers, Reikage AI became anxious and laid it all on the table. Hokage, the release of the 8 tails, the 2 tails Jinchuriki, and the Yunin captives is the basis for these negotiations. They are the foundation of Yunin Village. Dōhō, upon hearing this, lightly tapped his palm with a folding fan, producing a crisp sound. Reikage, this is quite interesting. The foundation? Is Yunin's foundation supported by captives? Very well, Konoha has always been a village that loves peace. Konoha is willing to release all Genin and Chunin as a favor to the Reikage. As for the Jonin and the Jinchuriki, he deliberately elongated the last syllable, stating that after Yunin pays the first 3 installments of reparations, we will discuss the matter of gradual repatriation. Gradual repatriation? Are you treating Yunin like a 3-year-old? Jonin can be returned to you after fulfilling the compensation contract in the first year, but Killer Bee is the only perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world. He's a unique treasure that money cannot buy. For this reason, Konoha cannot let him go back so soon. What do you want? At least 3 years. Release Killer B after fulfilling the compensation contract for 3 years, and release the other Jinchuriki after paying all 6 years of reparations. Reikage AI gritted his teeth and agreed. The matter of the captives was thus resolved, and the remaining details were quickly processed by both sides. At this point, the Konoha peace treaty was fully negotiated. The specific contents can be summarized as follows. First, Yunin village acknowledges the fact of killing the ministers and financial tycoons of the Land of Fire. Second, the Land of Soup and the Land of Frost belong to Konoha and have no further relations with Yunin village. Third, Yunin village will pay Konoha a total of 15 billion ryo in war damages, to be completed over 6 years. Fourth, Konoha and Yunin village will share the rights to use Turtle Island for cultivating perfect Jinchuriki. Fifth, Yunin acknowledges Konoha's status as the speaker of the ninja world. Inside the negotiation room, the representatives of Yunin had faces ashen as death, while the Konoha emissaries wore expressions of triumph. Undoubtedly, Konoha had achieved an overwhelming victory in this game. Under everyone's gaze, Uchiha Dōhō picked up a brush, dipped the tip in thick ink, and elegantly signed his name on the treaty, then heavily stamped it with the Hokage seal. Reikage AI looked at the treaty before him, holding the brush as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. His face was filled with unwillingness and anger, but he felt helpless. He understood that this was the reality that Yunin village had to accept after defeat. After hesitating for a moment, AI gritted his teeth and finally signed his name on the treaty, stamping it with the Reikage seal. When AI set down the brush, it felt as if all strength had drained from his body. He slumped in his chair, staring blankly ahead. This treaty was a heavy shackle for Yunin village, and in the next 6 years, Yunin village's development would come to a standstill. Dōhō looked at AI, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Reikage, I hope we can abide by this treaty and maintain peace in the ninja world. AI raised his head, locking eyes with Dōhō. A flicker of unwillingness passing through his eyes, but he still suppressed his anger and said, Konoha better not go too far, otherwise Yunin village will never let it go. Dōhō chuckled lightly, said nothing more, and turned to leave the negotiation room. The representatives of Yunin surrounded AI, comforting the heavy-hearted Reikage. This peace talk ended the war between Konoha and Yunin village, restoring peace to the ninja world. How long can this brief peace last? Outside the window, the cold wind of the Land of Iron whipped the fine snow against the window panes. This seemingly conclusive peace talk was merely a temporary concealment of hatred and conflict. Beneath the surface calm of the ninja world, dark undercurrents surged. Every shadow knows that peace is merely the calm before the storm. The seeds of hatred have long taken root and sprouted. Chapter 157. Altered fate. The smoke of battle has cleared, and Dōhō is eager to return. With the frontline battle over, he has no intention of lingering. After all, researching sage arts and exploring the secrets of the Nine Tails is of utmost importance. There has been no feedback on the investigation of the kind-hearted monk and the shell organization from the Soup Ninja Village. To prepare for future crises, Dōhō must seize the time to strengthen his own power. As for the myriad trivial affairs between the two villages after the war, he simply left them all to Narashikaku and the others to worry about. When the Konoha army stepped into the village entrance, Uchiha and Nahoshi had already prepared the victory ceremony. Cheers roared like waves and applause thundered. The villagers welcomed this group of blood-soaked heroes with the warmest enthusiasm. The bloodstains on their armor had yet to be washed away, but the young ninjas were already surrounded by waves of praise, pride shining on every face. Dōhō, as the leading commander, naturally became the center of attention. However, this victory belonged to every Konoha ninja who charged into battle. The figures, fighting side by side, are now revered by the villagers as the backbone of the village. Amid the cheers, some had red eyes, some clenched their fists, and the memories of near-death experiences on the battlefield transformed into a deeper affection for Konoha at this moment. I have to say, this meticulously prepared triumphant ceremony indeed acted like a glue, tightly binding the hearts of every ninja to the village. The clamor of the ceremony still echoed in his ears as Dōhō leaned against the long couch in the Hokage's office, listening to the lengthy reports from various ministers. After arranging the work, he casually formed seals to create 3 shadow clones, watching them efficiently take over the mountain of documents before rubbing his sore neck and heading home. The dusk cast a warm yellow hue over the streets of Konoha, but Dōhō had no mind to appreciate it. As he pushed open his courtyard gate, the moss on the gravel path dampened his wooden clogs. Before he could step into the corridor, a clear, bright cry entered his ears. The sound carried a hint of Milk's urgency. "Don't cry, little Naruto, be good." Uzumaki Kaori's gentle coaxing mixed with the low murmurs of the servants drifted to him. Dōhō paused at the paper door, peering through the gap to see Kaori gently rocking the swaddled baby. Unfortunately, her efforts were in vain, as little Naruto refused to be comforted, his cries escalating. Before Dōhō could react, another baby's sobs came from the adjacent room. The previously sleeping Uzumaki Sakurako had been startled awake, her pitiful wails joining Naruto's, instantly turning the tranquil courtyard into a boiling pot of chaos. Kaori looked flustered as she darted back and forth between the two, fine sweat beading on her forehead. Her expression a mix of helplessness and disarray. Dōhō watched the scene unfold inside, his lips twitching involuntarily. The two babies' cries echoed in harmony, shaking the paper windows slightly, while Kaori hurried around in the middle, the hairpin in her hair askew, resembling a fledgling bird being chased in circles. The originally elegant tatami room was now in disarray, with cradles, diapers, and swaddles scattered everywhere, and the faint scent of milk lingered in the air. Leaning against the doorframe, he suddenly felt that this noisy room had indeed transformed into a lively postpartum center. "You lucky little guy. Cry just when I come back?" "Don't cry." Dōhō stepped forward, scooping Naruto into his arms. The little one was taken by surprise, his tear-filled eyes widening, his cries caught in his throat. Uzumaki Kaori turned abruptly, the silk flowers at her temples trembling with her movement. "Master, you're back." "Yeah, I came back after listening to the minister's reports." "You've worked hard." Dōhō was teasing the gradually quieting Naruto when he suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps. Turning his head, he saw the old servant rapidly approaching with Sakurako in her arms. The little one's face flushed red, tears rolling down her cheeks as she sobbed and hiccuped. The old servant, with a hint of sweat on her forehead, apologized. "Master, I really can't calm her down. Can I hand her to you?" "Huh, Hokage-sama." The old servant looked questioningly at Kaori, who nodded in response. Dōhō took Sakurako into his arms as well, the two babies lying on either side of him. Naruto, with his tear-filled big eyes, curiously examined Sakurako, while her sniffles prompted Naruto to coo along in response. Kaori watched this chaotic yet unique scene, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly, her eyes full of tenderness. Dōhō gazed at the two young Uzumaki clan members. Naruto gripping the hem of his robe with his chubby little fingers, while Sakurako nestled closer to him, her milk-scented breath brushing against his wrist. He felt a surge of emotions, thinking how their fates had taken a 180-degree turn due to his arrival. Sakurako, who should have become a mere moving blood pack for the grass ninjas, now lay safely in the Hokage's embrace as the Hokage's adopted daughter. Not only would she have a worry-free future, but also a bright prospect ahead. Looking at Naruto, once despised as the Nine-Tails vessel, now proudly bearing the title of Namikaze Minato's son, the villagers of Konoha would cheer for him during the triumphant ceremony, tying prayer ribbons on the cradle. Those dirty tactics, could they even be called political maneuvering? He looked at Naruto, who was gazing at him with wide eyes, and thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's insidious methods in the original work, feeling utterly disdainful. Shortly after Dōhō took office, he revealed Naruto's identity in front of the entire village, and the isolationist training that the third Hokage had always favored became history. The villagers now knew that Naruto was the son of a hero. Dōhō employed upright and just methods, a path of righteousness, neither biased nor partial, a path of fairness, not leaning towards any faction. Its directness was like an arrow, its ease like a whetstone. What a gentleman walks upon, a petty person merely observes. Dōhō was unwilling to use schemes and calculations to control people's hearts, nor did he disdain to gain the so-called loyalty of the Jinchuriki through isolation and manipulation. He chose to adopt Naruto openly, of course. The daily care was entrusted to his clanswoman, Uzumaki Kaori. Naruto was now openly accepted by Konoha, while the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had quietly shifted to a boy named Sora. After leaving the Temple of Fire that day, the Shadow Guard brought him back to Konoha. Dōhō thought about how to handle him, deciding that as a pseudo-Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Sora would make a perfect shield for Naruto. Thus, shortly after Sora arrived in Konoha, the villagers learned through various channels that this child was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But unlike the third Hokage's treatment of Jinchuriki, he assigned a dedicated medical team to this boy, granting him the dignity that a ninja deserved. Under his rule, Jinchuriki were no longer seen as shameful weapons, but rather as the protectors of Konoha. This not only alleviated the villagers' fear of tailed beasts, but also fully incorporated Jinchuriki into Konoha's system, making loyalty arise from honor rather than coercion. True political maneuvering is to make people willingly follow. Dōhō gently patted Naruto's forehead, the two children in his arms already fast asleep. Kaori quietly approached, taking the children away, and the candlelight cast warm halos on the wall, illuminating the three figures intertwined. This was the Konoha he desired, an ideal place where hearts could unite without the need for schemes and calculations. A civilizational beacon that everyone in the ninja world yearned for. Chapter 158. The Bloodpool clan surrenders in the Land of Lightning. The smoke of negotiations had just dissipated, and the Konoha troops began to withdraw in an orderly manner. However, Uchiha Dōhō had a special mission, a task privately entrusted to him by Dōhō, to persuade the Bloodpool clan to surrender. Hell Valley, a cursed place, was shrouded all year round by a blood-red miasma. This miasma seemed to be a ghastly scar on the earth, emitting a nauseating stench that rendered the entire valley eerie and terrifying. Here was the prison of the Bloodpool clan, a nightmare from which they could not escape. Uchiha Dōhō, leading the elite of the Umbu, stepped over the scorched earth beneath his feet, slowly approaching the vicinity of the Bloodpool clan settlement. Die Uchiha scum! In an instant, dozens of poisoned shuriken flew towards them like venomous snakes. Who goes there? Hakuda's eyes narrowed, and his three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, the cold light and blood light intertwining before him. He swiftly pulled out a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, flicking his wrist as the shuriken flew out like shooting stars, the crisp sounds of metal clashing echoing in the valley, causing debris to tumble from the rocky walls on either side. The leading elder had eyes flashing with a strange blood dragon pattern. He screamed hoarsely, his voice seeming to come from the depths of hell, shaking the rocks on the walls as they tumbled down like raindrops. Uchiha scum dares to step into this place. It was Ulat who trapped us in this living hell back in the day. The appearance of the blood dragon I resembled that of the sage eyes in the toad sage mode, both shaped like the letter, but with pupils as black as ink and the whites a blood red. When releasing their ocular power, their hair would stand up like steel needles, and blood would seep from their eyes. Behind the old man, dozens of clan members simultaneously formed seals, and the crimson chakra gathered in their palms, transforming into twisted dragon shapes, as if they would devour anyone at any moment. I advise you not to act impulsively. This concerns the life and death of your family. You must not let momentary emotions ruin the bigger picture. Hakudai raised his hand to stop his subordinates from making rash counterattacks, speaking calmly and steadily. Previously, he had already negotiated relevant matters through letters with the current clan leader of the Bloodpool clan, Zuezuki Minjia, and had hurriedly come to Hell Valley. Our Bloodpool clan has nothing to discuss with your Uchiha clan. All we have is a deep grudge. Only slaughter awaits, shouted a young clan member, waving his weapon. That's right, you damn Uchiha, others echoed, their voices filled with anger and hatred. Back then, we were merely following the orders of the daimyo's lady of the Land of Lightning. You cannot blame us. Hakudai tried to explain, hoping to resolve this senseless conflict. Then what of it? You are nothing but the dogs of the Land of Lightning. The opposing voices surged like a tidal wave, drowning out his explanations in a sea of anger. The two sides were at an impasse, and the crowd was in turmoil. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a white figure flashed by like a ghost. Zuezukian, a man with a unique status in the Bloodpool clan, appeared, instantly breaking the deadlock. His blade was pressed against the old man's throat, while his other hand firmly cradled the girl in his arms. That girl was the continuation of his life and the softest part of his heart. Old man, do you want to lead your clan to gnaw on rats and vultures in this desolate place until your clan is exterminated? His crimson blood dragon eyes sparkled with cold light, and killing intent surged. He would not allow this group of opponents to ruin the Bloodpool clan's chance to escape Hell Valley by any means necessary. Look at these children. They don't even have the strength to perform blood escape techniques. His voice carried a hint of sadness and helplessness. He knew that the Bloodpool clan had reached a critical point of survival, and if they continued to be blinded by hatred, they would only face extinction. At that moment, the current clan leader, Zuezukian, leaned on a bamboo cane and slowly parted the crowd. This one-eyed old man had a face half-burned and twisted beneath his eye patch, a mark left by years of hardship and suffering, symbolizing the hatred in his heart. However, when he looked at the children in the clan tormented by illness, a ripple emerged in his murky eyes. So, this is Lord Uchiha Hakudai? Is Konoha truly willing to protect us, withstand the pressure from the Land of Lightning, and promise to open a medical department to treat our clan members? His voice was hoarse and low, filled with uncertainty and hope. Hakadai took out a scroll from his bosom and handed it to Zoezikian, saying, "The Hokage has said that as long as the Bloodpool clan is willing to join Konoha, Konoha will allocate a territory for you and send medical ninjas to heal your ailments." He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the pale-faced pregnant women and children in the Bloodpool clan, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. "However, this opportunity is only this once. You should understand that the Bloodpool clan has no other choice now. Only the son of Konoha, Lord Uchiha Dōhō, can help you bear the pressure of the Land of Lightning and take you in. You should be grateful for his mercy." Upon hearing this, Zoezikian took the scroll, opened it, and studied it carefully. Indeed, it bore the Hokage's seal, which instantly put his mind at ease. "No, we do not need the Uchiha's charity," shouted a radical clan member, his eyes full of hostility and resistance. "That's right, leader, kill them." Others chimed in, and the atmosphere turned tense once more. "This is a trap. We will not go out. We cannot trust the Uchiha." Several clan members trembled as they spoke, their eyes filled with fear and unease. Opposition voices rose again, and at that moment, the little girl in Zoezikian's arms suddenly began to cry, her wails echoing harshly in the empty valley. Zoezikian looked down at his wife's haggard face in the crowd, recalling the black blood she had coughed up last night. His hand tightened around the knife, veins bulging, and his blood dragon eyes instantly activated battle mode. At this moment, he had only one thought in his heart: to heal his wife and ensure she lived. In the instant he swung his blade, the stench of blood wrapped around the heads of numerous opponents, sending them flying towards a rock wall, startling a flock of crows. The bloody scene shocked everyone present. "Whoever stands in my way will meet the same fate." Zoezikian's roar suppressed all opposing voices. "If you do not wish to leave, you can stay here and wait for death, but my wife and daughter cannot die here." He turned and handed the bloodied knife to Uchiha Hakadai, his voice low but resolute. "Tell the Hokage that the illusion techniques of the Bloodpool will only fight for those who can ensure the children's survival. We are willing to ally with Konoha. The opposition we will clean up, as long as Lord Dōhō can fulfill his promises. He will be the eternal son of the Bloodpool clan." In the original story, because his wife was killed due to the involvement of the clan, Zoezikian killed all the members of the Bloodpool clan and only took his daughter, Chien, to escape Hell Valley. When Chien sought revenge on the Uchiha, he stood up to stop her. In his heart, his wife and daughter were far more important than the clan members. As the clan leader, Zoezikian seemed not to notice the infighting among the clan members. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was pain, helplessness, but more importantly, a sense of relief. He slowly bent down and knelt before Hakadai, representing the Bloodpool clan's submission to Konoha. The Bloodpool clan is willing to join Konoha and obey Lord Dōhō's orders. After saying this, he took out a document of allegiance from his bosom and handed it to Hakadai. This document felt like a contract, a pact between the Bloodpool clan and Konoha, marking the beginning of their new life. The hatred that lasted longer than the war between the Senju and Uchiha ultimately succumbed to the cruel reality. Once, the Bloodpool clan was also a prominent clan in the Land of Lightning, with a population exceeding 1,000. They had their glory, holding a significant position on the land of the Land of Lightning. But now, after decades of imprisonment, fewer than 100 clan members remained. That once prosperous clan had now become so desolate. Furthermore, due to the harsh living conditions of Hell Valley, most clan members had contracted various diseases. They looked haggard and weak, like candles flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. If they refused this opportunity, the Bloodpool clan would truly face extinction. At this critical juncture of life and death, Zoezikian had no choice but to set aside his hatred and choose to cooperate with Konoha. It was a difficult decision, but also a reluctant choice. Zoezikian knew that only by joining Konoha could there be a glimmer of hope, allowing the Bloodpool clan to continue their legacy. Chapter 159. The record of the unusual events the Bloodpool clan withdrew with the Konoha army, and along the way, Konoha's medical ninjas meticulously treated the members of the Bloodpool clan. Uchiha Hakadai led Zoezikian and Zoezikian, hastening back to Konoha to report to the Fifth Hokage, Uchiha Dōhō. When they finally arrived in Konoha, the midday sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays bathing every inch of Konoha village. The village was filled with the aroma of cooking, the warm scent wafting from every household's kitchen. In the streets, children laughed and played. their laughter ringing like clear silver bells in the air. The candy vendor shouted enthusiastically, the candy figures in his hands vividly crafted, attracting children to stop and watch. What a bustling village! The patriarch of the Blood Pool clan, Shuejichi Mingya, looked at the scene before him, filled with amazement, and couldn't help but exclaim. He remembered how the Blood Pool clan was imprisoned in Hell Valley, a place shrouded in gloom year-round, where people struggled to survive. In contrast, the village of Konoha was sunny, with clean streets and people wearing confident and peaceful expressions, which made him even more convinced that leading the Blood Pool clan to seek refuge in Konoha was the right decision. Shuejichi Yin also felt deeply moved as he watched the villagers leisurely strolling down the street, remarking, "The villagers' confident and peaceful expressions truly reflect that this is the largest village in the ninja world. It is indeed a blessing for our Blood Pool clan to join here." Looking at the two of them, Hakadai's lips curled up slightly, revealing a comforting smile at their understanding. He led them to a ramen shop in the village, with a familiar sign shown invitingly in the sunlight. As soon as the three entered the shop, they eagerly ordered ramen. Before long, steaming bowls of ramen were served, with chewy and smooth noodles and rich, delicious broth. The three devoured their meals, as if trying to swallow down the fatigue from their journey along with the ramen. After the meal, Hakadai took them to a quiet small courtyard to settle down for a bit. The courtyard had several lush green bamboo plants, and a gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves. Hakadai advised the two to rest well for a moment to recover their strength. After all, after such a long journey, everyone was exhausted, and the two needed to freshen up and change into clean clothes to meet the Hokage in the best condition. Shuejichi Yin and Shuejichi Mingya lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. They felt very nervous, knowing the significance of the person they were about to meet. Initially, they were uncertain about whether Konoha could withstand the pressure from the Land of Lightning and take in the Blood Pool clan, due to their isolation in Hell Valley. However, having learned various news along the way, their doubts had completely vanished, replaced by excitement and tension. How should they present themselves in this meeting that could change their clan's fate? The two tossed and turned, eventually sitting up to quietly discuss what they should say when they meet the Hokage. After they had rested enough, Hakadai checked the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Those in Konoha who had the privilege to report directly to the Hokage knew that the Hokage liked to take a nap and hated being disturbed at this time. So 3 o'clock was just right. The Hokage's office stood quietly in the center of the village, its red walls shining dazzlingly in the sunlight, as if telling the story of Konoha's glory and honor. Looking at this building that carried countless honors and missions of Konoha, Hakadai felt a surge of pride. He recalled the ups and downs of the Uchiha clan in Konoha over the past 50 years, the past glories and humiliations flashing through his mind like a movie. Now, finally, a member of the Uchiha clan had become the 5th Hokage, a source of pride for the Uchiha clan and hope for all of Konoha. He silently vowed to contribute all his strength for the Uchiha clan and Lord Dōhō. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Shuejichi Yin and Shuejichi Mingya and said, "Let's go. I will take you to meet the Hokage. You must perform well and show the Hokage your determination and loyalty. Whether the Blood Pool clan can establish a foothold in Konoha depends on this meeting." The two nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with determination and anticipation, responding in unison, yes. After a check, Uchiha Hakadai led the two directly to the Hokage's office. At the entrance, 2 guards stood tall, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings to protect the Hokage's office. Additionally, several hidden sentries guarded the Hokage's safety from the shadows. Upon seeing Hakadai approach, they immediately bowed slightly in respect, as Hakadai was a trusted aide to the 5th Hokage and held a core position in Konoha. Hakadai stopped and looked at the guards, curiously asking, "Who is in the Hokage's conference room now?" In response to Lord Hakadai, "It is the leader of the Weather Clan, Tianchi Lanyu, and the leader of the Iburi Clan, Iburi Shafone. They both brought documents and are preparing to pledge allegiance to our Konoha. They've been inside for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." As the guard spoke, a hint of pride appeared on his face, feeling honored to be part of such a strong Konoha. Hearing this, Hakadai's previously calm expression changed instantly. A flicker of surprise in his eyes, though not unexpected. Lord Dōhō had always had a long-term vision and foresight. Even before the smoke of this great war had fully settled, he had proposed expanding the village's scale and strengthening military power to the village's upper echelons. Back then, when this proposal was first put forward, there was much debate, as the era of ninja clans joining ninja villages had passed for over 50 years. and now they were recruiting ninja clans again. Many families harbored doubts, even feeling a hint of worry. They feared that the joining of other ninja clans would be like a pack of hungry wolves, taking away their already limited share of the pie. After all, in this ninja world, resources are limited, and the interests among families are complex. No one is willing to easily give up their own benefits. However, in the end, the proposal passed smoothly. Hokage understood that there were many irresistible factors behind this. First, Hokage Dōhō had just led the Konoha army to a thunderous victory over the Cloud Ninja, restoring Konoha's reputation in the ninja world and bringing it back to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Such achievements elevated Dōhō's prestige in the village, giving his proposals more weight. Second, according to the post-war agreement with the Cloud Ninja, Konoha would receive a substantial amount of compensation annually from the Cloud Ninja. This compensation acted like a timely rain, injecting strong financial support for Konoha's development. With this money, the village could better build infrastructure, improve training conditions for ninjas, and develop more advanced ninjutsu and weapons. Third, Konoha had also made significant achievements in the commercial sector, investing in shares of several large companies in the Land of Fire and gradually earning some commercial income in the film and television industry. This opened up multiple new revenue streams for the village, diversifying its economic sources. The ninjas in the village no longer had to rely solely on mission rewards to make a living, and the village had more funds to train the next generation of ninjas. Fourth, the benevolent daimyo of the Land of Fire had also increased financial support for Konoha. For these various reasons, in simpler terms, Hokage Dōhō had, through his strength, wisdom, and strategy, made the Konoha cake bigger and bigger. Therefore, even if they had to share some with other ninja clans now, each family could ultimately accept it, as they understood that what they would gain from the division was far greater than what they had received before. Behind him, Shui Ji Yin and Shui Ji Ming exchanged glances, their faces showing a serious expression. They understood that they were not special. Now, so many clans in the ninja world wanted to join Konoha, and the Bloodpool clan had to perform well to avoid being outshined by other clans. After a brief silence, Hokage took a deep breath, adjusted his state, then gently knocked on the door, his voice loud and clear. Hokosama, Uchiha Hokage has successfully completed the mission and is here to report. A steady voice came from inside. Come in. Hokage turned to Shui Ji Yin and Shui Ji Ming, signaling them to follow. He then slowly pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside with the two. The light in the room is bright and soft. The temperature is suitable, making one feel very comfortable. Hokage Uchiha Dōhō sits in the main seat, his posture tall like a pine tree, his gaze deep and sharp, as if he can see through all human hearts. Beside him, Tenki Arayama and Iburi Shikaze stand respectfully, tightly holding the documents in their hands, their expressions tinged with a hint of tension and anticipation. Chapter 160. A gathering of talents. Hokage Uchiha Dōhō, Bloodpool Yin, and Bloodpool Minji steadily enter the office, their postures tall and their expressions solemn. As they approach the Hokage, the 8th generation raises his right hand quickly, fingers together, naturally straightened, with the middle finger slightly touching the area above the temple, palm facing down and slightly outward at about a 20-degree angle, wrist unbent, right upper arm slightly level, aligning with both shoulders while simultaneously gazing at the Hokage. Loyalty. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Hachida has fulfilled his mission and returned to report to you. Seeing this, Bloodpool Yin and Bloodpool Minji immediately kneel on both knees, their foreheads nearly touching the ground, hands respectfully placed on the ground, and they shout in unison, Hokage-sama. The Bloodpool clan, Bloodpool Yin, Bloodpool Minji, salutes you, willing to dedicate our lives and loyalty to Konoha. Uchiha Dōhō slightly nods, scanning the three before him, as if trying to see through their hearts. After a moment, he gently helps the two up, saying, Get up, you have worked hard on the way. Dōhō's kind gesture acts like a calming pill, easing the tension in both of them slightly. Hachida stands up and respectfully stands to the side, then slightly turns, extending his hand to introduce, Hokage-sama. This is Bloodpool Minji, the clan leader of the Bloodpool clan, and Bloodpool Yin, the deputy clan leader. They both come with admiration and longing for Konoha to express their loyalty to you. After Bloodpool Minji and Bloodpool Yin stand up, they take another step forward. Bowing deeply, Bloodpool Minji speaks first, his voice slightly trembling but unable to hide his excitement. Hokage-sama, my Bloodpool clan has suffered for many years in Hell Valley, enduring hardships and humiliation. It is you, it is Konoha that has given us new hope. Today, we are willing to lead our entire clan into the embrace of Konoha, contributing all our strength to the prosperity of Konoha. From now on, the Bloodpool clan will share the breath and fate with Konoha if we violate this. May heaven and earth punish us. Bloodpool, Yin follows up. Hokage-sama, we deeply understand the strength and inclusiveness of Konoha. Along the way, we have witnessed the prosperity and peace of Konoha, and the confidence and tranquility of the villagers have made us yearn for it immensely. Although the Bloodpool clan has gone through hardships, all the clan members have awakened their bloodline limits and are willing to charge in a battle for Konoha and contribute to its construction. We only ask Hokage-sama to give us a chance to truly become a part of Konoha. Uchiha Dōhō listens quietly, always wearing a gentle smile, like a small sun, bringing immense warmth. After the two finish speaking, he slowly stands up, walks in front of them, looks at them kindly, and says, I have heard of the story of the Bloodpool clan. Your decision shows your courage and wisdom. Konoha has always been an inclusive big family, welcoming all those who harbor justice and loyalty to join. As long as you sincerely submit, Konoha will not mistreat you. From now on, you are part Konoha, and Konoha will face the future storms with you. Upon hearing this, tears of excitement flicker in the eyes of Bloodpool Minjia and Bloodpool Yin. They know that the fate of the Bloodpool clan has changed from now on. Thank you, Hokage-sama. We will not disappoint Konoha's trust and kindness. At this moment, Tenki Arayama and Iburi Shikaze exchange glances, and Tenki Arayama stepped forward, cupping his hands. Hokage-sama, it is indeed a fortunate thing for Konoha to see the Bloodpool clan willing to submit today. Our Tenki clan also comes with full sincerity, willing to work alongside the Bloodpool clan to contribute to the glory of Konoha. Iburi Shikaze also hurriedly nodded in agreement. Exactly, Hokage-sama. Our Iburi clan is also willing to give everything for Konoha. Uchiha Dōhō nodded in satisfaction, saying, Very well, I am glad that you have such awareness. The development of Konoha cannot be separated from the support and contributions of every clan. From now on, we are one family, supporting each other and striving together for the future of Konoha. After that, Dōhō turned back to the main seat, picked up the documents on the table, and began to read carefully, saying as he looked, Since that's the case, let's discuss the specific matters of integrating each clan into Konoha. Hachida, please first talk about the current situation of the Bloodpool clan. Hachida hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully replying, Hokage-sama, the Bloodpool clan has been in Hell Valley for many years. Although the living conditions are harsh, the clan members have not neglected their ninjutsu training. They have continuously honed themselves in the harsh environment, and their ninjutsu skills have improved to some extent. However, due to long-term imprisonment in Hell Valley, where the environment is harsh and food is scarce, the physical condition of the clan members is concerning. Many suffer from various diseases and need long-term treatment from medical ninjas. Additionally, there are many elderly, weak, women, and children in the clan. They are physically weak and lack self-defense capabilities, so their placement and living security also require Konoha's help. Dōhō frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, I understand these situations. Regarding medical ninjas, I will arrange for the village's best medical ninjas to form a special medical team to conduct comprehensive physical examinations and treatments for the members of the Bloodpool clan to ensure that you can recover your health as soon as possible. As for the placement of the elderly, weak, women, and children, the village will allocate a piece of land for your clan and provide necessary living supplies so that you can feel Konoha's warmth. At the same time, we will also provide opportunities for the children of your clan to attend the ninja school. Upon hearing this, Bloodpool Minjia and Bloodpool Yin felt a surge of gratitude in their hearts and bowed again to Dōhō. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Your careful arrangements have relieved our Bloodpool clan of any worries. We will fully cooperate with the village's arrangements to help our clan members integrate into the Konoha family as soon as possible. Next, Dōhō looked at Tenki Arayama and Iburi Shikaze, asking, How are the situations in your two clans? Iburi Shikaze took a deep breath and slowly said, The Iburi clan possesses the ability to turn into smoke, allowing them to enter a person's body in smoke form and control their actions. This is indeed a powerful ability, but it has a fatal weakness. In smoke form, if we are blown by the wind, we will dissipate and die, so our clan members usually live in caves or other wind-sheltered places. Moreover, because the Iburi clan cannot stabilize their smoke transformation ability, accidents often occur during the transformation process, leading to significant casualties among our clan members. We sincerely request the ninjas of Konoha to assist in research to find a solution. so that our clan can no longer be bound by this ability and live normal lives. Dōhō nodded slightly, saying, I have heard of the special abilities of your Iburi clan, and I deeply sympathize with the difficulties you face. I will arrange for ninjas in the village who are proficient in ninjutsu principles and medical ninjutsu to form a research team to conduct in-depth studies on your abilities and strive to find a solution as soon as possible. At the same time, we will provide you with a safe living environment so that you no longer have to worry about the wind. Hope sparkled in Iburi Shika's eyes, and he quickly bowed, saying, Thank you, Hokage-sama. Your great kindness will be remembered by our Iburi clan. We will dedicate ourselves to Konoha until our last breath. Finally, Tenki Arayama, who was reporting last, felt anxious, his hands unconsciously rubbing the hem of his clothes. After hesitating for a moment, he finally mustered the courage to speak. Hokage-sama, our Tenki clan has a somewhat special situation. Our members possess a unique ability to manipulate the weather, but this ability is not a ninjutsu. It is an innate gift. Our emotional changes can trigger corresponding weather phenomena. For example, there is a child in our clan who, when he cries, causes sun showers. When he is angry, he creates purple lightning. When he is happy, it snows, and when he whistles, the wind blows. At this point, Weather Ranue paused for a moment and secretly glanced at Dōhō's expression. Seeing that Dōhō was listening intently, he continued, Because of this ability, our clan members often travel between villages, providing specific weather for those in need in exchange for what they require for living. However, we lack combat capabilities and are not valued in the ninja world, remaining in a relatively marginalized position. Today, as we come to Konoha, we hope to contribute our strength to Konoha, yet we are also worried that our lack of strength will hold us back. His voice grew smaller, and his head gradually lowered, as if he were waiting for the verdict of fate. Unbeknownst to him, among these three clans, Dōhō valued the Weather Clan the most in his heart, precisely because it was rarely mentioned in the original work and little known. In terms of combat power and potential, who could compare to the direct descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, the Uchiha clan? Therefore, combat power was not the standard by which Dōhō measured the value of a ninja clan. Instead, the power to manipulate the weather was what interested him. What was the principle behind it? He had a premonition that he could gain immense insights into cultivating natural energy from his clan. Thus, he spoke up. Ranue clan leader, do not underestimate yourselves. Your ability to manipulate the weather is by no means an ordinary technique. The mysteries and potential contained within it far exceed imagination. In my view, this may be a key that could change the existing pattern of a ninja world and bring new development opportunities to Konoha. Ranue's originally lowered head slowly lifted, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. He had never thought that the ability of his clan, which had always been regarded as a useless appendage in the ninja world, could have such immense value in the eyes of the Hokage. Hokage-sama, do you really think so? Ranue's voice trembled slightly, filled with excitement and emotion for being recognized. Of course, I, Uchiha Dōhō, never judge people or matters solely by their surface. Although your ability is not traditional combat ninjutsu, it possesses unique strategic significance and infinite possibilities. Moreover, the principles hidden behind this ability are worthy of in-depth study. Ranue clan leader, have you ever considered why emotional changes can trigger weather phenomena? Does this involve some special energy transfer or spiritual resonance? If we can unravel this mystery, perhaps we can not only better utilize this ability, but also open new paths for scientific development in the ninja world. Ranue took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited heart, and said, Hokage-sama, although our clan has possessed this ability for generations, we have never delved into its principles. All along, we have only relied on instinct to use it, and what we could do was merely to trigger some common weather changes. No worries, starting today, Konoha will establish a dedicated research group composed of the village's top scholars, medical ninja, and those skilled in sensing energy flow, to work with your Weather Clan to explore the secrets of weather manipulation. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Our Weather Clan will do our utmost to live up to your expectations. From now on, we are willing to devote ourselves to Konoha and serve with our ability to manipulate the weather. Dōhō smiled with relief and helped Ranue up. Good. With your words, I am assured. I believe that in the near future, the Weather Clan will become an indispensable backbone of Konoha, and Konoha will become even more prosperous and powerful due to your inclusion. At this moment, the Bloodpool Minjia and Bloodpool Yin, along with the Iburi Sakakes, cast envious glances. They never expected that this seemingly weak clan with somewhat peculiar abilities could receive such high regard and recognition from the Hokage. Dōhō looked around at everyone and said loudly, "Today, the Bloodpool clan, Iburi clan, and Weather clan gather in Konoha. This is a blessing for Konoha and also a blessing for the ninja world. From now on, we are one family, and we should support each other, explore the unknowns of the ninja world together, and contribute our strength to the glory of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world." Everyone echoed in unison, their voices lingering in the office, as if heralding the arrival of spring for Konoha. Chapter 161. Enrollment 5 years passed like a fleeting moment, and Konoha Village welcomed its 57th year. This year, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, the future rivals, had quietly grown into 6-year-old ninja reserves. As dawn broke and the sky turned pale, Naruto jumped out of bed, his bright blue eyes sparkling with infinite anticipation for the future. He couldn't wait to wake up his still-sleeping family, tightly tugging at his mother, Kushina Uzumaki's clothing, his childish voice filled with excitement. Mom, hurry and take me to ninja school. Today is my big day to start at the Ninja Academy. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am going to become the 6th Hokage." On the way to ninja school, little Naruto bounced along, looking like a cheerful little deer, and he didn't forget to share his joy with his sister, Karui, and his mother. "Silly Naruto, don't you see what time it is? School doesn't start this early." Karui, with her fiery red hair, glared at Naruto, irritated. She couldn't understand why her mom always spoiled this silly brother. Kushina looked at her 2 lively children with tenderness and affection in her eyes and gently said, all right. Since Naruto is so eager, Karui, don't always discourage him. Our little Naruto is going to be a hero and become Hokage in the future." I don't care. I want to enter the Ninja Academy earlier than Sasuke and graduate earlier too, to show him how great I am," Naruto declared, hands on his hips, looking defiant. "Don't dream, my foolish brother." Karui mercilessly mocked him. She had grown up with Naruto in Uchiha Dōhō's large courtyard, and although she often teased him, she regarded Naruto as her closest brother. Of course, she had a little secret. She had developed a crush on the cooler and more composed Sasuke who lived next door. "Damn it, Karui, you always side with Sasuke." Naruto stomped his feet in anger. Karui, being 4 months older than him, naturally became the sister he referred to, "And I will definitely become a ninja before that arrogant Sasuke. Just wait and see." Karui looked at Naruto's puffed-up, defiant expression and responded perfunctorily, All right. Our little Naruto is the best. Is that okay?" Seeing this, Kushina quickly stepped in to soothe the situation. She gently patted Naruto's head and said softly, "Okay, Naruto, don't be mad at your sister Karui. Mom believes in you. As long as you work hard, you will definitely achieve your dreams." When the 3 of them arrived at the school, they found that many parents were already at the entrance with their children for registration, and among them were many familiar faces to Naruto, such as Choji, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Hinata. However, among this group, the one Naruto cared about and wanted to compete with the most was that figure, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke was dressed neatly and was looking at the class assignment list with his brother Itachi, the prominent Uchiha clan symbol printed on their backs. "Arrogant Sasuke, you actually got to school before me." Naruto rushed in front of Sasuke, fists clenched, eyes wide open, and shouted angrily. Sasuke slightly raised his chin and replied leisurely, "Of course, silly Naruto, I was the first to come to school. Unlike some people who dawdle and always love to brag." Just then a calm voice came from behind. "Good morning, Aunt Kushina, Karui, Naruto." Vortex Karen quickly responded with a smile. "Itachi, good morning. You brought Sasuke to school so early." Kagaya also playfully waved her hand. "Good morning, Itachi Onaiken." Naruto, with his hands on his hips, huffed. "What's so great about coming early?" Without the crisis of clan extermination, Uchiha Itachi was more cheerful and bright than in the original story, showing less gloom and heaviness. He had more liveliness and warmth, often sporting a faint smile, making him appear friendlier and more approachable. Without the furrowed brows from the family tragedy in the original, he exhibited the vitality and energy appropriate for a 12 or 13-year-old. Itachi slightly leaned forward, greeted Karen, and continued, "This kid, Sasuke, was clamoring to come to school early. I couldn't persuade him to stay, so I brought him here early. He can't wait to start a new school life. He was so excited last night that he couldn't sleep. By the way, I just checked the class list, and Sasuke, Naruto, and Kagaya, you 3 are in the same class. I hope you can get along well, help each other, and make progress together." "Yay." Kagaya cheered, darting in front of Sasuke, her nose almost bumping against his face. Sasuke, did you hear? We're in the same class. We'll be studying in the same classroom for 6 years. Too close." Sasuke quickly stepped back half a step, pushing Kagaya's forehead away with his fingertips, his ears turning a suspicious shade of red. Sasuke-kun looks just like a shy hedgehog with its spines up. Kagaya giggled as she stepped back, suddenly pointing behind Sasuke. Look, Naruto's hair is about to smoke. Sasuke glanced over and saw Naruto standing there, pointing angrily at the Fifth Hokage's face on Hokage Rock. Brother Dōhō is definitely messing with me. He must have arranged it on purpose for me to be in the same class as that obnoxious Sasuke. He has such a twisted sense of humor. Suddenly, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. A warm hand expertly grabbed the back of his head, applying just the right amount of pressure, like holding a scruffy kitten by the scruff. Ha! The little brat is getting bold, daring to make fun of the Fifth Hokage under Hokage Rock. Be Brother Dōhō. Naruto spun around. Since childhood, Dōhō had been the one he feared the most. He always found various ways to mess with him, and he fell for it every time. I just think it's so unfair to be in the same class as Sasuke. Kagaya laughed secretly behind Sasuke, who shot her a sideways glance before suddenly turning to Dōhō. Hokage-sama, I request to change classes. Denied. Dōhō raised his hand and ruffled the hair of the two kids, his gaze sweeping over the class list that Iruka-sensei was posting in the distance. Your class needs to have the resilience of the Uzumaki, the sharpness of the Uchiha. And he suddenly crouched down to meet Naruto's gaze, flicking Naruto's spiky hair with his fingertip, the awareness of the underdog. Who wants to be in the same class as this guy? The two kids protested in unison, but quickly turned away from each other upon seeing each other's faces. Who is the underdog? Naruto jumped up. I just learned to climb trees with chakra yesterday, and I was 3 seconds faster than Sasuke-kun. You ranked last in the entrance exam. If you're not the underdog, who is? And that wasn't climbing with chakra. You climbed like a monkey using both hands and feet. It doesn't count. Sasuke retorted, his face flushed. More important than being in the same class. Dōhō smiled at the two, pulling out a colorful dango from his hand like a magic trick. First, learn to share the last dango with your partner. Here, you three, 1 dango each. Kagaya quickly snatched the top matcha-flavored dango. Sasuke hesitated for half a second before taking the red bean flavor, while Naruto stared at the remaining sesame flavor and suddenly pouted. I want to trade with Sasuke-kun. What you picked, you can't trade. As Sasuke bit into the dango, the sweetness burst on his tongue, mingling with the delicate red bean paste. He remembered Naruto, cheeks puffed up as he chewed the dango, and suddenly recalled last month at the training ground when this idiot practiced throwing shurikens after losing to him, still training until dusk. Chapter 162. Bond's the first thing to do at the beginning of the school year is, of course, the opening speech. On the ninja school playground, the Fifth Hokage, Uchiha Dōhō, spoke at length on stage, instilling the will of fire in the new students. 30 years ago, when the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, carved the words ninja school into this rock wall, he might not have imagined that today the classroom would be filled with the orphans of the mist, descendants of the Weather Clan, the Aburi clan, and even members of the Bloodpool clan, who once faced Konoha's weapons. A subtle stir rose from the audience as students murmured, wondering which classmate had a special identity. The old era's will of fire was about the solitary courage of burning oneself to illuminate the village. Today's will of fire should be like the forest of Konoha, 30 trees coexisting, roots intertwined, with every leaf receiving sunlight and every growth ring recording the storms. All of you new buds of Konoha, your fan in your sleeve, the water patterns at your neck, and the blood dragon eyes in your hair are not marks of separation, but the proud growth rings of the Konoha forest. Once upon a time, the blood feud between the Senju and Uchiha stained the rivers red, and during the Warring States period, your ancestors slaughtered each other, tearing the land apart. But today, you all belong to one village, attending school together. Everyone belongs to Konoha. This is not a miracle, but a choice we made together, to make each unique ninja's traits fuel the flames of Konoha. Remember, true strength is not about eliminating differences, but about seeking common ground while preserving differences, working together for Konoha. Look at the world outside Konoha. Cloud Ninja plunders secret techniques from other small ninja villages frequently. Mist is killing each other in Blood Mist, and Sand and Rock are fighting over meager mission fees. But you are different. Konoha has the most comprehensive medical resources in the ninja world. The most complete ninja system tracing back 5 generations. The most bloodline limits, the strongest financial income in the ninja world, and the most abundant inheritance of ninjutsu. This is Konoha's superiority. Therefore, we not only guard our flame, but also aim to become the lighthouse of the ninja world. Why is there constant war in the ninja world? Dōhō's question struck like a heavy hammer. resonating in every young heart. Because the ninja world has long lacked a unified government, everyone governs themselves, killing each other for the interests of their own ninja village. How much longer will this chaotic world last? Until your next generation? He gathered the chakra of the 5 major countries at his fingertips, which eventually merged into a towering fire tree. Only unity can prevent the rain of the rain village from soaking corpses, and the yellow sand of the sand village from burying children. Only unity can direct every ninja's blade toward the real threats: hunger, disease, and injustice. This is the mission of our generation. Do not think that unity is the ambition of just one Hokage. The kunai in your hands will not cut open the chests of enemies in the future, but rather will break down the iron curtain separating the ninja world. The illusion techniques you learn will not dispel the minds of enemies, but rather the fog of prejudice. Remember, finally, Dōhō spread his arms wide, as if embracing the morning light of Konoha. When you graduate, you may step onto different battlefields. Some will become the backbone of the medical team. Some will guard the fortresses at the borders. And some will infiltrate enemy camps to weave intelligence networks. But no matter where you are, your forehead protectors tell the same belief. Only by planting the flag of Konoha throughout the ninja world can every child live happily under the sun. The new students below were greatly inspired, and the applause thundered. Finally, I'd like to share a quote with you. The value of a ninja is not measured by what he destroys, but by how many smiles he protects. Now, he raises the Hokage's hat, carrying your clan's emblem, your dreams, and your chakra, to become the flame that warms the ninja world. In the morning light, 900 pairs of newborn eyes light up simultaneously, gaining a new understanding of their future mission. This is the beginning of the new will of fire. Of course, for the foolish Naruto, he only remembers the last sentence that Dōhō said. I announced the opening of the 27th Ninja School in Konoha, year 57. In recent years, the ninja school has gradually expanded its enrollment, and this year over 900 children have registered for the ninja school, divided into more than 30 classes. With so many people, the school scale is continuously expanding. Fortunately, Konoha's territory is already large, and in the original work, there are no less than 50 training grounds like the Forest of Death. If there isn't enough land, Dōhō simply waved his hand and had Yamato build more. After the opening ceremony, everyone entered their classrooms according to their assigned classes. Yumino Irika cleared his throat, his fingertips tapping a crisp rhythm on the podium, and over 30 pairs of eyes focused on the Leaf Village forehead protector on his forehead. From today on, I will be your homeroom teacher. He glanced at the new students who were whispering to each other and thought to himself, this class is going to be hard to manage. But don't worry, the first lesson won't be shuriken training, just self-introductions. Hearing this, Naruto was the first to run up to the podium. Me. He stood up straight, not caring that his goggles had slid down to his forehead. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I love the pork rib rice that Mama Karin makes. And I eat 3 big bowls every day. My dream is to become Hokage. The class burst into light laughter, but no one mocked him. Everyone present was either a direct descendant of Konoha or a gifted child. This prince's identity is not simple. He is the orphan of the 4th Hokage, the adopted son of the 5th Hokage, and his adoptive mother is the Jonin Uzumaki Karin from the Sealing class and Konoha Hospital. For others to say they want to be Hokage might just be a pipe dream, but for this prince, it is a future that could very well happen. Then others introduced themselves one after another. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, and my dream is to become a ninja who surpasses my brother. I'm Narashikamoru. He lazily walked up to the stage and said, I like to play shogi, and I just want to be a casual ninja. I'm Inuzuka Kiba. I love dogs. And my dream is to become a powerful ninja. I'm Haruno Sakura. And my dream is to become a strong medical ninja like Aunt Karin. I'm a Kimichi Choji. I'm Hyuga Hinata. I'm Yamanaka Ino. Soon, everyone had introduced themselves. Is there anyone who hasn't introduced themselves? Irika asked curiously. Want to make sure no shy kids were left out. A gray-haired boy with brown eyes stood up, and the temperature in the classroom seemed to drop half a degree. K. The boy's voice was calm, as if devoid of any emotion. I have no favorite things. The sound of suppressed gasps filled the room. They hadn't expected the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to be in this class. Some girls quietly shifted away. The sound of wooden chairs scraping against the floor was jarring. How could this monster be in the same class as us? Yeah, what if he suddenly goes crazy? No way, my seat is right behind him. I also don't like fighting, Kei continued, his fingertips tracing the scratches on the edge of the desk, where the words Nine-Tails had been carved at some point. Irika noticed the scratches on his desk and remembered Dōhō's instruction to take special care of this child, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But I will become a qualified container for the Nine-Tails. Kei suddenly looked up, his right pupil reflecting the Hokage rock outside the window. As long as I can bring peace to the village. Silence lasted for 3 seconds until Naruto suddenly stood up. Being a container is the most boring thing ever. We're all ninjas of Konoha, and you're all my partners. Uzumaki Naruto. Ajura's words had a natural, infectious quality, and the whole class burst into laughter. Kei's lips curled slightly, but quickly straightened again. Irika coughed lightly, stepped forward, and gently patted Kei's shoulder. The warmth of his palm dispelling some of the tension. Every ninja has their own mission. Kei. Now it's my turn. He pointed to his own ninja forehead protector. I'm Yumino Irika, as you can see, just a chunin. I enjoy watching students fall and then get back up on the training ground. And my dream is, he looked at the tender faces of the new students, to teach ninjas who can keep the flames of Konoha burning forever. During the break, the sound of desks and chairs colliding filled the classroom. On the roof of the teaching building, Dōhō and Itachi stood side by side, watching the children chase each other in the sunlight. The former's Hokage robe and the latter's chunin vest gently swaying in the wind. You already knew they would be each other's most important bonds. Itachi suddenly spoke, his gaze following Sasuke and Naruto, who were play fighting, while Karen watched the fun from the side. Dōhō suddenly chuckled, looking at the three who were much happier than in the original work. Bonds are never planned. He turned to look into the clear eyes of young Itachi. Some encounters are like seeds that naturally fall when Konoha is in full bloom. The sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, casting a golden hue over the three children. Years later, this would become a cherished memory for them, a seal warmer than any ninjutsu, forever blocking loneliness, hatred, and the shackles of fate outside the window. Chapter 163. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Dōhō. In addition to nurturing the reincarnations of Ajura and Indra, Uchiha Dōhō has focused on improving his own strength over the years. Besides continuing to cultivate the talents of the Sage clan, with the cooldown of the permanent gender deity gradually improving, he has recently turned his focus to the Nine-Tails. In the dead of night, the forest of death was silent, and Uchiha Dōhō sat cross-legged in a wide tree hollow, surrounded by multiple shadow clones acting as dark and light sentinels. The moment he stepped into the sea of consciousness, the crimson sky hung low, and thick, blood-like clouds churned. Uchiha Dōhō donned the Hokage's ceremonial robe, standing alone before the sealing gate. In the dim light, the Nine-Tails' massive form was bound by countless chains to the large stone pillar in the center. Those chains glimmered with sealing light, deeply embedded in the Nine-Tails' flesh, yet still unable to fully suppress the turbulent chakra swirling around it. Its crimson eyes glowed like two eerie lanterns in the darkness, fiercely staring at the uninvited guest. Dōhō stepped forward steadily, his chakra forming a golden shield, resisting the Nine-Tails' raging power. Kurama, long time no see. The Nine-Tails let out a thunderous roar, its 9 tails thrashing wildly, creating deep scratches on the surrounding stone walls. Uchiha Dōhō, what do you want again? Don't think that just because you have imprisoned me here, you can manipulate me at will. Kurama, you still refuse to cooperate? Don't think about it. My power won't be given to someone as ambitious as you. Ambitious? Haha. Do you think my ambition to unify the ninja world is merely ambition? Nine-Tails, if you truly think that way, then in my eyes, your capacity is no greater than that. Since the Sage of Six Paths separated you, throughout the long years, you have experienced countless wars and disputes. But have you ever seen true peace? The 5 great nations each govern themselves. Ninjas slaughter each other, and the common people suffer. Is this the world you want to see? Do you think you can change all of this? A flicker of fluctuation passed through the Nine-Tails' eyes, but its tone remained resolute. That's just a fool's dream. How many powerful ninjas have attempted to dominate, only to become dust in history? What makes you think you can do it? With my determination and belief as Uchiha Dōhō, Dōhō's chakra surged, and golden light illuminated every corner of his mind. I have witnessed the brutality of war and seen countless families shattered. I will never allow such tragedies to continue. Only by unifying the ninja world and eliminating conflicts can we provide all ninjas and civilians with a truly peaceful future. That sounds nice. The Nine-Tails scoffed. You just want to satisfy your desire for power and control the entire ninja world. Once you gain my strength, who knows if you will become the next tyrant? Tyrant? Dōhō was unafraid, staring directly into the eyes of the Nine-Tails. If unifying the ninja world makes me a tyrant, then I willingly bear that name. But you should understand that everything I do is to end the wars in the ninja world and allow every child to grow up happily under the sun. When that time comes, the Jinchuriki will become a part of history. Isn't that the future you want to see? Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed in the Nine-Tails' eyes. Do you think you can convince me with freedom? The Nine-Tails snorted coldly, but the tone was noticeably weaker. It's just sweet talk. This is not sweet talk, but a fact. Nine-Tails, you and I should not be enemies. Our goals are the same, to create a peaceful ninja world. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I believe we can achieve this goal. Cooperation? The Nine-Tails' tail stopped swinging, but it let out a harsh laugh. Humph, I will not trust any Uchiha. The chakra within you is even more malevolent than mine. Dōhō frowned slightly, secretly pondering a countermeasure. In ancient times, Otsutsuki Kagaya separated the Ten-Tails chakra into 9 parts to prevent the massive chakra from bringing disaster to the world, creating 9-tailed beasts to weaken their power, and the Nine-Tails was one of them, being the strongest among the 9. It had been sealed within Uzumaki Mido, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uzumaki Naruto. During the Nine-Tails turmoil, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, split the Nine-Tails into 2, using the Reaper Death Seal to seal the negative chakra, and the 8-trigram seal to seal the positive chakra into Naruto's body. The Nine-Tails possesses special chakra, with no specific attributes, and its abilities are similar to those of the Ten-Tails. Therefore, its Jinchuriki, during full-tailed beast transformation, exhibits significant differences from other Jinchuriki. When Naruto undergoes tailed beast transformation, he can maintain his human form while allowing his chakra to manifest as the Nine-Tails. Yet even so, Naruto faced many challenges in mastering the Nine-Tails' power. Dōhō understood that taming the Nine-Tails would not be easy, but to realize the grand ambition of unifying the ninja world, he must find a way. Nine-Tails, your prejudice against the Uchiha clan should not be shackles obstructing peace. Dōhō calmed himself and continued. Although the Uchiha clan has a dark past, times have changed. I became Hokage to lead Konoha and the entire ninja world in a new direction. Just think, if we continue to resist cooperation, the flames of war in the ninja world will never cease, and you will be forever imprisoned here. But as long as we join hands, you can break free from your shackles and regain your freedom. Why not? The Nine-Tails remained silent, its massive body slightly trembling, as if struggling internally. Seeing this, Dōhō did not rush to urge it, but quietly waited for its response. In the mind, there is only the sound of blood clouds surging, the atmosphere heavy enough to suffocate. The Nine-Tails is a special tailed beast, which is why Dōhō chose to seal it within himself. In Dōhō's view, the Sage of Six Paths favored the Nine-Tails for a reason. As the strongest tailed beast separated from the Ten-Tails chakra, the Nine-Tails not only possesses unparalleled strength among the tailed beasts, but also has a level of intelligence and self-awareness far surpassing the others. While other tailed beasts often act on instinct, the Nine-Tails can engage in heated arguments and negotiations with its Jinchuriki and even display complex emotions and thoughts. This unique wisdom makes it stand out in the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. From a capability standpoint, the Nine-Tails possesses special, non-attribute chakra, closely resembling the power traits of the Ten-Tails, which determines its uniqueness. Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, exhibits various forms, proving the diversity of the Nine-Tails' power. The destructive force in the tailed beast rampage form, the controllable amplification in the Nine-Tails chakra mode, the perfect integration in the Nine-Tails mode, and the weaponized mode combining Susanoo and the Nine-Tails. All of these forms contain the power to overturn battles. These forms are unique seeds sown by the Sage of Six Paths when granting power to the Nine-Tails. Additionally, the bond between the Nine-Tails and humans is profound. Through multiple generations of Jinchuriki, from Uzumaki Mido to Uzumaki Kushina, and then to Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails gradually understood the meaning of emotion and protection, especially in its relationship with Naruto. Transitioning from hostility to mutual recognition, this cross-species bond provides a deeper response to the Sage of Six Paths' past favoritism. Perhaps in the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the Nine-Tails is not only a powerful vessel of strength, but also the key to connecting tailed beasts and humans, unlocking a peaceful future, which has led to its unique treatment and forms. Chapter 164. The Return of the Heavenly God in Naruto. The Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails primarily exhibits the following modes. Tailed Beast Rampage form. This form emerges when Naruto becomes enraged before fully controlling the Nine Tails. In this state, the Nine Tails possesses immense chakra, but completely loses rationality. The strength of the tailed beast rampage form increases with the number of tails Naruto has. Nine Tails Chakra Mode. This mode is entered when Naruto, with the help of Kushina, extracts part of the Nine Tails chakra for his use while training with Killer Bee. In this mode, his body is covered in golden Nine Tails chakra, with black patterns and tomo appearing. This mode is a basic stage of a Nine Tails mode, with its drawbacks and risks. When Naruto uses the Nine Tails chakra, he sets aside his own chakra, allowing the Nine Tails to draw from Naruto's chakra. If Naruto uses Shadow Clone Jutsu, the chakra drawn by the Nine Tails doubles. If Naruto's chakra reaches 0, he will die instantly. Nine Tails Mode. During the battle with Obito, the Nine Tails is influenced by Naruto, and they come to mutual understanding, allowing Naruto to become the perfect Jinchuriki, fully controlling the Nine Tails power, resulting in the Nine Tails Mode becoming its complete form. In this form, its power is significantly stronger than the basic stage, and it can also absorb natural energy to enter Sage Mode. Later on, it can share its chakra with others. Complete Tailed Beast Transformation. The Jinchuriki transforms into the Tailed Beast, appearing in a massive Tailed Beast form, merging with the Tailed Beast and fully controlling the Nine Tails power in its complete form. In this state, the original power of the Tailed Beast can be better utilized, and it can unleash Tailed Beast Bombs. Weaponized Mode. This is the form where the Nine Tails merges with Susanoo, donning armor made of Susanoo. In this state, it can not only use Tailed Beast Bombs, but also transform into the Susanoo warrior, wielding a chakra sword with immense power. 3 weaponized forms have appeared in the anime. Uchiha Madara's beastly difficulties, Naruto, and Sasuke's fusion during the Fourth Great Ninja War against Obito. And the final form after Naruto and Sasuke mastered the powers of the Sage of Six Paths in the movie Boruto, Naruto the Movie. Seeking Truth Orb Nine Tails Mode. This appears only in the anime original, during the Sage of Six Paths recollection of the battle between Ashura and Indra's reincarnates. The Nine Tails transforms into a 3-headed, 6-armed form, with multiple Seeking Truth orbs appearing on its body, which should be the Nine Tails' strongest form after gaining the power of the Sage of Six Paths, but it seems Naruto has not mastered it. Heavy Particle Mode. In Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, Naruto and Sasuke, along with Boruto, are at a great disadvantage in their battle against Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya easily defeats a fully powered Naruto and traps him in a dark dimension. Seeing no hope of victory, Kurama mentions the Heavy Particle Mode, which allows for immense power at the cost of one's lifespan. Resolved to face death, Naruto accepts. Once in Heavy Particle Mode, Naruto's combat abilities overwhelmingly surpass Kaguya, consuming his own lifespan while also draining Kaguya's already limited lifespan. Ultimately, with the efforts of Naruto and Sasuke, Kawaki deceives Kaguya with shadow clones and successfully kills her. But Naruto collapses due to the immense consumption of energy. In his inner world, knowing he will die, Naruto reminisces with Kurama about past events, and they share a heartfelt conversation. They fist bump, preparing to move on to another world together. At this moment, Kurama reveals the truth about Heavy Particle Mode. It consumes the lifespan and chakra of the Tailed Beast. And unlike previous cases where the Jinchuriki would die once the Tailed Beast was extracted, this time the Jinchuriki does not die when the Tailed Beast leaves. Knowing the truth, Naruto tries to convince Kurama to stay, but ultimately cannot change the fact that they must part ways. Kurama gives Naruto one final piece of advice, and, amid Naruto's heartfelt pleas, dissipates into smoke and ascends. After awakening the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, Dōhō can completely suppress the Nine Tails. Over the years, he has been able to enter the Nine Tails chakra mode at will. Whenever the golden chakra envelopes him like flames, with black tomo and stripes appearing on his skin, he can clearly feel the powerful and fierce energy of the Nine Tails surging within him. But this is far from satisfying his ambitions. He knows that the Nine Tails chakra mode is just the tip of the iceberg. The Kurama mode, the truth-seeking ball Nine Tails mode, and even the rumored Heavy Particle Mode that can transcend limits are the powers he yearns for. However, unfortunately, he is not Ashura and lacks the strong persuasion skills that Ashura had, always unable to resonate with the Nine Tails. Perhaps it is because the Nine Tails knows too many of Dōhō's secrets and dark sides, which is why it has always resisted him. No, I refuse. As expected, the Nine Tails rejected Dōhō's proposal. Just give up. Things that even the Sage of Six Paths couldn't achieve are beyond your abilities. Then I must offend you, Kurama. Dōhō's gaze suddenly turned cold, his fingers instinctively rubbing his left eye. There lies the eye technique of Uchiha Dōhō. 6 years ago, he quietly altered the will of the Fire Country's daimyo with this technique, allowing Konoha to gain the upper hand in the power struggles among the 5 great nations. However, the long cooldown of Kodoha Mitsukami forced him to use it cautiously. But a few years ago, he had already transplanted Hashirama's cells, greatly reducing the cooldown time of this eye technique. Looks like I can only offend you, Kurama. The Nine Tails sensed the danger and struggled violently, the chains creaking under the immense pressure. What do you want? The evil Uchiha clan? You will never be able to. Before it could finish, Dohwan's left eye with 3 tomo began to spin rapidly, gradually forming the pattern of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Then, a powerful eye power surged forth, targeting the core of the Nine Tails consciousness. Kodoha Mitsukami, you dare. For the first time, fear appeared in the Nine Tails' voice. It desperately twisted its body, the chains emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, and the ceiling incantations glowed with blinding white light. But it was all too late. The purple light emitted from Dohwan's left eye, like a venomous snake, burrowed deep into its consciousness. The sea of consciousness instantly froze. The Nine Tails felt its thoughts being forcefully held down by invisible hands, and those sealed memories, buried fears, and primal instincts could not escape the power of Kodoha Mitsukami. It saw Dohwan, standing on Hokage Rock, overlooking the entire ninja world with ambition, saw him crazily injecting Hashirama cells into his veins in the laboratory late at night, and saw his greed in secretly stealing the chakra of the current Indra and Ashura. This is for the future of the ninja world. Dohwan's voice, mixed with the power of Kodoha Mitsukami, echoed deep within the Nine Tails consciousness. The purple light, like a tide, gradually drowned its will to resist. When the light finally dissipated, the Nine Tails' massive body collapsed to its knees, its 9 tails weakly drooping to the ground, the fury in its eyes replaced by confusion. Dohwan walked in front of the Nine Tails and gently touched its trembling forehead. Kurama, from today onward, we are true partners. The Nine Tails nodded. Under the influence of Kodoha Mitsukami, it truly began to believe that entrusting its power to this Uchiha was the only way to save the ninja world. Dohwan smiled. He wanted not only the power of the Nine Tails, but also to touch the 10 tails through it, and even reach the taboo realm of the Sage of 6 Paths. Chapter 165, Kakashi Speculation. Rin, Teacher Minato. In the deep night of Konoha Village, the moonlight fell like frost on the windows of the Hitaki family's old residence. Kakashi suddenly sat up from the tatami, cold sweat soaking through his thin clothes, his right hand instinctively reaching for his left eye. There he had already transplanted a normal eye, but it still felt like it retained the burning pain from when his eyeball was forcibly pulled out. Outside the window, a torrential rain suddenly descended, with large raindrops pounding against the eaves, merging into a hazy recollection of the deadly rainstorm in Thunder Valley. Kakashi curled up, hugging his knees, memories coiling around his neck like a venomous snake. He saw the cursed mark on Hyuga Hayate's forehead shining in the rain, saw the blood bloom erupting from Kawaki's chest, and saw that orange-red mask twisted in a cold smile amidst the lightning. Water release, water dragon jutsu. The cries from the dream mixed with the sound of rain, exploding in his ears. Kakashi trembled as he got up, grabbing a kunai from the table. But the cold metal could not dispel the illusions in his palm. It felt as if he still held the warmth of Chidori piercing through the chest of a cloud ninja, still lingering with the tearing sensation of being sucked into the Kamui space. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Rin's voice echoed from the depths of his memory. Kakashi, pull yourself together. But when he looked up, the one bursting through the door was the masked man, extending a dark chain, hand over your eye. No. Kakashi swung the kunai, but only shattered the moonlight on the wall. Cold sweat dripped from his chin as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Over the years, he had long grown accustomed to numbing himself with endless missions, deceiving everyone with a lazy smile. But every time a thunderstorm struck, the fear of losing his eye would resurface. Lightning illuminated the room, reflecting Kakashi's pale face in the mirror. Kakashi stared at his own eyes in the mirror, recalling the moment 5 years ago when his Sharingan was taken. At that time, he thought he had lost only power. But now he realized that the truly rotting wound was the sense of powerlessness etched deep in his soul. No matter how many times he unleashed Raikiri, he could not save anyone. Every time a thunderstorm struck, Kakashi would be awakened by nightmares, and once he woke up, he could never go back to sleep. In the darkness before dawn, Kakashi stepped out of his bedroom, leapt onto the roof, and sat alone under the eaves. watching the silhouette of Uchiha Dōhō on Hokage Rock flickering in the rainy night. He could not forget that day 5 years ago. At that time, he was kneeling in the Hokage's tent, drenched in blood, secretly hiding a kunai in his sleeve. The bandages hastily wrapped by the medical team had long soaked through, and the gauze over his left eye was stained with dark red blood. As the team leader, with all his teammates fallen and his Sharingan taken, he felt an overwhelming guilt. As soon as the Hokage gave the order, he could sacrifice himself to atone for his sins. But unexpectedly, Dōhō not only did not punish him, but instead took the kunai he was hiding and draped his own ceremonial robe over Kakashi. Kakashi Hitaki, pull yourself together. Losing your Sharingan is a loss for Konoha. That masked man's jutsu involves space-time, and even the Fourth Hokage couldn't fully comprehend it in his lifetime. It's only normal that your team couldn't win. You shouldn't blame yourself too much. If you need it, I can arrange for a 3-tomo Sharingan from the Uchiha clan and have a medical ninja transplant it for you. Kakashi's eyes were devoid of life. Rin's dying gaze suddenly surfaced in his mind. That rainy day, her pupils reflected the bloodied Raikiri, and her final smile was paler than snow. And then there was Hinata Hayate's expression as he fell, the faint glow of the cursed mark dimming in the heavy rain, and the shocked expression on Kaguya's face forever frozen in the moment he was pierced by chains. No, that's not necessary. I can't protect this eye. The metal forehead protector suddenly slid down, covering the hideous scar on Kakashi's left eye. Thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper, ordinary eyes are enough. The rain gradually lessened, and Kakashi trudged back to his bedroom. Looking at the group photo of Team Minato from years ago, Minato-sensei stood in the center of the back row, slightly leaning forward, hands resting on the heads of Uchiha Obito and Hitaki Kakashi in front, his posture friendly, with a smile that showcased his gentleness and warmth. Obito stood straight on the left side of the front row, his expression somewhat awkward. Kakashi was on the right side of the front row, his face obscured by a mask, his eyes lifeless. Rin was in the center of the front row, happily squinting her eyes, making a V sign with both hands. Her posture lively and playful, conveying a cheerful and sweet feeling. Obito, could it be you? Kakashi's fingers gently brushed over Obito's face in the photo. His voice so soft it was almost drowned out by the sound of the rain. As an excellent ninja, Kakashi possessed exceptional on-site judgment and intelligence-gathering abilities. No matter how powerful the enemy was or how dire the situation, he could remain calm, as it was a ninja's maxim taught to him by his father. Ninja must maintain a calm mindset at all times and in all places. And he indeed lived up to that. He could swiftly and accurately analyze the situation and make the right judgments when facing different enemies and battle scenarios, as if everything was under his control. Moreover, Kakashi had 8 ninja dogs, each with keen senses like well-trained hunting dogs, capable of tracking the enemy's scent and assisting Kakashi in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. In some missions, the ninja dogs could detect the enemy's presence in advance with their acute sense of smell, providing Kakashi with early warnings or helping him find hidden enemies or important intelligence clues, acting as his reliable assistants in battle. Since that day in Thunder Valley, the space-time ninjutsu used by that mysterious masked man, where his teammates had all perished yet he alone was spared, and the masked man's obsession with his left eye Sharingan, all felt like puzzles that generated terrifying speculation deep within him. However, he never dared to let his most sensitive dog, Biscuit, Tails, sniff the scent he encountered that day, fearing it might be related to Obito. No, it can't be. How can I think that? Absolutely impossible. He murmured to the photo, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, as if trying to swallow down the fear and anxiety within him. Over the years, he had suspected whether that masked space manipulator was indeed his dear friend who should have died at the Kanabi Bridge. But the truth was too cruel enough that he would rather believe Obito had turned to dust beneath the ruins of the Kanabi Bridge than face the potentially harsh reality. Outside the window, the rain seemed to have truly stopped. The last few drops fell slowly from the eaves, shattering on the bluestone slab with a crisp sound, as if it were fate's final sigh. Kakashi pressed the photo tightly against his chest, curling up in the darkness. Some truths may be more terrifying than nightmares. But he knew that one day he would have to muster the courage to face this cruel answer, no matter what pain and despair that answer might bring. Chapter 166. Kakashi's mission in the Hokage's office. A fragrant smoke rose gently. The crispness of the dragon's brain incense mixed with the richness of the frankincense, weaving into delicate strands that entered the nostrils and transformed into a warm mist that enveloped the skin. In the corner, A gilded incense burner emitted milky white smoke, with the unique honeyed tone of agarwood wrapped in a hint of coolness, sometimes refreshing like a spring that soothes the heart, and at times enveloping thoughts like morning mist, quietly dispelling the heavy atmosphere of piled-up political affairs in the room. Kakashi knelt on one knee, his dark umbu uniform exuding a murderous aura, which clashed with the atmosphere of the office. Hokage-sama, Kakashi has come to receive orders. Dōhō placed his brush on the purple brush holder, looking at Kakashi's vacant gaze. He sighed softly and closed the case file. He walked toward the bookshelf. Can you discern the essence of this incense? His fingertips brushed over the entwined lotus pattern on the celadone incense burner. This was the new creation from the Konoha workshop called Onshin Jioshiao, with the main fragrance being green agarwood that reveals honey fat when cut open. The incense mist swirled between the two, and Dōhō pinched a thin slice of agarwood. The firelight illuminated the patterns, making them transparent like amber. The beauty of green agarwood lies in its initial cool medicinal scent that awakens the spirit, but upon savoring it, there's a honeyed sweetness that lingers, with a distant note reminiscent of pine smoke. The moment the thin slice was tossed into the burner, blue smoke suddenly rose. The nobles claimed that this fragrance could cleanse worldly troubles. At an auction in the land of fire's Unto City, this small stack of thin slices had just sold for an astronomical price of 30 million ryo the day before. Kakashi's eyelashes trembled slightly, but the corners of his mouth beneath the mask did not lift even a fraction. Over the years, he had seen the Konoha merchant fleet's silk spread across the Sunagakure market, and heard that the noble households in the Land of Fire were filled with lacquerware made by Konoha artisans. The newly added training grounds during the expansion of the Ninja Academy, the 300 elite Umbu members, and the increasingly luxurious furnishings in Dōhō's office all spoke of the financial changes of the foremost village in the ninja world. Hokage-sama, I am just a ninja from Konoha and do not understand the art of incense. His voice was heavy, as if soaked in incense mist. If there are tasks, please feel free to command. Uchiha Dōhō looked at Kakashi, who was kneeling on one knee, and shook his head. With the continuous research and mastery of the Nine Tails power, Dōhō's perception ability had gradually enhanced. He could now sense Kakashi's mental state. Kakashi, did you not sleep well last night? Kakashi paused briefly in his downward motion, biting his lip beneath the mask. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. It's just some old injuries acting up. Dōhō shook his head and chuckled, returning to his desk, his robe sweeping over the open documents. Well, since you are unwilling to talk. He traced a mark on the map with his fingertip and asked Kakashi, do you know of Himiko? Kakashi shook his head in confusion. I do not know which ninja village this ninja belongs to. Dōhō curled his lips, recalling that crazy researcher from the original story. If it weren't for the memories of the traveler, he might have nearly overlooked this dangerous figure. Himiko was a villain in the Naruto movie, where the bloodline limit ninjas of the Cloud, Rock, Mist, and Sand villages suddenly went missing, and the four villages suspected it was the doing of the Land of Fire. To prevent the outbreak of war, the daimyo of the Land of Fire ordered the 5th Hokage Tsunade to do whatever it took to avoid conflict, or else Konoha would be destroyed. To track down the whereabouts of the bloodline limit heirs, Sakura, Naruto, Uzumaki, Kakashi, and Sai were assigned to go, but they lost their target at Mount Sumeru, which lies between Iwagakure and Kusagakure, and Naruto and Sai were severely injured. It turned out that all of this was orchestrated by the former Konoha ninja Himiko, who was expelled from Konoha for practicing the Kinyar technique, and now aimed to gather 5 bloodline limits to become the immortal perfect ninja, thus initiating the 4th Ninja World War. Kakashi, trapped in a puppet technique, actively requests Tsunade to cast a time technique on him before leaving Konoha alone, sacrificing himself to save the world. Before he departs, Kakashi visits the hospital to see the injured Naruto and Sai, repairing Naruto's broken bell and gifting Sai a book titled Understanding Women's Hearts. After Naruto is discharged, he sees Kakashi leaving and, disregarding Shikamaru's objections, decides to track down Kakashi with Sakura. The Konoha 9 and Gaara join the effort to stop him, defeating Bairu, subordinates along the way. Ultimately, Naruto confronts and defeats Gaara, reaching Bairu's base. At a critical moment, Bairu activates the Oni-Yara technique, merging with Kakashi to become an immortal ninja. Kakashi attempts to use the Mangeki Sharingan's Kamui to take them both out, but Naruto breaks Bairu's body with multiple shadow clones and a Rasengan, saving Kakashi. Although Bairu survives, everyone ultimately inherits the will of fire, joining forces to defeat Bairu and end the crisis. There are many points in this movie that are worth critiquing. First, the higher-ups of the Land of Fire actually threaten Tsunade, demanding the destruction of Konoha. Second, Kakashi does not have Uchiha blood. Yet Bairu, who ignores the pure Uchiha bloodline of Sasuke and fixates on merging with Kakashi. What sense does that make? These absurd plot points still make him frown, but the intelligence from the Umbu cannot be ignored. According to the Umbu's report, Bairu, who has recently been spotted, and he cannot be let go, as he is one of the rare scientific talents in the ninja world. More importantly, Dōhō feels the occasionally restless Hashirama cells within him and ponders. Perhaps Bairu, whose research on bloodline limit fusion could solve the problems he is currently facing. Bairu, who was once a ninja from Konoha, a contemporary of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, but his talent was not on par with theirs, leading to his resentment. Dōhō takes out a scroll and hands it to Kakashi. Upon receiving it, Kakashi sees a white-haired man with red eyes in the scroll, wearing an oversized high-collar coat wrapped with 3 belts. In order to compensate for his innate shortcomings, Bairu, who secretly researched the combined ninja technique Oniyara, which was discovered by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading to an Umbu pursuit of Bairu, but he managed to escape. The Oniyara technique is a very evil combined ninja technique that allows the user to merge with themselves or their summoned beasts, gaining their abilities, and can even fuse bloodline limits. Kakashi is astonished to learn that such peculiar ninja techniques exist in the ninja world. As an elite ninja who has experienced countless life and death situations, he knows all too well what it means to possess a technique that can merge bloodline limits. Those special powers that can turn the tide on the battlefield, if wielded by one person. Recently, the Umbu reported that Bairu, whose traces were found near Mount Sumeru, at the border of Awagakure and Kusagaki or so. Kakashi's single eye sharpens like an eagle. There's still such rogue ninjas in the village. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I will complete the mission and slay him. No. Dōhō raises his hand to stop him, a complex look flashing in his eyes. You only need to lead a small Umbu team to verify whether the information is true. This person's research on bloodline limits may be useful to Konoha. He pauses, looking at Kakashi's tense back, and adds, remember, safety first. Yes, Hokage-sama. Chapter 167. Investigating Mount Sumeru in the movie. The 4 bloodline ninja absorbed by Bairu, who are Shikari from Awagakure, Yakura from Sunagakure, Nakajichi from Kirigakure, and Troy from Kimobakure. These 4 characters were originally created for the movie, dying at Bairu's hands, but were later referenced by Kishimoto in the manga, becoming the 4 people resurrected by Kabuto Yakushi using Edo Tensei. Shikari, an IWA ninja, has explosive release in the manga, but possesses steel release in the movie. Yakura, a Suna ninja, has scorching release in the manga, but possesses swift release in the movie. Nakajichi, a Kiri ninja, has sensing ninjutsu in the manga, but possesses dark release in the movie. Troy, a Kimo ninja, has magnet release in the manga, but possesses storm release in the movie. The Oniyara technique is a combined ninja technique that requires a high level of ability and chakra from a user. As long as the user has sufficient chakra and can withstand the burden of the fusion, theoretically, they can use this technique. However, continuous use may be restricted due to the massive chakra consumption and physical burden. After 10 years of painstaking effort, Bairu finally achieved some success, recently testing his skills by merging with the steel release of an IWA ninja. However, due to Bairu's insufficient talent, possessing only the chakra level and physical quality of an average Jonin, he cannot merge with another bloodline limit in a short time. The night is as dark as ink, and Mount Sumeru is shrouded in thick fog. Kakashi leads a 4-man Umbu team, moving silently among the jagged rocks like ghosts. The team members wear specially designed night suits. Their black bodysuits cling to every muscle, while the white overcoats shimmer under the moonlight. And the ninja tool pouches at their waists sway slightly with their movements, making no sound. Kakashi wears a cat-like mask, and behind him, Hinata Kai has short hair and a fierce expression, with her Byakugan activated, scanning the surroundings for movement. Yamashita Y from the sealing team maintains a half-crouching position, hands poised to form seals at any moment. The mountain wind carries a foul odor through the rock crevices, and Hinata Kai suddenly raises her hand to press on Kakashi's shoulder. Her pupils ripple with a light blue hue as her 359-degree vision penetrates the fog, capturing the twisting shadows moving in a cave ahead. Captain, in the southeast cave, there are at least 20 chakra signatures, 8 of which are extremely weak. Like ordinary people, Kakashi nods and signals, Yamashita immediately unrolls a scroll from his waist, dipping his fingertips in sealing ink to draw runes on the rock wall. On the damp stone wall, faint golden spell markings spread like vines, quietly concealing the four's presence. Stalactites dripping with slimy liquid hang at the cave entrance, and a sickly sweet smell of blood mixed with medicinal scents rushes toward them. Kakashi's single eye scans the darkness, suddenly freezing. On the cave wall are 7 or 8 ninjas nailed to the wall by iron spikes, their skin bulging with strange growths, as if some creature is growing inside them. Further in, a group of ragged villagers huddles, each with a uniform diamond-shaped mark branded on their necks. They are experimental subjects. Yamashita's voice trembles. His sealing technique suddenly vibrates violently, and the spell markings on the rock wall glow red. Kakashi quickly pulls him back and rolls away as 3 poisoned shurikens was passed, embedding into the ground, igniting sparks that illuminate the cave's ceiling where a synthetic beast hangs. This creature has a wolf's head but 8 spider-like limbs, and the venom dripping from its mandibles corroded the rock, creating sizzling pits. What kind of monster is this? Yamashita's voice carries unmistakable fear. Is it a wolf or a spider? Another team member, Tanaka Tru, gasps in a low voice. Captain, the monster's heart is located at your 7 o'clock position. Hinata Kai's Byakugan accurately captures the flow of chakra within the monstrous body. Lightning release, purple lightning. Kakashi hesitates not at all. Purple lightning instantly condenses in his palm, tearing through the darkness like a thunderbolt piercing the heart of the synthetic beast. A piercing scream erupts in the cave, and the monster's body crashes heavily to the ground. This is a new type of lightning release ninjutsu called purple lightning, developed by Hitaki Kakashi after losing his Sharingan, which does not rely on the Sharingan and can be activated without hand seals. This technique has 2 activation methods. One is to concentrate purple lightning in the hand and then slash at the target, which possesses immense power. The other is to release a wide range of purple currents around to paralyze opponents, making it a comprehensive attack. However, the remaining synthetic beasts did not retreat. Instead, they charged and even more frantically. These twisted creatures took on various forms, some with snake scales and eagle talons, others covered in toad-like bumps but sporting giant crab claws. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of decay, and they spat acidic saliva while waving their deformed limbs surrounding the 4. Hinata Kai moved like lightning, her chakra from the gentle fist technique precisely targeting the joints of the synthetic beasts. With every strike, the sound of dislocated bones echoed. Yet these monsters seemed to feel no pain and continued to attack fearlessly. Yamashiro's hands flew as sealing symbols fluttered out like butterflies, temporarily trapping a few synthetic beasts. But he couldn't stop more monsters from pouring in. As a civilian ninja, Tanaka Tetsuya had made it into Kakashi's Anbu team, so he was no slouch either. Drawing his ninja sword, when a snake-scaled beast with eagle claws lunged at him, he quickly spun around, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp sound, coinciding with the sound of shattered scales. "Huh!" he shouted, angling the blade to completely sever the monster's right claw. The foul black blood splattered against the rock wall, emitting a nauseating, sizzling sound. But before he could retract his sword, 3 toad crab beasts had already surrounded him from different directions, one of which swung its massive claw straight for his face. Tanaka rolled sideways, his ninja sword scraping sparks against the ground. He aimed for the soft flesh at the joint of the monster's limb, striking down hard with the back of his sword, accompanied by a dull thud of shattered bones. The monster recoiled in pain, but suddenly sprayed out a foul-smelling viscous liquid from its mouth. Tanaka's pupils dilated as he leaned back, narrowly avoiding the slime that grazed his throat and corroded a deep pit into the rock behind him. "Don't get caught up in battle. Maintain formation," Kakashi's voice shouted amidst the roar of the purple lightning. It was then that Tanaka realized he had been pushed into a corner by 5 synthetic beasts, the closest one opening its spiky maw to bite him. He pushed off the ground fiercely, debris scattering under his powerful leap. In midair, he twisted and drove his sword into the monster's left eye. Thick, tar-like black liquid gushed out. He had anticipated this and tilted his head to dodge, the warm slime brushing past his ear and corroding a charred hole into the rock wall. As he landed, his knees bent to absorb the impact, but his palms stiffened in the moment of wiping sweat. More synthetic beasts were charging in, trampling over the twisted corpses of their companions, the stench of blood and rotting flesh overwhelming him. A lizard-like monster suddenly sprang up, its spiked tail sweeping like a steel whip. Tanaka raised his sword to block, the crisp sound vibrating through his hands as he staggered back 3 steps, his back crashing heavily into the damp rock wall. Before he could catch his breath, the monster lunged at him with its huge mouth full of hooks, the rancid stench and acidic odor almost engulfing him, its sharp teeth glinting ominously. At the critical moment, a white figure shot in like lightning. Hinata Kai-mi concentrated her light blue chakra at her fingertips and jabbed fiercely at the monster's nape. Accompanied by the sickening sound of dislocated bones, the beast's massive body crashed to the ground, sending debris flying onto the two of them. "What are you standing there for?" She kicked towards the dazed Tanaka, her voice sharp and urgent beneath her mask. Captain Kakashi said to retreat. Before she finished speaking, Tanaka suddenly felt his pupils constrict. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a centipede-like synthetic beast silently approaching Yamashiro Y, its multiple legs scraping the ground, producing an eerie rustling sound. "Watch out," he yelled, throwing a kunai, which flew through the air and accurately pierced the monster's compound eye. The creature writhed in pain, its slime splattering everywhere, while Tanaka used the wall to propel himself forward, his sword creating a shining arc that forced back the surrounding synthetic beasts. But the horde of monsters was endless. The stench of decay mixed with the corrosive scent of slime, making him nauseous. His arm grew numb from blocking attacks, and he caught a glimpse of Kakashi cutting a path with purple lightning, while Hinata Kai-mi provided cover for Yamashiro Y's retreat. The clash of blades against the monster's claws sparked flying embers, when suddenly he heard the sound of footsteps coming from a distance. 3 figures slowly emerged from the depths of the cave. The leading woman holding a long whip wrapped in lightning chakra. Chapter 168. Fierce Battle 1, 2, 3 Captain. 3 o'clock direction. Hinata Kai-mi hurriedly reminded. From the depths of the cave, 3 figures slowly materialized. The woman at the front. Her left cheek bore 2 purple rectangular marks. Her red-purple bodysuit exposing much of her chest and body. Her long brown hair curled into a very complex spiral. The whip in her hand crackled with lightning, the barbed end stained with dark red blood, while 5 wolves crouched behind her, arrows on their backs glinting with a ghostly blue toxic light, their eyes dancing with a bloodthirsty flame. The first figure stood to the left of the woman, a purple rectangular mark on his forehead. His short black hair, closely cropped with slightly raised tips, exuding a sense of sharpness. He wore a sleeveless dark purple top, paired with black straps and metal buckles, draped in a dark cloak. The third figure stood to the right, with 3 purple rectangular marks on his forehead, his spiky black hair wild and unrestrained. Dressed similarly to the first in a sleeveless dark top with black straps and metal buckles. "You dare to spy on Lord Bailyu's forbidden area, you mice from Konoha?" The woman swung her whip, sparks flying as it grazed the ground, scorching the rock wall and sending debris splashing into the puddles, creating ripples. "Let you witness the terror of Lord Bailyu's creations." Kakashi's cat-shaped mask reflected the enemy's movements. "Kai-mi, break the snake formation. Tanaka, entangle the wolves. Why, prepare the barrier." Before he finished speaking, the woman's whip struck like thunder, a piercing explosion echoing in the air, the lightning at the whip's tip distorting the surrounding air into ripples. "Lightning release, purple lightning," Kakashi shouted, the purple lightning clashing with the lightning whip, and amidst the blinding sparks, he leaped back. The whip grazed his mask, leaving 5 charred claw marks on the rock wall. At the same time, the woman whistled, and the arrows on the backs of the 5 wolves shot towards Tanaka like a torrential rain. Tanaka's ninja sword whirled into a silver circle, the sound of metal clashing rising and falling, sparks falling onto the damp ground with a sizzling sound. But one of the poisoned arrows grazed his arm, instantly corroding a charred hole in his umbu uniform, the burning pain seeping into his skin as if countless ants were gnawing at him. "Beasts!" Tanaka gritted his teeth and threw shurikens, but the wolves deftly dodged, letting out mocking howls, followed by another round of arrows. To make matters worse, roars echoed from deep within the cave, as dozens of synthetic beasts surged from the shadows. These monsters varied in form, some with bat wings, but crocodile heads, making a leathery rustling sound as they flapped their wings. Others were covered in spikes, the sound of metal clanging echoing as they moved, and some dragged serpentine tails, their scales scraping against the ground with a piercing sound. Suddenly, the first figure's arms elongated, several snakes bursting forth from his skin, their tongues flicking and emanating a foul odor. "Snake net," he shouted coldly, and the snakes wove into a large net in the air, the sound of their scales scraping, sending chills down the spine. Hinata Kai-mi moved like lightning, her Byakugan accurately tracking the snake's movements. Gentle fist, Bagua palm. Light blue chakra formed a rotating shield, shattering the snake's swarm into chunks, the stinking rain of blood splattering on her mask, blurring her vision. But more snakes emerged from the crevices of the rock wall, wrapping around her legs. The snake bodies were cold and slippery, tightening their grip. Snake spiral needle. He formed a seal again, and the snakes that entangled Hinata Kai suddenly spat out flying needles. Hinata Kai narrowly dodged to the side. The flying needle grazed her cheek, leaving a white mark on her mask. She could clearly see the barbs on the flying needles. If hit, her entire leg would likely be torn off. At that moment, Sen had completed the summoning technique. Go! With his command, a cat-like summoning beast dove down from the cave's ceiling, its wings spread wide, as long as two people, its feathers shimmering with an eerie purple light. As the wings trembled, countless explosive feathers fell like raindrops, shattering rocks and sending thick smoke billowing. Yu's face changed dramatically, and he quickly formed seals with both hands. Barrier technique, 4 symbols prison. Golden runes shot into the sky, barely supporting a hemispherical barrier. However, the explosive shockwaves struck like a heavy hammer, causing his head to buzz, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the barrier, each crack devouring his chakra. Ha 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 ha! A desperate struggle. Air laughed loudly, wrapping his long whip around the stalactite at the cave's top, swinging toward Kakashi, his hair drawing wild arcs in the air. Taste the power of the lion demon Xuanwu. She bit her fingertip, drawing a summoning technique seal on the ground, summoning a gigantic lion. Dark red flames dancing in its mane. Demon seed technique. Fusion. Crimson flesh buds instantly enveloped Air's body. The sound of dislocated bones crunching was sickening. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a monster with a lion's head and a human body, her sharp claws digging deep grooves into the ground. Flames spewing from her mouth melted the earth, and lava-like material flowed on the ground, releasing acrid smoke. Kakashi continuously used lightning body flicker to dodge the attacks, quickly forming seals with both hands. Water release, water barrier. A massive curtain of water rose but evaporated instantly under the high temperature, leaving a suffocating heat wave in the mist. Can't linger in battle. If he focused on the fight, Kakashi assessed that defeating the enemy wouldn't be difficult. However, the lurking Boo had yet to show himself, making him wary of potential hidden enemies, unable to unleash his full power. Moreover, while these synthetic beasts were not strong individually, their sheer numbers and fearlessness posed a significant threat. Air, and Sand coordinated well, clearly having the advantage of fighting on their home turf. His mission was already complete. There was no need to fight them to the death now. Completing the village's task was paramount. However, and Sand didn't want to let Kakashi's team go. Ultimate technique, snake entwined sky, prison flame. The two shouted in unison. Yi's arm swelled wildly, and countless snakes burst from the ground, surging like a black tide. Sand's summoning beast circled high above, the purple light beneath its wings growing stronger, explosive feathers falling like meteors. Hinata Kai's Byakugan reflected the sea of flames, the chakra fluctuations making her temples throb. Scatter. Use smoke bombs and explosive tags. Kakashi quickly commanded. Dozens of smoke bombs and several explosive tags detonated simultaneously, plunging the cave into a haze of white chaos. Amid the thick smoke, Kakashi's voice pierced through. Kai, prioritize your escape. Tanaka, cover. Air's flames blew away the smoke, but all she saw were after images scattered across the ground. Bairuhu had just merged a bloodline limit a few days ago and was currently in seclusion. If he learned that outsiders had intruded and that they had failed to capture the enemy, their fate was easy to imagine. She roared in anger, the lion demon body shaking the cave, causing stalactites to fall like rain. Chase. Not a single one is to escape. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others had already dashed toward the cave's exit under the cover of the smoke. Chapter 169. The Cowardly Bunmao Shumi. Bairuhu's laboratory in the damp laboratory. The stench of decay mixed with the acrid smell of chemicals. Bairuhu walked barefoot over the shards of broken glass, sharp fragments piercing his soles, but he seemed oblivious to the pain. The hem of his white robe brushed against an unfinished experimental subject, which gasped violently. A purple tumor writhing at its heart, emitting a nauseating popping sound. He suddenly stopped, his bony fingers pressing on a petri dish, instantly evaporating the blood handprint on the glass's inner side. What a disgusting failure. He whispered to the air, his nails digging deep into his palm, blood dripping onto the ground. and you disappoint me even more than these defective products. Air knelt on one knee, her lion demon form dissipating, revealing her red-purple bodysuit torn in half, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin. If Jiraiya were present, he would have surely been captivated, but unfortunately, her superior was Baruhu. In Baruhu's mind, power was the most important. Beautiful women were of no concern to him. Air trembled as she raised her head, cold sweat trickling down her left cheek. The purple mark on her face. Master, the Umbu team from Konoha is formidable, and among them is a Byakugan user. Enough! Baruhu roared in anger, stepping forward 3 paces to grab her hair, pressing a kunai against her throat. I helped you merge summoning beasts with the great demon seed technique. Not for you to make such pathetic excuses. A Kakashi who has lost his Sharingan, and you can't even handle him? His voice suddenly rose, filled with undeniable fear and anger. Since Kakashi could find this place, it wouldn't be long before Konoha's main forces arrived. We must relocate immediately. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the mountain of experimental data and unfinished devices in the laboratory, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. The skin on Air's neck turned white from the pressure of the kunai, fine beads of blood seeping out. She gasped for breath, her blood-stained long hair falling over her chest. Master, the leading Kakashi, after losing his Sharingan, has become even stronger. His lightning release can instantly condense purple lightning that even suppresses my lion demon Xuanwu's flames. Shut up. Baruhu suddenly threw Air to the ground. Worthless. All of you are worthless. He paced back and forth, the hem of his robe sweeping through the dirty water on the floor, splashing phosphorescent droplets. I have invested countless efforts to establish this laboratory, and it must not be destroyed by Konoha. He suddenly turned around, kicking over a nearby experimental table, bottles and jars falling to the ground, shattering with a piercing sound. He stumbled over, her black short hair disheveled against her pale face, the red mark on her forehead smeared with cold sweat. Master, please see. That Byakugan can see through all our attack trajectories. My snakes can't even sneak up on them. Each time we attack, we are countered before we can even get close. Sin struggled to prop himself up, blood gushing from the wound on his right shoulder, soaking through his dark shirt. The blood-stained, long gloves now stuck to his flesh. And that ceiling team ninja. He coughed, blood splattering onto the ground's shattered glass. His sealing technique can temporarily suppress our summoning beasts, allowing Kakashi to take the opportunity to unleash lightning release, and we can't retaliate at all. They coordinate seamlessly, giving us no chance to breathe. Baruhu's eyes were cold, his hand gripping the kunai, trembling slightly. So, you 3 worthless fools, with the power I bestowed upon you, can't even deal with a few Konoha kids? He suddenly plunged the kunai fiercely into Air's back, but she did not dare to dodge, allowing the blood to flow freely. Air trembled all over, her voice choked with tears. Master, give us another chance. Next time we will definitely. A chance? Baruhu suddenly burst into laughter, a mad and murderous tone echoing in the empty laboratory, making it feel particularly eerie. I have given you enough chances. Since Kakashi can infiltrate here, we can no longer stay. Before Konoha's pursuers arrive, I must relocate the laboratory. He suddenly turned around. Black chakra surged out like a tide, wrapping around the necks of the 3. Kakashi's lightning release? Byakugan? Seeding technique? All of these should be nothing against my ghost Budokai technique. You are too weak, too disappointing. The 3rd was nearly suffocated by the chakra chains, his face turning purple. My lord, we can improve our tactics. Improve? Baruhu leaned closer to him, his red eyes burning with madness and fear. What is needed is stronger power. He quickly formed hand seals, chanting incantations. As he moved, a dazzling red light erupted from the 3, and their painful screams echoed throughout the laboratory. Since you are so useless, then die in pain. Once I complete the ultimate experiment at the new base, Kakashi and his Konoha will become history. The piercing screams reverberated in the lab as Balu looked at the 3 writhing in agony, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned to the laboratory filled with instruments and test subjects, a flicker of reluctance and fear flashing in his eyes. Every piece of equipment here, every document, embodies years of his hard work, but now he has to abandon it. Time is running out. Konoha's Umbu are always swift and decisive. Once they determine his location, a fierce battle awaits him. Baruhu gritted his teeth and swore, Kakashi, Konoha, we will settle the score sooner or later. Oh, is there any score that can't be settled now? Why wait until later? A cold voice echoed from the darkness, resonating in the laboratory. The hands that were forming seals froze in midair. The veins on Bailu's neck bulged like coiling earthworms. He frantically turned his eyes, trying to locate the source of the voice. Because he stopped forming seals, Bailu's 3 unfortunate subordinates were allowed to survive. They survived. The second rasped, her voice trembling with the relief of having survived. Her body was still twitching from the pain, her red-purple bodysuit soaked in blood. The 3 barely propped themselves up, but stumbled due to chakra exhaustion. The first leaned against the wall, coughing violently, while the third knelt on one knee, pressing down on her still bleeding right shoulder. Treating subordinates so harshly is not the behavior of a good leader. Bailu. They turned toward the voice and saw Uchiha Dōhō, dressed in a 5 Hokage ceremonial robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns, walking slowly through the wreckage. With each step, the shattered glass beneath his feet groaned under the burden. The sound like the grim Reaper's knock. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his 3 Tomo Sharingan swept over the 3, still glowing red. With a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth, Bailu's pupils suddenly constricted. The chakra pressure emanating from the other was more terrifying than any Hokage he had ever seen. Chapter 170. Reluctant Bailu. The air in the laboratory suddenly stagnated, and everyone's breath involuntarily held. With each step Uchiha Dōhō took, the shattered glass underfoot groaned as if overwhelmed. The sound seeping into everyone's bones like the whisper of death. An invisible pressure rolled in like a tide, the second's palm, propping her body, left deep blood tracks on ground. She could clearly feel her heart racing in her chest, as if it would burst through her ribs at any moment. WH. Who is it? The first voice was broken and sharp. He tried to step back but found his legs nailed to the ground, unable to move. How did you get in? The third looked at the other in terror, feeling as if he couldn't summon any fighting spirit. Even during the battle with Kakashi's team, he had never felt such a sense of despairing oppression. At that moment, he even felt that with just a thought from the other, he would be crushed like an ant. Bailu's teeth chattered, and although he tried to remain calm, his body trembled uncontrollably. The power of Ghost Budokai, which he was so proud of, seemed like a candle facing a hurricane under this pressure, ready to extinguish at any moment. Dōhō casually opened his mouth. Just because of a small task failure, you deal so ruthlessly. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the second, his gaze sweeping over the bloodstains seeping from her torn clothing. What a beautiful lady, Bailu. How should I say this about you? You really don't know how to cherish beauty. This flippant tone was particularly jarring in the silent laboratory. The second trembled all over, her blood-stained eyelashes fluttering slightly. She looked up at the man emanating terrifying pressure, her gaze involuntarily sweeping over his handsome face. If she could attach herself to such a powerful figure, wouldn't that be much more promising than following a character like Bailu? Suddenly, a glimmer of secret hope ignited in her despair. Bailu's throat rolled violently, cold sweat trickling down his pale neck into the collar of his robe, but he suddenly erupted into a deranged laugh. Uchiha Dōhō. To directly call the Hokage's name is truly disrespectful. Dōhō deliberately elongated the last syllable, his tone like a lesson to a disobedient child. No wonder you became a rogue ninja, even forgetting the basic rules of being a ninja. Rules? Bailu suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out a scratched Konoha ninja forehead protector. I am a ninja of the same generation as Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. I participated in the Second Shinobi World War, fighting in the sea of corpses and blood in the Land of Rain. While you didn't even have the qualifications to wear a ninja forehead protector, only then did the 3 suddenly realize the man walking on the shattered glass before them was actually the 5th Hokage who had pushed Konoha to its peak in recent years. Over the years, rumors about him in the ninja world were deafening. Under the leadership of this 5th Hokage, Konoha not only defeated the Rising Cloud Ninja Village, but also single-handedly defeated the Raikage and captured the 8 Tails and 2 Tails Jinchuriki in the Battle of Sekigahara. After the news of that battle spread, the borders of the other 4 great countries hastily reinforced their troops overnight. Moreover, in recent years, Konoha's strength has grown day by day, with its Umbu infiltrating every corner of the ninja world. Even the underground money exchange, which had previously been untouched by major ninja villages, is now tightly suppressed by Konoha. Whenever a bounty order appeared for a Konoha ninja, the person who issued the task would meet with fatal accidents the next day. Those brokers who once ruled the underground world, upon hearing the word Konoha, instinctively felt their heads to see if they were tough enough. Seeing this figure at the pinnacle of power in the ninja world made Bailu's 3 subordinates even afraid to breathe heavily. Dōhō suddenly stopped half a step away from him. looking down at him, his tone like discussing a surefire business deal. Then considering that you once bled for Konoha, hand over the core secrets of the Ghost Budokai technique, and obediently plant the Konoha curse mark. From now on, your power, your life, and your future research will belong to Konoha. Bailuhu threw his head back and laughed. The laughter manic and sharp. Hand over the Ghost Budokai technique? Ha ha ha. Do you think I, Bailuhu, am someone who would do that? He suddenly tore open his robe, revealing a chest covered in curse marks, those dark red patterns writhing with his heavy breaths as if they were living creatures. This is the forbidden technique I have experimented with on countless living beings for 10 years. A power that can overturn the ninja world. Do you think a few empty words can make me give it up willingly? I've seen too much of Konoha's so-called justice, the Third's grandiose rhetoric, which nonetheless tolerated Danzo's secret human experiments. He shook the battered Konoha forehead protector in his hand, the metal surface's cracks glinting coldly under the light. When I fought bloodily on the battlefield in the land of rain, the resources and support promised to me by the higher-ups turned out to be nothing but empty words. As a civilian ninja, I gained nothing after the war, and am still just a nobody in Konoha. Now you want me to be Konoha's dog again? Dream on. Just as the words left my mouth, a silvery metallic sheen suddenly enveloped Bailuhu's entire body. He shouted, "Steel release, steel fist." His right arm instantly transformed into gleaming steel, the muscle lines bulging on the metallic surface, with sharp steel spikes forming at the fist's edge. Accompanied by a sound like something piercing the air, this punch, capable of penetrating rock, aimed directly at Do-hwan's face. Do-hwan's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly not expecting Bailuhu to strike so suddenly. The fist, wrapped in sharp steel spikes and accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, came straight for Do-hwan's face like an indestructible blade. He hurriedly retreated, but the force of the punch still followed closely. Seeing this, Bailuhu's lips curled into a cruel smile, and the steel arm accelerated violently, the steel spikes flashing with a cold light. D. His voice was filled with frenzied excitement. Do-hwan, unable to dodge in time, attempted to evade the fatal blow by turning to the side, but the steel fist grazed his shoulder, the sharp spikes instantly tearing through his ceremonial robe, leaving a deep gash on his shoulder, blood gushing out and staining a large part of the robe. Before Do-hwan could steady himself, Bailuhu's other hand also transformed into steel and slammed down hard onto his abdomen. Do-hwan wanted to form seals to perform ninjutsu, but the steel fist was too fast. Just as he raised his hand, it was struck, sending him flying like a kite with a severed string. With a loud bang, Do-hwan crashed heavily against the wall of the laboratory, the wall cracking instantly, debris flying everywhere. His body slid down the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bailuhu strode forward, his steel feet stomping heavily on the ground, making a loud ka-ka sound. What the Fifth Hokage, under the power of my steel release. He is nothing more than this. He laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with pride. Suddenly, a calm voice came from beside him. "Oh, is that really what you think?" In the next moment, the scene before him shattered like a broken mirror. Chapter 171. Bailuhu surrenders. Bailuhu's manic laughter suddenly choked in his throat, as if an invisible hand was gripping his neck. The walls of the laboratory twisted suddenly, fluorescent lights buzzing, sparks flying and burning the scene to fragments. The steel release arm he had just swung was visibly losing its metallic sheen at a rapid pace, the bulging veins twisting and writhing under his pale skin like exposed worms. The scattered glass shards on the ground glimmered in the dim light, reflecting his currently distorted face. It turned out that the deadly blow capable of penetrating rock had merely reduced the cultivation chamber to dust. Bailuhu, what an ugly expression, from excitement to shock, disbelief, and even fear. Do-hwan's voice came from 10 paces away, lazily playing with a cat. He held a yellowed experimental record between his fingers, the parchment pages making a rustling sound as he flipped through them. Bailuhu suddenly trembled violently. That was his lifeline hidden in the secret compartment, recording the death numbers and bloodline fusion data of all experimental subjects over the past decade, now being casually handled as if it were a recipe. The fusion effect of steel release is rougher than I imagined. The time it takes to activate steel release with chakra is more than double that of normal bloodline limit ninjas. Your Gyalu technique is like pottery glued together with glue, seemingly whole, but will shatter into dust with the slightest touch. He suddenly chuckled lightly, the laughter causing the temperature in the laboratory to drop sharply, just like your life, spending a lifetime chasing the Sannin, but never even reaching their shadow. Beilu, whose pupils contracted sharply. Memories slithered into his mind like venomous snakes. On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, fighting alongside Jiraiya, the battle talent he inadvertently revealed. Orochimaru's unpredictable snake techniques, Tsunade's flowing medical ninjutsu while saving lives on the battlefield. And he would forever remain in the shadows of these geniuses, unable to catch up to their footsteps. Cold sweat soaked his back, sliding down his spine into his waistband. He finally understood that from the moment Do stepped into the laboratory, he had become a puppet in the hands of the other. All those feelings of anger, resistance, and self-righteous victory were merely a meticulously woven illusion. When Do slowly opened his kaleidoscope Sharingan, the dark red patterns swirling in the dim light made Beilu feel as if his soul was being consumed bit by that vortex. He opened his mouth, but could not make a sound, only watching helplessly as the other pocketed the core's secrets, effortlessly crushing his lifelong obsession like squashing an ant. Do you want it? The power of the Sharingan. Beilu let out a suppressed whimper from his throat, watching the magnificent kaleidoscope pattern in Do eyes, his heart surging. That was the power he had longed for. He wanted it, of course he wanted it. This pair of eyes had appeared countless times in his dreams and experimental notes. When the Gyaloo technique devoured the power of the Sharingan, it would become a forbidden technique capable of overturning the ninja world. At this moment, this long-desired power was within reach, the cursed seal in his palm burning hot. But his teeth bit down hard on his tongue, the taste of rust spreading in his mouth. This man before him could effortlessly toy with him in an illusion. How could he not guess his ambition? Beilu lowered his gaze, hiding the surging desire in his eyes. His nails digging deep into the skin of his palm, covered with cursed seals, swallowing that mad ambition along with the blood beads. I am just a failed rogue ninja. He rasped out a bitter smile, the broken forehead protector glinting coldly between his fingers. Who dared to covet the power of the adults? Do laughed. He was well aware of Beilu's greed for the power of the Sharingan. And now, it was merely Beilu being pressured into not daring to admit it. He leaned closer to Beilu, the swirling scarlet light of the kaleidoscope Sharingan almost burning through his pupils. Serve me, and I will grant you a pair of Sharingan. His voice was laced with temptation, the final tone echoing amidst the metallic instruments in the laboratory. Just think, when the Gyaloo technique merges with the power of the Sharingan, you will truly surpass the Sannin, and I can help you achieve all of this. Beilu suddenly raised his head, his throat rolling violently. The cursed seal in his palm burned uncontrollably. The ambition dormant for 10 years broke ground in his heart. He stared at the mysterious patterns swirling in Do eyes, as if he could already see himself completing the final fusion of the Gyaloo technique, merging the strongest bloodline limit in the ninja world, the Sharingan. In Beilu's imagination, the steel release of the Rock Ninja, the swift release of the Sand Ninja, the dark release of the Mist Ninja, the storm release of the Cloud Ninja, and finally, the most important Sharingan of Konoha, were the 5 target objects for the fusion of his Gyaloo technique. But reason was screaming madly, telling him that the man before him was more dangerous than any experimental subject. He could never admit this. "You be so kind." He forced a sarcastic smile, but could not hide the greed flickering in his eyes. "With the Sharingan, you want to exchange for my loyalty? Aren't you afraid that after I become the complete form of the Gyaloo technique, I will turn against you?" Do straightened up, casually surveying the layout of the laboratory. "You underestimate the capacity of the Uchiha too much. A counterfeit is still a counterfeit. How can it compare to the divine power of the authentic Uchiha? Moreover, do you think you have a choice? Even if we in Konoha let you go, those innocent victims you treated as guinea pigs have their families waiting for revenge. And the rock ninjas whose steel-release bloodline limit you stole, they are very eager to know how their village's bloodline limit holder disappeared, which is why Wagakure has placed a bounty of 30 million Ryo for it. You need to understand that you are now at a dead end." Beilu's face turned pale in an instant. Do voice came from behind, carrying a deadly temptation. "I can use you. I can make sure these clues never trace back to you. Of course." He paused. "The premise is that you can prove you are worthy of this assistance." Beilu's knees hit the ground, covered in shards of glass heavily, but he seemed unaware of it, hanging his head in silence. Finally, when Do was about to lose patience, he thought that if it weren't for the other heavenly gods still cooling down, he wouldn't bother wasting words on Beilu. "Why should I trust you?" Beilu suddenly raised his head and asked. "Once you have drained my value, you will kill me like squashing an ant." Beilu finally compromised. He began to soften. "Kill you? You are the best experimental subject for the Ghost Yayuo technique. What a pity it would be to kill you, Beilu. You are more valuable than you think. But if you dare to betray me, I will make you experience the most brutal nightmare for you, and you won't be able to wake up." The laboratory fell into dead silence, with only the ventilation ducts making a whimpering sound. Beilu stared at his distorted reflection on the ground, recalling the moment he was toyed with by Dōhō in the illusion. No, he couldn't die yet. He still had unfulfilled ambitions. He hadn't completed the ultimate form of the ghost Yaluo technique. He couldn't die here. Beilu finally struggled to open his mouth. "I am willing to serve Lord Uchiha Dōhō." Chapter 172. How to Evolve. Dōhō concentrated the flame seal on his fingertips and lightly tapped Beilu's neck. The red pattern spread like a spiderweb. "This seal will deepen as your power grows. If you have any second thoughts," he casually wiped the blood from his fingertips. "You know the consequences." Then, Dōhō took out a sealing scroll from his robe and tossed it to Beilu. "There is 100 million in research funds and some bodies of bloodline limit users in here. These are for you to improve your research." Dōhō tucked the yellowed experimental records into his robe. "Remember, from today on, every piece of data you collect must be synced back to Konoha." Before leaving, Dōhō glanced at the walls lined with cultivation pods, where the defective products soaked in green liquid twisted their bodies. "Remember," his voice was as cold as ice, "what I want is the perfect ghost Yaluo technique, not bloody failures." With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Dōhō's figure vanished from the laboratory. Beilu slumped on the ground, surrounded by chaos, the seal on his neck burning his skin. He touched the sealing scroll in his arms. Perhaps this was truly his chance to surpass the 3 legendary ninjas? In a hidden research room in Konoha, Dōhō unfolded Beilu's experimental records and studied them word by word. "Ghost Yaluo technique," he murmured. "Let me see if you can help me out of my current predicament." The ghost Yaluo technique is a forbidden technique, whose core lies in enhancing one's abilities by merging different biological or chakra properties. It is defined as a fusion ninjutsu that can merge the user with other ninjas, summon beasts, or even chakra-infused objects to gain the target's abilities. The most astonishing capability of this technique is its ability to fuse bloodline limits. In the movie, Beilu absorbed 4 bloodline limits: Ardent Release, Lightning Water, Nether Release, Wind Fire, Steel Release, Body Metallization, and Swift Release, Ultimate Speed, through this technique. From Beilu's experimental records, it can be seen that the essence of the ghost Yaluo technique is to artificially create a genetic chimerism, that is, to achieve coexistence of multiple gene sets by seizing others' genomes. In Beilu's conception, the ultimate fusion requires the right timing of the Golden Ring solar eclipse, the geographical advantage of Mount Sumeru, and bloodline candidates that promote the 5 elements. Under these conditions, the user can become an immortal ultimate being. While this technique has such astonishing abilities, its side effects are naturally significant, mainly manifested as bodily rejection, mental erosion, shortened lifespan, and risks of losing control. This technique breaks natural laws by merging different biological tissues or abilities, with a high price and irreversible consequences. Forcibly merging foreign cells or organs can lead to severe rejection reactions, manifested as bodily decay, tissue necrosis, or deformity. When merging others' abilities, it may absorb the target's mental fragments, leading to multiple personality conflicts or consciousness confusion. The user may lose self-awareness and even be backlashed by the will of the merged entity. As Beilu later exhibited tendencies of brutality, declaring war on the world, etc. This technique relies on continuous chakra to maintain the fusion state. Long-term use will overdraw life energy and accelerate cellular aging. Experimental records show that the user's lifespan shortens to less than 1/3 of that of a normal person. The genes of the fused organisms may trigger unpredictable mutations, such as growing extra limbs, organ dysfunction, or even completely losing human form. In a state of losing control, it may also trigger a berserk state, indiscriminately attacking surrounding targets. After reading Beilu's experimental report on the ghost Yaluo technique, Dōhō rubbed his temples. The side effects of the ghost Yaluo technique are too great, so much so that he could not risk his precious body to perform this dangerous forbidden technique. But there are still many aspects of the ghost Yaluo technique that he could learn from. Why study the ghost Yaluo technique? Because it's simple. This is Dōhō's secret that he hasn't revealed to Orochimaru and others. That is, Dōhō has injected Hashirama cells for over 5 years, but he has never felt any signs of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan progressing. If it were only the enemies currently in the ninja world, to be honest, a pair of eternal Manjiki would be enough for him to clear the game. However, The enemies Dōhō might face in the future are far from just this. For instance, news has already come from the Land of Water that they have tracked the whereabouts of the monk Sishiin, but he currently cannot dare to approach him recklessly. After all, this guy is the host of Otsutsuki Ishiki. In the battle against Naruto and Sasuke, Sishiin displayed overwhelming power. In Boruto, Naruto and Sasuke are among the strongest ninjas in the Naruto world, but they were completely at a disadvantage in their battle against Sishiin, even being sealed by him. Sasuke's complete body Susanoo was pierced by Sishiin like a wooden board. Not enough, my power is still far from enough. How can a pair of eternal Mangeki deal with the future Otsutsuki clan? In order to cope with the enemies that may appear in the future, Uchiha Dōhō needs to keep getting stronger, so he needs the power of the Rinnegan. But how is the Rinnegan formed? Dōhō has not yet figured this out. But one thing he can answer from personal experience is that it is not as simple as eternal Mangeki Hashirama cells to evolve the Sharingan into the Rinnegan. Currently, there are 4 people in the ninja world who have possessed the Rinnegan. The Sage of Six Paths, who naturally inherited Kagaya's power and awakened it without external force. Uchiha Madara, who integrated Hashirama's cells and accumulated time. The first case of artificially opening the Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke, who received chakra directly from the Sage of Six Paths, resulting in a one-eyed mutation. Nagato and Obito, who transplanted Madara's Rinnegan, which is not original and relies on the host's chakra supply. Among these 4 individuals, it is clear that only Uchiha Madara is the object of study for Uchiha Dōhō, as only his experience of Rinnegan evolution is replicable for Dōhō. Thus, he followed Madara's example and injected Hashirama cells into his body. Dōhō's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the edges of the experimental report, the paper wrinkled by sweat stains. The moonlight outside filtered through the blinds, casting a pattern of light and shadow across his face, deepening the crimson of his Mangeki Sharingan. Hashirama cells, he murmured, his voice carrying a hint of suppressed anxiety. 5 years ago, that rainy night seems like it was just yesterday. He personally injected the cells of the first Hokage into his veins. Watching his chakra surged within him like boiling magma. He thought this would be a shortcut to obtaining the Rinnegan, but now, aside from the occasional severe rejection response, the eternal kaleidoscope in his eye remained in its initial form. The purple spiral patterns of the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan, which symbolized divine authority, were still an illusion to him. What am I still lacking? Is it the chakra of Indra and Ashura? But even the first-grade students of the Ninja Academy know that chakra is composed of physical and spiritual energy within living beings. How can I integrate chakra into the Sharingan? And how did Ashura and Indra pass down their chakra? Is the Sage of Six Paths currently alive or dead? Is he merely a chakra energy being now, or something else? Although others see Uchiha Dōhō as being in a high position with unmatched strength, Dōhō himself feels that he hasn't even grasped the most basic chakra in the ninja world. Is chakra matter or energy? Chapter 173. The Akatsuki scheme. The damp rain curtain enveloped the rain ninja village, and the murky rainwater dripped from the eaves, creating dark puddles on the ground. Nagato sat on the half-collapsed steps of the shrine, his pale fingers gently stroking the white zetsu that covered his legs. The writhing biological material continuously supplied chakra to him, revitalizing his originally weak body. How has your body been lately? How do you feel after injecting Hashirama's cells? Uchiha Obito, wearing Madara's mask, slowly emerged from the rain curtain. Nagato raised his head, the Rinnegan in his eyes flickering with eerie red light. I feel very good, Mr. Madara. I've never felt this good before. This body finally deserves the power of a god. He slowly stood up, spreading his arms. In this world, no one can stop the will of God anymore. Obito shook his head slightly. Konoha's Uchiha Dōhō remains your formidable opponent. His strength is unfathomable, and even I must treat him with caution. Nagato let out a chilling laugh that echoed in the rain. A mere Uchiha clansman is nothing to fear at all. Once I gather the power of the tailed beasts, even if the Sage of Six Paths is resurrected, he will have to crawl at the feet of God. At that moment, a figure in blue and white walked out from the shrine. Conan, holding a paper umbrella, gracefully approached the two. Mr. Madara, Nagato, there has been progress in recruiting members for the Akatsuki. Oh, tell me more, Obito asked with interest. We have successfully recruited powerful S-rank rogue ninjas, such as Haiden, Kukzu, Deidara, and Sasori. Although their personalities are different, they all possess the strength to overturn the ninja world, Conan reported methodically. However, Obito shook his head. That's still far from enough for our plan. He looked towards the distant, heavily clouded sky. Recently, There's a rogue ninja named Baruho in the vicinity of Mount Kyomobikure. He studies forbidden techniques, and his strength cannot be underestimated. Nagato, you should pay attention to him. Understood, Mr. Madara. Konan replied respectfully. We need to speed up. Konoha's strength has grown increasingly formidable over the years. Delaying will be detrimental to our Akatsuki's plan. Obito reminded. Indeed, Konan and Nagato nodded in agreement, both aware of the recent situation in the ninja world, where Konoha seemed to be monopolizing power. In fact, the reason the Akatsuki did not start capturing tailed beasts too early was due to extremely complex considerations. The initial preparations required time. The Akatsuki was initially founded by Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan to bring peace to the Rain Ninja Village. After Yahiko's death, under Obito's influence, Nagato transformed the Akatsuki into an evil organization aimed at collecting tailed beasts to realize the Moon Eye Plan. In this process, the organization needed to recruit members, such as Kisame Hashigaki, Sasori of the Red Sand, Kakazu, and other S-rank rogue ninjas from various countries, which required time for searching and persuasion. Once the members were gathered, more time was needed to build trust and establish a structure to ensure efficient operations. Capturing tailed beasts required substantial funding to support operations, such as creating sealing tools for tailed beasts, equipping members, and covering daily expenses. Additionally, the Akatsuki needed to build an intelligence network to understand the distribution of tailed beasts, the status of Jinchuriki, and the defensive deployments of various countries. Only with ample funding and complete intelligence could a feasible capture plan be devised. The Akatsuki developed a specialized sealing technique called the Phantom Dragon 9 Seals, which required multiple members to gather and expended a vast amount of chakra and time to perform. Before the technique was developed and tested, capturing tailed beasts was impossible. The Akatsuki planned to first establish a mercenary organization, instigate small wars, monopolize war commission from small countries, escalate the scale of wars, break the ninja system of large countries, and destroy economies. By doing so, they aim to plunge various countries into chaos and turmoil, reducing their ability to protect tailed beasts, creating favorable conditions for capturing them. Before achieving the goals of this stage, capturing tailed beasts prematurely would raise the alertness of various countries, leading to exposure or failure of the plan. The Akatsuki used the Outer Path Golem to extract tailed beasts, which had to be done in order from 1 tail to 9 tails according to the number of tails. This was because the strength and sealing difficulty of tailed beasts varied. Capturing them in order allowed the Akatsuki to gradually accumulate experience and power while avoiding failure by prematurely challenging stronger tailed beasts. The Akatsuki hoped to conduct their plans in secret, not wanting to be detected by the ninja villages of various countries too early. Starting with a grand capture of tailed beasts would immediately make them the target of joint opposition from all nations. They initially operated under the guise of a mercenary organization, gradually infiltrating the affairs of various countries, accumulating resources and intelligence before taking action, which could increase the success rate of the plan. Tailed beasts were crucial forces for various countries and were under strict protection. Acting too early could encounter powerful resistance from various countries and even provoke interference from other forces, such as the 5 great ninja villages joining forces or hidden powers entering the fray to protect tailed beasts. When various countries were weakened due to wars or internal issues, the Akatsuki would then strike, minimizing external interference and resistance. After the discussion, Obito vanished before Konan and Nagato using Kamui. After seeing Madara's figure disappear, Konan still felt uneasy. She quickly formed hand seals, and thousands of paper butterflies suddenly soared into the sky, weaving complex barrier patterns in the air. Nagato, do you really think he has no reservations? After the barrier was completed, Konan looked at Nagato and said earnestly, 5 years ago, during the Battle of Sekigahara, Uchiha Dōhō dominated the battlefield with just his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, defeating the 2 tails, 8 tails, and the Raikage. And the time when Madara injected you with Hashirama cells happened to be right after that battle. Nagato slowly turned his head, the purple glow of the Rinnegan piercing through the rain curtain. Are you saying he is using my hands to eliminate his rivals? He could clearly sense the resonance of would release power with the Rinnegan. That overwhelming vitality was awakening deep within his flesh. If he had any weaknesses before, now with white Zetsu as his legs, he was invincible. Madara is treating you, likely because he feels he cannot handle Uchiha Dōhō alone, so he is strengthening your power. You must be cautious when facing this person. Moreover, Madara may harbor the idea of while the clam and the snipe fight. The fisherman benefits. Nagato remained silent for a long time before suddenly letting out a low laugh. His laughter shook off the accumulated water from the eaves, splashing drops of water on the ground. So what? Even if Madara wants to use my hands to eliminate Uchiha Dōhō, I am still the one in control. Once I gather the power of the tailed beasts, whether it's Madara or Dōhō, they will just be ants waiting to be slaughtered. The rain kept pouring down harder, and Nagato stood at the top of the shrine, gazing at the world washed away by the rain. He knew that every move of the Akatsuki organization was like a precise gear, interlocking with one another. When all preparations were complete, it would be the moment when the will of God descended, reshaping the world. And that man named Uchiha Dōhō was merely an obstacle that needed to be removed in their plan. Chapter 174. Baluhu's awakening the rain on Mount Shumi was insane. With bean-sized raindrops hammering down on the cave's ceiling, creating an irritating muffled sound, Balu stood in a laboratory filled with experimental equipment, looking at the research facility that was now financially strong, yet he couldn't feel happy. He felt as if the cursed seal on the back of his neck was starting to throb again, an imprint left by Uchiha Dōhō like a poisonous snake, constantly reminding him of his current status as a captive. He stared at the feng shui hexagram chart on the wall, the dragon eye of the earth veins that he had chosen after 10 years of travel. According to feng shui, Mount Shumi possessed special natural forces or geographical features that matched the ritual conditions required for the Ghost Yara technique. The magnetic field, chakra flow, and geographical advantages here could aid the ritual, helping Baluhu better execute ninjutsu and achieve his goal of obtaining immortality. How'd I ever believe in this cursed place? He muttered to himself. Mount Shumi was the feng shui treasure he had chosen after years of wandering in the ninja world. Thinking he could successfully complete the Ghost Yara technique here, but unexpectedly, the disastrous defeat from a month ago was still fresh in his mind. Dōhō's scarlet Sharingan glowed in the darkness, and his proud steel-release secret technique was nothing but a child's play in the eyes of the opponent. Now he not only had a hand over his lifelong research, but also had to act under the watchful eyes of Konoha. Unexpectedly, a heavyweight figure appeared again a month later. The iron door of the laboratory suddenly groaned under the strain, and a figure slowly emerged from the distorted doorway. The person had long red hair, brushed back with slight curls, with strands falling beside his cheeks. His face was relatively thin, and his skin was pale, giving off a cold and lifeless feeling. Black metal rods were inserted into his forehead, cheeks, nose, and chin. He wore a long black robe adorned with red cloud patterns. But these were secondary. What was more important was that the newcomer possessed a pair of purple Rinnegan, with circles of patterns in his eyes, resembling mysterious whirlpools, deep and eerie, as if they could see through everything, exuding a powerful and mysterious force that made people dare not meet his gaze. Baluhu felt as if his breath was about to stop. Those light purple pupils were radiating a heart-pounding pressure. Baluhu, it is your honor to serve the cause of God. Join the Akatsuki, Pain stated emotionlessly, as if he were not inviting someone to join the organization, but rather notifying them. In the Akatsuki, Pain, Nagato primarily persuaded rogue ninjas to join through the following methods. 1. Displaying overwhelming power. Pain possessed Rinnegan and had strong ninjutsu capabilities. When facing some powerful rogue ninjas, like Kakazu, Pain would demonstrate overwhelming strength through battle, making the opponent realize that resistance was futile, thus choosing to join out of fear of his power. 2. Offering tempting benefits, promising rogue ninjas certain benefits after joining the Akatsuki. For example, agreeing to let Kakuza manage the organization's finances to satisfy his greed for money. For Sasori, stating that joining the Akatsuki would provide protection, eliminating the need to wander, which was very appealing for rogue ninjas facing the danger of being hunted by their former villages after defecting. 3. Promoting the organization's ideology. Pain preached the goal of achieving world peace, promoting the idea that by collecting tailed beasts and utilizing their power, they could create a deterrent that would prevent countries from easily waging war, thus achieving peace. This attracted rogue ninjas who were tired of the turmoil in the ninja world and desired change. However, this ideology had different effects on different rogue ninjas. For instance, Kisame was willing to join the Akatsuki because he identified with Obito's vision of creating a world without hatred and conflict through the Eye of the Moon plan, which was somewhat related to Pain's idea of peace. Bailu's throat tightened, his gaze firmly locked on the Rinnegan pattern in the opponent's eyes. The Rinnegan, the legendary ocular technique of the Sage of Six Paths, was actually appearing before him. Those ancient texts he had studied day and night, those fantasies about the pinnacle of power, transformed into his burning desire. It was indeed the Rinnegan. I always thought this was just an ancient legend. This is the power of God. Pain stepped closer, each step causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground. Mortal, your gaze is annoying. As he approached, Bai Luhu felt as if an invisible force had gripped him. What a heart-pounding power! As Bai Luhu pondered, Pain's voice echoed in his ears. Join the Akatsuki, and you will witness how God reshapes this decaying world. As for rejection, arrogant fool, I will take your eyes. As Pain drew nearer, Bai Luhu chose to strike first. Steel release, steel fist. Lu's steel fist, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, aimed for Pain's throat. But just as it was about to hit the target, Pain's pale lips parted slightly. Ignorant mortal. As soon as the words fell, a faint purple light suddenly erupted from Pain's Rinnegan. The opponent didn't even form hand seals before Bai Luhu could react further. An invisible yet overwhelmingly tyrannical repulsive force suddenly expanded from Pain's center. The air in the laboratory emitted a sharp explosion, and Bai Luhu bore the brunt of it, as an invisible massive force slammed into his chest, sending him crashing against the farthest wall of the laboratory like a kite with its string cut. Debris raining down on him. Bai Luhu struggled to prop himself up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his throat producing a hoarse cough laugh. Had he not reinforced his body with steel release, that blow would have incapacitated him. Even so, his internal organs felt as if they were being squeezed by a giant, causing excruciating pain with every breath. What kind of ninjutsu is this? What power? He looked at Pain as he walked closer with the Rinnegan, suddenly recalling the ancient texts about the Sage of Six Paths. This was not a power that mere mortals could contend with, but a true divine punishment. Suddenly, Bai Luhu felt an absurd fatigue wash over him. First, it was Uchiha Dōhō's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, playing with him through illusions. Now this pair of Rinnegan had struck him down in one blow. The powers of these rising stars had long surpassed the boundaries of his understanding. Perhaps he truly was falling behind the times. In this ninja world filled with strong figures, those who cling to the old paths are destined to become the dust of history. Bai Luhu watched the ash fall from his palm, suddenly recalling over a decade ago in Konoha, when he clutched the forbidden scroll of the Ghost Yara technique, believing that surpassing the legendary three was the limit of power. At that time, he thought Orochimaru's snake techniques, Tsunade's Baiko, and Jiraiya's toads were peaks that mere mortals could hardly reach. Yet now, the purple light of the Rinnegan destroyed everything, and the illusions of the Mangeki Sharingan manipulated hearts. The power of the legendary three seemed like toys in the hands of these two. I truly have been sitting in a well and watching the sky. Pain walked closer, each step causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground. But Bai Luhu suddenly laughed out loud, his laughter filled with madness and determination. He finally saw his own insignificance and the true hierarchy of power in this world. The three ninjas are merely remnants of an old era, yet he regards them as the eternal pinnacle, the technique of Gedo Rinne. He whispered, his eyes igniting with a fierce flame. Those failed experimental subjects, the research data stolen by Dōhō, and the overwhelming pressure of the Rinnegan that now suffocated him, all became fuel to spur him on. He must complete that forbidden technique, to become an immortal being, not to surpass the three ninjas, but to stand alongside these new era powerhouses, or even to surpass them. Bai Luhu rallied his spirits, reapplying his steel release armor. He understood that ahead lay a chasm more terrifying than that of the three ninjas, but that was precisely why it was worth risking everything. When Pain's Rinnegan lit up once more, he no longer felt fear, but instead revealed a long-lost, ambitious smile. This contest of power was not yet over for him. I am willing to join your Akatsuki organization. Chapter 175. The last place student, the setting sun, cast a warm orange hue over Konoha village. As the school bell rang, the playground erupted with laughter and chatter. Rock Lee unwound the bandages around his hands and tightened his forehead protector again, his black training outfit soaked with sweat, glimmering faintly in the dimming light. He took a deep breath, braced his hands on the ground, and began to kick his legs into the air in rapid succession like spinning propellers, each kick tearing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Look, that thick-browed guy is going crazy again. A few younger students leaned over the training grounds fence, making faces and pointing at the center of the field. Laughter erupted from the crowd, startling the birds in the treetops in a flight. Does he think he's a taijutsu genius doing all these pointless things every day? My dad said that a ninja without ninjutsu is worse than a genin. A girl with pigtails scoffed, the bells in her hair jingling with her movements. If he can't even learn the most basic clone jutsu, how does he expect to become a ninja? A boy wearing goggles deliberately imitated Rock Lee's clumsy hand signs, his contorted hands causing those around him to burst into laughter. He'll never make it as a ninja. He can't even do the body flicker technique. How can he pass the final graduation exam, right? The graduation exam is getting harder and harder. Many students are failing. Is that true? Of course. My dad said that with the ninja treatment improving so much, everyone wants to be a ninja, so they have to pick the elite. My dad is a special jonin. You know, this year's graduation exam includes ninjutsu levels, so this last-place student has even less of a chance. Rock Lee's temples throbbed, and after training for a while, his arm muscles began to spasm uncontrollably from fatigue. When he attempted to complete his last set of side kicks, his trembling arms could no longer support him, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Flying debris scratched his cheek, leaving tiny traces of blood on his skin. He awkwardly pushed himself up, breathing heavily, the taste of iron rising in his throat. Oh, isn't this our star of effort? A chubby boy pushed through the crowd, his round stomach straining against his uniform. He pulled out a few shuriken from his pocket and tossed them playfully between his fingers, the metallic clinking sound particularly grating. Don't waste your energy. No matter how hard you try, a talentless person is still talentless. Rock Lee's nails dug deep into the dirt, his fingers filled with grit. In the distance, he could hear a few girls whispering. I heard that in his last exam, the clone he made was still shorter than his eyebrows. I don't believe it. He suddenly shouted, standing up abruptly. Sweat dripped down his jawline, darkening his forehead protector. I will prove in my own way that even if I only know taijutsu, I can still become the best ninja. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into raucous laughter. The chubby boy laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight, nearly dropping the shuriken in his hand. You can't even transform into a bunny with 3 legs, and you want to be a ninja? The last place student should know their place. The Hokage was merciful and let every second-year student learn ninjutsu. But look at you. After a year, you can't even spit out a fireball jutsu. Just drop out. Say the school's chakra scrolls. Maybe one day, he'll learn to split himself in half and finally master the clone jutsu. The mockeries surged like rising tides, completely drowning Rock Lee. He felt a fire burning in his chest, scorching his eyes. Those late-night training sessions, those bandages soaked with sweat, all turned into boiling magma in his veins in this piercing laughter. I will prove, just knowing taijutsu, I can still be an outstanding ninja. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, standing out starkly in a noisy playground. Many viewers of Naruto might overlook some of the settings in the story, mistakenly believing that Lee lacks chakra, when in fact, Lee simply lacks the talent for ninjutsu, resulting in his inability to use ninjutsu and jinjutsu. However, he can master basic chakra control techniques, for example, walking on walls or water, and can use the 8 gates to unlock his chakra and enhance his strength. The reason he cannot perform ninjutsu is due to his lack of talent in that area, as ninjutsu requires special talent and control over chakra, which Lee lacks. Just like in reality, some people struggle in certain subjects despite their hard work. Lee falls into this category with ninjutsu. Lee's official data in the setting books is as follows. Ninjutsu. 1. Taijutsu. 8. Jinjutsu. 1. Wisdom. 3. Strength. 6. Speed. 8. Stamina. 6. Seals. 2. Total. 35. During the Book of Trials. Ninjutsu. 1. Taijutsu. 9. Jinjutsu. 1. Wisdom. 3. Strength. 7. Speed. 8. Stamina. 6. Seals. 2. Total. 37. During the Book of Combat. Ninjutsu. 1. Taijutsu. 10. Jinjutsu. 2. Wisdom. 4. Strength. 9. Speed. 9. Stamina. 7. Seals. 2. Total. 44. During the Book of Masters. Stamina represents the amount of chakra and physical strength a ninja has. A higher value usually means more chakra and better physical condition. After Shippuden, Lee's chakra amount increased due to his constant training and growth. On the rooftop, Uchiha Dōhō leaned against a low wall, quietly watching Lee practice taijutsu. Irika's report still echoed in his ears. Naruto Uzumaki still cannot master the basic clone jutsu, and his theoretical coursework is full of gaps. This must be reported to you in person. As the fifth Hokage, Dōhō had implemented new policies that provided good teaching conditions for the ninja school, allowing second-year students to test their chakra attributes for free and choose a D-rank offensive ninjutsu. Only fifth-year students could select a D-rank offensive ninjutsu, which of course could not be shared outside. Naruto's homeroom teacher, Iruka, reported to him, saying that Naruto, that fool, simply cannot learn ninjutsu. His basic clone jutsu is a complete mess, and his theoretical grades are failing. He is utterly the last-place student in his grade. Because Naruto's identity is too sensitive, being the orphan of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the adopted son of the Fifth Hokage, Uchiha Dōhō, this matter had to be reported to Dōhō. Dōhō thought about how he had been busy merging the chakras of Indra and Ashura for the past 2 years and had not visited the ninja school in a long time. So he took some time to come by today, only to discover it downcastly. I understand, Iruka. Dōhō retracted his gaze from the playground and turned to the slightly bowing Iruka behind him. Treat Naruto like an ordinary student. Criticize him when necessary. Punish him when needed. He paused for a moment, his gaze returning to the stubborn figure standing amidst the laughter. Konoha's future does not require special treatment. Just as Iruka was about to step back, he noticed a meaningful smile at the corner of Hokage's mouth. These two underachievers. Dōhō's gaze swept over Rock Lee's tense back, recalling Naruto's ever-bright smile. Leave it to me. I will find them a good teacher. 2. Iruka was stunned, watching the Hokage turn towards the setting sun, the golden afterglow echoing his words. The true path of a ninja is not that simple. Chapter 176, Apprenticeship on the Weekend. Konoha was still shrouded in darkness during the early hours. When Dōhō pulled Naruto out of bed, his hair stood up like a frizzy cat. Walking along the dew-covered stone path, he rubbed his eyes, closely following the Hokage's cloak, his wooden clogs making a clattering sound. Dōhō, big brother, where are you taking me? Are you going to teach me powerful ninjutsu? Sasuke has already learned a lot of ninjutsu. Hurry up and teach me some strong S-rank ninjutsu. Although Dōhō was nominally his adoptive father, Naruto had never called him dad. Of course, Dōhō didn't mind. After all, he was only 24. Hearing this, Dōhō stopped. You idiot. He flicked Naruto's forehead with his finger. Iruka said your shadow clone technique is worse than last year. Teaching S-rank ninjutsu? Are you planning to blow yourself up like fireworks? Naruto covered his forehead and jumped back. I can learn. I'm practicing every day. Just yesterday You don't believe me? Look, before he could finish, he hurriedly formed the signs for the 3 animals, snake, rat, tiger, his movements clumsy like a hand wrapped in bandages. A puff of smoke exploded, and a wobbly shadow clone staggered to its feet, one arm missing a chunk, and before it could steady itself, it dissipated into smoke. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Seeing this, Dōhō held his head, feeling dizzy. Listen to me, the shadow clone technique is very deep. You can't grasp it. Naruto, you should just honestly follow my arrangements. Dōhō sighed, recalling his young son at home, probably curled up in Yetsong's arms, sound asleep. Hopefully, that little guy can save him some worry. It's all your fault for being biased. All teaching Sasuke. Naruto retorted, his face flushed. At your level now, you'll never beat Sasuke. Dōhō said mercilessly. Many people would say Uchiha Sasuke has poor talent, that he unleashed a Sharingan after his clan was wiped out. However, in the original story, Sasuke was still the top of his class, even after all his clan members were exterminated and he relied solely on his training. Sasuke has a strong ability to learn and comprehend. Whether it's learning new ninjutsu or mastering combat techniques, he can quickly understand and apply them. In battles against different opponents, he can rapidly analyze their weaknesses and fighting styles, finding countermeasures, and even evolve his abilities during combat. After being nurtured by Orochimaru, he also showcased his talents in Shippuden, developing techniques like Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Stream, and Kirin. More critically, the Uchiha clan not only exists well now, but also has produced many talents. With the guidance of 2 great geniuses, Itachi and Shursui, Sasuke's strength has been increasing daily. According to Dōhō's conservative estimate, Sasuke's current strength has even surpassed that of his peer Kakashi, reaching the level of a Ch-nin. Meanwhile, Naruto, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, has powerful Nine-Tails chakra sealed within him. He currently cannot control this power. The Nine-Tails chakra interferes with his own chakra's cohesion and usage, making it difficult for him to release complete ninjutsu. Over the years, Dōhō has taught him how to finally control chakra, but he hasn't team-made progress. Therefore, he still sits at the bottom of his class, just like in the original story. Naruto is no longer on the same level as Sasuke, which is why Dōhō wants to step in to help. Dōhō now has 2 methods to help him become stronger. The most direct and effective way is to use the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan to directly control the Nine-Tails, making it obedient to Naruto. However, Dōhō does not want to do this, as it would damage the relationship between Naruto and the Nine-Tails. Ashura does not need such a method to tame tailed beasts. This is the Uchiha way. The relationship between Naruto and the Nine Tails has undergone several transformations, evolving from a host sealed with the beast to a mutually recognized partnership. Specifically, it goes as follows. When Naruto was born, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sealed the Nine Tails within him, making Naruto the Jinchuriki. In his childhood, he could not control the Nine Tails chakra, and the Nine Tails viewed Naruto as a host and container, filled with animosity towards him, often trying to break the seal to release its power. Because of the Nine Tails sealed within him, the villagers saw Naruto as a monster, suffering discrimination and isolation, which also led to Naruto developing resentment and fear towards the Nine Tails. As Naruto grew up, after experiencing many battles and events, he gradually began to understand the Nine Tails' power and recognize the connection between them. During his battle with Pain, Naruto found himself in a desperate situation, and the Nine Tails' power nearly overflowed uncontrollably. At a critical moment, Naruto's mother, Kushina, appeared, recounting her past with the Nine Tails and the secrets of the seal, allowing Naruto to gain a deeper understanding of the Nine Tails. At the same time, through his own beliefs and perseverance, Naruto also made the Nine Tails see him in a new light, and trust began to blossom between them. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto gained the Nine Tails recognition, and the Nine Tails voluntarily lent some of its chakra to Naruto, enabling him to better harness his power in battle. At this point, Naruto and the Nine Tails began to establish a cooperative relationship, fighting together against external enemies. Naruto also learned how to better control the Nine Tails' power, integrating it with his own strength to unleash greater combat power. After the war, the relationship between Naruto and the Nine Tails further evolved, becoming true partners. The Nine Tails was no longer a monster sealed within Naruto, but a comrade fighting alongside him. Naruto no longer viewed the Nine Tails merely as a source of power, but saw it as a part of his life. The other method is that since Naruto is not qualified in ninjutsu and jinjutsu training, he should find a good taijutsu teacher to build a solid foundation. In the original story, it was precisely because Naruto's foundation was too poor that Jiraiya spent 3 whole years helping him build a strong foundation. On the stone path at the alley, rhythmic footsteps approached, getting closer. Lee Rock, drenched in sweat from his training outfit, shimmered in the morning light. The hair on his forehead sticking to his skin, clearly having just finished a high-intensity morning workout. Upon seeing Dōhō and Naruto, he immediately straightened his back, raised his hand in salute, and his chest, slightly trembling from heavy breathing, displayed the intensity of his recent training. Hokage-sama, I heard, just in time. Dōhō's gaze was like a torch, staring at the determined young man before him. That's right, I had the Anbu notify you. I've been watching you for a long time. Young man, you have great potential. Naruto curiously looked at Lee Rock and then back at Dōhō, scratching his head. Dōhō, big brother, who is this? Dōhō did not answer directly, but looked at the two equally stubborn figures. One was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, sealed with powerful strength yet unable to control it, and the other was a taijutsu practitioner without ninjutsu talent, but striving to prove himself through relentless effort. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His tone gentle yet firm. From today onwards, you two will accompany each other. Between the tail of the crane, perhaps different sparks can be ignited. Lee Rock trembled with excitement. He had never imagined he would gain the attention of the Hokage. During countless days of being ridiculed, he persevered in his ninja way alone, and at this moment, he knew his efforts had finally been recognized. Naruto's eyes widened. He was initially a bit unconvinced, but then displayed an eager expression. Someone like him, who was not favored, yet harbored dreams of becoming strong, stirred an inexplicable surge of blood in him. They walked along the small path by the river, the ground beneath their feet damp with dew, exuding a hint of coolness. Finally, a dilapidated small house appeared in their sight. They had arrived. By the river, a short old man dressed in loose training clothes was focused intently on punching. His movements were powerful, each punch cutting through the air with a whoosh, and the ground beneath seemed to tremble slightly. Mr. Chun Baojun, I'll leave these two youngsters to you. Chapter 177. Chun Baojun ha. You're leaving me with this old man? What could he possibly teach me? Naruto's eyes widened, shaking his head like a rattle, dewdrops flying from his hair tips. I don't want that. I want Brother Dōhō to teach me S-rank ninjutsu. Before he could finish, Dōhō accurately tapped Naruto's forehead with his finger, making a dull sound. The boy jumped back, covering his forehead and muttering aggrievedly, but you are the strongest in Konoha. The Hokage's fighting style isn't suitable for you, kid. A hoarse voice drifted in with the morning mist. Chun Baojun walked over, stepping on the gravel. His figure so thin it seemed he could be swept away by the river wind at any moment. His back was slightly hunched, yet he exuded a tenacity like an old pine tree. Standing at just over 5 feet, his washed-out black tight suit was patched upon patches, each patch worn shiny, the crooked stitches resembling hastily mended battle scars. The hem of his green windbreaker was frayed, fluttering in the wind, revealing a faded red cloth belt at his waist. Half of a broken forehead protector still hung from it, the Konoha symbols long worn smooth by time. The old man's white hair was tied back like a messy ponytail, with a few silver strands falling over his deeply lined face. In his sunken eye sockets, murky pupils suddenly sparkled with brightness, as if hidden fire lay in a dry well. His cracked lips moved, revealing a few missing teeth. Want to learn flashy ninjutsu? Go find someone else. As he spoke, he lifted his foot. The soles of his worn ninja boots were nearly transparent, yet they firmly crushed a pebble beneath. I only teach how to speak with your fists. Are you? Lilac suddenly rushed forward, veins popping on his forehead with excitement. You are the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha, Chun Baojun. You defeated the elite forces of Awagakure with the Konoha Dragon God during the Third Shinobi World War, and then died. His voice trembled with exhilaration. A hero of Konoha. Chun Baojun snorted coldly, his bony hand brushing against a wooden post by the river. Decades of punching wind had gouged out a half-palm deep groove in the wood. I didn't expect a kid your age to remember me? He suddenly turned, the hem of his windbreaker brushing past Naruto's nose. Kid, do you dare to bet with me? 3 months from now, if you still think taijutsu is useless, his aged voice suddenly lowered, this old bone of mine will serve as your punching bag. Naruto rubbed his sore forehead, staring at Chun Baojun's worn clothing, making a doubtful grunt in his throat. Just this old man with a broken forehead protector? Lee, you must have mistaken him for someone else. Chun Baojun's calloused fingers suddenly gripped the wooden post beside him, the joints cracking lightly. The originally calm river surface suddenly stirred with dark currents, startling the egrets in the reeds to flutter away. You little brat. The old man's hoarse voice seemed to squeeze out from deep within his chest, a glint of cold light flashing in his murky eyes. Watch closely before his words finished. His hunched back suddenly straightened, and he shot out like an arrow released from its bow. The worn ninja boots lightly tapped on the slippery riverbank, creating a series of delicate ripples on the water surface. As he turned mid-air, the faded windbreaker billowed like a battle flag, and his right leg came crashing down with the sound of breaking air. In an instant, 3 boulders as thick as a man's embrace exploded by the shore, fragments mixed with dirt shooting skyward, drawing a golden arc in the rising morning sun. Naruto's mouth fell open, nearly dropping his jaw to his chest. The flying debris landed on his hair tips, yet he remained oblivious. Lilac, on the other hand, trembled with excitement, the muscles beneath his dark green tight suit vibrating. It's the starting move of the Konoha Dragon God. Senior Chun still retains his peak strength. Chun Baojun landed steadily, causing the stone slab beneath his feet to tremble slightly. He revealed his broken teeth in a smile. That was only 30% of my strength. Kid, do you still want to bet? Naruto swallowed, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing his fists. Dōhō stood beside him, a subtle curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Naruto, Senior Chun is a very powerful Konoha ninja. Having him as your teacher is a privilege. Stop dawdling. You will come here to train with the teacher after school and on weekends. I will have Karui bring you meals. Naruto opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but was silenced by Chun Baojun's cold laugh. The old master bent down to pick up a half-broken stone, gently squeezing it, the fragments falling onto the patched-up hem of his clothing. Do you think I'm old? When you weren't even born, I was already using my fists to break through Awagakure's defenses on the battlefield. His sharp eyes swept over the 2 boys. But I'll say this first. If you can't endure hardship, you'd better roll out of here. These words made Lilac tremble all over. The boy straightened his chest and bowed at 90 degrees. Please, Senior, be sure to guide us. Naruto reluctantly followed suit, bowing at 90 degrees. Please, Senior, teach me. Now. You 2 run 20 laps around the river. Chun Baojun pointed his bony finger at the winding river. Before he finished speaking, Lilac had already dashed out like an arrow released from its bow. Naruto hurriedly chased after him, the sound of wooden shoes slapping the stone slabs startling a flock of egrets, their flapping wings scattering the morning mist over the river. As the two boys ran far along the riverbank, Dōhō looked at Shin Baojuan's thin back, his tone suddenly turning solemn. I heard about what happened back then. The old master was wiping the kunai with the broken edge at his waist, his movements suddenly freezing. He was my most proud disciple. Shun Baojuan's voice came out like it had been scraped from his throat. He only knew taijutsu, and couldn't even break the most basic genjutsu. The enemy used genjutsu to confuse him, turning him into a live target riddled with arrows. He suddenly gripped the kunai tightly, his knuckles turning white. On the day I erected his tombstone, I buried my forehead protector with him. The river wind swept up the dry leaves scattered on the ground. Dōhō remained silent for a long time before speaking. Konoha needs teachers like you now. He pulled out a sum of money from his sleeve and handed it to Shin Baojun. This is this month's stipend. You know, after I implemented the new policy, every retired ninja can enjoy their later years peacefully, especially for ninjas like you who have made outstanding contributions to Konoha. Shin Baojun stared at the stack of money, his throat rolling slightly. You little brat, the old man grumbled as he stuffed the money into his pocket. Don't think you can command me with just a bit of money. Dōhō gazed at the two figures running further away, the corner of his mouth lifting again. I believe they will make you change your mind. Shin Baojun later stopped being a ninja because his disciple died in the Third Shinobi World War, which deeply affected him. His disciple only knew taijutsu, and during the war, his inability to use genjutsu and ninjutsu exposed his weaknesses, ultimately leading to his brutal death. Shin Baojun felt immense guilt over this, believing it was due to his insufficient guidance or failure to protect his disciple that led to this tragedy, and thus he became disheartened. He chose to build a tombstone for himself and live in seclusion, no longer serving as a ninja, in order to escape the cruelty of war and the pain within. However, one still needs to eat, drink, and handle the necessities of life. During Shin Baojuan's time as a ninja, the income was not high, so his retirement life was quite impoverished. Fortunately, this group of ninjas waited until Uchiha Dōhō came to power, significantly increasing the income and treatment for ninjas. Those older retired ninjas who had contributed to Konoha could receive a monthly stipend. Shin Baojun originally did not want to teach disciples anymore, but he couldn't refuse Dōhō's arrangement, as he still had a son, a daughter-in-law, and a granddaughter. Chapter 178. Village Departure Arrangements. After arranging for Naruto, Dōhō returned to the Hokage building to gather his trusted subordinates and arrange related matters. Dōhō sat upright in the Hokage chair, which symbolized power, while Uchiha Inawo, Inuzuka, and Narashikaku sat below with serious expressions. I have summoned you all here today to announce an important matter. Dōhō's voice was deep and powerful. I will be leaving Konoha for a while to train in Sage Art at the Long Cave. The reason Dōhō is only now going to the Long Cave to learn Sage Art is that he previously injected Hashirama's cells, causing his chakra to be unstable. This state was not suitable for training in Sage Art. After years of fusion, he has recently perfectly integrated the Hashirama cells in his body, allowing him to start training in the Sage Art of the Long Cave. Sage mode requires a balance of natural energy with one's physical and mental energy. If the practitioner does not have enough chakra, they will be devoured by the natural forces. Absorbing natural energy is key to training in Sage mode. When Naruto learned Sage mode, he first used toad oil to master the technique of absorbing natural energy. Once accustomed, he could absorb natural energy without external aids by remaining still. Different Sage modes may have different methods of absorbing natural energy, but all require practitioners to master specific techniques. Ninja chakra is formed from a balance of mental and physical energy, and Sage mode adds natural energy to that, requiring a 1:1 ratio of the three energies to condense Sage Art chakra. If there is an imbalance, it can lead to adverse consequences, such as failing to train and turning into a toad or being petrified. Of course, there is one more important thing. Practitioners must first clear their minds of distractions and burdens to reach a state of calm and tranquility while training in Sage mode. This is because Sage mode requires the practitioner to merge with natural forces, and distractions can interfere with their perception of, absorption of, and integration with natural energy. Only by maintaining a clear mind can the practitioner better sense the surrounding natural world, such as the ground, air, and water, and absorb natural energy from it. Additionally, balancing and merging natural energy with one's physical and mental energy requires intense focus and inner peace to ensure the three energies can merge in the correct ratio to condense Sage Art chakra. If there are too many distractions, it may lead to energy imbalance and adverse consequences like being backlashed by natural energy. Only after being fully prepared will Do set out for the long cave to train in sage art. As soon as he finished speaking, a slight commotion arose in the room. Hokage-sama, you are the cornerstone of Konoha. Leaving now? Yes. There are still many important decisions in the village that need your approval. You cannot leave the village easily. Many were voicing their opposition. As the Hokage leaving for months was indeed a matter of great importance and could not be taken lightly. There's no need to worry. Do raised his hand to signal for silence. I will leave a shadow clone in Konoha to handle affairs. Everything will remain the same. This training is crucial for Konoha's future and must not fail. His gaze swept over everyone. Inawo, you are responsible for strengthening Konoha's defenses. Shikaku, please take care of the cabinet affairs. Understood, Fifth Hokage. Inazuka, and Uchiha Inawa replied in unison. Shikaku bowed and said, we will not let Hokage-sama down. Then I will leave everything to you. After everything was arranged and official business was concluded, it was already afternoon when Do returned home as the sun was setting. In the courtyard, he heard the sound of Yakura's silver bell-like laughter in the wind. The once neatly tied high ponytail was now loosely fashioned into a bun, with a few strands of hair falling beside her flushed cheeks. She had shed her usual ninja attire, now wearing a soft pink home outfit that wrapped around her gentle figure, with wildflowers tucked in her hair, swaying gently with her movements. The valiant Yakura had transformed into a graceful wife. A 2-year-old white horse was wobbling after its mother, reaching out with pudgy little hands, mumbling, Mama, I'm back. Yakura spotted Do at the door, smiling as she picked up the white horse and walked toward him. The little one immediately opened his arms and called out, Daddy. Do tense expression softened instantly as he reached out to embrace his son. The white horse smelled of milk, with chubby little hands clutching his clothes, and big eyes curiously looking at his father. Did you listen to your mother today? Do kissed his son's rosy cheek. Yes, I was good and even helped pick flowers. Yakura smiled as she gently tidied Do slightly messy hair. Looking at your face, do you have something on your mind? Do sighed lightly, placing his son down to play by himself, then took Yakura's hand. I'm going to Long Cave to train in sage art. I need to leave Konoha for a while. During this time, the family will rely on you. Also, hurry up and finalize the wedding date for Shursui and Yuhi Kurenai. You're his sister-in-law. Help him arrange this. The marriage between the Uchiha clan and other ninja clans and civilian ninjas is a family policy I established. Our Uchiha clan must actively integrate into Konoha. I understand. I will take care of this matter. However, many elders in the clan are strongly opposed, like Uchiha Shana, who just got out of prison last year. Those old guys are fiercely against it. They even advise you to quickly take an Uchiha woman as your primary wife. Those outdated old men are already behind the times. There's no need to pay attention to them. Yakura suddenly raised an eyebrow, twirling her finger around the button at his collar, a half smile on her lips. But are you really going to train? Or are you going out to seek pleasure? What do you mean? When have I? Do ears instantly turned red as he quickly retorted. Don't think I don't know. Yakura stood on her tiptoes, her warm breath brushing against his ear. You often use work hours to sneak out and meet that Tunin Chikyu Hayori. 3 years ago, when that Yunin was about to leave Konoha, you were reluctant. And then there's Sister Kaori, the Yunin Sammy, and the head of the Suzuki family. There are too many to count. Shut up. Do hurriedly covered her mouth, glancing at his son chasing butterflies not far away, his face turning red. Don't say such things in front of the child. Chikyu Hayori is about intelligence cooperation, and the Yunin is studying tailed beasts. As for Kaori, there's nothing going on. You know in your heart whether there is or not. And after my ma falls asleep later, come to my room. If you don't perform well tonight, you can't go anywhere. Can I not go? What do you think? Chapter 179. Long Cave. The Long Cave, as a mysterious place of inheritance, is on par with Miyaboka Mountain and Shikatsu Forest, and its reputation in the ninja world is well known. There are tens of thousands of snakes residing here, coiling and slithering, weaving impenetrable webs in the dark caves. Deep in this realm of snakes lies an ancient and solemn temple. The White Snake Sage, the founder of the Dragon Cave, meditates here, her senses seemingly penetrating through layers of fog, capturing every subtle movement in the ninja world. It is no easy task to catch a glimpse of the White Snake Sage. Only those who approach with sincerity and are unafraid of danger may have the opportunity to enter this forbidden land and communicate with her face to face. For those eager to practice here, the first challenge they must face is the test of the White Snake Sage's 3 capable subordinates, Tenshin Shunshur, Shichudo Heim, and Tanzuki Heim. Each of these goddesses possesses unique skills, filtering every aspirant who wishes to enter the Dragon Cave for training through their distinctive trials. Only those who can pass through the rigorous tests and demonstrate their unwavering resolve and extraordinary potential will be granted a personal audience with the White Snake Sage. At that time, the White Snake Sage will use her sharp fangs to infuse pure natural energy into the practitioner, guiding them to comprehend the mysteries of the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave. However, the path of cultivation is never smooth. For those who fail the trials or cannot endure the power of transformation into a snake, a merciless devouring awaits them. The White Snake Sage's subordinates will not hesitate to swallow these failures, turning them into a part of their own strength. Thus, those who can enter the Dragon Cave and successfully learn Sage Mode are all outstanding figures in the ninja world. Orochimaru once left his training footprints here. However, he ultimately had to abandon this path of cultivation due to the immense pressure brought by the power of Sage Mode. Kabuto Yakushi is the only person in Naruto Shippuden who has mastered the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave. Sage Kabuto can contend with the Uchiha brothers, Itachi and Sasuke, single-handedly. If it weren't for Itachi's prior preparation of the powerful Jinjutsu Izanami, the brothers might have faced dire consequences. Kabuto held the upper hand throughout the battle, while Sasuke was essentially an apprentice, only managing to cast one counter-Jinjutsu and otherwise having no presence in the fight. Compared to Jiraiya and Naruto's Sage Modes, Kabuto's Sage Mode activates quickly and has no time limit, allowing him to remain in Sage Mode for extended periods and continuously benefit from its enhancements. Sage Kabuto can sense surrounding chakra or living beings using natural energy, enabling him to evade enemy attacks even without relying on his senses, such as easily dodging Sasuke's close-range Susanoo arrows. He also possesses powerful Sage techniques, such as the Sage Art, White Rage technique, which can disrupt Susanoo, depriving the opponent of sight and hearing, causing the air around to vibrate and numb the attacked person's body, and the Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth, which can give life to inorganic matter and control it, allowing for unexpected attacks using the terrain. He can also shield his eyes from bright light using the cornea of a snake to defend against Sharingan Jinjutsu, and can liquefy his body, reducing the shock damage from White Rage technique and becoming immune to Taijutsu attacks. However, Kabuto has not perfected the Sage Mode. This is because the Frog Sage once said that the perfection of Sage Mode is related to the degree of animal characteristics displayed. The less it resembles an animal, the higher the standard. After entering Sage Mode, Kabuto grows 2 horns on his head and shadows appear around his eyes, making his overall appearance closer to that of a snake, indicating that he lacks control over Sage Mode and has not achieved the perfect state of complete mastery. Of course, some may disagree, suggesting that there may be differences between the Sage Modes of Mount Myaboku and the Dragon Cave, with varying standards for judging the perfection of Sage Mode. However, regarding the Sage techniques of the Dragon Cave, whether the more human-like or snake-like is considered more perfect is not directly stated in the manga, but there is a description in the official materials book of the battle. In the character introduction section, the White Snake Sage is described as using her fangs to inject natural energy into those who come to train and directly consuming those who cannot withstand the transformation into a snake. Therefore, this statement is clearer, indicating that the Sage techniques of the Dragon Cave are the same as those of Mount Myaboku. If the practitioner is human, the smaller the snake component, the more perfect the Sage Mode. Uchiha Dōhō wishes to cultivate the perfect Sage Mode. Finding the exact location of the Dragon Cave is not complicated. However, the issue lies in the fact that the habitat of the White Snake Clan is shrouded in a powerful barrier. Unless one has signed a summoning contract with the White Snake Clan, even the strongest ninja would find it difficult to breach this barrier and enter this forbidden land. Dōhō was able to roughly pinpoint the location of the Dragon Cave through the subtle perception of the reverse summoning technique. Before teleporting to the Dragon Cave, he made thorough preparations. He knew that this journey of cultivation was an opportunity for him to leap in power. Kabuto's Sage Mode could not meet his needs. What he required was a Sage Mode that surpassed that of Senju Hashirama, as only a Sage Mode of such intensity would prevent him from being eliminated in future battles against extraterrestrial beings. In the original Naruto work, Hyuga, who has lived near the Dragon Cave for a long time, has unconsciously absorbed a large amount of Sage chakra. However, due to the lack of effective control, he often falls into a rampaging state, unable to maintain a clear mind. Thus, the Sage chakra of the Dragon Cave is entirely different from that of Mount Myaboku. Those who fail to cultivate Sage Mode in the Dragon Cave are likely to fall into a state of mental instability and rampage, rather than gradually petrifying as in Mount Myaboku. Shinya, an irritable one-eyed crimson snake with reverse scales. Dwelling in the deepest part of the most ferocious snake den in the Dragon Cave, is despised by the snakes living there, and no one wishes to approach it. It possesses extremely powerful sage chakra, is massive in size, moves with great agility, has immense attack power, and can strike quickly, capable of turning opponents into stone instantly. At this moment, Shinya has left its den and is slowly tracing a summoning technique formation on the ground with its strong tail. Each line is drawn with precise accuracy. This is the agreement it made with Do-Hwan, a formation for the reverse summoning technique to summon Do-Hwan to the Dragon Cave. Reverse summoning technique activate. Shinya's deep and authoritative voice reverberates within the cave, and with the final heavy thump of its tail on the ground, the formation suddenly erupts in a cloud of smoke. The next second, Do-Hwan feels an overwhelming sense of weightlessness, as if the world is spinning, and his vision blurs in the light. As the smoke gradually dissipates and the sensation of weightlessness fades, Do-Hwan realizes he has left Konoha. Surrounding him are winding caves, and an ancient and mysterious atmosphere fills the air. This is the Dragon Cave. Chapter 180. Tenshin Shunshur, Shichido-heim, and Tanzuki-heim. Do-Hwan shakes his divine robe, his gaze scanning the winding and glowing cave of the Dragon Cave, confirming that he has safely arrived before turning his attention back to the imposing giant snake, Shinya. Thank you for your assistance, Shinya. Shinya snorts disdainfully from its nostrils, its crimson eyes filled with pride as it retorts, "Humph, no need for thanks. You should have come to the Dragon Cave to learn Sage Mode long ago instead of dawdling in Konoha. I said before, I never fight an unprepared battle. For this trip to the Dragon Cave, I have made thorough preparations, considering every detail repeatedly." The single eye of Xenya narrowed slightly as he sized up Do-Hwan, his voice carrying a hint of surprise. "Humph, you're more cautious than I expected, completely different from your boastful Uchiha predecessors." He chuckled, "I will be the strongest Uchiha." After saying this, Do-Hwan shrugged, his gaze slowly moving up to Xenya's right eye, which had originally been blind. There he saw a large Manjiki Sharingan installed, contrasting sharply with its originally crimson color, appearing particularly eerie in the dim cave as if it concealed unknown secret powers. By the way, how are you adapting to your new eye? This is the latest research achievement of Orochimaru, and I put in a lot of effort to get him to agree to help you install it. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Xenya's eye. Quite good. So how do you feel? Is this Sharingan a burden for you? After all, it's not your original body part. Xenya flicked his enormous tail, producing a whistling sound. A burden? No, I feel fantastic. This Sharingan has granted me new powers, allowing me to perceive every subtle movement of my enemies more clearly, even enabling me to cast some powerful Jinjutsu. Although it consumes some chakra, my chakra is abundant, so it's not an issue at all. So this eye worth it. It is known that Xenya already possessed immense power, and with the addition of this Manjiki Sharingan, his strength had likely reached a terrifying level. Do-Hwan secretly admired him, but maintained a calm expression, smiling sincerely. It seems Orochimaru has succeeded again. Congratulations on your increased strength, Xenya. However, Xenya seemed unwilling to dwell on this topic. His single eye fixed on Do-Hwan as he reminded, "Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about you." The three women inside are not easy to deal with. Each of them is ruthless, so you must be mentally prepared. There is no opponent before us. Do-Hwan smiled calmly, confident of the outcome. Xenya nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Well then, according to the rules of the Dragon Cave, the summoning scroll contractor must face the trial alone, and I cannot assist you. From here on, it's all up to you. Good luck." "All right, thank you for the reminder." Do-Hwan responded and confidently stepped deeper into the Dragon Cave. As soon as he entered the Dragon Cave, a mysterious and eerie aura rushed toward him. The cave was dimly lit, with only a few beams of sunlight filtering through the gaps in the ceiling, illuminating the dust floating in the air and adding a sense of mystery to the entire cave. The interior of the Dragon Cave was a vast cavern system, with complex passages resembling a maze. Some passages were narrow and cramped, allowing only one person to pass, while others were spacious enough for large snakes to move through. The walls of the passages were covered with traces of erosion from time, the rocky surfaces uneven, as if telling ancient stories. Stalactites and stalagmites of various shapes filled the cave. Some hung down from the ceiling, while others grew from the ground, resembling strange creatures in the dim light. Some stalactites were slender like swords, seemingly ready to fall at any moment, while some stalagmites were thick like pillars, supporting the cave ceiling, giving a sense of precariousness. The dragon cave was home to numerous snakes of various sizes and shapes, slithering and coiling in every corner. From tiny venomous snakes to massive pythons, all lived here. The hissing of the snakes echoed throughout the cave, sending chills down one's spine. The cave floor was damp and muddy, covered in traces left by the crawling snakes. In some low-lying areas, small pools of water formed, with the water appearing dark green and emitting a pungent odor, as if hiding unknown dangers. As Do-Hwan approached the cave's exit, he vaguely saw a temple ahead. He stopped, opened his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, confidently gazing at a certain point, and called out, "Three immortals, Do-Hwan has arrived. Please show yourselves." As soon as he spoke, the previously calm air stirred as if an invisible force was surging. In an instant, three figures appeared out of thin air. These three immortals were Tenshin Shinki, Ichikishimaheim, and Takuji Heim. They could float freely in the air and possessed an invisible ability to conceal their chakra. Ichikishimaheim appeared in a lowly form, with deep blue long hair, wearing a golden crown topped with a golden orb, golden elongated pupils, black-red eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, and blue-green comma-shaped earrings. She wore a white long robe with a green ornament featuring a single comma shape on her chest, sharp teeth, and a pink tongue. Tenshin Shinki appeared in a young girl form, with green long hair, wearing a golden crown topped with a golden orb, golden elongated pupils, black-red eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, and wearing a white long robe with a comma-shaped green ornament on her chest, sharp teeth, and a blue tongue. Takuji Heim appeared in a young girl form, with brown long hair, wearing a golden crown topped with a golden orb, black-pink eyeshadow extending to the nose, and pale skin. She wore a white long robe with three comma-shaped green ornaments on her chest, sharp teeth, and a blue tongue. Tenshin Shinki crossed her arms in front of her chest, her golden elongated pupils narrowing slightly as she examined Do-Hwan and asked, "You are Uchiha Dōhō?" Before she finished speaking, Ichikishimaheim added, "A descendant of Indra?" Facing these immortals who had lived for countless years and were well-versed in the history of the Sage of Six Paths, Do-Hwan maintained a calm demeanor without the slightest hint of surprise. He raised his head slightly, meeting Tenshin Shinki's gaze with composure, and answered in a steady voice, "Yes, I am Uchiha Dōhō." Takuji Heim said coldly, "Come with us. The White Snake Sage wants to see you." Upon hearing this, Do-Hwan frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, and he couldn't help but ask, "Normally, shouldn't I first go through your tests?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tenshin Shinki's expression suddenly changed, her mouth stretching into a grin that revealed sharp fangs. Looking fierce as she said ominously, "Your scent, your chakra, your body. All are exquisite delicacies, just the smell makes one drool. But the White Snake Sage 1T let us test you, so we can only watch." "Oh, is that so? Then let's go." Do-Hwan remained calm, unfazed by Tenshin Shinki's sudden change of demeanor. In his view, these transformed creatures were inherently wild and difficult to tame, with emotions that fluctuated unpredictably, especially since snakes were cold-blooded animals. Chapter 181. The White Snake Sage. Strangely enough, in the past, the three snake maidens, Tenshin Shinki, Ichikishimaheim, and Takuji Heim, were known to be ruthless towards those who entered the dragon cave, seeking immortality with ambition and desire. They would employ various cunning tactics and set up numerous traps, tormenting the practitioners to the point of despair. Once a practitioner failed, they would become their meal, with no chance of resistance. However, today, whether it was because they found Uchiha Dōhō pleasing to the eye or for some other reason, the three snake maidens unexpectedly offered a warning. The temple of the dragon cave was hidden in the mountains, perpetually shrouded by gray-white clouds. With the world enveloped in a chaotic gray-white mist, thick and veiled, wrapping everything in a haze. Ichikishimaheim hissed, her voice carrying a chill. "Humph, this mist is not ordinary. For an average ninja, it is a deadly poison." Tuanjin Heim flicked her snake tail, letting out a low hiss. "Thank you for the reminder, Lady Snake." Do-Hwan hurriedly nodded in gratitude, but felt a heightened sense of vigilance in his heart. Once they exited the cave, the grayish-white mist seemed like thick sludge, enveloping him with tiny raindrops that rushed towards his mouth and nose. He forced himself to endure the discomfort, closely following the three snake ladies as they proceeded along the winding mountain path. The decayed leaves underfoot were crushed by his boots, producing a dull and oppressive sound that echoed in the silent forest, as if it were a countdown to death. He didn't know how long they had been walking, Only that time felt frozen in this endless mist. Kid, remember this. What you see with your eyes in this Dragon Cave temple may not be the truth. The voice of Shichiriko Heim echoed from above as they reached the center of the Dragon Cave Mountains. Do-Hwan instinctively looked up, only to see the dense treetops swaying wildly in the wind, making rustling sounds as if countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the three snake ladies who had been around him had somehow dispersed without him noticing. Their chakra, like toxic liquid, merged with the mist, seemed omnipresent yet left no trace, leaving Do-Hwan isolated and helpless in this eerie atmosphere. Do-Hwan raised his eyes to see the temple's magnificent architecture, which stood out like a dragon's eye in the dim environment. Above the stone door hung a plaque with the words Dragon Cave inscribed in an elegant and swirling script. The temple was surrounded by an ancient forest with towering, dense trees whose branches and leaves intertwined, nearly blocking out the sky. At the entrance of the temple was a winding path leading into the depths of the Dragon Cave, flanked by various strange flowers and peculiar stones, giving the impression of stepping into another world. Without hesitation, Do-Hwan pushed open the door and walked straight in. The hall of the temple was spacious and dimly lit, with only a few flickering flames casting weak light on the walls, adding to the hall's mysterious atmosphere. The floor was paved with smooth stone slabs, and the walls were covered with various strange symbols and patterns that seemed to tell the history and legends of the Dragon Cave. Surrounding the hall were several enormous stone pillars, each carved with images of different snakes, some coiled, some flicking their tongues, all vividly lifelike. In the corners of the hall were stone tables and benches, on which lay ancient scrolls and books that might record the mystical arts and secrets of the Dragon Cave. At the front of the hall was a dragon-headed throne, where the white snake sage usually coiled. The throne was made of gold and jewels, with the dragon head appearing so lifelike it seemed ready to roar at any moment. Mysterious descendant of Indra, you have finally arrived. The white snake sage gazed at him, flicking its tongue. Do-Hwan looked forward, seeing the massive white body of the white snake sage connected to the throne, its orange hair and yellow eyes, adorned with a green cat's eye stone on its chest and a purple silk ribbon as a headband. The front of the headband was embellished with army green horn-shaped ornaments, and a red knight pearl was set atop its head, while it held a pipe in its mouth, with a wisp of blue smoke slowly rising. Do-Hwan examined the white snake sage with curiosity, asking Sage, "Did you foresee that I would come here today?" In the ninja world, the white snake sage and the toad sage were both very mysterious beings. They were like two towering trees rooted in the long history of the ninja world, and no one could tell exactly how many years they had lived. Moreover, they both possessed a mysterious ability, foresight. This ability to foresee the future at first glance sent chills down one's spine, making one feel as though their fate was controlled by an invisible hand. But Do-Hwan thought about it and realized that if an extraordinary occurrence like crossing over from another world could happen to him, then what was so special about foreseeing the future? Besides, as far as he knew, these sages did not gain their foresight for free. It came at a cost. Furthermore, the future images they saw were like shattered mirrors, merely fragmented pieces that could not be pieced together into a complete future. Moreover, even if they truly knew what would happen in the future, they could not change it, only watch helplessly as events unfolded along their predetermined path. However, Do-Hwan couldn't shake the feeling that, as someone who had crossed over from another world, he might be targeted by the white snake sage as foresight. The deep eyes of the white snake sage seemed to see through everything, and it slowly spoke. A few years ago, a vision flashed before me. A boy would sign a contract with the Dragon Cave, and this boy would bring unpredictable changes to the ninja world. A few days ago, I saw the same vision again, so I guess you must be on your way to the Dragon Cave. Do-Hwan was taken aback. So this was the sage's ability. The white snake sage's profound eyes locked onto Do-Hwan, its voice deep yet echoing with a sense of destiny. You carry the power of Ashura, inherit Indra's bloodline, and possess the strength of a tailed beast. With these points alone, in the ever-changing world of ninjas, you are destined to be a significant figure. Do-Hwan's heart jolted. In front of this ancient being who had lived for who knows how long, he felt like an open book with no secrets. But then he thought that this also gave him an excellent opportunity to ask the question that had troubled him for years, one that few in the world could answer. He steadied himself, his voice tinged with urgency. "Sage, do you know how these two powers can be fused? For so long my eyes have always been at a loss." The white snake sage narrowed its eyes slightly and uttered a cryptic yet profound statement. "You lack the understanding of the fusion of yin and yang, the cycle of life and death. Dōhō was bewildered, his brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, "Sage, what do you mean by that? You carry the power of Ashura and the blood of Indra. Your body is the pivot of yin and yang convergence. Yet if the pivot lacks balance, it will inevitably lead to destruction. Do you know why the Senju and Uchiha can never coexist?" Dōhō's throat tightened as the heat of the Uchiha Sharingan and the coolness of the Hashirama cells surged within him. He looked at the cat's eye stone on the white snake sage's chest, which seemed to reflect the ancient history. "I once thought it was a conflict of bloodlines. Now I realize it is. The lock of fate." "Fate?" The white snake sage suddenly let out a strange laugh, the dragon-headed throne trembling with the sound. "The so-called fate is merely a cocoon woven from the living's fear of death. The predicament in your eyes lacks the opportunity to break free from the cocoon." "Opportunity?" Dōhō took half a step forward, his Sharingan reflecting the vertical pupils of the white snake sage, eager to hear more. "The path of life and death lies in a single thought." The voice of the white snake sage suddenly became ethereal. "You have tasted the brilliance of life, but have yet to touch the depths of death. If you can walk a path at the intersection of yin and yang, perhaps you can see the scenery that mortals cannot." "Life and death," Dōhō murmured. The white snake sage observed Dōhō's thoughtful expression and then asked, "Did you come here to cultivate the sage mode?" Dōhō temporarily set aside his thoughts about the reincarnation eye, nodding. "Exactly. Sage, are you willing to teach me the snake sage mode?" The white snake sage fell silent for a moment, as if weighing the decision, then slowly spoke. "I have foreseen that you would bring unpredictable changes to the ninja world, but the more distant future is shrouded in fog, and I cannot see it clearly. However, you indeed have the qualifications to cultivate the snake sage mode. Whether you can successfully cultivate ultimately depends on your own fortune. After all, the immortals of the Dragon Earth Cave do not learn immortal techniques, but rather become immortal techniques." "Become?" "Mortals seeking immortality always believe it is about acquiring skills." The white snake immortal's tongue pointed towards Dōhō's heart. "But true immortal techniques allow natural energy to become your very essence, and the power of life and death to become your breath. You want to merge the powers of Indra and Ashura? First, learn to shed your skin like a snake. Cast off your attachment to life, and also shed your fear of death. The cycle of life and death is nothing more than this." Chapter 182. Cultivating the immortal mode of the Dragon Earth Cave. Only those who visit with sincerity can meet the white snake immortal. For those who come to cultivate, the white snake immortal sends her subordinates, Tenshin Shinji, Shikadejime, and Tuan Jinji, to screen those who wish to enter the Dragon Earth Cave for cultivation. Those who pass the trials will have natural energy injected into them by the white snake immortal's sharp fangs, and will be taught the immortal mode of the Dragon Earth Cave. For those who fail the trials, the white snake immortal will have her subordinates directly eat those whose bodies cannot withstand the transformation into a snake. In reality, only those who are crazy enough to seek power would come here. "Kid, what are you hiding from?" As the white snake immortal's tail wrapped around his ankle, preparing to inject natural energy into Dōhō instinctively dodged. Can I absorb natural energy myself and then enter the immortal mode?" Dōhō looked at the white snake immortal's sharp fangs, feeling apprehensive. How strong must the venom of a snake that has lived for so long be? Who can give a standard answer? The laughter of Shikadejime came from above, hanging upside down on a stalactite, her purple silk ribbons cascading like snakes. "Innocent. The immortal techniques of the Dragon Earth Cave are both a blessing and a curse." Beside her, Tuan Jinji also laughed. "Without the venom of an immortal as a medium, your body will be blown into a mist of blood by natural energy. Do you still want practice?" "Yes." He tore open his collar, revealing the bulging veins on his neck. "But I need to know what price this venom will exact from me. Then be good and don't move." The white snake immortal's tongue suddenly struck like lightning, precisely biting into his neck, and excruciating pain swept through his entire body. He saw countless silver threads spreading under his skin along his veins, and then a powerful natural energy was injected into his body. "Price?" Tuan Jinji, who had appeared behind him at some point, pressed her icy fingertips against his back. "And with each bit of natural energy you absorb, you will gain a part of snake nature. When human nature and snake nature become unbalanced," she suddenly revealed her bone-white fangs, "you will become our food. To be honest, your flavor is too tempting. If I could eat you, I would probably never forget that taste for the rest of my life." The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan spun uncontrollably, its powerful gaze filling the entire hall. At the same time, The dormant Senju cells within him suddenly awakened, and the emerald green power of wood release clashed with the silver snake venom in his veins, branding his skin with strange totems. Do-Hwan let out a muffled groan, kneeling on one knee, as the stone slab beneath him cracked under the violent chakra. Interesting. The erosion of natural energy, the conflict and fusion of bloodlines. No wonder he is the destined child with the bloodline of Indra and the power of Asura. The massive snake body of the white snake, immortal, suddenly coiled into a spiral, the scales rubbing against each other producing a piercing screech. The natural energy of the entire Dragon Earth Cave gathered towards the temple like iron sand attracted by a magnet. The chakra in your body is enormous, and your mental strength is also abundant. The natural energy must keep up. Do-Hwan felt multiple energies clashing violently within him, each unable to overcome the other. In terms of appearance, Do-Hwan also began to change. First, the azure immortal chakra manifested outside his body, transforming into 6 illusory snakes swirling around him. And 2 horn-like protrusions of grayish blue emerged from his forehead. The Sharingan began to hide, followed by the appearance of vertical pupils. Kid, listen carefully. Seeing Do-Hwan's transformation becoming uncontrollable, the white snake immortal spoke. Do-Hwan barely lifted his head, and amidst a cloud of smoke, an old woman's figure emerged. She had a pair of orange-yellow eyes, and her face was covered with deep wrinkles. A smoking pipe was clamped in her mouth, and she wore a headband made of purple silk, adorned with military green horn-like ornaments, with a red luminous pearl embedded in the center of her forehead. The first essential rule for cultivating the immortal mode. The old woman tapped her cane on the ground, and the snake-like patterns within Do-Hwan unexpectedly froze. You must first have a container that can withstand natural energy. Look at you, the chakra of the Sharingan, the chakra of the Senju cells, and even the remnants of various other techniques in the Senju cells, in addition to the chakra of Asura and Indra in your body. Tut tut tut. Your bodily situation is more chaotic than that of the ninja world. Do-Hwan wanted to ask, but found his tongue had become long and forked. The old woman waved her sleeves, and a green light injected into his dantian, causing the wood release and Sharingan chakra to obediently retreat to the sides, making space for the natural energy. Secondly, absorbing natural energy requires stillness like a virgin. The toad disciples of Mayaboka Mountain use oil to immobilize themselves. We at the Dragon Earth Cave don't have that kind of time. She suddenly drew closer, her orange-yellow pupils almost touching his nose. You must learn to stabilize your mind with pain. Like now, her cane struck heavily on his tailbone, and the pain surged through his body like electricity. Do-Hwan suddenly realized that amidst this intense pain, the violent natural energy became clear and perceptible. He could see golden particles flowing into his body along the sharp protrusions, each carrying the unique sulfurous scent of the Dragon Earth Cave. Thirdly, and most crucially, balancing multiple energies is like dancing on the edge of a knife. The power of Indra and Asura within you is inherently incompatible. Now, with the addition of natural energy in your own chakra, she suddenly revealed a sinister smile. I've lived for 1,000 years and have never encountered a situation like yours. If you can successfully cultivate the immortal mode under these conditions. Before she finished speaking, the snake patterns burst through his heart. Do-Hwan felt his spine breaking and reorganizing, a massive flesh lump bulging at his tailbone. The 3 snake sisters raised their heads simultaneously, the fluorescence on their tongues condensing into claws. This was a sign before hunting. Enough. The old woman waved her sleeve, and the scales on Do-Hwan's body melted like snow meeting fire. He collapsed at the edge of the blood pool, watching as his hands returned to human form. But in the palm, he discovered a snake-shaped birthmark. That was the mark left by the residual immortal energy. Tenshin Shunji licked her lips restlessly. Immortal, this kid has clearly failed. Why not? Smack. The old woman's cane struck hard on her head. Open your snake eyes and take a look. She pointed to Do-Hwan's dantian, where the multiple energies, though still in opposition, had formed a subtle balance in the center. Tuan Jinji, flicking her tongue, leaned in closer, but his body has already begun to transform into a snake. Smack. The second strike of the cane landed on her nose. When Fukuda Saimuro was cultivating, he turned into a half-snake person on his 7th attempt. This kid is only on his first try, yet he can make multiple energies coexist peacefully? The old woman patted Do-Hwan's shoulder. Remember, the Dragon Earth Cave is never short of madmen who can transform into snakes, but those who can walk the tightrope between humans and snakes. She suddenly revealed a cunning smile. Are the true immortals. Dōhō struggled to get up and cupped his fists in thanks to the old woman. He felt his whole body drenched in sweat. This was the most dangerous situation he had faced since his arrival. The old woman, pipe in mouth, turned and walked slowly. Let these girls arrange your accommodation for the next few days. It looks like it will take you a while to successfully cultivate. Also, next time, don't let those energies really clash. My old bones can't afford to save you a second time. The three snake ladies exchanged glances. They had never seen the white snake sage being so lenient with a challenger. Thank you, sage, for your intervention. We are deeply grateful. Although Dōhō didn't know why the white snake sage looked at him differently, he always held gratitude towards those who helped him. Remember, balance exists among all things. You must find a balance point for the energy within you. The old woman's staff pointed at his forehead. Natural energy is not an enemy. It is what you rely on to survive. Chapter 183. The Cloud Ninja Robbers. While Uchiha Dōhō was focused on training in sage arts in the Dragon Cave, the storm in the ninja world was brewing in the shadows. Although the smoke of the Battle of Sekigahara had cleared, the hidden Cloud Village was still struggling in the quagmire of post-war conditions. After the war, the defeated Cloud Ninja had to accept the harsh post-war compensation terms proposed by Konoha. These terms were like heavy shackles, making it difficult for the Cloud Ninja to breathe. A large amount of resources were ceded, and their pace of development was ruthlessly slowed. For 5 or 6 years, the hidden Cloud Village seemed to be trapped in a dark quagmire, with development stagnating. Meanwhile, Konoha was flourishing. Various industries in Konoha were booming like bamboo shoots after a rain, especially the renowned Konoha Hollywood, which had become a beautiful business card for Konoha. Konoha Hollywood meticulously produced one brilliant movie after another, with the core theme promoting the will of fire, vividly showcasing Konoha's peace, justice, and unity. In the movies, Konoha's ninjas were brave and fearless, sacrificing their lives to protect the peace and tranquility of the ninja world. Their deeds moved countless people, making Konoha a beacon in the hearts of many ninjas and attracting countless dream-chasing ninjas to seek refuge there. However, in many of the movies produced by Konoha, the Cloud Ninja often played the role of the villain. In the plot, the Cloud Ninja were portrayed as savage and rude, wantonly plundering the ninjutsu of other villages in a bid to enhance their own strength through improper means, endangering the peace and stability of the ninja world. Each time, the Cloud Ninja's schemes would be uncovered by Konoha's protagonist ninjas and defeated in fierce battles. Ultimately, with the efforts of Konoha ninjas, peace in the ninja world was restored. These movies spread widely in the ninja world, significantly damaging the image of the Cloud Ninja in the minds of many ninjas, putting immense pressure on the hidden Cloud Village. For example, the Will of Fire Never Die series of movies became a sensation in the ninja world, where the Cloud Ninja were depicted as the villains engaged in arson, murder, and looting, wearing exaggerated lightning masks and fleeing helplessly under the fire techniques and Rasengan of Konoha heroes. In the latest release, Dawn of War, the Cloud Ninja attempted to steal Konoha's secrets but were defeated by a 12-year-old boy ninja using wood release. These scenes made Konoha a beacon of justice in the hearts of the younger generation of the ninja world. The Fourth Hokage, from the land of lightning and the hidden Cloud Village, felt an uncontrollable rage rise in his heart whenever he thought of these things. Enough. The walls of the Raikage's office were cracked like spider webs from A's fists. Our ninjas have become the rats of the ninja world. Even the children of the land of lightning throw stones at us when they see the cloud headbands. The Umbu ninjas fell silent. Only the advisor Mabui gritted his teeth and spoke up. Raikage-sama, Konoha's propaganda campaign is indeed tricky. Propaganda? I grabbed the Ninja World Times on the desk, the headline prominently displaying the movie premiere in front of Konoha's Hokage Rock. They use these facades to confuse the world, and we are powerless against them. All because of that Uchiha Dōhō. He understands that Konoha now stands alone in the ninja world, with its influence and strength far surpassing that of other villages. To strengthen the village's power and turn around the disadvantages of the hidden Cloud Village, he decides to personally lead his subordinates on a secret mission, to seize the secret techniques passed down in the hidden Cedar Village. We, the Cloud Ninja, must collect various ninjutsu to strengthen our power. If we can utilize the storm technique from the hidden Cedar Village, it will surely come in handy in the battle against Uchiha Dōhō. A's eyes burned with madness, preparing the team to depart tomorrow. The land of Cedar is located at the junction of the land of lightning and the land of earth, shrouded in misty mountain mists year-round. Although the hidden Cedar Village is not large, the secret techniques it possesses are mysterious and powerful. It is said that once mastered, This technique can greatly enhance a ninja's strength and even change the landscape of the ninja world. The Cloud Ninja Village has long coveted this technique, and A's personal involvement shows his determination to seize it. However, the Hidden Cedar Village was not unprepared. The infamous reputation of the Cloud Ninja had already spread throughout the ninja world due to Konoha's propaganda, and they were well aware of the Cloud Ninja's ambitions. The moment they discovered the scroll was stolen, they immediately dispatched a task to hire the Xianyuan clan through summoning beasts. The Xianyuan clan is a mysterious and powerful organization known for their unique ninjutsu and assassination skills, renowned in the ninja world. This time, the Xianyuan clan brought their specially bred explosive bugs. These bugs are extremely elusive, almost invisible to the naked eye, and can silently enter a person's body through the respiratory tract. Once inside, the explosive bugs will begin to drain a person's chakra and grow stronger. For ninjas, chakra is their source of power. The loss of chakra means a weakening of strength. Even more terrifying is that if a ninja uses a large amount of chakra or performs a big move during battle, the explosive bugs will be stimulated, causing a violent reaction. In lesser cases, the ninja will instantly lose combat capability and collapse. In severe cases, they will explode and die on the spot, leaving no trace. In the process of pursuing the Cloud Ninja, the members of the Xianyuan clan moved like phantoms, sharp hidden weapons flying from their hands, tracing fierce trajectories in the air. In addition to hidden weapons, there were swarms of bugs. The Cloud Ninjas, led by a gradually found it hard to cope, suffering many casualties. At this moment, Nikai was anxious, knowing that if they couldn't retreat with the stolen scroll in time, everyone might perish here. Reikage-sama, you take the scroll and retreat first. I'll hold them off. Nikai shouted urgently at Reikage. His eyes showed determination and resolution, as if he was already prepared to sacrifice himself. Reikage frowned. He knew what Nikai's actions meant and refused without hesitation. No. How can a Reikage abandon his subordinates? But Nikai was unusually persistent, gripping his weapon tightly and saying loudly, Reikage-sama, you carry the future of the Cloud Ninja Village. You can't afford to have any mishaps. I, Nikai, am willing to use my life to buy you time to retreat. Karai, standing nearby, also joined in persuading. Nikai, don't be impulsive. Let's think of other ways. But Nikai had made up his mind. He forcefully shook off Karai's hand and said, There's no time. If we hesitate any longer, we're all dead. Just as the standoff continued, the Xianyuan clan's attack struck again. Nikai seized the opportunity, charging into the enemy ranks, his weapons swinging with great force, temporarily halting the Xianyuan clan's offensive. Reikage-sama, hurry and go. Nikai shouted hoarsely. Reikage looked at the resolute back of Nikai, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. But he also understood that this was not the time for impulsive decisions. He gritted his teeth and retreated with the scroll and Karai. Nikai watched as Reikage and the others gradually moved away, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. He turned to face the tide of Xianyuan clan members rushing toward him, with no trace of fear in his eyes. He took a deep breath and mobilized all the chakra in his body. Come on, you bunch of bastards! Nikai roared, and the chakra within him erupted like a surging tide. Bang! With a loud explosion, Nikai's body instantly blew apart. The tremendous shockwave sent members of the Xianyuan clan flying. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, a gruesome sight. Nikai sacrificed his life to buy precious time for Reikage and the others to retreat. Meanwhile, Karai, who had temporarily escaped danger, keenly sensed something was wrong with his body. Every time he tried to use chakra to launch an attack, he felt an inexplicable force hindering him, as if something was devouring his chakra. As time passed, Karai gradually felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a huge, spider-shaped tumor gradually growing on his chest. The tumor writhed continuously, as if it were alive. The surface skin stretched thin as a cicada's wing, and he could even see the bluish-purple veins inside. A nauseating odor emanated from the tumor, spreading through the air. Karai fell to the ground in agony, his body gradually weakening. He wanted to struggle to stand up, but found that his limbs no longer obeyed him. Karai, what's wrong with you? Ai, who had temporarily escaped danger, noticed the abnormality of his subordinate. Karai opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but found that his throat felt blocked by something, and he could only emit weak moans. Damn it! That cursed sand ninja! That damn Xianyuan clan! Ai roared in anger, showing no shame as a bandit. Chapter 184. Worth a bed in the bustling and noisy town of Miyuin in the land of trees. There was a brightly lit casino filled with the sounds of people, the noise almost breaking through the roof. Stepping into the casino, A scent woven from money and desire hit him. All sorts of people loitered here. Some were lost in it, some were reveling, and others had fallen into the abyss of despair. Lady Tsunade, please stop. Shizen tightly hugged the cute, round little pig, Pantan, her forehead covered in sweat as she desperately pleaded. She knew Tsunade too well. Once she got caught up in gambling, it was like a runaway horse that couldn't be pulled back. However, Tsunade's eyes were bloodshot, and her face had an abnormal flush, clearly having become intoxicated with gambling. She waved her hand impatiently and shouted loudly, "Don't bother me. Just one last game. This time, I can definitely turn the tide. Betting is locked in." The dealer's voice carried a hint of excitement, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. This dealer had seen many scenes in the casino, but facing the legendary gambling myth, he couldn't help but be amazed. Tsunade suddenly slammed the table, pushing all the remaining chips in front of her out, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Big, big, big." As the dice cup slowly opened, the dealer nervously announced, "The result is small. Lady Tsunade, you lost again." Shizen felt a wave of darkness in front of her, collapsing hopelessly into her chair, mumbling, it's over. If I keep losing like this, I won't even have money for dinner tonight." The dealer secretly thought, as expected of a fat sheep, her luck is just too bad. It's unbelievable. At first, he couldn't believe there was truly such an unlucky person in the world, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was completely convinced. It was as if Tsunade had been cursed by the god of Hachiman. No matter how she bet, she lost. Damn! Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, causing it to creak. Fortunately, she held back and didn't use all her strength. Otherwise, the table would have collapsed on the spot. She instinctively glanced in front of her and suddenly realized that she had no chips left at all. After a moment's thought, Tsunade stood up abruptly, hands on her hips, and shouted, "I want to borrow money, casino, let me 100,000. Lady Tsunade, didn't you say this was the last game?" Shizen jumped up anxiously, holding Pantan tightly in one hand and gripping Tsunade's clothing with the other, pleading, "Let's go, it's already bad enough. Continuing to gamble will only make it worse." "No way." Tsunade shook off Shizen's hand, her eyes wide open, glaring fiercely at the dealer, coldly saying, "Lend me another 100,000. The dealer looked troubled, his forehead creasing tightly. After a long internal struggle, he cautiously spoke, "Lady Tsunade, you already owe our casino 600,000. Considering your current repayment ability and the credit information from other casinos about you, we really can't lend you any more money." After a pause, he added, "By the way, just to let you know, the final repayment deadline for the last debt is tomorrow. If you can't repay it by then..." "What?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp as she stared at the dealer. The dealer, drenched in cold sweat, still tried to maintain his composure, forcing a smile as he said, "If you can't repay it, your debt will automatically increase to 700,000. I hope you can raise the money quickly." "Bastards. What a bunch of stingy people," Tsunade muttered under her breath. However, she was just venting and didn't take any extreme action. After all, even though her luck at gambling was abysmal, her character was still decent. She wouldn't resort to violence against ordinary people just because she was losing. It was just that. If she truly lost her mind, defaulting on debts was common. With a debt of 700,000, how was she supposed to repay it? Tsunade began to have her doubts. Got it. I'll give it to you tomorrow." "Shizen, let's go." Tsunade waved her hand, stood up, and walked out of the casino without looking back. Shizen was stunned for a moment and then felt relieved, quickly hugging Pantan and hurrying to catch up. Once outside the casino, Shizen let out a long sigh, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. But soon, her expression turned somber again. Worry etched on her face as she said, "But 700,000, where are we going to gather that?" "Gather what? Let's hurry and leave this place." Tsunade had calmed down by now. Although her prominent chest swayed with each step like a surging tide, her thoughts were exceptionally clear. "Who said I have to repay? This is clearly loan sharking. They want to trick me?" Tsunade pouted, her face full of disdain. "Lady Tsunade." Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizen felt like crying without tears, her heart questioning, is this really appropriate? But she also knew that once Tsunade made a decision, it was hard to change. "Found it! The fat sheep is over there." Just then, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Shizen looked up and saw a large group of people wielding clubs, aggressively surrounding the two of them. Seeing the scene, Shizen's face stiffened. She knew that the debt collectors had arrived. As for which city or town they had debts in, she couldn't remember. After all, Tsunade gambled wherever she went, and the record of debts could fill a book. TCH, why are they back again? Tsunade seemed quite calm. She had gone through this countless times. She glanced around and suddenly smiled, saying, "All right, Shizen, get ready to run. When we get to the next city, I'll treat you to a big meal." Lady Tsunade. Shizen looked utterly despondent. "Then, let's get ready. We'll see who." Tsunade was full of smiles, just about to race with Shizen, but before she could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly changed, becoming somewhat serious. "Who are you? Come out." Tsunade sensed a massive chakra. Indeed, it was a powerful ninja. The crowd quickly surveyed the surroundings and found that there was no one there at all. The debt collectors breathed a sigh of relief, and then shouted in exasperation, "Playing tricks, quickly return the money, or else we will definitely inform other places, and you won't be able to play here again. Shut up. No need to hide anymore. I've already sensed your presence. Come out." Tsunade ignored the debt collectors and spoke loudly. "I never expected to run into you here, Tsunade. It seems I'm quite lucky." A powerful figure slowly emerged from the shadows, his imposing presence radiating a strong aura. "Lady Tsunade, it's the Fourth Hokage." Shizen instantly recognized the person in front of her. "Huh, the Hokage actually appears here?" Tsunade smirked, her expression serious. "I have a subordinate who accidentally got injured, and I've been worrying about how to treat him. I didn't expect to run into you here. So, could you help me out and save my subordinate? I have no ties with you, Cloud Ninja. I don't want to help you. Don't forget, the Cloud and Leaf had a fierce battle in the land of hot water. This debt won't be easily wiped away. Isn't there already a ceasefire agreement signed between the two villages on this matter? Hell, what have you done this time? Let me guess. The dignified Hokage leading a team to seize secret techniques from other small ninja villages. Is this all you Cloud Ninja are capable of?" Shizen, remember that movie we watched before? These guys are just like the Cloud Ninja bandits in the film. Movies are really realistic these days. It seems this matter won't be easily resolved. If you're unwilling, then I'll have to resort to force. How interesting. Who do you think you're talking to? If you want to fight, then come. In an instant, the chakra within both of them began to overflow, their momentum continuously rising. This aura instantly scared away the debt collectors nearby, who fled in panic. Brief introduction. In October of the 51st year of Konoha, Konoha village experienced a harsh winter before the arrival of spring. After the death of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Konoha village declared a state of emergency. Faced with the attempts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to restore the old regime, Uchiha Dōhō bravely stood up. With Uchiha Dōhō's arrival, Konoha's spring has come. In front of the Hyuga and other noble clans, he said, "Those guys are just waiting for a taste of benefits, hoping to get a share of the pie by staying there.